The student next door just obtained the S-level divine weapon Shadowless Spear. My school flower girlfriend immediately wanted to break up with me and hooked up with the student next door. However, as I watched all of this, I just sneered. Because I am the reincarnation of the 9 Nether Ming Emperor. Not only can I directly awaken the SSS level 10 Hall's Yama, but I also possess a forbidden item surpassing the SSS level, the red paper umbrella. Drawing the sword from the umbrella can transform into the ghost sword immortal to exterminate gods and demons. At this moment, on the awakening platform, Guo Chun gently placed his hand on the divine bestowal map. The next second, the originally dim and colorless divine bestowal map burst into a gorgeous array of colors. The old principal sat up in shock, his lips trembling as he said, "This dazzling light and gorgeous colors, this is an S-level divine bestowal." Even the divine bestowal official stood still, murmuring to himself, "Through my hands, an S-level divine bestowal recipient has emerged." A loud boom sounded, and a huge wave of energy swept towards the surroundings. "This is the S-level divine gift aura." Divine gift officials barely calmed down and loudly announced, "Guo Chun, S-level divine gift celestial weapon Shadowless Spear." The scene fell into a dead silence, and after a moment, it erupted into a commotion. "Oh my god, Guo Chun actually awakened an S-level celestial weapon. How come we didn't notice before?" The more you look at Guo Chun, the more charming he becomes. He's like a male god. Ha ha, Guo Chun is Jiang Yan's archenemy. This is going to be interesting. Many students began to revel in schadenfreude. Yiran's eyes trembled. Guo Chun actually awakened the S-level divine gift. Then she looked at me again and asked softly, "Jiang Yan, you can definitely awaken the S-level divine gift too, right?" And I just said lightly, "It depends on fate." At this moment, Guo Chun left the god's gift platform and walked straight towards me. "Jiang Yan, you must be very jealous now. Jealous that you are uglier than me and more confident than me." This statement is not very aggressive but extremely insulting, and many people were amused by this sentence. Guo Chun felt very embarrassed upon hearing this and said coldly, "Jiang Yan, I challenge you to a duel." This statement caused a commotion in the whole venue. Shocked. Is it true? That's a fight to the death. Once in a deathmatch, only one person can survive. Guo Chun has awakened the S-level divine gift. I think he has a good chance of winning. I bet a pack of spicy strips. Seeing me not responding, Guo Chun sneered. "What? Scared? Afraid to have a deathmatch with me?" "No. I was just thinking, how ignorant does one have to be as confident as you?" At this moment, Zhou Peng anxiously said, "Jiang Ge, you're not going to agree to fight to the death with him, are you? That could really end in someone's death. Why wouldn't I agree? If you kill, you must be prepared to be killed." I smirked slightly. "Guo Chun, do you have the readiness to be killed?" When I was not intimidated, but instead provoked myself, Guo Chun was completely angry. "I will make you die a very ugly death. After the ceremony of the gods, we will see the outcome of our fight." I smiled faintly and said, "Okay, I have been buzzing around by flies all the time. It's time to swat this fly." At this time, the official appointed by the gods called out Yiran's name. Yiran walked up to the altar of the gods and placed his hand on the divine gift. In the next moment, a dazzling light illuminated the sky, and the water gathered around Yiran, turning into a beautiful raincoat. "This is the S-level supernatural power, the holy water of the Luo god," the official from the god's gift office exclaimed in surprise, and the old principal's legs went weak, almost falling to the ground. For a high school to produce an S-class god's gift recipient is already a great blessing, but here at Linjiang No, 2 High School, they have directly produced 2 S-class god's gift recipients. At this moment, Yiran landed slowly from the tide. She did not run towards me as usual, but stood in the crowd, enjoying the admiration and flattery of the crowd. Then I saw her walking towards Guo Chun, who was also an S-class, with a smile on her face, and the two of them chatted happily. This scene shocked everyone. Does this Yiran not know that Guo Chun is Jiang Yan's archenemy? Is she planning to break up with Jiang Yan? The answer is obvious. Our river god probably can only awaken a grade A divine gift. The difference between grade A and grade S divine gifts can be described as heaven and earth. The model couple that used to be envied by everyone at Linjiang No 2 Middle School is about to come to an end today. Many people are gloating over their misfortune, and Guo Chun even has one hand on Yiran's shoulder, provocatively looking at me with a calm face. "You like to pretend to be indifferent. I'll see if you can still be so calm when you awaken your divine gift." Yiran has already made it clear to him that if the divine gift I awaken is not grade S, she will break up with me and choose to be with him. The divine bestowal ceremony is still ongoing, and soon it was my turn. For a moment, everyone's eyes were on me, wanting to see what talent this child from another family could awaken. I walked up to the divine bestowal platform in the midst of all eyes, gently raised my hand to touch the divine bestowal image. However, to everyone's surprise, the divine bestowal image showed no change. The Divine Bestowal official furrowed his brows slightly. Even the lowest level of Divine Bestowal should have spiritual power fluctuations. Could it be that this child has no Divine Bestowal? This strange scene quickly caused a lot of discussion among the crowd. What's going on with Jiang Yan? Isn't he a highly talented genius? Why is there no reaction at all to the divine picture? Oh my, the truth is revealed. Jiang Yan usually cheats on exams to get full marks, and he's still considered a highly talented genius. I think he's more like a cheating genius. Even the teachers of Yanluo, 2 middle school, looked at each other. How is this possible? Jiang Yan, this student should be the most hopeful to awaken the S-level divine gift talent. Could it be that I have misjudged? Even if I have misjudged, all the teachers of Yanluo, 2 middle school cannot misjudge at the same time. Guo Chun mocked at the first time, his face full of the joy of a villain's success. Hey, why is Jiang Yan not speaking? Weren't you very talkative just now? It's okay, I won't make it difficult for you. Kneel down in front of all the teachers and students of the school. Knock your head 100 times, and I will withdraw the death duel contract. Yiran also looked at me coldly and said, Jiang Yan, let's break up. You are not worthy of me. In the entire Linjiang province, the only person who is worthy of me is Guo Chun. However, I just sneered. The next second, I suddenly reached into the divine gift map. The divine gift official's pupils contracted. What are you doing? My lips curled slightly. Don't speak. I can already feel it. It's yearning to be summoned by me. The next moment, I suddenly pulled out my hand, and a strange token appeared in my palm. Before everyone could react, my other hand reached into the divine gift map, then suddenly pulled out, and a red umbrella appeared. This is a double divine bestowal of heaven? The divine endowment officer was completely dumbfounded. It wasn't that Jiang Yan didn't have a divine gift, but the divine gift diagram was too low in quality to summon 2 divine gifts at the same time. If Jiang Yan hadn't forcefully yanked them out of the divine providence diagram, these 2 divine providences would have been swallowed. Double God bestowed. Yiran's beautiful eyes shook as she looked at this scene incredulously. Guo Chun was also shocked, but he gritted his teeth in defiance. So what if it's a double God's gift? Awakening 2 F-ranked waste heavenly objects. It's still waste. Chapter 4 SSS-class 10 Temples of Hell. Lord Divine Providence Officer. What are the qualities of the 2 divine providences that Jiang Yan has awakened? Guo Chun asked in a cold voice. The ability to become a divine providence officer was because they were all awakened to the B-class ability Eye of Insight, which was able to see through a person's class and divine providence quality at a glance. The divine provider opened his eyes of insight and first looked at the red paper umbrella in Jiang Yan's hand, his brows furrowing together. Unable to see? How could this be possible? The Eye of Insight was able to gain insight into even SSS grade divine gifts. There was only one possibility. This red paper umbrella was just an ordinary red paper umbrella. It wasn't even an E-grade heavenly artifact, directly saying that the red paper umbrella is a mortal object. I'm afraid that it will strike this little brother to death. It's better to leave some hope for him. Grade E heavenly object red paper umbrella, the divine gift officer said. Haha, as expected. A broken umbrella would be good to have an E-grade. Aya laughs me to death. Guo Chun laughed and wiped his tears straight away. Yiran was also relieved. As long as Jiang Yan's awakening wasn't a double A or double S, so that she wouldn't feel guilty about choosing Guo Chun. After all, divine gifts below S rank were completely unworthy of themselves. The divine endowment officer continued to look at the other divine endowment in Jiang Yan's hand, which was a bizarre token, and the moment he saw it, the divine endowment officer felt that his insight glance was subjected to burning. This is an SSS grade divine gift, the 10 square ghost order. The divine gift officer let out a miserable scream as the Eye of Insight on his brow cracked in pain and continued to ooze blood. With these words, Yanluo, 2 middle school fell into a death-like silence. SSS-class heavenly objects? Gosh, are they deaf to hear something so unrealistic? Well, that must be it. The divine providence officer must be crazy in talking nonsense. SSS grade heavenly object. No, it's impossible. What gives him the right to awaken an SSS rank heavenly object? That broken token of his should be E rank just like his broken umbrella. Guo Chun shouted as he broke his defense. Yiran was completely dumbfounded and couldn't believe what she heard as she murmured softly. SSS grade heavenly objects. Was one crazy? Surprisingly, he chose to break up with an SSS rank divine giver for the sake of an S rank divine giver. Jiang Yan, I was wrong. Let's stay together. Guo Chun and I were just fooling around. Yiran reached out and tried to pull Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan made a sidestep, dodging Yiran's touch. His face always bland. Yiran, you and I no longer have any connection, and now that I see you, I'll only feel nauseous. Now, it's time to clear the air. Guo Chun, I accept the deathmatch. Will you wait to die after the divine gift ceremony? Or will you die now? The voice of Jiang Yan's words was very light, as if he was talking about a trivial matter that was a family affair. Guo Chun clenched his back teeth, the bottom of his eyes covered in blood, a scarlet red. Jiang Yan, so what if you've awakened an SSS grade heavenly object? It's just a broken token. What I've awakened is the Shadowless Lance, which is the main killing weapon. Today you will die. Death struggles are the way to end problems that can no longer be resolved peacefully. Once both sides begin to fight to the death, the law will no longer be binding on them, and one side will be perfectly capable of abusing the other. Jiang Yan's awakening is really an SSS grade divine gift? It can't be that the Divine Providence officer made a mistake, right? Just now, Guo Chun and Yiran triggered heaven and earth anomalies when they awakened their S-class Divine Providence. And then look at Jiang Yan's awakening. Nothing in heaven and earth anomalies happened. We've only heard of SSS grade divine gifts. This is the first time we've seen them. Perhaps SSS grade divine gifts are the great doubt of the simple. It's normal that there are no heaven-destroying visions. The old principal fainted after learning that Jiang Yan had awakened the SSS grade divine gift. But when he heard the words deathmatch, he instantly jumped up from the ground. Deathmatch? My best student is going to fight to the death? Yeah. What are you teachers waiting for? Quickly go and stop the two of them. A deathmatch is no joke. That could really kill someone. The old principal jumped to his feet. An S-ranked divine gift and an SSS-ranked divine gift in the same school engaging in a deathmatch would be a great loss to the school no matter which side died. Even school leaders are being held accountable at the top. There's no way to stop it anymore. They've already signed the deathmatch contract and entered the deathmatch arena. A teacher said in a trembling voice. How can this be? The old principal looked like he had aged 10 years. He murmured in disbelief. I'm going to be transferred to the desert to plant trees. The students were abuzz, watching the fun. Go watch it. It's an SSS-ranked divine giver versus an S-ranked divine giver. It's the first time I've seen an SSS-ranked divine giver. Who do you guys think will win? I feel that Guo Chun has a big chance of winning. His Shadowless Lance is the main killing artifact, and that token of Jiang Yan is more of a support. Right. That what Jiang Yan awakened 10 square ghost order. Never heard of it. The Shadowless gun is a famous artifact, the last holder, but became a protectorate general. Most people felt that Guo Chun had a big chance of winning, while a few thought that Jiang Yan's SSS-ranked divine gift was even better, and that the 10 square ghost order was never unheard of. Unlike the heavenly objects of the Lord slaying and slaughtering, on the deathmatch arena, Jiang Yan's face was bland, and the corners of his mouth even rose slightly with a warm smile. Guo Chun, on the other hand, had a gloomy face, and the Shadowless gun in his hand wrapped around blue thunder, terrifying and appalling. Jiang Yan, you overpower me in everything you do. Even the girl I like was snatched away by you. Today, I need you to pay in blood. Guo Chun hissed. Strange, you don't let me do anything. Aren't you the one who is less skilled? Can you blame me for that too? Jiang Yan fiddled with the 10 square ghost order in his hand and laughed faintly. I'm also too lazy to reason with you. You don't deserve to hear it. He slowly lifted the 10 square ghost order up. The corner of his mouth curved up. The ghost order is here. The Yin soldiers obey. As his words fell, a gust of ghastly wind blew on the deathmatch arena. Countless black shadows drifted about indefinitely. Ghosts and shadows. And the crowd under the stage screamed in terror and chaos. Ghost! There are ghosts! I just saw a ghost. A girl with twisted braids curled up on the floor in fear. I rely on. What exactly is this Jiang Yan awakened? How is this? So netherworldly. Even the boys were so frightened that their lips trembled and they couldn't speak complete words. The black shadows gradually appeared in front of Jiang Yan. They wore armor and held lances and machetes in their hands. These were the Yin soldiers of the underworld. Guo Chun was also scared to death by this scene, but he gripped the Shadowless Lance in his hand tightly. His body surrounded by thunder, a bunch of shrimp soldiers and crab generals. I'll break them with one shot. 9 Heavenly Thunder Gun. This was a Xian rank lower grade martial skill he had mastered with monstrous power. And together with the Shadowless gun he was able to strike with the power of the peak of the first rank. Facing the overwhelming strike, Jiang Yan was indifferent, as if no one could make him move half a step. The 2 Yin soldiers with chains in their hands were filled with black aura, and the chains had the spirit to wrap around towards the Shadowless gun, locking it firmly in place. Damn it! No matter how much Guo Chun drew his gun, the Shadowless gun, which was entangled in the Yin soldiers' chains, couldn't move a single bit. There was no need for Jiang Yan to order and command. The rest of the Yin soldiers with swords and spears slowly approached, their stiff faces devoid of any expression, looking majestic and terrifying. Get out of the way! Guo Chun, who was an S-class divine giver anyways, injected spiritual energy into the Shadowless gun, and it burst into light, shattering the chains. Chapter 5, 100 Ghosts Carnival. Devouring Guo Chun. Quick look! Guo Chun has broken free from his chains. Jiang Yan's SSS-ranked heavenly objects are just like that. And what's with the 10 square ghost order? It's just summoning 10 in soldiers. Ha ha, that's it. Laughing one's ass off. I thought how powerful the SSS-ranked divine gift was. So this is it. Summoning 10 in soldiers. This doesn't make people laugh their asses off. The crowd under the stage laughed. They felt that Jiang Yan was dead. On the deathmatch arena, Guo Chun's hair was surrounded by lightning. His body was covered in thunder. And the shadowless gun in his hand was constantly trembling as the power of thunder was converging. This is the SSS grade 10 ghost orders? Ahahahaha. So it's just a token to summon shrimp soldiers and crab generals. Let's stop here. I'm not in the mood to play with you here. Guo Chun waved the shadowless gun in his hand. His aura suddenly changed drastically. The earth around him was shocked by the lightning and exploded inch by inch, floating in the air. With this shot, I want your life. He was as fast as he could be, transforming into a blue lightning bolt that instantly killed Jiang Yan. This shot was too fast. 10 soldiers were instantly penetrated and killed in seconds. This was the true power of the S-class celestial object shadowless gun. Jiang Yan was still standing in place, just smiling and lifting his red paper umbrella. Mirror flower water moon. In the next moment, the shadowless lance penetrated Jiang Yan's left shoulder. Guo Chun's eyes were filled with the intent of regicide, as he operated his spiritual power, causing the thunder of the shadowless lance to go berserk, blowing up the entire left shoulder of Jiang Yan that was penetrated. Boom dash. This horrifying scene made the crowd below the stage as well as the school leaders on the high platform all gape. An SSS-ranked God-giver, defeated by an S-ranked God-giver? A teacher's eyes were filled with shock as he murmured softly, "Nope. You guys look." The head instructor shouted in alarm, and at once all eyes looked to where the smoke dissipated. Guo Chun let out a mournful scream as he dropped his shadowless gun, his right hand trembling as he reached for his blasted left arm. This scene let the crowd stunned to speechless. Obviously Guo Chun a gun through Jiang Yan's shoulder. How into Guo Chun's shoulder was blown to pieces. Is this haunted? The students of the senior class said in confusion. I don't know about anything else, but it's haunted for sure. This is really haunted. On the deathmatch field, Jiang Yan slightly tilted his head and looked at the screaming Guo Chun with smiling eyes. Use his way to return the favor. This was the illusion technique that came with his red paper umbrella mirroring. To put it bluntly, it's an anti-reverse. Immune to the next damage taken and can transfer this damage to anyone. What have you done? Guo Chun was in pain with snot and tears, and his whole body was trembling. Jiang Yan didn't answer him anything, but said faintly, "Do you remember what I said?" His scarlet eyes fell on Guo Chun. Being gazed at by these scarlet pupils, Guo Chun inexplicably felt fear. The whole person trembled as if sifting chaff. What are you going to do? Jiang Yan smiled and said with a clear, unhurried bite, "To kill, one must have the awareness of being killed." Under Guo Chun's horrified gaze, Jiang Yan gently pulled out the ghost sword hidden in the red paper umbrella. The sword was scarlet all over, as if it was stained with the blood of countless sinners. As he pulled the ghost sword out, the red clothes made from countless blood gathered slowly fell on Jiang Yan, fluttering with the wind like a fairy among ghosts. This scene caused the crowd's breath to stop and their pupils to contract as they stared at the scene in bewilderment. The ghost sword and the red clothes, they were transformed from that red paper umbrella? This thing, you're telling me it's an E-class heavenly object? The Divine Providence officer was completely dumbfounded, his mouth half open. His mouth kept shivering as he tried to say 2 words, but it was as if his throat was contained by an invisible hand, and he couldn't make a sound. Then the Divine Providence officer was horrified to see that Jiang Yan smiled at him and reached out to make a shushing gesture. The Divine Providence officer's pupils contracted and his scalp tingled. That word, taboo, would be buried in his heart forever until the day he died. On the deathmatch field, Guo Chun was scared out of his wits by this scene. His entire mind went blank, and he didn't even respond to the instinct to survive. Jiang Yan, who was clad in red, once again picked up the 10 square ghost order once more. The ghost order was suspended in his palm. A flash of scarlet flashed under Jiang Yan's eyes, and his voice was gentle and elegant. The Hades Emperor is here, and Yama is listening. As his voice fell, the 10 Directions ghost order released a beam of light through the sky. In the next moment, electricity flashed and thunder roared, and dark clouds covered the area, as if the world was coming to an end. Behind Jiang Yan, an ancient existence was reviving. It was a ghost god. They were fierce and vicious, holding bizarre magic weapons in their hands. 10 halls. Yanluo. Someone recognized these 10 ghosts and gods. Trembling, their clothes soaked with cold sweat, their legs softened, and they knelt helplessly on the ground. This is horrible. This isn't real. This is definitely not real. I'm having a nightmare. I must be having a nightmare. The students who had just despised the 10 square ghost order were all pale and bloodless with fear, and all of them were shaking like chaff, trembling constantly. Yiran was completely dumbfounded in place. She froze and looked at the red-clothed teenager on the deathmatch arena, powerlessly biting her lips in remorse. Above the high platform, the old principal could not stand unsteadily and fell to the ground. His eyes were full of shock. The 10 Temples of Hades. This is the 10 Temples of Hades. The senior Class 2 teacher was first shocked. Then he smiled evilly and laughed at the shocked class teachers around him. This is my student, and I'm his benefactor. The introduction of the 10 Temples of Hades made the entire Linjiang province dull and colorless, like it was covered by an endless haze. No, don't kill me. I'm wrong. I apologize to you. I kowtow to you. Kowtow 100. Just don't kill me. Guo Chun was as humble as an ant, constantly begging to Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan was like a ghost immortal, coldly looking at Guo Chun, the corner of his mouth hooked up in an arc. His smile was gentle. Fine, I'll give you a chance to live. Really? Hearing that there was a chance to live, Guo Chun raised his head excitedly, his eyes filled with the desire for life. But Jiang Yan's next words made his face pale and desperate to the extreme. I want to know what this ghost order is capable of, so you can be my test subject, and if you survive, I'll let you go. Jiang Yan said with a smile. He ignored Guo Chun's mournful pleas for mercy as the ghost order emitted a burst of black mist and countless evil ghosts from the underworld let out creepy laughter. 100 ghosts walk at night. Killing a small person like Guo Chun didn't even require the 10 temples of hell to make a move. Jiang Yan was exploring the ability of the 10 square ghost order, and at the moment, at the top, he could only summon the remnants of the 10 temples of Yama, not the real 10 temples of Yama descending. The 100 ghost Sanin soldiers were physically summoned, and only needed Jiang Yan to hold the 10 directions ghost order and slightly inject spiritual power to psychicize them from the underworld to the blue planet. The moment he obtained the 10 directions ghost order, countless information surged through his mind. The holder of the 10 ghost orders is the master of the 9 underworlds. From the 9 underworlds down to the underworld, they are all under the control of the 9 underworld emperor. The 10 temples of hell and the 5 ghost emperors are all honored by him. Jiang Yan elegantly snapped his fingers. 100 ghosts, enjoy your dinner. If one living person is not enough to stuff your teeth, go and eat all the sinful people in this city. The next moment, 100 ghosts went wild. They were like hurricanes surrounding the pale Guo Chun. No matter how miserable and desperate his screams were, they were useless. The 100 ghosts dispersed and flew all over Linjiang province, greedily searching for people who were tainted with sins. And Guo Chun, who was eaten up by 100 ghosts, was left with a pile of white bones and no flesh and blood left. Chapter 6 Contracting Nightly Ghosts and Torturing Sinners. Jiang Yan, what did you do? Yiran's pupils contracted and asked tremblingly. Jiang Yan cast a faintly sidelong glance at her and said casually, murder. In the arena of death, the deed is done, and there is no guilt in murder. At this time, the sky-littering ghosts had already flown to all parts of Linjiang province, leaving only 10 ghost gods to stand guard behind Jiang Yan, silently emitting pressure and making the crowd not dare to breathe heavily. In the next moment, the 10 ghost gods transformed into green smoke and returned to the 10 ghost orders. With my current spiritual power, I can only barely make the remnants of the 10 temples of hell descend for 5 breaths. Those 5 breaths were already enough for him to cross over and kill someone. He had only just awakened into the rank now, and was only a famous first order, first heavy divine giver. If he were to sacrifice the remnants of the 10 temples of Hades, he would be able to completely obliterate a second order divine giver. As the 10 temples of Yama dissipated, Jiang Yan took the ghost sword back into the umbrella sheath, and his red clothes drifted away like smoke, resurfacing as a red umbrella. Jiang Yan ignored the death-like silence of the crowd and leisurely left Linjiang No. 2 middle school with a red paper umbrella. Only when Jiang Yan's figure completely disappeared did the clamor come from the originally death-like silence of the crowd. Holy, killed someone. Jiang Yan he killed Guo Chun. Guo Chun deserved to die. He was the one who initiated the death match. There's no one else to blame for his death. It's useless even if he's a member of the Guo family. Who wouldn't dare to mess with an SSS-ranked divine giver? I feel that Jiang Yan is so handsome and elegant when he killed Guo Chun. He didn't seem to put up a fight at all, like a monarch who only needed to order his soldiers and generals to kill the enemy for him. It's still Jiang Yan. It's true that he's someone else's child, without a sound. He's amazing, directly awakening the SSS grade divine gift, slapping all of us in the face. After this day, Jiang Yan completely became a legendary figure in Linjiang No. 2 middle school, and became the god of Jiang that everyone admired and worshipped. Quite a few people started to show Jiang Yan's nemesis Zhou Pang. Brother Pang, I'm Wang Shuixin from class 5. Don't you remember me? I lent you a pen during the exams before. Oh, it's you. Zhou Pang was a bit impressed. A rich second-generation man directly squeezed past. A smile piled on his face as he sent the gene potion in his hand towards Zhou Peng's arms. Brother Peng, my name is Zhao Bin. All brothers, just mention my name a few times in front of Brother Jiang in the future. Get lost. You're not good enough to be related to Brother Peng? Brother Peng, this is my family's Shen level martial arts skill. Can you take a look at it? Looking at these people who climbed the relationship to show their goodwill, Zhou Peng proudly stood up his chest. Following Jiang to mix is to have a face. On the contrary, Yiran, this Jiang Yan's ex-girlfriend, was drowned by no size and coldness. TSK, this Yiran is really a snob. Guo Chun didn't just awaken the S-class divine gift, so she licked her face and chose Guo Chun, not realizing that Jiang Yan is the real heavenly pride. Isn't this quite good? Letting our Jiangshan see this woman's true colors, and we'll have a chance to pursue Jiangshan. The girls said one thing to each other. Hearing these words, Yiran trembled. No, Jiang Yan is mine. You are not worthy. All of you are unworthy. Although at first it was himself who chased Jiang Yan, and the two together were also using each other, but in the final analysis, they were still together for 2 years, and Jiang Yan must have had feelings for her. Yes, Jiang Yan must have had feelings for me or he wouldn't have stayed with me for 2 years. It must be so. She was going to go find Jiang Yan, admit her mistake to him, and get back together. The reason she sided with Guo Chun at that time was only because she was compelled by him. Jiang Yan, in the entire Linjiang province, only I, Yiran, can match you. With a smile on her face, she chased after Jiang Yan in the direction he left. On top of the high platform, Zhang Xiaoshang, the teacher of the second senior class, smiled and looked at the dumbfounded old principal with an expression full of pride. Principal, Jiang Yan is a student of my class. Oh. It took the old principal a long time to catch his breath as he looked at Zhang Xiaoshang and smiled. Your teacher Zhang Xiaoshang, aren't you? It's me. Zhang Xiaoshang's face was filled with pride. The old principal smiled and patted Zhang Xiaoshang's shoulder. To be able to teach such a good child, your ability should not be underestimated. When I transfer to the imperial capital, this Linjiang second middle school vacant principal position well. Understanding the meaning of the old principal's words, Zhang Xiaoshang almost jumped up in excitement. This scene made the other teachers in the senior class so envious that they said jealously, how good it would be if Jiang Yan was a student in our class. At this time in Linjiang province, there have been no less than hundreds of strange deaths. The deaths are very miserable. Some were bitten off the neck. Some were eaten eyeballs. Jiang Yan came to a dark alley and looked at the man curled up in the corner, his throat seeping blood as he let out a weak whimper. Save me. The man held out his hand to Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan was impassive. With a smile on his face, I recognize you. You're the Wang Junwei who abused and killed innocent children. And you should have been sentenced to death. But your family used their connections to forge a certificate of mental illness. And you were found not guilty. He slowly squatted down and smiled at Wang Junwei, who didn't have a single piece of good meat on his body and was eaten down to his skeleton. Do you know who the stern ghost is that gnawed on your flesh and blood? The smile on Jiang Yan's face disappeared. His eyes were shadowy and terrifying. It was the 5 innocent children who were brutally killed by you. Now, it will be these 5 children that will send you to the infernal purgatory. As Jiang Yan's ice-cold voice fell, the 5 ghostly shadows once again drilled into the dying Wang Junwei's body, gnawing his heart a little bit. After a few moments, Wang Junwei was completely lifeless. The 5 ghostly shadows, their grievances gone, knelt down to Jiang Yan and kowtowed with tears of blood. The justice that I failed to return to you on earth, I have now made up for it, and from this moment onwards, you will be at my disposal for all eternity. Jiang Yan said as he looked at the 5 childish stern ghosts. The 5 childish stern ghosts nodded their heads obediently and returned to the 10 square ghost order tied around Jiang Yan's waist. Jiang Yan had released 100 of stern ghosts and told them to go to Linjiang province to eat the sinful people. In fact, it was to let the stern ghosts with unresolved grievances settle the blood grudges on the earth. It's only right to kill to pay for what you've done. However, some murderers are still alive on earth. So Jiang Yan releases his ghosts to avenge the deaths of the guilty by torturing them with their own hands. This was Jiang Yan's contract with them, so that the Li ghosts would willingly use them for him. Then the next step is to also give my men the motivation to be fighters. Don't have no power to fight after a great revenge. Jiang Yan didn't want to indenture a bunch of wasteful knights. Jiang Yan snapped his fingers. Impermanent envoy. Detain Wang Junwei's soul over to me and hand his soul over to those 5 still used stern ghosts, so that they can torture him at will. Yes, master. A sorrowful voice rang out of thin air. A ghastly wind blew by, and the black and white irregulars manifested beside Jiang Yan. They held the soul hooking lock and hooked the soul of Wang Junwei, who was constantly trying to escape. Spare me. Don't give me to those 5 little people. Please. I've already been killed by those 5 little people. I don't owe them anything anymore. Wang Junwei's soul screamed miserably. Jiang Yan turned a deaf ear. Debts in life are paid after death. The debt you owe? I'm afraid that you have to repay it for 5,000 years. Which means that your soul will be tortured for 5,000 years by those 5 poor children. Jiang Yan cocked his head and laughed lightly. Looking at Jiang Yan's handsome jade-like face, Wang Junwei, however, felt boundless horror and despair, and his screams were miserable. No. 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 Chapter 7, The Heavenly Underworld Martial Arts Center. Walking out of the gloomy alley, hundreds of stern ghosts had already finished avenging their revenge in life and submitted to Jiang Yan, flying into the 10 ghost orders. Jiang Yan. Just then, a pleasant voice rang out. Yiran clutched the edge of her skirt tightly, carefully approaching Jiang Yan, with tears in her eyes. Choo, Jiang Yan. I really know it's wrong. You forgive me. Fine, I forgive you. Jiang Yan smiled faintly. Really? Yi still did not expect Jiang Yan to forgive her so easily. Sure enough, Jiang Yan still likes himself. Then, we're still a couple, right? Yiran had a shy smile on her face. Jiang Yan smiled blandly. I told you, you and I won't have any more encounters. The reason why I forgave you is because I didn't put you in my heart. Jiang Yan, how can you say such words? We were together for 2 years. I have given my most precious 2 years of youth to you. It's just a matter of each taking what they need. Jiang Yan was too lazy to talk nonsense with her, ignoring Yiran and about to leave. But Yiran pulled her back and pestered her. I don't want you to go. Jiang Yan's brows furrowed slightly as he narrowed his eyes, his scarlet pupils exuding a dangerous aura. He hated being pestered the most. Get lost. Yiran was so frightened by Jiang Yan's eyes that she didn't dare to breathe. Those eyes, as if she was looking at a dead person. But whenever she pestered him again, Jiang Yan would not hesitate to wipe her out. That look, it's horrible. It wasn't until Jiang Yan's back disappeared that Yiran felt better and was able to catch her breath slightly. She looked at the direction Jiang Yan left, her cheeks colored red, handsome and powerful. Jiang Yan, Yiran, identify you. She was an S-class divine giver. And now that Guo Chun, who was also an S-class divine giver, had died. She was the only S-class divine giver left in the entire Linjiang province. Jiang Yan, only I am worthy of you. Yiran looked like she saw the near future, a mesmerizing smile on her face. Not long after leaving the alley, Jiang Yan received a call from his homeroom teacher, Zhang Xiaoshang. Zhang Xiaoshang's voice was refreshing. Jiang Yan, Master really didn't misjudge you. You are the heavenly pride of heavenly prides, a demon among demons. Get to the point. Jiang Yan and Zhang Xiaoshang were on good terms, so they never used honorifics in their conversations and were too lazy to talk more nonsense. Oops. The point is that I'm about to become the principal of Linjiang No. 2 Middle School. I'm hanging up. Jiang Yan knew that none of this was the point. This Zhang Xiaoshang guy had too much nonsense. Zhang Xiaoshang instantly panicked. Don't hang up. I'll get to the point. Cough cough. He cleared his throat and said with a smile, you already have the qualifications to be guaranteed admission to Budo University. How about it? Surprised? Surprised or not? Expected. A genius among geniuses like me. It's hard to say no without bailing out. Jiang Yan smiled faintly. It's impossible to talk this day. Oh yeah, there's another important thing. Zhang Xiaoshang said. You know about the matter of human society mixing with the foreign races, right? I saw it on the news. Human cities have been infiltrated by foreigners, and the future of the human race is at stake in this matter. Not bad, because the foreign races are mixing in and trying to wipe out my human race's heavenly pride from the shadows, diminishing the human race's future battle power. And since you're an SSS ranked divine giver, they're definitely going to be on you, so you have to be careful. Zhang Xiaoshang said solemnly. It was natural for the Fae to blend into human society in order to kill those potential S-class and above God gifted to prevent the rise of the human race. S is the foreigner hunting object. Jiang Yan is SSS level, is more directly become the target of the foreigner must kill. Linjiang Second Middle School would declare to the public that a student had awakened the SSS grade divine gift, which would naturally attract the attention of the Fae. Alright, I'll pay attention. Jiang Yan nodded lightly. He understood all of this. One thing is troubling though. As he walked in human society as an SSS-ranked God-giver, in addition to provoking the foreigners to hunt him down, there would be some ungrateful guys looking for trouble. For example, those heavens pride from all over the world who don't know what they're doing. What? You're an SSS-class divine giver. Come fight me. Then there's certain Muqiang women. What? You're actually a legendary SSS-ranked God-giver. I want to be with you. Hey, it's kind of annoying to have too high a divine gift level. However, even if there really were foreign races and ungrateful heavenly prides looking for trouble from him, he wouldn't be afraid in the slightest, because in addition to the SSS rank 10 ghost orders, he also has another unknown undercard. Only Jiang Yan and that divine providence officer knew that the true quality of the paper umbrella in his hand was not rank, but forbidden, an existence above the SSS level. Having already subdued 100 ghosts, there's nothing important at the moment. So let's find a martial arts dojo to raise your class. Jiang Yan found a martial arts dojo. The Heavenly Underworld Martial Arts Dojo, one of the 5 major martial arts dojos in Linjiang Province, was founded by Zhang Shanhai, a 6th-order martial sage and Class A divine giver. Martial artists are categorized into 9 orders, which are martial artist, martial master, martial sovereign, martial king, martial honor, martial saint, martial emperor, martial god. Each stage has 10 sub-realms, and the peak of the 10 realms will be able to break through the realm and ascend to the next stage. Zhang Shanhai of the Heavenly Underworld Martial Dojo was a 6th-order triple-stage martial saint-level powerhouse, a 6th-order martial saint, ranked in the entire Linjiang province. Let's go with this Heavenly Underworld Martial Arts Hall, and find an enlightenment room to absorb the aura. There was no other reason for choosing the Heavenly Underworld Martial Arts Center. It was close to home. Jiang Yan had just stepped into the door of the Heavenly Underworld Martial Arts Hall, when a tall woman dressed in elegant clothes came over with a smile. Little brother, do you want to go to the actual combat room or the enlightenment room? The enlightenment room. Jiang Yan laughed. What a handsome little brother, ah. Let's sister hug. Give you 50% discount. Oh, the tall woman laughed. Jiang Yan's expression suddenly became serious. There's this good thing. Ha ha, teasing little brother you. No need to be so scared. Little brother, you are a high school student. Right. Our pavilion owner said that all high school students are 50% off. The tall woman's eyebrows contained a smile. I'm not a high school student. It's better to hug me, or else I'll be ashamed of this 50% discount. Jiang Yan looked serious, not like he was joking. Ha ha. Little brother is really good at joking. This is your token. The enlightenment room is on the 2nd floor. Oh. The tall woman smiled awkwardly. Receiving the token, Jiang Yan straight shook his head. Shame on you. Shame on you. Looking at Jiang Yan's figure as he entered the elevator, the tall woman tugged at the corner of her mouth. High school students nowadays, they're not cute at all. Well, wait a minute. What was the number of the token he just took for himself? Looks like number 001. Crap. The 001 Tomo room is exclusive to that person. Oops. This brain of mine. It's definitely too late to go upstairs and stop him now. So I can only pray that that person isn't in there. At this time, Jiang Yan had already gone up to the 2nd floor. Looking at the room number on the token, no. 001. Oh, found it. How is the door of this room a black and gold color? VIP special? Is this the same perk that the Tenmei Budokan gives to high school students? Forget it, no matter that much. It's most important to feel the aura first in the enlightenment room. Chapter 8 Iceberg Goddess White Falling Snow. The token swiped the card. Successfully authorized. And the door to the 001 enlightenment room opened automatically. When he walked into the Tongi room, Jiang Yan felt the majestic aura. The core of the Tongi room was the spirit gathering stone, which was able to gather the blue star's thin aura. When he walked into the Tomo room, Jiang Yan felt that the air was densely filled with abundant spiritual qi, which was no longer something that ordinary spirit-gathering stones could do. It should be a spirit-gathering crystal. Jiang Yan had felt the efficacy of the spirit-gathering crystals in Linjiang No, 2 middle school's enlightenment room, and it was completely unable to reach the purity of this enlightenment room. Jiang Yan was just about to sense the aura when he suddenly saw a subtle change coming from the chair on the floor-to-ceiling window. There's someone in the chair. Jiang Yan frowned slightly. In order to ensure the purity of the aura, the enlightenment room was usually for single-person use only. In the case at hand, he is perfectly capable of claiming damages. The chair was still swaying slightly, and you could tell the person in it was trying to hide himself. Could it be stowaways? The spending on the enlightenment room was too expensive, so there were many divine gifted who would sneak into the unoccupied enlightenment room to practice. Jiang Yan slowly walked over and turned the boss chair with its back to him upright with one hand. The next moment, he saw the woman of angelic beauty. Standing and squatting on the chair was an attractive young girl with silver white hair and blue pupils, her white hair hanging down on the chair and her blue pupils flashing with a touch of panic. At the moment he saw the woman, Jiang Yan was briefly disoriented and quickly came back to his senses. I recognize you. You are Linjiang No, 1 middle school S by Li Xue? The white-haired woman's eyes trembled slightly. Then she nodded gently, her voice cold. It's me. To ask why Jiang Yan from Linjiang 2nd middle school would recognize Bai Lixue from 1st middle school. Hey, then we have to mention Zhou Peng. This bird, croaking in his ear all day long. Brother Jiang, do you know White Lock Shui from the 1st middle school? Brother Jiang, 40 middle schools in Linjiang province are choosing the most beautiful school beauty in the forum, and Bai Luexu is at the top of the list. crushing our second middle school beauty by more than 1,000 votes. Brother Jiang. By Li Xue, she is the eldest Miss Bai. Brother Jiang. I have a destiny with Bai Li Xue. I keep dreaming about her lately. Brother Jiang. I've heard that Bai Li Xue has awakened the SSS Great Divine Gift. Jiang Yan hurriedly shook his head, shaking off all of Zhou Peng's words echoing in his head. He didn't care if Bai Luo Xue was the schoolflower or not, nor did he care if she was an SSS-ranked divine giver. He was now going to whisk Bai Luo Xue out of the room and absorb the aura here. Looking at the stunningly beautiful young lady on the chair, Jiang Yan asked, "Why are you here?" Cultivation Ah. In response to Jiang Yan's question, Bai Li Xue cocked her head in puzzlement. Jiang Yan took out token 001. This is the room I've set as the room of enlightenment. Confusion was written all over Bai Luo Xue's face as she frowned and cocked her head. I don't understand what you're talking about. Jiang Yan wanted to say something else, but Bai Li Xue coldly said, "Sit as you like, but don't disturb my cultivation." Jiang Yan was dumbfounded. This was the room he had set for his enlightenment. However, looking at Bai Li Xue's dumbfounded appearance, Jiang Yan was also too lazy to talk to her. He walked to Bai Li Xue's other side and sat down, closed his eyes and began to sense the rich aura. The higher the quality of the awakened divine gift, the more powerful the absorption of aura would be. Jiang Yan had an SSS grade divine gift, and was even a forbidden divine giver. The speed of absorbing aura could be described as terrifying, and the aura of the entire enlightenment room was pouring into him. Not a moment's effort later, Bai Li Xue, who had originally cultivated with her eyes closed, opened her eyes, and those peach blossom eyes looked at Jiang Yan with dissatisfaction. She puffed out her mouth, closed her eyes again, and began to compete with Jiang Yan for aura. Jiang Yan, who was feeling the aura, suddenly noticed that the aura surrounding his body was fading, and realizing that it was Bai Li Xue who was competing with him for the aura, he suddenly stirred up his fighting spirit. Fine, then let's see who can absorb the aura better. Jiang Yan sacrificed the 10 square ghost order, and for a moment, the aura of the entire heavenly underworld martial arts dojo was pouring into him. Holy, how come there's suddenly no more aura? It's really haunted. I ordered a gold level membership. The divine gifters on the second floor complained. A funding member sighed. Gold level is nothing. Look at the end of the second floor. That's the black gold tongue enlightenment room. The entire aura of the heavenly underworld martial arts hall is converging there. Black gold. Gold member was dumbfounded. Could it be that the one is here? Who else could be the person who could make the heavenly underworld martial arts hall headquarters specialize in building a black gold enlightenment room besides that person? The purple and gold member shook his head and laughed. The rest of the members all kept their mouths shut. If it was really the one in the black gold enlightenment room who was able to absorb the aura of the entire heavenly underworld martial arts dojo, it seemed normal. After all, the one in the black and gold room of enlightenment was an SSS-ranked god-giver. At this time on the first floor, the tall woman who gave Jiang Yan her card suddenly stood up. This horrible aura absorption. That one is really in the black gold enlightenment room. I even put that little handsome guy in there. Inside the black gold enlightenment chamber, Bai Li Xue opened her beautiful eyes and looked at Jiang Yan, who was not far away, in surprise. Surprisingly, it's also SSS rank. A strange color flashed in Bai Li Xue's eyes. Mother was right. I'm not alone. She slowly stood up and walked out of the black gold enlightenment chamber, leaving the black gold enlightenment chamber to Jiang Yan alone. When the members saw Bai Li Xue walk out of the black gold enlightenment chamber, but the terrifying aura absorption hadn't stopped, everyone was confused. What's going on here? How come the aura is still being absorbed when the main body has already walked out of the enlightenment room? At this time, the tall woman had already run up in a hurry, and she was completely dumbfounded when she saw Bai Li Xue, and then looked in a daze at the black and gold Tongyong comprehension chamber that was still absorbing aura. Duh, my lord, the one inside the black gold enlightenment chamber is not you? Cold sweat broke out on the tall woman's forehead. The corners of Bai Li Xue's mouth rose slightly. Sister Wa, the black gold card you gave him by mistake can be gifted to him for me. He can use the same black gold enlightenment room as me. Jiang He half opened his mouth in surprise. Then, what kind of monster is that little brother? After Bai Li Xue left and another 2 hours passed, Jiang Yan opened his eyes and realized that he had already broken through to the third level of the first rank, and the corner of his mouth curled up into a smile. He looked around and found no sign of Bai Li Xue, realizing that she had already left. Jiang Yan didn't care and stretched. I guess the aura couldn't snatch me and made someone change the Tongyi room. He stepped out of the enlightenment room and realized that quite a few people were staring at him with ghost-like gazes, causing Jiang Yan to feel uncomfortable. Could it be that I'm too handsome? Why are they all looking at me? Arriving at the first floor and walking to the front desk, Jiang Yan was just about to return the card for the Tomo room to the tall woman. Jiang He snapped his head up and clutched Jiang Yan's hand. Little brother. No. Little handsome. This black gold card is for you. From now on, you can come as you please and get 0% discount. Holy, what's going on here? Is this woman crazy? Didn't the high school student say 50% off? Why is it suddenly 0% off? You don't really fancy me, do you? Let's put it here first. I'm not selling my body. Jiang He looked at Jiang Yan as if he was looking at a rare treasure. Little handsome boy. Oh no. Mr. Jiang, if you become a son-in-law of the Bai family in the future, don't forget my sister. Mr. Jiang, the Bai family's son-in-law? What's this all about? Chapter 9 Suppressing the Golden Seed. A benefit given for nothing. Don't want it for nothing. Jiang Yan gladly accepted the black gold card, finished organizing his attire, and leisurely walked out of the door of the heavenly underworld martial arts hall. Golem dash. Jiang Yan lowered his head and rubbed his stomach, fainting and reprimanding. I know you're hungry, but have some eyesight. Okay, can't you wait until there's no one nearby before you grunt? The people around looked at Jiang Yan with the eyes of a psychopath, and there were a few girls who were amused by Jiang Yan's sardonic humor, playfully undermining each other. Ping, that's your husband. My husband is my husband. Rather, it's you guys who can't find a date in this life. Oh. Wang Ping laughed playfully, looking at a few girls giggling away. Jiang Yan shrugged his shoulders. A boy as handsome and funny as me really can't avoid being teased by girls. He went to a beef ramen restaurant and skillfully ordered a ramen set meal as he entered. It didn't take long for a girl to come over with a tray. Your ramen set is here. Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan raised his eyes to see. It is Lin Xiaoxiao of Linjiang No. 1 middle school. Yiran's good girlfriend. The two are not in a high school, but they are good friends from childhood without words. Kind of craving your family's beef noodles. Jiang Yan enjoyed coming to this beef restaurant to eat. It was only yesterday that our school performed the divine gift ceremony, so it should be your turn in the second grade today. Lin Xiaoxiao sat on the chair and asked excitedly. Look at you. The second middle school divine gift awakening is over. How is it? Quickly tell me what level you and Yiran both awakened to. Yiran is an S. I'm just an E. Jiang Yan shivered his face and said with a smile. Holy, Yiran is actually S-ranked. It's unbelievable. But Jiang Yan, your awakening to E rank is a bit of a surprise to me. Making fun of me, right? Lin Xiaoxiao surveyed Jiang Yan with suspicious eyes. What am I lying to you for? Jiang Yan laughed lightly and offered the red paper umbrella, casually placing it on the dining table. See for yourself. It's just an ordinary rain-blocking oil paper umbrella. Lin Xiaoxiao flipped the red paper umbrellas from side to side and whispered. It's really just awakened E rank. But it's okay. You have such an excellent girlfriend as Yiran. It's okay to awaken E rank yourself. Lin Xiaoxiao propped up her head and laughed. Jiang Yan smiled and shook his head, telling Lin Xiaoxiao the news that he had broken up with Yiran. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaoxiao was filled with shock. What? You and Yiran broke up? What's going on? Why did you break up? Aren't you guys in a good relationship? Yiran, she awakened the S-rank divine gift and deserves someone better. I'm only E rank. I don't deserve her. So I broke up. Jiang Yan was unconcerned, looking at Jiang Yan indifferently eating beef ramen. Lin Xiaoxiao hurriedly moved the ramen away. You don't eat it. What's going on? As Yiran's best friend, Lin Xiaoxiao glared at Jiang Yan with some complaints. It must be Yiran who brought up the breakup. I know how she is, and Yiran is a bit of a snob, but can't you try to win her back? Besides, Yiran is an S-class divine giver. What's wrong with being proud? Even if you want to save face again, you should pull down your face and beg her to get back together. Pulling down my face and begging for something like getting back together doesn't fit my style. Jiang Yan laughed. Lin Xiaoxiao looked at Jiang Yan with a disgusted look. You are an E-class god-giver, the lowest level of society. If you don't firmly grasp the big fish of Yiran, there is no possibility of turning over in this life. Then it's fine not to roll over and be a salted fish. Jiang Yan shivered another mouthful of ramen. That's the flavor. Lin Xiaoxiao's ramen store was too much for his liking. A big bowl of beef ramen. Another customer walked into the restaurant. Okay. Lin Xiaoxiao hurriedly got up, turned her head and glared at Jiang Yan again. I'll turn around and ask Yiran what's going on. Jiang Yan shrugged his shoulders and continued to bury his head in the noodles, and peeled a garlic. As the saying goes, if you don't eat garlic, the flavor is less than half. Just as Jiang Yan finished peeling the garlic, there was a sudden scream from outside the ramen store. Fey beasts. There is a foreign beast. Run. What? Foreign beasts. The uncle who just came from work to eat noodles was so scared that he clutched his briefcase tightly and directly drilled under the table. It's really getting more and more frequent lately. Jiang Yan bit into a mouthful of garlic and shivered a mouthful of noodles. Always calm, the King Mountain ruins are about to open, and some of the Beast Kings are suspected of not being able to stand it. There is a famous mountain in Jiangchang, Linjiang Province, Guan Mountain. In recent days it was suspected that a relic was going to be revealed in the ancient King Mountain, and those third-ranked beast kings came to the ancient King Mountain early, expelling the ordinary foreign beasts of the ancient King Mountain from it. These banished fae then appear in human cities, causing panic and harm. Boom dash! There was a loud roar as the beast crashed through the door of the ramen store and let out a hiss. Yellow, golden lion. Lin Xiaoxiao's face turned pale in fear. A few diners were even directly paralyzed with fear, their bodies trembling. Golden lions were not ordinary exotic beasts. They had a noble bloodline with golden blood, infested in the ancient King Mountain, and were located in the strongest ranks of ordinary exotic beasts. The strength of such a foreign beast, even if it was only of the first rank, far exceeded that of a second-ranked divine provider. The golden lion in front of him, with a golden tail with 7 lines according to the complete book of Fey Beasts. This golden lion was at the 7th level of the first rank. Roar dash! Looking at the humans trembling around him, the golden lion seemed to feel great satisfaction. Rustling dash! Inside the ramen store where a needle could be heard, the sound of shivering ramen was extremely clear, reaching everyone's ears, as well as the ears of the golden lion. Lin Xiaoxiao covered her mouth, her pupils contracted violently, and she saw Jiang Yan sucking ramen leisurely, like nothing. The image was so beautiful that it made her wonder a little if she was blind. Jiang Yan, is he crazy? He is standing in front of a juvenile golden lion. Even though it was a juvenile, it was not something a normal person could deal with. The golden lion stared coldly at Jiang Yan, who was burying his head in dry food, as if it felt that its majesty had been insulted. It roared at Jiang Yan. Roar dash! The terrifying air wave blew over all the tables and chairs, and Jiang Yan's hair was also blown out of shape. Jiang Yan wiped his face. Can you stop interrupting your father's meal? He sniffed the hand wiping his face and gave a disgusted expression. Why is there still bad breath? The crowd at the ramen store were all dumbfounded. Is this guy crazy? Lin Xiaoxiao lost her voice and shouted. Jiang Yan, be careful. Roar! The golden lion let out a roar as it opened its bloody mouth and fiercely bit at Jiang Yan's head. The scene was so horrifying that everyone closed their eyes in fear. When they opened their eyes again, they saw that Jiang Yan was still standing intact, only to see him holding open a red umbrella against the rampaging golden lion. Jiang Yan. Lin Xiaoxiao was lost in thought as she looked at this scene. That was a golden lion with a noble bloodline, but it was even held against the umbrella, not daring to move a single bit. This is still normal if it is resisted by the sword and gun and dare not move. But that is an umbrella. Jiang Yan just put away the umbrella. That golden lion suddenly became ruthless and pounced on Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan casually took the umbrella handle to block it, gently raised his hand, and the golden lion was overturned on the ground. Not waiting for the golden lion to get up from the ground, Jiang Yan elegantly kicked back, directly kicking the wailing golden lion out of the ramen store. Jiang Yan turned the red umbrella in his hand and smiled as he handed the silly Lin Xiaoxiao 10 pieces of noodle money. The flavor is good. Next time put more meat for me. Lin Xiaoxiao looked blankly at the money in her hand, and then at the figure that leisurely walked out of the ramen store, confusion and shock flashing in her eyes. Did you tell her that the red umbrella is an E-class divine gift? That's a golden lion with a noble bloodline. One claw hadn't even scratched the skin of the red paper umbrella. Beasts also have a bloodline of high and low, said the golden lion's bloodline. Then the human god gave words. That is A-class bloodline. Jiang Yan. Lin Xiaoxiao's eyes flashed with admiration that even she didn't notice. Chapter 10, Ghost Martial Solution and Soul Devouring Poem. Jiang Yan stepped on the golden lion's head with one foot, a smile in his eyes. Turn into the sustenance of 100 ghosts. As his voice fell, black mist surrounded his body, and the golden lion seemed to feel boundless horror as his pupils suddenly contracted to the size of a needle's eye. The streets of Anshuan were heavily haunted, and soon the golden lion was eaten up. Jiang Yan had a smile at the corner of his mouth. After devouring the golden lion, his mastery of the 10-square ghost order deepened, and he was able to see the space inside the 10-square ghost order. In that eerie space, dusty ancient books shrouded in ghostly aura. It's worthy of being an SSS-grade heavenly gift. There are quite a few functions that can be developed. Jiang Yan closed his eyes and used his divine sense to explore the contents of the ancient book, but he could only explore the contents of a few of the pages. By utilizing the 10 directions ghost order to devour living creatures, you will be able to unlock the rest of the contents. Jiang Yan understood the way to unseal ancient books. He patiently delved into the first few pages of the ancient book, which had 2 martial arts techniques engraved on it. Soul Devouring Palm. By utilizing ghost chi and blood chi to the extreme, a random palm can knock a person's soul out of their body, or even destroy their soul with a single palm. Ghost Wu Solution. Unseal the 100 ghosts. The 100 ghosts will be transformed into all kinds of blades. Ghost Wu strength affected by the 100 ghosts grade. Yanluo can be transformed into ghosts and gods of the true martial arts. Just worrying about not having any martial arts. This sends to It's simply like sending a pillow when you're sleepy. Jiang Yan was so happy that he drilled several times according to the records in the ancient book of Ghost Order. His mastery of the soul-devouring palm was frighteningly fast, and the level of mastery of martial arts was categorized into first glimpse, proficiency, consummation, subtle, and attainment. Jiang Yan had only tried practicing a few times before he had mastered the soul-devouring palm to perfection. He tried summoning 100 ghosts again, and with a thought, 3 of the stern ghosts transformed into swords, knives, and halberds, each ghostly weapon entwined with an eerie ghostly aura and floating in midair. As Jiang Yan's divine sense maneuvered, he felt more and more that this ghost martial solution was powerful. It was completely an enhanced version of the art of warding things. The sentinel art was very consuming of mental energy, and often, when a third-order martial zone utilized the sentinel, he could only manipulate no more than 5 blades at the same time. Jiang Yan's ghost martial solution was different. Even if he transformed all of the 100 ghosts into ghost martial arts, he could still manipulate the 100 blades as he wished without consuming his mental energy in the slightest. The Imperial World Record was set by an 8th-ranked martial emperor maneuvering a million flying swords at the same time. Jiang Yan was confident that he could easily break this record because he didn't know how many of the 100 ghosts in his 10-square ghost order. Where are the Fae? Traces of the Fae rampage have been found on Anshuan Street. No Fae figures have been detected for the time being. The town guard team specializing in demon removal arrived. They searched around vigilantly and did not find the beast. The golden lion reported by the crowd was as if it had evaporated from the earth. Little brother, have you seen which direction the golden lion ran in? Lu Qingmeng, the leader of the town guard team wearing energy suits, inquired to Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan dissipated his ghostly martial arts early on. He shrugged his shoulders and put on an innocent look. No, I just happened to pass by here. I heard someone shouting that there was a foreign beast, so I looked for a place to hide. I didn't see any golden lions. Lu Qingming's beautiful eyes frowned slightly. That's strange. The golden lion's blood stopped at this place. I'm a bit scared. Can I go now? Jiang Yan put on an expression of fear for the golden lion. He didn't really want the town guards to know that he had killed the golden lion. Lu Qingming came back to her senses at this time. She smiled at Jiang Yan and said, "Do you need me to send someone to escort you home? The golden lion has not been suppressed, and there will be danger on the road at any time." No. The golden lion doesn't know my way home. Jiang Yan waved his hand repeatedly. As Jiang Yan walked away, Lu Qingming continued to question the nearby passers-by until a middle-aged man with a disheveled head and dull gaze appeared. "Uncle, you know which direction the golden lion ran in? Great, just as long as it didn't disappear into thin air." The town guard team members were beaming. Social animal uncle face pale. He saw Jiang Yan summon 100 ghosts while golden lion a little bit swallowed. That teenager, was he the one who killed the golden lion? Uncle social animal shivered. That scene of the 100 ghosts eating the golden lion made his heart tremble and his soul was in shock. Teenagers? You mean that harmless high school student from earlier? Lu Qingming asked with a puzzled frown. It's him. He can control ghosts. The social animal uncle said in a trembling voice. Uncle, don't joke. That's a golden lion. The golden species of ancient King Mountain. With an A-class bloodline. How could it be killed by a high school student? The town guard team members were obviously not convinced. Lu Qingming was also half convinced. Uncle, you should be frightened. We will send someone to escort you home safely. It's true. I saw it too. Right at this moment, Lin Xiaoxiao also walked out. She looked towards the stunned Lu Qingming and said with certainty, the golden lion. It was killed by him. The entire town guard was shocked by this statement. Holy, no way. That high school student wearing Lin Jiang 2 middle school's uniform killed a golden lion. What's that? A Class A divine giver? No. Lin Xiaoxiao's eyes are filled with yearning and unspoken sentiments. He is only E-level. Jiang Yan, who had returned home, did not know that this news that he had wanted to hide the execution of the golden lion was still being circulated. It was widely circulated among the various town guards. Have you heard? A golden lion appeared on Anshuan Street, and before the town guards could arrive, they were decapitated by a high school student. There's no flesh and blood left. I know. Rumor has it that high school student was able to control ghosts. He was letting the stern ghosts devour that golden lion alive. Asterisk. So powerful? To be able to control ghosts, one should be a famous summoner. The most powerful summoner I've heard of before is only summoning the Green Inferno Dragon. Summoning severe ghosts is too much of a ripoff. That's because you haven't seen the strongest summoner. The strongest summoner of Manhwa once summoned 100,000 terracotta warriors alone in a crusade against the foreigners, and made a great achievement. I know the person you're talking about. It's the supreme being who awakened the SS grade heavenly object Qin Wang order 10 years ago, right? He's now a high-ranking member of the imperial capital. He's powerful. I'm afraid that high school teenager we're talking about has only awakened an A-rank summon, but it's far from being able to compare it to the Qin King's order. Early the next morning, Jiang Yan went to school early, and just as he walked into the school, there were countless lines of sight locked onto his body. Jiang Yan slightly raised his eyebrows. Could it be that I'm extraordinarily handsome and compelling today, making the entire school salivate? Brother Jiang, you're finally here. Just then, Zhou Peng ran over. Brother Jiang, I'm telling you, Yiran, he even wants to. Without waiting for Zhou Peng to finish his sentence, fireworks bloomed in the sky, and the upper floors of the school building turned their salutes at the same time. Bang bang, the ceremonial flowers scattered in the sky, extraordinarily beautiful and stunning. Jiang Yan always had his hands in his pockets and looked at the scene blandly. What kind of airplane is this? With a cry, Yiran, wearing a floral dress and holding a bouquet of brightly colored flowers in her hand, with a captivating smile on her face, slowly walked in front of Jiang Yan. With Jiang Yan reflected in her eyes, she slowly squatted down and held the flowers high. Jiang Yan, I was wrong. Please forgive me and be with me again. Together, together. The surrounding students began to clamor, and among them, there were even teachers following suit. S-rank and SSS rank divine gifted together. It's truly a match made in heaven. The old principal was also watching from the high platform, smiling from ear to ear. If the relationship between these two people is finalized, my Linjiang no. 2 middle school is going to spread a good story. Yiran face hangs a confident smile. In the shining sun, her skin is like snow. You increased delicate color. She was the class flower of the second senior class, as well as the school flower of Linjiang no. 2 middle school, and now she was even an S-class divine giver, so she had absolute confidence, determining that only she was worthy of Jiang Yan. In the presence of the whole school, Jiang Yan received the flowers, and there was a loud applause and shouts of approval. The next moment, however, the entire school fell into a death-like silence. Applaud? Ah, why don't you applaud? Jiang Yan raised his eyebrows again and looked at another wave of people. Shout. Ah, why don't you shout? He threw the flowers given to him by Yiran unceremoniously into the trash can, patted his hands as if in disgust, and walked towards the class with his pockets inserted. Yiran froze in place, her beautiful eyes full of unbelief. Chapter 11 Clash of the Two Schools. Zhang Xiaoshang, the head teacher of the second senior class, walked into the classroom with a red face, first coughed twice, and then knocked on the blackboard. All looked toward the teacher here. Ah, have you found anything different? Ah, there was a silence on the stage. Only Jiang Yan yawned languidly and said faintly, Old Zhang, are you doing a cricket look? Not bad. This statement led to a burst of laughter from the stage, because Zhang Xiaosheng just 2 hair, with a comb to both sides of a comb, is not a cricket. Being buried like this by Jiang Yan, Zhang Xiaosheng did not get angry, still looking at the students on the stage with a red face. Slowly, he first took the work badge hanging around his neck in his hand, then in full view of the public, he let go of it very naturally. Oops. Why did my work badge fall on the ground? Come a classmate to help me pick it up. Podium right door. God Zhang Rui obediently picked up the floor of the license plate. When he saw the above vice principal 3 words, suddenly frozen. Zhang Xiaoshang was satisfied with Zhang Rui's classmate's shocked expression. He took the work license from Zhang Rui's hand, smiled and hung it around his neck, coughing twice. Zhang Rui, ah, what's written on the work license? Zhang Rui's mouth opened in disbelief. Vice, school, principal. The class fell into a death-like silence. Zhang Xiaoshang ruffled 2 hairs in a very dashing manner and said with a big smile, eyes are quite sharp. Just after being promoted to be the vice principal, it was discovered by you little brats. Old Zhang, congratulations. Jiang Yan smiled. Zhang Xiaoshang hurriedly walked down from the podium and came to Jiang Yan's table with big steps, not daring to neglect Jiang Yan. With a smile on his face, Jiang Yan, this can be all your credit. My credit? Jiang Yan made a surprised expression, then laughed. Where do you plan to treat yourself tonight? Evergreen Dining Hall. Zhang Xiaoshang waved his hand in a very bold manner. The Evergreen Dining Hall was opened by a 6th-order martial saint, and the delicacies it made contained spiritual qi, which could raise one's spiritual energy when eaten. Zhang Xiaoshang invited Jiang Yan to the Evergreen Dining Hall, which can be said to have cost a lot of blood. He whispered again. Actually, there is also Yiran's credit. Should we invite her? Zhang Xiaosheng taught in Linjiang no. 2 middle school for nearly 10 years, still an ordinary teacher, without any room for promotion. He had thought that his life would be like this. Who knew that a phoenix had come out of the henhouse? Yiran's S-class was enough for him to follow the light, but there was even Jiang Yan, a SSS-class demon. The leaders of the Education Bureau appreciated him and praised him for his skillful teaching, and he was directly promoted to the position of vice principal in a row. Jiang Yan was very natural, blithely not caring about the existence of Yiran as a person. Since you owe your promotion to her, naturally, you should invite her. Alright, since you don't have an opinion, I'll just do it in public. Zhang Xiaoshang smilingly returned to the podium, waved his hand and said, "Tonight all people are not allowed to go after school." Ah, what's going on? Many students were listless and depressed. Zhang Xiaoshang's following words instantly lifted their spirits again, in order to celebrate the fact that our second class has produced two heavenly prides in Yiran and Jiang Yan. And of course, your homeroom teacher. I have been honored to be promoted to vice principal. Tonight at 8 o'clock, I, Ben, the vice principal, will treat you all to a big dinner at the Evergreen Diner. Upon hearing that the homeroom teacher was treating the class to a trip to the Evergreen Dining Hall, the class cheered so loudly that it almost lifted the ceiling. The students in the other classes were a little uncertain when they heard the commotion. The homeroom teachers of both Class 1 and Class 3 gritted their teeth. I'm so jealous. Why isn't Jiang Yan from our class? No, the more I think about it, the angrier I get. The homeroom teachers of the two classes next to Class 2 started pointing at the output of the students on the stage. All of you are students of the second middle school. Why is Jiang Yan in Class 2 next door so outstanding and you guys are so unimpressive? At this moment in the second senior class, the whole class was chanting Jiang Yan and Yiran's names. Jiangshan is awesome. Jiangshan is invincible. Sister Yiran is the most beautiful. Yiran and Jiangshan are a match made in heaven. Listening to these uproarious sounds, Yiran's cheeks slightly red. She quietly turned back to look at the back seat by the window Jiang Yan, just to see his face as usual, without any indication. The mood of the bottom of the valley. Is it really impossible to go back? At 8 o'clock in the evening, Zhang Xiaoshang, who had been honored as the vice principal, brought the second class crowd to the Evergreen Dining Hall on time. 34 people, right? Please come in inside. The waiter of the Evergreen Dining Hall smiled as he guided the crowd to enter. This place looks so upscale. Why am I a little dewy? Some students have never seen a big scene, and have already begun to not dare to raise their heads. What's this? A bunch of unseen dirtbags. A girl with a ponytail grunted superiorly and crossed the crowd towards walking away. Zhou Pang was also exasperated by the girl's condescending appearance. He followed Jiang Yan and muttered, "Brother Jiang, that girl seems to be wearing the uniform of the first middle school. How come the girls of the first middle school are more pretentious than you, Brother Jiang?" When Jiang Yan heard this, he immediately frowned. "When have I ever pretended to be your father?" Brother Jiang, you're an SSS-ranked God-giver. Every move you make is a pretense. Zhou Pan laughed cheaply. At this time, the ponytailed girl from the first middle school followed the large group and said something to a middle-aged man, who turned directly back to look at Zhang Xiaoshang. Yo, what a coincidence. Isn't this Mr. Zhang from the second middle school? You brought your students to celebrate too? Wu Zhanghua, a teacher from the first middle school, walked over with a smile. Wu Zhanghua waved his hand at a student and led that student towards Zhang Xiaoshang with a smile on his face. This is the student I brought out. Wang Lei. He pointed out Zhang Xiaoshang to Wang Lei again. This is Mr. Zhang Xiaoshang Zhang from Linjiang No. 2 Middle School. Wang Lei face with disdain. Even lazy ceremonial stretching out his hand, mouth to open not open, voice like squeezed out from the lips. I am Wang Lei. The students of the first middle school followed behind Wu Zhanghua, and they all hid their mouths and laughed lightly, as if they were a class above the students of the second middle school and full of superiority. Being humiliated by a student like this, Zhang Xiaoshang frowned slightly. Wu Zhanghua, the students you taught are really good in both character and academics, especially in character. They're a match for you. Wu Zhanghua looked like he didn't hear Zhang Xiaoshang's finger pointing and cursing as he raised his eyebrows. The Linjiang martial arts competition is about to start. Wang Lei, this kid, likes to challenge the strongest. Some of his hands are itching to get out. Wang Lei, do you see any of these students from second middle school that you recognize as strong? Wu Zhanghua asked with a smile, his tone full of disdain for the students of second middle school. Wang Lei coldly swept his eyes over the students of the second middle school and laughed out coldly. This group of people, they don't deserve my hand at all. The boys in the second middle school were not vegetarians either. And immediately someone said in a cold voice, what are you? The boy's name is Yun Tianjie, and he has awakened the class a psychic ability Purple Cloud Thunder. If there weren't demons like Jiang Yan and Yiran in his class, he would be the brightest person in the second middle school. Chapter 12. No need to make a move. The mighty name shocks. Puhaha, someone dares to provoke Wang Lei. They really don't want to live. Oops, this kid in the second high school is going to suffer. I guess he's going to be electrocuted later. The students of the first high school were full of ridicule towards Yun Tianjie as you said one thing and I said another, not putting him in their eyes at all. Wang Lei was even more out of breath from his nose and snorted coldly. You are also worthy of making me fight? Yun Tianjie was furious. Try it and you won't know. His aura suddenly changed drastically as purple lightning surrounded his body, looking terrifying and surging. Tianjie, point blank. Zhang Xiaoshang recognized Yun Tianjie's strength. The A-class alien ability, Purple Cloud Thunder, was extremely lethal, even if it was only of the first order. It was enough to instantly shatter diamonds. Thunder Cloud skill. Purple intent flashed in Yun Tianjie's eyes, and a flash of purple lightning instantly crossed, turning into a thunder spear slamming into Wang Lei amidst the crowd's cries of surprise. Ha! Lightning attribute? Classy. Wang Lei took a step and black thunder surfaced around him, instantly disintegrating the purple thunder spear. He took one step, the earth cracked, and his entire body had rushed in front of Yun Tianjie. Black thunder wrapped around his fist as he violently blasted at Yun Tianjie's abdomen. Unsurprisingly, if this punch hits Yun Tianjie's abdomen, Yun Tianjie won't die but also disabled. Griffins. The corner of Wang Lei's mouth rose, his eyes filled with contempt and cruelty. Boom dash. The black thunder instantly erupted. Everyone did not react. The second middle school students even closed their eyes, unable to bear to see Yun Tianjie being seriously injured. Yun Tianjie was also prepared for a heavy blow, yet after a few seconds, the expected pain still did not come. When he opened his eyes in confusion, he only saw a hand reaching out from his side, firmly clutching Wang Lei's wrist. Jiang Yan. Yun Tianjie looked up at Jiang Yan's side face, his voice shaking. Thank you. Jiang Yan didn't pay any attention to him. He just lethargically loosened the hand that clutched Wang Lei's wrist. It's just a sparring match. Point to point. Ah! Jiangshan is so handsome. I'm a male with a heartbeat. I should have known that I'd go up and pick a fight and let Jiangshan make a move to save me. A few girls in the second middle school immediately looked at the boy with a perverted look. Yiran looked at Jiang Yan's breezy figure, his eyes filled with fascination. This man, no matter what time, is so languid and elegant, as if nothing can enter his eyes. Himself was really out of his mind to break up with him at that time. Every time she thought about the fact that she had proposed to break up, Yiran felt a stabbing pain coming from her heart, making her clench her shell teeth and regret it. Zhang Xiaoshang also breathed a sigh of relief. Jiang Yan, it's fortunate that there's you, or else I wouldn't be able to explain to my parents. Invite a student out to dinner. Eat a disability. He can sit as a vice principal for a day to roll away. Jiang Yan's stance was bizarre to the extreme, and everyone in the first center was dumbfounded. When did he show up? Wang Lei's thunderstorm punch was easily diffused by him? What's this guy's story? He's a demon, isn't he? The people in the first middle school had witnessed Wang Lei's strength for all to see, and they rubbed their eyes incredulously. Wu Zhonghua also narrowed his eyes. Zhang Xiaoshang, you're still hiding cards. No wonder you're so old-fashioned. I still have more cards to play. Zhang Xiaoshang smiled smugly. In fact, he only had Jiang Yan as a base card, but this base card of Jiang Yan was better than countless other base cards. To be able to resist my thunderstorm strike, you have some strength. Wang Lei muffled his voice as he glared at Jiang Yan with bloodshot eyes. I've awakened the S-ranked supernatural ability, in thunder. Kid from the second middle school, report your name. Wang Lei had black thunder attached to his body, like a thunder emperor caught in a berserk rage. All of the students in the first middle school sucked in a breath of cool air, to be able to let Wang Lei take the initiative to ask for a name. This guy in the second middle school isn't simple. Wang Lei has already recognized him. In the eyes of the students of the first middle school, being able to be recognized by Wang Lei would be amazing and could already be called a heavenly pride. Oh, you want to challenge me? Jiang Yan raised his eyebrows, a faint smile on his face. Geez, this stupid big guy dares to challenge the river god. He doesn't really think he's great, does he? A bizarre scene appeared. This time it was actually the turn of the students of the second middle school to cover their mouths and snicker, their eyes filled with sympathy for Wang Lei's self-importance. Looking at Jiang Yan's cloudy appearance, Wang Lei's forehead veins rippled. Since the awakening of the divine providence, he was the man of the hour in Linjiang No. 1 middle school, and even the province's key concern. Even the provincial leaders personally received him and talked with him, intending to make friends. What is this student from the second middle school? He also dared to make such a cloudy face in front of him, not putting him in his eyes. Wang Lei's eyes flashed with killing intent as black thunder crackled and exploded, transforming into several black thunderballs that were like deep, bottomless black holes, capable of devouring everything. Kid, you don't dare to spar with me? Wang Lei laughed coldly, his eyes full of disdain. You students of the second middle school, you only dare to meddle in the dark. You don't dare to fight me head-on. Right, What kind of bull Jiang Yan is just a villain who only dares to meddle in the dark. Everyone, don't taunt second middle school. Wang Lei is an S-ranked divine giver. It's normal that these softballs would be afraid. The students of the first middle school spoke out in mockery, constantly forcing Jiang Yan to answer the battle. Jiang Yan seemed as if he couldn't hear these sneers, and always had a bland smile like a spring breeze on his face. Ha, Jiang Yan. A pleasant voice rang out. The girl wearing a floral dress squeezed out from the crowd in the first middle school. Her eyes flashed with light when she looked at Jiang Yan. It's really you, Lin Xiaoxiao. Yiran's eyes flashed with light. Yiran is also here. Lin Xiaoxiao's ran over with a smile. So it was a conflict with your class. I've been eating cake and didn't pay much attention until I heard Jiang Yan's voice. Her cheeks were slightly red as she stole a glance at Jiang Yan, who was as usual and didn't show too much. Xiao. Watching Lin Xiaoxiao run towards Jiang Yan, Wang Lei's eyes flashed with a murderous intent. Lin Xiaoxiao was the woman he, Wang Lei, had his eye on, and no one could take it away. Xiaoxiao, come back quickly. I'm going to move for real next. If you stand on the side of the second middle school, you might get hurt by mistake. Lin Xiaoxiao, however, frowned slightly. Wang Lei, you want to make a move with Jiang Yan? You're crazy, aren't you? Jiang Yan is someone who has killed a golden lion. You're not even a match for a golden python and you dare to clamor with Jiang Yan? Killed the golden lion? The moment these words came out, the students of the first middle school who had originally held the mentality of watching a good show instantly fell into a death-like silence. The golden python and golden lion were both golden species of the ancient king mountain. They were golden in color, with golden bloodline flowing in their bodies, and they were several times more terrifying than ordinary foreign beasts. The golden lion with an A-class bloodline was even more powerful than the golden python by a notch. In the actual combat simulation in the first middle school, Wang Lei couldn't even fight against a golden python of the 5th level of the first order. So how could he be the opponent of Jiang Yan, who was able to obliterate the golden lion with a snap of his fingers? What's that if not suicide? Chapter 13, Marshal Saint invited to meet at the temple. He's the high school student on the news who vaporized the golden lion's corpse. You guys are talking about the incident when the golden lion disappeared from Anchuan Street, right? The mysterious demon who was able to vaporize the golden lion that was rumored all over the net is actually standing in front of me. A clamor erupted among the students of the first middle school, and the eyes they looked at Jiang Yan with were no longer contempt and disdain, but awe and admiration. A freshly awakened high school student was able to decapitate the golden lion that had intruded into the city, and it was still bloodless. What a terrifying strength! Wang Lei dared to challenge such a supreme demon. It was simply that he didn't want to live. Hearing this news, the students of the second middle school were also filled with shock, but once they thought that it was Jiang Yan who had done it, they were soon relieved. Who is Jiang Yan? The Jiang god of their Linjiang second middle school. A demon who had awakened the SSS-ranked divine providence. What's the big fuss about killing an A-ranked golden lion in seconds? Bull ********. How can he kill the golden lion? You're not afraid of making people laugh at you if you believe in what you're saying. How could Wang Lei let Jiang Yan steal his thunder? He clenched his fists, clenched his back teeth. The bottom of his eyes were covered with blood, and he stared at Jiang Yan dead in the face. Jiang Yan, right? Fight me. After speaking, he only left behind a residual shadow as his tall figure instantly smashed down, and the black thunder instantly exploded. Boom dash. When the dust and smoke cleared, Jiang Yan was unharmed, still with both hands in his pockets. His face no longer had an expression. I hate troublesome things. He had thought that Lin Xiaoxiao's words would make Wang Lei realize how small he was, but he seemed determined to find himself in trouble. Since this was the case, let's try our newly mastered martial arts against Wang Lei. Jiang Yan had a smile on his lips. Soul devouring palm. His voice was faint. Blood chi and ghost chi converged in Jiang Yan's right palm as he casually pushed his hand, and a red and dark cohesive palm print instantly blasted towards Wang Lei. This palm caused the wind to howl, glassware to shatter, and all the surrounding tables and chairs toppled to the ground. This seemingly unusual palm print caused Wang Lei's eyes to widen as he saw death approaching him. In thunder infinite. Wang Lei tried his best to ignore the cries of ghosts and wolves echoing in his ears and even in his mind as he converged the lightning-inducing core in front of his body, and several black thunderballs converged into one ball. A black three-pointed halberd was sacrificed from the black thunderball, mixed with berserk black thunder, and collided with Jiang Yan's palm imprint. Click, click. The moment the palm print collided with the three-pointed halberd, the halberd began to explode inch by inch. Puff, cough. How is this possible? As the three-pointed halberd collapsed in an instant, Wang Lei was also hit by the soul-devouring palm seal struck his chest, and his entire person flew horizontally about 10 meters away, crashing into a rockery and embedding himself deep within it. No one saw as a strand of shadowy residual soul flew out of Wang Lei's body and merged into Jiang Yan's 10-square ghost order. This palm knocked Wang Lei's soul out of his body, erasing a wisp of Wang Lei's residual soul and transforming it into Jiang Yan's power. The residual soul of the S-class Godgiver made Jiang Yan feel greatly nourished, and his strength broke through from the 3rd level of the 1st rank to the 4th level of the 1st rank. Jiang Yan didn't move to kill, so Wang Lei, who had been robbed of a strand of his residual soul, wasn't in danger of losing his life, and his lost residual soul would slowly recover. Not bad. The young man is very bloodthirsty. I didn't expect such an interesting scene to happen in my dining hall. Loud clapping sounds rang out from the crowd, and a slender figure stepped out from the crowd. His appearance took everyone by surprise. 6th-ranked martial saint, Yang Mingzuan. Zhang Xiaoxing's voice trembled as he recognized this person as the owner of the Evergreen Dining Hall. Wu Zhanghua also swallowed his saliva. Their students made a move inside someone else's restaurant, and even alarmed the owner of the restaurant. Yang Mingzuan walked straight towards Jiang Yan, sizing him up for a long time and nodding with a smile. Truly a demon. This is a blessing for my China. Under the stunned gazes of the crowd, Yang Mingzuan coalesced a gold card in his palm. This is my Evergreen Dining Hall's temple card, and the holder is exempt from paying the bill for the rest of his life. Jiang Yan smiled and took the gold card. You're too kind. I like to make friends with people of value, and the value I see in you is far higher than that arrogant and bossy person. The arrogant and bossy person he was referring to was Wang Lei. Looking at the environment that had been destroyed by Wang Lei and Jiang Yan, Yang Mingzuan was completely unconcerned, as if it wasn't his dining hall that had been damaged by the fight. He looked at a waiter. Mr. Jiang is my friend. How can an ordinary hall be worthy of Mr. Jiang? Don't quickly arrange for Mr. Jiang and his companion to be placed in the hall of the temple. Roger that. The attendant returned to his senses and walked at the front, guiding Jiang Yan and the others towards the other halls. Jiang Yan's companions naturally referred to the crowd of Linjiang No, 2 middle school, which did not include Lin Xiaoxiao of Linjiang No, 1 middle school, but Jiang Yan still asked politely, do you want to come along? Lin Xiaoxiao nodded her head excitedly with little stars in her eyes. Aha! I want to follow you. Watching Jiang Yan and his group leave, the crowd in the 1st middle school was completely dumbfounded. A palm strike flying S-class divine giver Wang Lei, and a 6th-order martial saint taking the initiative to climb into a relationship with him. What exactly is this Jiang Yan's origin? I don't know what he's from. All I know is that I'm so envious of those guys in the 2nd middle school. It's totally dipped in Jiang Yan's light, and I'd love to go to the Hall of Halls as well. Evergreen Dining Hall. That is an area dedicated to the top big shots. Now even let high school students enter. They're numb with envy. And at this time, Wang Lei, still deeply embedded in the wall, as if forgotten. Until now no one went over to snap him off. Under the guidance of the waiter, he passed through several halls of different styles, and finally came to the hall of the temple with an open view, facing the sea. The decoration here is not opulent, but very close to nature. Even in the evening, still a pleasant view. A grass and trees are emitting light, not like a mortal. The main thing was that the aura here was very dense, and without the need for a spirit-gathering stone, one could feel the presence of the aura. The body was very comfortable, and the realm naturally improved. Wow! Is this the legendary hall of the Evergreen Dining Hall? I've only heard about it on the news. Usually this place only receives big shots from various countries. If I were to write tonight's encounter into a novel, I'm afraid no one would believe it. After all, it's just too metaphysical. That's a 6th-order martial saint, to receive us personally. Someone was flattered. The martial saint that is personally receiving Jiang Yan. Okay, you don't put gold on your face and automatically substitute for Jiangshen. Zhou Peng stood beside Jiang Yan with a smile. Brother Jiang, I'll follow you from now on. Haven't you always followed me around? Jiang Yan said in amusement. Right. I forgot if I didn't say it. I've been Brother Zhang's follower since I was a kid. Zhou Peng was all smiles. Lin Xiaoxiao sat beside Jiang Yan with a red face. Jiang Yan, thank you for inviting me here. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have had the chance to come to the hall of the temple in my life. A small matter. Jiang Yan didn't take this seriously at all. It was just a smooth invitation. Lin Xiaoxiao, however, was secretly in love with her, and her eyes were full of tenderness and adoration when she looked at Jiang Yan. Looking at Lin Xiaoxiao's look of adoration for Jiang Yan, Yiran clenched her teeth, her heart aching inexplicably. Jiang Yan should have belonged to her alone, but now he is a stranger to her. Chapter 14 Bullying my sister? You've lived too long. The halls of the temple are so picturesque that they are calming and refreshing. Jiang Yan, I'll toast you. Yun Tianjia held up his wine cup, his face filled with smiles. If it wasn't for you coming to the rescue, I'm afraid I would have to become an invalid. Why are you so polite? Class president. It's just a matter of lifting a hand. Jiang Yan laughed. Yun Tianjie shook his head and smiled. Your raising your hand is what saved my life. I'm the first line of the Yun family in Jiangcheng. If something happens to me, the Yun family will be in disarray and will be removed from Jiangcheng. Not to mention that the crowd had almost forgotten that Yun Tianjie was the son of the Yun family, one of the 5 great families in Jiangcheng, and that his status was honorable. Yet he treated people kindly and did not have the arrogance of a family's son. If it wasn't for the 2 demons, Jiang Yan and Yiran, Yun Tianjie would be the strongest heavenly pride in Lingjiang Second Middle School. Jiang Yan, no, brother Jiang. Yun Tianjie raised his wine cup high. From today onwards, I, Yun Tianjie, will recognize you as my big brother. Holy, really? Yun Tianjie recognizes Jiang Yan as his big brother? This is too magical, isn't it? Those commoners of the Yun family are all tugging one by one. If they know that the Yun family's first family recognizes Jiang Yan as their elder brother, I don't know what kind of ghost they'd be scared to death of. Jiang Yan's impression of Yun Tianjie was not bad. Otherwise he would not have come to his rescue when he was in danger. He smiled and raised his glass. I'll recognize you as a buddy then. Zhou Peng squeezed over at this time. Brother Jiang, what about me? What do I count? Yun Tianjie laughed. You are Zhang's good brother. Naturally you are also my buddy. That's good. As long as I'm not ostracized from brother Zhang's circle. Zhou Peng sighed in relief. Jiang Yan was his best brother and biggest thigh in his life. At the end of a dinner, everyone was rosy-cheeked and happy. Just one meal in the evergreen dining hall area. And I've raised 2 minor realms. I'm the same. It's worthy of being a dining hall run by a 6th-ranked martial saint. Every delicacy contains spiritual qi, especially in the hall area. I heard that all of them are cooked by Yang Mingzuan himself. Everyone left the temple area having raised 1 or 2 minor realms. As they sighed, they couldn't help but worship Jiang Yan even more. If it wasn't for brother Jiang, I wouldn't have been qualified to enter the evergreen dining hall in my life. Who says it isn't? Even Mr. Jiang, who was honored as the vice principal, could only bring us into the general hall. Someone whispered. The voice even smaller still fell into Zhang Xiaoxing's ears. He coughed shamefully. Originally tonight was his treat. In the end it turned out to be for Jiang Yan's sake, giving them a change to the hall area. And also all free of charge. He is a hallowed vice principal. Treat not, but also stay in the light of the students. How the more I think about it, the more shameful. That. Xiao Jiang Zhang Xiaoshang coughed. Jiang Yan sniffed and raised his eyebrows. Old Zhang. How did he become the vice principal? And his address to me has changed from Old Jiang to Xiao Jiang. Isn't this everyone? I can't blatantly make it special. Zhang Xiaoshang whispered. Teacher Zhang. Jiangshan is different. Even if you make things special for Jiangshan, we can still understand. A group of students laughed. Zhang Xiaoshang couldn't hang on to his face. He coughed and said to Jiang Yan, Old Jiang, this time, I said it's my treat. You're not being generous, are you? Oh, what Old Jiang means by that is that you're going to pay? Jiang Yan laughed. Well then, I'll go talk to Yang Mingzuan, so I don't have to use the hall card for free, so that you can treat yourself. You're kidding. That one meal in the hall of the temple was going to empty his family's pockets, let alone inviting an entire class of students to eat and drink here. Zhang Xiaoshang hurriedly laughed. Old Jiang, joking again aren't you? Since you have received Yang Wuxing's hall card, wouldn't it be disrespectful to Yang Wuxing if you don't use it? Ha ha, Mr. Zhang is just being facetious and doesn't want to shell out any money. A student laughed and pointed it out, instantly causing many students to cover their mouths and snicker. Zhang Xiaoxing's face was as pale as a pig's liver as he gasped. I'm leaving. No one is allowed to be late tomorrow. The night was beautiful and the crowd waved goodbye to each other as they returned to their respective homes. Jiang Yan strolled in the neon-colorful streets. His phone suddenly came to vibrate. Answer and put it in his ear. Jiang Xiaoke's voice came. It was a voice that was interspersed with an imperceptible hint of a sob. Brother, why aren't you home yet? Jiang Yan heard that Jiang Xiaoke's voice was not right. He frowned and said, Why is your voice muffled? Has anyone bullied you? Not in the mood to stroll the streets. He hung up the phone and rushed home as fast as he could. He pushed open the door and saw Jiang Xiaoke curled up on the sofa. Brother. Jiang Xiaoke raised his head, both eyes swollen like walnuts. Looking pitiful, Jiang Yan slowly approached. His pupils suddenly shrunk to the size of a needle's eye, only to see that Jiang Xiaoke's originally soft and smooth hair like a waterfall had been cut. The remaining length was only enough to barely cover her neck. Who did this? Jiang Yan's eyes flashed scarlet, his killing intent boundless. The lights flickered on and finally shattered with a thud. It was as if 100 ghosts were wailing in the room, and countless ghostly shadows were in fear. Is your holiness angry? This is the first time I've seen your holiness show this kind of expression. The usual Jiang Yan always had a smile on his face when he saw anyone, and rarely had a grim face. Shoo, keep your voice down. Don't look at His Holiness who is usually smiling, but in fact, he is more poisonous than anyone else. The guy who angered His Holiness is in trouble. In a shadowy corner, two doll-sized ghosts were whispering. Jiang Xiaoke rubbed her eyes. It's Lu Shui from our class. She flaunts her power in our class on the basis that her brother has awakened the A-class divine gift, and the teacher is still her mother. Jiang Yan clenched his fists, his eyes shadowy. Xiao Ku, I'll personally send you to school tomorrow. His Jiang Yan's sister is also someone who can be bullied? Jiang Yan fiercely turned his head to stare at the corner, and the two doll-sized stern ghosts instantly trembled in fear. Look, I've reminded you to keep your voice down. But still, His Eminence found out. You two brats, what are your names? Jiang Yan said in a cold voice. Your Holiness, my name is Little Pishy. The ghost doll with big red eyes whispered. A red pishy flower in her hair. Your Holiness, my name is Little Dream Lotus. The other ghost doll was a bit excited, and she had a dream lotus on her head. Jiang Yan said indifferently. In the future, the two of you will follow my sister, and when she encounters danger, you will step in. Yes, Your Holiness. Little Pishy and Little Dream Lotus answered in the same voice. Jiang Xiaoke rubbed his eyes. Brother, what divine gift did you awaken? Jiang Yan rubbed Jiang Xiaoke's head. Brother's awakening is SSS rank. In the future, only you will bully others on the basis of brother. No one is allowed to bully you. Put. Jiang Xiaoke broke into laughter. Brother always makes me laugh. Thank you, brother. Jiang Yan hooked his lips and smiled lightly. Brother didn't lie to you. I believe brother. Jiang Xiaoke hugged Jiang Yan's arm. I believe brother is definitely the most powerful person in this world. Little Pishy beamed. If I had a brother as powerful as Your Holiness, I wouldn't have died so miserably in life. It doesn't matter, we were so miserable in life just so we could meet Your Holiness after death. Little Dream Lotus laughed stupidly. Chapter 15, Rejection of Violence in Schools. Early the next morning, the clouds were dark and stormy. The students rushing to school were in tears. Strange. Yesterday's weather forecast said it would be sunny today. How come it's suddenly cloudy? Who knows? This god chooses the weather probably based on the mood too. It's not a good day. So it's cloudy. At Jiang Yan's home, he made a phone call to Zhang Xiaosheng early. Old Zhang, I have something to do today. I may have to go later in the morning. Hearing Jiang Yan something to find himself, Zhang Xiaosheng suddenly set up a spectrum. Lao Jiang Students should have the appearance of students. If not, we have a hard relationship. Can give you to accommodate a little bit, in exchange for other class teachers. How to hang up. This kid Jiang Yan, can't you let me have some of the majesty of a vice principal? Zhang Xiao was angry, but still kept Jiang Yan in mind. Jiang Yan put away his cell phone and said to Jiang Xiaoke, let's go. When you get to school, you'll have brother to back you up. With brother here, Xiaoke won't be afraid. Jiang Xiaoke smiled sweetly. Jiang Yan started the little sheep up and asked with a smile. Sit still, don't get thrown off in a while. Xiaoke, sit tight. Jiang Xiaoke hugged Jiang Yan tightly. Jiang Yan twisted, and the little sheep drove steadily. 10 minutes passed and Jiang Yan brought Jiang Xiaoke to the 16th Junior High School of Jiangchang. Just after arriving at the school entrance, Jiang Xiaoke lowered her head in fear, tightly pulling Jiang Yan's hand and hiding behind Jiang Yan. Don't be afraid. With brother here, no one can bully you. Jiang Yan rubbed Jiang Xiaoke's head. The bottom of his eyes were already full of gloom. To make Jiang Xiaoke scared like this, it seems that Lu Shui is not the only one who bullies Jiang Xiaoke in school. Go, brother will take you to take revenge. Jiang Yan's voice was gentle, but the bottom of his eyes was solemn. He pulled Jiang Xiaoke toward the gate of the 16th middle school, and the school security guard stopped. Parents are not allowed to enter. My sister got into trouble at school and the teacher asked me to come and chaperone. Jiang Yan laughed. So you're a chaperone. It's not easy for you. Go in. The security guard no longer stops Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan pulled Jiang Xiaoke all the way to the 5th class of the junior high school. When she came to the entrance of the 5th class of the junior high school, Jiang Xiaoke was trembling, as if she was scared to death. Jiang Yan squatted down, his gaze leveled with Jiang Xiaoke. Don't be afraid, brother will protect you. Well, Jiang Xiaoke pulled Jiang Yan's hand, nodded heavily, and buried her head into the class. Jiang Yan watched the scene within the class from the doorway, and his face clouded over a little. He endured for 10 minutes, and the class teacher of the 5th class of the junior high school finally came. The class teacher was a middle-aged woman. She hugged her book, strangely glanced at Jiang Yan in front of the class, and then entered the class. Jiang Yan also followed into the class and faintly said, "You're Mr. Lu." Lu Qinghua frowned. "I am. May I ask which student's parent you are?" "Ah, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Jiang Yan. I'm your class Jiang Xiaoke's brother." Jiang Yan laughed, but his smile did not reach the bottom of his eyes. Ah, so it's Xiaoke's brother. Is there something you came to school for? Lu Qinghua was Lu Shue's mother. She naturally knew what her daughter had done. She wants to muddy the waters as much as possible and make a big deal out of it. I'm just a little curious. My Xiaoko originally had long, lush, silky hair. How come it became so short after a few days of school? Jiang Yan made a puzzled expression. This could be that she accidentally tripped while running and ripped her hair off. It is not impossible. Lu Qinghua was still playing dumb. But my little ka told me that it was a little sister named Lu Shui who cut her hair. Could it be that my sister is lying to me? Jiang Yan's voice had no temperature, and his cold and austere aura made the students of the 5th class of the junior high school not dare to breathe. And Lu Shui was even more scared and trembling. Brother. Zhang Xiaoke's eyes glistened with tears. Lu Qinghua, who was the class teacher, was also weakened by Jiang Yan's aura. She said in a cold voice, Xiaoke's brother, right? This is a school, not a place for you to mess around. I'm messing around? Wrong. I call this fighting violence with violence. The bottom of Jiang Yan's eyes were filled with killing intent, but he raised a smile like a spring breeze. Refuse school violence. Start with me. In the next second, Lu Shue's pupils contracted. Her face rose purple. Her hands kept going to tug at her neck, but there was nothing on her neck. She was lifted up out of thin air. Xiao Shui. Lu Qinghua saw his daughter floating in the air, in a state of agony, and immediately turned pale with fear. No one could see that there was a ghostly figure with a huge body that was strangling Lu Shue's neck with 2 dead hands. Jiang Yan looked grim. Earth Kuei, haven't you eaten? The gigantic ghostly figure named Earth Kuei authorized, and the bloodied hands pushed even harder. Lu Shue's eyes protruded outward, and blood froth appeared in her mouth, looking like she would die at any moment. When had the students of Junior Class 5 ever seen this horrifying scene? Some of them were so scared that they became outright incontinent and paralyzed in their chairs. You, what have you done? Let go of my daughter. Lu Qinghua was like a madwoman as she summoned a water knife and stabbed at Jiang Yan like crazy. Brother, be careful, Jiang Xiaoke shouted. Jiang Yan, however, didn't even look at Lu Qinghua. He smiled gently at Jiang Xiaoku, signaling that she didn't need to worry. Just as Lu Qinghua was about to stab Jiang Yan with his knife. Lu Qinghua, like her daughter, looked like she had suddenly been strangled and slowly lifted into the air, struggling non-stop. Jiang Yan never made any moves, so there were 2 stern ghosts abusing the Lu family's mother and daughter for him. Jiang Yan elegantly sat on the chair of the podium. He smiled and looked at the trembling students under the stage. Now I allow you to reveal to each other, who all have bullied my sister. Her, it's Wang Qian who usually bullies Jiang Xiaoku. It's her. A scared, pale-faced girl yelled hysterically. Wang Qian, who was exposed, was instantly bloodless as she shivered. No, it wasn't me. I just... However, without waiting for her to finish her sentence, the table in front of her was instantly chopped off and collapsed with a bang. A sword-wielding ghostly figure put away its sword, curved the neck of the stunned Wang Qian, and slammed her against the wall. The students of the 5th class of the junior high school were all shaking like sieves, and a few of them even directly fainted from fear. The corner of Jiang Yan's mouth hooked up an arc. He crossed his hands elegantly and looked at the crowd with a smile. Who else? Step forward yourself. Don't wait until you are revealed. Then there is only a way to die. His voice was soft, but it sent shivers down the spine of the students at the podium. A few girls with dyed hair stood up trembling, and Jiang Yan smiled. Very good. Very obedient. As he snapped his fingers, several dyed hair women were held down by the stern ghosts and slammed into the desk. Only a loud bang was heard, and the desk was smashed out with a bloody hole. There's no one left, right? Jiang Yan slowly stood up, looking at the trembling crowd with satisfaction. Do you dare to bully Jiang Xiaoku? The crowd's heads shook like rattlesnakes. No, don't dare. We don't dare. Jiang Yan turned his gaze to Lu Shue's mother and daughter. His right hand hauled 2 threads and with a forceful pull, Lu Shue's and Lu Qinghua's souls were yanked away from their bodies. Ignoring the fact that Lu Shue's mother and daughter let out pig-killing screams, Jiang Yan forcibly ripped out most of the 2 people's souls and told the 100 ghosts to devour them. From now on, Lu Shue's mother and daughter will either be demented or become mindless plants. Chapter 16, Abolish your cultivation. Quit being prideful. Your holiness is so handsome. Little Pishy surrounded Jiang Xiaoku and looked at Jiang Yan with a face of adoration. I'm so envious of Xiaoku. Menglian also wants to become your honor's sister. Little Menglian looked at Jiang Yan with love. Both of them were ghost dolls at the level of a stern ghost, and were arranged by Jiang Yan beside Jiang Xiaoku, responsible for protecting Jiang Xiaoku's safety. Brother, thank you. Jiang Xiaoku's eyes glistened with tears. You have a good lesson. And from now on, no one will dare to touch a hair on your head. Jiang Yan smiled. Mom! Xiao Shui! A growl came from outside the door and a man rushed over. He looked at his unconscious mother and sister and finally stared at Jiang Yan with reddened eyes. You did this? You seek death. A wolf appeared behind Lu Wang, his aura suddenly raging like a hungry wolf king. Jiang Yan's gaze fell on the visitor blandly. The corner of his mouth hooked up into a cold smile. Your awakened supernormal ability is martial soul true body. You must think you're very powerful, right? I'm an A-class alien ability. Killing you is as easy as a slap. Lu Wang's body was covered in a silver-colored glow. His eyes showed killing intent. I want you to pay for your life. Roar dash. Lu Wang let out a wolf howl. He crouched on all fours and violently pounced on Jiang Yan. The muscles of his arms skyrocketed, and his 10 fingers transformed into sharp claws, indestructible and cutting iron like mud. Facing the pouncing Lu Wang, Jiang Yan always had his hands in his pockets. When Lu Wang's sharp claws were only a hair's breadth away from his face, he poked his right hand out of his pocket, clutched Lu Wang's wrist in a cloudy manner, and casually threw it away with a huge force that lifted the werewolf over and flew several meters away like a shrimp. Facing an A-ranked enhancer, this kind of god-giver who only used brute force and physical techniques, Jiang Yan didn't even bother to use the 10 ghost orders. Aren't you an awakened martial soul true body? Aren't you physically extraordinary? Fine. Then I'll use your proud strengths to crush you in a landslide. Jiang Yan told the 100 ghosts to return to the 10 directions ghost order, and he was going to use his physical body techniques to cripple Lu Wang. Continue. Jiang Yan's eyes were bland. Lu Wang let out a hiss as he pounced on Jiang Yan once again. I want you to die. The martial soul true body belonged to the power type alien, and his strength was 100 times that of any other god-gifted person. However, when facing Jiang Yan, he could not easily tear him apart. Why is that? You're a power type alien as well. Lu Wang panted, fear in his eyes. One of his moves could be easily neutralized by Jiang Yan, and the other party was probably a power type alien who was even more powerful than him. No, I'm a summoner. Jiang Yan's mouth was tinged with a smile. Summoner, how is this possible? Your power is on par with mine, even more terrifying than mine. Lu Wang was filled with astonishment. It is important to realize that the summoner belongs to the mage, summoning living beings to fight for him, and needs to keep a long distance from the power alien. Once they meet up with a power alien, the power alien is able to easily tear apart the summoner. But this self-proclaimed summoner in front of him, but with a Class A strength system of supernatural ability with his physical body to fight back and forth. It's not coming and going. It's swimming. Once this thought appeared, boundless fear overwhelmed Lu Wang like a tidal wave. He realized that Jiang Yan had always been fighting him one-handed, with a spring-like smile on his face, and had been passively defending, easily defusing his killing moves. One should realize one's insignificance. Jiang Yan's voice sounded quietly. Lu Wang looked at Jiang Yan in horror, unable to swallow his saliva. What are you? An ordinary person who wants justice for his sister. Jiang Yan stuck his hands back into his pockets. He was shaped like a ghost and kicked Lu Wang in the chest. The huge force kicked Lu Wang's body to bend, and the whole person flew horizontally, crashed through the iron railing, and fell heavily to the first floor. Jiang Yan leapt down from the third floor, 1 foot on Lu Wang's heart, coldly gazing at Lu Wang who was bleeding from all 7 orifices. You stood up for your own sister Lu Shui and cut my sister's hair. I am not a devil, so I will abolish your realm. Remember, to abstain from arrogance until you have absolute strength. As the words fell, under Lu Wang's horrified and desperate gaze, Jiang Yan's feet fiercely exerted force, shocking Lu Wang to spit out blood, and his first order, third-grade cultivation dispersed as much as it could. I'm really not suited to do it myself. How dirty. The blood is splattered on my shoes. Jiang Yan sighed. In the future, when facing these minions, it would be better to use the 10-square ghost order. Step aside. He kicked the unconscious Lu Wang away like a dead dog on the side of the road, slowly walked towards the security booth, pulled out a chair, and leisurely sat on it. The security guard witnessed Jiang Yan jump down from the third floor to Lu Wang. He was scared and trembling, personally serving Jiang Yan tea and water. When will your leader arrive? He hadn't come to the security booth to play hard to get. He was waiting for the school leader to come and level the playing field. In the eyes of the security guard, Jiang Yan was already the god of fury, and facing his question, he answered truthfully, "Ma, we'll be here soon." Jiang Yan was bored playing with his cell phone. After 10 minutes or so, a black car stopped at the entrance of the school, and a group of people entered the school in a hurry. Where are the people? Where are the people who caused trouble in our 16th middle school? The visitor wore a black suit. His hair was already gray, but his eyes were sharp. I'm here. Jiang Yan yawned, languidly waving to the man. Good. You didn't even run. It seems that you know how big of a mistake you've made and are ready to confess to the crime, the man said in a cold voice. Jiang Yan smiled. No, I just stepped in to stop the school bully. You should thank me. After this strike from me, there will never be another incident of school bullying in your 16th middle school. Jiang Yan crossed his legs. In an instant, Jiang Yan's SSS level aura was no longer hidden, and the pressure of the 10 square ghost order instantly enveloped the entire 16 middle. Even the middle-aged man nearly fell to his knees. This terrifying pressure caused the middle-aged man's face to change drastically. This is an SSS grade divine gift. Jiang Yan put away the pressure and looked at the middle-aged man with a smile. Now believe that I'm doing this for your 16th grade? Believe. I believe. The middle-aged man took a deep breath and looked at Jiang Yan with a smile. This is my private business card. If there's anything you need you can contact me directly. There's no need to come personally. Jiang Yan sneered. My sister is being bullied. I as a brother can't just sit back and do nothing. What? In a school under my management, someone would dare to do such a nasty thing. I'll expel her right here, the middle-aged man said in an indignant voice. Jiang Yan slowly stood up. I've already solved the matter. You only need to do the aftermath. Don't you worry. I will definitely handle it properly. I forgot to ask you. Your sister is? The middle-aged man was full of flattery. Jiang Shaoku. Jiang Yan said. Oh, so your honor's sister is Jiang Shaoku. I remember this child. Every time she took the exam, she was first in her grade. I've always treated her like my own daughter. Jiang Yan was too lazy to listen to his ass-kissing, and left after leaving the school gate. After a long time, the security guard trembled before asking the middle-aged man, Principal Lin, who was that young man just now? The middle-aged man took a deep breath. The side of the hegemony in the near future. If anything, there was still the possibility of an S-class divine giver falling. The SSS-class divine giver is the innate king who was bound to rise. From ancient times to the present, once the SSS-class divine giver is introduced, there has never been a situation where he falls in the middle, and none of them are the strongest in the world. That was why the middle-aged man was unwilling to befriend Jiang Yan when he learned that he was an SSS-class divine giver and could only befriend him. Chapter 17 Mentoring and Sparring. After settling the matter of his little sister, Jiang Yan bought a barbecue sausage and slowly walked towards Linjiang Second Middle School. Arriving at the entrance of Linjiang Second Middle School, Jiang Yan had planned to have a war of words with the security guard, but he didn't expect the security guard's face to be full of smiles. Jiang students, right? Quickly, please come in quickly, please come in. I'm here so late that I don't need to let the homeroom teacher collect it? Jiang Yan asked with a raised eyebrow. What are you talking about? Mr. Jiang, Principal Jiang personally ordered that you are delayed by something important and asked us to release you. The security guard had a pleasing smile on his face. He was treating Jiang Yan as a son of the world. There were 5 major families in Jiangqing City, Linjiang Province, and the rest of the midstream families were not a few. But Jiang Yan was not the son of a martial arts family. He was just an aspiring young man from an ordinary person's family. No longer looking at the fawning appearance of the security guard, Jiang Yan stuck his hands in his pockets and walked slowly towards the second senior class. When he came to the class door, he could hear the class in chaos. Jiang Yan immediately thought of a sentence. Shelves in the hallway can hear your class talking. Jiang Yan pushed open the class door, and the noisy class was instantly silent. Here comes the river god. Great! It's the river god coming. We're saved. The class was once again boisterous. Jiang Yan was a bit puzzled as he poked his tablemate's shoulder. What's going on here? Well, the girl who was poked on the shoulder by Jiang Yan was named Nangong Lu, a cute girl with a baby face. She was flattered and said, the martial arts competition is going to start. Oh, so it's the martial arts competition. It happens every year. Is there a need to be so excited? By the way, why is your face so red? Do you have a fever? Jiang Yan realized that this deskmate of his usually spoke very little and blushed when he didn't move. Feeling the warm touch coming from her forehead, Nangong Lu instantly looked like a steam engine, her cheeks reddening. No fever. The temperature was normal. Indeed there was no fever. Jiang Yan withdrew his hand, one hand resting on his chin. It's just a martial arts competition. What are they getting excited about? The matter of you defeating Wang Lei at the Evergreen Dining Hall has spread in the first middle school, and the students of the first middle school have come to provoke us, and they say that the first middle school also has an SSS-ranked God-giver. Nangong Lu whispered. Jiang Yan raised his eyebrows lightly. This piece of news was truly explosive. What the hell? So I'm not the chosen one. Jiang Yan sighed. Even though I don't have a system, but I have the twin life divine gift. I've always felt like I'm the protagonist. But now he was told that there was also an SSS-ranked divine giver next door in Linjiang First High School. Oh no, that guy in the first grade isn't the main character, is he? Or the one with the system? Jiang Yan, are you scared? Nangong Lu inquired in a low voice. The corner of Jiang Yan's mouth hooked up in a smile. Afraid? You're afraid that you're not joking. Ha, So what if he didn't have a system, didn't have a golden finger, didn't have a newbie package, and wasn't the chosen protagonist? He, Jiang Yan, was likewise able to use his own talent as a key to trample those Heaven's Destiny protagonists hard under his feet. So what if it's an SSS-class divine giver? His Jiang Yan's bottom card had never been the 10-square ghost order, but that, taboo, red paper umbrella. This was a forbidden, heavenly object that he was born with, and he was confident that he would be able to overwhelm the world. There were 30 high schools participating in the Zhongcheng City martial arts competition. There are few crouching tigers and hidden dragons among them, and there are few teenage supreme beings. The SSS-ranked divine giver of the first form. I'd like to meet him in person. Strong people were attracted to each other, and Jiang Yan also wanted to let go and find someone to battle. Hopefully, the SSS-ranked divine giver in the first form will not let him down. At this time in Linjiang 1 middle school, Bai Lixue suddenly aho. She shook her head, her voice soft and aggrieved. Someone said something bad about me. My missy, you're an SSS-ranked god giver. Who would dare to say anything bad about you? Mu Shuiyao nodded her forehead. You stay here honestly, I'll go buy 2 bottles of water. Aha! Bai Lixue nodded her head obediently as she blinked her big, soulful eyes and looked earnestly at the martial arts Dao book in her hands, but she couldn't look at it at all, and the face of that teenager would always come to her mind. Kindred, when will we see each other again? Her divine gift was too powerful, she had to suppress it all the time. She couldn't let up for a moment or the people around her would be frozen. Only a divine giver of the same SSS rank could be spared from being frozen by the cold that flowed from her body. Even her good friend Mu Shuiyao, an SS-class divine provider, could only come into contact with her for 3 hours a day, and once she had been in contact for too long, her internal organs would begin to freeze with frost. The students of Linjiang 1 middle school treat her as an iceberg goddess, only to be admired from afar. No one knew that she wasn't high-strung, just that her divine gift was too strong to approach other people. Mom said that I can meet more of my own kind at the martial arts competition. Can I really meet him? Bai Lixue eyelashes fluttered lightly. A piece of ice crystals fell on the books, and slowly, the books condensed into ice. In the second class of the second middle school, Zhang Xiaoshan walked into the class and said to the boisterous students on the stage with a smile, the school will soon be running for students who are qualified to participate in the martial arts competition. Do you guys have any confidence? The stage was silent and no one responded. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Zhang Xiaoshan coughed and looked at the door with a smile. Lin Yu, come in. As soon as Zhang Xiaosheng's words fell, a slender figure walked into the second class, with a head of lush red hair and a hideous scar on his handsome face. Hello schoolmates, I'm Mr. Zhang's previous student, Lin Yu. Lin Yu raised a smile. Cough cough. Lin Yu is an outstanding martial artist from the Magic Capital Martial Arts University, and he's still only a junior, but he's already a 3rd order 6th level martial zone. Zhang Xiaosheng's words were filled with pride. Teacher Zhang is too kind. I originally planned to step into the 4th rank of Martial King in my junior year, but unfortunately, the lack of resources has delayed my cultivation process. Lin Yu was very humble. Zhang Xiaosheng nodded his head in satisfaction. For the next period of time, your senior Lin will personally instruct you in preparation for the martial arts competition. He scanned the class and realized that Jiang Yan was fast asleep, and quickly grabbed a piece of chalk and flew it over. Look at Lin Yu, then look at you. Jiang Yan, who was also shot while lying down, was a bit unhappy. What's wrong with me? Lin Yu is a grade A divine provider, already a pride of Zhongcheng City. Even so, he still cultivates hard, not stopping for a single second. Zhang Xiaosheng hated the iron and said, if you were half as hardworking as Lin Yu, you would have stepped into the 2nd rank by now. Jiang Yan smiled and said, I call this steady and steady, one step at a time. He didn't intend to go back to the enlightenment room to cultivate. He wanted to learn from his experience in fighting with foreign beasts and fighting with humans, using blood and tears as the cornerstone of his advancement instead of absorbing aura. Zhang Xiaosheng grunted, and with the idea of knocking Jiang Yan out in his heart, he smiled and said to Jiang Yan, Old Jiang, do you dare to spar with my favorite student? You're making me spar with a 3rd-ranked martial sect. Old Zhang, you're afraid that I won't be able to die, aren't you? Jiang Yan couldn't help but want to curse. It's just a sparring match. So let me ask Lin Yu to press his realm down to the 1st rank. Zhang Xiaosheng had a beat-up smile on his face. The corner of Jiang Yan's mouth arched. Old Zhang, you seem to be looking forward to me losing. Unfortunately, he never knew how to write the word lose. Senior brother Jiang, I've often heard teacher Zhang mention you, and I'd love to spar with you. Lin Yu looked at Jiang Yan, his eyes showing strong interest. Jiang Yan laughed in a cloudy manner. Since Senior Lin has said so, then I'll make an offering for my schoolmate. Chapter 18, The Realm Unfolds. Yama descends. Under Zhang Xiaosheng's leadership, The people of the second class followed him to the martial arts arena on the school grounds. The martial arts arena was the size of 2 soccer fields, with energy suits and weapons provided. Senior, do you need to wear an energy suit? Perhaps out of a senior's concern for his junior. Lin Yu asked with concern. No need. I prefer to be all light. Jiang Yan's mouth was tinged with a smile. What a coincidence. I also don't like having weights on my body. And in the future, if I go into battle, I don't want to wear those battle armor. Lin Yu was casually picking up a silver spear. Senior brother Jiang, let me learn the true strength of an SSS-class God-giver. He was strangely fast, and before some of the people in the second class had even taken their seats, he had already raised his gun and killed Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan lifted his foot and picked an alloy sword into the air, holding the hilt with his right hand and rubbing it together with the silver spear that was violently killing him. Zippy zippy dash. Sparks flew in all directions for a while, and both the silver spear and the alloy sword were clicking, a sign of impending disintegration. Fake it. Jiang Shin and Senior Lin used the power of the first rank to spar, but they managed to break the weapons in the armory. One must know that the weapons in the Linjiang Second Middle School's arsenal, even the Third Order Martial Zone blasted with full force, and it was difficult for a chafe to appear. Senior brother Jiang, you really are extraordinary. Lin Yu's eyes were filled with battle intent as he shook his right wrist. The clothes on his entire right arm exploded, and his silver spear exploded, shattering the alloy sword. Jiang Yan made a turn and picked up another obsidian sword, clashing his backhand with the silver spear. Bang! Lin Yu took several steps back. Jiang Yan stuck his sword into the ground and stood firm. My awakened Class A ability is recasting, which is capable of breaking down and reconstructing substances it comes into contact with. Ripples blossomed on the back of Lin Yu's hand holding the silver spear. In the next moment, the silver spear changed into an incomparably sharp spike in his hand, with hundreds of spikes stabbing at Jiang Yan one after another. This alien ability of yours is a bit interesting. Jiang Yan decisively began to wander, constantly dodging the spikes attacks and finding the right time to slash at Lin Yu with his sword. As my realm rises, the amount of matter I can reconstruct at the same time will also increase. Lin Yu stomped on the ground, and the vibranium ground instantly drilled out a wall to block Jiang Yan's chopping attack. Senior brother Jiang, if you don't use your divine gift yet, you might have to lose. Lin Yu laughed. Looks like it. Jiang Yan sighed and casually threw the obsidian sword to Lin Yu. Another weapon for you. Next, it's my turn to attack. A bizarre ghost order surfaced in his hand as a black aura enveloped it. The ghost order is here. Soldiers listen to the order. Jiang Yan recited softly. In the next moment, the martial arts arena had a gust of gloomy wind, and a shadow appeared on the Xinjiang ground, and finally condensed into substance. They wore black armor, and held various types of weapons in their hands. You're a summoner. Worthy of being an SSS-ranked summoner? You're obviously still only at the first rank, and you're able to summon so many dead things at the same time. Lin Yu marveled. Your special ability is also quite buggy. It feels like it's more than just a rank. Jiang Yan said. Lin Yu sniffed and gave Jiang Yan a meaningful smile. Seeing that smile, Jiang Yan instantly understood what was going on. He hid the true grade of God's gift. So, you're not just a ranked? Jiang Yan asked with interest. That's about right actually. My recast true grade is S. I didn't want to be seen as a thorn in the side of the Fae, so I changed my profile to A. As expected, it would be strange for such a buggy psychic ability to be only A ranked. Boom 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 dash. As he spoke, the soldiers summoned by Jiang Yan had already been blown apart by the Xinjiang giant hammer maneuvered by Lin Yu. Senior brother Jiang, you shouldn't only have this kind of strength, right? Lin Yu asked indifferently. Jiang Yan scratched his head. It's indeed a bit troublesome. I originally thought that summoning a few soldiers would be enough. I didn't realize that you've hidden your clumsiness. Senior, my hidden clumsiness is nothing in front of Senior brother John's hidden clumsiness. Lin Yu laughed. Senior brother Jiang, let me see your true strength. The smile that Jiang Yan always put on his face disappeared as he looked faintly at Lin Yu. Senior Lin, are you sure? Lin Yu looked serious. Senior brother Jiang, I didn't come here just to instruct the second-class students. I came here to meet you and see the SSS-class divine gift. Then I can't let Senior Lin come to a class for nothing. Jiang Yan looked at the 10-square ghost order in his hand. A touch of scarlet flashed under his eyes. His voice was low and ancient. The Underworld Emperor is here, and Yanluo listens to his orders. The 10-square ghost order instantly released a pillar of heavenly light. The horrifying pressure was boundless, making the crowd in the martial arts arena pale and fearful from the depths of their souls. This is the SSS grade summoner. Lin Yu's eyes twitched and his voice was a little hoarse. In the next moment, an ancient ghost god stood behind Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan's eyes were scarlet. His voice was faint, but it echoed in the martial arts arena. King Qin Guan, suppress. The ancient ghost god suddenly opened his eyes, and a deep and bizarre palace emerged behind him, instantly enveloping the entire martial arts arena. Everyone is dumbfounded. Is this still Lin Jiang? No? To middle school? Where did you bring them? Is this hell? Jiang Yan sent us to hell? A boy was trembling as he spoke, already dying of fear. Ghost Judgment Hall? This is the domain of King Qin Guang, one of the Yamas. Someone knew the story of the 10 temples of Yama. Cold sweat slipped from her forehead. The Hall of Ghost Judges, judging people's lives and deaths. 100 ghosts are put to death. The Hall of Ghost Judges gradually cleared up, and the surrounding area was already filled with all kinds of little ghosts, with appalling torture devices hanging from the stone pillars, and hysterical screams constantly coming out. King Qin Guang sat in the Hall of Hades, his eyes solemn and murderous as he glared at Lin Yu, pronouncing his death sentence. Kill. The Hall of Ghost Judges was like a huge mountain, blocking Lin Yu's path to life. Countless chains wrapped around Lin Yu, and all sorts of inhumane torture devices approached Lin Yu. Lin Yu's spirit was on the verge of collapse. Jiang Yan snapped his fingers, and the domains of King Qin Guang and the Hall of Ghost Judges instantly dissipated. Lin Yu spat out a mouthful of black blood and fell heavily to the ground. This is only a spiritual attack. The physical attack won't work before it's even on? Jiang Yan wondered. Zhang Xiaosheng hurriedly ran over. He was also terrified, his face as white as if he had been dead for 4 or 5 days. You. Lao Jiang why did you come for real? Old Zhang. Don't frame me. I came really. Senior Lin's corpse was long gone. Jiang Yan told the truth. If he had come for real, he wouldn't even need to summon the Yin soldiers. He would have directly ordered Lin Yu's unseen stern ghosts to strangle him and send him away pleasurably. What's more, it was Lin Yu who didn't want to see the SSS-ranked Divine Providence, so he reluctantly sacrificed one of the Yama. This is also the first time he sacrificed Yanluo to strike. I did not expect it to be so powerful. The first time he came up to open the field, directly Lin Yu's spirit hole collapse. It ended too quickly. I still want to know what skills King Qin Guang has. Jiang Yan bristled. He wasn't enjoying this battle at all. Chapter 19, It's a Trial. Jiangshan defeated Senior Lin? Jiangshan defeated Senior Lin. Jiangshan is awesome. Jiangshan is incomparable. The belated clamor detonated the room, and none of the students in the second class were cheering. Jiang Yan versus Lin Yu. They naturally wanted Jiang Yan of the same class to win. Only Zhang Xiaosheng sighed. Old Jiang, I really underestimated you. Just now, Lin Yu had already used the power of the second rank, and he still didn't manage to last a single breath in front of your Yanluo. Old Zhang, it's better to quickly take Senior Lin to the resuscitation room. If we delay any longer, the head may be left with irreversible damage. Jiang Yan yawned and glanced at the foaming at the mouth Lin Yu. You brat! Zhang Xiaosheng glared fiercely at Jiang Yan and sent Lin Yu to the emergency room with a few paramedics who arrived. Yanluo ingested a strand of Lin Yu's residual soul. Jiang Yan was filled with warmth. His realm broke through to the 5th level of the first rank, and he slowly exhaled. A residual soul of the S rank is truly extraordinary. Jiang Yan realized that all the students around him were staring at him with strange gazes. He raised his eyebrows and said, why are they all looking at me with such hungry gazes? Do they worship me more than yesterday? Nangon Lu shook her head and pursed her lips. Jiang Yan, you've put Senior Lin in ICU. Who's going to guide us for the remaining days? The other students nodded their heads. Jiang Shun, you put the coach that old Zhang specially hired for us in the hospital. What are we going to do? Did forget about it. After all, he didn't need Lin Yu's guidance. Facing the pitiful gazes of his classmates, Jiang Yan was also a bit embarrassed. He coughed. Ahem. For the next few days, this Jiangshan will personally guide you. The entire second class cheered loudly. Long live the river god. Ha ha, God Jiang personally instructed us. That's invincible. Yiran's beautiful eyes trembled slightly as she gazed at Jiang Yan in fascination as he said he would personally instruct the second class. Does that include yourself as well? Jiang Yan, I will make you fall in love with me all over again in these few days of contact with me. Yiran made up her mind, her eyes flashing with hope. Jiang Yan smiled. Since everyone has no objections, follow me to the training room. Okay, brother Jiang. Zhou Pang is Jiang Yan's dog leg no. 1. He ran to Jiang Yan's side upside down, holding a bottle of water in his hand. Brother Jiang worked hard just now. Have a sip of water to suppress the shock. Yun Tianjie also walked to Jiang Yan's side with a soft smile. Brother Jiang is really extraordinary. This is a spiritual medicine that my father obtained by chance from the secret realm. Taking it can restore his mental strength. In the eyes of the crowd, Jiang Yan was a summoner. Whether it was summoning Yin soldiers, stern ghosts or Yanluo, it was very consuming of spiritual energy. That was why Yun Tianjie had brought spiritual pills to restore his spiritual power from home and befriended Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan raised his eyebrows. Thanks. He casually pinched up one and threw it into his mouth as casually as if he was eating a sugar bean. And when the elixir went down, he immediately felt refreshed. He didn't consume spiritual energy by sacrificing the streams of Yanluo and soldiers through the 10 Directions Ghost Order, which was his power and the order he gave to Yanluo and other severe ghosts of the Netherworld. Ordinary summoners need great mental and spiritual power to summon living and dead things. Jiang Yan wouldn't have any consumption, only the summoning cap. Now with only one rank, he would only be able to sacrifice a Yanluo. So the elixir that Yun Tianjie gave him was of no use to Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan just ate the elixir as a mint. Very cool and refreshing. Breathing through. Arrived. Jiang Yan led the second-class crowd to the training room of Linjiang Second Middle School. Each training room was the size of a soccer field, and it was complete with all kinds of cultivation implements, enough to accommodate a class of people cultivating. Brother Jiang, it's only training room number 3 that's still empty, Zhou Peng said. Just training room number 3. Jiang Yan said indifferently with his hands in his pockets. Yun Tianjie laughed. Brother Jiang, I'll go through the formalities. You take everyone and go in first. Well, I'll leave it to you then. Jiang Yan nodded his head and directly led the second-class crowd into the training room. There's an abundance of exercise equipment in here. Even 10,000 pound dumbbells. This is the first time I've come to the training room. There's also a fist strength tester here. Let me try it. Wang Chang, who had an inch head, was a B-class strength system psychic, and was very confident in his strength. He stood firm, arched his back, built up his strength, and slammed the tester. The class watching as the numbers flew up. Ding! Your fist strength is 3,156 kilograms. The fist strength tester reported the data. I chow. Wang Chang, you're a bit powerful. I'm afraid this punch could collapse a building. I underestimated you before. I'm afraid your punching power is the highest in our class. Wang Chang acted modestly, but the corners of his mouth couldn't suppress a smile. What's this? This fist power of mine is completely worthless in front of Yun Tianjie and Jiang Yan. Brother Chang, don't be modest. Class leader Yun is a thunder and lightning ability. Jiangshan is a summoning heaven's gift. And this aspect of punching power has to be looked at by you in the strength department. Wang Chang was fluttering with compliments. Really? Then I'm flattered by the title of our Class 2 boxing champion. A group of boys were talking to each other, and Wang Chang was floating up to the sky. There were even boys who said, Brother Chang, with this full force punch of yours, I'm afraid even Jiangshan would have to lie down honestly. That's right, even if Jiangshan is more powerful, he is still limited by the common problem that summoners can't be close to him. As long as Chang gets close to Jiangshan, with Chang's punching power, that's still not a one-punch knockout. Just as several people were commercially blowing each other off, the training room door was suddenly kicked open with a huge force. A man with a tiger's back walked in. He was a full 2 meters tall and covered in toned muscles. He coldly scanned the crowd. Which class are you from? And who told you to use training room number 3? The girls in the class were frightened by the man. This student, we are students of the second class, and we have already applied. To the director, Yun Tianjie's words were interrupted by the man's cold voice before he could finish. Training room number 3 is exclusive to me. I don't care who you apply to. Now get the hell out. His voice was thick and covered with a sense of power. Yun Tianjie subconsciously looked at Jiang Yan, who was the class president of the second class, but unconsciously regarded Jiang Yan as the backbone and looked up to him. Jiang Yan smiled. The training NPCs aren't here now. He patted Yun Tianjie's shoulder. Relax. Just think of this as a trial. Jiang Yan clapped his hands to attract the crowd's attention. All eyes toward me. Those divine gifted whose awakenings are of the strength and reinforcement lineages are out of the line. Wang Chang and the other 5 boys walked over with confused faces. Looking at the clueless few, Jiang Yan laughed. One by one. You guys go on. And beat this idiot who only grows muscles but not brains out of the number 3 training room for me. Only after these words came out did the people of Class 2 react. This is the guidance in Jiang Yan's mouth, and it is letting them fight the boss. The man with the tiger's back in front of him looked strong and scary, being treated as a training NPC by Jiang Yan. Meng Zhan's muscles tensed up as he growled. I'm Class 7 Meng Zhan, Class A Brute Bear Martial Spirit. If you have the guts you can come and fight. Chapter 20, I have no opponent. Meng Zhan let out a roar as his muscles began to surge and his skin sprouted dark brown hairs that looked horrifying. Grade A Savage Bear Martial Spirit, belonging to the physical body strengthening system of exotic abilities. He stood a full 2.5 meters tall and let out a roar that shook the second-class crowd. Jiangshan, you're not kidding, right? Let's fight this monster. I recognize him. He's the strongest divine giver in Class 7. I heard that he's already internalized a spot in the Zheng City martial arts competition. The several strength system psychics who were called out by Jiang Yan trembled, their legs trembling with fear. Chang. Brother Chang. Aren't you a 3,000 kilograms of fist power? You go up and try to throw a punch against him first. Wang Chang gritted his teeth in anger. Damn. You want me to die, don't you? It was not true that his punching power was more than 3,000 kilograms, but he was still scared straight in his heart when he faced this monster from Class 7. Brother Jiang. Isn't it a bit too difficult for them? Yun Tianjie frowned slightly. Jiang Yan inserted his hands into his pockets and said in a cloudy manner, a martial arts competition will be held in the school 3 days later, and the top 10 will be qualified to represent the school to participate in the Zhangchang martial arts competition. They were the ones clamoring for my guidance, and the way I guide them is through actual combat. Jiang Yan glanced at the training equipment and smiled faintly. After all, wooden stakes can't fight back. The only way to become stronger is through actual combat. Jiang Yan's voice was not loud, but it was heard clearly by everyone present. A boy clenched his fists. Jiang Shen is right. Training is still about fighting real battles. How can I shy away from battle when I'm still a C-ranked power enhancer? His name was Li Hua, and the divine bestowal he had awakened was a grade C golden light mantra, which belonged to strength enhancement. And as he took a deep breath, it was as if his body was gilded with a layer of golden light, and his strength increased by nearly 20 times. Meng War, I'll be your opponent. With his entire body function strengthened, Li Hua's speed became strangely fast as he leapt up and swept a whip leg across the room. I don't know how to die. Meng Zhan's big hand grabbed and directly clutched Li Hua in his hand. He fiercely exerted his power to crush it. Li Hua's golden light erupted with radiance and quickly broke free, falling to the ground. Li Hua's golden light shattered and he sat on his butt on the ground, losing his ability to fight. Jiang Yan nodded his head in satisfaction, inspiring his potential in a moment of crisis. He exerted his golden light to the extreme. Li Hua also realized this, and he said excitedly, I've broken through. My golden light mantra has broken through. He looked at Jiang Yan excitedly, his eyes full of worship and admiration. What you said, Jiang Shen, is really good. Actual combat is the fastest way to improve. Has been to the training room equipment bombarded. Afraid of a few months will not break through, but it is just now against the Meng War encountered a moment of crisis. Will be able to stimulate the potential of people. Critical breakthrough. Is it really that effective in real life? Let me give it a try as well. Lin Dong took a deep breath and also bravely stood out to face the tall and powerful Meng battle. I will be your opponent. Lin Dong threw off his tunic and a set of silver armor appeared out of thin air, attaching itself to his body. Grade B Divine Providence. Silver White Chariot. His strength instantly increased, and his entire person was extraordinary in divine martial arts as he fiercely blasted away. Meng Zhan had no more patience. He roared and his huge bear paw was mixed with a violent and powerful wind that whistled past. The equipment in the training room trembled. Bump dash. Lin Dong's fist collided with Meng Zhan's huge palm, and Lin Dong violently flew tens of meters away, violently slamming into the Jinjin wall and slowly sliding down. Cough. Cough. Lin Dong stood up once more, his eyes resolute. Again. Against the silver battle armor that was on the verge of shattering, he once again rushed towards Meng battle and fought with him for dozens of rounds in a row. But in the end, he was still slapped away and his silver white battle armor shattered. Lin Dong slid down the wall, and instead of being discouraged by his defeat, the corners of his mouth curved up. My comprehension of the silver white battle armor has gotten deeper. Is this the benefit of actual combat? Seeing that each of these people were so happy even after losing the battle, Wang Chang couldn't sit still. I'll give it a shot. Wang Chang had awakened his B-grade ability flesh strengthening, and his flesh was indestructible, harder than green granite. Eat my second-class fist king punch. Wang Chang clenched his teeth and swung his fist with all his might. The punch was fast and vicious, mixed with a terrifyingly huge force, and slammed towards Meng Zhan's face. I no longer have the patience to play house with you guys. Meng Zhan was trembling all over. He felt that these guys were teasing him. Obviously everyone is weak as hell, and they like to fight him one by one in a wheel-to-wheel battle. The gap between an A-grade and a B-grade divine gift was like a chasm. The bottom of Meng War's eyes dripped with killing intent as he clenched his right fist, exuding a golden glow. Stone breaking, heaven, shocking. Xian grade lower grade martial skill. Someone exclaimed in shock. Wang Chang's whole body was dumbfounded. Playing? He didn't use any martial arts skills to beat the first few people, so when it was his turn to go to the ring, he just went straight for the kill? Wang Chang felt that lofty and majestic power like a mountain pressing down on him, and he had no way to escape. Go to hell! Meng War roared. The golden light flourished. Tons of huge force slammed down. Time for instruction. Just as Wang Chang decided that he was dead, Jiang Yan's lethargic voice came over. With his hands in his pockets, he slowly walked up to Wang Chang, his right hand finally shedding out of his pocket, and just blocked, catching Meng Zhan's shockingly powered punch with his palm. Boom dash! The huge force shook and the wind was so fierce that it blew Jiang Yan's coat in a hunting manner. By the time the aftermath of this punch dissipated, Jiang Yan only had his hair blown out of shape, still calmly sticking one hand in his pocket and the other against Meng Zhan's huge fist. The people in the second class all stared with wide eyes, their jaws almost falling to the ground. Isn't Jiangshan a summoner? Isn't this strength of his? This strength of his flesh, isn't it a bit perverted? What makes a river god is the assumption that man and God cannot be generalized and that God is all-powerful. The crowd swallowed in shock and pushed down the shock in their hearts. The most shocked person was naturally Meng Zhan. His pupils contracted to the size of pinholes and his eyes were almost glaring out. You blocked my stonebreaker. As you can see, it seems so. Jiang Yan shrugged his shoulders with blissful disinterest, as if blocking his punch was a trivial matter that could not be more normal. Who are you? Meng War's voice was gloomy. Jiang Yan, just call me Jiangshan. Jiang Yan laughed. Hearing Jiang Yan's name, Meng Zhan's eyes widened angrily. You are Jiang Yan. What a Jiang god. As expected. Only you are worthy of being my opponent. Meng Zhan. Seeing him getting more and more excited, his muscles twitching, Jiang Yan hastily stopped. Slow down. I need to correct your wording. Jiang Yan retracted his hands and inserted his hands into his pockets at the same time, looking at Meng Zhan in a cloudy manner. The corner of his mouth hooked up in an arc. I don't have an opponent. And you don't deserve to be my opponent either. Chapter 21, Absolute Crushing. Suppressing Meng Battle. Silence, death-like silence. Training Room 3 fell into a pin-drop dead silence. The people in the second class all paused for breath, their eyes filled with shock. The Jiangshan was worthy of being a Jiangshan. Surprisingly, he completely disregarded Meng Zhan. One must know that apart from Jiang Yan and Yiran, the strongest existence in Linjiang No, 2 Middle School was the A-grade divine provider. Meng Zhan was even the best of the A-grade divine gifted. Even Yun Tianjie was no match for Meng Zhan. Such a top-notch powerhouse, a heavenly pride that ranked high when looking at Linjiang province, was unexpectedly not placed in Jiang Yan's eyes at all. One could only say that Jiangshan was worthy of being Jiangshan. It doesn't belong to human beings anymore. In the face of Jiang Yan's contempt, Meng Zhan's forehead veins rippled, and the fangs in his mouth emanated a bloody aura. Jiang Yan, you're too arrogant. Oh, if I were arrogant, you wouldn't have clamored for so long in training room number 3. Jiang Yan's mouth was tinged with a warm smile. If I had been arrogant, I would have raised your ashes the moment your feet stepped through the door of training room 3. When he said these things, he always wore a smile, so breezy and graceful. If someone else had said this, I would have cursed him, but when it was Jiangshan who said this, I actually felt it made so much sense. Nonsense, that's the god of Jiang, the true god of our Linjiang No, 2 Middle School. The people in the second class had long subconsciously treated Jiang Yan as an omnipotent being, and they would unconditionally believe in him, believing that he could do anything. Meng Zhan had been completely enraged by Jiang Yan. The savage ferocious bloodline in his body was stimulated, and his entire body was like a raging wild bear with amazing fighting strength. Roar dash! He roared and killed Jiang Yan, his terrifying bear claws slashing out wind blades. Jiang Yan casually dodged sideways, his hair fluttering from the wind blade. Bang! Meng Zhan violently smashed at Jiang Yan, who raised his right hand and steadily received the punch. The huge size difference gives the scene great visual impact. No one knew what kind of majestic power was contained within Jiang Yan's body, which was actually enough to support him to fight against Meng Zhan with just his physical body. The instruction has begun. Today I'll show you how to beat this kind of stupid big man. Jiang Yan retracted his fist and nimbly came behind Meng Zhan, sweeping a whip leg onto Meng Zhan's leg socket. Ow! Meng Zhan let out a scream of pain as his right leg bent and his entire body fell to his knees. Meng Zhan went crazy and reached out to grab Jiang Yan without any rules. Jiang Yan didn't dodge. Seeing the huge palm approaching, he raised his leg and kicked it, dislocating Meng Zhan's arm. That was a good fight, don't you think? Jiang Yan was a summoner, but he was extremely fond of physical combat, and when he faced a strength-based, flesh-enhanced divine giver, he would be dumbfounded, crush and explode the opponent in their area of expertise. Can you still talk? Looking at Meng Zhan who was paralyzed on the ground like a dead dog, Jiang Yan smiled and squatted on the ground to inquire. Meng Zhan no longer had the will to fight. He had been beaten unconscious by Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan had also taken away a strand of Meng Zhan's residual soul and transformed it into his own, and his power had been greatly enhanced. The people in the second class all looked dumbfounded, their eyes wide and their jaws almost falling to the ground. Fake Rael? Fake Rael? This is too much, isn't it? Isn't Jiang Yan a summoner? Shouldn't his flesh be so fragile that it breaks at the slightest touch? Now what's going on here? A summoner beating a power shifter to the ground and rubbing it unilaterally. Wang Chang, who was previously still proud of his more than 3,000 kilograms of punching power and thought that he could knock out Jiang Yan with a single punch, fell to his knees powerlessly and lost hope in life. Tired. Destroy. He is proud of more than 3,000 kilograms of fist power, afraid that even shake Jiang Yan a finger is difficult, but also think of a fist down Jiang Yan. Put. I don't know who laughed out. Did you guys just hear what Wang Chang said? Hear that? I've been wanting to spit on them for a long time. They're daydreaming before they've even had a drink. And they're taking down Jiangshan with one punch? It's more like tickling Jiangshan. Put. I can't help it. I really want to laugh. Po ha 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 ha. Several girls laughed their heads off. Wang Chang's face was suffocated into a pig's liver color, and he felt so ashamed that he wanted to find a crack in the ground, throwing the fainting Meng Zhuan outside the door of the training room. Jiang Yan smiled and clapped his hands. Alright, everyone continue to train, and if you have any doubts, you can ask me. Me, Jiangshan, I'm having trouble with my swinging power. Can you teach me by hand? The girl wearing boxing gloves asked petulantly. Of course. Jiang Yan smiled lightly and walked towards the girls blandly. The girl's face flushed red, feeling incredibly lucky to be personally guided by Jiang Yan. The other girls were all gnashing their teeth. Damn Zhang Lily, she's so scheming. Jiangshan has been monopolized by her. We can't lag behind either. I want God Jiang to personally guide me too. The young girl with emerald green eyes shouted. God Jiang. I can't control the growth rate of the Lingwei grass. Can you teach me to control my spiritual power output? River God. I can't release the water rush wave. Can you see what the problem is? The girls in the second class chanted Jiang Yan's name as they fought openly and looked at each other. Zhou Peng and Yun Tianjie looked at each other in unison. Brother Jiang is a little too popular. Zhou Peng sighed. Well, Brother Jiang probably has troubles in this regard as well. Yun Tianjie shook his head and laughed lightly. In the end, it was only when Zhang Xiaosheng came to the third training room and informed the second-class crowd that school had been dismissed that Jiang Yan was liberated from instructional hell. Looking at Jiang Yan's face full of fatigue, Zhang Xiaosheng was instantly happy. What's wrong with old Jiang? His body was emptied at a young age? Jiang Yan didn't even bother to raise his eyelids. Hurry up with the school election. I find that fighting is easier than instructing these girls. If you didn't straighten Lin Yu into the emergency room, you wouldn't need to be so tired. Thinking about this matter, Zhang Xiaosheng was a bit angry. Lin Yu was his former good student. People originally came to help him guide students with good intentions, but ended up coming up and being sent to ICU by Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan shrugged his shoulders, also somewhat helpless. I didn't expect Senior Lin to be so unbearable. Zhang Xiaosheng wanted to say something, but realized that he had nothing to say. Lin Yu was once his best and proudest student, but compared to Jiang Yan, it is true that some slightly ordinary, unbearable. It's not like you don't know that Lin Yu suppressed his realm when he sparred with you. Zhang Xiaosheng tried to save Lin Yu's honor. Lin Yu had indeed the sixth weight of the third order to the peak of the first order when sparred with Jiang Yan. But at the moment when Jiang Yan had sacrificed the 10 temples of Yama, Lin Yu had subconsciously utilized the power of the second order, and he had still been undefeated. When Senior Lin wakes up, remember to ask him to treat me to dinner. I'm instructing on his behalf. Jiang Yan waved his hand and slowly left the school. Chapter 22, The School Competition. Ghostbusters Wechyo. After Jiang Yan's guidance and training, the practical combat ability of the people in the second class had improved greatly. On the day of the intramural election, Zhang Xiaosheng, however, informed Jiang Yan, Old Jiang, you don't need to participate in the intramural election. The school has given you an internal quota. The second shift crowd didn't question anything, but instead showed the demeanor that should have been there. That's the way it has to be. Jiangshan is a recognized demon in the whole school, so he should be privileged. I would question others having privileges, but this person with privileges is the river god, and I don't see any problem with that at all. In this regard, Jiang Yan said that he could understand. The school authorities have put their hearts into it. If I am allowed to compete, the first place will not have any suspense, and the students will lose their passion for the competition. Zhang Xiaosheng held his forehead. Old Jiang, if you change your narcissism, I believe you will be more popular. This isn't called narcissism, this is called confidence. Jiang Yan had a smile on his lips. Zhang Xiaosheng stopped bull ting with Jiang Yan and said to the second class crowd, line up in an orderly fashion and I'll lead you to the martial arts arena. When they arrived at the martial arts arena, it was already overcrowded. Zhang Xiaosheng led the second class crowd to the preparation room. Today is the second class versus the first class. Do you have any confidence? Have faith. Jiang Yan shouted with his hands raised high. The crowd landed their gazes on Jiang Yan, and Zhang Xiaosheng sighed. Old Jiang, you can go to the audience. There's nothing for you here. Oh, almost forgot that I was banned. Then you guys have fun. I'll leave first. Jiang Yan happily waved his hand and leisurely left. Yun Tianjie looked at Jiang Yan's back full of longing and smiled. It would be nice when I can have half of Brother Zhang's looseness. Don't think about it. I've known Jiang since we were kids. This sense of looseness he has is innate. I've never even seen Jiang angry. He's casually lazy with anyone. No one can make him serious. Zhou Peng sighed. Perhaps it is this looseness and lethargy that is the reason for Jiang's superb temperament. We can't be left far behind by Brother Jiang either. Fighting spirit flashed in Yun Tianjie's eyes. I want to be strong enough to fight alongside Brother Jiang. Well, I can't be left behind either. Zhou Peng nodded. In the audience, Jiang Yan casually found an empty seat and sat down. The girl beside him was full of unbelief. She carefully opened her mouth. Are you Jiang Yan's classmate? I think I am. Jiang Yan laughed. It really is you. I'm actually sitting next to the river god. I'm so excited. The girl almost jumped up in excitement. Jiang Yan's name had already resounded through Linjiang 2 middle school, and many students treated Jiang Yan as a legendary figure. Jiangshun, this is for you. I just bought popcorn, the girl said daintily, handing Jiang Yan the bucket of popcorn in her hand. Jiang Yan raised his eyebrows. You should be a junior schoolmate, right? This is treating our martial arts fight like a movie. Aha, I'm a sophomore, and the senior year is holding a big school competition, so we're all suspended from classes and came to the martial arts arena to watch the battle and learn about God's gift in advance, the junior sister explained. By the way, aren't you going to participate in the intramural grand competition, Jiangshun? I've heard that the top 10 in the intramural grand competition will be able to represent the school in the Zhengchang martial arts competition. Faced with the elementary school sister's doubt, Jiang Yan smiled. You've called me Jiangshun, so you should know that someone as powerful as me is of course already internalized. Wow, worthy of being Jiangshun. The elementary school girl's eyes were full of admiration, but quickly bristled. Then I won't have the chance to watch you show off your power. God of Jiang, I want to go back to the classroom. Jiang Yan laughed lightly. Even without my participation, this intramural grand competition will still be wonderful. Trust me. Aha! The little girl's eyes glowed. Soon, the host floated in the air, and as he took the stage, the audience lights went out and the lights of the martial arts arena flourished. The Linjiang 2 middle school intramural competition is about to begin. The rules of the great intramural competition are as follows. By class, one student from each class will go up in each round for a 1v1 match, and the winner will get a point. The victor can continue to dominate the martial arts arena, 1 against 10, 1 against 100. When the tournament is over, the top 10 in points can represent the school in the Zhengchang martial arts competition. I now announce that the match will begin. The host appeared in the center of the martial arts arena, and as his voice fell, 2 large doors slowly opened. The audience erupted into shouts that resounded through the martial arts hall. Class 1 Zuoqiu versus Class 2 Wang Chang. The host shouted. Zuoqiu looked at Wang Chang from afar. The corner of his mouth hooked up in a cold smile, and he said disdainfully, Where is Jiang Yan from your class? When you go down there, tell him to come up and fight with me. Just you are worthy of challenging the river god? Wang Chang rubbed his fists. The one who goes down will be you, and to deal with you guys, there's no need for the Jiang god to make a move at all. Zuoqiu's face was grim. I will show Linjiang second middle school who is truly strong. So what if the divine providence grade is high? It's still not my opponent. Grade A ability. Ghost Fury. Zuoqiu's body was filled with black mist, and a ghostly shadow quickly killed Wang Chang. Wang Chang's pupils quake. Same attribute as Jiangshun, but you're not even close to Jiangshun. He clenched his fists, his blood chi churning, and blasted out a punch at the ghostly shadow. The ghostly shadows were blown apart by a punch. Wang Chang took one step and stomped on the ground. His whole body rushed towards Zuoqiu like a missile. It's over. When you get close to me, you will be powerless to fight back. It is indeed over. Zuoqiu hooked his left foot in an arc. In the next moment, Wang Chang's pupils contracted into the size of a needle's eye as he fell heavily to the ground, spitting out black blood, his meridians exploding and dripping with blood. This scene was so bizarre that everyone did not anticipate that Wang Chang had just inexplicably lost his ability to fight. Even the host froze, and after a long time, he announced, the winner of this match, Zuoqiu. What is going on here? Zhang Xiaoxing's voice trembled. Wang Chang was quickly taken away from the scene by paramedics. Zuoqiu lightly picked a look in the direction of the second class. His voice was full of disdain. Jiang Yan. Oh no. Should call you Jiangshun. Roll up and fight with me. The second shift crowd looked at me and I looked at you. Old Zhang. Should we go tell Jiangshun to come down from the audience? A student asked nervously. There's no need to bother Brother Jiang. I'll be his opponent. Yun Tianjie said in a cold voice. If you want to challenge Brother Jiang, you have to pass me first. He leapt to the martial arts arena, purple thunder splitting all over his body. I'll be your opponent. The host announced loudly. Class 1 Zuoqiu versus Class 2 Yun Tianjie. The match begins. Zuoqiu staggered. Are you all deaf in the second class? Can't you all hear me when I say let Jiang Yan die and come up? Or is Jiang Yan also a vain guy who doesn't dare to fight me? Insult Brother Jiang. I will never spare you. Yun Tianjie's face twisted. His thunder raged, transforming into a thunder god, instantly killing Zuoqiu at a speed so fast that it was difficult to capture. Boom dash. Purple thunder transformed into a wild blade, exploding with a thunderous force. Zuoqiu sneered. Frog in the bottom of the well. Not knowing the height of heaven, the ghostly shadows filled the sky and drilled into Yun Tianjie's body. Yun Tianjie only felt difficulty breathing, and in the next moment, his eyes were covered in blood. And surprisingly, tears of blood flowed out. What? What have you done? The raging thunder dissipated, and he looked terrifying with blood flowing from his 7 orifices. My ghost fury is countless times more powerful than that token from Jiang Yan that only summons soldiers. It can kill people invisibly. Zuoqiu laughed grimly. Alright, you can get off the field. Zuoqiu gently nudged Yun Tianjie. Yun Tianjie immediately felt a sharp pain coming from his internal organs. His blood vessels exploded all over his body, just like a bloody man, and he fell to the ground heavily. Chapter 23, Wasted. Then, for a time, the martial arts fighting hall was silent, and you could hear a pin drop. The host was dumbfounded. He knew that Zuoqiu was awakened to a class alien ability, but this is too perverted. In just 5 minutes, he actually defeated 2 people. One must know that Yun Tianjie was also the best amongst the A-grade god-givers. To be killed by Zuoqiu in seconds just like that was too much. Let's congratulate Mr. Zuoqiu for his 2nd consecutive victory, the host announced back. Yun Tianjie weakly collapsed on the ground. His eyes were lifeless as he looked towards Jiang Yan in the audience, opening his mouth and failing to make a sound. Brother Jiang, I lost. Jiang Yan slightly frowned. This Zuoqiu tactics are not too harsh. Moving to destroy people's meridians, waste people's cultivation. At this point, the second class was in disarray. Even class president Yun lost. Who can we be his opponent? Old Zhang. Quickly go and invite Jiangshen. We are no match for this Zuoqiu. What kind of monster is this Zuoqiu? His supernatural ability is too buggy. It's not on the same level as us. Just as the crowd was talking and preparing to invite Jiang Yan to the ring, a pleasant voice rang out. Teacher Zhang. I'm willing to go up to the ring to fight. Yiran's eyes cleared. My S-ranked supernormal ability, Luotian Holy Water, has the advantage of innately restraining the ghost attribute R. I have the confidence to defeat Zuoqiu. Zhang Xiaoxing's eyes lit up. Jiang Yan's light was so dazzling that he had almost forgotten that he was leading a class of double demons. In addition to Jiang Yan, the top demon, Yiran, who had S-class psychic abilities, was equally demonic. Yiran's beautiful eyes swirled as she looked towards the figure in the audience, her shell teeth biting her lower lip. Jiang Yan, I'll let your gaze fall on me. Her figure was light and graceful as she leapt to the martial arts arena, and the Luotian holy water transformed into azure blue spirit clothes that were attached to her circumference. Light and beautiful. Oh, isn't this our second middle school flower? You've come to be my opponent. Shouldn't I take pity on her? Zuoqiu narrowed his eyes and laughed. Yiran didn't respond as her beautiful eyes looked towards the host. The host snapped back from his shock. Our Zuoqiu student is just amazing. Will he be able to complete the trifecta? Let's wait and see. Class 1 Zuoqiu versus Class 2 Yiran. The match begins. As soon as the host's words fell, Zuoqiu suddenly laughed. Yiran frowned slightly. What are you laughing at? I'm laughing at that vain waste of a man, Jiang Yan, who doesn't dare to come up and fight me himself, and even sends his own woman into the arena. Zuoqiu's eyes were filled with sarcasm. I'm not yet Jiang Yan's woman. Yiran was a little briefly disoriented. She quickly looked solemn. But Jiang Yan is not something you can humiliate either. Spirit primordial tide. Yiran's eyes flashed azure, and a smattering of water clusters quickly converged into several water tornadoes, encircling the entire martial arts arena and continuously closing in on Zuoqiu. Really underestimated. Zuoqiu shook his head. S-class powers are indeed very strong, but through acquired efforts, one is also able to bridge the gap. Zuoqiu's strength was no longer hidden, and his second-order breath suddenly erupted, shocking and dismaying everyone present. Second order. Zuoqiu has actually reached the power of the second order, the host exclaimed. Yiran's beautiful eyes were round. Her realm was only at the 4th level of the first rank. Schoolgirl Yi, scared? Zuoqiu laughed evilly. Doesn't Jiang Yan not want you? Or else you'll follow me. I'll love you. You don't deserve to be compared to Jiang Yan. Yiran said in a chilling voice. Who started a mess? And dares to reject me? Zuochio's face twisted. Both are equally ghost masters. Why does Jiang Yan get the prestige and adoration and I don't? Just because he's an SSS ranked divine gift? Jealousy makes one's face hideous. Zuochio gritted his teeth in death. Since you like him so much, you can die for him. Ghostbuster. Zuochio hissed. A ghostly shadow instantly passed through the water tornado and flew towards Yiran's body. Buzz dash. The Luotian clothes bloomed with brilliance, forcing the ghost fiend back. I'm the god of Linjiang No. 2 middle school. I'm the one. Zuochio would erupt with the power of the second rank, his entire body rushing towards Yiran like a missile, his fist surrounded by black chi, fiercely blasting towards Yiran. Bang dash. Yiran resisted with a water shield and was penetrated hard. His abdomen took a heavy blow and his entire body flew out backwards. Yiran spat out blood. Weak as she looked up at the person in the audience. Jiang Yan always had a flat face and calmly watched what Zuochio did. Jiang. Yiran tried to shout Jiang Yan's name, but her back was heavily stepped on by Zuochio. This is an S-class alien? But that's all. Zuochio gave Yiran a heavy kick, his face filled with sadistic pleasure. The supporter came out in a hurry. The match is over. Congratulations to Zuochio for accomplishing the feat of winning 3 straight matches. Zuochio snatched the host's microphone and sneered. Jiang Yan, you're not a turtle, are you? Your woman is about to be killed by me, and you still have the face to hide? The students of Class 1 are all clamoring. Where's Jiang Yan of Class 2? Why is he still hiding? He's not afraid, is he? That's right, he's bragging quite a bit. Jiang Shun? You'd have to kneel down and call out to Mr. Zuo when you see him. The homeroom teacher of Class 1 laughed as he walked to the Class 2 preparation room and said to the hard-faced Zhang Xiaoshang, Teacher Zhang, wasn't the awakening ceremony quite a sight to behold? Teacher Lin, this student of yours? His hands are a bit inconsiderate. It's just a student sparring session. Is there a need to nullify someone's cultivation? Zhang Xiaoshang suppressed his anger. Lin Jun said unconcernedly, Zuochio is a child who killed in the beast hunting forest. It's normal that he doesn't know what to do. Good one is normal. Zhang Xiaoshang gritted his teeth and said to Zhou Peng at the side, call old Jiang back. He's quite happy in the audience. Zhou Peng froze. Old Zhang, didn't you say that Lao Jiang was banished? Class 1 is hitting home. What do you care if he ban or not? The students of Class 2 all had red eyes. Jiangshan come out and kill the assholes of Class 1 in minutes. Jiangshan, you have to avenge Yiran. The girl who usually played well with Yiran choked. Lin Jun frowned. Ban? What do you mean? Jiang Yan isn't not fighting because he's scared? Zhang Xiaoshang sneered. Teacher Lin, I'm not letting Jiang Yan fight because I don't want to dampen the confidence of the students in the classes. Do you think that this student of yours will be able to advance steadily? Zhang Xiaoshang said in a cold voice. There's no chance. He'll be retiring soon. A lethargic yawn sounded as Jiang Yan leaned against the doorframe of the preparation room. Old Zhang, your words don't count either. Old Jiang, as the class teacher, I can't just stand by and watch my students being abused. I'm begging you just this once. Zhang Xiaoshang clenched his fists. Scrap Zuochio, avenge Yun Tianjie and the others. Hearing what Zhang Xiaoshang said, Lin Jun felt bad as he looked fiercely at Jiang Yan. You dare! Zuochio is the heir of the Zuo family, one of the 5 great families in Zhangchang. The left family heir. It seems to be a bit troublesome. Jiang Yan smiled faintly. Then it's a waste. Chapter 24 Keep your promise and waste you. What's taking so long for Class 2 to pick someone? Is it possible that they no longer have the strength to fight and are ready to surrender to Class 1 and admit defeat? The host enlivened the atmosphere. The first class students were all excited to the point of being unable to do so. That's all for the second class. Our young master Zuo alone pushed it flat. This is too meaningless. Where's Jiang Yan? Where did the god of Class 2 go? Wouldn't have been scared directly into a cowardly lizard after hearing about the left god's 3 consecutive victories. Just as the Class 1 crowd was gloating, a lazy voice rang out, Warshy lizard, are you talking about me? This voice rang out, and Zuochio, who originally had a sneer at the corner of his mouth, instantly looked serious. The giggling crowd in Class 1 also had a lump in their throat, not daring to say a word, their eyes looking in the direction of the Class 2 preparation room in horror. How come? Didn't they say Jiang Yan was banned? It shouldn't be. The whole senior class knows about it. They dared to be so arrogant because they were relying on the fact that Jiang Yan couldn't go out to battle, and they also saw Jiang Yan in the audience. And now that Jiang Yan appeared in the second class preparation room, they were instantly dumbfounded. Zuochio quickly laughed coldly. Shrinking head turtle, fight me if you have the ability. Yes, please. Jiang Yan put his hands in his pockets and slowly walked up to the martial arts arena. Oh yeah, I'll tell you one thing in advance. Zoku wondered. What is it? Hey, it's not a big deal. Jiang Yan smiled. it's that I'm going to waste you. As soon as these words came out, Zuochio's pupils suddenly contracted and a drop of cold sweat slid down his cheek. You're kidding, right? You're so sure you can beat me? I'm a three-peat winner, Zuochio said fiercely. PFF. Jiang Yan, like hearing a big joke. In front of the face of Zuochio, hilarious, laughed enough to wipe away the tears out of the corner of the eyes of the laughter. You 100 consecutive victories is also not about my business. Jiang Yan's eyes fell on Zuochio. I'm just informing you. It's fine for you to know about this. Jiang Yan slightly tilted his head, his gaze falling on the first-class crowd. And you guys? I'll stand here and wait for your challenge. If one of you comes, I'll waste one of you. The people in the first class were so frightened that they lowered their heads, not daring to make a single sound. Jiang Yan was satisfied with their performance as he lazily looked at the host. You may begin. Ha! Oh who? Class 1 Zuochio versus Class 2 Jiang Yan. The match begins. The host shouted. Zuochio struck first. Ghostbusters. A ghostly shadow was strangely fast, instantly flying towards Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan just slanted a glance at Ghost Fiend, and Ghost Fiend instantly didn't dare to move and was fixed in place. Ghost Fury? Zuochio's expression changed slightly as he swallowed. Ghost Fury. Kill him for me. Kill him. No matter how much Zuochio ordered, the Ghost Fury just didn't move at all, obediently floating in front of Jiang Yan. The head is raised too high, Jiang Yan faintly said. Ghostbuster sniffed and snapped to his knees, shortening. The so-called Ghostbuster was nothing more than a stern ghost, obedient as a grandson in front of Jiang Yan. This bizarre scene caused the crowd in the martial arts arena to all look dumbfounded. Just now also invincible, consecutively defeated 3 people Ghost Shadow, at this time like a child who made a mistake, well-behaved kneeling in front of Jiang Yan. This is what operation? What have you done to my Ghostbuster? You cheated. How could you control my Ghost Fury? Zuochio's eyes were covered in blood as he stared at Jiang Yan in death. Jiang Yan said patiently, as you can see, it's your Ghost Fiend who kneels at the sight of me. I'm helpless too. Impossible. The Ghost Fury is my divine gift. It should follow my orders. Zuochio hissed. Ghost Fury, come back to me. The Ghost Fiend remained impassive, kneeling in front of Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan laughed lightly. Ghost Fiend, go back to your master. Upon hearing Jiang Yan's order, the Ghost Fiend returned to Zuochio's body as if in a dream. Zuochio was in a cold sweat. Sweating. You used the ghost order. No, I'm empty-handed right now. Jiang Yan stretched out his 2 hands, holding nothing. You didn't utilize the SSS-ranked ghost order. So why can you harness ghosts? Or to harness a ghost that already had a master? Jiang Yan laughed. Harnessing ghosts is an ability I was born with. It was never granted by the 10 square ghost order. Harnessing 100 ghosts and commanding the Yin soldiers. This is the power he was born with. Alright, idle chit-chat is over. I should fulfill my promise. Jiang Yan turned his neck. What promise? Zuochio was inexplicably terrified. Jiang Yan was succinct. Scrap you. Zuochio's pupils suddenly contracted. No. You can't invalidate me. Do you know who I am? I know. Zhangcheng 5 big families, Zuo family young master well. Jiang Yan spoke, but his steps towards Zuochio did not stop, facing Jiang Yan who was constantly approaching. Zuochio was scared to death. You wake up. If you waste me, the Zuo family won't let you go. Jiang Yan was unimpressed. Oh yeah? Zuochio narrowed his eyes and suddenly became ruthless. He was a second-ranked martial artist anyways. Even if the divine gift didn't work on Jiang Yan, he was still able to crush Jiang Yan with his strength. Deceiving. Zuochio fumed. Black chi surrounded his fist and slammed it against Jiang Yan's heart. Jiang Yan's mouth was tinged with a smile. Second rank. Is it strong? He casually stretched out his hand, steadily catching the erupting punch, his 5 fingers slowly exerting force. Click, click. The cracking of bones rang out, making one's scalp go numb. Zuochio's face twisted as he let out a miserable scream. Dash. He tried to retract his fist, but he was shackled by a huge force that prevented him from pulling his hand back. Jiang Yan looked at Zuochio with smiling eyes. This is the power of a second-ranked martial artist. It's still a bit troublesome. His 5 fingers renewed their strength, squeezing Zuochio's right fist out of shape. Zuochio's right hand was pinched by Jiang Yan's powder fracture and drooped limply. He looked at Jiang Yan with a face full of fear, as if he was looking at a horrible monster. What's wrong with me? Wasn't it you who had been clamoring to spar with me before? The corner of Jiang Yan's mouth rose slightly. I'm right here. Come defeat me. Zuochio was trembling all over. In his opinion, Jiang Yan was simply a monster. I vote. He only wanted to escape the martial arts arena, even if he surrendered. But before he could say the word surrender, he couldn't say a word. His mouth opened silently, feeling the pain of his soul being pulled out. Jiang Yan grabbed Zuochio's head with his right hand. The corner of his mouth curved up. Soul devouring. He drew out most of Zhuoqiu's soul and devoured the remnants of Zhuoqiu's soul. Second rank residual soul. It's really a great tonic. Insatiable satisfaction flashed under Jiang Yan's scarlet eyes, and his realm broke through to the 6th level of the first rank. Like he was throwing garbage, he casually threw Zhuoqiu, whose eyes were lifeless and whose face was distorted, off the martial arts arena, and looked at the crowd of the senior class in a cloudy manner. Those who want to be wasted by me line up, one by one. Jiang Yan smiled warmly, making people feel like they were in the spring breeze. Chapter 25, Senior Class. Out. The whole room was silent and you could hear a pin drop. Zhuoqiu, who was previously unbeatable, was settled by Jiang Yan in just 3 or 2 blows. The discerning can see that Jiang Yan could have killed Zhuoqiu in one move, and the strength of the two was not even on the same level. Favorably, Jiang Yan was just teasing the little cutie, playing with Zhuoqiu. He accompanied Zhuoqiu through 2 moves, and finally abolished his cultivation and threw him out of the martial arts arena like a piece of trash. This is Jiang Yan, too domineering. He just stands there, giving people a feeling of being so strong that it is terrifying. I'm convinced. I'm completely convinced. From now on, there will only be one god in Linjiang No, 2 middle school, and that's Jiangshun. Jiangshun is awesome. Astonishing. The river god is invincible. Invincible. The crowd in the audience was boiling, shouting Jiang Yan's name. The students in the senior class were all scared silly. With Zhuoqiu defeated, it's their turn in the ring next. After seeing Jiang Yan's horrible methods, how dare they go up to the stage to have a one-on-one with Jiang Yan? Shall we surrender? I'm in favor of it. Just now Jiang Yan made a cruel remark. If we dare to go on stage, he's going to waste us. The first class of people all feared Jiang Yan to the bone. No way. If we surrender, won't the senior class become the joke of Linjiang Second Middle School? The class president of the first class said in a cold voice. We can't let Mr. Lin lose face. Squad leader, are you crazy? That's Jiang Yan, the true god of Linjiang Second Middle School. Zhuoqiu is defeated. What else can we do? Are we really going to die? Lu Guangjuan, the leader of the first squad, clenched his fists as he jerked his head up and locked eyes with Jiang Yan, who had his hands in his pockets in the martial arts arena. Jiang Yan, we recognize that you're strong, but don't you feel any shame in dueling with us with an SSS-ranked divine providence? Lu Guangjuan questioned. Jiang Yan raised his eyebrows. You have a point. He looked up at the host and said lazily, let's get everyone in the first class together. Ha? WH. What? The host froze, thinking he had heard wrong. Jiang Yan wore a smile on his face. I said, I'm going to beat everyone in class 1. This. The host's pupils quake. One person singling out an entire class? This was too arrogant. Linjiang Second Middle School had been established for 100 years, and had produced many heavenly pride demons, but there had never been anyone as arrogant as Jiang Yan, who actually wanted to challenge the entire class alone. The senior class is also a whopping 38 people, minus the incapacitated Zhuoqiu. Are you sure? The host asked again to confirm as it was too unbelievable. Jiang Yan nodded and smiled. I'm sure. Not only the host. Jiang Yan's operation was so exaggerated that the first class of people also somewhat did not slow down. Squad leader Lu. Jiang. What did Jiang Yan just say? Lu Guangjuan's pupils were seismic, and he barely calmed himself. He said that he was going to be alone and beat our entire first class. Lu, want to get on? Lu Guangjuan clenched his back teeth. We have 38 people. Are we still afraid of him alone? Go! All the people in the first class were inspired and rushed onto the martial arts arena. They operated their divine gifts at the same time, and the martial arts arena was overflowing with light, each displaying their abilities. Lu Guangjuan, Grade B Divine Providence Qingting Sword, Long Ao Tian, Grade A God-given Black Dragon Martial Spirit, Evergreen Hill, B Grade Divine Gift of Divine Speed. There were 38 voices in a row, all reporting their divine gifts, and they stood in a tight formation, their gazes solemn as they looked toward Jiang Yan. The corners of Jiang Yan's mouth rose slightly as he slowly stepped out, his SSS-grade aura instantly enveloping the entire martial arts hall, causing everyone in the first class to be shaken to their core, with half of them directly falling to their knees. Jiang Yan, SSS-ranked God-given 10 square ghost order. He hooked his hand at the first class. Please enlighten me. As soon as the words fell, Lu Guangjuan, who was the class leader of the first class, shouted, together. They weren't so stupid as to send them to their deaths one by one. 38 of them simultaneously utilized their divine gifts to the extreme and fiercely attacked Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan stood still, his right hand encircling blood chi and ghost chi, and the martial arts arena frequently resounded with the screams of severe ghosts. Soul devouring palm. Jiang Yan violently blasted out a ghost palm seal. This palm collided with the combined efforts of the first class of people in a single strike, blasting a dozen or so people in the front row apart like a devastating blow. In just a single glance, a dozen students from the first class fell to the ground, covered in black gas and unconscious. Lu Guangjuan was in a cold sweat. He swallowed his saliva and stabilized his army. Don't be afraid. This palm is surely Jiang Yan's limit. Let's proceed to combine our efforts. The remaining 20 or so students simultaneously cast their divine gifts and blasted at Jiang Yan once again. You're too arrogant. You're dead this time. Oh, who told you guys that I've reached my limit? Jiang Yan had a smile on his lips. Soul devouring palm. It's just my flat A. When the people in the first class heard Jiang Yan's words, many of them turned pale with fear and their legs trembled. They were desperate. Just now, it was a class of all the people who had combined their efforts in one strike. Not only was it dissolved by Jiang Yan's palm, but also dropped a dozen or so people. As a result, they were now told that the slap just now was only Jiang Yan's flat A. Who could stand it? Disperse! Lu Guangjuan shouted through gritted teeth. The only 20 or so people left in the first class spread out and stood in different directions to surround Jiang Yan. Just like a dragnet. Combined forces are not your match. Then we'll encircle. Lu Guangjuan clenched his teeth. Jiang Yan scratched his head. Surprisingly surrounding me through numerical superiority. It's really a bit troublesome. Be afraid. If you're afraid, surrender yourself and save yourself from the pain of skin and flesh. A class of students shouted boldly, enjoying the feeling of being overbearing. Jiang Yan looked at this student, the corner of his mouth rising slightly. From now on, the ones who are surrounded are you. 100 ghosts walk at night. A flash of scarlet flashed under Jiang Yan's eyes. In an instant, the entire martial arts pavilion was filled with gloomy winds and ghostly cries. A ghostly shadow drifted around the martial arts arena, flickering from time to time, and there were hundreds of ghostly shadows. The people of Class 1 were stunned by this scene, and in the blink of an eye, they went from surrounding Jiang Yan to being surrounded by him. The 100 ghosts surrounded the 24 or so students, pressing them step by step into the center of the martial arts arena. Jiang Shen, let us go. God Jiang, I know I'm wrong. I won't dare to denigrate you anymore. Please let me go. Where did the first class of students still have their previous arrogance? Now each one was scared like a quail. Even Lu Guangjuan's face was pale. Jiang Yan, we're fellow students. You can't take action against us. Facing the pleas for mercy from the Class 1 crowd, Jiang Yan cocked his head. When you clamored for Zuoqiu to waste Yun Tianjie and the others, have you ever thought about the fact that you are fellow students? The faces of the people in Class 1 became even more ugly. They knew that Jiang Yan would not show any mercy to them, and they all started cursing Jiang Yan. In response, Jiang Yan just smiled and snapped his fingers. Enjoy your dinner. The 100 ghosts boiled and instantly burrowed into the first class of students, ignoring the heart-rending screams they let out, and swallowed the remnants of the 24 or so students' souls into oblivion. In less than a breath, all of the people in the first class collapsed on the ground, their cultivation lost in dying. The entire room was dead silent. Everyone was shocked, their eyes full of unbelief. Jiang Yan, he really did it. A whole class was defeated by one man. Chapter 26 Imperial Capital by Family. Inside the second class preparation room, looking at his class being completely wiped out, Lin Jun's face was stagnant as he sat helplessly on the floor. How did this happen? Zhang Xiaosheng sneered. Teacher Lin, it seems that no one in your first class has the qualifications to participate in the Jiangcheng martial arts competition. Lin Jun was speechless. The Zuoqiu he was so proud of was simply a toy in front of Jiang Yan. He overestimated Zuoqiu and also underestimated Jiang Yan. The first day of the school competition ended there, and the fact that Jiang Yan had destroyed a class with his own strength was also quickly rumored. Because of the Jiangcheng martial arts competition's proximity, news of which school had a demon would quickly leak out and spread throughout Jiangcheng City, and even the entire Linjiang province. At the same time, his name went from Jiang Yan to the ghosty mortal that everyone feared. In Linjiang No. 1 middle school, a white-haired teenager played with the Qingfeng seal in his hand, the corners of his mouth rising slightly. That person you guys are talking about is a ghost immortal? Yes. There are whispers that this person's true divine gift grade is SSS and is the strongest person in Linjiang Second Middle School. SSS-class divine gifts? A strange color flashed in the white-haired teenager's eyes. The golden age has truly descended, and S-class divine gifts are starting to walk all over the streets. Lin Feiyu rose into the air, the third eye in his brow blossoming with a haze of light. His third-order aura instantly rising, covering the entire Linjiang First Middle School. Ghost immortal, I'll be waiting for you at the martial arts competition. Lin Feiyu laughed openly, and the Qingfeng seal bloomed with luster, mirroring his third eye like a god. In Linjiang 7th Middle School, within the Room of Enlightenment, a young girl with a face like snow and skin like jade fat opened her emerald green eyes. her eyes flowing and a smile at the corner of her mouth. Ghost Immortal. That's quite a catchy name. I hope you and I can meet at the martial arts competition. Lu Qingming's eyes flowed as a skybridge paved with hundreds of flowers led outdoors. Her lotus feet lightly clicked, and her entire body was like a flower fairy, appearing at the highest point of Linjiang 7th Middle School, overlooking the entire city of Jiangcheng, the 16th middle school in Jiangcheng. The whole school was discussing one person, and that person was none other than Jiang Shaoku. Did you guys know? There's a rumor that the Ghost Immortal who is famous in Jiang City is the brother of Jiang Shaoku in the 5th class of the junior high school. I know. At that time, Jiang Shaoku was bullied and his brother Ghost Fairy personally came to the school. At that time the whole class 5 was surrounded by ghostly shadows. Not to mention how scary it was. So envious. I also want to have a brother that wild and domineering. A girl with twisted braids pouted, her eyes full of envy. What's there to envy? When I move up to high school, I'll definitely become even more powerful than the Ghost Fairy. Junior high school boys harbor strong ambitions and have unlimited visions for the future. Jiang Yan didn't know that he was labeled with the name of Ghost Immortal. He was lazy as usual, running both at home and at school. A week passed quickly, and Linjiang No. 2 middle school's big school competition came to an end. Jiang Yan became the first place winner of the school competition without any surprises, and the remaining 9 were all Class A divine gifters, who had a high reputation in Linjiang No. 2 middle school. The end of the school competition. The school for each student issued a bottle of Gene Potion. The top 10 is even 5 bottles each. The first place Jiang Yan also has an additional elixir. Jiang Shaosheng laughed. Old Jiang, do you know how many Chinese coins this elixir would cost outside? 1 million. Jiang Yan said indifferently. Holy, you even know this. Originally wanting to see Jiang Yan's shocked expression, but ended up being shocked himself instead. Zhang Xiaoshan was somewhat helpless. This is a 10-year heavenly spirit grass. I've seen it in the spirit plant encyclopedia. Jiang Yan was also a bit surprised. The school was so generous as to gift me the 10-year heavenly spirit grass. Zhang Xiaosheng revealed a mysterious and unpredictable smile. Old Jiang, you have to thank me properly. If it wasn't for me blowing you out of the water, you wouldn't have been able to obtain this 10-year-old heavenly spirit grass. Jiang Yan nodded his head repeatedly, agreeing with Zhang Xiaosheng's words. Indeed, I am indeed strong heaven and earth. Can you stop being so self-absorbed? Zhang Xiaosheng was speechless. Jiang Yan raised his eyebrows. Where did I go wrong? Wasn't I strong, heavenly flowery? Yes. You kid are the strongest. No one in the entire blue star is better than you. Zhang Xiaosheng admired Jiang Yan's narcissism. He decided that in the future, he absolutely could not give Jiang Yan the opportunity to climb up the ladder. This kid was too shameless. The heavenly flower is originally a derogatory word. Hard to be, Jiang Yan said into a positive sense. Make it isn't the same as to praise him. I'll leave if there's nothing else. Play well in the Zhangchang martial arts competition and try to come back with a top 10. Zhang Xiaosheng patted Jiang Yan on the shoulder. Top 10? Look who's sorry. Jiang Yan shrugged his shoulders and said lazily. Since I participated in the Jiang City martial arts competition I can only take first place. Lao Jiang, it's not that I'm hitting you. I don't know what's going on this year. There's an unprecedented number of S-class divine gifters, and even the SSS-class. Linjiang province has at least 5 of them. Zhang Xiaosheng sighed. I'm not trying to suppress your self-confidence. This year is really different from the previous years. The heavenly pride and demons are all coming out. The martial arts heyday has arrived. I know. Jiang Yan laughed. Not long ago I met an SSS-ranked girl at the heavenly underworld martial arts dojo, and she even gave me a black gold card. What? Hearing about the heavenly underworld martial arts dojo and the black gold card, Zhang Xiaosheng jumped up. You brat know who you've met. Jiang Yan played with the black gold card in his hand and casually said, the school beauty of Linjiang No. 1 high school. I know her. Confused, Zhang Xiaosheng spun around anxiously. The school flower is nothing but vanity. She's a member of the Bai family in the imperial capital. You can't get involved with her. What's wrong with her being a member of the Bai family in the imperial capital? Jiang Yan was puzzled. She still wants to be superior? When the imperial capital white family is put into preaching, it's a holy place. The white girl in your mouth is the holy maiden. Zhang Xiaosheng was so anxious that his hands were shaking. The fact that Miss Bai gave you the black gold card means that she has an unusual relationship with you. She likes me, Jiang Yan said with certainty. Zhang Xiao jumped up angrily and gave Jiang Yan a blow. Why don't you understand? Her background is too scary. If you get too close to her, the Bai family will turn against you. Leaning north. I didn't steal or rob. This black gold card was given to me by herself. Why is the Bai family against me? Jiang Yan really didn't understand. He hadn't even heard of the imperial capital white family. Hey, I also heard about it from the old principal, who was about to be transferred to the imperial capital, so he told me a thing or two about the Bai family. Zhang Xiaoshang looked at Jiang Yan. In short, you need to stay away from the Bai clan girl, and it's best if you don't meet up with her again at the Heavenly Underworld Martial Arts Hall. Got it. Jiang Yan shrugged his shoulders. He had no intention of going to the Heavenly Underworld Martial Arts dojo either. The tunes of Enlightenment Room cultivation was not as fast as actual combat cultivation. He looked at the black and gold card in his hand and couldn't help but picture the young girl in his mind. The Imperial White Family. Chapter 27, Seizing the Gene Compound. Each student received a vial of genetic compound. A vial worth $100,000. The crowd jumped for joy. Woohoo! The school is too generous. From now on I will never scold the school behind my back again. Lin Jiang no. 2 middle school is really the ideal on earth. In my next life I will come here to school again. I used to curse the school for charging for bad meals, but it turned out that the school had good intentions and saved all our food money to save for the 3rd year to buy us genetic compounds. Most of the students were moved to tears. This vial is worth $100,000. I'm going to mix it with water and drink it. Drink it for a month. No, drink it for a year. The boy with an inch head intimately rubbed his face against the gene potion. However, in the next moment, the gene synergist in his hand was withdrawn, and his chest also suffered a huge force, violently being kicked over on the ground, and he grimaced in pain. Hiss. Ouch. He snapped back to his senses and reached out to try and retrieve his potion. Give it back. That's my gene potion. Yours? Is your name written on this gene potion? The man who took the potion asked disdainfully. When the crowd saw the visitor, they all clenched the gene potion in their hands, fearing that it would be snatched by the man in front of them. Chao Wang narrowed his triangular eyes and lewdly swept over the crowd. All of you bring the gene potion over. Whoever dares not to give it will not be able to get out of this school gate today. A few students pulled their legs out and tried to run, but they were held down by a huge force on their backs and violently slammed into the ground, letting out miserable screams. Ah, I give. The crowd of students were too scared by the several men beside Chao Wang to move and froze in place, daring to run away under my nose. You really don't know how to die. Chao Wang laughed coldly. Don't have thoughts that you shouldn't have. These few lackeys behind me are all second-ranked martial masters. If you don't want to suffer flesh and blood, then obediently hand over the gene synergy. Chao Wang smiled cockily. Here you go, a girl said with red eyes, handing Chao Wang the gene hopper. Well, the children are teachable. Chao Wang smiled evilly and touched the girl's cheeks. It's for you. Chao Wang frowned. Stop. The teenager was stunned and stopped where he was, not daring to move. What was that tone of voice you just used? Giving it to me? That was your filial honor to me, Chao Wang said in a cold voice. Break his legs. The man behind Chao Wang quickly pinned the teenager down, only to hear a click. The teenager's face twisted in pain and his legs twisted. The crowd saw this scene, but they didn't dare to speak out to stop it, because Chao Wang is the son of that extremely protective great head. He wasn't great per se, just a C-rank God-giver, but his dad was the grade director and hired him 3 graduates from the martial arts university. All 3 were second-ranked martial artists. Enough to walk sideways in Linjiang Second Middle School. Blue Star honors martial arts. And from the moment you awaken the divine providence in your senior year of high school, the school will no longer shelter you. Some teachers saw this scene and would just stop and watch to see how these students would defuse it. However, most of the students were only at the second level of the first rank, and in the face of the 3 second-ranked martial masters beside Chao Wang, they were powerless to do anything but obediently hand over their gene combining agents. Chao Wang was satisfied with the stoic expressions of the crowd, and he took pleasure in it. In just a few minutes of work, he had snatched more than 200 bottles of gene compounds. Chao Wang wasn't satisfied yet. His eyes rolled. I heard that old thing. The principal secretly gave Jiang Yan a spirit medicine. So what if it's an SSS-ranked divine provider, who hasn't risen to prominence yet at the moment and is only worthy of bowing down at my feet? Chao Wang ordered the 3 martial artists. Press Jiang Yan over to me. On the other side, Jiang Yan was studying the spirit plants in his hands with Zhou Ping and Yun Tianjie. How the hell should this thing be taken? Is it best to eat it directly raw for medicinal effect? Jiang Yan pinched his chin. Zhou Ping similarly frowned and thought, I think raw pan-fried is better. That's how Chinese medicine is eaten. Yun Tianjie, who was covered in bandages, laughed. Spiritual plants have spirituality, and Brother Jiang can directly use his spiritual power to refine them and absorb their medicinal properties. Well, it's still old Jun who has a point. Peng, you look at others, just you are the most uneducated, and still raw and fried. Jiang Yan gave Zhou Ping a round of contempt. Zhou Ping was aggrieved. How did he become a small Peng? Brother Jiang, Lao Yun. He is the son of a worldly family. Naturally he eats spiritual pills as sugar beans. I'm just an ordinary citizen. I've never eaten spiritual pills in my life. Jiang Yan smiled. In the future, follow brother and take you to the peak of your life. And also so that you can eat spiritual pills as sugar beans. Brother Jiang, it's good to know you. Zhou Ping was touched badly. Just as the three of them were talking and laughing, a girl ran in a hurry. Jiang Shun. It's not good. Something's happened. Jiang Yan didn't even lift his eyelids. Little Guo student. How many times has this god told you that as a fellow student of this god, you should have poise and a mind that is unchanged by the collapse of a mountain in front of you? Zhou Ping followed suit and nodded. That's right, student Xiao Guai. Can't you see that Jiang Shen is discussing with his two best buddies how he's going to build the future of Blue Star? Faced with these two people who had always been out of tune, Guo Wen looked helplessly at Yun Tianjie. Yun Tianjie coughed. Brother Jiang. Old Zhou. Guo Wen is in such a hurry. It must be something important. Tell me, what exactly is it that makes you, as a fellow classmate of this god, so flustered? Jiang Yan lifted his chin. Guo Wen hurriedly said, Chao Wang has been snatching genetic compounds all over the place. Even many people in our second class have had their genetic compounds snatched away by him, and he's now set his sights on you. Jiang Shun. Jiang Yan cocked his head, his eyes full of incomprehension. Who is Chao Wang? An unorthodox jerk is just that. His father is the grade-level director. Yun Tianjie said indifferently. He was the heir of one of the 5 major families in Zhangcheng, so he naturally wouldn't put Chao Wang in his eyes. Zhou Ping was also a calm batch. Chao Wang usually bullies others even if, give him 10 guts, he wouldn't dare to mess with brother Jiana. Seeing that the three of them didn't panic at all and were still chattering slowly, Guo Wen said anxiously, Chao Wang isn't scary, but he's carrying 3 martial arts masters with him. Guo Wen said in a trembling voice. One of them is still at the peak of the second rank. The peak of the second rank, half a foot into the third order martial sect. Yun Tianjie worriedly looked at Jiang Yan. Brother Jiang. I'll call someone. Here. Jiang Yan raised his hand to interrupt and said slowly. Peak of the second rank. Isn't it still the second rank? It's just one big realm higher than me. Have I killed fewer people by crossing over? He lazily stood up. Old Zhou. Old Yun. You two don't need to follow me. I'll go see how it goes. The two of them knew that following them there would just be a burden, so they didn't try to be heroes. Jiang Yan looked at Zhou Wen, patted his shoulder, and smiled faintly. Tough on you. I'll tell him to spit out all of the gene synthetics he grabbed. Jiang Yan put his hand in his pocket and slowly walked out of the senior class 2 classroom. Not far away came a short, ugly man, squinting at Jiang Yan with his triangular eyes. Jiang Yan, do you know who I am? I don't know. I've never had a memory for ugly creatures. Jiang Yan shrugged his shoulders. Chapter 28, The Earth Kuei, The Heaven Kuei, and the Judges. Jiang Yan's words instantly hit Chao Wang's most sensitive place. He knew that he was ugly, which was the root of his low self-esteem. Chao Wang clenched his back teeth. Jiang Yan, so what if you're an SSS rank divine giver? You haven't risen to power yet nowadays. In my territory, it's a dragon, you'll have to dish it out to me. What if I don't? Jiang Yan shrugged his shoulders, not putting Chao Wang in his eyes at all. Then we'll just have to make you recognize reality. Chao Wang laughed coldly. 3 martial masters stepped out behind him, the power of the second rank surging, causing a group of students to feel pressure and dizziness. The corner of Chao Wang's mouth hooked up in mockery. Jiang Yan, if you kowtow to me 100 times right now and then immediately take the spirit medicine to honor me, I can spare you this time. Otherwise, the words, let's say let you hurt your bones for 100 days, and even miss the martial arts examination. Chao Wang smiled wildly. Duke Chao, what's the point of talking so much nonsense with him? Our favorite thing to do is to bully the weak and humiliate these heavenly prides that have yet to rise. Lu Kang's eyes were filled with contempt. He was already at the peak of the second rank, and even though divine providence was only B rank, he had the confidence to crush Jiang Yan. Lu Kang slowly walked towards Jiang Yan. A genius who hasn't risen to prominence yet should remain in awe of the strong in case he falls midway. Kneel down for me. Lu Kang let out a furious roar, and the second order pressure came roaring in like a tidal wave. The crowd of students watching the show had their legs go weak and violently fell to their knees. If it wasn't for the 2 martial artists supporting him, even Chao Wang almost fell to his knees as he screamed and cursed. Lu Kang. In the future, when I'm present, don't exert pressure indiscriminately. Lu Kang was silent, but in his heart, he was disdainful. He had reached the peak of the second rank right after graduating from the martial arts university. His future would be incomparably bright. At the moment in the hands of Chao Wang to do things, but only to earn some small money. He also did not from the bottom of the heart to look up to Chao Wang. He smiled and looked in Jiang Yan's direction, expecting him to be on his heavy knees, woefully begging for mercy. However, when he saw Jiang Yan standing in the clouds, his face changed drastically. How come you didn't kneel down? Lu Kang froze, but he had unleashed his peak second-order pressure to the extreme, and it was mainly aimed at Jiang Yan. The other students were pressed to their knees by the residual power, while Jiang Yan, who was the target, was not bothered at all. He still had his hands in his pockets and a smile on his face. Under Lu Kang's shocked gaze, Jiang Yan clutched his shoulder with one hand, and his hands kept exerting force, only to hear the sound of click bone cracking, and crushed Lu Kang's left shoulder. Ah! The sharp pain brought Lu Kang back to his senses, and he made a backward step to distance himself from Jiang Yan. Looking at Jiang Yan again, his eyes were already filled with fear. What kind of monster is this? It was still only a first-rank martial artist, and its power was already able to fight against ferocious beasts. Waste! What are you doing? Hurry up and waste him for me. Chao Wang cursed loudly. Lu Kang's eyes were filled with rage as he clenched his teeth. Kid, I did underestimate you. I'll waste your cultivation if you hurt my shoulder. The peak power of the second rank fully erupted. Lu Kang's entire aura suddenly changed. He was like an agile cheetah, quickly approaching Jiang Yan, and blasted his fist towards Jiang Yan's face. Bang dash! With a loud bang, a silhouette was seen arching its body and flying sideways, smashing a statue and falling heavily to the ground. Everyone was dumbfounded because the person who flew out horizontally was not Jiang Yan, but Lu Kang. Lu Kang, who was at the peak of the second rank, just flew out horizontally. Jiang Yan's side is also not very good. He is now only the 6th level of the first rank. That punch seems to be light and breezy, but in fact, the use of the ultimate power. Their fists bombarded together. Lu Kang flew across the room. Jiang Yan's right fist bled, and his entire right arm suffered heavy damage. Lu Kang climbed up from the rubble. His face was filled with panic. He was a strength system psychic, a peak second-order strength system psychic, facing the summoner Jiang Yan and clashing with his physical body. He unexpectedly lost the battle. Strange shame! Strange shame! Thundering leopard! Lu Kang hissed, his body surrounded by thunder, his entire body crouching on all fours, transforming into a swift and murderous cheetah. Roar dash! Lu Kang let out a roar, his gaze viciously locking onto Jiang Yan, as if he had smelled the flavor of blood. His entire body became murderous and brutal as he fiercely pounced. Buzz! He left behind thunderous residual shadows wherever he passed, so fast that he surpassed the speed of sound, emitting bursts of sonic booms. The corner of Jiang Yan's mouth hooked up in a smile. No more games. It's no fun. 10 square ghost order. He was a summoner, and if he couldn't tell a winner from a physical collision, then he would take out his skills. Earthquaker. Heavenly Kuei. 2 black auras emerged from the 10 directions ghost order and transformed into 2 monsters that were 3 meters tall. 2 ghosts and gods of the underworld appeared, and Lin Jiang No, 2 middle school was suddenly plunged into a fog. Lu Kang was also blinded by the black fog and couldn't tell his bearings. Roar! The Earth Kuei let out a roar and stretched out its huge arm, clutching Lu Kang. Lu Kang quickly dodged, keenly aware of the danger. He unleashed a chain of thunder, going for an indiscriminate attack within a 100-meter radius. Judge! Jiang Yan spoke again, and the 10 directions ghost order once again surged with black gas, transforming into a ghost god holding a brush. The judge of the netherworld waved the brush in his hand, and a ghostly talisman floated in the air, releasing chains from all directions and violently penetrating Lu Kang. Tian Kuei and Di Kuei seized the opportunity and the 2 of them combined their efforts to blast at the immobile Lu Kang. Boom dash! With a loud bang, the black mist dispersed, the 3 ghosts and gods disappeared, and Lu Kang hung on the crooked neck tree like a kite with broken strings, his limbs twisted and his eyes lifeless. His cultivation was dispersed by a punch from the Earth Kuei Tian Kuei, directly blasting him into a vegetable. Jiang Yan also devoured the remnants of Lu Kang's soul and nourished his injured right arm. Even the wound on his fist healed without a trace of injury. After solving the trickiest Lu Kang, Jiang Yan dropped his gaze on the dumbfounded Chao Wang. Had enough of the good show? It's your turn next. Chao Wang was like an enemy. He hissed, you 2 losers. Hurry! Quickly stop him for me. The 2 martial arts masters swallowed their saliva and held the mentality of looking at death as they stopped in front of Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan smiled. Is it worth it to put your life on the line for that little bit of money? These words were deeply imprinted into the minds of the 2, and as they looked toward Lu Kang, who was hanging on a branch and swaying in the wind, they lowered their heads and retreated to the side, making way for Jiang Yan. Chao Wang was dumbfounded as he cursed out loud. You 2 losers. My dad won't let you go. The 2 martial arts masters said in a cold voice. We're not going to do this Thai job anymore. We can't live with our conscience if we're asked to bail you out and act like a bully. Chao Wang's teeth were itching with anger. His face was ugly when he saw Jiang Yan who kept approaching him. Jiang Yan, what are you going to do? I'm telling you, my father is the grade level director. You dare to treat me. Ah! Before he could finish his words, he was slapped by Jiang Yan and lost a row of teeth. You dare. Chao Wan was stunned, his speech leaking a bit due to the loss of a row of teeth. Jiang Yan tilted his head. What wouldn't I dare? With that, Jiang Yan smacked Chao Wan with another big mouth. Jiang Yan's strength was so great that it was comparable to a ferocious beast. With just these two slaps, Chao Wan's face instantly swelled into a pig's head. The students on the sidelines shouted and thanked Jiang Yan for beating up Chao Wang and taking the heat out of them. Jiang Yan smiled as he looked at the students around him. Take back all the gene synthetics that belong to you. Long live the river god. Qing Tian Daliang. I thought my gene potion was just gone. Thank you God Jiang for avenging us. A huge swath of students rushed towards Chao Wang, taking back the genetic compounds that belonged to them while not forgetting to ruthlessly make up 2 feet. Ouch. You guys wait for me. Ouch. It hurts me. Chao Wang was beaten up by the students and didn't get the last bottle of gene compounds. The gene hopper that originally belonged to him was also given a pass by Jiang Yan. My, that's my own genetic amalgamation. Chao Wang crumbled and held out a hand. Jiang Yan smiled. It's mine now. Chapter 29 One shot to settle the score. Having accomplished the feat of killing a peak second-ranked martial master over the level, Jiang Yan's fame spread even faster. The title Ghost Immortal had become an existence that almost no one knew about. Looking at Jiang Yan's side again, all the students took back their genetic compounds and Jiang Yan was ready to leave the school. Stop right there. Just then, an angry roar shouted to stop Jiang Yan. When the surrounding students saw the visitor, they craned their necks and whispered, "It's Chao Wang's father, and the head of the grade is here. Bad. This grade head is the most protective. Jiang Xin is going to be in trouble." Chao Dalong was heartbroken when he saw his precious son lying on the ground with bruises all over his body. Who did this? Who was it? Chao Dalong's eyes were bloodshot as he swept his eyes over the crowd. None of you can leave today. No one gave Jiang Yan up, and they decided to carry it together. A student was disgruntled. Director Chao, it was Chao Wang who he robbed us of our gene synthetics. We merely grabbed them back. Shut up. Chao Dalong looked at the student viciously. Even if my son was in the wrong first, can you guys beat up on your fellow students? To be so cruel at such a young age. I don't think you should go to Budo University. All of you get your asses to the factory and hit the screws. You're only worthy of being consumables. Chao Dalong said in a cold voice. This was a cruel thing to say. Half of the students in Linjiang Second Middle School had awakened divine gift grades of D and E. There is a high probability that they will fail in the martial arts examination and have to go to an ordinary university. And after graduation they will go to a factory to shine. As Cao Tak Lung said. Say, who the hell injured my son? Chao Dalong landed his fierce gaze on the two martial artists. The two martial artists didn't dare to defy Chao Dalong, so they could only tell what happened. At those words, Chao Dalong coldly looked at Jiang Yan who was acting like nothing. Jiang Yan? What a Jiang Yan? Do you think you're so great? Chao Dalong clenched his back teeth and stared at Jiang Yan grimly. SSS-ranked divine provider? Yet his heart is so vicious. Jiang Yan smiled and arched his hand. Thanks for the compliment. I'm actually not that vicious. You're expelled. We don't want students like you in Linjiang Second Middle School. Chao Dalong said in a cold voice. When did this school become a matter of your say-so? Zhang Xiaosheng questioned in a cold voice. He rushed back to the school without stopping after receiving Yun Tianjie's call. Seeing Zhang Xiaosheng's arrival, all the students were relieved. Yo, Vice Colonel Zhang. Jiang Yan greeted with a smile. Zhang Xiaosheng frowned. Call me Principal Zhang. What kind of person is this? He came back all the way to help him get even. And he's still happily flirting with himself. There's no such thing as emotional intelligence. Even a vice principal has to be called a principal. Zhang Xiaosheng looked at Chao Dalong. I already know what happened. It was Chao Wang who was at fault first. Let's leave things at that. Letting things go just like that? Chao Dalong sneered. My son was injured like this by him. Can it be left like that? Jiang Yan shrugged his shoulders. My problem. I didn't expect him to be so unresistant to beatings. He swelled into a pig's head after 2 slaps. Zhang Xiaosheng frowned. How could you slap his face? Everyone thought that Zhang Xiaoshan was going to reprimand Jiang Yan. However, his next words caused the crowd to be shocked. Next time hit towards the body. You can't see it that way. Zhang Xiaosheng whispered. Jiang Yan nodded his head repeatedly. That makes sense. Or old Zhang, you have a way about you. Ginger is still old and hot, right? Zhang Xiaosheng laughed. The Chao Dalongs are stupid. They're in cahoots. You guys. Chao Dalong's body trembled with anger. Zhang Xiaosheng. You've only just assumed the position of vice principal, and you dare to go against me. Director Chao. I took over the position of vice principal in order to better manage the school and pull out the pests in the school. Zhang Xiaosheng stopped being cheeky and looked serious. And you are the biggest pest in our school. Chao Dalong realized something and his face changed drastically. You the evidence of your embezzlement and bribery, corporal punishment of students, and abetting Chao Wang to snatch the gene compounds are all here. What else do you have to say? Zhang Xiaoshang held a pile of evidence. Director Chao, come with me to the bureau to talk about your sentence. Zhang Xiaoshang snorted coldly. Chao Delong's eyes were bloodshot. No, you can't bring me down, and you won't be able to take this evidence alive. His hands burned with flames, transforming into a vortex of fire as he fiercely blasted at Zhang Xiaoshang. Ghost marshal solution. Jiang Yan casually waved his hand, and a ghostly shadow transformed into black gas, condensed into substance in his hand, and transformed into a pitch-black lance. Jiang Yan was strangely fast, carrying the ghost gun on his back and traveling, a horizontal sweep, wiping out the fire dragon rolls, standing firmly on his legs, his waist forcefully, throwing the ghost gun violently. Whoosh dash! The ghost gun penetrated through a flame barrier and violently penetrated Chao Delong's shoulder, and the terrifying impact swept through him, plunging Chao Delong violently into the wall. Chao Delong was nailed to the wall by the ghost gun, and his hands were still struggling to pull out the ghost gun, but his hands were corroded by the ghost chi of the ghost gun, and he was in agony. Zhang Xiaoshang let out a sigh of relief. Scared me to death. This person suddenly went crazy. I didn't react at all. If it wasn't for Lao Jiang and you being here, something might have happened to me. A small matter. Jiang Yan clapped his hands and retrieved the ghost gun. Chao Delong, who had been invaded by the ghost chi into his organs and bowels, fell heavily to the ground, already weak and powerless to struggle. Everyone disperse? Director Chao is going to spend his twilight years in jail, and you will be welcoming a new grade-level director. Zhang Xiaoshang said to the surrounding students. Hearing that Director Chao was going to jail, the students all went wild. Most of them, to a greater or lesser extent, had been disgusted by Chao Delong. Seeing that Chao Delong had lost his power, a few students picked up the dead dog like Chao Wang. Principal Zhang, there's still Chao Wang. He should go in too. Well, he'll have to go in for a while as well. Zhang Xiaoshang laughed. Come a few enthusiastic students to help me escort this father and son to the station. I'll do it. Take me one. Students who had been bullied by the Chao family's father and son for a long time had volunteered to personally escort the Chao family to the station. Jiang Yan wasn't interested in this. He wanted to go home and absorb the elixir and genetic compounds. My physical body still isn't strong enough. A peak second-ranked strength system exalt can actually be on par with me. Not enough. Not nearly enough. He was not satisfied with being invincible in the same realm. He wanted to achieve invincibility beyond the realm. Even if the enemy was a great realm above him, he was no match for him. Returning home, Jiang Yan smothered the 6 bottles of gene synergy in one gulp, and immediately felt a fire burning in his abdomen, which quickly returned to calm. How come there's no reaction at all? Jiang Yan was puzzled. The gene compound could strengthen the physical body, but he had taken 6 bottles in a row and hadn't felt a single change. Is there something wrong somewhere? Chapter 30, Become a Softie? Jiang Yan was very confused and called Zhou Peng to inquire. Brother Jiang, what are you looking for buddy at this hour? Zhou Peng's voice was loud and full of power. Old Zhou, have you already used the gene hopper? How's the effect? Jiang Yan inquired. On the other side of the phone, there came Zhou Peng's excited voice at once. I took it as soon as I got home, and now I feel full of strength, and my physical fitness has improved significantly. Whoosh! The sound of breaking air came from the phone, and it didn't take much thought to realize that this was Zhou Peng exuberantly punching at the air, with inexhaustible strength in his body. Jiang Yan became even more depressed and told the story of how he had taken 6 bottles of Gene Synergist without any effect at all. What? How is this possible? I had a great improvement when I took 1 bottle. Brother Jiang, you drank 6 bottles in one breath. How could there be no effect? Zhou Peng was surprised. Jiang Yan sighed. It seems that it's not a problem with the gene compounds. It's me. He hung up the phone and began to look for a new way to forge his body. Gene compound is useless to me. Spirit medicine should always be useful. He took out the heavenly spirit grass and ran his spiritual energy to refine it and absorb its medicinal properties. The light blue medicinal properties surrounded Jiang Yan's body and continuously surged into his body. Jiang Yan felt that there was a vortex at his dantian, constantly absorbing the medicinal properties of the heavenly spirit grass. But this vortex was a bottomless pit that could not be filled. By the time Jiang Yan returned to his senses, the elixir had already dried up, but he hadn't changed anything. How could this be? The gene potion didn't work. Even the spirit medicine didn't work. Jiang Yan realized the seriousness of the problem. He closed his eyes and began to internally observe the 10 directions ghost order. Perhaps it will be written in the ancient books in the 10 ghost orders. Jiang Yan internally viewed the ghost order and used his divine sense to look through the ancient books. The ancient book stopped at one of the pages. There were several bizarre runes branded on it. Jiang Yan couldn't read them, but his brain could understand the meaning of these ghostly symbols. Heavenly Underworld Dao Body. Jiang Yan slowly opened his eyes and looked at his dantian. It turned out that his physique was so special that if he wanted to remodel his physical body, he would have to take hundreds or thousands of times the amount of elixir needed to enhance it a little bit. But this little bit of physical enhancement was far more terrifying 1,000 times than the enhancement of others. The ancient book also recorded an ancient method of refining the body. Beast blood refining. The heart blood of hundreds of ferocious beasts bathing the flesh. In order to play the effect of refining the body. Where am I going to find hundreds of ferocious beasts? Right now it's better to rely on the first method to refine my body. The first method of refining the body relies on a dose of hard stacking. Because the heavenly underworld Dao body was too special, trying to refine the body with mortal medicines would require thousands of times the medicinal properties of an ordinary person. 6 bottles of gene compounds and a spirit medicine naturally couldn't fill that big hole. Anyway, let's buy 100 bottles of gene hopper to try first. Gene combiners were usually sold in guilds and martial arts halls, so Jiang Yan naturally went to the Sky Meditation Martial Arts Hall, which was the closest to his home. Welcome to the Heavenly Underworld Martial Arts Center. Jiang He leaned over the table and said lazily, please show your membership card. Card. Seeing that the visitor was Jiang Yan, Jiang He was instantly stuck, and in the next instant, she gathered her lethargy and excitedly grabbed Jiang Yan's hand. Mr. Jiang, I finally waited for you. Jiang Yan was scared by this and quickly drew back his hand. Men and women are not related. Even if I'm handsome, you can't put your hands on me. Mr. Jiang, how dare I make a move on you? You are the most honored guest of our Heavenly Underworld Martial Arts School. If you need anything, just order. Jiang He's eyes were glowing as he looked at Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan pursed his lips. Is there a gene synergy? There are. As many as you want. Jiang He was afraid of slacking off and hurriedly took out the case, in which lay 10 bottles of blue gene synergy. How much? Jiang Yan inquired cautiously. You are a black and gold member of this martial arts school. All free. Jiang He said. Jiang Yan waved his hand. Eating soft food is not my character. I won't use the black gold card. This. Jiang He was a bit embarrassed. This card was gifted to you by that lord. You can use it as you wish. Jiang Yan stood straight. Jiang Yan, don't eat soft food. Hey. Jiang He sighed. She had never seen such a principled person as Jiang Yan, and in her heart, she had more admiration for Jiang Yan, worthy of being the man that the Bai family's girl has her eye on. He really does have a manly spirit. Seeing that Jiang Yan was so determined, Jiang He no longer pretended and said with a smile, if you don't use the black gold card to purchase it, 10 bottles will require 1 million huaxia coins. Cough. Jiang Yan almost couldn't breathe, his voice full of confusion. Duo. How much? Jiang He smiled and said, 1 million Chinese coins. Jiang Yan was sweating. 1 million huaxia coins? He was carrying a card of over $100,000 on his body right now, and this card was all he had. No one told him that a bottle of gene hopper was so expensive. Mr. Jiang? Seeing Jiang Yan freeze in place, Jiang He called out tentatively. That, I seem to be a bit short-handed. Jiang Yan smiled awkwardly. How many bottles are you going to ask for? A cold voice rang out. Since it was too embarrassing, Jiang Yan only wanted to sneak away quickly, so he quickly replied back without even thinking. 100 bottles, but I have less money on me, so I'll come back to buy it next time. After saying that, he pulled out his legs and was about to run. A cold touch suddenly came from his wrist. Jiang Yan froze and turned his head to look at the owner of the small icy hand. It wasn't anyone else. It was none other than the silver white-haired, expressionless Bai Lixue. Bai Lixue looked at Jiang He with a calm gaze. Give him 10 boxes of gene compounds, and the money will be deducted from my card. Jiang He froze for a moment and quickly came back to her senses. Understood, Miss Bai. Jiang Yan froze as he looked to Bai Lixue's hand that was gripping his wrist. Miss Bai? How do you call it? Bai Luoxue looked at Jiang Yan without any ripples. Her cherry lips lightly opened. Bai Luoxue, what about you? Me? Jiang Yan froze for a moment before realizing that Bai Lixue was asking his name, and hooked his lips and smiled. My name is Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan. Bai Lixue gently murmured the name, with a strange color flowing in her eyes. Mr. Jiang, this is your 10 cases of gene synergy, a total of 100 bottles. Do you need it delivered to your home? Jiang He was respectful to Jiang Yan. Just now. His mouth said that he didn't use the Bai family's card and didn't want to eat soft rice, but now the soft rice is fed into his mouth. So strange. Ms. Bai, count this money as something I borrowed from you, and I will definitely pay you back. Jiang Yan said solemnly. Bai Luoxue tilted her head and nodded dully. Good. That. Your hand. Jiang Yan's eyes signaled Bai Lixue's small icy hand that was gripping his wrist. Oh, I'm sorry. Bai Lixue hurriedly let go of her hand and stood aside with her head lowered like a child who had made a mistake. Jiang Yan froze. Is this guy an iceberg goddess or what? How come the more you look at it, the more it looks like a top social terrorist? Then, Miss Bai, we will see you again? Jiang Yan carefully inquired. Bai Luoxue nodded, her voice soft and sticky. Well, we'll see you later. Jiang Yan rolled the 10 boxes of genetic compounds worth millions of dollars and ran out of the heavenly Underworld martial arts center in a puff of smoke. Rushing to his home, opening the door and sitting on the sofa, Jiang Yan fell into deep thought. Is he a soft touch or not? Does it count as selling your color? Chapter 31, Flesh Body Remodeling. The relics were revealed. Jiang Yan fell into a deep thought. Lin Jiang No, one middle school schoolgirl, Bai Lixue, gave him the black gold card for no reason, and also gave him 10 boxes of gene potions. There's only one possibility. Jiang Yan's brows spread. She has her eye on me. Well, that's the only possibility. A man as handsome as brother usually only exists in fiction. Jiang Yan tossed his hair in a dashing manner. Get high. He opened the vibranium box containing the gene potion, took out 10 bottles of gene potion from it, and tilted his head and drank it into his belly. A warmth flowed through the body, and a tingling came to the limbs. And then, there was no more than 10 bottles of gene potion brought Jiang Yan a little bit of warmth and tingling sensation. No other enhancement. I just don't believe it. Jiang Yan opened another box and smothered the 10 bottles of gene synergy aged in it in one gulp. This time the warmth was more fluid, and the limbs were washed with it. It's having an effect, but unfortunately the effect is minimal. Jiang Yan no longer hesitated and opened all the remaining 8 boxes in a row. 80 bottles of gene synthetics, which was completely the amount of 10 years for an ordinary God-gifted person. But Jiang Yan didn't even frown a bit and directly poured it into his mouth. Gulp. To be honest, the taste of the gene potion was really not good. Jiang Yan drank 100 bottles of gene synergy in one gulp, and the doses added up to be enough for him to take a bath. The abdomen seemed to be burning a ball of flame, and the originally underfilled vortex mingled with the flames appeared to have a loophole, and the storm winds danced chaotically. It rampaged through Jiang Yan's body. This flame flowed along Jiang Yan's dantian in all his limbs and bones, and Jiang Yan felt like his entire body was going to burn up. Jiang Yan revolved his spiritual energy to suppress this blazing flame, but he was countered by this terrifying flame and spat out blood from his mouth. Cough. This is bad. I won't be the first god-giver in the ancient times who drank himself to death by drinking genetic compounds. At the critical moment, Jiang Yan still didn't forget to spit. In the next moment, the flames from those limbs rushed out of the body. It directly set Jiang Yan's entire body on fire. It was black flame, constantly surrounded by black gas. Jiang Yan was refined alive by this black flame. From a yellow man to a black man, he turned into a charred man, and slowly, the black flames went out. Jiang Yan slowly opened his eyes. His charred skin made a click sound, and as he stood up, more and more charred pieces fell to the ground. Just like molting, Jiang Yan shed his charred black shell and ushered in a new life. His skin became as white as jade with aura lingering on it. Jiang Yan tentatively clenched his fists, and majestic power gathered in his palms as his fleshly body was reshaped. A true remodeling. My party has undergone a metamorphosis and sublimated into a completely new existence. Those charred black outer garments were Jiang Yan's once fleshly body, devoured by the black flames. This flesh body that had been washed by the black flames was comparable to that of an ancient ferocious beast. This was a qualitative leap, and Jiang Yan was confident that he could suppress an SSS-class strength system psychic who was one step above him with his physical body alone. There were still 2 weeks before the Jiang City martial arts competition, and Jiang Yan wanted to ascend to the second rank within these 2 weeks, and wash his flesh again. Early the next morning, Jiang Yan did not go to school again and directly explained the reason to Zhang Xiaoshang, taking a 2-week mini vacation. Zhang Xiaoshang was also very pained. Lao Jiang, our school really doesn't have anything left to teach you. In these 2 weeks that you're out sharpening your skills, be careful with everything and save your life. Don't worry old Zhang. I'm the one who cherishes his life the most. Ending the call, Jiang Yan went straight to the destination of this cultivation, Ancient King Mountain. It was definitely not a coincidence that the recent incidents of injuries caused by foreign beasts in Jiangcheng had occurred frequently, and that all major powers had visited Jiangcheng. The answer is obvious. The remains of King's Mountain, which opens once a century, have reached their opening day. Master, is Ancient King Mountain going? Jiang Yan smiled and stopped a cab. What? Ancient King Mountain? Young man, you're crazy. Recently there have been serious casualties over there. They've all closed the mountain. The driver master said kindly. Master looks like he knows a lot. Have a lot of people gone to Ancient King Mountain recently? Jiang Yan shamelessly got into the car. Get off, get off. I'm not driving you to such a dangerous place. The driver master started to drive people away. He was just earning some money. He didn't want to lose his little life. Jiang Yan handed over a huazi. Just a nag. You this. Driver master staggered. Received the cigarette handed by Jiang Yan. Lit a deep sip. Young man or high school students, right? Exactly. Jiang Yan nodded with a smile. Then I'll be a good guy and tell you all about it. The driver took another sharp sip and exhaled. You know about the beast master, right? No some. Jiang Yan also lit a cigarette and lazily squinted his eyes. Third order beast king. Able to spit out human speech. With wisdom beyond human. Its strength is even more exaggerated. Awakened bloodline aptitude. Brutal and murderous. In today's ancient king mountain, beast kings are everywhere. And there are even rumors that there are 6th order beast emperors within the ancient king mountain. The driver master threw his cigarette out of the car and sighed. We have an internal group of taxi drivers. And there are many masters in there who sent people to the ancient king's mountain and didn't make it out alive. Including those guests who wanted the chance to die in it. The driver master's eyes were hollow as he looked at Jiang Yan. Now, do you still want to go to ancient king mountain? Young man. Jiang Yan smiled and shrugged his shoulders. I'm just going to observe from afar. There shouldn't be any danger to my life, right? He stuffed a whole packet of huazi into the driver's master's pocket with a smile in his eyes. Drop me off a kilometer away from Guan mountain and I won't let you take any chances. Driver master eyes complex. You young man? He looked obscure. Is chance more important to you than life? Why do each and every one of you want to go and die? Jiang Yan's eyes were calm. Master, the guest who wants a chance that you spoke of just now is your closest relative, right? It's my son. The driver master's eyes were filled with divine sadness. Like you, he is a high school student who has just awakened his divine gift. And he awakened an A-rank divine gift that should have had a bright future. But he was so high and mighty that he went to the ancient king's mountain all by himself. And in the end, he didn't even manage to leave his mom's body intact. The driver hissed. I'm sorry, I can't drive you. Go find another cab. The middle-aged driver's face was haggard as he returned the huazi in his pocket to Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan clutched his wrist, his eyes calm. Huazi gave it to you, so you have to drive me to ancient king mountain. You, the driver master was a little angry, but froze when he saw Jiang Yan's expression. Jiang Yan smiled gently. Drive me to ancient king mountain. The reward is a packet of huazi, as well as eating your son's head of that foreign beast. Ignoring the driver whose face was full of shock, Jiang Yan put huazi back into the driver's master's pocket and smiled lightly. Now, you can drive. Chapter 32, Killing the Sword-Armed Ape in Seconds. Lu drove the car while peeking at the teenager in the passenger seat. Obviously he was the same age as his own son. Why did his body reveal an aura different from that of his peers? It's hard to describe this aura. Sit back and relax? A mind like water? No, none of it is accurate. It should be. Sight unseen. Nothing in the world could enter this young man's eyes, and he did not take anything to heart. What kind of profound realm is this? Obviously still just a high school student. After 2 hours of highway driving, Lu Jiangluo drove the cab to the foot of Guan mountain after. Here it is. Jiang Yan, who was resting his eyes with his eyes closed, slowly opened his eyes, his lips lightly opened, and said faintly, the foreign beast that killed your son in your mouth is a second-order sword-armed ape, and it should still be roaming around at the foot of ancient king mountain. Jiang Yan slowly said, circle around ancient king mountain, find that sword-armed ape, and I'll help you kill it. This is not necessary. That knife-arm ape is a second-order foreign beast. You are still so young. In case you are not its opponent, I am afraid that you will lose your life in its hands. Lu Jiangluo lowered his eyes. Jiang Yan looked at Lu Jiangluo with a bland face. Don't you want to avenge your son? Lu Jiangluo's face is full of torment and pain. Listen to me if you want to take revenge. Since I promised to help your son take revenge, I will definitely help your son take revenge. Jiang Yan said indifferently. Lu Jiangluo gritted his teeth. Thank you, little brother. He was no longer weak. His fear of death was waning and his rage for revenge was burning. Well, that's right. You've got to have blood in your veins. At the foot of the ancient king's mountain, there is no one left, and the once prosperous stores are all empty, with traces of killing left on them. The cab traveled slowly, and Jiang Yan slowly spoke. Stop the car. Lu Jiangluo froze, but still followed Jiang Yan's instructions and slammed on the brakes. Bang dash. The next moment, a large pit appeared in front of the cab. As the dust and smoke cleared, an ape with long, sharp blades on both arms appeared and roared towards the cab. Ow ho! Was it that killed my son? Not knowing whether it was fear or anger, Lu Jiangluo's entire body was trembling. I'll go and come back. Jiang Yan unbuckled his seatbelt, slowly opened the door and got out of the car. The sword-armed ape sized up Jiang Yan suspiciously. Why was this human able to be so calm in the face of himself? What's that look you're giving me? I don't like the way you look at me. Jiang Yan coldly said. You're also worthy of looking at me directly. A ghostly shadow transformed into a ghostly sword and violently killed the blade-armed ape. Madaka! The blade-armed ape wielded its long blade and clashed with the ghost sword, being forced back by the ghost sword in succession. Whoosh dash! 3 more ghostly shadows transformed into ghostly swords and continuously surrounded the sword-armed ape. Lu Jiangluo, who was sitting in the cab, looked at this incredible scene in shock. A second-ranked foreign beast was surrounded and killed by a high school student, and it was still powerless. He thought again of his own son, an A-ranked divine giver, a veritable son of heaven. However, compared to the black-haired teenager in front of him, the so-called pride of heaven was afraid that he was not even worthy of giving this teenager shoes. Giggle! A black shadow flashed, and the ghost gun penetrated through the sword-armed ape's left shoulder and ran its left arm through the ground alive. The ghost chi eroded the flesh of the knife-armed ape along the wound, and the knife-armed ape let out a miserable scream of pain and misery. It was fuming, its eyes bloodshot, staring at the dark-haired teenager who was always clouded over and had his hands in his pockets. Roar! The blade-armed ape was strangely fast, breaking free from the hold of several ghost martial solutions, and in a single breath of effort, it killed in front of Jiang Yan's body. Raising his right arm high, a flash of white light and a cold aura slammed down. Click! Only a crisp cracking sound was heard as the right arm blade that the blade-arm ape relied on shattered. Its pupils suddenly contracted to the size of a needle's eye, as if it had seen some horrifying existence, and it ran towards the back with a shriek. Where can you run to? Jiang Yan gently lowered the horizontally raised red paper umbrella, casually sweeping it to make sure that no knife marks were left on the handle. The red paper umbrella dissipated. A ghost martial arts lance appeared in Jiang Yan's right hand. Jiang Yan tightly clutched the ghost lance, locking the direction where the knife-armed ape fled, and violently threw it. Whoosh dash! The ghost gun was so strangely fast that it broke through the sound barrier, sending out bursts of air-breaking sounds. The saber-armed ape's eyes were filled with terror as it was penetrated through its chest by the ghost gun, carrying a huge impact that blew its chest apart hard. A second-stage sword-armed ape was shot alive through its chest, blood bursting out and dying. Jiang Yan casually grabbed it, and the heart blood of the knife-armed ape flew into the 10 Directions ghost order. He hadn't forgotten the purpose of his visit to the ancient king's mountain, to cultivate his realm to the second stage and to collect the heart blood of 100 ferocious beasts to wash his flesh once again. By the way, look for opportunities at the king's mountain ruins. Jiang Yan clapped his hands and retraced his steps to the cab, his index finger gently knocking on the window. Lu Jiangluo came back from the shock, quickly rolled down the window. His mood at this time is beyond words. Little brother. Jiang Yan waved his hand. This is the payment I'm paying you. The car won't be paid. Of course, it is only right that I should pay you. Here. This is all the money I have on me. Lu Jiangluo's eyes were red and his hands were trembling. He learns of his son's death at the hands of a foreign beast and his own inability to avenge it, and he goes through the motions every day. His life lost. He knows he's a loser and a useless softy. Son died. Even the idea of revenge do not dare to think. Only to escape. Hear the name of the ancient king of the mountain or subconsciously avoid. Do not want to go. If it wasn't for the dark-haired teenager in front of him, he would have spent the rest of his life unable to move on from his son's death. Lu Jiangluo's voice trembled. Thank you. I really don't know how to thank you. Jiang Yan smiled. Go back, along with your son's share, and live well. After saying that, Jiang Yan put his hands in his pockets and slowly walked towards Ancient King Mountain. Lu Jiangluo watched Jiang Yan's back gradually fade away, waiting until he was completely out of sight before he drove away and left this place of wrongdoing. On the other side, Jiang Yan looked at the Ancient King's mountain that was blocked by the ring and frowned slightly. This is a bit troublesome. Hey, what are you doing here? This is no place for a high school student. Get out of here, the town envoy in the energy suit said. Jiang Yan smiled and asked, I'm just passing by here. Is it convenient to ask why Ancient King's mountain is blocked? Seeing that Jiang Yan was so young and probably really didn't know, the town guardian envoy patiently explained. You should have learned about relics-related content in school, right? Ancient King's Mountain is one of the relics. In that case, it turns out that Ancient King Mountain is a relic. It's really rare. Jiang Yan laughed faintly. Alright, hurry up and leave. Those big forces will be here soon. You'll be settled by them if you stay here. The town guard envoy urged Jiang Yan to leave. Seeing that Jiang Yan did not respond, he impatiently looked at Jiang Yan and froze. The big living person who was standing here just now. How did he disappear in the twinkling of an eye? Chapter 33, Grass-Eating Professionals. In the territory of Ancient King Mountain, Jiang Yan took advantage of the town guard envoy's inattention and directly tumbled in. As he skipped along, he didn't see a few foreign beasts, but he did see a lot of people. Jiang Yan hid in the shadows, observing the large crowd not far away. The Ancient King's Mountain ruins only allow divine gifters of the 3rd rank and below to enter. Xiao Bo and I will enter. You guys stay on guard outside and don't let outsiders sneak in. Yes, Missy. The crowd bent their heads in respect to the tall woman in front of them. Lingxi's divine sense was alert, her beautiful eyes looking in the direction of the boulder 100 meters away. Her voice clear and cold. Send someone over there to check. Yes, sir. A few figures sped away. One of them had a fiery flame rising from his palm, and a fiery fist surged forward, blasting through the boulder. Find the stowaways. Kill. The fire fist man was incredibly fast. His entire body was like a rising ball of fire, fiercely blasting towards Jiang Yan. I'm just passing by. Jiang Yan offered a ghost gun in his hand to block this fiery and ferocious strike. His arm shook tremendously. This was a third-order divine giver. Jiang Yan used his ghost gun to harden against this punch, and backhandedly blasted out the soul-devouring palm, which was so loud that 100 ghosts wailed. Boom dash! The fire fist man transformed into flames, directly passing through the soul-devouring palm seal and killing Jiang Yan once again. You already have a way to take your death. He condensed a fiery vortex in his palm and violently bombarded Jiang Yan's abdomen. The fiery vortex continued to compress and finally exploded. Only a loud bang was heard, and after the fiery vortex violently exploded, Jiang Yan's figure was already gone. Target plucked. The fire fist man shrugged off the flames and headed back to resume his duties. Lingxi's beautiful eyes were without ripples, and after making sure that the stowaways were wiped out, she turned around and entered the entrance to the ruins. At this moment, Jiang Yan, who should have been engulfed by the fire fist, was holding a red paper umbrella in his hand as he watched Lingxi enter the entrance to the relics, the corner of his mouth curving up. So the entrance is here. The red paper umbrella transformed into pieces of bright red petals and floated towards the entrance of the secret realm guarded by the crowd. What's with this petal? Stop it for me. The Divine Awakening group's crowd tried to intercept it, but none of them were able to touch the petals, and were still floated into the entrance of the ruins by the petals. Pieces of petals turned. Jiang Yan's figure appeared. He put away his red paper umbrella, and with a smile on his face, he surveyed his surroundings. Is this still ancient King Mountain? Where did it come from for me? This is the ruins. A whole new world. Spiritual plants are everywhere, and there are countless opportunities. Breaking through the second stage here couldn't be better. Jiang Yan had just taken 2 steps out when he saw a spiritual plant and his eyes lit up. 10-year dragon in grass. Good stuff. After 2 more steps, another 10-year dragon soul flower appeared in the northwest. Any one of the spiritual plants here can be sold for millions of dollars in the outside world. A small 10-year-old spiritual plant would allow a divine giver to cleanse their flesh and surge with spiritual energy. Since the medicinal properties of the spiritual plant were too strong, most divine gifters needed a year just to absorb the medicinal properties. So taking 1 spiritual plant a year was the limit for most divine gifters. Jiang Yan was different. He was a heavenly underworld Tao body. His body was like having a big hole that couldn't be filled. The medicinal properties of the 10-year spirit plant were as good as nothing to him. The medicinal properties would only pile up at the Dantian, and when the quantitative change caused a qualitative change, the piled up medicinal properties would be refined at the same time, with extraordinarily good results. I'll taste this. Jiang Yan was like a vegetarian animal, grabbing a spiritual plant and stuffing it into his mouth. Well, it tastes good, sweet and delicious. Walk all the way, pluck all the way, eat all the way. Most of the divine gifted who entered the relics, they were not like Jiang Yan, a foreigner who ate whatever he saw. They would find the best one of the spiritual plants to take and spend a year absorbing the medicinal properties. The rest of the spiritual plants would be picked, but they could not be taken in large quantities and could only be brought to the outside world and sold at a high price. Vomit. This spirit plant is a bit bitter. Spicy throat to eat. Shao Jiang Spirit Plant Review. Not recommended. Jiang Yan disgustedly threw the 10 years of 100 fragrant grass that he shook a mouthful of on the ground. Ha! Look at the roots and leaves. This is 100-year-old heavenly spirit grass. Jiang Yan's eyes lit up and he reached out to pick it. Drop it. A growl rang out. Jiang Yan directly ignored it, still reaching out to pick the 100-year heavenly spirit grass. When the man saw Jiang Yan ignoring him, his teeth itched fiercely. I told you to put it down. Can't you hear me? The 3-pointed halberd in his hand surrounded his aura, and a blue chopping strike killed Jiang Yan at extreme speed. Jiang Yan didn't even lift his eyes. A ghost sword appeared out of thin air, blocking this horrible blue chopping attack. Lin Tian's pupils shrunk. What? He was an S-class heavenly creature, and his realm was even at the 3rd level of the 2nd rank. His square chop was enough to decimate a ferocious beast. However, the black-haired teenager in front of him did not make any movement at all and dissolved his chopping attack. That black sword, floating in the air. Lin Tian's eyes flinched. You know how to control a sword. Jiang Yan didn't pay any attention to Lin Tian at all as he straightaway picked off the 100-year-old heavenly spirit grass. You, give me the 100-year heavenly spirit grass. Lin Tian said in a cold voice. Only then did Jiang Yan turn to look at Lin Tian. Wait for me. Ha, alright, I'll wait for you. Lin Tian thought that Jiang Yan recognized the time and was going to hand over the heavenly spirit grass to him, and obediently stuck his three-pointed halberd on the ground. Jiang Yan stuffed the 100-year heavenly spirit grass into his mouth in one bite in front of Lin Tian. This barbaric scene directly made Lin Tian, who came from a great family, whole wouldn't be able to do so. You. Lin Tian was directly incoherent. Are you crazy? This is a 100-year-old heavenly spirit grass, not to mention a human. A ferocious beast would explode and die even if it directly eats it. Jiang Yan chewed the 100-year heavenly spirit grass like a large onion while inquiring. Isn't that how spirit plants are eaten? Spiritual plants need to be refined. Refine it into a spiritual medicine with multiple spiritual plants. Lin Tian felt like he was going crazy. What kind of madman had he met that he would eat a 100-year-old spirit plant raw? As he spoke, Jiang Yan had already eaten the 100-year heavenly spirit grass into his stomach and patted his stomach in satisfaction. I'm done eating. You're fine? Lin Tian suspiciously surveyed Jiang Yan. That is 100 years of heavenly spirit grass. The medicinal properties of the majestic. Not to mention people, the third-order beast king came to have to eat for a year and a half. As you can see, I'm still alive and kicking. Jiang Yan shrugged his shoulders and laughed. Lin Tian looked like he had seen something rare and couldn't stop circling Jiang Yan. Brother, you're not a beast king in disguise, are you? Have you ever seen a beast king incarnation as handsome as me? Jiang Yan frowned. No, I don't believe that you'll be fine at all if you eat 100 years of heavenly spirit grass in raw form. Lin Tian cupped his chin in thought, and a bright light snapped before his eyes as he remembered a good idea. He pulled out his storage pouch, from which he took out a brightly colored spiritual plant that lingered with spiritual chi. This is the 100-year dragon heart grass. If you can perform another raw food for me, I'll just give it to you. Lin Tian laughed. Jiang Yan looked at Lin Tian with his cute little eyes. Eyes at Lin Tian. This guy can't have a bubble in his head, right? Using a 100-year-old spiritual plant worth $10 million to watch a food broadcast? Fine. Then I'll give you another performance. Jiang Yan butted in. Chapter 34, Second Remodeling. Dragon's Heart Grass. Reddish, shaped like a dragon's heart, and like the heart of the ups and downs of the beating, so the name of the dragon heart grass. 100 years of dragon heart grass, worth millions in the outside world, has a price and can't be bought even if you want to. Jiang Yan had memorized the encyclopedia of spiritual plants. He had long been salivating over the dragon heart grass, and now that a 100-year-old dragon heart grass was placed in front of him, his mouth was watering. Little brother was kind enough to invite me, so I'll oblige. Before eating, Jiang Yan didn't forget to say something about the scene. Lin Tian frowned. Are you sure you don't want to refine the medicinal properties first? After refining it into a spiritual medicine, does the medicinal property still have half of its original strength? Jiang Yan asked with a smile. Lin Tian helplessly shook his head. Not at all. The reason why spirit plants need to be refined is that the medicinal properties are too strong for humans to reuse. That's why they need to be refined with multiple spirit plants to neutralize the medicinal properties. Jiang Yan laughed. That's why eating spirit plants raw is the way to go. Eating spirit plants raw. Only ferocious beasts would do that. Lin Tian was just about to say that when he suddenly remembered that the black-haired teenager in front of him was able to eat spirit plants raw. Jiang Yan's mouth was tinged with a smile. Eating spirit plants raw is not the privilege of a foreign beast. With that said, he no longer disguised his foodie nature. Feelings run deep, one bite at a time. Under Lin Tian's shocked gaze, Jiang Yansheng fiercely stuffed 100 years dragon heartgrass into his mouth and chewed on it. First it's bitter, then there's a little bit of sweetness, and finally it's pungent. It fell down his throat and into his stomach, like he had eaten a small fireball, rising up in Jiang Yan's stomach, burning Jiang Yan almost jumping up. Lin Tian asked worriedly, Are you alright? It's not going to explode and die, is it? Who dash? Jiang Yan deeply exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, his face flushed and his skin lingering with aura. I'm fine. The small vortex in his body successfully absorbed the medicinal properties of the dragon heartgrass, filling it up, not filling it up at all. Jiang Yan laughed. How was it? Was my performance satisfactory? Satisfied. So satisfied. You're simply a godly man. Lin Tian gave a thumbs up. Brother, how did you eat spirit plants raw? Tell me about it. Lin Tian stuck behind Jiang Yan's butt and kept asking questions. In response, Jiang Yan just smiled and said, This is a talent. I can't teach you. Lin Tian was a bit lost, but he still followed Jiang Yan's buttocks with a fart. Brother, my name is Lin Tian. You know the 100 Herb Consortium. That's the big conglomerate that researches and develops spiritual medicines. As a Chinese national, Jiang Yan naturally knew the behemoth that was the 100 Grass Consortium. 80% of the elixirs in China come from the 100 herbs group. I know. What's wrong? Jiang Yan said with a smile. My name is Lin Tian, and I'm the next successor of the 100 herb consortium. Lin Tian said smilingly. Brother, what's your name? Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan. Always feels so familiar. Lin Tian's brows furrowed, and in the next moment, his eyes rounded and his entire body jumped. You're the ghost immortal. Ghost? Ghost what? Hearing this title, Jiang Yan froze. Ghost fairy. It's the ghost immortal who is known as the first person of the new generation in Linjiang. Lin Tian's eyes were filled with adoration as he looked blearily at Jiang Yan. Ghost immortal? Is that a title someone gave me? Jiang Yan shrugged his shoulders. The title sounded a bit netherworldly. You don't know. Now the entire Linjiang province knows about you. Lin Tian was very excited. He pulled Jiang Yan's hand with an excited expression. Brother, you become my brother-in-law. Cough dash. Jiang Yan almost lost his breath. WH. What the hell? What did you just say? Lin Tian was radiant and said seriously. You become my sister's husband. My sister is a freshman this year. She's a beautiful woman. And she's the school flower of the Heavenly Underworld Martial Arts Academy. Good man. I've seen those who sell their teammates, but this is the first time I've seen those who sell their own sister. Seeing that Jiang Yan didn't say anything, Lin Tian continued. My sister. She's also here at the King Mountain Ruins. I'll let the two of you meet later. You'll definitely like my sister. You kid is designated to have a big disease. Don't follow me. Jiang Yan was really afraid. He hurriedly took out his red paper umbrella, turned into pieces of petals and disappeared. Ghost fairy. Sister-in-law. Don't go away Are you going to be my brother-in-law or not? Lin Tian shouted at the petals floating in the air. Escaping from Lin Tian's entanglement, Jiang Yan arrived at a swampy place. The air above the swamp was filled with poisonous gas, and the ecological environment was extremely poor. Black Death Pool. It is recorded in the Spiritual Plant Encyclopedia that there is centennial dead crow grass in this area. Jiang Yan observed the Black Death Pool. The swamp with poisonous bubbles in the pool was full of toxicity. Once it was stained, it would turn into blood in less than a breath. Gobble gobble. The poisonous bubbles on the Black Death Pool kept churning, as if something was going to break out of the pool. Bang dash. With a loud bang, the water in the pool splashed. The earth was corroding as the poisonous water spilled from the sky. Jiang Yan had prepared for this and casually blasted out a soul-devouring palm seal, crushing the roiling poisonous water. Second-order black water crocodile, inhabiting the area of the black water pool all year round. What's written in the book is really good. Jiang Yan had a smile at the corner of his mouth. The appearance of the black water crocodile means that the withered crow grass exists in this area. Second-order black water crocodile, pitch black and covered with black scales. The scales are filled with intense poison and will die when touched. Roar dash. The black water crocodile opened its bloody mouth and a black water vortex emerged from its mouth, shooting at Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan moved lightly, leaping into the air in a single step, instantly offering 5 ghost martial swords to cut down the black water crocodile together. Souls listened to the order. Detain the souls. The 10 directions ghost order emerged in Jiang Yan's hand. In the next moment, the air was filled with ghostly shadows, surrounding the black water crocodile from different directions. No matter how much the black water crocodile flailed, it was unable to escape from the dragnet laid down by Jiang Yan. Giggle dash. With a flash of black light, a ghost martial gun penetrated through the head of the black water crocodile at great speed, nailing it to the tree in death. The black water crocodile struggled for a moment, and finally did not move at all, losing its life. Its heart's blood was siphoned off into the air and flew into the 10 directions ghost order. After solving the black water crocodile, Jiang Yan searched the black water pool for more than 10 minutes, and finally found a withered wu grass, or a 200-year-old withered wu grass. No wonder that black water crocodile wanted to fight me to the death, so it wanted to monopolize such a treasure. Jiang Yan lightly picked off the 200-years-old dead wool grass and skillfully stuffed it into his mouth. Vom dash. Entering his mouth with a bitter flavor, countless times more bitter than boiled Chinese medicine. Jiang Yan's face turned green. He endured the bitterness and struggled to eat the 200 years of dead crow grass into his stomach. This time, the vortex inside him reacted tremendously, taking dozens of 10-year-old spirit plants, 200-year-old spirit plants and a 200-year-old withered crowgrass in a row. The medicinal properties had piled up to the metamorphosis condition. Jiang Yan endured the black flames rising from his abdomen and found a hidden cave. He sat cross-legged and used his spiritual energy to suppress the rising black flames in his body. As he did last time, the spiritual energy was unable to suppress the black flames, and the boundless black flames once again set Jiang Yan ablaze. Enduring the process of disintegrating and remodeling his flesh and blood, Jiang Yan's original skin was refined into charcoal by the black flames, and finally molted a little bit, revealing brand new skin. Boom dash. The aura surged, shaking all the coke off Jiang Yan's body to the ground, and Jiang Yan shed his black shell, ushering in a new life once again. The medicinal properties were perfectly absorbed without the slightest omission. This one absorption of his was the medicinal properties of a regular person for half a lifetime. With his blood and flesh reshaped, Jiang Yan's power had taken a qualitative leap, and he was now able to fight with a third-stage Beast King with just his physical body. Chapter 35, Capturing the Heart. Deep within the ruins, a group of people was surrounded by several Beast Kings. Humans, hand over the longevity liquid. We can still let you die a quick death. If you don't hand it over, you'll wait for us to pull out your tendons and bones, and die after suffering thousands of tortures. The White Tiger King's voice was icy cold, and his eyes were filled with murderous intent. What's the point of talking nonsense with them? Just kill them all directly. The Green Snake Monarch spat out snake letters and held a fan in his hand. The white-haired old man's face was cold. Miss, take the longevity liquid and run. I'll help you break your back. Lingxi's beautiful eyes flickered slightly. Uncle Chiu. Run. Chiu Nanshan let out a roar, his entire body standing firm like a golden Buddha. Lingxi clutched the eternal life liquid tightly and turned around to escape. Don't let that get away. The White Tiger King roared. She can't run away. A silver-horned rhinoceros wrapped in a huge force and slammed into Lingxi with the force of piercing through mountains and cracking the earth. Lingxi's white wrist reversed. A moonlight fluorescence flashed, and her figure reappeared 100 meters away, pulling away from the silver-horned rhinoceros. Waste. The White Tiger King's face was hideous as it released terrifying beams of light from its mouth, violently shooting towards Lingxi's direction. Chiu Nanshan violently stomped on the ground. The earth trembled and the rocks rolled. He was like a golden Buddha as he blasted his palm at the White Tiger King's face. This palm was so powerful that it was enough to bring down a large mountain. Boom dash. Old man. There's still me here. The Green Snake Monarch spat out its snake letters and retracted the tail that was wrapped around Chiu Nanshan. The poison had already been injected into Chiu Nanshan's body. Old thing. So what if you're at the peak of the third rank? You're still surrounded by our 5 Beast Kings. The Green Flame Falcon laughed coldly as it stopped in the air. Lingxi's guards had already been incinerated by it with green flame. Ah hee hee hee. Fun. Fun. The 5-armed ape kept throwing boulders at Chiu Nanshan. 5 third-ranked Beast Kings easily wiped out Lingxi's guards. Chiu Nanshan coughed out a mouthful of black blood. Even though I'm injured, I'm not something you primordial kings can suppress. Peak third-order cultivation went berserk. Chiu Nanshan transformed into a golden Buddha. The Buddha's light shone brightly, and the hot golden aura instantly caused the Green Flame Falcon to be set ablaze. Not good. This old thing is going to counterattack on his deathbed. The White Tiger King was the first to react. He was incredibly fast and instantly pulled away from Chiu Nanshan. Just when it thought it was safe, a huge Buddha palm descended from the sky and instantly suppressed the White Tiger King. Bloodied and broken bones. Roar dash. The silver-horned rhinoceros sensed that death was near and fled like mad, but it was still clutched by a huge Buddha hand and crushed into powder. This was the dying counterattack of a peak third-order divine giver, and the 5 Beast Kings who had just stepped into the third order were simply powerless to fight back, and could only flee. Missy. Old man tried his best. The Buddha light on Chiu Nanshan's body gradually dimmed, and he just stood there, without any life. After this battle, 3 of the 5 Beast Kings fell, while the Green Snake Monarch and the 5-armed ape managed to escape. Lingxi was carrying the longevity liquid in her arms as she kept dodging the 2 Beast Kings. Found you, little girl. The Green Snake Monarch sped through the rocks and mountains as it held a green fan and unleashed a terrifying chopping blow at Lingxi. Buzz dash. Lingxi once again utilized her spatial leap, and her shoulder was still cut by a bloody gash from the sharp wind blade. You can't run away. The 5-armed ape let out a maniacal laugh as she ambled on the ground with her 7 limbs, quickly galloping and leaping with all her might, jumping directly in front of Lingxi. Boom dash. The mountain exploded, and Lingxi was blown sideways by the terrifying energy fluctuations, crashing into an ancient tree at the end of her rope. The 5-armed ape choked Lingxi's neck and lifted her into the air. It wouldn't have been better to hand over the longevity liquid earlier, but you also caused us to lose 3 of our friends. You really deserve to die. Its dry hand kept exerting force, and there was a cracking sound coming from Lingxi's neck. Her eyes were covered with blood. No matter how much she struggled, she could not escape. The longevity liquid. I'll just laugh at it. The 5-armed ape reached for the small white bottle that Lingxi was holding tightly. At this moment, a figure like a ghost appeared. Heavy fist bombarded in the waist of the 5-armed ape, only to hear the sound of click. Actually, 5-armed ape's flesh and bones shattered. Boom! The monstrous force wrapped around the 5-armed ape and slammed it through the mountain, smashing a piece of the mountain. The Green Snake Monarch, who was still watching the show, reacted at once. It was incredibly fast, spitting out a green snake sword from its mouth. Harnessing the clear wind, and a sword light chopped at the incoming person. The visitor simply sidestepped and took a step out, instantly closing the distance with the green snake monarch. A fist blasted into the green snake monarch's abdomen, hitting him hard and sending him flying 100 meters. In an instant, the two beast kings were knocked back by Jiang Yan and suffered heavy injuries. Thank you, Yin Lingxi weakly thanked. Her face changed when she raised her eyes to Jiang Yan's face. It's you. You weren't killed by my guards. Your guards are not capable of killing me. Jiang Yan patted away the dust on his body and extended his hand to Yin Lingxi. Don't you think the ground is dirty? Yin Lingxi pursed her red lips and held Jiang Yan's hand that was handed to her as he pulled her up from the ground. Why did you save me? Yin Lingxi asked as she turned her face away. Jiang Yan smiled. As a human, I can't watch my compatriots being bullied. Just because of this? Yin Lingxi was a bit unconvinced. Those were two beast kings, and just for the sake of the human race's righteousness, they dared to risk their lives to save them? Alright, showdown. Jiang Yan shrugged his shoulders. I came to the relics through the entrance you opened. Consider it a favor I owe you. Now that I stepped in to save you, we're even. With that, Jiang Yan turned around and was about to leave, but Yin Lingxi pulled him back. Slow down. Don't go yet. Is there anything else? If you are worried about those two beast kings, you can rest assured that they have already been heavily injured by me and won't be able to hunt you down in a short period of time. Yin Lingxi tilted her face up, her beautiful eyes looking straight at Jiang Yan. Don't come this way with me. I don't eat beauty tricks. Jiang Yan turned his face away. Yin Lingxi almost stomped her foot as she whispered. Who's going to use beauty tricks on you? Regardless of the purpose, the fact remains that you saved me. Yin Lingxi's eyes flowed, and a drop of the most pure liquid floated in the small white bottle in her arms. This is a drop of longevity liquid. Its value is comparable to a 10,000-year-old spiritual plant, and it has endless wonderful uses for qi, blood, and spiritual power. Yin Lingxi said. So powerful. Jiang Yan sent a drop of longevity liquid gifted by Yin Lingxi into the 10-square ghost order, intending to wait until he broke the rank to use it. We'll meet again. Jiang Yan intended to continue searching for the opportunity. Yin Lingxi's face was like a morning glory, and when she smiled, 10 miles of peach blossoms bloomed. I'll see you again. She watched Jiang Yan's figure dissipate. Her beautiful eyes flowed. There was a flash of color. I don't know what came to mind, and in the end, her face was like a peach blossom, adding a touch of delicacy. What a strange guy. Obviously still just a student. He has the combat power to forcefully cut down a beast king. His talent, I'm afraid, is not below that of a ghost immortal. Yin Lingxi's beautiful eyes flashed with laughter. The next time we meet again, we must rope him into joining the Divine Awakening Consortium. Chapter 36, The Secret Place. At the King's Mountain Ruins, a figure was speeding through the mountains and forests. He was chasing after a peak second stage golden bone leopard. The golden bone leopard fought to run away, as if it had encountered some terrifying existence. Roar dash! It was pushed to the brink of extinction. With a cliff in front of it, there was no way to escape, no way to retreat. The black-haired teenager kept approaching with a smirk on his face. You don't really think you can run away, do you? The golden bone leopard revealed its sharp teeth and stared at the black-haired teenager with a deadly stare. Ow! It counterattacked at the point of death, and its speed was so fast that it killed in front of the teenager in almost an instant. The black-haired teenager's smile remained unchanged. His right hand clenched his fist and smashed it against the face of the golden bone leopard that came flying at him. Bang dash! With a loud bang, the golden bone leopard, which had exploded its bloodline power at the point of death, was like a kite with broken strings, hanging on a withered branch on the cliff, and its vitality dissipated. The black-haired teenager was no other than Jiang Yan, who flung the blood from his hands and seized the golden bone leopard's heart blood. There are still 13 ferocious beasts' heart blood missing. Entering the relics for the past week, Jiang Yan was constantly hunting down ferocious beasts and pumping out the heart blood. In just 7 days, his realm had broken through from the 6th level of the first rank to the 8th level of the first rank. Even though it was still of the first rank, it was capable of overpowering a 3rd rank beast king. Jiang Yan had already killed the 5 beast kings and extracted the blood from their hearts and returned it to the 10-square ghost order. After resolving the golden bone leopard, Jiang Yan descended Broken Mountain, and at the corner, he encountered a combination of 2 men and 1 woman. The man with dyed red hair saw Jiang Yan at a glance. Hey, you're a stowaway too, right? Stowaways, those outside of the plutocrats and official forces, are the ones who sneak into the ruins? We are also stowaways. How about forming an alliance and seeking opportunities together at the King Mountain Ruins? The corners of the red-haired man's mouth rose slightly. I'm a B-rank divine giver of the 6th weight of the 1st rank, the redhead said proudly as he looked at another man. He's a 1st rank 7th gravity A-rank divine giver. Finally, pointing at the girl, 1st order, 5th level B-ranked healing divine giver. After listening to the red-haired man's introduction, Jiang Yan frowned slightly. With a configuration like yours, how dare you trespass on the ruins? The red-haired man quit. What do you mean by that? 1A 2B, how many people dream of the combination? What grade are you but also dislike on us? SSS grade. Jiang Yan smiled faintly. SSS-class? Don't make me laugh. The red-haired man couldn't help himself. Humph. We thought you were a normal person and we were kind enough to pull you into the team. But it turns out that you're a stupid person who can only show off your mouth. The healing girl despised. That A-class divine giver was unimpressed. Leave if you don't want to join us. Our team is small and can't accommodate a big Buddha like you. Jiang Yan shrugged his shoulders, very helpless. What he said was the truth, but no one believed it. Before leaving, he reminded with the three, there is a beast king in this area, so beware. Slightly, who wants to listen to you? The healing girl made a face at Jiang Yan. The red-haired boy waved his hand to drive people away. Go, go, go. What kind of cultivation still dares to be a lone wolf? Not afraid of dying with no one to collect your body. Jiang Yan also did not make a fool of himself. As a compatriot, what he should have reminded him, even if something really happened to the three people, it had nothing to do with him at all. He headed in the direction of the purple bamboo forest, looking for new prey. However, on this journey, Jiang Yan hadn't even encountered a single foreign beast. It's really strange. Could it be that I've killed all the fey beasts? It couldn't be. He had only killed more than 70 fey beasts, which worked out to be more than 10 a day. It's not much to kill. So how come there's no sign of the fey? Could it be that the beasts are all in the area where those three idiots are? This meant that there were secret treasures descending from the region where those three idiots were. Jiang Yan folded his body and returned. His speed was so fast that it smacked one's lips. What kind of speed was this? Tearing through the sound barrier and erupting into a roar. After 2 washes, his fleshly body was already terrifying to the point that it was comparable to a beast king. It even surpassed a beast king. At this moment, a 3-member squad of 1A and 2B were exploring among the stone forest when suddenly, a demonic wind swept wildly, and ancient trees in the sky were uprooted, interspersed with chaotic rocks, and violently blasted towards the 3 people. Watch out! Red Junket's fingertips burned with flames, instantly transforming into a wall of fire that burned out the ancient tree and melted the chaotic rocks. A-class God-giver Lin Zhao's eyes flashed with killing intent as he coalesced the ghostly blue scythe in his hand, leaping through the wall of fire, locking onto the foreign beast that had set off the demonic wind, and slashing it 100 times in a row. The demonic beast was a strange bird with 3 human heads, and its large lin feathers sheltered itself, and it even resisted Lin Zhao's 100 chopping strikes. Giggle! The 3-headed demon falcon swung out its sharp feathers, cutting through the air and penetrating Lin Zhao's collarbone. Lin Zhao suffered a heavy blow and fell to the ground. Big Brother Xiao, Chen Duo, a B-rank healer, quickly stepped forward and a green luster appeared in her hands, surrounding Lin Zhao's wounds, which healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. How could there be a second-rank foreign beast in this area? Red Junket's face was ugly. We might have mistakenly entered a secret hiding place. Lin Zhao covered his wounds, his face pale. There are multiple secret hiding places in the ruins. This place will attract foreign beasts. The secret hiding place. Chen Duo had obviously heard of it, and her face paled. Then what should we do? Several ferocious birds had gathered in the air. Looking at this situation, this area would soon be surrounded by ferocious beasts, and they would surely die. If I had known, I would have listened to that guy just now and left here earlier. Red Juniper smiled bitterly. Lin Xiao also repented and clutched the earth on the ground with a death grip. He's right. We're still too weak. We are really going to die here. Well, Chen Duo reddened his eyes, fearing the arrival of death. Seeing the increasing number of ferocious beasts gathered in this area, all 3 of them had lost their will to fight and fell into despair. A savage bull king squinted at the trio as his nostrils began to spew out white mist. Humans? I hate humans the most. It was the king of the fey beasts, and should have been walking horizontally in the king's mountain ruins, but it ran into a bogeyman that chopped off one of its 2 bull horns. This caused its status among the beast kings to fall to pieces, making it the laughingstock of the beast kings. It hates it. It couldn't wait to wipe out all the humans in the king's mountain ruins. It's over. That savage bull seems to have seen us. We're dead this time. Hong Jun Kai's voice was trembling. Lin Xiao clenched his teeth. What are you afraid of? The big deal is death. Chen Dao paralyzed on the ground, crying with red eyes. I don't want to die yet. Moo! The barbarian bull king roared up to the sky as it rushed towards the 3 of them, each step causing the ground to shake as if a small mountain was bombarding them furiously. He, if it isn't Horned Bull, I didn't expect to see you here. A surprised voice came. Hearing this familiar voice, the barbarian bull king trembled as if it was fixed in place. unable to move as it stiffly twisted its head to look at the smiling black-haired teenager. Jiang Yan smiled and greeted the barbarian Bull King. The brutality in the savage Bull King's eyes disappeared into thin air, and another emotion appeared instead. Fear, from the depths of the soul. Chapter 37 Red Cloth's first appearance. Beast King ambushed. The three-man squad saw that the savage Bull King didn't charge over, but instead looked in the other direction with a face full of panic. The three of them followed the savage Bull King's line of sight, only to see that there stood a black-haired teenager with a smiling face. Seeing the appearance of this teenager, all three of them revealed shocked looks. It's him! Why is this guy here? Didn't he go in the opposite direction of us? Red Junket was filled with confusion. Lin Xiao said in realization. He's also here for the secret stash. Chen Dao's eyes flashed with hope. Look guys, doesn't that savage bull look scared of that guy? Lin Xiao and Hong Jun Kai looked at them in disbelief. It was true as Chen Dao said. That barbarian Bull King didn't dare to move a muscle when he saw the teenager, and prostrated himself stiffly on the ground. What exactly is his origin? Lin Xiao frowned. Red Junket scratched his head. I remember this guy saying he was an SSS-ranked God-giver before. He can't be telling the truth, right? SSS-grade God-giver. Chen Dao's eyes flashed with shock and fascination. To be able to make a third-ranked Beast King so fearful, it was feared that only SSS-ranked Divine Gifters had the ability to do so. If this person was really an SSS-class Divine Giver, the three of them would be saved. The several avian kings in the air realized that the savage Bull King was showing timidity and sneered. One-horned bull, showing such an ugly stance in the face of a human. It's really a disgrace to our Beast Kings. Old ox, it wouldn't be this human who chopped off your horns, would it? The barbarian Bull King didn't say a word. It was too afraid. It was afraid that the moment it opened its mouth to speak, its head would be decapitated by the black-haired teenager in front of it. It couldn't be clearer about this black-haired teenager's methods. Why are you always staring at me? Asked the barbarian Bull King in a trembling voice. Jiang Yan tilted his head. What are you talking about? I just happened to pass by here, bumped into you, an old friend, and said hello to you. An old friend? Say hello? The savage Bull King's eyes were red with anger, but it didn't dare to contradict in the slightest as it humbly said, I won't snatch the secret collection. Can you let me live? Jiang Yan smiled. They're all friends. How could I drive them to extinction? Besides, the horn you sent me can really blow very loudly. Send? It was clearly you who forced the chopping off, and made his bullhorn into a horn that could be blown. A strange shame, a stain on the life of a cow. Seeing that the teenager had no intention of killing it, the barbarian Bull King ran in the opposite direction without stopping his hooves. The rest of the Beast Kings saw the savage Bull King fleeing from the battlefield, and they despised it. Old bull, I think you're really old to feel fear for a human. When we kill this human, we'll find you scum to settle the score. You don't deserve to be in our company, much less a king. A male lion roared. The barbarian Bull King didn't care about this. It sneered in its heart, you guys go ahead and trouble that teenager, and then we'll see which one of you can come out alive. It doesn't want the secret stash. Staying alive is the most important thing. Lin Xiao and the three of them were relieved when they saw the savage Bull King fleeing, but in the next moment, the three-headed demon falcon suddenly swooped down at extreme speed and killed Jiang Yan. Human, I'm going to hollow out your 5 organs and 6 bowels. The three-headed demon falcon's claws cut through the air like iron in mud, killing aura overflowing in all directions. Jiang Yan's mouth was tinged with a smile. I don't want your organs and bowels, just your heart's blood is enough. He condensed a ghost martial gun in his hand. His body's chi and blood surged, and he violently threw the ghost martial gun into the air, which seemed like it was going to penetrate the stars. The three-headed demon falcon's face changed drastically. It was too late to dodge, and was instantly penetrated by the ghost martial gun, bursting into flames. In just an instant's work, a Beast King fell. The rest of the Beast Kings watching the show instantly looked serious. They had underestimated Jiang Yan. This human is not simple. Together, the male Lion King utilized his divine ability, his body burning with golden flames like a small sun, and the boulders around him were melted. Roar! The male Lion King let out a fiery sun roar as a scorching golden light instantly shot towards Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan carried the ghost martial gun on his back and sped along the mountain, closing the distance with the Lion King in less than a breath. Madaka! He clutched his ghost spear and stabbed out, and was intercepted by a giant elephant that raised its foot to his face. Jiang Yan's other hand blasted out, colliding with the golden elephant's gigantic foot, and the terrifying power formed waves that forced the surrounding beasts back, and the Beast King narrowed his eyes. The golden elephant's face was ugly, a human that was not even close to its power. Boom! Jiang Yan exploded his chi and blood, his left arm's clothes exploded and his veins appeared, violently toppling the golden elephant. The ghost martial gun held in his right hand was in a stalemate with the male Lion King, and with a vigorous shock, He forced the male Lion King back. Jiang Yan smacked his lips. Dealing with two Beast Kings at the same time is still a bit overwhelming. If they knew what Jiang Yan had said, these Beast Kings were afraid that they would directly go crazy. A first-order human who was able to suppress two third-order Beast Kings at the same time. What a heaven-defying existence, the male Lion King said in a cold voice. Still watching the show. Do you guys want to let the secret stash fall into the hands of this human? They naturally didn't want the secret stash to fall into human hands. And the rest of the Beast Kings stopped watching the show and killed Jiang Yan at the same time. Surrounded by Beast Kings on all sides. Jiang Yan was surrounded by enemies on his back. Surrounded by the group. Human, you are undoubtedly an astonishing genius. But you're too arrogant to dare to break into the land of secret treasures alone. The male Lion King laughed coldly. Alone? You guys mean I'm surrounded by you? Jiang Yan smiled. Jia. Still talking tough at the end of your life. Your chi and blood are so vigorous. I will savor your flesh and blood. The Viper King laughed grimly. Jiang Yan slightly raised the corners of his mouth. A gorgeous smile on his face. When the Beast King saw that he was still able to laugh even though he was in a desperate situation, they all revealed a look of surprise. Has this human gone mad? The Lion King, whose divine sense was alert, suddenly sensed something in his face changed drastically. Not good. We've been ambushed. Hearing the Lion King's alarmed cry, the Beast Kings hurriedly looked around. Suddenly, they realized that they, a dozen Beast Kings, were surrounded by countless Yin soldiers and Yin generals. Jiang Yan laughed. Now, who is surrounded? The Yin soldiers and Yin generals kept approaching, and the Beast Kings were casting their divine abilities. The male Lion King stared at Jiang Yan with a death glare and said in a cold voice, capture the enemy first. I'll kill you and these filth will naturally disappear. It's still you who has a bright brain. Jiang Yan revealed an approving gaze, but in the next moment, his smile disappeared. But who gave you the confidence? Gave you the illusion that you could kill me? A red paper umbrella appeared in Jiang Yan's hand, and the umbrella dissipated, transforming into a red dress that fell on Jiang Yan. His aura was no longer hidden. It was second rank. Through red clothes enchantment, Jiang Yan's realm directly broke through to the second stage. To deal with you, there is no need for me to draw my sword yet. Jiang Yan didn't pull out the sword in his umbrella. His figure was like a ghost, only red residual shadows were seen crossing. His right hand went through the Lion King's heart. The rest of the Beast Kings sensed this scene and were scared out of their wits. You, who the hell are you? Jiang Yan was clad in red with a smile in his eyes. Who am I? They call me the Ghost Immortal. A mere nobody. Before the words fell, Jiang Yan flipped his wrist, and a scarlet blood sword appeared in Jiang Yan's hand. The moment this blood sword appeared, the bodies of the Beast Kings trembled, as if they had sensed the existence of something terrifying to the extreme. Forbidden, 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 not dash. A Beast King discovered the truth of the red paper umbrella, yet in the next moment, a blood color flashed by. A line of blood appeared on the King of the Beasts, and slowly, the upper half of his body began to be misplaced, sliding down a little. The moment the upper half of his body was about to hit the ground, the line of blood devoured the Beast King's flesh and blood as if it was alive. The dozen or so Beast Kings vaporized in an instant, as if they had never appeared in this world. Chapter 38, Breaking Through the Second Order. The secret stash was stolen. All the Beast Kings have fallen, and the dust has settled. The bloody sword returned to the umbrella sheath. The killing intent dissipated, and the red clothes transformed into pieces of petals, changing back into a red umbrella surface. Jiang Yan drew off the heart blood of a dozen Beast Kings, and then drew off the heart blood of the rest of the First Order foreign beasts, successfully collecting the blood of 100 beasts. Ghost Immortal. You are a Ghost Immortal. Hong Jun Kai was shivering in fear from the tragic scene just now. Lin Zhao's pupils were also seismic and he didn't dare to look directly at Jiang Yan, SSS-class Godgiver. Harnesses 100 ghosts and Yin soldiers. Ghost Immortal. Chen Duo's pupils flickered as she looked at Jiang Yan's eyes full of yearning and longing. You're actually the legendary Ghost Immortal. I've always admired you. You guys are still alive. Jiang Yan was a bit surprised. He thought that these three guys had long died in the mouth of the Beast King, but he didn't expect that they were still alive. The three red junkets got up from the ground and stumbled towards Jiang Yan. Ghost Fairy. I'm a fan of yours. I've always admired you. Chen Dao was so excited that she was stuttering. What do you worship me for? What do I have that deserves your worship? Jiang Yan wasn't very understanding. Red Junket grabbed the lead and said, you single-handedly took on the entire class by yourself. It's simply too cool. It's like a living legend. Aha! Just now, you even killed a dozen or so Beast Kings all by yourself. I'm afraid that no one would dare to believe such an arrogant battle record when it's told. Chen Dao's eyes were glowing. Jiang Yan laughed and didn't pick up the conversation. You guys should leave. This area is a secret hideout and will attract more Beast Kings. you guys are too weak. This time, all three of them didn't contradict Jiang Yan again. They had already recognized themselves and held Jiang Yan as a god. How could they dare not listen to his words? Ghost immortal. One day I will surpass you. Lin Xiao, who had been silent, spoke. He was an A-class divine giver and the proud son of a party, and he had his own pride. Oh yeah? Then I'll wait for the day you surpass me. Jiang Yan said with a smile. Ghost immortal, can you give me an autograph? Before leaving, Chen Duo also pulled Jiang Yan's hand as if he was pampered. Jiang Yan laughed helplessly. There's not even a pen here. How can I sign for you? Alright, then when we leave the King Mountain ruins, you'll be able to give me an autograph. Right, Chen Dao reluctantly pursued. Alright, don't make things difficult for the ghost fairy. Seeing that Chen Dao was still going to chatter, Hong Jun Kai hurriedly pulled her away, saying goodbye to Jiang Yan on his way out. Thank you for saving me. See you again sometime. Jiang Yan smiled. See you again sometime. When the three figures disappeared, the smile on Jiang Yan's face was not there. He leaned on the stone wall. His expression was a bit weak, still too forced. Right now, his realm was too low, and one swing of the red umbrella sword exhausted his full strength as his body went into overload. He was currently at the 8th level of the first rank, and he could barely last 10 breaths by sacrificing his red clothes, and he could only sacrifice his red umbrella sword for one sword. Cough. Jiang Yan coughed blood from his mouth, his face pale, facing a dozen or so third-order beast kings at the same time. Even if he sacrificed Yanluo, he wouldn't be able to obliterate them all, and would let a few of them escape, causing endless trouble in the aftermath. In order to eliminate future problems, Jiang Yan could only use the red paper umbrella to bury them forever. Jiang Yan operated his spiritual energy and toned up his vitality. He took out a few hundred-year-old spiritual plants from the 10 Directions Ghost Order and stuffed them into his mouth, chewing and swallowing them in one big gulp. The medicinal properties of the spiritual plants were all absorbed by the vortexes within the body, and there was no healing effect at all. It seems like we can only forcefully break the rank. Jiang Yan dragged his weak body and found a hidden cave, sacrificing the heart blood of 100 ferocious beasts from the 10 Directions Ghost Order. According to ancient records, the blood of the 100 beasts would be refined into a furnace, and when the blood of the beasts boiled, the body could be blood refined. Jiang Yan clenched his teeth and urged his aura to melt the blood of the 100 beasts, which was refined into a blood furnace. The beast's blood boiled and splashed in all directions, and wherever it splashed, it was melted. This boiling blood of 100 beasts is actually capable of melting the green gangrock. Jiang Yan's mind was shaken, but he had no other choice but to fight to the death at this point. He stepped into the beast blood melting furnace, and the moment his skin came into contact with the blood of 100 beasts, he was scorched by the beast blood, and if he hadn't been remodeled after 2 washes, he would have been melted by the beast blood. Jiang Yan gritted his teeth and endured the beast's blood burning his body. Every inch of his skin seemed to be in purgatory, constantly being burned by the flames. The vortex in Jiang Yan's body seemed to have reacted, surprisingly rising black flames at the same time, surrounding Jiang Yan's body, burning and refining at the same time as the beast's blood. Boom dash! The black flames resonated with the beast's blood, instantly burning the cave Jiang Yan was in with the momentum of a prairie fire. The black flames seemed to be able to burn everything and never go out. Damn! Still letting people live. Jiang Yan was on the verge of vomiting blood. His body was already overloaded and suffered from the black flames and beast blood incineration. It was already at its limit. His eyes began to blur and his consciousness drifted a bit. Eternal life liquid. With the last of his consciousness, Jiang Yan offered up the eternal life liquid that Yin Lingxi had gifted him. A drop of the most pure liquid floated in the air, and it was surrounded by an invisible barrier that separated the black flames from the beast's blood. Floating in front of Jiang Yan, this drop of eternal life liquid flew into Jiang Yan's brow, and in an instant, a holy white lotus bloomed around Jiang Yan. After killing a dozen beast kings in a row and devouring the remnants of 100 beast souls, Jiang Yan had already touched the threshold of the second stage. He refined his body with the blood of 100 beasts and shaped his soul with the longevity liquid. His entire body was extremely sublimated, floating in the air, his dark hair growing rapidly, and his physical body remodeling at an extremely high speed. Jiang Yan slowly opened his scarlet eyes as his aura reached its peak, the first level of the second rank. Boom dash! The black flame and beast blood melting furnace that surrounded him were shaken away by the terrifying aura, and Jiang Yan slowly landed on the ground as he tried to clench his fists as if he had endless power. With a thought, his palm unexpectedly rose up with black flames from the depths of the vortex. Black flame! The corner of Jiang Yan's mouth rose slightly. He managed to step into the second stage, and surprisingly, he awakened a new power, which was the power of the heavenly underworld Tao body, the never-extinguished black flames that were enough to burn everything. Jiang Yan took out a black suit from nowhere in the 10 ghost orders and just put it on his body. He felt a little uncomfortable. How did your hair suddenly grow so long? Just a little longer. Looking at the black flames burning up in the cave, Jiang Yan casually waved his hand and the black flames instantly went out. He slowly walked out of the cave before realizing that several days had passed. The secret stash of this place has been taken. The corner of Jiang Yan's mouth hooked up in a cold smile. I killed a dozen beast kings with my life, but someone got there first and stole the secret stash? What belongs to me? No one can steal. Jiang Yan's figure was like a ghost, chasing along the traces. At this time, on a seashore 100 miles away, a blonde-haired, blue-pupiled Western man had a maniacal smile on his face. The secret stash. The secret stash is mine. The secret stash is mine. It was not in vain that he had hibernated in the land of the secret stash for several days in advance, and waited until the human and the dozen or so beast kings were both defeated, and then he sneakily seized the secret stash. It's just that. He doesn't know what this secret stash really is. It's not a spiritual plant, and I don't know about a precious weapon. It's just a fragment of broken jade. Whatever it is, when I get out of the King's Mountain ruins, I'll bring it to my country and sell it to a museum at a sky-high price. The Western man was full of smiles. Right at this moment, a gloomy voice rang out. Unfortunately, you won't be able to leave the ruins alive. Chapter 39, Flick of the Finger to Exterminate Western Martial Sect. A gloomy wind rose up around them, and hearing this gloomy voice, Austin's expression changed drastically. In front of him, a young man with ink hair reaching his waist strangely appeared, his eyes dripping with scarlet, mixed with endless killing intent. Austin barely managed to calm down. The corner of his mouth hooked into a cold smile. Young man from Huaxia, it is indeed remarkable that you killed a dozen or so beast kings with your own strength. But don't forget that you were already at the end of your strength at that time as well. And I was merciful enough not to take advantage of the opportunity to kill you and just steal the secret stash. Listening to the man's sophistry, Jiang Yan's smile did not reach his eyes. Didn't kill me? You're just afraid that I'll counterattack before I die and pull you on my back. How dare you speak in such a grandiose manner? An imperceptible killing intent flashed underneath Austin's eyes, but he smiled warmly. Young man, how about we make a deal? You let me bring the secret stash to the West, and you and I will split the money from the sale 50-50. Austin held out 5 fingers. You'll get at least that much. With compulsion he said, 500 million eagle dollars. 500 million eagle dollars. The corner of Jiang Yan's mouth hooked into a smile. You agree? Austin's face was pleased. 50-50 will get 500 million eagle yuan. If I kill you, won't I get a billion eagle yuan? Jiang Yan's eyes were filled with contempt. You. Austin felt that he was being tricked. His face was hard to see. Toast to the wind. Jiang Yan stopped talking nonsense with him. His figure was like a ghost, and he slapped his palm towards Austin's heart. This palm was fast and vicious, entwined with black chi. It is capable of wiping out a person's soul body. Austin narrowed his eyes as his chest erupted with light flare, instantly pulling away from Jiang Yan. Foolish Chinese, the King's Mountain ruins have been surrounded by our Eagle Kingdom martial artists, and all the chances you've harvested will be obediently presented. Noisy. Jiang Yan snapped his fingers. A black flame started a fire, quickly killing Austin. Wherever the black flames passed through, they all lit up with eternal and indestructible soul flames. Austin's pupils quaked, and he felt death in the face of the black flames that were chasing after him at great speed. Holy light baptism. He no longer hid. His cultivation of a third-stage martial sect was completely displayed, and a golden radiance surrounded his body, transforming into holy gold armor. He held the holy sword in his hand and struck swiftly, cutting off the black flames with a single blow. However, the severed black flames didn't go out because of this, but instead became 2 flames that burned on Austin's holy sword like maggots attached to his bones. The black flames spread rapidly, instantly covering the holy sword. Austin's face changed drastically, and he hastily dropped the holy sword in his hand while the black flames spread to his body. Fear was written all over his face. What kind of supernatural power is this? His holy sword had a divine nature and was able to disperse all energies, but that bizarre black flames could not be dispersed. I'll tell you if you die. A ghost martial gun appeared in Jiang Yan's hand, the tip of the gun haunted with black flames as he violently threw himself at Austin. Having seen the terror of the black flames, how could Austin still dare to take it hard? He could only passively dodge, continuously releasing divine beams of light in the air, trying to penetrate Jiang Yan. Ghost martial solution. Jiang Yan whispered softly. In an instant, the thousands of stirring ghosts all transformed into ghost martial arts swords and surrounded Jiang Yan's body. Austin was once again dumbfounded. Imperial sword. Also imperial, thousands of swords in one breath. This is something only a 6th order martial saint can do, right? How can a young man harness thousands of swords at the same time? Black flame. Jiang Yan whispered once again, and as his words fell, thousands of ghost swords simultaneously haunted black flame. The ghostly swords burning with black flames surrounded Jiang Yan, and this scene, which was like the return of all the swords to the throne, shocked Austin into trembling and despairing to the extreme. Austin's face was white and his lips purple. What kind of monster did he provoke? One is crazy to dare to hit him with the idea of his secret stash. Now return the secret stash to you and still spare my life? Austin revealed a smile that was worse than tears. Jiang Yan's eyes were ice cold. At this moment? You're afraid you're not joking. He raised his eyelids languidly. It was the hottest part of the day at the moment. Jiang Yan spoke faintly. Noon has arrived. In an instant, thousands of ghost swords burning with black flames trembled at the same time, killing at extreme speed towards Austin, who had become a living target. Knowing that there was no chance of surviving, Austin's eyes flashed with a flash of madness. I want you to be buried with me. His dantian blossomed with eye-catching light. He was going to explode himself. The self-detonation of a third-ranked martial sect is capable of blowing up a small town. There were no waves under Jiang Yan's eyes. Let's see if you're quicker to blow yourself up or quicker to die. Extinguish. Jiang Yan's voice was grim. One of the flying swords was as fast as it could be, quickly penetrating through Austin's neck. Austin's face carried incredulity, and in the next instant, the black flames on the ground at his neck instantly spread all over his body, igniting him into a flaming man. He was so tormented by the agony of the black flames that he was as good as dead and had no will to control the self-destruction. Whoosh! The thousands of flying swords that followed closely passed through his limbs and bones, and Austin was like a kite with broken strings. His body was full of holes, burned by black flames from the inside out. In less than a breath of effort, Austin was dead beyond death, transformed into a pile of charred and withered bones, still burning with undying black flames. Jiang Yan coldly walked over to him and retrieved a piece of mutilated jade from his corpse. This is the secret stash? This piece of mutilated jade looked plain and ordinary, but it could not be ignited by the black flames. It was by no means an extraordinary object. Jiang Yan held it in his hand and observed it back and forth, still unable to see anything extraordinary about it. He tried injecting aura into the jade, and the jade had a subtle change, becoming more and more crystalline, lingering with aura and reverberating with ripples. Ancient words floated on the crystal-clear jade, which Jiang Yan could not penetrate. 10 square ghost order. Sacrificing the 10 square ghost order. Ghost chi and baleful chi madly surged within the jade. Boom dash! The jade broke free from Jiang Yan's shackles and erupted with terrifying energy. Floating in the air as countless mysterious words haunted the jade. Jiang Yan reached out and touched it, and in an instant, the ancient words spread quickly along Jiang Yan's fingertips and converged into Jiang Yan's brow. Click! The jade cracked and fell apart in an instant. An ancient scripture appeared in Jiang Yan's mind, and although he didn't recognize it, he was able to read its meaning. The original breath. The oldest breathing method. The source of the world's breathing methods. This piece of mutilated jade had actually recorded the oldest breathing method in the world. The original breath. The source of worldly breathing techniques. The breathing techniques that remain in existence today are poor imitations of the original breath. The original breath was lost 10,000 years ago, but I didn't realize that there were remnants left in the ruins. Even though what was recorded in the jade was only the remnants of the original breath, it was still an immortal divine object that shook the ancient world. Jiang Yan took a deep breath and carefully felt the wonders of the scriptures in his head. In the depths of his divine consciousness, a small golden figure slowly emerged as he listened to the scriptures and chanted the Buddha, following the guidance of the ancient scriptures, and began to exhale his aura, breathing evenly, sometimes roughly, sometimes slowly, lingering light around his body, as if he was in a fairyland, and the sun and moon were rotating around the golden little man. Born and bred. Chapter 40, Awakened. The Hunt Hour. When Jiang Yan opened his eyes again, the golden villain in his divine consciousness was sitting in his spiritual sea, uninterruptedly running the circumference of the sky and exhaling the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. He had reached the point of subtle utilization of aura and was able to absorb the aura of heaven and earth without having to go to the enlightenment chamber. With each breath, you are conditioning your body to return to its optimal state. It's worthy of being the source of the breathing technique. Even if it's just a remnant, it's still a one-of-a-kind existence. Jiang Yan's spirit was glowing, his vital breath surging. At this moment, on the other side of the ruins, several blonde men had faces that were hard to see. Well, did you get in touch with that dumbass Austin? The blonde man inquired in a cold voice. Unfortunately, Lord Caesar, it seems that something bad has happened to Mr. Austin, and the wheel of his life has come to an early end. The man with the hollow eyes said blandly. The blonde man named Caesar's face was gloomy. Several of the major forces in China are under our control. Who has the ability to obliterate Austin? Probably stowaways. The man with the hollow eyes said faintly. A stowaway? How can a stowaway kill my Eagle Kingdom's elite? Lord Caesar, I've told you long ago that China has crouching tigers and hidden dragons. and it's far from as simple as you think. Caesar sneered. Prophet, you seem to be overthinking it. Even if there are hermits and masters in China, it would be difficult for them to live under the siege of 100 martial sectors from my Eagle Kingdom. With a wave of his hand, he gave instructions to more than 100 Third Order martial sect members. Carpet search, kill that stowaway and seize the secret stash. At this moment, the people from the several consortia that had gone deep into the ruins were all trapped in a boundary. Lin Tian laughed at the woman with a delicate figure who was standing next to him. Sister, I dare to make a guarantee that the stowaway who killed the Western martial sect as that foreigner said just now is definitely the ghost immortal. Lin Wanyu blankly glanced at him. You and I are now captured. And you're still talking about ghostly fairies and not ghostly fairies. If it wasn't for you carelessly falling into the trap, we wouldn't be in such a mess. Sister Lin Tian said. I blame these foreigners for being too cunning. They even ambushed a dozen people over there in the secret stash. And all of them are martial sect. What can I do? Besides, isn't there Miss Yin accompanying us? Lin Tian looked towards Yin Lingxi who was not far away. Yin Lingxi covered her injured arm. Her face was a little pale. Her longevity liquid had been taken away and her person had suffered a heavy blow. At this moment, she was incredibly weak. Her beautiful eyes were moist. If that fellow is beside me, these Western martial artists definitely won't be able to touch a single hair on my head. The 100 Herd Group and the Divine Awakening Consortium were arch-rivals. Lin Tian rushed over to scoff at the first opportunity. Still talking about that guy? You don't even know the person's name. Will he come to save you? Lin Tian made a neck-wiping gesture. That guy you're talking about. I'm afraid that he had bad luck and ran into a ghost immortal, and has already been obliterated. Bull asterisk. Yin Lingxi swept an eye blade over, staring Lin Tian. What am I bull asterisk ting about? You're the one who hasn't met the ghost immortal and doesn't know how strong he is. The one I met suppressed 2 beast kings with just 2 punches. He's 100 times stronger than the ghost immortal. Yin Lingxi didn't want Jiang Yan to be compared to him. Jiang Yan had saved her life, and in her heart, Jiang Yan was countless times stronger than that rumored ghost immortal. Just hold on to your unrealistic fantasies and wait for that guy to come and save you. Lin Tian looked proud, not panicking at all even after becoming a captive. He planned to introduce his own sister, Lin Wanyu, to the ghost immortal, and had already treated himself as Jiang Yan's brother-in-law. Jiang Yan would definitely not see him dead. Just thinking that he was going to be the ghost immortal's brother-in-law made Lin Tian proud. If Lin Tian and Yin Lingxi knew that the 2 people they were arguing about who was stronger were actually the same person, they were afraid that they would freeze in place and be embarrassed beyond words. At this moment, there were hundreds of people within the boundary, and they were all forces of several major plutocrats, as well as some stowaways, including the 3 of them, Hong Jun Kai. The 3 of them were stowaways for their own sake, keeping a long distance from the people of several consortium forces. The 3 of them formed a circle, and each of them had wounds on their bodies that were deep enough to be seen on the bone. Damn! These foreigners play dirty! Damn! 3 martial zones shaded me. Hiss dash! One of Red Jun Kai's arms was directly broken, and blood continued to seep from his abdomen. Alright, just shut up and recuperate in peace, otherwise the wound will tear again in a while. Chen Dao frowned. I'm just not convinced. These foreigners will only play dirty. If you have the ability to 1v1 with my little master, let's see if I don't give them all a beating. Hiss! Red Jun Kai's face twisted in pain. Lin Xiao was silent as he once again realized how small he was. The 3-member squad encountered an enemy attack, and he fought with a Western martial arts sect, fighting with all his might and unable to overcome, but instead ended up with broken bones and tendons. If the person present at that time had been a ghost immortal, would the battle have been completely reversed? Will the losing side become the Western martial sect? Lin Xiao shook his head. He didn't dare to think about it. The more he thought about it, the more he realized that the gap between himself and the ghost immortal was like a chasm that could never be surpassed. Meanwhile, on Jiang Yan's side, he sped through the ruins as he hunted around for Western martial artists. Before obliterating Austin, he understood from the other party's mere words that the Western forces had secretly infiltrated the King Mountain ruins, ambushing the various parts of the ruins and plundering the opportunities. All the major forces of China and the stowaways were captured alive by the other side and plundered the opportunity. Little foreigners, none of you can take away the chances in the ruins. Scarlet red flashed under Jiang Yan's eyes as he carried a ghost martial gun on his back and sped through the dense forest. Not found. Should have died. Before the Western martial artist finished his words, he was penetrated by a ghost gun through his head and fell to the ground motionless. The few martial sect members who were traveling with him sensed that something was wrong and went into a state of battle readiness. Target found. Southwest corner direction. The middle-aged man's face was grave. Giggle. A ghost gun passed through the dense forest, interspersed with gusts of air-breaking sounds. and quickly shot towards the middle-aged man. Bang! The middle-aged man's right hand transformed into a huge mechanical arm that was gathering majestic energy. A red light flashed underneath the eyes of another martial zone, releasing a terrifying beam of light. In just one shot, the dense forest was blown up by the two. In the midst of the smoke, a figure was like a ghost, and in less than a breath, it killed in front of the two people. Help me dash! The man whose eyes released lasers couldn't be approached, he had no means of defense. The middle-aged man wanted to offer help, but he was still a step too late, only to see the teenager with black hair to his waist blast out a palm, directly blasting the laser-eyed man into a mist of blood. Without waiting for him to get back to his senses, the teenager had already swept a whip kick at him. The middle-aged man hurriedly crossed his mechanical arm in front of his body to block. Bang dash! A terrifyingly huge force hardened his mechanical arm and shattered it, lifting his entire body 100 meters. This is a strength system alien. The middle-aged man's face changed drastically, panic written all over it. At the very least, it's an SS-class strength system alien. He no longer had the will to fight and turned around to escape, but unfortunately it was already too late. His back burned with a touch of black flame, and in the next moment, the black inflammation instantly spread to his entire body, lighting him up as a man of fire. Ah! Save me! Save! The middle-aged man turned into ashes and could no longer make any sound, until the two of them fell. They didn't get a good look at the teenager's face. Jiang Yan stepped out from the shadows, his eyes scarlet. I told you, none of you will get out alive. Chapter 41, a single inattentive. All killed. Lord Caesar. 3 more martial sect members have fallen, and the wheel of life has dimmed. The man with empty eyes had no sadness or joy, and his voice was without ripples. What? The opponent is only one person, and he managed to kill 3 of my martial zones in a row. Caesar's expression changed drastically. How is this possible? The blind prophet's voice was bland. It is what it is. Hearing the conversation between the two Caesars, Lin Tian inside the boundary cheered. Woohoo! It must be the ghost immortal who did this. Among the stowaways, only the ghost immortals have this strength. Lin won you with caring little cute. Eyes to her brother. Hey, moving ghost immortal long, ghost immortal short. Her brother would not be non-tone, right? Lingxi's beautiful eyes also flashed with a strange color. It must be him. Only he possesses the ability to instantly kill 3 people. It was the ghost fairy who killed him, not your little boyfriend, Lin Tian said in dissatisfaction. Hearing Lin Tian say that Jiang Yan was her little boyfriend, Lingxi's cheeks instantly turned red as she argued. Anyway, the ghost immortal isn't as powerful as that guy. Once again, the two men were at loggerheads and arguing. Looking at Jiang Yan's side again, killing 3 martial sect members in a row, he had already attracted the attention of other Western martial sect members. Target detected. Target seems to be a SS-class strength system psychic. Has exterminated all of Team 5? Everyone keep their distance from him. Don't get close, the 2-meter-tall man said in a deep voice. He was the captain of the second team. Duel, with a strength as high as the 6th rank of the 3rd order and a divine gift of A-rank strength system. With a leap of 1,000 meters, he locked Jiang Yan's coordinates in the air, and like a meteor, he smashed into Jiang Yan at extreme speed. Jiang Yan sensed the killing intent. He didn't stop his speeding steps and raised his hand to engage in a sparring session with Duel, who had fallen from the sky. Bump dash. The terrifying air pressure shook. Duel landed smoothly, gently patting away the dust on his body, and his eyes, sharp as eagles, locked onto Jiang Yan through the layers of smoke and dust. Giggle. A black shadow flew out of the dust and smoke, holding a ghost gun, killing the surprise. Duel was experienced on the battlefield. He predicted Jiang Yan's action, dodged sideways, clutched the ghost gun with one hand, and violently threw out a whip kick. Jiang Yan raised his knee to block, and with a thought, the ghost spear was attached to the black flames. Bang! Sensing the danger in advance, Duel loosened his grip on the ghost martial gun and pulled away from Jiang Yan at a certain distance. He was an international mercenary who had fought in as many as 100 battles, large and small, and had lost thousands of men at his hands. All kinds of enemies he had seen and knew like the back of his hand. Your fighting style has been seen through by me, young man of China. I have to admit that you are very good at it. If I give you 5 years, you might be able to surpass me. Duel clenched the special bandage on his hand. But unfortunately, I won't give you a chance to grow, because you're going to die here today. As soon as his words fell, his fist clipped the sound of breaking air and had already blasted towards Jiang Yan's face. Jiang Yan raised his arm to block, only to feel a coldness in front of his body. A dagger with a cold flash had already pierced into his heart and kept going deeper and deeper inside. Earth Kuei. Jiang Yan quickly retreated and sacrificed his ghost rigid. Roar dash. Earth Kuei asked. It let out a roar and pounced on Duel like crazy. Before Jiang Yan could take a breath, A huge beam of light had erupted behind him, and its terrifying energy was able to level a building. Boom 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 dash. Huge beams of light continued to bombard, blasting everything living into flying dust. Target extinguished. In the ancient tree stood a silver-haired man who had put away his composite bow and was just about to return to Caesar. Whoosh! A ghost martial sword flew out at extreme speed and passed through his chest. Put. Cough. How is this possible? The silver-haired man's eyes full of unbelief. He looked at the teenager with the red umbrella in front of him, horrified. You monster! Jiang Yan had a red umbrella and coldly watched the silver-haired man whose life was dissipating. In the nick of time just now, he sacrificed his red paper umbrella and used the illusion technique Mirror and Water Moon to transfer the damage from the silver-haired man's terrifying beam to Dukeo. The silver-haired man was killed by his sword because of his carelessness, and Dukeo was also on the verge of death because of the heavy damage he suffered from the terrifying beam of light. I'm afraid that it won't take long for the Earth K to tear him apart. The crisis wasn't lifted though. He was still being hunted down and surrounded by dozens of Dao martial clans. The original breathing method was in operation. Jiang Yan's injuries were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye, and his physical strength was also recovering rapidly. The ghost order is here. Yin souls listened to the order. Jiang Yan held the 10 directions ghost order and said in a cold voice, 100 ghosts marching at night. As soon as the words fell, a gust of ghastly wind was set off in a 100-mile radius, and the originally sunny weather was shrouded in dark clouds, and for a time the ghosts and shadows were heavy, and the ghosts were everywhere. He needed the 100 ghosts to buy time for him and break up the formation of the dozens of Western martial sect members so that he could break them down one by one and exterminate them one by one. Where to escape? Another martial zoner came to kill, with divine feathers growing behind him, releasing invulnerable falling feathers that could cut down all things, cutting down Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan laughed coldly. Who said I'm going to run away? The 100 ghosts instantly transformed into 100 ghost swords and collided with the falling feathers in the air. Clanking. Birdman's face changed drastically. How is it possible? How can you control so many swords at the same time? Good question. Because I am a sword immortal. As soon as the words fell, Jiang Yan harnessed another 100 ghost swords that haunted his surroundings, instantly killing the birdman from different directions. Black flame. Scarlet red flashed under Jiang Yan's eyes as more than 200 ghost swords simultaneously haunted the black flames, and 100 flying swords surrounded the birdman, forming a fiery storm. Jiang Yan clenched his palms. Suppression. More than 200 ghost martial swords surrounded the birdman together, blocking all of his paths of life. Put. Only the sound of blood and flesh being penetrated was heard, and the birdman let out a mournful scream as his body was pierced into a bloody man by 100 flying swords, covered in holes and still burning with flames. Hundreds of flying swords re-haunted Jiang Yan's surroundings as he rode the swords and hunted around to kill the Western martial sect. Whoosh! A ghost sword was as powerful as a bamboo sword, decapitating many early third-stage martial sectors one after another. Jiang Yan killed more than 30 martial zoners in one breath. He was drenched in blood, just like a Shura returning from purgatory. This blood, however, was not his blood, but the blood of his enemy. It was chopped by the ghost sword and splattered on his body. When the rest of the Western martial sect saw Jiang Yan, it was as if they had seen a demonic god. They were so scared that they lost their armor and fled, not daring to fight with one of them. With the original breathing method, Jiang Yan seemed to have an inexhaustible amount of spiritual energy, and with his precise to subtle mastery of spiritual qi, he was able to achieve almost unlimited sword control. He even sacrificed a Yama and went all the way to kill all the way, unhindered. By the time Jiang Yan had killed his way to the relic ancient hall, he had already harnessed 1,000 ghost swords at the same time. Beside him stood the 2 ghost generals, the Earth Kuei and the Heaven Kuei, and behind him stood Yanluo, a ghost god. The momentum was right in Caesar's face. Are you the mastermind behind the Western Consortium? Jiang Yan asked with his hands in his pockets as he opened his mouth indifferently. Caesar's pupils quaked as he looked at the thousands of ghost swords and the ink-haired teenager who was like a Shura with a face full of shock. Where's the Wu Zong I sent to kill you? Caesar's voice was trembling. Jiang Yan tilted his head to think, as if he remembered something, and laughed faintly. So those guys are third-order martial zoners. I didn't even pay too much attention to it. Caesar's pupils contracted to the size of pinpricks as he heard the dark-haired teen say this. I didn't pay attention and killed them all. Chapter 42, the heroes make their appearance and execute Caesar. All killed? That's 100 martial zones. Even if a 4th-rank martial king came, he wouldn't be able to do it easily. Caesar still held a ray of hope as he looked towards the blind prophet. Prophet, are they still alive? The man with the hollow eyes shook his head. I'm sorry, Lord Caesar. I can no longer feel their wheel of life. Caesar's pupils contracted. How is this possible? 108 martial sect under me. All killed by him? His eyes were filled with horror as he looked at Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan took one step, and 1,000 ghost swords haunted his surroundings, forming a terrifying aura. Behind him, the ghost god Yama Vajra raged, shocking the crowd's minds and hearts. Not daring to look directly at them, Caesar was scared out of his wits. He had sensed death approaching. He growled, "Kid, if you dare to come any closer, I'll kill everyone in the boundary." Caesar took the people in the knot as hostages, just looking for a silver lining. He didn't want to die yet. To this, Jiang Yan turned a deaf ear and still approached Caesar step by step. Caesar was going crazy. "The people inside the boundary are your compatriots. How can you have no regard for their deaths? Their deaths and lives have nothing to do with me. But your death is important to me." Jiang Yan had a smile on his lips. In the next moment, thousands of ghost martial swords ignited black flames at the same time, shooting towards Caesar with the momentum of a prairie fire. "Blind!" Caesar hissed. The void scepter appeared in the hands of the man with empty eyes, and as he gently waved it, thousands of ghost swords were fixed in the air, unable to move. Jiang Yan raised an eyebrow and looked at the blind man holding the void scepter. "What kind of heavenly object you have here is a bit interesting. SS grade heavenly object. Scepter of Void." The man with hollow eyes smiled faintly. "What's the point of talking nonsense with him? Kill him. Hurry up and kill him." Caesar had already feared Jiang Yan to the bone. The man with the hollow eyes shook his head faintly. "Lord Caesar, I am no match for him." What did you say? Caesar's forehead was covered in cold sweat. "Through the endless void, I see an ancient ghost god." The blind man looked behind Jiang Yan, and although he was blind, he could feel Yanluo's presence. That is an existence that transcends the mundane, capable of controlling life and death. How can the living be enemies with it? The blind man smiled faintly. "Teenager of Huaxia, I have no intention of making an enemy of you. The life and death of the people behind me will be determined by you." The void scepter in his hand dissipated, and he bent down slightly to express supreme etiquette to Jiang Yan. "Blindy, you dare to join the enemy. My father will not spare you." Caesar's face was livid and ugly. "Lord Caesar, this is an end you have brought upon yourself. I told you long ago that this trip to the east would put you at risk of falling." The blind prophet smiled faintly and turned to leave. Caesar was desperate. All 108 Wu zones of the operation had fallen, and the blind prophet who had been assisting him had abandoned him. "My father is the Eagle Kingdom." Before Caesar could finish his sentence, his body was ignited by a black flame. Jiang Yan's face was cold, noisy. He didn't want to listen to the other party's threats. He didn't need to think about it to know what Caesar was going to say. It wasn't how powerful the forces behind him were. "You can't kill me" or something like that. He'd killed his way over here and his ears were calloused. "Save me! Father! Help me!" Caesar screamed hysterically. No matter how much he flailed on the ground, the black flames never went out until he was incinerated. Click! The huge boundary not far away shattered with a loud bang. The people within the boundary were all jaw-dropped, and they were all shocked. What was this teenager with black hair strewn across the floor? Surprisingly, one person bloodily killed 108 Western Marshal sect members. He also directly forced the blind prophet back without a fight. Lin Tian had long been jumping up and down in excitement, tugging on Lin Wanyu and saying excitedly, "Sister, am I right? It's the ghost immortal who came to save us." Lin Wanyu was also jaw-dropped, her beautiful eyes full of disbelief that this handsome and demonic teenager was the ghost immortal rumored to be in Zhangchang. Lin Tian scoffed and looked at Yinlingxi, and was just about to make a few mocking remarks when he saw her looking at Jiang Yan with a loving gaze. When Yinlingxi saw Jiang Yan's face, her beautiful eyes flashed with a strange color. "It's really him. Only he has this ability." Wait a minute. What did Lin Tian call him just now? Ghost immortal? He's a ghost immortal? Yinlingxi's beautiful eyes were filled with astonishment. She and Lin Tian had messed around for half a day, but it turned out that the object of the argument was always a person. Ghost immortal Jiang Yan, rumored to be the #1 demon in Zhang City. Lin Tian also reacted at this time. It turned out that that guy in Yinlingxi's mouth was Jiang Yan. Remembering the way she had just looked at Jiang Yan, Lin Tian was instantly anxious. "Miss Yin, you're not allowed to hit Jiang Yan. He's my sister's man." But the way I look at Miss Lin, she doesn't seem to know him. The corner of Yinlingxi's mouth curved up. "The ghost immortal and I, we have a lifelong friendship," she said, a blush flashing across her cheeks. Lin Tian's face changed dramatically when he saw how she was talking about it, and he hurriedly shouted, "Sister, you go and seduce the ghost immortal. Don't let him be tricked away by the Yin family's vixen." Ouch! Lin Wanyu knocked Lin Tian's head, her face filled with tenderness. "My good brother, I won't bother you with sister's affairs." She smiled like a flower, and with her lotus step she was just about to approach Jiang Yan when she saw 3 figures running past in a puff of smoke. 3 figures surrounded Jiang Yan, hugging and hugging. "Oh, ghost fairy, I knew you would help us take revenge. Hong Junkai hugged Jiang Yan's leg and cried with a snotty nose. These foreigners' hearts are too dirty. Chen Duo hugged Jiang Yan's arm, full of grievances and dropping tears. Ghost immortal, thank you for saving us. If not for you, we would have all been killed by this gang of foreigners. Lin Xiao stood aside, holding his arms, and stiffly said to Jiang Yan, thank you, this is the second time you saved us. Jiang Yan bitterly smiled as he peeled the two men on his body off. I'm also not used to seeing what these Westerners are doing, sneaking into our territory and doing things like killing and plundering alive. Although he was smiling, there was a chill under his eyes. If they dare to come, I will dare to make it impossible for them to return and be buried in China forever. The ghost fairy is so handsome. I want an autograph. I want an autograph. Chen Dao instantly transformed into a little fangirl and hugged Jiang Yan's arm again. Hong Junkai also became Jiang Yan's little fan. His eyes were glowing. The ghost immortal deserves to be a ghost immortal. His chest is open to the world, and his heart is loaded with a passion. It's not as exaggerated as you said. Jiang Yan smiled bitterly, not waiting for him to peel the two back down. A beautiful silhouette ran over and embraced him in a hug. Jiang Yan, we meet again. Yin Lingxi's beautiful eyes were animated with a smile. Chapter 43, Leaving the Ruins, the contest in progress. MS. Yin? Jiang Yan was a bit surprised. I should have thought that you are the ghost immortal. Yin Lingxi's face was like a morning glory, and her knitted brows and smile were haunting. Chen Dao and Hong Junkai both had their jaws dropped. Yin Lingxi, it's that God Awakening group's big miss. They were dumbfounded. The God Awakening group's eldest miss was so close to the ghost immortal. Could there be any story between them? Time to go. Lin Xiao pulled the two foolish companions away, not allowing them to continue to shine. No, I don't want to go. I want to eat the melon. This is an amazing melon. Chen Dao wanted to stay. Hong Junkai has dangled, oh my god. The unattainable Yin Ling, she even has a story with a ghost fairy. This world is too magical. Lin Xiao was speechless. God Awakening Group was a large consortium, not bad, but Jiang Yan was a SSS level God-giver. It was not impossible to become an emperor in the future. Even if he did become the Yin family's son-in-law, it would be normal. He was only an A-ranked divine giver, and there were numerous families in Jiang City that had thrown olive branches at him, not to mention the SSS-ranked Jiang Yan. Formally introduce yourself. Yin Lingxi's eyes flowed with an inclined smile. My name is Yin Lingxi, the only daughter of the chairman of God Awakening Group. Jiang Yan kindly held the jade hand Yin Lingxi handed over and smiled. My name is Jiang Yan. Yin Lingxi's snow-white skin flushed a little. That. Jiang Yan, are you interested in joining God Awakening Group? Before Jiang Yan could open his mouth, Lin Tian's shouting voice rang out. No way. He doesn't agree. Yin Lingxi's slender willow brows knitted slightly, revealing her dissatisfaction with Lin Tian. Brother-in-law. This voice of Lin Tian directly rendered Jiang Yan speechless. When did he become Lin Tian's brother-in-law? Lin Tian looked handsome, but he was playful. Brother-in-law, I brought my sister to you. Ouch. He was knocked on the head again and jumped up and down in pain. Beside him, quietly stood a tall woman with a delicate figure. She smiled like a flower and exhaled like an orchid. Ghost immortal. My younger brother doesn't know any better and has caused you a lot of trouble. Jiang Yan laughed lightly. Small matter, just go back and beat him up. Brother-in-law. Lin Tian immediately screamed miserably. Lin Wanyu twisted Lin Tian's ear, but she smiled brightly when she looked at Jiang Yan. Mr. Jiang, in order to thank you for saving our siblings, I have a 10,000-year-old spirit plant passed down from my family, and I hope you'll smile. Her white wrist was as slender as jade, tied with a silver bell of orchids, which made a pleasant sound. Blue light flashed, and a spiritual plant emitting white moonlight appeared. Yin Lingxi's beautiful eyes were filled with astonishment. 10,000 years moonflower grass. She looked at Lin Wanyu incredulously. The Lin family was the major shareholder of the 100 Herb Group. They naturally had many spiritual plants and divine medicines, but 10,000-year-old plants are rare. The 100 Grass Group is afraid that there are only 10 plants. She, Lin Wanyu, was so generous as to gift a 10,000-year-old spirit plant to Jiang Yan. There was only one possibility. Lin Wanyu had a crush on Jiang Yan and wanted to rope him in to join the 100 Grass Group. Yin Lingxi's willow brows knit tightly. She would never let Jiang Yan join her nemesis group. Jiang Yan, thank you for saving me again. Yin Lingxi blinked her big eyes and raised her jade hand, revealing a bottle of golden potion in her palm. To thank you for saving me twice. This bottle of draconic potion is gifted to you. Yin Lingxi slipped the golden amalgam to Jiang Yan. The surrounding people were all filled with shock when they heard the desolate ancient combination. Desolate ancient combination. This is taken from the genes of the marshal emperor during the desolate ancient period. I didn't realize that the Divine Awakening Group had really researched this amazing synergy. Ordinary gene synergist sold for $100,000 a bottle. And this kind of Arakan synergist, which was not yet available on the market, had a price without a market. No one could say who was more valuable between the draconic combine and the 10,000 years spiritual plant. Jiang Yan looked at the two women competing to gift themselves benefits. He was not at all excuses, smilingly received in the hands. The two great ladies are really generous. I'm sorry for your intentions. Send the desolate ancient combination and 10,000 years moonflower grass into the 10 directions ghost order. Jiang Yan smiled and bid farewell to the few people. I still have things to do, so I'll go ahead. Wait. Yin Lingxi and Lin Wanyu spoke in unison, still thinking of retaining. In a flash, they realized that Jiang Yan had already disappeared. Lin Wanyu and Yin Lingxi glared at each other and finally let out a cold snort at the same time, twisting their heads and not looking at each other. Lin Tian laughed cheaply next to Lin Wanyu. Older sister, fancying the ghost immortal, right? The person-year-old brother I found for you is not bad, right? Humph. It's just that it's called the strongest in Linjiang province. The imperial capital and the magic capital have seen a flurry of SSS-ranked divine gifted in recent years, and there are as many people stronger than his ghost immortal as there are clouds and seas. Lin Wanyu coldly snorted. Lin Tian blinked. Old sister, why is your face red? I call this glowing. Lin Wanyu twisted Lin Tian's ear and huffed as she walked away. Strange? Old sister rarely blushes? Lin Tian was a bit puzzled, and followed him over with his ass. Yin Lingxi was also angry and stomped her foot. What the hell? So arrogant. I was going to invite you to come and sit at the Divine Awakening group. A rare despondency surfaced on her tilted face, and she took back her longevity liquid and left the King Mountain ruins with a face full of displeasure. Everyone else in the relics were all shocked and their mouths couldn't close. Am I crazy? I just seemed to see Yin Lingxi and Lin Wanyu fighting over jealousy? I must be crazy. No. I saw it too. Two goddesses fighting over a ghost immortal. If this were to be known to the outside world, I'm afraid no one would dare to believe it. I've heard that the young master of the Gu family in Magic City is courting Lin Wanyu. If he knows that the normally ice-cold goddess is blushing at other men, he's afraid he'll go crazy. Ha ha, this is a good show. The young master of the Gu family seems to be an SSS-ranked divine giver as well, and has stepped into the third rank and become a martial sect. On Jiang Yan's side, he found a spatial crack, which was the exit of the ruins. It can't be too late already, can it? He didn't care. He directly entered the spatial rift and came out of the Wang Mountain ruins. Out of the King's Mountain ruins, his cell phone got a signal. Ding! Ding ding ding! His cell phone was full of missed calls and 99 plus texts. Zhou Peng, where are you? Brother Jiang? The Zhongcheng martial arts competition has begun. Come quickly. Yiran, Jiang Yan, where have you been? Yun Tianjie, Brother Jiang. We've already been eliminated by 3. And everyone is hoping that you'll be able to turn the tide of battle. Zhang Xiaosheng, are you okay? Lao Jiang, you didn't die in the ruins, did you? If you're still alive, reply quickly. Don't let everyone worry. Looking at the screen full of messages, Jiang Yan laughed bitterly and sped towards the city while sending messages back to the crowd. He maneuvered quickly with one hand and sent 2 words to each of them. Wait for me. At this time in the Jiangcheng Martial Arts Dojo, the entire Linjiang High School gathered here. The competition has been carried out to the white heat. Linjiang Second High School players should be 10 people, the actual 9 people. In one challenge, 3 were injured and disqualified from the tournament, with only 6 still in the running. Just as everyone in Linjiang Second Middle School was wilting, the cell phones of several people in the second class suddenly rang, and they instantly sobered up, taking out their phones to take a look. The message sender is Jiang Yan. Chapter 44, 1 move, 1 second. What's there to say? As the capital city of Linjiang province, Jiangcheng City's martial arts dojo in the center of the city was as big as 10 stadiums. At this time, the Jiangcheng Martial Arts Dojo was filled with students from colleges and universities throughout Linjiang province, as well as municipal and provincial leaders, and even the top professors from the martial arts university were personally present. It's completely a one-sided crushing. Linjiang Second Middle School receives quite a lot of resources every year. How could they be held down by the third middle school's heavenly pride? The director of the city's education bureau was puzzled. In his memory, Linjiang Second Middle School seemed to have produced an SSS-ranked divine giver, and he inquired to the old principal of the second middle school at the back. Where is that demon from your second middle school? Why don't we see him on the field? The old principal sweated. That protagonist is usually the last to go on stage. Young people always want to keep the mystery. The Secretary of Education nodded slowly. What you said is a bit reasonable. Young people nowadays do have a lot of personality. It's good to have personality, but arrogance is a bad thing. Yes. Director Shin, you are right. The next time I see that child, I will definitely teach him a few words to straighten out his mind. The old principal nodded repeatedly. The old principal had been scared to death. and now it was the time for him to transfer to Kyoto. He didn't want anything to go wrong in the second middle school. Jiang Yan, appear quickly. On the martial arts arena, Meng Zhan was bruised and battered, his body bloody and deep. In front of him stood a man with a cold and arrogant face. That's all the second middle school has, and they dare to participate in the Jiangchang martial arts competition. Do you guys not know what this year's martial arts competition is called? Chao Yu's face was filled with arrogance. The Heaven's Pride competition. Only Heaven's Pride is qualified to go on stage. He looked at Meng Zhan with pitying eyes. TSK, 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 a class God-gifted person in the past, can also be called the word heavenly pride. But now, nothing. His palm condensed a ball of thunder, splitting and snapping as it erupted into a terrifying fluctuation that engulfed Meng Zhan. There was a flash of white light on the martial arts arena, and by the time the eye-catching white light dissipated, Meng Zhan had already collapsed on the ground, unconscious. Meng Battle lost consciousness. Third form Chao Yu gets the victory. The referee declared the winner. Several healing system exalts caught up to the stage at a rapid pace, treating the severely injured and dying Meng Zhan and carrying him down to the martial arts arena. Chao Yu is the strongest. Invincible in the third form. Don't disgrace yourself in the second grade either. Just go home and farm. In the audience, the crowd taunted Linjiang second middle school and shouted at Chao Yu of third middle school. Chao Yu enjoyed this feeling very much. He was born to be in existence in the limelight. S-class heavenly artifact Divine Thunder Battle Armor. Summoning the Divine Thunder Battle Armor. He is the god of thunder descending into the world, hauling the power of thunder between his raised hands, proudly looking down on the crowd and looking out of the corner of his eye. The referee shouted loudly at this moment. Is there anyone else from Linjiang second middle school who wants to challenge Chao Yu? If not, there will be a replacement. The students of the third middle school in the audience mocked. Wastes of the second middle school. Can't even hurt a hair on Chao Yu's head. Ha 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 ha, laugh me to death. Just now that stupid big guy was struck silly by a thunderbolt from Chao Yu? Right. Still swinging his fists numbly there. He doesn't really think he can hurt Chao Yu. Students from other high schools were also gloating. Didn't they say that Linjiang No. 2 high school had a demon? Why haven't we seen that demon appear until now? It can't be a fake, right? Yeah. I remember there was a rumor that there was an SSS ranked godgiver in Linjiang second middle school, who toppled the class by himself. Was called something like Ghost Fairy. Yes. It's the Ghost Fairy. Where's the Ghost Fairy from Linjiang second middle school? Why haven't we seen him play? The Ghost Fairy is out. Ha? What? The Ghost Fairy made an appearance. When? It is now. On the martial arts arena, a young boy in regular clothes slowly walked onto the stage. He skimmed his mouth, his face full of indignation. Old Zhang is really brutal. I just rushed over here and made me fight on stage. Not loving the students at all. Chao Yu's eyes narrowed when he saw the visitor. I've seen your picture. You're the Ghost Fairy. Holy. You're a pervert, aren't you? What are you doing looking at my photos? Jiang Yan hastily covered himself. Ha, I just want to know what my arch-enemy for this martial arts competition looks like. Chao Yu sneered. I heard that you are a summoner, specializing in summoning ghosts and monsters. You know quite a lot. Is not secretly in love with me, ah? Jiang Yan faintly laughed. First of all, I'm not interested in men. Confession was rejected, cannot cry. I confess your ass. Chao Yu couldn't bear it. How could this kid's mouth be so cheap? I'll make you never speak tard words again. Chao Yu was strangely fast, transforming into a bolt of lightning and instantly rushing in front of Jiang Yan. Bang! A dull sound was heard. And how fast Chao Yu rushed over just now. He now flew back with how fast he was. Dressed in the Divine Thunder battle armor, Chao Yu's body was all bowed into a C shape, and he flew 100 meters horizontally, crashing into the wall and knocking a mark out of the insulated wall. Chao Yu was stuck in the wall and couldn't fall down for a long time, losing the fight. I've said that I don't like boys, and all of a sudden you just rush over. How scary. Jiang Yan shook off his hand. That punch just now hurt his hand. The entire martial arts dojo fell into a death-like silence. The referee people are stupid. This match has not even started yet. Chao Yu is emergency-like. Suddenly rushed up. Why did he fly back with a whoosh? And it's so deep in the wall that you can't even snap it off. The referee opened his mouth for a long time before coming back to his senses and said, Chao Yu has lost consciousness and is disqualified from the match. Seeing this scene, even Education Bureau Director Shun Wenbo was dumbfounded. What's the situation? Did you see what just happened? The person he asked was a crane-haired old man, who stroked his beard and smiled broadly. Ha ha ha, our Linjiang province has really produced a supreme demon. The old principal of Linjiang No. 2 middle school jumped out excitedly and said, Director Shen, Principal Zhou, this is Jiang Yan from our school. He's the SSS-class divine giver. Oh, no wonder. Shen Wenbo nodded in relief. so it's an SSS-ranked demon. Then there's no problem. The child-haired, crane-faced old man, Zhou Wenshan smiled with satisfaction. This is a good seedling. In the future, he will definitely be able to become a god and a saint. These words immediately caused the jaws of the surrounding bigwigs to drop. Become an emperor and a god. What a concept. 8th order martial emperor. 9th order martial god. Nowadays, there is only one 8th order martial emperor sitting in the town of Huaxia, preserving the prosperity of Huaxia for 1,000 years, and no foreign country dares to encroach on it. In 1,000 years, Huaxia had given birth to such an 8th order martial emperor, not to mention a 9th order martial god. That was even more of 1,000 years ago. To be able to make Zhou Wenshan of the Sacred Academy of Books give an evaluation like becoming an emperor and a god, this son's future is bound to be bright and infinite. He may even shoulder the future of the whole of China. Chapter 45. Sleeping can still be cultivated. A white-haired teenager's eyes were filled with fervor in the spectator's seat of Linjiangno. 1 Middle School. Ghost Immortal. You're really as strong as rumored. Qualified to be my Lin Feiyu's opponent. He was a dual-born god gift and each of them was SS ranked. A double SS ranked god gifted person. Lin Feiyu's blood was boiling all over his body. Ghost Immortal. I look forward to the moment I fight you. On the observation seat of Linjiang 7th Middle School, Lu Qingmeng rolled a strand of green silk with one slender jade finger, wearing a bright smile on her face. Ghost Immortal. You're making me so excited. She felt her body become parched. Ghost Immortal, let's kill each other until dawn. In the martial arts arena, one punch knocked Chao Yu of the 3rd Middle School out of the arena. Jiang Yan then did not stay longer. With his hands in his pockets, he slowly went back to the reception room. Just as he arrived at the reception room, he was called by Zhang Xiaoshang. Old Zhang, what else is going on? Jiang Yan asked lazily. He had rushed from the ancient king's mountain ruins to the Jiangchang martial arts dojo at full speed without stopping for a moment to rest, and just this still took half an hour. If it wasn't for the fact that he had the original breathing method to restore his physical and mental strength, he would have been exhausted halfway down the road. It was hard to get to the martial arts arena, so Zhang Xiaoshang drove him onto the field without saying a word and told him to find a way to finish off Chao Yu from the 3rd Middle School. Now that Chao Yu has also solved it, what else do you want him to do? Zhang Xiaoshang walked to Jiang Yan, one hand patting on his shoulder, his heavy face revealing a smile. It's good to be back safely. Jiang Yan was first stunned, then laughed. Just kidding. I'm a completely invincible existence in the King Mountain ruins. The Beast Kings all have to avoid me. Well, all of us believe in you. Have a good rest. Zhang Xiaoshang laughed. You've taken care of the big problem for 2nd Middle School. The other players in 3rd Middle School are not enough to fear, so you don't need to go on the field. That would be great. I can finally get a few days of rest. Even with the original breathing method to restore his energy, Jiang Yan still yawned, wanting to really rest and lie down on the bed for a good night's sleep. Brother Jiang, I'll take you to the restroom. As Jiang Yan's #1 lapdog, Zhou Peng took the initiative to take on the role of tour guide and led Jiang Yan to the lounge. On the way to the lounge, Zhou Peng's mouth wasn't even idle, constantly talking about which school's girls were so pretty, and whoever was the school's school flower. This kind of nutrient-less topic. Jiang Yan listened to the sleepiness heavier. Hey, in my heart, the most beautiful goddess is still the schoolgirl of Linjiangno. 1 Middle School. Bye. Bye. Why are you stuttering? Zhou Peng, whose mouth had been like a machine gun all this way, suddenly stuttered, causing Jiang Yan to want to see what was going on. Just when he raised his head, he saw a face that was pouring out of the city. With a face like frost and skin like white snow, she was a stunning sight just standing there. Bai Lixue stood right in front of the two Jiang Yan, her face devoid of any expression. What a coincidence. Meeting again. Jiang Yan greeted very naturally, then remembered something. The 100 bottles of Jin potion you borrowed from me. Sent to you. No need to return it. Bai Lixue opened her mouth lightly. Her blue eyes flowed with strange colors. Her beauty was shocking and haunting. Zhou Peng on the side had his jaw dropped. What's going on here? Jiang, the one he admired the most, actually knew the goddess he wanted to dream about the most. And it looked like the relationship was not ordinary. Brother Jiang. Jiang Shen. What the hell did you do behind your brother's back? You didn't go to watch the match? Jiang Yan asked. Bai Lixue shook her head. I don't like to read this. What a coincidence. I also don't like to see people fighting and killing, so I'm going back to my room to rest as well. Jiang Yan laughed. Bai Lixue looked at Jiang Yan expressionlessly, the corners of her mouth rising slightly. Rest well. Someone is going to challenge you, and that person is very strong. Oh, how strong is very strong? As strong as me? Jiang Yan asked with a smile. He felt that Bai Lixue looked dull and silly, and couldn't help but want to exit and tease. Well, as expected, Bai Lixue eyebrows slightly knit, no longer have the coldness of the iceberg goddess. Frowning and thinking instead of slightly droll, she thought for a long time and shook her head at Jiang Yan. I don't know which one of you is powerful. Jiang Yan smiled and asked compulsively. I can tell you the answer now. Want to know? Don't want to. Bai Lixue shook her head. I will personally go to the matches related to you, and the answers will be revealed to me with my own eyes. Really? I'll give you a satisfactory answer when the time comes. Jiang Yan waved his hand with Bai Lixue. Goodbye. I'm going back to rest. Bye. Bai Luoxue waved goodbye to Jiang Yan in a good-natured manner. Zhou Peng's jaw dropped a bit when he witnessed this scene, and he couldn't hold it in any longer. Brother Jiang, when I introduced Bai Lixue to you back then, you still said you didn't know her. I didn't recognize this until recently. Jiang Yan shrugged his shoulders and said, moreover, he was forced to get to know each other, and he even received 100 bottles of gene synergist from others, and became a little white boy. Of course, he would naturally not tell Zhou Peng about this. The Jiangcheng martial arts dojo was large and had a set of fully equipped rooms for each competitor. Walking into the room, Jiang Yan laid down on the bed without saying anything. He was too tired in this period of time, dipping the bed and entering the dreamland. In his sleep, his divine sense came to the 10 directions ghost order, and the ancient book that was entangled in chains opened automatically, turning pages quickly and finally stopping at the page of the Immortal Tao collection. There was something missing from this page. Only half a page of the ancient, yellowed parchment remained. An ancient scripture emerged from the ancient book, encircling Jiang Yan's divine sense and continuously surging into his mind. The Immortal Tao collection, inherited from the immortal ancient period and created by an immortal underworld emperor. This technique was divided into 10 weights, with each weight being a metamorphosis. Flesh mortal body cultivation up to the 10th grading could also achieve fleshly body immortality and soul immortality. Even though he was sleeping, Jiang Yan's divine sense continued to cultivate, and according to the guidance of the ancient scriptures, he successfully stepped into the first level of the Immortal Tao collection. Jiang Yan lay on the bed and huffed and puffed. Unknowingly, his outermost layer of skin was as hard as vibrating gold, and not even an A-ranked divine providence could hurt him a single cold hair. The Immortal Tao collection. The first weight trained the skin, the second weight trained the flesh, the third weight trained the tendons, the fourth weight trained the bones, and the fifth weight trained the blood. Only the first 5 levels of the Immortal Tao collection were recorded in the ancient books. By practicing the first 5 weights, one could reach the realm of indestructible flesh. All the laws of the world cannot destroy his flesh, and he will not die. Jiang Yan slept this sleep, and by the time he opened his eyes again, it was already the afternoon of the 3rd day. How come it still feels so tired? Jiang Yan twisted his body, feeling tired everywhere in his body, not having rested enough. It wasn't until he was completely awake that he realized that there was an additional piece of gongfu in his mind. Immortal Tao collection. I still practiced the first weight in my sleep. Jiang Yan was dumbfounded. No wonder he slept for so long in one breath and still felt tired. Chapter 46 Yiran's breakdown. Asterisk. I'm so powerful. Sleeping can also lead to the introduction of the technique. Jiang Yan himself was stunned. He is truly gifted. The others' sleep is rest. He, Jiang Yan, was different. He cultivated in his sleep. Not to mention the fact that the original breathing method never stopped. Now even his divine sense would cultivate in his sleep by itself. Hiss. Is there a possibility that it's because of the primordial breathing method that I'm able to cultivate in my sleep? Jiang Yan instantly understood what was going on. Because of the original breathing method, he basically didn't need to rest, and he was in full condition every moment, but he favored just going to sleep every night. And while he slept, the original breathing method was still in constant operation. This causes him to have too much energy. What about too much mental energy? The natural thing is that the divine consciousness is idle, and begins to find nothing to do on its own. Slowly, Jiang Yan slept, but his divine sense was in high spirits, so he started to find something for himself to do. That's why he can still practice while he sleeps. The first level of the Immortal Tao collection, practicing skin. Jiang Yan began to review the skills he had mastered during his sleep. Reading through it, the others were shocked. Practicing the 5th gravity, and directly the flesh is indestructible. This is too much. It seemed that this book, the Immortal Tao collection, was the new reward that he had unlocked from the Ghost Order ancient book by stepping into the 2nd stage. Practicing skin, unbreakable skin. He jumped a bit and looked around the well-equipped suite. He went to the training room and found a B-grade alloy lance inside. Grade B alloy material. It's already considered upper middle class. It should be able to break my skin, right? Jiang Yan tried stabbing his fingers with the lance. Madaka. A metallic trill. Jiang Yan only felt something poking his finger, without any tingling sensation, just like scratching an itch. B-grade alloy can't even hurt me. Jiang Yan was shocked. No, Try another one that's more powerful. He then found an A-grade alloy lance from the training room, took a deep breath, and fiercely stabbed his hand with the lance. Clank! The sound of the collision was more shocking and longer this time. Jiang Yan felt the pain, but that was all. Because the A-grade alloy lance, it really only broke a layer of his skin only, not even blood flowed out. After Jiang Yan's test, the first level of the Immortal Dao collection that he had practiced was completely capable of blocking attacks below a rank. Just the first level of practicing skin is so powerful. Jiang Yan was somewhat unable to sit still. He was going to try to reach the second level of practicing meat. Jiang Yan followed the guidance of the scriptures in his mind and cultivated the Immortal Dao collection over and over again, as each of his punches was mixed with enormous force and blasted out sonic booms. Every time he cultivated, he felt exhausted, his body's strength drained and flowing into his flesh and blood. He instantly realized, the Immortal Dao collection, every time I cultivate it, turns my entire life force, energy and chi and blood into nutrients to nourish my flesh and blood. Anyone else, cultivating the Immortal Dao collection once and using all their life force, energy and chi to nourish their flesh and blood, would surely be unable to get out of bed for a few days and nights. If Jiang Yan hadn't mastered the primordial breathing method and was able to quickly recover his state, he wouldn't have been able to cultivate the Immortal Dao collection several times a day. In this way, in one day, Jiang Yan directly cultivated the Immortal Dao collection 13 times. His refinement was rapid, and he had already touched the threshold of the second level of flesh training. If you counted according to a normal person, cultivating once would require half a month in bed. The amount that Jiang Yan cultivated in a day was on top of what others cultivated for half a year. Jiang Yan exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, feeling that his power was a few points stronger. Knock, knock, knock. There was a sudden knock on the door of his room. Come in yourself. Jiang Yan thought it was Zhou Peng coming, so he didn't think much of it. The door to the room opened, and the visitor was violently stunned when he saw Jiang Yan's naked upper body. Jiang Yan has a height of 183, well-proportioned body, usually casually dressed as walking clothes rack. Now that he had just finished cultivating the Immortal Dao collection, his body was drenched in sweat, and as he resented the stickiness of his body, he removed his upper body's clothes, revealing his lean and strong flesh. His body was tall and well-proportioned, and his muscles were not exaggerated like those of bodybuilders, but very aesthetically pleasing, like a work of art created by God. When Jiang Yan saw that Zhou Peng had not spoken for so long, he raised his eyes and swept them over and froze, because the person who came was not Zhou Peng at all, but Yiran. Yiran's eyes looked straight and she looked like she was about to drool. Jiang Yan frowned and put his jacket on without saying anything. Speaking coldly, "What are you doing here?" "Ha? Oh." Yiran came back to her senses and subconsciously swallowed her saliva. Not yet awake from Jiang Yan's figure, she muttered in her mind, what was the point of wearing a top? What's wrong with letting her see more? When did Jiang Yan become so petty? Obviously when they were together before, they were still submissive to themselves. Thinking back to the past, Yiran looked a bit forlorn. If she and Jiang Yan were still a couple like before, Jiang Yan's abs, did she want to look at them for as long as she wanted? Even can reach out and touch and feel. Yiran shook her head. Her face was full of redness. Really? What the hell was she thinking? How come the moment she saw Jiang Yan, it was as if she had turned into a female hooligan? That. Jiang Yan, I do want to tell you that this martial arts competition has adopted a 2v2 approach for the finals. Yiran's cheeks reddened as she stirred her two hands together. I do think that if we were to team up, no one would be more suitable than you and I. Do you want to consider? No consideration. Jiang Yan directly interrupted Yiran's words and waved his hand at Yiran. I know the matter. You can leave my room. Yiran was dumbfounded. She was aggrieved. Obviously they used to be so close. Why would they be like this now? Yes, at that time, she was seeing that Jiang Yan had not awakened the divine gift and chose to break up with Jiang Yan, but it wasn't her fault. Anyone who saw learned that their significant other had not awakened the divine gift would choose to break up. She was only doing what is humanly possible. Jiang Yan, why did he become so desperate? Is there really not even a little wiggle room? Jiang Yan. Yiran bit her cherry lips and glared at Jiang Yan with reddened eyes. If you don't team up with me, who else do you want to team up with? Other than me, who could be worthy of you? Who I team up with, and who is worthy of me? None of it seems to have anything to do with you. Jiang Yan probably didn't even look at Yiran. His voice was very bland. Didn't take Yiran to heart at all. He brewed his own coffee. Finished? When you're done, you can leave my room. Oh yeah, and remember to take the door with you. Yiran could no longer endure Jiang Yan's indifference. She cried with red eyes. Jiang Yan, She wanted to put out the word that she would never come to him again, but she couldn't say anything about it, so she could only flee in disarray. In passing, he also closed the door to Jiang Yan's room. What she was thinking was that Jiang Yan's upper body must not be seen by anyone else. Chapter 47, Another SSS-class Divine Giver. Another day and night of cultivation. Jiang Yan cultivated during the day and at night when he slept. By the time the next morning rolled around, he had successfully stepped into the second level of the Immortal Dao collection, practicing flesh. Jiang Yan clenched his fists and felt the changes in his physical body, which had grown several times in strength. With a casual swing of his fist now, he could blast out a sonic boom. Snapping your fingers and rubbing out sonic booms. 2. Holy, this is too dangly. Rubbing a sonic boom with his bare hands, Jiang Yan's beauty couldn't be helped. Jiang Yan's current physical strength allowed him to battle another 100 western martial sectors, and he was able to push through the King Mountain ruins without relying on any martial skills or divine gifts, just with this physical body. Growling dash. Movement came from his stomach. Jiang Yan smashed his mouth, somewhat hungry. It's about time to go to the cafeteria of the martial arts dojo to get a taste of the food. He walked out of the lounge and headed to the cafeteria of the River City Martial Arts Dojo. The cafeteria of the Jiangchang Martial Arts Dojo was very luxurious, with 6 floors, each with a different country's division. Jiang Yan was also too lazy to climb up, so he found a seat on the first floor, looked at the menu in his hand, and casually ordered a fried chicken set meal. As he cultivated the Immortal Dao collection to the second level, his energy and chi and blood were completely insufficient, and he continued to deep fry high oil foods like chicken to replenish his energy. It didn't take long for the staff to bring the tray over. Your deluxe family bucket is ready. Thanks. Receiving the fried chicken family bucket, Jiang Yan's mouth watered. In order to cultivate the Immortal Dao collection, he hadn't eaten properly for several days, relying on the original breathing method to hold him up so that he didn't starve to death. Ha! Qingmeng, take a quick look. That guy who is wolfing down his food with no food to speak of, is he a ghost immortal? Yang Zitong shook Lu Qingmeng's arm. Hearing the word ghost immortal, Lu Qingmeng quickly looked in the direction her best friend pointed. Sure enough, in the corner of the first floor of the cafeteria, Jiang Yan was holding a fried chicken leg in each hand, taking a bite left and right. Really? Nothing to eat? Lu Qingmeng's beautiful eyes carried a smile. Zitong, let's go over and take a look. No good, we're not in the same high school as him, but we're enemies. Yang Zitong was still hesitating when she suddenly realized that her best friend had already walked straight away. Kiyomo, wait for me. That's weird. Qingmeng didn't used to be interested in boys. The look she was displaying at this ghost fairy was clearly super interested. Ooh, her Sima was old enough to know the goodness of the opposite sex. Lu Qingmeng naturally didn't know what was going on in her good girlfriend's mind. She only had Jiang Yan in her eyes. Jiang Yan, who was wildly flaunting a large chicken leg, suddenly felt that the light above his head was blocked. He didn't wipe his mouth either, and looked up faintly. Ghost immortal. Is not right. I should call you Jiang Yan student. Lu Qingmeng smiled like a flower, her eyes full of laughter. Can I sit down here? This cafeteria isn't run by my family, so be my guest. Jiang Yan continued to flaunt the big chicken leg furiously. Hey, the one sitting in front of you is the school beauty of the 7th middle school. Can you pay attention to how you eat? Yang Zitong's almond eyes glared roundly. Really? This is the first time that her Qingmeng has taken the initiative to look for a boy. Can we build a good image for her Qingmeng instead of an image of a foodie? I don't care what school flower she is. You guys just sit here. Don't get in the way of my food. While Jiang Yan was talking, the movement of stuffing chicken legs into his mouth didn't stop. Lu Qingmeng looked at Jiang Yan with a smile, stretching out a slender jade hand, straight into the family bucket that Jiang Yan had purchased, taking out a fried chicken in front of Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan's movements of dazzling the chicken leg stopped. His eyes were grim as he raised his head. Put it down. Can't I have one of your chicken legs? A smile plastered on Willow's face. Put down my chicken leg. If you want to eat it, go buy it yourself. Jiang Yan said in a cold voice. But I just want to eat your chicken leg. What should I do? Lu Qingmeng beamed, seemingly a little troubled yet. The Yang Zitong people on the side were dumbfounded. What's going on here? How did her family's good baby Qingmeng become a female bully who molests good women and men? What kind of strange plot direction is this? It's a little strange. I said put it down. Jiang Yan's aura suddenly climbed up. His SSS grade God-given aura was in full swing, instantly chilling the entire cafeteria by a few degrees. Yang Zitong was even shivering, as if she was in the middle of winter and would freeze into an ice sculpture at any time. Lu Qingmeng was still smiling like a flower as she took a small bite on the fried chicken leg in front of Jiang Yan. It's really delicious. I think I'll be ordering the family bucket more often from now on as well. Her aura was likewise in full swing, not inferior to Jiang Yan in the slightest. She is also SSS ranked divine gift. Jiang Yan and Lu Qingmeng's auras clashed, and for a while it was hard to tell the winner from the loser. Worthy of being a ghost immortal? It's surprising that it can be on par with me at the 5th level of the 3rd rank. Lu Qingming's eyes were filled with interest in Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan was now at the first level of the second rank, and his aura was on par with Lu Qingming, who was also an SSS-ranked divine giver and had already reached the 5th level of the 3rd rank. This was also the first time Jiang Yan had encountered such a tough opponent. His SSS-ranked aura was able to strike fear into those whose divine providence grade was lower than his, and it was the first time it hadn't worked on a person. This girl with a smile on her face seemed awfully strong. The corner of Jiang Yan's mouth rose slightly. It was a bit interesting. He recognized Lu Qingming's strength. He pushed the family bucket beside him towards Qingming Lu. Lu Qingming smiled even more. Thank you for sharing. I'll make myself at home. Her white jade hands cupped the chicken wings and took small bites. With 3 people at a table, Yang Zitong had been stunned by the terrifying aura. The remaining 2, both with smiles on their faces, were eating their own fried chicken. When the bucket of fried chicken was finished, Jiang Yan wiped his hands and handed a new paper towel to Lu Qingming. Thanks. Receiving the paper towel, Lu Qingming carefully wiped each of her delicate fingers clean. It's delicious. Thanks for the invitation. Jiang Yan slowly stood up and laughed. When the time comes to bump into each other, don't show any mercy. My name is Lu Qingming. Remember my name. Lu Qingming rested one hand on her chin and smiled. When I run into you, I won't show any mercy. A flash of excitement flashed in the bottom of her eyes. I will crush you, so that you, like those mortals, can only look up to me. Oh no. Lu Qingming smiled sweetly. You're different. They can only look up to me, and even if you lose, I'm willing to let you walk alongside me on the same path. Jiang Yan stretched his back. It seems that I am really a special existence in your eyes, but let me be clear about one thing. What? Lu Qingming smiled and cocked her head. Jiang Yan held a smile at the corner of his mouth. I have never lost, and I never knew how to write the word lose. Lu Qingming was stunned, then smiled brightly. Soon, you will know. Is that so? Jiang Yan waved his hand and turned to leave. Then let me wait and see. Chapter 48, The Poor Ignorant. After a few days of great competition, the Jiangchang martial arts competition quickly proceeded to the top 16. Jiang Yan, who had just eaten the entire family bucket, was caught by Zhou Peng. Brother Jiang, finally found you. Zhou Peng panted. Jiang Yan casually handed him a piece of chicken leg. What's the hurry? Come on, have a piece of fried chicken. Jiang, stop eating now. It's your turn to play. Because the strength Jiang Yan showed was too strong, the tournament party directly gave Jiang Yan 10 rounds in a row, letting him directly enter the top 16. This also drew the displeasure of many of the contestants, who demanded that Jiang Yan compete with them. If it wasn't for the pressure from the tournament authorities, Jiang Yan would have been able to go straight to the semi-finals. Jiang Yan raised his eyebrows. So soon to the semi-finals? No, it's those contestants who jointly protested for you to return to the tournament. Jiang's attitude was so strong that the tournament authorities couldn't allow you to take a turn due to the pressure. Zhou Peng exasperatedly said. It's Lei Jinming from the 4th middle school who screamed the loudest. And he even challenged you. Jiang Yan didn't even raise his eyelids. Lei Jinming, is it strong? He's not interested in the weak. Lu Qingming, who was also SSS ranked, still managed to give him a few moments of battle spirit. He is the strongest person in the Linjiang 4th middle school, awakening the SS grade divine gift. His current rank is the peak of the 2nd order. Zhou Peng looked serious. Brother Jiang, I think he might be a bit tricky. SS-class divine giver, peak of the 2nd order. Still too weak. Jiang Yan smiled and said, since he wants to challenge me, I'll play with him. It was just the right time to try out the power of the 2nd level of the Immortal Dao collection. Brother Jiang, are you really going to accept his challenge? Zhou Peng was shocked. He had thought that Jiang Yan would refuse such a troublesome matter. Jiang Yan patted down Zhou Peng's shoulder and said in a serious tone, Old Zhou, if a fly keeps buzzing in your ear, what would you do? I'm most annoyed by flies. We'll swat them to death. Zhou Peng exasperatedly said. After being angry, Zhou Peng instantly understood Jiang Yan's meaning, and what shocked him the most was that Jiang Yan actually regarded Lei Jinming as a fly. That's the strongest of the 4. Jiang Yan's mouth was tinged with a smile. Let's go. Go swat the annoying flies. Ah well. Zhou Peng returned to his senses and quickly followed Jiang Yan. Just as he arrived at the preparation room, he saw Zhang Xiaoshang walking back and forth with an anxious face. Yo, old Zhang. Jiang Yan smiled and went to greet him. Seeing Jiang Yan coming, Zhang Xiaoshang's brows furrowed into a chuanzi. You kid still laughs. I eat and sleep well every day. Why can't I laugh? Jiang Yan cheerfully said. Do you know how strong the Lei Jinming who challenged you is? Zhang Xiaoshang looked serious. He is the disciple of the 6th order Thunder Saint Huayuan. Thunder Saint Huayuan? Our Linjiang provinces know. One in Thunder system abilities. Hearing the great name of Thunder Saint, Zhou Peng was so scared that his hairs stood on end. Lei Jinming is actually his disciple. Jiang, brother Jiang, why don't we stop fighting? Zhou Peng said cautiously. He's a disciple of the Lei Sage. He must have mastered the Lei Sage's martial arts and techniques. Jiang Yan still wore a smile on his face, as if the person who was going to be in the ring wasn't him. A disciple of the Thunder Sage. Sounds a bit troublesome. The corner of Jiang Yan's mouth rose slightly. Zhang Xiaoxing's tiger body was shaken. As long as he heard Jiang Yan say the word some trouble, he was sure that this kid must have a full grasp of victory. What he means by some trouble is that he can't crush the other party with one hand and needs to stretch out one more hand to do so, which is some trouble. Zhang Xiaoxing was incomparably shocked. He knew that Jiang Yan was a demon, but he didn't expect him to be so demonic to this extent that he didn't even put a disciple of the Sixth Order Thunder Saint in his eyes. Is he going against the grain? Zhang Xiaoxing was no longer anxious, revealing the concern of an elder for a junior. Old Jiang, be careful in everything. Old Zhang, when did you become so girly? Motherhood awakened when you're middle-aged? Jiang Yan raised his eyebrows. You bastard. Zhang Xiao laughed angrily. Hurry up and get to the martial arts arena. Don't let me see you. Jiang Yan cheerfully went up to the martial arts arena, only to realize that there was already a blue-haired man standing on the arena. The moment Jiang Yan stepped onto the field, the blue-haired man's stern eyes locked onto Jiang Yan as he sneered. You're Jiang Yan? Don't talk nonsense. I'm not Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan hurriedly denied it. You're not? Lei Zhenming froze as he said in annoyance. What are you doing up here if you're not Jiang Yan? The person I want to challenge is Jiang Yan. Hello. Jiang Yan first greeted politely, then smiled. Everyone calls me Jiang Shen. You. Lei Zhenming realized that he had been tricked. His eyes were cold and dripping with killing intent. Only showing off your mouth. The referee of the Jiang City martial arts competition instantly appeared in the center of the martial arts arena as he passionately introduced. The much-anticipated Jiang Yan has finally made his appearance. Can he? Interrupting. I'm not Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan looked serious. I am Jiang Shen. Well, yes. The referee was unable to be whole by Jiang Yan. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Our Jiang Yan student is really humorous. Ah ha ha ha. Lei Zhenming said in a cold voice. You may begin. He couldn't wait to trample Jiang Yan under his feet and prove to everyone that he, Lei Zhenming, was the #1 person in Linjiang province. The referee is numb. These two students. One more disrespectful than the other. Top 16 match. 4th middle school Lei Zhenming challenges 2nd middle school Jiang Yan. Game on. As soon as the referee's words left his mouth, his entire body instantly disappeared. Dazzling blue light flashed as an invisible barrier enveloped the martial arts arena to prevent accidental injuries to the students in the viewing gallery. The time of your death is approaching, so feel free to say whatever last words you have. Lei Zhenming waved his large hand. A burst of thunder hissed, and a thunder spear manifested in his hand. Jiang Yan smiled and shook his head. Ignorance is really scary. What? Lei Zhenming frowned. He didn't understand what Jiang Yan was trying to convey. If I were you, I should remain fearful. Jiang Yan tucked his hands into his pockets and laughed lightly. If you can kill me alive, this match will be considered a win for you. How about it? He, what arrogance. Lei Zhenming sneered. I don't know through what means you bribed the tournament organizers to keep giving you turns. A despicable coward like you. I'll wipe you out with my own hands. Let the world witness the misery of you kneeling and begging for mercy. The thunder gun in Lei Zhenming's hand erupted with a hiss, transforming into a thunder dragon. You're wrong. Jiang Yan faintly said. That's why I said you're ignorant. He lifted his head slowly, the smile at the corners of his mouth widening. Lei Zhenming subconsciously feel wrong. Jiang Yan's breath suddenly and dramatically changed. No longer like before that warm and harmless, but instead exudes a feeling of fear and despair. The tournament side chose to let me take a turn, not to ensure my advancement, but to protect you guys. Jiang Yan's eyes were filled with laughter. Protecting you all. Doesn't have to face me directly. Poor ignoramuses. P.S. Here's a little tip for extra shifts. Stupid authors can add an extra chapter if they have 2 stable daily shifts and 500 free swag. Chapter 49, Killing the Heart. Lei Zhenming trembled, subconsciously feeling fear. He barely managed to compose himself. Ha! Trickery! Jiang Yan smiled faintly. Then try and kill me. I'll see how long you can keep your mouth shut. The thunder gun in Lei Zhenming's hand was as furious as a dragon. A thunder dragon roared up to the sky and instantly blasted towards Jiang Yan's direction. Boom 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 dash. Wherever the thunder dragon passed, a terrifying thunderstorm roar erupted. The students in the viewing gallery all stood up in shock. 9 Heavens Thunder Dragon Bellow. This is Thunder Saint Huiyuan's famous killing move. Surprisingly, it was passed on to Lei Zhenming. Heavens, this is a middle-grade Earth rank martial art. It once directly killed a 6th order beast emperor in seconds. So horrible. Then Jiang Yan is finished. Ha ha, I've long seen him in a bad light. How dare I bribe the tournament organizer to keep letting him take his turn? Oh, bumping into Lei Jinming. This despicable villain is dead for sure. Hey yo, who threw the cans? The students who had originally ridiculed Jiang Yan were dumbfounded by a sudden can. And at this time the culprit who threw the cans has been dead pressed back to the seat by a girl, falling snow. Are you crazy? How can you hit people with cans? Bai Luoxue frowned her nice eyebrows. He slandered people. I'm going to smash him. My auntie. You and that Jiang Yan don't know each other. What's wrong with others slandering him twice? Does it have anything to do with you? Mu Shuiyao said breathlessly. I can't stand to see them slandering Jiang Yan. Bai Lishue beamed. Mu Shuiyao's face suddenly changed drastically. Bad. Her family's eldest young lady wouldn't be looking at that Jiang Yan. Thinking of this possibility, Mu Shuyao swallowed her saliva and asked tentatively, Lok Shue you and that ghost immortal Jiang Yan know each other? Aha! Bai Luoxue nodded her head obediently, her big watery eyes sparkling with stars. I gave him over 10 boxes of gene synergy. Mu Shuiyao's face turned pale. Bad. It's all wrapped up. My big miss your identity is special. You can't get too close to ordinary people. Mu Shuiyao said bitterly. Bai Luoxue, who had always been good and understanding, shook her head for the first time, objecting to Mu Shuyao's words. Yao. Jiang Yan, he's not an ordinary person. He's my kind. He is an SSS divine giver. However, Bai Lishue was able to see through his soul to the unknown, taboo. He is your kind. Mu Shuiyao trembled, her voice slightly distorted. Mu Shuiyao looked towards the leisurely figure with his hands in his pockets on the martial arts arena and subconsciously swallowed her saliva. Feeling fear. On the martial arts arena, Lei Jinming hooked a cold smile. Turn into pieces under my 9 heavenly thunder dragon. He was determined to win. And the thunder dragon killed Jiang Yan instantly as if he was in no man's land. Just as the thunder dragon was about to devour it, several chains entwined with black chi flew out, entangling the thunder dragon to death. Unable to approach Jiang Yan for a single point, the whole room was shocked. The huge thunder dragon was unable to move a single bit under the black lock's entanglement, continuously emitting a wail, and eventually dissipated alive. The crowd in the viewing gallery were all dumbfounded, and then a clamor erupted. 9 heavens thunder dragon barred. Just like that it was dissolved? Shady. This is definitely shady. Who are those people behind Jiang Yan? They must be his helpers. This is cheating. This is shady. What are the ones up there screaming? Don't you know that Jiang Yan is a summoner? Open your mouth and spew without knowing anything. What a black man. That's it. My brother Jiang is the strongest. Lei Jinming is just a wild dog on the side of the road. Stay away from my brother Jiang. Jiang Yan raised his eyebrows and his tone was laced with laughter. Scared me to death. I thought I was dead. How is this possible? My 9 heavenly thunder dragon bard. How could it be easily dissolved by you? Lei Jinming's eyes were filled with shock. This was an earth-ranked martial skill that his master, Lei Xingjiu, had taught him, and he was able to defeat a third-ranked martial zone with this martial skill. At this moment, facing Jiang Yan, a sense of powerlessness was born. Looking at Jiang Yan with 2 uncommon envoys standing behind him holding black locks, Lei Jinming inexplicably felt his heart palpitate, as if his soul would be hooked away at any moment. Lei Jinming swallowed his saliva. You can't scare yourself. He must have cracked my 9 heavenly thunder dragon technique by fluke. With a burst of energy, he pointed his finger at the thunder gun. His peak second order chi and blood erupted in full force, and his entire body was like a missile, killing Jiang Yan at breakneck speed. Jiang Yan was still standing still, with a gentle smile on his face. Earthquakes. He smiled and spoke. A black mist enveloped the room, and the huge stiff Kuwei appeared, blasting the extremely fast killing Lei Jinming away with a single punch. Lei Jinming was smashed by the earth Kuwei, breaking his bones, and slammed into the barrier, knocking a gash in it. The referee are watching with trepidation. This Jiang Yan is too terrifying. The summoned dead things all have this kind of battle power. A few big shots sitting at the highest place were smiling. Good Jiang Yan. The dead things summoned are at the level of an SS-class flesh alien. The director of education smiled and said to the old principal of the second middle school, Your second middle school. You've produced an exceptional student. The old principal's old face smiled like a blooming chrysanthemum. This kid Jiang Yan. From the moment he first came to our second middle school, I've been paying attention to him, and I can see that he's extraordinary. At this moment in the martial arts arena, Lei Jinming struggled to get up from the ground. I can't accept it. I can't accept it. His eyes were covered in blood as he stared at Jiang Yan and hissed, Jiang Yan, you have the ability to fight me yourself. Don't use such underhanded tactics. Jiang Yan smiled. I am a summoner. Don't you know that summoners are weak in flesh? The students in the viewing gallery were also talking about it. Lei Jinming is a bit shameless. Right. Jiang Yan is a summoner. The main thing is to summon living beings to fight for himself. Lei Zhenming is good. Even let Jiang Yan fight him personally. TSK, 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 4th middle school Lei Zhenming. I originally thought he was a character, but I didn't expect his heart to be so despicable. It's lamentable. This is too unplayable. I can't even stand watching it. I think it makes sense for the tournament organizer to let Jiang Yan take his turn. Jiang Yan is really too strong, not in existence in the same class as us. Listening to the comments from the viewing gallery, Lei Zhenming's face was hard to see, but he had no other choice. Instead of just being defeated by the dead thing Jiang Yan summoned, Jiang Yan must fight him with words that provoked him. He was well aware of how fragile a summoner's physical body was, and if in the absence of cultivating a specific technique, the physical body would not be much different from that of an ordinary person who had not awakened his divine gift. If Jiang Yan dared to agree to fight him with his physical body, he was confident that he would instantly kill Jiang Yan. Not only did it reverse the tide of battle, but it saved its own face. Jiang Yan, you despicable villain, do you dare to fight me squarely without the help of external objects? Lei Zhenming stared dead on at Jiang Yan, the corners of his mouth filled with sarcasm. Jiang Yan tilted his head and looked at the little cutie with eyes at Lei Zhenming. He was naturally clear that Lei Zhenming was using agitation, but Jiang Yan just loved to crush his opponents without mercy in the areas they were proud of. Kill and kill. Fine, then I won't use the 10 square ghost order. Jiang Yan smiled. Just use my frail physical body to fight you squarely. Chapter 51 Punch opens the sky. Surprisingly, he agreed. Lei Zhenming was first stunned. Then the corner of his mouth hooked up in a sneer. I thought he was a smart guy, but I didn't realize that he was a fool who was so arrogant that he took the bait at the slightest provocation. A summoner who dared to collide with his physical body was simply asking for death. I respect you as a man, Lei Zhenming said conspiratorially. Hearing that Jiang Yan agreed to fight in the flesh, the crowd at the viewing gallery all stared in disbelief. Is he crazy? He's a summoner. A summoner's physical body is no different from that of an ordinary commoner. And he dares to take on a battle like this. Oh my god. I must be having trouble with my ears. I actually heard Jiang Yan answer the battle. I must be hallucinating. I'll go to the hospital tomorrow to have my ears replaced. No, you all didn't hear it wrong or hallucinate. Jiang Yan really answered the battle. A summoner who gave up using summons and chose to use his physical body to fight against an alien was, to put it bluntly, sending himself to his death. Even the great figures watching the battle on the high platform furrowed their brows. The director of education's face was confused. This kid Jiang Yan, isn't he a bit too arrogant? The old principal of the second middle school was so shocked that his eyes went wide. No, 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 no. He can't answer the battle. The crane-haired Zhou Wenshan laughed. What are you all so scared for? People's children have taken the initiative to answer the battle, so they must have something to fall back on. What Dean Zhou said is true. Director Shen laughed lightly. I don't see this kid Jiang Yan as reckless. He must have the certainty of defeating the other side in battle. The old principal of the second middle school also calmed down. Right. Jiang Yan, this guy is not a little cute either. He dared to answer the battle, which means he has the certainty of winning. On the martial arts arena, the corner of Lei Zhenming's mouth was hooked in a cold smile, and his eyes were filled with a sense of murderous intent. Jiang Yan, don't you regret it? Your words are a bit much. Jiang Yan laughed faintly. Feeling Jiang Yan's contempt, Lei Zhenming was completely furious. He had been the pride of heaven since he was a child, and his divine gift awakening had even awakened the world's rare SS-grade divine gift. He should have been the brightest existence in Jiangchang, the hope of Jiangchang. But there was a Jiang Yan. This guy who had awakened the SSS-class divine providence had taken away everything that should have belonged to him, making him the green leaf that accompanies him. He can't accept it. He was the star of tomorrow. He was the first of the new generation in Jiangchang. Jiang Yan, make an end. Lei Zhenming hissed as purple thunder erupted around him. He was like a berserk thunder beast as he violently killed Jiang Yan. Boom 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 dash. A burst of thunder erupted wherever he passed. Only the purple residual shadow was so fast that it broke through the sound barrier and instantly killed in front of Jiang Yan. This speed was too exaggerated, causing the crowd in the viewing gallery to gasp in shock. They couldn't see what was happening at all. Only the purple residual shadow blasting Jiang Yan like a madman. Die 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 die. Lei Zhenming's eyes were covered in blood as his hands transformed into thunder and continuously bombarded Jiang Yan. Boom boom boom. The sound of the thunderstorm that was enough to shatter the eardrums made people tremble with fear, asking who could resist this purple thunderstorm that had hundreds of channels per second. Many girls who adored Jiang Yan covered their mouths in horror, with tears in their eyes. It's over. Jiang Yan he is dead. Yiran, who had been watching the battle, also lost her color. No, it's impossible. Jiang Yan, he's so powerful. He won't die. Yiran no longer cared about her image and hissed maniacally. Jiang Yan, you can't die. The thunderstorm sound was still roaring, and Lei Jinming's furious attacks continued without the slightest intention of stopping. Yiran's face turned pale. Where's the referee? Referee, quickly terminate the match. Quickly terminate the match. The referee, however, never stopped the fight as he too froze in place. He wasn't shocked by Lei Jinming's terrifying outburst. Rather, Jiang Yan's wheel of life. There was no change. Once both competitors enter the martial arts arena, the wheel of life of both will surface in front of the referee, who will keep an eye on it to prevent the death of the competitor. This Lei Jinming attacked furiously. Each blast was enough to obliterate a peak second-ranked martial artist. Yet Jiang Yan's wheel of life hadn't changed a bit? This is so evil. In the martial arts arena, Lei Jinming was extremely fast, blasting out thousands of punches per second. Each punch was mixed with purple thunderstorms, and the sound of thunder roared deafeningly. Who dash? Lei Jinming finally stopped his attack. The corners of his mouth hooked into a smile. Griffin who doesn't know the heights of heaven, blocking my path, death is your only end. He turned and prepared to leave the field. Are you done fighting? A faint voice rang out. Hearing this voice, Lei Jinming stiffened and sweated. Cold sweat slid down his forehead and he swallowed, not even daring to look back for confirmation. He couldn't believe that Jiang Yan was still alive. The dust and smoke in the sky dispersed. Jiang Yan was standing in the same place, his hands in his pockets, with a smile like a spring breeze on his face. A dead silence fell over the viewing gallery. The girls who were originally crying in mourning were all dumbfounded, rubbing their eyes incredulously, thinking that they must have become sick with longing and seen Jiang Yan's ghost. Jiang Yan, you are fine. Yes, how can you be fine? I should have known that you are stronger than anyone else. Yiran's eyes trembled, watery and hazy. Jiang Yan tilted his head and looked at Lei Jinming. You hit me so hard, it almost made me scream. Are you kidding? It's like scratching an itch, okay? His fleshly body had been washed and reshaped 3 times, and he had cultivated the immortal Dao collection to the second level of practicing flesh. Even a third-order beast king would have trouble breaking his defense, so how could a peak second-order Lei Jinming hurt him in the slightest? Thousands of punches a second? Oh, it's all thunder and no rain. The tens of thousands of punches that Lei Jinming had blasted at his body were completely tickling, comfortable enough to even make Jiang Yan want to take a nap. You cheated. You must have a spiritual treasure on you. Spiritual talismans. You cheat. Lei Jinming's mental defenses completely collapsed. Maybe out of fear. Maybe out of resignation. His best efforts, in front of Jiang Yan, is simply a child's acrobatics, or even a mayfly shaking a tree. Until this moment, he clearly realized that the gap between himself and Jiang Yan was like the clouds in the sky and the sludge on the ground. It was an insurmountable chasm, and he would never be able to reach Jiang Yan's height. I won't fight. I won't fight. Lei Jinming had been scared out of his wits. No more fighting? It's already too late. Jiang Yan laughed coldly. Didn't you scream very happily in the beginning? Now why do you say you won't fight? It was you who wanted to fight me in the flesh, and I obliged. Now, it's my turn to attack. As soon as the words left his mouth, Jiang Yan had already disappeared in the same place. In the blink of an eye, Lei Jinming felt a figure in front of him. That figure's eyes flashed scarlet, and through that endless killing intent, it was as if he was looking at a dead man when he looked at himself. Lei Jinming's breath stuttered as he realized that death was very close to him. He felt like everything around him was slowing down, if not completely still, like he was walking back to the horse. Only the figure's fists were closing in on him little by little, ever so slightly, signaling the imminent end of his life. He wanted to shout, he wanted to roar, he even wanted to cry out. Yet it was all too late, for the man's fist was already infinitely closer to his abdomen. Obviously that punch hadn't even hit yet, and his internal organs had already begun to twist and shatter. No, just stop, please, stop it. It's going to kill him, he's really going to die. Master Dash Lei Jinming let out one last word sound. Boom dash, with a loud sound like the sky collapsing. The terrifying fist wind lifted the Xinjiang ground and twisted it, and Lei Jinming rolled his eyes. His entire body was like a kite with broken strings, instantly crashing into the barrier. Bang! Everyone was dumbfounded as the barrier was smashed through by Lei Jinming's cross-flying body. What a terrifying power this is! Kaching dash! The entire circular barrier shattered completely. The remnants of Lei Jinming's body lay on the ground without a trace of life. Chapter 51, Killing the Little One. Coming for the Old One. Hurry! Get to the rescue! It took a long time for the referee to snap out of his rigidity, and he hissed with eyes wide open. Healer! What the are you waiting for? A large group of healers rushed over. All of them were third-order healers, and as long as the injured person still had a breath of air left, they would be able to heal him or her back to life. A dozen healers healed Lei Zhenming's wounds at the same time, but there was no sign of Lei Zhenming waking up. Time seemed to stop, and every second was as hard to sing as a century. After an unknown amount of time, a healer stood up with a stiff face, his hands shaking and his voice trembling. Dead, dead, dead. The moment these words came out, the entire martial arts dojo fell into silence. Death-like silence. Dead, said the referee, his face pale. Everyone in the viewing gallery didn't speak. They were completely stunned. A martial arts competition, and someone actually died. On the first center viewing seat, the corner of Lin Feiyu's mouth hooked up in a smile. Worthy of being a ghost immortal? His strikes are really vicious. We really are in the same category. 7th middle school observation position. Lu Qingming full of blush. She obsessively looking at the martial arts arena Jiang Yan's figure. Jiang Yan, you are great, just one punch has such power. I'm so excited. On the VIP seats on the high platform, the faces of several big names changed. How could this be? How could this be? The old principal of the 2nd middle school was dumbfounded. His face was anxious. Deaths at martial arts competitions happened every year, but this time was different. The person who died this time was an SS-class divine giver. It was even the disciple of Thunder Saint Huiyuan. Education Bureau Director Shen Wenba's face was ugly. This matter must be suppressed. We can't let that old thing Huiyuan know. Zhou Wenshan, the dean of the Sacred Academy, was still smiling, being a summoner, yet having a physical body that is not weaker than an SSS-ranked strength system adept. I have my eye on this son. Mr. Zhou, you're willing to bail him out. The old principal's face showed joy. Shen Wenba's face also slowed down. With Dean Zhou sheltering him, this child should be fine. Zhou Wenshan didn't say anything, but just wore a smile on his face. There will be someone who will protect him. Rumble dash. Dark clouds suddenly converged in the sky above the Zhangchang martial arts dojo, and there was a constant roar of thunder, converging into a boundless sea of thunder that enveloped the entire Zhangchang. Boom! With a deafening roar, the Zhangchang martial arts dojo was shattered by a golden thunderbolt, and a figure with a majestic breath stood in the air. Who is it? Who killed my Naru? Who is it? The person who came had a head full of white hair exploding up, with golden thunder flowing wildly all over his body, just like a thunder god. Someone recognized him and exclaimed in shock, Thunder Saint Huiyuan, he has actually come to kill. I'm afraid that the ghost immortal will be wiped out by him on the spot. Oh my god, this is a 6th order martial saint, the topmost existence in Linjiang province. His anger is enough to overthrow Zhangcheng. I'm afraid that no one can protect the ghost immortal. Nowadays it is the chaotic world where foreign beasts are ravaging the country. Linjiang province cannot afford to be without a martial saint for a day to sit on the town. Even if Jiang Yan is an SSS-ranked divine giver, the officials are afraid that they will give him up as a way to quell the Lei Saint's monstrous anger. Because once they sheltered Jiang Yan and caused a martial saint to leave, the city of Jiang was afraid that it would be annihilated by the Ying Beast Emperor. Everyone felt sorry for Jiang Yan, even if he was a supreme demon. At the moment, he didn't have the value to be on par with a 6th-ranked martial saint. There are far too many heavenly prides and demons in this world, but the ones that can truly rise and become a giant are ultimately a few. No one would trust their immediate well-being to a seed that has yet to germinate. My Minger ah. It was unimaginable that a 6th-order martial saint with a head full of white hair was hugging Lei Zhenming's corpse and crying loudly in front of everyone. Who was so cruel as to shatter your 5 viscera and 6 bowels alive? What kind of pain did you go through in your life? Tell Master. Master will help you take revenge. Huiyuan roared up to the sky, and the golden thunder instantly transformed into a cage that enveloped the martial arts dojo, with no one able to escape. Who is it? Who killed my Minger? Huiyuan appeared very calm at this moment, his bloodshot eyes sweeping over everyone in the Zhangchang martial arts dojo in death. Finally, someone couldn't withstand the pressure and collapsed, shouting, pointing at Jiang Yan, it's him. He's the one who killed Lei Zhenming. It has nothing to do with me. No relation at all. Huiyuan's cloudy eyes settled on Jiang Yan. Is it you? Who killed my Ming child? Jiang Yan smiled. Do you believe me when I say it wasn't me? Yellow-mouthed child. I want you to pay for my Minger's life. Huiyuan instantly erupted. I'll make you suffer all the torment in the world. I'll make your soul die. His 5 fingers transformed into dragon claws and grabbed towards Jiang Yan's limbs, and in just an instant, he could make Jiang Yan's limbs explode into a blood mist, unable to commit suicide, and left to be tortured. Just when everyone thought that Jiang Yan would surely die. Old Hua, you're afraid you won't be able to move him today. A silhouette appeared at an unknown time, gently dissolving Thunder Saint Huiyuan's thunder dragon claw with a palm. Huiyuan's face twisted as he stared deathly at the middle-aged man who stood in front of Jiang Yan. Yang Mingzuan, you're going to protect him? The crowd sucked in a breath of cool air. Crazy. It's Linjiang's strongest fire alien. Yang Mingzuan, rumor has it that he has retired, opened the parent green dining hall, and has never struck again. But I didn't expect that today he would break the precepts he swore for Jiang Yan. At the VIP seat on the high platform, Director Shin and the old principal of the second middle school were stunned. Yang Mingzuan, he actually came. I didn't expect Jiang Yan to be involved with this person. Yang Mingzuan is a strange person. He has S-class alien ability Samadhi Yang Yan, but also at the age of only 30 years old. He stepped into the 6th rank and achieved a party of martial arts saint. He was supposed to go to a great province and become a town marshal of one side, but for some reason, chose to retire. Returned to Jiangcheng, opened a restaurant. No matter who persuade are not good. Even the big shots of the imperial capital cannot take him. This kind of weirdo who couldn't even be asked to come out of the imperial capital's bigwigs would actually make a move for Jiang Yan, which was just too mind-boggling. Yang Mingzuan, are you trying to make an enemy of me, Huo Yuan? Huo Yuan's eyes were filled with killing intent as thunder raged, distorting a side of space. I have no intention of making an enemy of you. The corner of Yang Mingzuan's mouth rose slightly. But if you insist on trying to kill him, I will have no choice but to kill you. Huo Yuan's pupils contracted violently. You said, you can kill me? Yang Mingzuan smiled faintly. How do you know if you don't try it? I've only used Samadhi Yang Yan to cook food all these years. I've almost forgotten what it's like to burn people. Saying that, his palm ignited a colorless Yang Yan, a flame without color or any temperature, but only those who knew it knew it. The Samadhi Yang Yan, which burns not the material, but the spiritual, burns one's soul. Huo Yuan looked scornfully at the colorless flame in Yang Mingzuan's palm, knowing full well that even he would have his soul silenced if he was tainted with the Samadhi Yang flame. His bloodshot eyes glared at Jiang Yan in death. Kid, Yang Mingzuan can protect you for a while, but I don't believe he can protect you for a lifetime. After saying that, thunder exploded around him and he instantly disappeared. Chapter 52, The Second Yama. Ghost God Jinwu. Many thanks for coming to the rescue. Jiang Yan wore a smile like a spring breeze. Yang Mingzuan looked at Jiang Yan blandly. The corner of his mouth curved up. You're really sitting on your hands. Which is not true. I was obviously scared silly just now. Jiang Yan laughed. Yang Mingzuan's face showed his appreciation. Not bad. I really didn't look at the wrong person. Whether it's your heart or your natural talent, you're the number one person in the new generation. Marshal Sage Yang is flattered. Jiang Yan smiled modestly. Marshal Saint Yang, long time no see. With a cheerful laugh, Shen Wenba walked out. Yang Mingzuan faintly swept away a glance. Director Shen, we must have not seen each other for 3 years. More than 3 years. Back then you left without saying goodbye and chose to retire. 5 years have passed since then. Shen Wenba shook his head and smiled bitterly. It's rare for you to make a move today. Are you planning to make a comeback? Shen Wenba laughed. Yang Mingzuan laughed. I just don't want anything to happen to the most honored hall guest of the small store, and then no one will come to take care of my business. A hall-level guest? Shen Wenba looked at Jiang Yan with eyes full of astonishment, his heart shocked to the core. I didn't expect Jiang Yan to get the Evergreen Dining Hall's hall card. The Evergreen Dining Hall's hall card had a price and there were only 5 people in the whole of China who had it. Holders of this card are more than just being able to spend as much as they want at Evergreen Dining Hall. The owner of the hall card can ask Yang Mingzuan to make 3 attempts. Being able to make a 6th order martial saint strike 3 times. The gold content of the hall card needed no introduction. One must know that in the entire country of China, there were only a dozen existing 6th order martial saints. Yang Mingzuan didn't pay any more attention to Shen Wenba and turned his head to Jiang Yan. Remember to come to Evergreen Dining Hall often. After saying that, he turned into a colorless flame and burned out a little bit. This little episode quickly came to an end, and the match had to continue. Jiang Yan successfully advanced to the top 8. He continued his turn in the next match, and this time no one made any more comments because they had witnessed Jiang Yan's terrifying battle power with their own eyes. Just deserved to have his turn. For the rest of the match, Jiang Yan didn't stay in the viewing gallery and turned around to return to his lounge. All along the way, everyone watched him leave with fearful eyes, and no one dared to speak to him, until he confirmed that Jiang Yan's figure had completely disappeared. The students in the viewing gallery instantly boiled over. Holy, the ghost immortal is too strong too. That Lei Zhenming is simply a mayfly that doesn't know how to die. One punch, just one punch from the ghost immortal. I'll see who will say that summoners are weak in flesh from now on. Don't bring us summoners along when you're blowing awesome. That's a ghost immortal's invincible flesh body. Not our delicate summoners. A summoner opened his mouth to protest. Why do I have the feeling that a ghost immortal's fleshly body is able to compare to that of a swift ancient fierce beast? Comparable to a Taiku fierce beast? Conservative. I think the ghost immortal's flesh is at least at the level of a desolate beast. Desolate beasts and ancient fierce beasts, both of which were exotic beasts that existed endless ages ago. had bloodlines capable of rivaling the human race's SSS-ranked and SS-ranked divine gifts. In other words, Jiang Yan's physical body was able to compete with SSS-class bloodline desolate beasts. Inside the lounge, Jiang Yan didn't realize that he had already been compared to the swift ancient desolate beasts. It's not enough. Far from it. Blasting an SS-class divine giver to death with a single punch was nothing. Now that the martial arts heyday had descended, Heaven's pride had emerged, and there were as many demons as there were people. It wasn't just the human race. Even the purity of the bloodline of the foreign beasts was returning to their ancestors. Not long ago in the Arctic glacier, the icebergs melted. It is suspected that some ancient beasts that have been frozen for several eons have awakened. If one simply relies on divine gifts, one simply cannot be at the forefront of the times. He needed to dive into cultivation and develop the potential of the 10-square ghost order to the extreme. Jiang Yan sat cross-legged, the primordial breathing technique running evenly, allowing him to perceive the aura without needing to be in the enlightenment chamber. His divine sense came to the 10 directions ghost order and stopped in front of the ancient book. There were 10 figures sealed by chains at the back of the ancient book, and one of them had already revealed its true form, which was King Qin Yanluo, one of the 10 temples of hell. Right now, the second seal seems to have been loosened. I've broken through to the second stage and I'm already able to sacrifice the second Yama King. Jiang Yan operated the original breathing method to the extreme, and the majestic aura surged into the second seal. The chains trembled fiercely and crumbled a little. Click. Ka-ching. The chains were completely shattered. The second seal was lifted, and the second Yama ghost god descended into the world. The ghosts driven by Jiang Yan also had ranks. From low to high, they are Ghost, Stern Ghost, Ghost General, Ghost King, and Ghost God. A ghost is the spirit of someone who has just died, and doesn't have much power to kill. The 100 ghosts of the night, which Jiang Yan usually used, were hundreds or thousands of severe ghosts. Ghost generals are the representatives of the warring forces of the Earth K, Sky K, and the like. Ghost King, Jiang Yan is currently not included. Ghosts and gods. Currently Jiang Yan could only sacrifice 2 Yama, King Qin Guan and King Chu Zhang. The Chu Zhang King, who is in charge of the living great hell, is the seal that Jiang Yan Fong just broke. I can sacrifice 2 Yama Kings at the same time right now. Does that mean that I can make one of them turn into a ghost marshal? The martial art ghost marshal solution, capable of transforming the harnessed ghosts into all kinds of blades. He remembered that there was this sentence at the end. Yama can be transformed into the ghost god Yanluo, ghost god true marshal. Jiang Yan Sanwei rubbed his hands together. Come on. I can't wait to sacrifice the ghost god true marshal. His divine sense quickly flipped through the ancient books to find the records about the ghost marshal solution. His mind moved. Ghost marshal solution dash. In the space of the 10 directions ghost order, King Qin Guan transformed into a ghostly chi that flew out of the 10 directions ghost order and haunted Jiang Yan's right hand. The ghostly energy evolved. Surprisingly, it transformed into a ghostly scythe that entangled souls. This is the Rakshasa ghost scythe. Jiang Yan's mind was enlightened, and the moment he held it in his hand, he knew the origin of this ghost scythe. Rakshasa ghost scythe, the ghostly god Yanluo transformed by Yama. This ghost scythe was also an SSS-ranked heavenly artifact if it was a divine gift. Jiang Yan held the Rakshasa ghost scythe and only felt very light, as if he was holding a feather. He let go of his hand, and the Rakshasa ghost scythe slammed heavily into the ground with a loud thud. Boom! The whole lounge was shaking. Jiang Yan was shocked. The Rakshasa ghost scythe is so heavy, it must be at least 10,000 tons. The scythe, which weighed 10,000 tons, was as light as a cow's hair in his hands. Jiang Yan recalled the Rakshasa ghost scythe into his hand and casually waved it. A black blade light instantly bisecting everything in front of him. All the equipment in the training room was scrapped. Do I have to find a staff member to explain? Jiang Yan scratched his head in embarrassment. It's all the fault of this Rakshasa ghost scythe. Jiang Yan retrieved the Rakshasa ghost scythe, stretched his back, and called for a staff member to help him maintain the equipment in the training room. The staff soon came. When he saw the training room crowd equipment broke in half in unison, froze in place, looked at Jiang Yan with a face full of horror. His speech was trembling. Jiang, student Jiang Yan, right? I don't think this should be repaired. It's okay to give you a new restroom. I was careless. Jiang Yan was also quite embarrassed. Then please change the restroom for me. Chapter 53, Man knows ghosts are scary. Ghosts know people are poisonous. The new lounge was still in the process of being switched, so Jiang Yan had no place to go. So he left the Jiangchang martial arts dojo and headed to the nearest spirit play market. The spirit play market had all sorts of trading. Spirit plants, spirit talismans, spirit treasures, and even divine gifts. Jiang Yan came to the spirit play street, mainly because he wanted to sell the useless spirit herbs he picked at the Wang Mountain ruins. His physical body had been remodeled 3 times, and the 10-year spirit herb no longer had any medicinal properties for him. According to the market value, a 10-year spirit herb was worth around $1 million. Some people would ask, 10-year spirit grass is obviously very common within the ruins, so why is it so expensive outside? It was simple. The reason why spirit grass was so expensive was because the quota for the relics was controlled by the major plutocrats, and ordinary people were not qualified to enter the relics at all, and could only become stowaways. Becoming a stowaway and sneaking into the relics, there was a high probability that you would die in the mouths of the ferocious beasts, and it would be difficult to bring the spirit herbs out alive. Most of the spirit herbs circulating on the market were from the fingernails of the major plutocrats, and only a few were brought out by stowaways from the ruins. As a relic stowaway, Jiang Yan had hundreds of 10-year spirit herbs, a dozen 100-year spirit herbs, and 3,000-year spirit herbs in his hands. Finally, there was the 10,000 years moonflower grass that Lin Wanyu had gifted him. He planned to sell all of the 100 or so 10-year spirit herbs in his hand. Jiang Yan walked into the spirit play market. The vendors all glanced at him surreptitiously, then withdrew their gazes as if nothing had happened. In the spirit play market, killing people to get rid of them was the most common thing to do, so very few school students would come alone. These vendors are all 1,000-year-old foxes. They can see at a glance that Jiang Yan is still just a student and can pit a hand, slaughter a knife, or even straight up killing for treasure. Yo, this little handsome guy, what are you here for? A demonic woman wearing a cheongsam smiled and approached Jiang Yan. Her face was coated with powder and looked scary. Jiang Yan rubbed his eyes, thinking that he had blurred. Sadako? Why did you come out in broad daylight? Old me is a human being. The demonic cheongsam roared. Jiang Yan laughed. So it's a human being, with such thick makeup. I thought it was a ghost in my house that ran out. Cheongsam woman heart sneer. Face's face like peach blossom. Small handsome really will joke. You are the first time to come, right? Do you need me to give you the road? Guide fee as long as 500. Oh. No. Jiang Yan decisively refused. Seeing that Jiang Yan didn't take the bait, the cheongsam woman's eyes rolled and the corner of her mouth hooked into a cold smile. Little handsome, I have a piece of precious jade here for sale cheap. Do you want it? The demure woman stuffed a piece of full-colored green jade into Jiang Yan's hand. Jiang Yan always has his hands in his pockets. The green jade fell to the ground with a bang, accompanied by the cheongsam woman's screams. Ah, my precious jade! She pulled Jiang Yan with greed in her eyes. You broke my precious jade. This precious jade is worth $3 million. Pay up. Jiang Yan's face was unchanged. He lazily slanted his eyes at the several people who had surrounded behind him. This routine of yours is a bit old. Oh, old is old. Just be practical. You broke my precious jade. If you can't get 3 million Chinese coins, take the treasure on you. Several tall men pushed Jiang Yan. Kid, what treasures are you carrying on your body? Hand them over yourself. Is it that if I hand over my treasure, you guys won't beat me up anymore? Jiang Yan shrank his neck with a scared look. A few men looked at each other and all laughed out. Twahaha. Of course, if you break our precious jade and compensate us with a new treasure, we will naturally let you go. The cheongsam woman's mouth hung in mockery. The spirit play market is not a place for a little brother like you to come to. We're asking you to spend money to buy a lesson. I don't have that much money. Can I use my heavenly objects as collateral? Jiang Yan whispered. Heavenly object? What grade of heavenly object are you? The cheongsam woman's two eyes shone brightly. Heavenly objects can be much more precious than spiritual treasures. See for yourselves. Jiang Yan offered up the 10-square ghost order and handed it to the flag-robed woman. The cheongsam woman surveyed the 10-square ghost order, her eyes glowing. This spiritual pressure is at the very least an S-class heavenly object. Hearing this, several men hurriedly crowded over. Let us see. This color, this spirit pressure. It's definitely an S-class start. Each of them had contacted the 10-square ghost order, and just when they thought they had earned it, they were suddenly able to see some dark shadows that surrounded them. Am I blind? The cheongsam woman was filled with confusion. A few burly men were also looking around in shock. What is that? Zhang-san, aren't you dead? You. The cheongsam woman also suddenly let out a miserable scream. Her face pale. She saw it. She saw people who had once been killed by a group of them. These dead people surrounded a few of them in death. Their faces expressionless, blood seeping from their faces. Aren't you guys dead? You guys are human or ghosts? Ah! The cheongsam woman was choked by a female grievous spirit. Her face pale. No. Don't kill me. A few strong men realized that something was wrong, and they tried to run. But they were surrounded by uncountable unjust souls to the death, and there was nowhere to run. These ghosts are all innocent tourists who have been cheated out of their money and buried in the wilderness by their gang. No, don't kill me. I know it's wrong. I shouldn't have snatched your spiritual treasures. I'm wrong. I really know I'm wrong. Give me a chance. Give me a chance. The strong man's face paled with fear, and he trembled as he fell to his knees, constantly kowtowing to the wrong spirit. But no matter how much he kowtowed and begged for forgiveness, those unjust souls still kept approaching him, drilling into his body and devouring his organs and bowels amidst his terrified and desperate screams. Aha! The Cheongsam woman and a few strong men bled from their 7 orifices and died horizontally in the street. Jiang Yan always had his hands in his pockets, leaning against the wall, watching the good show. The 10 square ghost order, like the red paper umbrella, was a divine gift that belonged to him by nature. Other people can't use the 10 ghosts order even if they get it, but they can see the dead souls wandering in the world through the 10 ghosts order, and even touch the dead souls and be touched by the dead souls. Jiang Yan looked at these innocent ghosts. People know ghosts are scary. Ghosts know people are poisonous. You were brutally killed by this group in your lifetime, and you have been transformed into ghosts that are unwilling to leave for a long time, wandering around this place. Now that the sinner has been tortured to death by your own hands, it is time for your grievances to dissipate and head for reincarnation. The unjust souls were kneeling on the ground, kowtowing to Jiang Yan continuously. Jiang Yan understood what they meant and said indifferently, the souls of these people will be sent to the infernal hell, tortured for eternity with no possibility of reincarnation. The Cheongsam woman and a few strong men whose souls had left their bodies heard Jiang Yan's words and immediately let out mournful screams before they were penetrated through their souls by a few hooks and pulled into hell. Chapter 54, Encountering a Fae? Slowly simmer over low heat and reduce the juice over high heat. Take a look, Lu. The best 100-year-old spirit pearl grass, now selling cheaply, only $500,000 for one plant. The vendor selling the spirit grass yelled loudly. Jiang Yan directly ignored these vendors and went straight to an elegantly fronted store. The 100 Herb Hall. The 100 Herb Hall came from under the 100 Herb Group, specializing in the sale and acquisition of 10-year and 100-year spirit herbs. Only this kind of store is backed by a big group, with the reputation of the 100 Herb Group as a guarantee, will not appear to rip off people. Hello sir, what service do you need? Jiang Yan had just walked into the 100 Herb Hall when the female attendant greeted him with a smile. Selling 10 years of spirit herbs. Jiang Yan laughed. Okay. The waitress smiled faintly. Please take a seat first. I'll make you a pot of tea. No need. I'm in a hurry. Convert all these 10-year spirit herbs into amounts and transfer them to this card of mine. Hundreds of 10-year spirit herbs swarmed out from the 10 Directions Ghost Order, pushing a corner of the 100 Herb Hall full. It's so many. The waitress was dumbfounded, realizing that she had an expensive guest today. She quickly smiled and said, Sir, is it convenient for you to leave a phone number? Inconvenient. Jiang Yan faintly said, Okay. The waitress said no more and hurriedly greeted the people to check the year of the spirit herbs and confirm the price of the spirit herbs. After 10 minutes had passed, the female attendant handed Jiang Yan the card and receipt with a smile. Sir, you have sold a total of 103 10-year spirit herbs, with a total value of 96,580,000. Jiang Yan gave a faint sent the card into the 10 Directions Ghost Order, and left the 100 Herb Hall in a light-hearted manner. He's now shaken up and gone straight to being a multi-millionaire. However, in this world, money was the thing that retained the least value. Because of the danger of foreign beasts and foreign races, a large city could be destroyed at any time. Jiang Yan was walking back when he suddenly felt a chill. His face was as normal, the corners of his mouth slightly upturned. Here it comes. Giggle. A golden feather that emitted coldness instantly killed Jiang Yan's neck. Bang! Jiang Yan snapped his fingers and rubbed out a sonic boom. It directly shattered the golden flying feather. Several streams of colorful figures rapidly approached Jiang Yan, and they had large feathered wings behind them that shone brightly and emitted golden flare. The face value is too high, so it's true that you'll be stared at by the Fae when you walk on the road. Jiang Yan shook his head helplessly as he held down the 2 alien races that were killing him with both hands. Bang! He pushed hard, and the 2 foreigners instantly fell back 100 meters, leaving a trail on the ground. The golden light flashed under the eyes of the golden feathered man in the air, and thousands of golden feathers coalesced out of thin air, each of which was enough to penetrate through SS-grade alloys. Giggling and giggling, the flying feathers in the sky broke through the sound barrier and surrounded Jiang Yan at an extremely fast speed, sealing all of Jiang Yan's retreat paths for extermination. Buzz! Jiang Yan once again rubbed the sonic boom with his bare hands, shattering the roiling feathers in the air alive. What? The golden feathered man's face was horrified as his golden flare true feather was shattered just like that. In the next moment, he only felt his ankles being clutched by a huge force, and without waiting for him to react, his body tilted uncontrollably and slammed down to the ground. Boom dash! The ground was smashed out of a large pit by a huge force. Jiang Yan clapped his hands and looked at the man in the pit. Hey! Still alive? Ow! A sharp phoenix cry. Golden light. The dust and smoke in the pit receded, and the golden-feathered man stood in the air, his forehead covered in blood, staring at Jiang Yan in death. Jiang Yan cheerfully applauded, worthy of being a foreigner, is resistant to beatings. In other words, ordinary people buy me so a fall, has become meat mud. Ghost immortal, you will die today, the golden-feathered man hissed. Several streaming figures once again killed Jiang Yan, their auras lingering around them, transforming into several spirit swords, chopping Jiang Yan from different directions. Buzz off! Jiang Yan snapped his fingers 3 times and rubbed out 3 sonic booms, directly shattering the spirit swords of several birdmen alive. My precious feathered sword, how is this possible? Is he a monster? The several birdmen were all dumbfounded. These spirit swords were transformed from the hardest and sharpest treasure feathers on their bodies, indestructible and invincible. Now it was shattered by a sonic boom rubbed by Jiang Yan's bare hands. How terrifying was this? Jiang Yan laughed lightly. The Feather Clan just sent you few losers to kill me? It's a bit too much to look down on me. The golden-feathered man's face was ugly. Lowly human, my clan's marshal clan will be arriving soon. You're bound to die today. I'm so scared. Can you spare my life? Jiang Yan very naturally raised his hands. The golden-feathered man sneered. Indeed, you are a lowly human race. Even if you kowtow to me now and beg for forgiveness, I won't let you leave alive. That's still a bit troublesome. Jiang Yan scratched his head, then sighed. Hey, it's really better to kill you guys for convenience. At those words, the golden-feathered man's faces changed drastically. You dare! My clan's heavenly pride will be here soon. How dare you make a move against us? Jiang Yan didn't bother to talk nonsense with them anymore and smiled faintly. Black flame. In the next moment, the black flames were like a chain, killing several birdmen from different directions. Save. A birdman's feathers were attached by black flames, instantly spreading all over his body, and he kept emitting hysterical screams in the air. Jiang Yan purposely let him live a little longer to feel the sensation of this black flames burning his body. This is called stewing slowly over a small fire. Jiang Yan revealed a harmless smile. Several clansmen in succession were ignited by the black flames and let out desperate screams. The golden-feathered man's face turned pale. You can't kill me. My brother is a third-ranked martial sect. If you kill me, he won't let you go. But didn't you just say that I'm bound to die today? I'm going to die. What's wrong with pulling you as a cushion? Jiang Yan asked with a smile. The golden-feathered man saw the horrible killing intent from the bottom of Jiang Yan's eyes, and he was so scared that his legs went soft and he fell to his knees, trembling. No, don't kill me. No, aha. The black flames instantly set the gold-feathered man ablaze, and as he swooped through the air and rolled on the ground, he was never able to extinguish the black flames. This black inflammation was like a maggot attached to their bones, penetrating deep into their internal organs and finally burning their souls. Once burned by the black flames, even after death, the soul will never have peace. Hua Luo. A long whistle came from a man with golden-winged rock feathers as he swooped down from the air at breakneck speed. Brother! Save me! Ah! Save me! The golden-feathered man let out a mournful scream. The golden-winged rock stared at Jiang Yan with ferocious eyes. Human! Take back the flame! Don't look at me with such eyes, law! I'll be scared! Jiang Yan raised his hands very cooperatively. The golden-winged rock thought that Jiang Yan had agreed to withdraw the black flames out of fear. So he turned to the golden-feathered man and comforted him. It's all right, brother. It won't hurt anymore in a moment. Jiang Yan had a smile at the corner of his mouth. You can collect the juice on high heat. In the next moment, the black flames, which were still weak, suddenly penetrated deep into the bone marrow and burned the soul. Ah dash! The golden-feathered man let out a desperate and mournful scream, and was burned to ashes in front of the golden-winged rock. The golden-winged rock looked at this scene incredulously, his hands trembling. Brother! Oops, accidentally burned him to death. See how handsome I am. Can you forgive me? Jiang Yan heatedly smiled as if he really did accidentally burn his brother to death. Chapter 55, Empty Hand Receives White Blade. Ghost Sickle Beheads Heaven's Pride. The muscles of the golden-winged rock were twitching all over his body, and because of his anger, his forehead was covered with veins and the corners of his mouth twitched back and forth. His bloodshot eyes stared at Jiang Yan in death. Human! I want you to live a life worse than death. So scary. Can't you stop scaring me? The corner of Jiang Yan's mouth rose slightly. Oh yeah, can you feathers eat? I want to open a roasted bird store. You seek death. The golden-winged rock's eyes were bloodshot as it transformed into a golden light and killed Jiang Yan at extreme speed. He held a golden three-pointed halberd in his hand, erupting with terrifying spiritual energy that instantly tore the earth apart and made the air incomparably thin. Bang! Jiang Yan caught the halberd with his bare hands, shocking his tiger's mouth with pain. Not bad. Third rank 8. Something. No wonder it was able to shock his arm to the point of numbness, so it was almost stepping into the 4th rank. he was still only at the first rank of the second order, and facing a third-ranked, eighth-ranked foreigner head-on was indeed a bit troublesome. Of course, it's only a bit of a pain in the ass. The golden winged rock continuously injected spiritual energy into the three-pointed halberd, pressing down on Jiang Yan's feet as the earth crumbled and half of his legs sank deep into it. Bang! With his physical body, Jiang Yan violently shook the three-pointed halberd back as he pulled his legs out of the ground and casually brushed the dust off his body. The golden winged rock's face was shocked. How could this person's strength be so terrifying that he was able to repel his three-pointed halberd? He was the pride of the Feather clan. Even the clan elders were no match for him. He had 100 tons of divine power in one hand, combined with the Feather clan's supreme treasure, the golden rock three-pointed halberd. He was able to reach 1,000 tons of strength. Even so, surprisingly, not a single halberd blasted the human in front of him into pieces. This person's fleshly body. How terrifying it was. Ah, my hands are numb. Jiang Yan shook his hand and kept whining. Like a rainbow through the world. The golden winged rock decided to fight quickly and directly used his martial skill. The three-pointed halberd flowed with golden luminescence, and the space around him trembled. Die! Boom! How is this possible? The golden winged rock was shocked. Jiang Yan had a smile on his face as he put his hands together and held the halberd down in a raw manner. Empty hands catch white knives. However, this halberd was truly terrifying. Jiang Yan's upper body clothing had already been churned to pieces by the flowing fluorescent light, and if he hadn't reached the second level of his immortal Dao collection, his flesh and blood would be churned to pieces by the raging stream of light. This can't be. This is impossible. The golden winged rock's face was hard to see. What's so impossible about seeing less? Jiang Yan laughed. To be able to shatter my arm muscles, I should indeed praise you. Jiang Yan appreciated from the bottom of his heart. His voice grew cold, but that's about all you have to boast about. To be able to die under me, you should feel honored. The aura on Jiang Yan's body became strangely majestic, instantly as if the heavens were tilting, and an ancient ghost god appeared behind him. The golden winged rock felt the horrible killing intent, and he saw his own death in the eyes of Jiang Yan. It turned out that in Jiang Yan's eyes, he was already a dead man. Ghost god true marshal. Jiang Yan kicked the frozen golden winged rock away, and with a stretch of his right hand, the ghost god behind him instantly transformed into a Rakshasa ghost scythe, which appeared in Jiang Yan's hand. The moment the Rakshasa ghost sickle appeared, the air became thin, making it difficult to breathe, and the surrounding temperature instantly fell into the 0 point, like coming to the netherworld. Help me, spare me, let my soul dissipate. The desperate screams of the dead souls kept coming from the Rakshasa ghost scythe. The golden winged rock was so frightened by this shocking scene that he fell back in his steps. His sixth sense told him, run right now, run now. Perhaps there is a silver lining, but it was as if his legs were out of control. Unable to move the slightest bit, he swallowed and looked down stiffly, and then his pupils trembled and his body trembled. At his feet, there were countless dead souls, with those dry and miserable white hands, constantly pulling him downward, trying to pull him into hell. Scram! Get away! The golden winged rock was terrified to the extreme and disorganized, waving the three-pointed halberd in his hand to disperse the dead souls under his feet. You! What kind of divine gift are you? The golden winged rock glared, colorfully questioning. Jiang Yan held the Rakshasa ghost scythe and laughed faintly. Won't you know when you die? In the next moment, his figure disappeared in place, and by the time the golden winged rock returned to his senses, a bizarre scythe was already across his neck. Clank! He rushed to block with his three-pointed halberd, and the terrifyingly huge force lifted his entire body over, and his arm was even shocked with severe pain. His tiger's mouth cracked, and his bones were broken. What is this? What kind of weapon is this? The golden winged rock was completely flustered. His proud golden winged three-pointed halberd was a joke in front of this ghost scythe. What kiloton artifacts are simply unbeatable? The golden winged rock stiffened and looked towards the three-pointed halberd. The corners of his mouth twitched, and in the end, he actually laughed maniacally. Ah. To die under such a killing weapon. I have no regrets in death. Where the golden winged three-pointed halberd collided with the ghost scythe, there was already an opening and it began to chafe continuously. Human, even if I die today, I will still make you suffer a severe injury. There will be no possibility of cultivation in the future. The golden winged rock swooped into the sky like a small sun, killing Jiang Yan at extreme speed. Give me a burial. The golden winged rock hissed. Jiang Yan laughed. Let me bury you? His smile dissipated and only grimness remained. Are you qualified? In the next moment, a black crescent moon condensed into substance, as if it was surrounded by countless unjust souls, and slashed straight through the golden winged rock's body. Boom! The golden winged rock blasted a halberd at Jiang Yan, which was easily received by Jiang Yan without the slightest injury. Looking at the golden winged rock again, Black blood slowly oozed out of the corner of his mouth, and he stiffly reached out to wipe it, but half of his arm fell straight to the ground. He looked at Jiang Yan in confusion, only to feel his sight gradually tilting, and in the end, he could only see Jiang Yan's legs. As it turned out, he had been split in two, only the cut was so fast that his body hadn't reacted yet. By the time he reacted, the golden-winged three-pointed halberd also shattered with a bang, and together with him, it was buried in black flames and turned into ashes. Retracting the Rakshasa ghost scythe, Jiang Yan's face was cold. My realm seems to be a bit too low. If he wasn't at the first level of the second rank, obliterating the golden-winged rock wouldn't even require the use of the ghost god true marshal. Jiang Yan remembered that he still had 10,000 years of moonflower grass. He would use the 10,000 years of spiritual grass as a guide to use the spiritual energy that had gathered in the spiritual sea during this period of time to make a breakthrough. The restrooms should be switched. Jiang Yan slowly walked towards the Zhongchang martial arts dojo. Just as he arrived at the martial arts dojo, he was enthusiastically called by the staff. "Student Jiang, your newest lounge is ready." "Well, trouble you." Jiang Yan wore a smile on his face. "No trouble, no trouble. This is what we should do." The staff hurriedly laughed. Jiang Yan was brought to the new lounge by the staff. Entering the lounge, Jiang Yan sat with his legs crossed and offered 10,000 years moonflower grass from the 10 Directions Ghost Order. By using spiritual plants and medicines as a guide, the foundation can be better stabilized, making the aura more substantial and pure, not containing impurities. Chapter 56, 4 consecutive ascensions. Aura burst out. Inside the lounge, Jiang Yan operated the primordial breathing method to the extreme. His body's spiritual energy was majestic and raging, and his spiritual energy was released outwardly, lingering around Jiang Yan's body. During this period of time, he had absorbed too many remnant souls and experienced countless trials and tribulations, and with the addition of the original breathing method absorbing aura at all times, he had long been able to raise several minor realms. 10,000-year-old moonflower grass. Jiang Yan's mind moved, and he offered the 10,000 years spiritual grass out from the 10 Directions Ghost Order, refining it in an instant. The radiant moonflower was hazy and transformed into medicinal properties. Flying into Jiang Yan's body, used the 10,000-year-old spiritual grass as a guide to lay the foundation. Compared to martial artists of the same realm, his aura would be purer, his foundation solid, and he would be able to go farther in the future. Boom dash! As the 10,000 years moonflower grass was integrated into Jiang Yan's body, the aura that was as majestic as the mountains and seas could no longer be suppressed and erupted into a terrifying aura. Jiang Yan only felt a wave of relief as his minor realm was being broken through layer by layer. Under the pull of the 10,000 years of moonflower grass, the pure aura directly penetrated his limbs and bones. Second order twofold. Second order triple. Second order 4. Second order 5. Jiang Yan slowly opened his eyes. His ink hair was windless, aura lingered around him, and all the items in the lounge were floating in the air, breaking through 4 minor realms in a row. Jiang Yan's mouth was tinged with a smile as he tried clenching his fists, and an aura burst forth. This was the effect of the 10,000 years moonflower grass. The aura stored in his spiritual sea became incomparably pure, and he was able to achieve an outward release of his aura. Jiang Yan tried to control his aura as his right fist blasted forward and a majestic aura burst out. Boom! Only a deafening thud was heard. Jiang Yan was directly dumbfounded in place. He was just casually swinging his fist, plus his aura bursting out, and surprisingly, he directly flattened the new lounge that had just been switched. He slammed his mouth and called for the staff. He thought he might have to get a new restroom again. This aura burst is much better than rubbing a sonic boom with your bare hands. Jiang Yan had a flash of light. If I blast out a sonic boom together with an aura burst, will it be more powerful? Jiang Yan was a man of action, and he raised his hand with the intention of rubbing a sonic boom plus a burst of aura. The afterglow caught a glimpse of the wrecked lounge and instantly thrust his hands back into his pockets. I'd better go rub the sonic boom in the training room before I ruin the rest of the lounge again. He went straight through the blasted flat lounge to the built-in training room, leaving the training room barrier open to prevent it from spilling over into the rest of the room. With all the protective measures in place, Jiang Yan stretched his back and began rubbing the sonic boom with his bare hands. Buzz dash! The disorganized sonic boom was rubbed out by Jiang Yan, plus the aura burst. Jiang Yan operated the original breathing method and was able to master the aura output perfectly. The turbulent sonic boom from the rubbing coupled with the burst of aura instantly formed a small, twisted black hole. Jiang Yan's right hand was on the verge of being twisted and swallowed by the small black hole. Holy, is this the invention of a black hole version of spiral pill? Jiang Yan strained to control the small black hole. He was really having trouble controlling the disordered energy. Dislodging the small black hole, it twisted all the matter around it and collided onto the barrier of the training room. It should be fine, right? Jiang Yan swallowed his saliva. In the next moment, the barrier made a clicking sound of shattering. Holy, the barrier is going to shatter. It was necessary to stabilize the small black hole quickly, or else it was going to be a big trouble. Ghost God True Marshal. Jiang Yan no longer hesitated, directly offering his Rakshasa Ghost Scythe. A black horizontal slash was about to dissolve the small black hole. A bizarre scene appeared. The small black hole collided with the black crescent of the Rakshasa Ghost Scythe, unexpectedly producing a dazzling white light. Jiang Yan knew what was going to happen. Awful. Jiang Yan scratched his head helplessly. In the next second, the eye-catching white light exploded violently. Boom! This shocking sound caused the entire Zhengchang martial arts dojo to tremble. What was that commotion just now? I feel like my ears are going deaf. I'm not sure. It seems to be coming from the lounge side. Several staff members rushed over at the sound of the noise, and when they saw the tragic situation in the restroom, all of their faces stiffened and they were dumbfounded in place. The lounge? There's no lounge left. It's all been leveled. It seems like a gas tank exploded. Jiang Yan, whose face was darkened by the explosion, scratched his head in embarrassment and smiled sarcastically, revealing a mouthful of large white teeth. Several staff members had red eyes. The gas tank exploded? Every lounge here is made of SS-grade vibration gold. A gas can is considered a gas can to be a genius if it can make a mark in a gas can explosion. The staff member who had previously changed Jiang Yan's restroom was in tears. Mr. Jiang Yan. No, Grandpa Jiang. You quickly put away the divine power. Quickly go and call over the earth and wood system heavenly objector. The time to build the house is up. The staff cried with tears. Jiang Yan was also strangely embarrassed. He originally thought that he had already taken good protective measures. Even if the sonic boom vortex and aura eruption were even more horrifying, they couldn't blow the barrier of the training room to pieces. I didn't realize that he wouldn't be able to resist building the barrier in this training room. Need my help. Jiang Yan hemmed and hawed. Grandpa Jiang, stay wherever you are. The staff gave Jiang Yan an arch. Jiang Yan was pushed and sent away by several staff members. Jiang Yan still wanted to say something. The door closed with a bang. I was also careless. Jiang Yan whispered. He sat in front of the Zhengchang martial arts dojo and eyed the travelers coming and going. I don't know how far the match has gone. Jiang Yan yawned. The sonic boom vortex and aura burst is so powerful. What should I name this move? The mold looks like a small black hole. Back to the basics. Let's call it a small black hole. The corner of Jiang Yan's mouth rose slightly. Little black hole. That's not a bad name. I really do have a talent for naming. At this time in the Zhengchang martial arts arena, the 8-4 match had already ended. Because Jiang Yan's turn is empty, directly one of the four, no player has any more meaning. The four were, Lu Qingmeng of the 7th middle school, Lin Feiyu of the 1st middle school, Bai Lixue of the 1st middle school and Jiang Yan of the 2nd middle school who took a turn. This semifinal is played in two-person teams, 2v2, with the winning team playing the final two-way match. Inside the martial arts dojo, both Lu Qingmeng and Lin Feiyu wanted to fight Jiang Yan, so the two of them logically formed a group. The remaining Bai Lixue and Jiang Yan naturally had no other choice and became a group by default. Bai Lixue's eyes flashed. I'm going to refuel. Don't drag your feet for Jiang Yan. Mu Shui outside. What kind of mesmerizing soup did this Jiang Yan give you in the end? He didn't give me ecstasy. Bai Lixue blinked her eyes in a droll manner. The corners of Bai Lixue's mouth rose slightly. As soon as she thought of fighting side by side with Jiang Yan tomorrow, her little heart began to thump. She didn't understand what it felt like. Is this what it's like to meet your own kind? Just when Bai Lixue couldn't stop the corners of her mouth from rising, her cell phone suddenly rang. She glanced at the caller, frowned lightly, and picked up the phone. Daddy. Chapter 57 Double SS Divine Giver? He's still a one-trick pony. Early the next morning, Jiang Yan was awakened by a knock on the door. Jiang Yan was very dissatisfied. What are you arguing about in the morning? He opened the door to the lounge and saw Zhou Pang with a panicked look on his face. Brother Jiang. It's bad. Something big is bad. Zhou Pang said anxiously. Your brother, I'm fine. Jiang Yan faintly said. What exactly is the matter? Brother Jiang, don't you know yet? The semifinals are 2v2, and you're in the same group as first high school flower. Bai Lixue. Jiang Yan yawned. Isn't that quite good? But the problem is, Bai Lixue suddenly just gave up the competition and left Zhengchang. Zhou Pang swallowed his saliva. Brother Jiang, do you know what this means? Jiang Yan had come to his senses by now. I'm going to fight Tuo. That's right. Brother Jiang, you're going to fight two people by yourself. Zhou Peng's face was filled with worry. Brother Jiang. Those two aren't simple. One is an SSS ranked divine giver and the other is a double SS divine giver. Jiang Yan yawned. I thought it was something much bigger. In the future, this kind of thing should not come to call me in a hurry and disturb my rest. Back at the ancient king's mountain ruins, he had fought one against 100 martial sectors. What was 1 against 2? Jiang Yan stretched his waist. I'm looking forward to seeing if these two human celestials can let me battle it out. Lunchtime has come and gone, and the semi-finals have officially begun. Old Jiang, if you really can't do it, just admit defeat. There's no shame in it. Inside the preparation room, Zhang Xiaoshang was filled with worry. He knew that Jiang Yan was an absolute demon, but the two opponents he was facing were likewise not ordinary people. Lu Qingmeng, the strongest of the 7, SSS Divine Providence, known as the 100 Flowers Fairy. Lin Feiyu, a dual SS ranked Divine Giver, known as the Twin-Born Supreme. Old Zhang, don't worry, I know what's in my heart. Jiang Yan faintly smiled. With the referee's whistle, the contestants walked into the martial arts arena at the same time. With a distance of 20 meters, Jiang Yan smiled at the two men. Lu Qingmeng smiled brightly. Jiang Yan, I'm glad to finally fight you. Don't worry, Lin Feiyu and I won't attack you at the same time. Lin Feiyu raised his eyebrows. Ghosty mortal, I'll be the first to challenge you. I'll make you lose. Facing the two people in the strongest ranks of this year's martial arts competition, Jiang Yan smiled faintly. I think it's best for you guys to go together. Otherwise, you won't even know how you lost. Jiang Yan's words immediately caused everyone present to fall into silence. After a long time, the corners of Lin Feiyu's mouth hooked into a smile. You're really getting more and more interesting to me. Referee, the match can begin. Seeing that both sides were ready, the referee called the match. Boom dash, the referee's voice had just fallen. Lin Feiyu had already arrived in front of Jiang Yan, and swept a whip leg across the air. The terrifying speed made people smack their lips, completely unable to see. Jiang Yan did not panic and raised his arm to block the lightning-fast whip leg. In the next moment, Lin Feiyu had already appeared behind Jiang Yan, his body surrounded by green-colored streams of light, and he blasted a palm towards Jiang Yan's heart. Bang! With a dull thud, Lin Feiyu arched his body and violently flew out horizontally. The referee was so jaw-dropped watching that he even forgot to commentate. What a fast return punch. If it wasn't for the slow replay, even I didn't see him strike. The referee's voice was full of shock. Lu Qingmeng, who was always watching the show, was full of excitement. That's it. That's it. That's the kind of opponent I want. Jiang Yan, let me see more. Cough. Worthy of being a ghost immortal, his fleshly body is surprisingly so strong. In the first wave of fleshly body collision, Lin Feiyu lost, and lost convincingly. He rose from the ground and wiped away the blood at the corner of his mouth as a green aura flashed in his eyes. Green peak seal. A treasure silver that lingered with green she flew out, rapidly becoming larger. Space trembled, as if it was a huge mountain, fiercely pressing towards Jiang Yan. Lin Feiyu's SS grade heavenly artifact, the green peak seal. This is the first time he's ever sacrificed it, and in previous matches, he was able to crush his opponents with his physical body alone. There was absolutely no need to sacrifice the divine providence. However, facing Jiang Yan, after only one round, he offered up his SS grade heavenly object. Shun, Lin Feiyu shouted. Boom dash, with a loud bang, a horrifying scene appeared, and everyone sucked in a breath of cold air, only to see Jiang Yan raise his left hand high, surprisingly supporting the continuously falling Qingfeng seal with one hand. Even Lin Feiyu had shock written all over his face. What a strong physical body this is. He quickly calmed down. Jiang Yan, I admit that the physical body is very strong, but the match is over. You were suppressed by my Qingfeng seal, and there is no more possibility of escape. The green peak seal would become heavier and heavier over time, increasing by 1,000 pounds per second. The earth under Jiang Yan's feet was crushed, which could be several times heavier than the golden winged rock's golden rock three-pointed halberd. Jiang Yan took a deep breath and operated the original breathing method, constantly recovering his state. The tendons in his left arm skyrocketed, his clothes tore, and his forehead was covered with veins. Rise! With a loud bang, Jiang Yan single-handedly toppled the green peak seal. Boom dash! The green peak seal smashed through the martial arts arena. In the next instant, the martial arts arena was transformed. Lin Feiyu's pupils contracted violently. How is this possible? To overturn my green peak seal with one hand. He quickly calmed down and carefully observed Jiang Yan. Looking at him, he was already doing his best just to break free from the suppression of the green peak seal. Jiang Yan, you're already at the end of your rope. Lin Feiyu laughed maniacally. Martial Dao Heavenly Eye. A haze of light blossomed in the center of his brow, penetrating heaven and earth. In an instant, a layer of white mist lingered around him as his entire body reached the realm of permeability, and his battle power directly soared by as much as 10 times. SS grade psychic ability Wu Dao Heavenly Eyes. In addition to soaring their own battle power by 10 times, they were also able to see through falsehoods, gain insight into brokenness, and even slow down the movements of the person in front of them indefinitely. 1 minute, settle you. Lin Feiyu was arrogant and unruly. His speed also soared tenfold, and in less than a breath, he killed in front of Jiang Yan, swinging out 100 punches in a row, each punch mixed with the sound of sonic booms, roaring continuously. He saw Jiang Yan's rules of movement as true. Wherever Jiang Yan went to defend, he would bombard in a different place. However, in the next moment, he instantly chilled and felt death. Under the slowing down of his martial heavenly eyes, Jiang Yan's body still quickly erupted pure aura around him, surging and surging, capable of instantly obliterating all existence. Lin Feiyu sensed the danger of death as he quickly retreated. Just when he thought he had dodged Jiang Yan's burst of aura, Jiang Yan grabbed at his arm. Under the slowing down of his martial heavenly eyes, the speed at which Jiang Yan reached out and grabbed him didn't change at all. No, it wasn't that it hadn't changed, it was that his speed was too fast. And even with the slow down of the martial heavenly eyes, it still wasn't a speed that he could dodge. Boom! A terrifying light flashed, and the entire Zhongchang martial arts dojo shook. Jiang Yan used his aura to burst out, directly blowing Lin Feiyu's eyes white and losing consciousness. In the viewing gallery, someone swallowed his saliva and said in shock, "That loud noise just now, was it yesterday's explosion? Seems like it." So the person who blew up hundreds of lounges with that shocking bang yesterday was the Ghost Immortal. Everyone felt like they had a lump in their throat and didn't dare to speak up. Ghost Immortal. What kind of demon is that? P.S. This book is not yet out of the ratings. Like the book friends can give a good review. By the way, I'm looking for reviews and free gifts. I love you guys. Chapter 58 SSS Divine Giver's Duel. This won't work? Jiang Yan was filled with confusion. No way. He just used an aura burst and straight away Lin Feiyu was seconded? This is too unresistant. He's one of the top 4 in the Zhongchang martial arts competition. And that's all he's got? Jiang Yan shook his head, feeling disappointed. If anyone knew what Jiang Yan had in mind, their eyes would definitely glaze over in shock. How powerful Lin Feiyu was. These students in the viewing gallery knew better than anyone else. They had witnessed Lin Feiyu's proud battle record, pushing all the players across the board. However, in Jiang Yan's opinion, Lin Feiyu was nothing more than a stray fish with one move. It's this glaring disparity that causes the most despair. Ghost Immortal. Just how powerful is it? Worthy of you. A burst of applause rang out. Lu Qingmeng had a smile on her face as she slowly walked towards Jiang Yan. To strike is to kill in seconds. It's worthy of being the man I have my eye on. Before I spar with you, do you want to add some colorful prizes? Lu Qingmeng's eyes were filled with excitement. If I win, you will become my slave. If I lose, she looked at Jiang Yan and licked her red lips. I'll be your lover. The moment these words came out, a clamor went up from the viewing gallery. Holy, what kind of tiger and wolf words is this from the 100 Flower Fairy? Whether he loses or wins, he's rewarding him. 100 Flower Fairy, let me spar with you. I'll willingly admit defeat. Ooh, if I had known such a good thing, I would have stuck it out until the semi-finals even if I died in battle. Everyone hated to replace Jiang Yan and become Lu Qingmeng's cutting opponent. Whether they lose or win, what a reward for them. Looking at Jiang Yan again, when he heard Lu Qingmeng's words, he directly froze in place, tilting his head in disbelief. Ha ha! Lu Qingmeng winked at Jiang Yan. How about it? The lottery is very tempting. I think it's you who's crazy. Jiang Yan said indifferently. Not bad. Lu Qingmeng was indeed beautiful beyond words. But Jiang Yan was different from other men, because he's Sigma Man. Sigma Man would never fall into a woman's trap. Jiang Yan held a smile at the corner of his mouth. Miss Lu, your lottery is indeed very tempting, but allow me to decline. The crowd in the viewing gallery instantly boiled. What? Ghost Fairy, is he a man or not? He can even refuse such a colorful prize. He's simply not human. Heavens, it's worthy of being a ghost immortal, not shaken by female colors, and with a firm Taoist heart. The future will be a great Tao. Even Shen Wenba and the others in the VIP seats were dumbfounded. Good, what a teenage boy. Shen Wenba laughed out loud. Zhou Wenshan was also full of admiration. Not bad. This son will become a great man in the future. Jiang Yan didn't realize that just because he had refused Lu Qingmeng's colorful offer, he had caused the crowd to be shocked and impressed. It doesn't matter. If you don't agree to my colorful offer, then I'll break your limbs, make you my slave. The bottom of Lu Qingmeng's eyes were filled with madness. She laughed maniacally, and with her as the square circle, vines with thorns instantly grew, killing Jiang Yan at extreme speed. Ghost Fairy, please me to your heart's content. Buzz. With a terrifying roar, Jiang Yan rubbed out a sonic boom with his bare hands, instantly churning the incoming vines to pieces. In the next moment, he realized that he was actually penetrated by a branch and nailed on top of an acacia tree. Jiang Yan raised his eyebrows. Illusion? It is really not to be underestimated. Jiang Yan operated the original breathing method, instantly reaching the realm of penetration. Seeing through the illusion, Ah ha 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 ha, ghost immortal. This won't work. Lu Qingming's eyes were filled with pleasure. Beautiful young lady. Saying that men can't do this kind of thing can't be said casually, Jiang Yan said with a smile. He had already cracked the illusion, and with one step, the great earthquake shattered, instantly killing Lu Qingming. Clanking, Jiang Yan blasted out a fist, which was blocked by the petals lingering around Lu Qingming. Dash. Jiang Yan frowned slightly. His fist was unexpectedly chopped by the petals with countless wounds and began to bleed. One must know that he had remodeled his physical body 3 times and had cultivated the immortal Dao collection to the 2nd level. Even so, his fist was still chopped by the petals lingering around Lu Qingming. One flower, one world, one leaf, one Bodhi. Lu Qingming's mouth was tinged with a smile. Ghost immortal, you've underestimated these petals. Each petal contains the energy of a world. 100 flowers. Lu Qingming smiled brightly. In an instant, thousands of petals weaved into a seamless net, suppressing Jiang Yan. Ghost martial solution. Jiang Yan's mind moved, and thousands of ghost martial swords appeared, colliding with the overwhelming petals. Clanking, a clear and pleasant voice echoed in the martial arts arena. Everyone looked dumbfounded. The scene was too dreamy. The sword and the petals dancing together like a dream. What should I do? I suddenly feel that the 100-flower fairy and the ghost fairy go together. What a joke! The ghost fairy and goddess Yi are obviously a couple. Ha ha, that's all old news. Ghost fairy broke up with Yiran a long time ago. Broke up? Does this mean that I can get high on the pair of ghost fairy and 100 flowers fairy? Boom dash! With a shocking sound, the sword and petals dissipated. The first fight between the two was a winner and a loser. Jiang Yan was surprised. This is the first time someone has been able to crack the ghost martial solution. You're also the first person to survive my 100 blossoms. Ryu Qingming narrowed her eyes and licked her lips. Ghost fairy, I'm really liking you more and more. Don't. I advise you to keep your distance from me, Jiang Yan said in a hurry. Ah ha 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 ha, that's not up to you. Lu Qingming's eyes were filled with madness. I've got my eye on you. You belong to me. Her steps were light, and with every step she landed, a sapling grew extremely fast, growing into a huge wooden man that kept approaching Jiang Yan. The earth trembled with every step the wooden giant took. Jiang Yan sacrificed the 10 directions ghost order. Earth Kuei and Heaven Kuei, don't show yourself yet. As soon as the words fell, 2 balls of black gas flew out from the 10 ghost orders and transformed into 2 stout and tall monsters, letting out angry roars as they battled with the wood giant. At this you have a way to deal with it too. I'm really happy. Finally someone can pleasure me so much, said Ryu Simu with a big smile. Emerald streams of light encircled her right hand, and a bow and arrow containing vitality was revealed. Lu Qingming wore a smile on her face as she lightly pulled the bowstring with her jade hand, and 3 arrows containing vitality instantly shot towards Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan took a deep breath. Small black hole. The sonic boom vortex and the aura bursts instantly intersected, generating terrifying energy fluctuations that continuously devoured the matter along the way. The 3 arrows containing vitality were instantly swallowed by the small black hole. This can't even take you. Lu Qingming skimmed her mouth, her beautiful eyes looking at the small black hole that was constantly approaching. Her jade hand reversed, and a 7-colored lotus flower began to converge in the center of her palm, which continuously absorbed the vitality power of the surrounding space. Bright and eye-catching, the 7-colored lotus flower was vibrating every second, and space was fluctuating slightly. She gently let go, and the 7-colored lotus flower flew out, about to collide with the small black hole. Not good. I can feel the terrifying energy fluctuations even through the barrier. If we let that black hole come into contact with the 7-colored lotus flower, the martial arts dojo will be blown flat. All the students will be killed. Shen Wenba saw the danger of the incident at a glance. Chapter 59, Goddess? Properly psychotic. Once the little black hole was off, it was out of his control. He also felt the terrifying energy fluctuations. Oh no! We can't let the little black hole come into contact with that lotus flower. He had wanted to directly end the battle with a small black hole, but he hadn't expected that Lu Qingming would also be able to rub out such a terrifying energy vortex. If the 2 energy vortices were allowed to come into contact and explode, it would flatten the entire martial arts dojo at that time. Of all the students present, not a single one was able to survive this energy blast. Lu Qingming didn't seem to realize the seriousness of the matter at all. Her expression was full of madness, both of her eyes always staring at Jiang Yan. What to do? How do I stop the 2 from making contact? Using a red umbrella? Move the red paper umbrella in front of so many people? Jiang Yan was a bit torn in his heart. He didn't want to expose the ability of the red paper umbrella, which was his biggest card. But if he didn't use the red paper umbrella and really let the small black hole collide with the 7-colored lotus flower, the terrifying energy would be enough to kill everyone. Jiang Yan was already planning to sacrifice his red paper umbrella. Just go here. Just then, an old voice rang out. A crane-haired figure appeared, and he appeared in the middle of the small black hole and the 7-colored lotus flower, slowly raising his hands without using his spiritual power or divine gift. Just like that, he wiped out the small black hole and the 7-colored lotus flower with his hand. The two terrifying masses of energy in front of the old man seemed like two small flames that could be extinguished with a pinch of the hand. What's this old man's story? Boom! Two dull thuds came from the small black hole and the 7-colored lotus flower exploding in the old man's hands, and apart from the shocking thuds, they did not cause the old man a single bit of damage. So dangerous. If it wasn't for the old man's timely intervention, the two of you would have become sinners who slaughtered 100,000 people at the level of 100,000 people. The crane-haired old man laughed. Slaughtering 100,000 people? Jiang Yan froze. That's right. The crane-haired old man looked at Jiang Yan with a smile. The energy collision between the two of you is not as simple as leveling the Zhengcheng martial arts dojo, but rather 100 miles in every direction, with not an inch of grass left to grow. Ignoring the old man, Lu Qingmeng moved quickly and killed Jiang Yan once again, her right hand holding a spirit sword, instantly slashing at Jiang Yan's right arm. Jiang Yan narrowed his eyes and instantly sacrificed the ghost god true marshal. The Rakshasa ghost scythe collided with the spirit sword, instantly knocking Lu Qingmeng back tens of meters. Lu Qingmeng licked her lips. Ghost immortal, don't let the others draw your attention. Our battle isn't over yet. She once again killed Jiang Yan, who was holding the Rakshasa ghost scythe, which instantly haunted the black flames and fought with Lu Qingmeng's spirit sword. Clank dash. With a crunching sound, the Rakshasa ghost scythe directly hacked the spirit sword to pieces. Ha! Lu Qingmeng was surprised. Jiang Yan raised his hand and swung out a punch, interspersed with bursts of aura, intending to end the fight. Boom! The punch was still blocked by the petals, and Jiang Yan's left fist began to burst with blood. Lu Qingmeng smiled brightly. I was born with these petals, and no one has ever been able to harm me through them. Is that so? Jiang Yan had a smile on his lips. Then let me punch through these obnoxious petals of yours. Jiang Yan operated the original breathing method. His wounds rapidly healed, and violently slammed into Lu Qingmeng. Boom dash. The punch was blocked by the petals. Boom boom dash. The fist was still blocked by the petals. Boom 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 dash. Jiang Yan summoned all his strength and blasted out 3 more punches in a row. Even with the original breathing method to recover from his injuries, his fists were still chopped up by the petals to reveal white bones. It's all been said that no one can harm. Before Lu Qingmeng's words fell, her beautiful eyes instantly rounded and filled with shock. She murmured softly, How is this possible? Under Jiang Yan's exchange of injuries for kills and constant bombardment with his fists, Lu Qingmeng's petals were unexpectedly unable to recover. Not bad. She had a limited number of petals, and broken petals needed time to recover. But the speed at which Jiang Yan blasted the petals was too fast, so fast that the dissipated petals could not be repaired in time. Gradually, the petals that lingered around Lu Qingmeng gradually thinned out, and in the end, not even one was left. Lu Qingmeng's beautiful eyes were filled with tremors. My petals. What responded to her was Jiang Yan's bloodied fist. The punch was fast and hard, violently hitting Lu Qingmeng's abdomen. Dash. Lu Qingmeng's face twisted. The petal protection she was proud of was shattered by Jiang Yan, and before she could regain her senses, a heavy blow to her abdomen caused her eyes to roll upwards, and her entire body instantly flew out horizontally. Boom dash. Flying horizontally, Lu Qingmeng crashed through the barrier and smashed deeply into the wall, blood flowing from the corners of his mouth, his eyes filled with tremors. This is impossible. How is this possible? She raised her head fiercely, her eyes staring dead at Jiang Yan, trembling. This is entirely possible. Because it's this man, the man I recognize, the man I'm looking at. Her mouth was full of blood and her eyes stared greedily at Jiang Yan. Ghost immortal, you are indeed the man of my destiny. Ka-ching. Her arm jerked away from the wall, and then her entire body left the wall and lunged at Jiang Yan at an extremely fast speed. Holy, this isn't even dead? Jiang Yan was completely dumbfounded. He had used his full strength in this punch, and could at least kill 50 Leijianming. Ghost immortal. Instead of attacking Jiang Yan, Lu Qingmeng directly pounced on Jiang Yan, like a wombat. Hanging on to him, she frantically rubbed her face against Jiang Yan, rubbing all the blood on her body onto Jiang Yan's clothes, her eyes staring at Jiang Yan greedily. What the hell is this? Is this woman crazy? Go down. Get off of me. Jiang Yan was furious. He used his aura to burst out, but he couldn't even shake Lu Qingmeng off of him. Jiang Yan, you're so great, I like you so much, we are destined to be together. Lu Qingmeng's eyes trembled. Living like a psychopath. The crane-haired old man at the side laughed and shook his head. From ancient times to the present, the SSS-class god-givers who have had records are more or less mentally unbalanced. This is also a common problem of SSS divine gifted people. Their spirit is difficult to bear the strong power brought by the divine gift, and it will result in behavioral logic that is different from the norm. Jiang Yan, who had Lu Qingmeng hanging from his body, stated, "This is more than just being different. This is completely psychotic." Zhou Wenshan laughed. "Young man, it's you who is a bit abnormal. As an SSS-ranked divine giver, it's surprising that you don't have any problems with your spirit. He's mentally different, so naturally he won't have any problems. Does narcissism count as a mental problem?" Jiang Yan asked with a smile. "That depends on how far the narcissism goes." Zhou Wenshan stroked his white beard. Jiang Yan pondered for a moment, cheerfully said, "I feel that the whole world belongs to me most and no one is better than me. Not bad. That would fit the iron law that the SSS divine giver must be mentally ill." The old man smiled kindly. Jiang Yan's smile ceased. "No, turns out he's mentally ill himself. P.S. The male lead image is in the first chapter, so if you're curious, you can go back and take a look." Chapter 60, Winning the Championship. Guaranteed placement. Due to Bai Lishue's withdrawal in the middle of the match, Jiang Yan managed to win 1 against 2 again, and the semifinals directly turned into the finals. With Jiang Yan winning the first place, Lu Qingmeng finished second and Lin Feiyu was third. The award ceremony was filled with chants of the Ghost Fairy's name. The name Ghost Immortal also spread throughout the country at this moment. While the Zhangchang martial arts competition brought reputation to Jiang Yan, it also drew the attention of various forces. Ghost Immortal, SSS-ranked divine giver, disciple of Marshal Saint Huayuan who once suppressed him with a single slap, and the leader of this year's Zhangchang martial arts competition. Under the dim light, the man held Jiang Yan's information in his hand. One hand propped up his chin. "Not bad. A good seedling. Send a martial saint to keep an eye on him. Don't let him die." The man tapped his knuckles on the tabletop and said indifferently, "If you're not in a deadly situation, there's no need to make a move." "Understood." The old voice rang out, fading into the darkness. At this time in the Bai family in the imperial capital, the Bai family had sipped his tea and said faintly, "Schwerer, if I let you return to your home family in advance, do you have any complaints against father?" Bai Lishue, who was dressed in white, shook her head. "Lishue doesn't blame father. A competition of this level is just a child's game to you." The Bai family head laughed lightly. "Do you want to know who will win first place in the end?" Bai Lishue's eyes trembled lightly as the face of that teenager subconsciously surfaced in her mind. "The heart has the answer." She pursed her lips and shook her head. "Falling Snow doesn't know. It's a teenager named Jiang Yan. This teenager is extraordinary. An SSS-ranked God-giver." The Bai family lord's voice was cold. "Now all the forces want to draw him in. He is indeed valuable to invest in." The Bai family lord looked faintly at Bai Lishue. "Schwerer, do you think we should make a move to pull this teenager in?" Bai Lishue's face was expressionless. Her brows lowered and her expression bleak. "He is extraordinary, but compared to those saintly sons of gods in the sky, the light on his body is gone." "Not bad. It seems like you see things clearly." "Schwerer," the white family lord sneered. "An SSS-ranked God-giver is indeed an absolute demon in the tiny blue star. But in the heavens, he's only a party of heavenly pride at best." The Bai family lord stood up, and the 7th-ranked martial emperor's pressure instantly enveloped the imperial capital. Bai Lishue's face was pale. She was the main bearer of this pressure. This terrifying pressure made her unable to lift her head. Her heart was about to stop beating. "Schwerer, you have to remember that you are the White family's holy daughter, and your future is destined to be a marriage with a divine saint in the heavens, not a mole in the blue star." The Bai family lord's eyes swept over Bai Luoxue in a gloomy manner. "If I find out again that you're getting so close to that ghost immortal, I'll make him completely disappear from this world." Falling Snow knows that he is wrong. In the future, he will not have any interactions with the ghost immortal. Bai Luoxue's eyes trembled and her voice was a little choked. The Bai family lord's eyes became warm. "Schwerer, you are a gift from heaven to my Bai family. Your future is destined to belong to heaven. You are the hope of our White family's renewed glory." At this moment in the Jiang City Martial Arts Dojo, Jiang Yan, Lu Qingmeng and Lin Feiyu ascended the podium. Shen Wenba, director of the Education Bureau, and Zhou Wenshan, director of the Sacred Academy, personally handed out the rewards for the top 3 in the competition to the trio. Shen Wenba smiled and walked to Jiang Yan, placing a 1,000-year-old burning amazing flower into Jiang Yan's hand. "Kid, this burning amazing flower isn't in the least bit worse than a 10,000-year-old spiritual plant, so don't dislike it because of its vintage." Jiang Yan smiled. He was well aware of the preciousness of the burning amazing flower. A single 10-year burning amazing flower was enough to make fire divine gifters fight for their heads, let alone this 1,000-year burning amazing flower. It was feared that even the 6th order martial saint, Yang Mingzuan, was eager to obtain this 1,000-year burning amazing flower. Jiang Yan looked at Lu Qingmeng and Lin Feiyu. The two of them had also gotten the 1,000-year spirit grass, but compared to Jiang Yan's 1,000-year burning amazing flower, it was still a lot worse. There is also a gap between spiritual plants. Shen Wenba simply said a few words and stood to the side. Zhou Wenshan, the dean of the Sacred Academy, smiled as he walked towards the three, and he presented the 3 breathing methods to the 3 of them, which instantly caused the entire room to boil. Holy, I didn't see it wrong. That's a breathing technique, or the 5 elements of heavenly spirit technique. If I had known that the top 3 rewards had breathing techniques, I would have rushed to the top 3 even if I had died. Aha, jealousy makes me ugly, but I really want the breathing method. When Lu Qingmeng and Lin Feiyu saw the breathing method, they both lit up with shock. Jiang Yan received the breathing method, but he wasn't too excited, because he already had a breathing method, and it was the source of the world's breathing method, the original breath. Thank you, Mr. Zhou. Lin Feiyu looked exuberant and bowed deeply to Zhou Wenshan. Lu Qingmeng also smiled brightly as she expressed her respect to Zhou Wenshan. Zhou Wenshan was very flattered as he looked kindly at Jiang Yan, waiting for Jiang Yan's indication. Jiang Yan wasn't too excited, so he hemmed and hawed and said, "Thank you boss for sending the breathing method." Seeing Jiang Yan so calm, Zhou Wenshan was a bit surprised. He smiled and continued to speak. Besides the 1,000-year-old spirit grass and breathing method, there is also a reward for the top 3. There are still rewards? The crowd in the viewing gallery were all dumbfounded. 1,000-year spirit plants and breathing techniques were already the rarest rewards, and there were even rewards for them. Lu Qingmeng and Lin Feiyu looked at Zhou Wenshan with anticipation. Zhou Wenshan didn't sell out either. His voice was loud and clear, spreading throughout the martial arts dojo. The top 3 in this competition have the qualifications to enter my sacred academy without examination. The moment these words came out, the entire martial arts dojo fell into a death-like silence. The next moment, a clamor erupted. Holy, crazy, exemption quota for the Sacred Academy. The Sacred Academy is an academy that is on par with the Heavenly God Academy and the Martial Emperor Academy. This time it wasn't just Lu Qingmeng and Lin Feiyu. Even Jiang Yan was shocked. I was originally wondering which martial arts university to take, and this directly gave me an entry slot to a top academy. Jiang Yan was having trouble choosing. He had been hesitating between the Sacred Academy, the Martial Emperor's Academy, and the Heavenly God's Academy, not knowing which academy to take the test to. Now, well, there was no need for him to choose. The Sacred Academy had directly opened its doors to him. No. It wasn't true that the Sacred Academy had opened its doors to him, but in case the Martial Emperor Academy and the Heavenly God Academy found out that he was an unearthly, supreme demon, what to do when the door is also open to him at the same time? Isn't he in a whirlwind of difficult choices again? Hey, sometimes being too demonic is a sin. Dean Zhou, I'm so torn. I always have the feeling that the Heavenly God's Academy and the Martial Emperor's Academy will open their doors to me as well. Jiang Yan helplessly held his forehead. Hearing Jiang Yan's words, Zhou Wenshan almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. And 3 top academies opened their doors for him at the same time? Dream on. Throughout the ages, how many supreme demons have come out of China? There were no less than 1,000 SSS-ranked divine gifters, and there had never been any talk of the 3 major academies robbing people. Narcissism is a disease that has to be cured. Chapter 61, The 3 Major Academies Snatch People. Zhou Lao is in a hurry. Little friend, you're a bit overly concerned. The crane-haired Zhou Wenshan could barely maintain the smile on his face. There has to be a limit to narcissism, as well as having the 3 major academies open their doors to him at the same time. Nice try. If the Heavenly God's Academy and the Martial Emperor's Academy also opened their doors to him, his position as the Dean of the Sacred Academy would not be done. Leaving him, Jiang Yan, to do it. Imperial Capital, Heavenly God Academy. Inside the ancient study, only a dazzling blue light flashed, and a tall, moonlight-faced young girl anxiously ran to the old man's table and violently slapped the table. Grandpa. The old man did not panic and gently put the brush away. Good granddaughter. What is so anxious? Yin Lingxi beamed. I don't care. I want Jiang Yan to come to our Heavenly God Academy. I want to see him next time school starts. The old man smiled and said, Lingxi if the youngster you're talking about is really that capable, now that the martial arts exam is approaching, what is the status of our Heavenly God Academy? He will naturally take the exam here. Grandpa Yin Lingxi pouted. What if he gets into the Sacred Academy or the Martial Emperor Academy? Then wouldn't our Heavenly God Academy have one less peerless demon? The pen in the old man's hand lurched. Yeah, what if that teenager didn't come to the Heavenly God Academy and went to the other 2 academies? The old man sighed. Lingxi then in your opinion, what should Grandpa do? The ploy succeeded. Yin Lingxi's eyes flickered as she hemmed and hawed. Doesn't the Heavenly God Academy have 3 exemptions in every province? Nonsense, the old man said seriously. Those 3 exemptions from the examination are not something that can be given casually. Yin Lingxi beamed as her eyes darted around and finally laughed. Then what if Jiang Yan wins first place in the local provincial martial arts competition? The old man raised his eyes. Did the boy get it? Of course. Yin Lingxi puffed out her chest with honor. Opening his eyes again, he realized that the old man sitting at the table was no longer there. Grandpa? The old man slapped Yin Lingxi's head. What are you still standing there for? Take me to him. Don't let the old Zhou head of the Sacred Academy snatch this good seedling away. The Martial Emperor's Academy, which only passed on to males and not females, majored in the art of physical art, pursuing the ultimate in physical body. The present-day Martial Emperor of China came from the Martial Emperor Academy. Lin Tian was filled with excitement when he received the news that Jiang Yan had won the first place in the martial arts competition and ran non-stop to the dean's office. Lin Tian was full of exuberance as he pushed open the door. And the next moment, bang! With a loud bang, Lin Tian directly flew out horizontally. He crashed through 5 walls before stopping. Inside the dean's office, an old voice came. How many times have I said? Remember to knock when you come in. Lin Tian got up from the ground, wiped away the bloodstains at the corner of his mouth, happily settled the door of his room, and gently knocked twice. Come in. The old voice sounded again. Only then did Lin Tian run into the office with gusto and shouted at the parched old man. Master! Bang! With a dull thud, Lin Tian once again flew out horizontally, crashing through 10 stone pillars before stopping. How many times have I told you? When you enter the office, you have to call out your position and call me Dean, the pale voice said faintly. Lin Tian struggled to get up from the ground and ran into the office. Dean! What is it? Say it. The dry old man trembled as he poured tea. It's Ghost Immortal, the teenager who saved me at the ruins of ancient King's Mountain. He won the first place in the Zhangcheng martial arts competition. So you can extend a guaranteed invitation to him now. The dry old man took a trembling sip of tea, then tremblingly placed the teacup on the tabletop. You want him to come to our Martial Emperor Academy so badly. Dean, I have witnessed with my own eyes that the Ghost Immortal is really the ultimate in fleshly body as you said, and I'm sure that the Ghost Immortal's fleshly body is even stronger than that of Master Dongfang. Oh, the flesh is even stronger than the East. Lin Tian's words aroused the old man's interest. He raised his head, revealing those cloudy eyes. Where is he? Follow me to meet him. Master, you promised. Lin Tian was thrilled. I won't know until I see you. The dry old man grabbed Lin Tian with one hand and took a step out, traveling 1,000 miles in an instant. At this time in the Jiangcheng Martial Dojo, Zhou Wunshan smiled and said, Little friend, our Sacred Academy's exemption quota is only for 7 days. If there is no reply within 7 days, it will not expire. Jiang Yan's difficulty in choosing came out again. 7 days I have to think about it. Zhou Wunshan smiled and shook his head. Think about it. Our Sacred Academy's heritage is the #1 in China, if not the world. Old piker, it's better for you to keep the stinking mouth of yours shut. A loud voice rang out, and an old man and young girl suddenly appeared in the martial arts arena. Someone recognized the old man and instantly shrieked out, It's the Dean of the Heavenly God Academy. The Dean of the Heavenly God Academy? Then that young girl beside him with a face like the rising sun and a face like the white moon. Isn't that Yin Lingxi, the divine maiden of the Heavenly God Academy? Really, the Dean and Goddess of the Heavenly God Academy are both here. What are they coming for? Looking at this situation, it seems like they are approaching Jiang Yan. No way. The Heavenly God Academy won't really want to rob Jiang Yan. This is the big news of the century. Each of the 3 major academies enrolls students, and there has never been a scene of robbing people. Right now, the Heavenly God Academy and the Sacred Academy seem to be ready to snatch Jiang Yan. Yin Lingxi stood in a pavilion and greeted Jiang Yan with a coquettish smile. Ghost Immortal, long time no see. Well, it's been a long time. Jiang Yan laughed lightly. Seeing the Dean of the Heavenly God School, Zhou Wunshan's face changed. Old piker, what are you doing here? Dean Yin laughed bashfully, his gaze landing on Jiang Yan. Naturally, I'm inviting this little friend to join my Heavenly God Academy. What? Zhou Wunshan's face changed drastically. He stiffened and looked at Jiang Yan, somewhat incredulous. Surprisingly, it was really as this kid said. Some other academy had come to rob him, but luckily, the people from the Martial Emperor Academy didn't come. So they couldn't really let this bastard kid get what he wanted. Too old undead. I appreciate this little doll. All of you get the hell out of here as far as you can. An old voice echoed in the Zhangcheng Martial Arts Dojo. Boom dash. The ceiling of the Zhangcheng Martial Arts Dojo smashed out a crater once again, and a dry and old figure appeared. His figure was dry and thin, and he looked like he would fall at any moment. This person's arrival instantly caused the crowd in the viewing gallery to boil. Crazy. Even the Dean of the Martial Emperor Academy is here. When did this world become so sci-fi? Is this writing a novel? Novels don't even dare to write like this. I feel like I must be crazy. Furnace hallucinating? This isn't real. I must be dreaming. Must be. Everyone's faces were shocked, and their eyes were filled with disbelief. Lin Tian poked his head out at this time and waved cheerfully at Jiang Yan. Hi, brother-in-law. Seeing Lin Tian, Jiang Yan immediately felt as bad as if he had eaten a dead fly. This pit sister thing is at it again. All of you get lost. Jiang Yan is the first student that my sacred academy looks at. Zhou Wenshan could no longer maintain his composure. He had thought that enrolling Jiang Yan into the sacred academy was the nail in the coffin. But now the old things from the Martial Emperor Academy and the Heavenly God Academy had actually come to snatch him. Chapter 62, 1000 Years of Burning Amazing. The Black Dragon first appeared. You two old things. Jiang Yan is a good seedling booked by my sacred academy. Get lost all of you. The smile on Zhou Wenshan's face ceased. Unable to maintain his composure any longer, Dean Yin of the Heavenly God Academy was kind. Old Zhou, we're all old friends. Today, for my face, let this young friend Zhang enter my Heavenly God Academy. I shucks. You old fox. You ain't Jinghua have no face at all with me. Zhou Wenshan was furious. The dry old man spoke at this time, his voice hoarse, as if it had been sandpapered. Both of you, why don't you listen to what the old man has to say? I see that this young friend Zhang has a strong physical body and walks the path of the physical body extreme. Coming to my Martial Emperor Academy is definitely the best home for him. What the dry old man said was true. The three top martial arts academies. Only the Martial Emperor Academy majored in refining the body. And today's Chinese martial emperor walks the path of becoming a saint in the flesh, and breaking all laws with one force. Well said, Master. Lin Tian gave the dry old man a thumbs up. Yin Jinghua and Zhou Wenshan were both stunned as they thought that what the dry old man said was true. But the problem was that Jiang Yan was such a good seedling. How could they possibly give it away? Old Luo. Little friend Zhang's physical body is indeed strong. But don't forget that he's an SSS ranked God-giver. And if I remember correctly, little friend Jiang is a summoner. Yin Jinghua laughed. Zhou Wenshan also snorted coldly. Old skeleton. Jiang Yan isn't a sports student. He won't go to the Martial Emperor Academy. Three gazes looked at Jiang Yan at the same time. In response, Jiang Yan said, it's a real pain in the ass. I'm having trouble choosing. Zhou Wenshan was infuriated. Difficulty in choosing? Then just come directly to our sacred academy. Old Zhou. It's better to let young friend Zhang choose this kind of thing himself. Yin Jinghua laughed brightly. Zhang Xiaoyu. Truth be told, in fact, my granddaughter is very appreciative of you. If you come to my Heavenly God bookstore, Grandpa. Yin Lingxi blushed and glared at the old man, who smiled and didn't continue. Lin Tian couldn't sit still. He shouted loudly, nonsense. The ghost fairy and my sister Lin Wan, you are the perfect match made in heaven. The Yin family fox has no place to interfere. This statement was made with no intention of saying anything. A single word stirred up 1,000 waves, and the entire Zhongchang martial arts dojo was abuzz. It's too magical. Goddess Yin of the Divine Awakening group and Goddess Lin of the 100 Herb group are actually robbing the ghost immortal. Heavens, I've heard that Qinzhan, the peerless demon of the Heavenly God Academy, is pursuing Yin Lingxi. If this makes Qinzhan realize that Yin Lingxi has someone else in her heart, I wonder if he'll be unfavorable to the ghost immortal. Qin War? That SS-ranked demon who stepped into the peak of the 3rd rank at only 20 years old? He killed 100 foreigners with just his own strength, and was in the limelight for a while. This person, Qinzhan, has extraordinary battle power, and I'm afraid that the ghost immortal is no match for him. Seeing that it was getting more and more chaotic, Jiang Yan waved his hand. Alright, you guys should stop arguing too. The three old men looked at Jiang Yan at the same time. Have you thought about it? Jiang Yan heatedly smiled. I've said that I'm dyslexic and can't make a choice at all. So how about this? You three deans will fight, and whichever side wins, I will join the academy. The scene fell silent for a moment. Shen Wenba, who had been watching the show from the side, almost spat out a mouthful of blood. This kid, also too good at joking. The three deans of the academy were all peak 6th stage martial saints, and if the three of them were to mix it up, the resulting fallout would be able to level Zhongchang to the ground. The three deans looked at each other and laughed. Ah, little friend Zhang, the three of us competing in a match is naturally not a problem, but once we fight, the entire Jiang city will suffer the repercussions. Yin Jinghua laughed brightly. Zhou Wenshan stroked his beard. I think let's leave it like this. Let the most promising students from our respective academies have a match. Little friend Zhang, you don't have an opinion, do you? With the words already spoken, Jiang Yan didn't have much of an opinion. I don't have a problem with it. The dry old man's voice was hoarse. Tomorrow at noon, we will still meet here. Yin Jinghua and Zhou Wenshan had no objections. and the matter was finalized. Junior friend Jiang. Tomorrow at noon. You should also be there to witness the battle prowess of the top scholars of our 3 academies. Zhou Wenshan intentionally knocked Jiang Yan. Let Jiang Yan know that one mountain is higher than the other. It's nice that you're a demon, but you're not the only one in this world. Jiang Yan nodded smilingly. No problem. I'll be on time tomorrow. The 3 old men disappeared in an instant, and the awarding of the rewards for the Zhangcheng martial arts competition came to an end. Jiang Yan directly took a taxi back home, locked himself into his room, and studied the 1,000-year burning amazing flower. 1,000 years of burning amazing flower is enough to compare to a 10,000-year-old spiritual plant for fire-type adepts. I didn't expect that the first place reward for this year's Zhangcheng martial arts competition would be this rare item. If he didn't have the fire divine gift, the effect of the 1,000-year burning amazing flower on him would directly be greatly reduced. Coincidentally, he did have a fire ability, Black Flame. Jiang Yan's voice was bland. In the next moment, black flames rose from his palm, and the black flames were bizarre, enough to burn everything. I wonder how much taking this 1,000-year burning amazing flower will change my black flame. Jiang Yan operated the original breathing technique and mobilized his aura to infuse the 1,000-year burning amazing flower. He had a meticulous control over his aura, and he could freely control his aura output, controlling the aura fire to perfection and refining the 1,000-year burning amazing flower to the extreme. The 1,000 years of burning amazing flower dissipated in an instant, turning into dots of red light that haunted Jiang Yan's body, scrambling to pour into Jiang Yan's body. These dots of starlight are the medicinal properties, bright and surging, rich in majestic vitality and flame origin. Having practiced the original breathing method, Jiang Yan's spiritual sea was vast and boundless, and the 1,000-year burning amazing flower, because of its medicinal properties, was so strong that it collided with Jiang Yan's spiritual sea vortex, interplaying with each other. Boom dash! The black flames instantly rose and wrapped Jiang Yan in it. At this point, Jiang Yan had long since stopped suffering like the previous 2 times, and he was already immune to the black flames. No, to be precise, it's immune to flame damage. This was the effect brought about by the 1,000-year burning amazing flower, giving him an immunity to flames. Jiang Yan slowly opened his eyes and a flash of scarlet flashed by. Black flame! Boom dash! With a loud bang, the black inflammation fire was monstrous, as if it was a black dragon that wanted to break free from Jiang Yan's control, hissing and roaring in the air. Holy, black inferno has life! Jiang Yan was shocked. The 1,000-year burning amazing flower gave the black flame a new life. It transformed the black flame into a spiritual black dragon. Roar dash! The black dragon roared at Jiang Yan. Hey ah! Jiang Yan raised an eyebrow. This violent temper of his. He honored the black dragon as its master, and the black dragon dared to bare its teeth at him. Owed love, right? Jiang Yan raised his hand and was about to extinguish the black flames, causing the black dragon to dissipate. The black dragon seemed to be aware of Jiang Yan's motives and directly spat out dragon breath at Jiang Yan, the black flames instantly setting Jiang Yan's head on fire. Jiang Yan pursed his lips. Sorry, I'm flame immune. With a grip of his large hand, the monstrous black flames were instantly extinguished and the black dragon disappeared without a trace. Chapter 63 Heaven's Pride Battle. At noon the next day, Jiang Yan yawned and lazily arrived at the Zhangcheng martial arts dojo. He spat. The Zhangcheng martial arts competition has already ended. Why are there still so many people? Hearing Jiang Yan's tirade, a girl instantly became nymphomaniacal. The Zhangcheng martial arts competition is not interesting at all. Where is it comparable to today's battle of the century? The battle of the century? Jiang Yan raised his eyebrows and asked with some curiosity. It's not just a 3-man melee today. How come it's the battle of the century? That girl glared at Jiang Yan. What do you know? Do you know who the 3 people in the big battle today are? Jiang Yan shrugged his shoulders. He didn't really know. Without waiting for the girl to reply, another innocent-looking girl said with a face full of admiration. The 3 of them are the dream of every young girl's heart. How a smell of ancient morning novels. Jiang Yan speechless. After all that, hurry up and tell him which 3 people are going to fight today. There are more people in the viewing gallery than there were at the Zhangcheng martial arts competition. Sacred Academy of Books Qi Tian, Qin Zhan of the Sacred Academy of the Heavens, as well as Chu Hei of the Martial Emperor Academy. Jiang Yan's face was bland at the words. Oh, he was not recognizing any of them. Hey, why are you so cold? Don't you know that these 3 are the 3 great prides of the imperial capital? The girl with twisted braids glared at Jiang Yan, very dissatisfied with Jiang Yan's coldness. Jiang Yan had already lost interest, so he didn't reply. Hey, are you deaf? I want you to apologize to your 3 brothers. The girl with the twisted braids gradually increased her voice. What are you? You don't even deserve to mention your shoes to your 3 brothers. Just then, a girl saw Jiang Yan's face and suddenly screamed. Ah, you're the ghost immortal. At these words, Everyone in the viewing gallery locked their eyes on Jiang Yan. Oh my god. It's really a ghost immortal. The ghost fairy is actually right next to me. And I haven't even realized it yet. I've heard that this battle between the three great celestial pride of the imperial capital is organized for the ghost immortal. Whichever academy's heavenly pride wins, Jiang Yan will join whichever academy. Ghost immortal. The twisted braided girl who had previously called on Jiang Yan to apologize to the three heavenly prides was pale and somewhat confused and unbelievable. She had just spoken to Ghost Immortal like that, and mocked Ghost Immortal for being unworthy of the three heavenly prides' shoes. Unbeknownst to them, the three heavenly prides were organizing this battle for Jiang Yan. She just felt her face flush and wanted to find a crack in the ground. Jiang Yan didn't pay any attention to the twisted braid girl at all. His gaze always fell on the three figures standing tall like guns in the martial arts dojo. Peak Third Order. These three people are all Peak Third Order. This is not an ordinary Peak Third Order. Jiang Yan can feel the majestic aura like a mountain and see from them. These three people's auras were filled with hundreds of times more aura than Lin Feiyu's. This was a true Peak Third Stage powerhouse, cultivating every minor realm to the extreme, with a solid foundation and invincibility in the same realm. At this moment, on the martial arts arena, Qin Tian of the Heavenly God Academy had an ugly face. Ghost Immortal. A guy with an empty SSS-ranked divine bestowal? He's worthy of me and the others. Sacred Academy's Qi Tian had a warm face. I also feel that there is something wrong. I don't mind sparring with the two of you. It's just that the purpose of this sparring session is something that I dislike. Chu Hilly of the Martial Emperor Academy said in a deep voice. What's the point of talking so much nonsense? If you want to fight, then fight. You two can go together. Qin Zhan sneered. Idiots with only muscles and no brains. Qi Tian was gentle and elegant. Brother Chu, the three of us should not fight. The Ghost Immortal does not have the qualifications to do so. Then, according to Brother Chi's opinion, what should we do? The corner of Qin Zhan's mouth hooked into an evil smile. Chu hugged his shoulders and looked at Keratin as well. The corner of Qi Tian's mouth curved up. The three of us will pull Ghost Immortal down and play nicely with him, letting him know that the three great academies are not something he can pick and choose. Qin Zhan naturally had no problem with it because he had long heard that Yin Lingxi, whom he was pursuing, had a great relationship with Jiang Yan. Rumors arose and the charges were confirmed, and he already had deep animosity towards Jiang Yan. If Jiang Yan dared to go on the field, he would waste one of his arms, to ease his heart's hatred. Chu Hilly didn't indicate that he only wanted to find strong people to fight. If the Ghost Immortal was really as physically strong as rumored, he wouldn't mind accompanying Jiang Yan in a couple of moves. Seeing that the two of them had no comments, Dim Lang Qitian smiled and looked in the direction of the viewing gallery. He wore a smile on his face and his voice was as warm as jade. Brother Jiang, could you come down for a moment? Jiang Yan hooked his lips and smiled lightly. You three can just fight. Don't care about my feelings of watching the battle. This brat. Qin Zhan's teeth itched with hatred. His heart ignited with rage at the sight of Jiang Yan now. Brother Jiang, these two Taoists and I feel that the three of us sparring doesn't show you the strength of the three great academies. Qi Tian smiled. Since Brother Jiang is also present, why don't you come down and discuss the Tao with the three of us? Jiang Yan laughed. He knew what Carishan had in mind. It wasn't that he felt that he, Jiang Yan, didn't deserve to have the heaven's pride of the three great academies strike because of him. Hey, the pride of heaven is the pride of heaven. Each and every one of them is a dragon and phoenix among people, and condescension is branded in the bones. Jiang Yan hooked his lips and smiled gently. Good, since you said it all, I naturally can't spoil the fun. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, Jiang Yan leapt down from the spectator seat and landed steadily. The moment he entered the martial arts dojo, the entire arena was detonated. Cheers and hoots and hollers. The Ghost Immortal is awesome. Surprisingly, he wants to fight 1 against 3. The number 1 person in this year's Jiangcheng martial arts competition against the 3 great prides of the imperial capital. This time it's a true battle of the century. The match hasn't even started yet, and I'm all fired up. I'm already burning up. Someone come and give me temperature control. A fire exalt was so excited that he directly spontaneously combusted. At the VIP table, the deans of the 3 major academies all shook their heads. Zhou Wenshan stroked his beard. Junior friend Jiang is still too arrogant. The gap between him and Qi Tian and the others isn't just as simple as realm. Yin Xinghua laughed. I do think that this kid is not bad. He has the demeanor of the old man back then. My granddaughter's vision is really not bad. The dry old man's voice was hoarse. He is very strong. Fleshly body is not below Chu Hilly. He belongs to the Martial Emperor Academy. On the martial arts dojo, Qin Zhan casually lifted up an S-grade alloy gun that came with the martial arts dojo. Kid, you're too arrogant. Let me thwart you. Slow down. Jiang Yan directly opened his mouth to interrupt. Qin Zhan stumbled and almost rushed to the ground. His face was ugly. What? You're afraid? No. I'll take my weapon. Jiang Yan smiled and drew a longsword from the weapon rack next to the martial arts dojo. Alright, you can start now. Witnessing Jiang Yan's behavior, Qin Zhan's forehead veins rippled. You're underestimating me? I will let you know the price of underestimating me. I'm so scared. Can you stop scaring me? Jiang Yan smiled. Chapter 64, The Three Heroes Battle the Ghost Immortal. Don't know how to die. Killing intent flashed under Qin War's eyes. His peak third-order cultivation erupted, and his entire body transformed into a golden stream of light, breaking through the speed of sound as the silver spear in his hand wrapped around the golden rhyme. Madaka! With a crisp sound, the longsword collided with the silver spear. Boom dash! The longsword and the silver spear shattered at the same time. Jiang Yan smiled at the corner of his mouth, lifting his foot and kicking at Qin Zhan's abdomen. Qin Zhan's eyes were full of surprise, and he was sent flying out horizontally by a kick. In severe pain, he was too shocked that he, being the peak of the third rank, had fought a tie with Jiang Yan, who was at the fifth level of the second rank. Qin War gently brushed the dust off his abdomen. I have underestimated you. I also underestimated you. Jiang Yan raised his eyebrows. He had often done the thing of killing people over the level, and it did surprise him that he didn't give Qin Zhan a kick to death just now. Worthy of being the pride of the three great academies, their overall battle power was more than a star and a half stronger than an ordinary third-ranked marshal's own. Only one move is needed to deal with you. Qin Zhan's body flowed with golden rhythms, and with a wave of his big hand, a gilt lance appeared, accompanied by a golden dragon hissing and a dragon's roar that shook the heavens. The crowd in the viewing gallery all exclaimed in shock. This is the SS-grade heavenly item golden rhyme swimming dragon lance. To be able to make Qin Zhan summon a heavenly object, this ghost immortal really is something. Don't be. Why do I feel that in that exchange just now? It was obvious that the ghost immortal was better. Qin Zhan is a sophomore celestial pride of the Heavenly God Academy, a former provincial top scorer in the martial examination. His strength is unquestionable. The people watching the battle had those who thought that Qin Zhan had a high chance of winning, and there were also those who thought that Jiang Yan had a high chance of winning. In the martial arts arena, Qin Zhan's pupils turned golden. Those were the eyes of a dragon. His battle intent was at its peak. His aura surged around him, and the earth trembled. A golden swimming dragon lingered at the tip of the gun. It's considered an honor for you to lose to this shot of mine. Qin War's eyes were filled with arrogance. You're really confident in yourself. Jiang Yan laughed lightly, the corner of his mouth curving up. Have you ever lost? Hearing this, Qin Zhan was stunned. Lose? He then looked up to the sky and laughed wildly. I, Qin Zhan, have never had a defeat in my life. Nor is it possible to have a defeat. Oh, that means you haven't lost. Jiang Yan smiled. It's your luck to run into me today. I will break your confidence and make you recognize yourself. Qin War's eyes were filled with rage. Arrogant. Buzz. He moved, so fast that he broke through the sound barrier, and the golden rhythm swimming dragon gun in his hand had the sound of a dragon's roar. Jiang Yan faintly said, Little Black Dragon. This was the name he had gotten for the Black Flame upgrade. Well, he's really too talented with names. In the next instant, black flames rose around Jiang Yan's body, which condensed substance and collided with Qin Zhan's golden rhythm swimming dragon. The energy fluctuations of the golden dragon and the black dragon were so violent that space fluctuated in an instant. How is it possible? Qin Zhan was shocked. His golden rhythm swimming dragon was actually blocked by Jiang Yan. Roar dash. The black dragon spat out black dragon flame. Qin Zhan's face was ugly as he waved the golden rhythmic swimming dragon gun in his hand to resist. He no longer had the energy to care about Jiang Yan and fight with the black dragon. After witnessing Jiang Yan's strong physical body, Xu Hili, who was watching the battle from the side, had long been eager to try. He walked towards Jiang Yan with his fists clenched. Ghost immortal. I'll be your opponent. His height was a full 2 meters, and his muscles were stout and domineering, just like a big mountain that was hard to cross. Jiang Yan laughed lightly as the two raised their hands and threw a punch at each other. Boom dash. The fists of the two did not collide together, and there was actually a diaphragm between them, with the two air currents resisting each other. The terrifying fist wind shook the barrier of the martial arts arena and began to fluctuate. Xu Hili's eyes were filled with astonishment. The ghost immortal's physical body was actually on par with his. Boom! The two fists finally collided together, only to hear the sound of clicking bones cracking. Xu Hili's huge fist was unexpectedly shattered by Jiang Yan's punch. Jiang Yan's hand just grazed a bit of skin and bled out. The scene was too shocking. Xu Hili was a pride of the Martial Emperor Academy that majored in body refining, and his physical body was surprisingly not as strong as Jiang Yan's. It was hard to imagine what kind of terrifying realm Jiang Yan's fleshly body had reached. At the VIP seat, the dry old man's eyes were glowing. He is a student of my Martial Emperor Academy, and he can only be a student of my Martial Emperor Academy. Yin Jingguo's hands were also shaking with excitement. Even War couldn't take him down. Such a talent can only come to my Heavenly God Academy. Zhou Wenshan also didn't even bother with his old face. Jiang Yan said he was coming to the Sacred Academy. Both of you are late. Both Yin Jingguo and the dry old man ignored him, staring at Jiang Yan in the martial arts arena with the eyes of a rare treasure. On the martial arts arena, Jiang Yan and Chu Hili threw 3 punches in a row, sending Chu Hili back and forth, both fists bloody and deep. Ghost immortal, you are worthy of the title of absolute demon. The bottom of Chu Hili's eyes were filled with exuberance, a look that would only appear if he met a formidable enemy. His voice was as dull as an ancient bell. The Stone King's true body. Chu Hil slammed his hands into the ground, and a layer of hard boulders covered his arms. These boulders weigh 10,000 tons. Indestructible. Shaking the mountains. Boom dash. He blasted his fist at Jiang Yan, and Jiang Yan could no longer resist with his physical body. He sacrificed his ghost god true martial art. Rakshasa Ghost Scythe. Countless grievous souls wailed as the Rakshasa Ghost Scythe manifested, colliding with the tons of boulders. Boom! With a dull thud, the dust and smoke dispersed, and the boulder on Chu Hili's right arm even chafed a little bit, and finally shattered with a bang. How is this possible? Chu Hili stiffened in place. He had already utilized his SS grade divine gift and was still no match for Jiang Yan. One must know that he was a full realm higher than Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan wasn't uninjured. He was already starting to pant. That strike just now had shattered his tiger's mouth raw and was bursting with blood. Qi Tian, who had been watching the fun, couldn't sit still. If the 3 of them really lost to Jiang Yan, wouldn't they become a joke of the 3 major academies? He was no longer in the mood to watch the show. Ghost Immortal, I recognize your strength, but you can't walk out of the martial arts arena standing today. Jiang Yan had a smile on his lips. That depends on whether you have that ability. That's really arrogant. These 2 idiots underestimated you. I won't. A drop of blood flew out from Qi Tian's brow, transforming into a golden red sword. The sword is branded with the totem of the divine beast Kirin. Let this farce end. The cynical smile was no longer on Kiritan's face. Giggle. The Qilin sword bloomed with a brilliant haze, instantly killing Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan had already lost his strength and was unable to hold the Rakshasa Ghost Scythe anymore. His drooping hand snapped his fingers and his aura burst forth. Little black hole. A black vortex appeared in front of him as he twisted space and devoured everything. The unicorn sword instantly flew into the small black hole. And then, Kirishin was then dumbfounded. I can't perceive my Kirin sword. The Kirin sword was his heavenly possession. And with the Kirin bloodline in his body, the Kirin sword was linked to his blood, and the connection was never broken. But when the Qilin sword flew into the small black hole, it was directly disconnected from him, and he couldn't sense the existence of the Qilin sword. Kiritan panicked, his face pale. Chapter 65, The Second Yama. Victory and defeat are decided. Roar dash. The Black Dragon and Qinzhan were still fighting, and in the end, Qinzhan wasted his efforts to obliterate the Black Dragon with a single shot, and he also exhausted his spiritual energy, and the golden rhythmic swimming dragon gun in his hand dissipated. Damn! What kind of monster is this Ghost Immortal? Qinzhan weakly covered his abdomen. The place where he had been kicked by Jiang Yan was now beginning to ache faintly. It didn't take much thought to realize that this was an internal injury, and his internal organs were probably shattered. Chu Hili hadn't slowed down at this point, still standing stupidly in place, constantly murmuring, I lost. How is this possible? How can I possibly lose? How is it possible? Only Kirishin was freaking out. Where's my Kirin sword? Why can't I sense my Kirin sword anymore? His eyes were red as he glared at Jiang Yan. Give me back the Qilin sword. I also want to return it, but the little black hole is not under my control. Jiang Yan grinned. What he said was true. The small black hole energy was too terrifying, and once it came off, it was beyond his control. Qi Tian's face was ugly. You seek death. Swallowing my Qilin sword. I want you to pay the price in blood. His hands transformed into unicorn claws. Golden red claw marks instantly attacked. Jiang Yan had already exhausted his strength, and with a thought of his mind, 2 groups of figures flew out from the 10 Directions Ghost Order. Boom boom. 2 terrifying figures descended, overlooking the living beings. Earth Kuwei, Heaven Kuwei. Jiang Yan gave the call. Beat these 3 to death. Roar. The 2 ghost generals received the call and instantly rushed towards Qitian in a frenzy. As a sacred academy Heaven's pride, Qi Tian's physical body was not something that could be compared to an ordinary martial zone. He tore apart the Earth Kuwei's flesh with a claw and blasted the Sky Kuwei away with another palm. With his eyes dripping with killing intent, he sprinted to kill Jiang Yan. Destroy you. Retrieve my Kirin sword. Each step of Kirin Sky was as fast as it could be. In less than a breath, he killed in front of Jiang Yan and raised his hand to wipe Jiang Yan's neck. Whoosh! A dozen ghost swords descended from the sky. forcing Kiritan to retreat. He looked up and went white with shock. One could only see thousands of ghost martial swords lingering in the air, surrounding Jiang Yan's body. Jiang Yan laughed lightly. You don't seem to be able to get close to me. Black flame. Jiang Yan said indifferently. Thousands of ghost martial swords wrapped around the black flames, and the flames were monstrous. Fiery flames start a prairie fire. Kill. Jiang Yan's lips flicked out. In the next moment, thousands of flying swords with black flames attached to them killed Qi Tian from different directions. Qi Tian's face changed drastically as he let out a roar. The Qilin blood in his body burned and boiled, instantly transforming into a Qilin with a roar that shook the heavens. Thousands of ghost martial swords instantly dissipated. Qi Tian was in a cold sweat as he took a deep breath and looked at Jiang Yan with a cold smile. Ghost immortal. This time you're not left without a plan. Jiang Yan suddenly laughed lowly. Qi Tian inexplicably felt fear as he blurted out. What are you laughing at? You fought a fierce battle with the three of us, and now that your aura is depleted and your qi and blood are exhausted, you're in a desperate situation. Extinction? Jiang Yan's laughing voice grew louder and louder as he slowly raised his head, those scarlet eyes staring at Qi Tian without blinking, causing Qi Tian to shiver all over. What kind of eyes were those? It was as if they were not looking at him, but through him, at a corpse. In Jiang Yan's eyes, he was no different from a dead body. No, it's impossible. You're already at the end of your strength. It's just a bluff. Qi Tian laughed coldly. Ghost immortal. You've lost. Before his words fell, he saw Jiang Yan with his hands in his pockets, his face clouded with a warm smile. Where was the weak and exhausted look from just now? How is this possible? You should have already lost your battle power. How could this be? Qi Tian was filled with fear. Jiang Yan shrugged his shoulders. Why? I'm looking for reasons too. He mastered the original breathing method and his state returned to normal in a few breaths, thanks to the Earth K and Sky K helping him to stall for time, giving him time to recover. His body was now filled with aura and his qi and blood were boiling again. Looking at the terrified Kiritan, Jiang Yan smiled. I'll return your Kirin sword to you right here. Really? Really? Qi Tian was filled with disbelief. Of course. Jiang Yan laughed lightly, and with a thought, the little black hole spat out the Qilin sword. Seeing the Kirin sword, Qi Tian was overjoyed as he recalled the Kirin sword, and a sinister flash appeared on his face. Ghost immortal. I admit that you're a character, but you shouldn't be so rampant. With the Kirin sword, Kiritan's confidence had returned. He was confident that he could kill Jiang Yan with one sword. In the face of seniors, you have to be in awe. The corners of Qi Tian's mouth hooked into a smile as he coldly said, Kirin one flash. The Kirin sword bloomed with a golden haze, only to hear the Kirin roar. The Kirin sword had transformed into a Kirin, killing Jiang Yan at an extremely fast speed. Jiang Yan always had his hands in his pockets and a smile on his face. Just as the griffin was about to pounce on him, he said softly, King Chu Jiang, buzz dash. Time seemed to stop as the Qilin that was about to pounce on Jiang Yan disappeared. Qi Tian's face was filled with panic as he looked around with a pale face. Where is this place? He was still at the Zhongchang martial arts dojo last second, still fighting with Jiang Yan. How in the blink of an eye he appeared in this dark and scary world. Buzz dash. A dull ancient tripod knocked, and Qi Tian trembled as he felt inexplicable fear, a fear that penetrated deep into his soul, causing him to tremble and unable to resist kneeling on the ground. He stiffened and raised his head, only to see a green-faced, fanged demonic god, dragging various spells in his hands, looking down at him in contempt. With just one glance, Kiritan was so scared that his face paled and he trembled. He knew where this place was. This was Hades. This is the Netherworld. Only to see an ancient hall emerge from the Chu Jiang King's palm. Qi Tian flew uncontrollably towards that ancient hall. No matter how much he screamed, it didn't help. Where is this? Kiritan shivered. In the next moment, he only felt a piercing cold wind that made his body spasm. A cold wind that penetrated deep into his bones and soul, making him feel like his throat was pierced by ice ballast when he breathed. Every second in this side of the world felt agonizing to him. His blood froze and he couldn't move a muscle, but his consciousness stayed awake, suffering in this extremely cold hell. Maybe it's a year, maybe it's a decade, maybe it's a century, maybe it's eternity. Countless years had passed in the extreme cold hell, and only a second had passed in reality. On the martial arts arena, Qi Tian, who had been glowing fiercely under his eyes in the last second, suddenly had his eyes rolled over. His mouth kept spitting black blood, and his body stiffened up as if he had frozen into an ice sculpture, and collapsed stiffly on the ground. This bizarre scene caused the martial arts arena to fall silent. Qin War and Chu Hills were both stunned. They didn't know what was going on, but the two knew that they had lost. The three great academies' heavenly prides, combined, were unable to defeat the ghost immortal alone. They lost, and they lost convincingly. Brother Jiang, I admit defeat. Chu Hili smiled nervously. Qin War is all unwilling, and at this time there is no power to fight. He gritted his teeth and said, I admit defeat. Chapter 66, The Choice of the Academy. Ghost immortals are powerful. The Ghost Fairy is the strongest. One person defeating the 3 great Academy heavenly prides. Holy, I can't be dreaming. This is too magical. What's so magical about it? I just see a new star rising brightly. This battle between the heavenly pride of the 3 major academies was meant to qualify the winner to invite Jiang Yan to join their academy. Now it was good. Instead of a great battle, the heavenly pride of the 3 great academies had joined forces to surround Jiang Yan. The most taught thing was that the 3 great academies' heavenly pride had also lost. They went 3 for 1 and lost. The 3 heroes battled Lu Bu, and Lu Guanzhan was still able to squeak out a victory. Their 3 great academy prides battled the Ghost Immortal, and in the end, they had ended up in a crushing defeat. Who's to blame for this? After this battle, the Ghost Immortal's name would resonate throughout the imperial capital, and even throughout the entire country of China. Zhou Wenshan, Yin Jinghua and Old Man Withered Bones all showed up. Zhou Wenshan looked at Qi Tian, who was spitting black blood from his mouth and was already close to dying, and sighed in disappointment. Qi Tian is proud of his heart and has never been defeated along the way, and now that he has been defeated, it is also considered to be a refining. He raised his hand and channeled a drop of aura into Qi Tian's brow, protecting Qi Tian's heart chakra and preventing him from dying a violent death. Yin Jinghua smilingly patted Qin Zhan's shoulder. If you want to chase after my granddaughter, you still have a long way to go. Dean, from today onwards, I will cultivate even harder. I'm going into seclusion. Qin Zhan secretly resolved that next time, he would definitely defeat Jiang Yan. Feeling Qin Zhan's combative sight, Jiang Yan raised both his hands high. Spare me. I don't want to fight my defeated men a second time. You. Qin Zhan's teeth were itching with anger, but he couldn't do anything about Jiang Yan. A loss is a loss. He recognizes. The dry old man carried his hands behind his back, his voice dry and hoarse. Chu Hili, in this battle, do you have any epiphanies? Chu lowered his head. Dean, I recognize my own mediocrity. Once proud of being an SS-ranked divine giver, he had a smooth ride, reaching the peak of the 3rd order in only his sophomore year. He began to eyeball others. Now that he was defeated by Jiang Yan, who was only at the 5th level of the 2nd rank, he completely recognized himself and the gap between himself and the absolute demons. The dry old man nodded his head gratefully. Not bad. To be able to recognize oneself is to truly embark on the path of martial arts. In this battle, even though the 3 great academies' heavenly pride had lost, they had benefited greatly. Only another problem arises. Jiang Yan, which academy should I go to? Zhou Wenshan coughed. Little friend Jiang, you and I know each other at first sight, so come to my sacred academy. That's not true. Yin Jinghua was all smiles. Little Jiang, my granddaughter and you are destined to be together, so why don't you come to my heavenly god academy and renew your relationship? Dean. Qin Zhan lost his voice and shouted. His legs softened and he was close to kneeling on the ground. The dry old man looked at Jiang Yan with a fixed gaze. Little friend Jiang, have you ever heard of flesh becoming a saint? You old skeleton. Cut the crap. Zhou Wenshan scolded. If little friend Jiang comes to my sacred academy, I'll stuff him with all the heavenly materials and treasures, and I'll make him a saint in the flesh as well. Yin Jinghua laughed. That's good. My heavenly god academy will also provide Xiao Jiang with the best body refining resources. The deans of the 3 major academies blew their beards and glared at each other. Seeing that they were about to fight, Jiang Yan yawned. He was a bit sleepy. It's all a guarantee anyway. And the 3 major schools are all about the same in terms of depth. Pick one at random. How about this? You 3 rock paper scissors. Whoever wins I'll join whose academy. Jiang Yan said with a smile. The 3 deans were dumbfounded in place when this statement was made. The entire martial arts dojo was silent, and you could hear a pin drop. The crowd in the viewing gallery swallowed their saliva. What? What did he just say? I didn't hear him wrong, did I? He asked the deans of the 3 major academies to decide between the winner and the loser by rock paper scissors? He's crazy. No, he is not crazy. The battle in the square has proved that he has the capital to be fought over by the 3 major academies. And now it is the 3 major academies that are tearing their faces apart to grab the Ghost Immortal. You guys don't make a mistake. I'm so envious of the Ghost Immortal to be able to be competed for by the 3 major academies. If only there were also martial arts academies competing for me. Even if it's a home squatting university Zhou Wenshan was full of incredulity. This is too much child's play, isn't it? Yin Jinghua smiled and said, Xiao Jiang, I'm really appreciating you more and more. Come on. I'll play rock paper scissors with you 2 old things. The dry old man shivered and stretched out a hand. When I was young, I was the first person in our village to use rock paper scissors. You two old things are ready to die. You guys? Zhou Wenshan was dumbfounded. These two old things really didn't even have a face. Surprisingly, they really wanted a rock paper scissors duel. He stroked his beard and snorted coldly. I'll play along with you two old codgers. Then, under the shocked and unbelievable gazes of the crowd, 3 martial saint level powerhouses were actually playing rock paper scissors. OMG. I must be crazy. This world is so magical. Well, I also think that this world has gone crazy. The deans of the 3 major academies, great figures at the level of martial saints, are actually playing rock paper scissors there in order to compete for a junior. Shen Wenba, who had been watching the battle, also looked dumbfounded, his jaw dropping as he silently raised his cell phone and captured this astonishing scene. This would definitely take the world by storm if it was posted online. He could even think of hot headlines. #shocked. The deans of the 3 major academies in China actually play rock paper scissors. #shocked. The 3 peak martial arts saints of the ancient country of Huaxia. People are old at heart. Shocked. In the martial arts arena, Zhou Wenshan was most disdainful at first, but after 3 consecutive draws, his forehead was already drenched in cold sweat. Yinjingguo and the dry old man weren't much better, and both of their hands were trembling. It's all about luck and who knows who the winner will be. Yun Jinguk took a deep breath. 1 game to win. The dry old man swallowed. First things first, I'm going to come out with the scissors. Hurry up and start. Don't ink. Zhou Wenshan scolded. Jiang Yan laughed faintly from the side. Rock paper scissors. As his voice fell, all 3 major academy deans struck out together. Zhou Wenshan's eyes trembled slightly, then suddenly contracted. He came out with scissors. Yinjingguo and the dry old man were out of cloth. He won. Ah ha 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 ha. Zhou Wenshan's body was trembling with excitement as he couldn't help but laugh up to the sky. I won. I won. The Emperor's heaven will not let me down. The ghost fairy is now his sacred scriptorium. Ah ha 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 ha. Yun Jinguk reached out and raked in his hands. 2 out of 3. The dry old man also nodded his head repeatedly. Ah yes. I forgot to mention the rules. 2 out of 3. All you guys in 2 out of 3 rounds. Ghost Immortal is a student of my sacred academy, so get lost you too. Zhou Wenshan raised his foot and kicked at the 2 old denizens who couldn't play. You. Yun Jinguk shook his head and sighed. The dry old man was also helpless. What a pity. What a good body refining seedling. I won. Old me won. Ah ha 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 ha. Zhou Wenshan was happy like a child, saying that he had won when he saw people. The crowd at the martial arts dojo was confused. Was this still a 6th ranked martial saint? How was it like a child being rewarded with a lollipop? Jiang Yan smiled back. Since the winner is Elder Zhou, I'll join the Sacred Academy. Chapter 67. No one in hell will accept you. Wahahaha. The Ghost Immortal is now a student of my Sacred Academy, not a student of your heavenly gods and martial emperors. Woohoo! Wahahaha. Zhou Wenshan was old and proud, dancing around in front of Yinjingguo and the dry old man, plastering his face in mockery. AI. It's fine. Even if young friend Jiang joins the Sacred Academy, it's only for a temporary 4 years. Yinjingguo laughed. Old piker. What do you mean by that? Zhou Wenshan questioned. Hey, that's because my granddaughter and the Ghost Immortal have a great relationship. Yinjingguo laughed wickedly. Dean ah. Xinjiang broke down and shouted as his legs went limp and he fell to his knees, begging Yinjingguo not to say anything. He and Yin Lingxi were in the same class, and coupled with the fact that the Qin family was friendly with the Yin family, he had been secretly in love with Yin Lingxi since he was a child. Now that a Ghost Immortal had been killed halfway, and he was still no match for the Ghost Immortal, it would have been difficult. Yinjingguo, who was a grandfather, had also been giving Ghost Immortal an assist. Xinjiang was going crazy. My Sacred Academy has countless proud women in the sky. There will always be one who will be a good match for junior friend Zhang. Such marriage matters are not for you, Dean Yin, an outsider, to care about. Zhou Wenshan sneered. The 3 old men exchanged a few more curses and finally parted on bad terms. Little Jiang ah, my Lingxi often mentions you. Come to the Heavenly God Academy to find her to play when you have time. Yinjingguo smiled at Jiang Yan and then instantly disappeared. The dry old man also said to Jiang Yan, the Martial Emperor Academy has a few heavenly grade body refining techniques. If you are interested, you can come to my Martial Emperor Academy anytime to observe them. Jiang Yan smiled. Alright senior, I will definitely go when I have time. The dry old man's chi and blood erupted as he took a step of 1,000 miles and disappeared. Only Zhou Wenshan was left still here, unable to even strain the smile on his face. Little friend Jiang. Ah, the old man knows you as well as I do at first sight. This sacred talisman is gifted to you, and it can withstand the full force of 3 strikes from the martial saint realm. Thank you, Dean Shou. Jiang Yan's eyes lit up as he received the sacred talisman that shone with a golden haze, and he put it into the 10 Directions Ghost Order. You already have an exemption from my sacred academy. You can go or not go to the June martial arts exam, and you can just report directly to my sacred academy in September. Zhou Wenshan laughed. Aha! Little friend Jiang, I'll be waiting for you at the sacred academy. Zhou Wenshan laughed loudly and disappeared with a wave of his sleeve. It's late May, 2 weeks before the martial arts exam. Jiang Yan had the exemption qualification of the Sacred Academy, one of the 3 major academies in Huaxia, and there was no need to take the martial arts exam, so he just waited until September to report to the school. There were 3 months of free time in between, and Jiang Yan intended to break through to the 3rd ranked martial zone during these 3 months. Jiang Yan, who had left the Zhongchang martial arts dojo and was walking towards his home, always felt a piercing killing intent around him. In broad daylight, someone actually wants to kill me. The corner of Jiang Yan's mouth hooked into a cold smile. It looks like he can't go home. He has to lure whoever is trying to kill him to a place where no one is around to kill the other guy back. He walked around the corner in the opposite direction, straight toward an empty, rotting building. You guys can come out now. Jiang Yan twisted his neck. It's because I'm too handsome and irritated, you ugly bastards. So you have murderous intent towards me, right? Noisy. With a flash of cold light, a flying knife that emitted a cold aura attacked Jiang Yan at great speed. Jiang Yan stood lazily, his left hand in his pocket and his right leg on sentry duty, without any intention of dodging. Just as the flying dagger was about to penetrate his neck, his right hand was lightly raised, and his index and middle fingers steadily caught the flying dagger. Bang! A black shadow flashed. Jiang Yan raised his left arm to block the lightning-fast whip kick. His eyes lethargically looked around. There were a total of 4 people, all of whom were martial kings of the 1st to 3rd level of the 4th rank. It's still a bit troublesome. Jiang Yan sighed. Jiang Yan helplessly raised his hands in surrender. I admit defeat. Can you tell me why you want to kill me? It can't really be because you're jealous of my good looks. Ha! You're quite sensible. Good. Let you die with understanding. One of the black shadows coldly said. You've messed with someone you shouldn't have messed with, and someone has approached our Heaven's Fury Pavilion to buy your life. Jiang Yan scratched his head. Yoke the people who shouldn't be yoked? Hiss. Brain is so itchy. Fast-growing brain, but I still don't know who I messed with. Hint some more. Ha! Go ask King of Hell yourself after death. The black shadow stopped talking nonsense and shot out 5 flying daggers in a row. The flying daggers were entwined with a ghostly green aura, capable of corrupting everything. Jiang Yan raised his eyebrows. How do you know I can ask Yan Wang? You investigate me. You can't be liking me. With his mouth speaking tartly, he had already offered up the Rakshasa ghost scythe in his hand, and chopped the 5 flying swords to pieces in 3 or 2 strokes. This kid's mouth is disgusting. Break his jaw. The black shadow said in a cold voice. The remaining 3 black shadows killed Jiang Yan at the same time, their auras surging, and their strikes were killing moves. Facing 4 martial kings, Jiang Yan didn't dare to be careless. He sacrificed the Earth Kuei, Sky Kuei and Judge, but he could only delay one of the black shadows. Black Flame. He unleashed Black Flame on the black shadow on his left, but the other party instantly disappeared into thin air and appeared behind Jiang Yan, stabbing a knife into Jiang Yan's waist. You me. Jiang Yan grimaced in pain. The cut was so hard that it nearly pierced his waist. Even if he had remodeled his physical body 3 times and practiced the Immortal Dao collection to the 2nd level, he would not be able to resist a slash from a 4th-ranked martial sect. Jiang Yan was forced back by the 4 Dao martial sectors, blood dipping out from the corner of his mouth. This was the first time he was in such a sorry state. Heavenly Fury Pavilion. Your grandfather, I remember you. Jiang Yan's face was gloomy as he raised his hand to wipe away the bloodstains at the corner of his mouth. Kid, dead to the world. How dare you still talk big here? The black shadow sneered. My Heaven's Fury Pavilion has 3 martial saints. You have no chance of taking revenge in this life and the next life combined. Eh? You're talking a bit too much today. Today's mission can be over. Don't make any extra trouble. The other black shadow said in a deep voice. The dark figure known as staggered. Got it. K. Hundreds of ghostly green flying daggers emerged around Black Shadow A. Pay attention in your next life. Okay. I'll pay attention. Jiang Yan grinned. Looking at Jiang Yan's smile, Black Shadow was suddenly felt a chill. Dark Shadow K's expression changed drastically. Get out of the way. However, it was already too late. Only to see a scarlet sword light flash by. A line of blood appeared on the upper half of Black Shadow A's body, and the upper half of his body slowly slid and landed on the ground. The hundreds of ghostly green flying daggers all landed on the ground with a crisp sound. The remaining 3 black shadows stood dumbfounded, looking at this scene with disbelief. A martial king among them. Just like that? The Black Shadow K looked at Jiang Yan, only to see the original bruised and battered teenager. At this time, clad in a red dress, holding a scarlet ghost sword, ink hair fluttering without wind, just like a ghost in the fairy. I asked Yan Wang. Yan Wang said, Jiang Yan's eyes are scarlet, and the corners of his mouth are slightly up. He doesn't dare to accept me. Chapter 68, The Truth About the Assassination. This kid has used a supreme treasure. The realm has reached the third stage. Black Shadow K shouted out of breath. Black Shadow A was killed by his sword due to carelessness. Black Shadow J, Black Shadow Q and Black Shadow K all returned to their senses and killed Jiang Yan from different directions. Madaka. A chain full of white bones twisted Jiang Yan at great speed and was cut off by Jiang Yan's sword. The intelligence was wrong. His sword can cut through my S-rank heavenly objects. You guys have to be careful not to be touched by the sword in his hand. Black Shadow K shouted sharply. However, it was already too late. The Black Shadow J was an enhanced type of alien. He killed Jiang Yan with a lightning-fast momentum. A punch was going to kill Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan simply crossed the umbrella sword in his hand, and Black Shadow J's entire arm instantly split horizontally. Buzz! Jiang Yan pulled a sword flower and directly cut off Black Shadow J's arm. Aha dash! Black Shadow J let out a miserable scream as he made a retreat, quickly pulling away from Jiang Yan. Since you're here, you don't want to leave. Jiang Yan slapped his soul-devouring palm in the air. The terrifying palm print instantly bombarded the Black Shadow J's body, blasting it into a bloody mist. In an instant, 2 of the 4 martial kings fell. Black Shadow K and Black Shadow Q looked serious, recognizing the ferocity of this battle. Damn it, we're going to hemorrhage money this time. I really shouldn't have taken this mission. Dark Shadow K clenched his back teeth. The white bone chains in his hands flew out once again. Buzz! With a flash of red light, the white bone chains were cut off. Jiang Yan took a step out, as if it was instantaneous, instantly appearing behind the Black Shadow K. A fist blasted out, interspersed with aura bursting out, the space emitting a loud rumbling sound. No dash! Black Shadow K screamed in defense as his several layers of barriers shattered layer by layer. Click! Ka-ching! Ka-ching! Asshole! Get over here and help me! Dark Shadow K hissed in despair. Black Shadow Q was always not far away, and he turned and sped away. He didn't choose to save Black Shadow K. He chose to run for his life. Black Shadow K was desperate. A total of 4 martial kings were sent on this assassination mission. 2 died and 1 ran away, leaving him alone to struggle. Young man, have a word. We're not at the point of no return. Black Shadow K tried to reconcile. Jiang Yan's eyes were cold. When I kill you, you go and tell King of Hell so. You. Seeing that Jiang Yan really wanted to kill him, Black Shadow K's eyes were covered in blood. You seek death. Ah ha ha. His eyebrows cracked. The flesh and blood faded away a little bit, and the entire person unexpectedly turned into a senile white bone. White bone descent. Black Shadow K screamed miserably as his body's flesh and blood were devoured. His realm had also skyrocketed from the 2nd level of the 4th rank to the 5th level of the 4th rank. Boom dash. He was covered in white bones inscribed with bizarre runes that blossomed with extraordinary colors, instantly erupting his aura and forcing Jiang Yan back. If you won't let me live, I'll let you die. Black Shadow K went berserk as he pulled out his spine alive. It turned into a hideous spine sword. It's really ugly. Jiang Yan's eyes were filled with pity. Die! Black Shadow K roared as countless dark skulls appeared out of nowhere, pouncing on Jiang Yan like a tsunami. Jiang Yan always stood in place as he flipped his wrist and swept his sword across the room. Buzz! The scarlet sword light flashed, and countless skeletons instantly exploded. Boom boom boom. The Black Shadow K passed through the sea of skeletons, and the spine sword kept writhing as if it was a chain wrapped around Jiang Yan's neck. Aura bursts out. Jiang Yan spoke faintly. A terrifying aura erupted around him, instantly shattering the spine sword. The spinal sword reconnects a little bit, like a living creature. Jiang Yan frowned. That's disgusting. He operated the original breathing method to the extreme. His body's aura exploded, and the red umbrella sword haunted the ghost and blood auras as he wielded a brilliant and eye-catching chopping blow. Black Shadow K let out a desperate hiss as his spine sword was cut off. Even his white bone body was cut by a sword, losing the possibility of reorganization. Jiang Yan's sword directly decimated his soul. No. Impossible. How could I lose to a 3rd-ranked martial sect? Black Shadow K wailed unwillingly, finally dissipating in smoke. Not even white bones remained. After resolving Black Shadow K, Jiang Yan looked in the direction Black Shadow Q had escaped. He didn't go after them, and put the red umbrella sword into the umbrella handle, and the red clothes gradually dissipated into a red umbrella surface. The red paper umbrella dissipated, and Jiang Yan also lost his strength, leaning against the wall and slowly sitting down. Cough. Jiang Yan coughed out a mouthful of black blood, his pupils somewhat lax. A 2nd rank 5 against 4 4th rank martial kings. If he didn't have the forbidden red paper umbrella as a base card, he might have fallen in this way. If he chose to sacrifice 2 Yamas, naturally, he would be able to steadily resolve the 2 martial kings. However, there were still 2 martial kings left, and sacrificing 2 Yanluo at the same time would consume too much, and he would not have the strength left to sacrifice the red paper umbrella, and he could only die with a grudge. So he chose to directly sacrifice the red paper umbrella. Although letting go of a martial king, next time to kill will be good. The red paper umbrella consumed too much. Jiang Yan was already losing consciousness. He entered the rotten building and sat down, running the original breathing method. Boom dash. Jiang Yan had just entered a meditative state when his heart suffered a heavy blow, and a palm print containing the power of thunder instantly erupted. Jiang Yan's pupils suddenly contracted, and the whole person was like a kite with broken strings, flying horizontally 100 meters away, crashing through dozens of rotten buildings in a row. Boom! Dozens of rotten buildings collapsed, crushing Jiang Yan underneath. Above the sky, the dark Shadow Q stared blankly at the ruins. He went and came back for the kill. Black Shadow Q slowly uncovered his black robe, revealing a face that bore a slight resemblance to Lei Zhenming. He is Lei Zhenming's brother, Lei Zhenyu. His divine bestowal was S rank, and although it wasn't as good as his younger brother, Lei Zhenming, he had similarly studied under the martial saint Huiyuan and received Huiyuan's Thunder Dao inheritance, and was now at the 3rd level of the 4th rank. This assassination mission was planned by him and Huiyuan. Ming'er, brother has avenged you. Lei Zhenyu looked up at the sky, which was covered in dark clouds and lightning. It instantly poured down rain. Naru, is that you crying? Lei Zhenyu pursed his lips, the bottom of his eyes covered in blood. I will make the person who killed you, soul to soul. His right hand was hanging high, condensing the lightning in the sky as terrifying thunder continued to converge. Ghost immortal, I'm going to silence your divine soul. Lei Zhenyu waved his big hand, and the Thunder Road's robbing light, which had condensed heavenly thunder, instantly descended. Boom dash. It was as if a monstrous pillar of light was constantly shattering the ruins where Jiang Yan was. The Thunder Road's robbing light lasted for a full incense stick of time, and under such a terrifying thunderbolt, even a peak 4th-ranked martial king would find it difficult to survive. Ah. Ghost immortal, if you kill my brother, I'll kill your entire family. Lei Zhenyu laughed to the sky, his eyes scarlet. Don't worry, I'll soon let your entire family go with you. He laughed maniacally and flew off into the distance. Among the ruins, Jiang Yan's eyes were lax, his body was a bloody mess, and his vitality was collapsing. Chapter 69 Draconic Combination. For remodelings, he heard all of Lei Zhenyu's words. Jiang Yan's eyes were lax. His entire skeleton had been shattered by the terrifying Thunder Road's robbing light, and only the flesh and blood that had cultivated the immortal Dao collection remained. He moved his fingers with difficulty, regaining his senses a little. Cough. Jiang Yan slowly sat up on his knees by virtue of his amazing willpower, his mouth full of bruises and fragments of internal organs. Desolate ancient combination. He sacrificed the desolate ancient combine from the 10 Directions Ghost Order, which was a gene combine that was enough to compare to a 10,000-year-old spirit plant. When he had saved Yin Lingxi at the Wang Mountain ruins, Yin Lingxi had gifted him the priceless desolate ancient combination in order to repay him. Now it's finally being put to use. Jiang Yan drank the draconic combination with great difficulty. A warmth quickly spread throughout his body, and golden veins flowed through his meridians. The vortex of the spiritual sea turned golden, constantly absorbing the medicinal properties of the desolate ancient combination. Slowly, his blurred flesh and blood began to disintegrate. Golden streams of light wandered between his bones, reshaping shattered bones and rebuilding melted flesh and blood. This is the 4th flesh remodeling. The genetic synergy from the desolate ancient martial emperor caused an additional guilt aura to appear in Jiang Yan's body. This guilt aura nourished the vortex of Jiang Yan's spiritual sea, causing the effect of the vortex to grow exponentially. The original 1,000-fold medicinal effect was directly purified into 10,000-fold medicinal effect. It only takes the same 1,000 spiritual plants to purify 10,000 times as much. Boom dash. Jiang Yan slowly opened his eyes. A flash of guilt flashed from the bottom of his eyes, and the majestic aura instantly impacted the spirit sea, breaking through his realm. 2nd order 6-fold. 7th in the 2nd order. 2nd order 8. Breakthrough 3 times in a row. The desolate ancient combination allowed him to break through 3 minor realms. Remodel his physical body for the 4th time. Sublimate the small vortex of his spirit sea, and have an extra dash of gilded aura from the martial emperors of the desolate ancient period in his body. Jiang Yan resurrected with full blood. He clenched his fists, his whole body filled with power. Lei Zhenyu, right now you're the prey. He erupted his golden aura, his speed surpassing the speed of sound by several times, instantly chasing after Lei Zhenyu. At this time, Lei Zhenyu had only just arrived at the neighborhood where Jiang Yan was located. He was suspended in the air, Where he passed, electricity flashed and thunder roared, like a thunder god descending to the world. Lei Jinyu looked out of the corner of his eye. Ghosty mortal. I've checked. You and your sister live in this tiny neighborhood. I'll have the entire neighborhood buried with you. He raised his right index finger high and condensed a terrifyingly majestic thunder. In the old neighborhood below, a few old people looked up at this scene that was like the end of the world and were dumbfounded. This is the end of the world coming. Don't be afraid, old woman. I'll protect you, the old man said with a trembling voice. The mother with the child turned pale as she grabbed the child and ran. But no matter how much she ran, it was already too late. It was because that terrifying thunder road robbing light had already fallen. There will be no survivors in the entire old neighborhood. Griffin. The bottom of Lei Jinyu's eyes were filled with sadism. Just then, a voice rang out. Little black hole plus little black hole. Big ing black hole. Jiang Yan rubbed his hand over two small black holes and fused the two small black holes together, fusing a large black hole that was twice the size of the small black hole. The energy of the big black hole was several times that of the small black hole. Surprisingly, it swallowed the Thunder Road's robbing light alive. Lei Jinyu's brows furrowed. You surprisingly didn't die. Jiang Yan's eyes were filled with killing intent. It's a pity that you're about to die. Ha! Lei Jinyu looked as if he had heard a great joke. You, a second-ranked martial master, also presumed to challenge a fourth-ranked martial king? He towered over Jiang Yan, looking down at him with contempt. That red coat of yours, it should be your bottom card, right? Do you still have any strength left to sacrifice the red coat? Jiang Yan laughed lightly. I am unable to sacrifice my red clothes, but to kill you, I don't need them at all. As soon as the words fell, he instantly killed in the dome of the sky, sacrificing his Rakshasa ghost scythe and slashing at Lei Jinyu. Lei Jinyu held a thunder spear and fought with the Rakshasa ghost scythe. Clank! Lei Jinyu was shocked to the point that blood erupted from his tiger's mouth, and his face was horrified. What kind of terrifyingly huge force was this that it had shaken his arm into spasms? Spirit avalanche. Jiang Yan's left hand erupted with golden aura as he blasted his fist at Lei Jinyu's abdomen. The guilt aura coupled with the aura bursting out instantly shattered all of Lei Jinyu's 5 viscera and 6 bowels. The entire person's face was hideous as he violently crashed to the ground. This move, Spirit Avalanche, was a martial art that he had created himself. An explosive martial art created by combining the inch fist with the battering mountain fist, where the aura bursts out and the guilt aura is intertwined. The power of this Spirit Avalanche was enough to blast a 4th rank 1 martial king into pieces. The guilt aura blasted out with the Spirit Avalanche would take a day and night to recover. In other words, Spirit Avalanche can only be released once a day. Without the guilt aura, the Spirit Avalanche becomes an ordinary burst of aura. A deep pit appeared in the old neighborhood, and Lei Jinyu struggled to climb out of it. Having eaten Jiang Yan's Spirit Avalanche, his internal organs were shattered and it was difficult for him to recover in a short period of time. Cough. How could I lose to a second-rank martial artist? Lei Jinyu stumbled to his feet, his face filled with disbelief. Jiang Yan stood above the firmament, coldly gazing at Lei Jinyu on the ground. The two switched roles. Jiang Yan became a towering god, looking down on Lei Jinyu who had fallen into the clouds. Lei Jinyu clenched his teeth. Ghosty mortal. We'll have a long time to come what may? Jiang Yan's eyes were shadowy. Who will be with you for a long time to come? To kill, one must have the awareness of being killed. There was no emotion under Jiang Yan's eyes, and the way he looked at Lei Jinyu's sight was like he was looking at a dead person. Lei Jinyu trembled with fear. He had never thought that he would die. He was an S-class divine giver, the #1 person in Linjiang province 3 years ago, studying under the 6th order thunder sage Huayuan. He is too smooth this way. Want to kill whoever, just never thought that he will be killed. Lei Jinyu trembled, his pupils contracting in fear to the extreme. Yeah, he's gonna die too. He was, like, about to die. No, you can't kill me. My master is Thunder Saint Huayuan. Lei Jinyu hissed maniacally. In response, he was met with a fist that hurt and went through his heart. After 4 times of physical body remodeling, Jiang Yan's power reached the extreme of the 2nd rank, and his punch blasted Lei Jinyu alive. Jiang Yan's eyes were solemn. After killing you, there's still your master to kill, and there's still the Heaven's Fury Pavilion to exterminate, so you can go at ease. No. Lei Jinyu was filled with horror. He still wanted to say something. His throat was already piled up with bruises and blood, and he couldn't say a word, losing his vitality. Jiang Yan drew out his blood-stained fist, his eyes cold to the core. Huayuan, Heavenly Fury Pavilion. You wait for me. This seed of hatred was already buried in Jiang Yan's heart. 6th Order Martial Saint Huayuan, plus the 4 6th Order Martial Saints from the Heavenly Fury Pavilion. If Jiang Yan wanted to take revenge, he had to at least reach the 5th rank. It's a long way to go. But before destroying the Heaven's Fury Pavilion and Huo Yuan, he would kill the 4th-ranked martial kings of the Heaven's Fury Pavilion cleanly. The students of the Thunder Martial Arts School, founded by Huo Yuan, were decimated. This assassination is already blowing the horn of war. He, Jiang Yan, would also strike back with a thunderbolt. Chapter 70 Martial Saint Pursuit. In the imperial capital, in a hidden space, several ancient figures had ugly faces. A total of 4 martial kings were sent on this mission, and all of them unexpectedly fell. This is a disgrace for my Heaven's Fury Pavilion. An ancient figure's voice was sanguine. The other Black Shadow's voice was 1,000 times more charming. Nu Jia has long said, never mess with SSS-ranked divine gifted. And you guys still don't listen to Nu Jia. They are natural-born kings, and will inevitably rise to power. A bull ***** born king, and inevitably rising? This father will personally go kill him. The irascible Black Shadow said in an indignant voice. Good. Then slave will wait here for your good news. The woman's laughter was like a bell. The tyrannical Black Shadow snorted coldly and dissipated from the hidden space. At this moment in the Thunder Martial Arts Hall, Huo Yuan, who was sitting like Tarzan, suddenly opened his eyes, his body trembling. I can't feel your wheel of life. No. Impossible. How is it possible? He contacted the Heavenly Fury Pavilion to assassinate Jiang Yan, and his eldest disciple, Lei Zhenyu, who was Lei Zhenming's older brother, wanted to kill Jiang Yan handily. Lei Zhenyu's realm was the 3rd level of the 4th rank. Dealing with a Jiang Yan of the 2nd rank was still as easy as snapping his fingers. He had already waited for good news in his old age, and as a result, the good news didn't wait. But he was unable to sense Lei Zhenyu's wheel of life. Not being able to sense the wheel of life meant that Lei Zhenyu had fallen and died in Jiang Yan's hands. Thunder erupted from Huo Yuan's body, his forehead covered in veins. First, Lei Zhenming, who had the highest qualifications, had died at the hands of Jiang Yan, and now even his eldest disciple had died at the hands of Jiang Yan. Huo Yuan went completely crazy. His body trembled. His entire body felt like it was in spasms, and his golden thunder continued to skyrocket. Jiang Yan, I vow to kill you. Let your soul fly away. He dissipated with a bang, turning into golden thunder, seeking the direction where Lei Zhenyu's vitality had dissipated to vanish. How fast the 6th-ranked martial saint was. In just the blink of an eye, he appeared in the dilapidated neighborhood where Jiang Yan lived. His arrival heralds a disaster of unprecedented proportions. Jiang Yan, get your ass out here and die. Huo Yuan went berserk, his white hair fluttering in the wind, as if he were a thunder god entering his late twilight years. Boom! A golden pillar of thunder instantly blasted a house, and in an instant, that house turned into ashes and ceased to exist. Little Jiang Yan, if you don't come out, I'll let everyone here give you a burial. Huo Yuan's hands gathered the power of thunder. Brilliant and eye-catching, brilliant heavenly might coalesced around him. It was a sea of golden thunder. Buzz dash! The dome of the sky was suddenly shrouded in boundless black mist. A terrifying vortex converged, and an ancient figure appeared. His aura was terrifying and frightening. He was also a 6th-order martial saint. In a dilapidated neighborhood, 2 martial saints had actually appeared. Little friend Jiang, can you show yourself to have a chat with my father? The ancient Black Shadow's voice was pale, like the sound from a worn-out ancient bell. Huo Yuan narrowed his eyes at the Black Shadow. Are you an elder of the Heaven's Fury Pavilion? The ancient Black Shadow said indifferently. This honored one is exactly that. Huo Yuan said in a cold voice. The old man commissioned you to assassinate Jiang Yan, and this is how you do it. My disciple perished after your bunch of losers. Ha! The ancient Black Shadow laughed coldly. That's because your beloved disciple is not as skillful as he is. And this time, this father has personally arrived just to prevent any future problems. He was still fearful at the bottom of his heart, and now that he had formed a bond with the SSS-class divine giver, the best thing to do was to wipe it out. If he lets it grow, even he can't imagine. This time he came to kill Jiang Yan. He will not give him any possibility to live. Old thing. This father has always disdained cooperating with people. That SSS-ranked God-giver is this father's prey. You can leave now. The ancient Black Shadow blandly said. Jiang Yan's life, you and I will each take it according to our abilities. Huo Yuan could no longer care about anything else. As long as he could break Jiang Yan into pieces, he would do anything. The bottom of Huo Yuan's eyes were solemn, still refusing to show up. Then I'll wipe out everyone in this neighborhood. Just as his palm was condensing the thunderous daojacking light, a voice rang out. Old piker, I'm here. Your grandfather. Madaka. A ghost martial gun rose up in the air, rolling up a sonic boom with such speed that it instantly flew towards Huo Yuan. Boom! A lightning flash passed by, and the area where Jiang Yan was instantly blown away. When that ghost martial gun was about to approach Huo Yuan, It was shattered by the thunder that wrapped around Huiyuan's body and did not injure a single hair on Huiyuan's head. This is the suppression of the Sixth Order against the Second Order. It was as simple as crushing an ant. Jiang Yan didn't die. He held the 10 Directions Ghost Order and absorbed this thunderbolt raw. The terrifying lightning shattered the upper half of his clothing, and his right hand, which held the 10 Directions Ghost Order, was also split into a bloody mess. Jiang Yan clenched his teeth. Is this the battle power of a Sixth Order martial saint? Even just looking at me is enough to wipe me out. He hid in a corner, running the original breathing technique to recover from the serious injury to his right hand. Boom! Another thunderbolt fell, and Jiang Yan fled at great speed to avoid this terrifying lightning strike. But those innocent people were devoured by the lightning and turned into ashes. Jiang Yan's pupils trembled as he clenched his teeth and shouted, "Old piker, follow me to the open land to fight." Huiyuan smiled broadly. Little people who live in the same neighborhood as you, a sinner, are all infected with the stench of you, a sinner, or let them accompany you to death is better. He held thunder in his hand and another thunderbolt fell. The blast engulfed a building. Mom! Mommy! A little girl looked at the building in ashes in despair. 10 minutes ago, promising to make her a meal of cooked chicken wings, she was told to go downstairs and play with her buddies first. Now, she watched as her building was engulfed in lightning, and she'll never eat her mom's cola chicken wings again. Old piker! Jiang Yan's eyes were wide with anger. The people inside this dilapidated neighborhood were all innocent people who shouldn't have died because of him. Little, all these people died because of you. Huiyuan laughed maniacally. The damned one is you. Jiang Yan bit the tip of his tongue as he forcefully offered the red paper umbrella despite the load on his body. The red umbrella surface transformed into red clothes and fell on his body, and he held the red umbrella sword, not as elegant and calm as before. His eyes were red as he instantly killed in front of Huiyuan, and a sword fell violently. Clank! The thunder protection around Huiyuan's body was surprisingly unable to allow the red parasol sword to injure him in the slightest. Little desperate don't worry about it. I won't let you die so easily. I'll make you go through 10,000 tortures and die. Huiyuan laughed. Just then, his thunder protector made a crisp shattering sound. What? Huiyuan froze, his face filled with shock. In the next moment, Jiang Yan unexpectedly split Huiyuan's thunder protector hard and chopped at his body with a sword. Chapter 71 Desperate Times. White-haired sword immortal. Huiyuan's face was a little twisted as Jiang Yan, who he regarded as an ant, had actually shattered his thunder protector with a sword. One must know that even some Sixth Order martial saints had difficulty breaking through his defense. One could imagine how terrifying that sword of Jiang Yan was. Little, is this the broken sword you used to kill my ewer? Huiyuan's eyes were scarlet. Jiang Yan stood in the air. His right hand holding the sword had been shattered. A head of ink hair fluttered in the wind, and the bottom of his eyes were filled with scarlet killing intent. Naked killing intent. He's going to kill Huiyuan. Old piker. Jiang Yan operated the original breathing method to the extreme and opened the sky with a sword. Boom! A terrifying ray of lightning shot out from Huiyuan's hand, instantly penetrating Jiang Yan's shoulder. The bloodlight was monstrous. Jiang Yan clenched his teeth, and the 10-square ghost order swirled above his head as he broke through the boundaries and sacrificed 2 Yanluo at the same time. Buzz! 2 ancient ghost gods descended into the world, wiping out that terrifying robotic light alive. Huiyuan's face was horrified. This is Yama King. That black shadow also had a shocked look on its face. This SSS-class Godgiver is really not simple. It's better to wipe it out as soon as possible. He also stopped watching the show and joined the battle instead, as boundless black mist spread from around him, instantly enveloping the entire Jiang city. Little friend Jiang, this father will give you a decent death. The corner of the black shadow's mouth hooked into a cruel smile. Countless bizarre hands stretched out from the boundless black mist. The things these hands touched instantly withered and turned into white bones. Jiang Yan held the red umbrella sword and traveled through the bizarre manpower. He's walking a hard line. One wrong step and you're doomed. A second-ranked martial master being chased by 2 sixth-ranked martial saints. What a desperate battle this was. Even if Jiang Yan had sacrificed his red paper umbrella and 2 Yama, it would be difficult to escape from this desperate situation. He escaped all the way, constantly rubbing out sonic vortexes. The terrifying vortexes coupled with the bursts of aura instantly forming twisted little black holes. The small black hole kept devouring the bizarre manpower, opening up a path of life for Jiang Yan. Black Flame. Facing the upcoming bizarre manpower, Jiang Yan sacrificed Black Flame to open the way. In front of him was an infinite black fog. He was already lost in it, unable to find a way to escape. It was desperate, truly desperate. Jiang Yan clenched his fist so tightly that his hands were bleeding. He would never fall in this way. Little Black Dragon. Jiang Yan exerted all his strength to seek a ray of life even in this boundless black fog. Desperate? He never believed that there were desperate situations in this world. Jiang Yan operated the original breathing method to the extreme. And with one sword open sky. Buzz. The scarlet sword light flashed, instantly opening up the boundless black fog to a clear light. However, in that place of clarity, there was actually an ancient black shadow. That's truly marvelous. To be able to break through my realm of black mist, this father appreciates you. The black shadow clapped his hands, his eyes filled with appreciation. But it's a pity that you already have an unresolved grudge with my Heaven's Fury Pavilion, and this father is unable to keep you alive. The black shadow shook his head, black mist surged in his hand, and a three-pointed spear that emitted a deadly aura appeared. Little friend, don't fear death. Death has always been with you and me. The black shadow laughed faintly. He was always calm, not worried in the slightest that Jiang Yan would escape, because he was a martial saint. Jiang Yan was only a second-order martial master. Even if Jiang Yan fled to the ends of the earth, he would instantly track him down and obliterate him with a snap of his fingers. AI. What a good seedling. How good it would be if you joined my Heaven's Fury Pavilion. The black shadow falsely sighed. The Death Chi tri-tip spear in his hand had already been thrown, piercing through space and instantly arriving at Jiang Yan's heart. Giggle. Jiang Yan's pupils contracted as he looked unbelievably towards his heart, where a black spear was horrifyingly running through it. Little friend Jiang, goodbye forever. The black shadow had an imperative smile on his face. However, the next moment, his face froze. Black blood slid down the corners of his mouth as the dark figure stiffened and looked down to his heart. The Death Chi three-pointed spear that had penetrated Jiang Yan just now was horribly inserted into his heart at this moment. His face twisted as he looked at Jiang Yan. Illusion. Jiang Yan was panting. He had just used the mirror flower water moon. He was already at the end of his strength. Boom! The black shadow forcibly pulled out the Death Chi tri-tip lance in his heart. Jiang Xiaoyu is friendly and tactful. My father almost fell into your hands. But it's a pity that this shot isn't enough to take my father's life. Blood flowed from the corner of Jiang Yan's mouth, and his red clothes began to dissipate against the wind. He had reached his limit. Little, you're really tenacious. Huayuan's laughter came as he managed to get rid of the two Yama. Huayuan condescendingly looked down at Jiang Yan. I said that I would let you suffer and die in a million ways. A soul lamp appeared in his open palm. I will have your soul tortured by soul fire day and night, so that you will not be able to live or die. The soul lamp in his hand flew towards the weakened Jiang Yan and was about to take away Jiang Yan's soul. Just then, an imaginary white sword light flashed by, and the soul lamp instantly shattered. Who? Huayuan's face changed drastically. Really dying? Ha! I'll have to make a move then. A frivolous voice came out. At some point, a white-haired man appeared behind Jiang Yan. He yawned lazily, his gaze lazily falling on Huayuan and Black Shadow. Even the people the country has its eyes on dare to move. You guys don't have a lot of guts. That imaginary white sword light. White hair. You're a sword immortal. The Black Shadow's face was horrified. Sword immortal? Huayuan's face also turned ugly. There were many divine gifters in China who had the name of sword immortal, but most of them were evil sword immortals. Green Lotus sword immortals, Red Lotus sword immortals, Qingfeng sword immortals and the like. And the sword immortals had a logo in front of them. Only the sword immortal, 2 words of people. The whole of China can only be him. Comprehending sword intent at the age of 7, penetrating heaven and earth at the age of 10, reaching the extreme realm of the sword at the age of 13, and reaching the peak of the 6th order at only 20 years old. The Black Shadow trembled. Alright, I didn't ask you guys to give me a biography. The white-haired man waved his hand, one hand resting on Jiang Yan's shoulder. I'll keep this person. If any of you have any opinions, you can raise them. Sword immortal. I have an opinion. This little killed 2 of my beloved disciples. You can't take him away, Huayuan said in a hateful voice. The white-haired man nodded his head. In that case, I didn't expect you to have such a strong opinion. Since that's the case, let you sleep here for a long time, so that your opinion won't be known by anyone. Huayuan's face changed drastically. Sword immortal. You and I are both 6th order martial saints. I'm only being so polite to you because I see that you're young. Don't do it out of respect. The white-haired man casually picked up a willow leaf. Opinion denied. As soon as the words fell, he held the willow leaf between his index and middle fingers and slashed at the space where Huayuan was, and a void sword chi instantly dissipated from Huayuan's neck. Huayuan's face was pale, and he didn't make any movements as his head slowly slid down. Chapter 72, Physical Body Extreme and Realm Extreme. Martial Saint Huayuan was killed by Sword Immortal with a sword. The ancient Black Shadow was so shocked that he didn't even dare to breathe. Sword Immortal. My father. No. The little one has no opinion. You can take this person away, and I won't give a single fart. Qi Wuzhen shook his head. It's too late. You've already made an enmity with this brat. By keeping you, this brat will be in danger at any time, and I'll have to guard him all the time. which will make me tired. A willow leaf floated in the air, instantly chopping at the ancient black shadow. Sword immortal. Don't you bully people too much. The ancient black shadow shrieked as the black mist condensed and materialized into a monstrous hand, trying to intercept the piece of willow leaf. Buzz! That willow leaf instantly penetrated through the giant hand of black mist and chopped straight through the black shadow's neck. Well, the dark shadow covered his neck incredulously as he tried to revive his injuries. The wound that had been cut by the willow leaf never healed. Its swordsmanship, traces chopped down by the sword intent, would not heal with the passage of time, and would exist for all eternity, never to be recovered. The ancient black shadow was unable to heal the wound, and eventually its vitality dissipated, turning into black gas and dissipating into the vast expanse of the world. 2 swords killed 2 martial saints. Qi Wuzhen lazily looked at Jiang Yan. Still alive? Can't die for now. Jiang Yan operated the original breathing method. However, he had forcibly sacrificed the red paper umbrella and the 2 yamas, and his body load had already reached the extreme, and even if he operated the original breathing technique, he wouldn't be able to heal the damage in a short period of time. Qi Wuzhen scratched the back of his head. The injury is not light. I have here. He had just taken out a green-colored elixir, and before he could open his mouth to introduce it, Jiang Yan snatched it and directly stuffed it into his mouth, refining the medicinal effect in an instant. Qi Wuzhen raised his eyelids. This is a divine medicine. You swallow it directly and you are not afraid of being detonated by its effects. Jiang Yan didn't care about these and those. After taking the green-colored divine medicine, the golden vortex in his body began to absorb the divine medicine medicinal properties. The golden vortex, after receiving the sublimation of the guild aura, the ability to refine the medicinal properties increased 100-fold, and after only 1 incense stick of work, the divine medicine was refined. Boom dash! Jiang Yan's spirit sea once again opened up a new heaven and earth. His current spirit sea was even more vast and boundless than a 4th-ranked martial king. The divine pill didn't break through Jiang Yan's minor realm, but rather, it merged into his foundation, sublimating his 2nd stage 8th level and making his realm even more solid. Jiang Yan slowly opened his eyes. He felt endless power within his body, majestic and surging. Qi Wuzhen, who was watching the show from the side, raised his eyebrows and said, "It's a bit interesting. The divine pill was directly refined. You guy really isn't simple." Jiang Yan had perfectly absorbed the medicinal properties of the divine pill, and more divine factors had appeared in his body. The divine factor combined with the gilded aura from the desolate ancient martial emperor in his body, allowing him to break through the 2nd order extreme. Originally, his physical body was already at the extreme end of the 2nd stage, and he was unable to sublimate the slightest bit further. Now that he had the divine factor to help him, his physical body broke the limit of the 2nd stage limit. This is a realm that no one has ever reached. His realm also broke through the limit. Throughout history, all divine gifters could only reach the 10th level of the 2nd order, and further up would break through to the 1st level of the 3rd order. With the divine factor and gilded aura assisting him, he broke the limitations of the 2nd order extreme and was able to break through to the 2nd order 100 at most. Jiang Yan used all of the spiritual chi from the spiritual sea to make a breakthrough. Boom boom boom. 2nd order 9. The 2nd order is 10 heavy. 2nd order 11 heavy. Jiang Yan, who should have broken the boundary and stepped into the 1st rank of the 3rd order, broke through the realm to the 11th rank of the 2nd order. It was a successful attempt. Qi Wuzhen also noticed this, and he surveyed Jiang Yan with interest. The realm extreme has been broken by you. Throughout history, how many supreme demons have come up with ways to break the extreme limits of their realms in order to consolidate their realms, and they have all failed without exception. Qi Wuzhen laughed softly. I didn't realize that realm extremes could actually be broken. I really should kidnap you back to be sliced and studied. Qi Wuzhen laughed. Breaking the extremes of flesh and the extremes of the realm, you are truly a well-deserved demon. To be able to train one's physical body to the extreme, one was already a supreme demon. Jiang Yan had not only broken the fleshly body extreme, he had also broken the fleshly body extreme, and he already didn't know what words to use to describe it. Since you're all full-blooded and resurrected, there's no need for me to continue staying here. Qi Wuzhen yawned and said lazily, you should pay attention in the future, make fewer enemies, and don't cause me any trouble. Jiang Yan smiled. I already knew that as an SSS-class demon, there's no reason why the country wouldn't send someone to protect me, so I just let go and do it. You this guy. Qi Wuzhen helpless bitter smile. I will not be able to help you every time to cover the bottom. The road to rise should be walked by yourself. No one will help you thorns. Don't worry, I won't put myself in a desperate situation again. Scarlet flashed under Jiang Yan's eyes. The sense of despair he felt this time facing the martial saint made him realize how small he was. As the Dark Shadow had said, so what if it was an SSS-ranked God-giver? As long as they hadn't risen to power yet, there was a possibility that they would fall. now that the golden age had descended, and there was no telling what changes the future would bring. He wanted to become stronger than everyone else, to stand at the forefront of the times, at the apex of the blue star. Qi Wuzhen instantly disappeared, and instead of going home, Jiang Yan traveled to the Fey Beast Ranch that everyone in Linjiang province feared. It was the land of the Fey Beasts, with several sixth-order beast emperors sitting there. The outskirts of the Fey Ranch, which was mostly filled with ferocious beasts and beast kings of the 2nd to 4th ranks, was a treasure trove for human divine gifters to try out. Every day, there were God-given squads that went to the outskirts of the Fey Ranch for trials, and every day, there were God-givers who died in them. If you want to enter the Beast Ranch, most people would choose to join a multi-person squad to hunt the beasts together and take care of each other. Jiang Yan sped on foot, and in less than half an hour, he arrived at the Fey Ranch on the border of Linjiang province. The place was packed with people, mostly in groups of 3, entering together. Jiang Yan had just stopped, when someone tapped him on the shoulder. "Little handsome, it's close to the martial arts exam. Are you here to break through at the Fey Beast Ranch as well?" Jiang Yan looked at the girl who patted his shoulder and said indifferently, "Martial arts exam? What's that? I'm a guaranteed student." The girl pulled the corner of her mouth. She had never seen someone so capable of pretending. If it wasn't for the fact that Jiang Yan was handsome, he wouldn't bother with him. Little handsome boy is so good at jokes. The guaranteed places are usually qualified for the top 50 in the martial arts competition. The girl had a smile on her face. She only felt that Jiang Yan was pretending to be a bouncer. Not a bouncer at all. In response, Jiang Yan didn't bother to explain. He raised his foot and walked into the Fey Ranch, ignoring the girl beside him. What kind of person this is? It's rare that people kindly want to invite him to join my squad. The girl beamed. Humph. Entering the Fey Ranch alone. Be careful that you don't even know how to die. A blue-haired boy from the girl's squad whispered at this time. That. Big sister. I see that he looks somewhat familiar. He's not a ghost immortal, is he? Ghost? Ghost fairy? Hearing the name Ghost Immortal, the girl's good-looking face was filled with shock. You're afraid you're not joking, the blue-haired boy whispered. I went to the scene of the Jiangcheng martial arts competition. I have just been observing him, and the more I look at him, the more he looks like a ghost immortal. The girl was shocked. He's actually a ghost immortal. Crazy, really crazy. She had just been talking to a ghost fairy. If she had a better attitude, was she able to invite the ghost fairy to team up with her? Aha! What have I done? The girl covered her head and screamed in regret. Chapter 73, Foreign Beast Ranch. Strong cross push. Entering the Fey Ranch alone. The sky was bleak, shrouded by boundless overcast clouds, and even the moon had turned red. Hunting and killing foreign beasts at the Foreign Beast Ranch to raise your realm is the fastest way. He broke the realm extreme and was able to reach the second stage of the 100th weight. This also meant that his task of breaking through to the 3rd rank in 3 months was aggravated. That was why he had to seize every minute and every second to continuously break through his realm. Strive to break through a minor realm every day. Roar dash. Worthy of being a Fey Beast Ranch. Just after entering, there was a second stage ferocious beast roaring at Jiang Yan. Although Jiang Yan was of the same 2nd rank, he already had the strength to fight against a 4th ranked martial king. Facing a second stage ferocious beast, he could destroy it with one punch. Jiang Yan looked in the direction of the roar and saw a 3-headed lion showing its teeth at him. Feeling Jiang Yan's scarlet gaze, the 3-headed lion instantly felt fear deep in its soul, shrinking its neck and not daring to breathe. Its biological instinct. The instinct to feel fear in the face of an invincible enemy. Ooh, the 3-headed lion let out a whimper, subconsciously wanting to please Jiang Yan. If anyone had seen this scene, their jaws would have dropped to the ground in shock. What an exaggerated scene this was. The 3-headed lion that everyone feared was actually like a pampered cat at this moment, rubbing its head against Jiang Yan's pants leg. Looking at the 3-headed lion's currying favor, Jiang Yan was exasperated and laughed. Brother, do you still have a bit of the demeanor that a ferocious beast should have? The 3-headed lion wasn't annoyed and spat out its tongue at Jiang Yan like an obedient pug. Alright, I won't kill you. Hurry up and go. Jiang Yan waved his hand at the 3-headed lion. Hearing Jiang Yan say that he wouldn't kill himself, the 3-headed lion was like an amnesty and ran away in a puff of smoke. There were intelligent beasts that feared Jiang Yan and didn't dare to approach. Naturally, there would be foreign beasts that didn't know the heights of heaven and earth that weren't afraid to die, directly pouncing on Jiang Yan. Giggle. A sword shadow was quickly flung towards Jiang Yan's neck. Jiang Yan didn't even lift his head and grabbed the sword shadow, which was the snake's tail. Flower sword snake. Jiang Yan recognized the type of this ferocious beast and directly pulled out the sword tail from the flower sword snake's tail with his bare hands. Ow dash! The flower sword snake let out a mournful scream. Click! Jiang Yan directly broke the flower sword into 2 halves and threw it on the ground in disgust. What kind of broken sword? the quality is so poor. The flower sword snake understood Jiang Yan's words and was desperate and at a loss for words. His hunting sharp weapon was pulled out alive by Jiang Yan and also broken with a hand. It had already lost the possibility of living. Boom dash! Jiang Yan blasted his fist onto the flower sword snake, and the flower sword snake's flesh exploded inch by inch, surprisingly not even leaving behind any ash. A third-ranked flower sword snake was easily wiped out by Jiang Yan as if he had crushed an ant. No fun. Jiang Yan bristled. Right now the third-ranked Beast King was like a toy in his hands, not challenging at all. He killed 100 Beast Kings along the way, absorbing the remnants of the Beast King's souls and turning them into aura that flowed through the spirit sea. Human, you're the one who killed my men. The earth trembled as a titanic great ape appeared, and it looked down on Jiang Yan from above. In the Titan ape's view, Jiang Yan was nothing more than a mole cricket with a bit of strength. As a fourth-ranked Beast King, it was already the most powerful existence in the outskirts of the Fey Beast Ranch. Facing the fourth-order Titan giant ape, Jiang Yan stuck his hands in his pockets with a smile on his face. Fourth-order Beast King, finally a heavyweight experience pack. Hearing Jiang Yan's words, the titanic great ape felt slighted and became furious. Human, you're underestimating me. No. Lord Beast King, you misunderstood. I didn't underestimate you. Seeing that the titanic ape misunderstood, Jiang Yan hurriedly explained. I actually didn't put you in my eyes at all. He laughed. What's the point of underestimating when I don't have you in my sights? Jiang Yan's words completely enraged the Titan giant ape, the king of the outskirts of the Fey Ranch. Roar! It pounded its chest and let out a roar in the sky. The terrifying sound waves shook the entire outskirts of the Fey Ranch. Wah! What's this commotion? This is the Titan giant ape, the most powerful Beast King in the outskirts of the Fey Beast Ranch. Someone has angered the Titan Beast King. That person is dead. So terrifying. We are just in the periphery, strangling second-order ferocious beasts are nearly fallen. That provoked the fourth-order Titan giant ape guy. I'm afraid to die, extremely miserable. The crowd of the Fey Beast Ranch felt sad for the person who provoked the Titan giant ape. Messing with whoever was not good enough, and instead messing with the most unmanageable and terrifying creature in the periphery. At this time, facing the enraged Titan giant ape, Jiang Yan frankly tucked his hands into his pockets with a mesmerizing smile on his face. The remnants of a fourth-order Beast King soul must be a great tonic. He couldn't wait to absorb the remnant soul of a fourth-rank Beast King. Don't know how to die. The Titan giant ape went berserk as it slammed its fist at Jiang Yan, clamping down with the weight of 10,000 tons, enough to smash through a mountain. Boom dash! Jiang Yan's fist blasted together with the Titan giant ape. His fist didn't do a thing. The Titan giant ape was instead lifted to the ground by Jiang Yan. What kind of power is this? The titanic great ape said in fear. That human's punch shattered its entire right arm. You're a fifth-ranked marshal exalt. The Titan giant ape looked at Jiang Yan in fear. A fifth-ranked marshal exalt? You have such a high opinion of me. Jiang Yan laughed. Wrong guess. I'm only a second-rank martial master. Hearing Jiang Yan's words, the Titan giant ape was filled with incredulity. How is it possible? Your terrifying strength. It's impossible for you to be a second-ranked martial master. Whatever you think. Jiang Yan had a smile on his face as he took a step and rushed in front of the Titan giant ape. A burst of aura directly blowing up the Titan giant ape's head. Bang! The Titan ape's huge head exploded, splattering blood all around. Jiang Yan raised his hand and devoured the remnant soul of the Titan giant ape. He no longer suppressed the aura that converged in his spirit sea and proceeded to break through the minor realm right then and there. Boom boom boom. The second order is 12-fold. 13 heavens of the second order. Second order 20 heavy. After killing countless second-ranked ferocious beasts, 100 third-ranked beast kings, and a fourth-ranked beast king in a row, Jiang Yan absorbed too many remnant souls and directly broke through to the 20th level of his realm. Boom! Breaking through 9 minor realms in a row. The terrifying aura that erupted from Jiang Yan's body far exceeded that of a third-ranked martial zone, and pushed straight towards a fourth-ranked martial king. He threw a punch at the large mountain in the distance, directly blasting out a series of sonic booms that flattened the mountain straight away. Together with the aura bursting out, he was afraid that he could give the Fey Ranch a middle score with one punch. Hey, kid, was it you who leveled that mountain just now? A sinister voice rang out from above Jiang Yan's head. Jiang Yan faintly raised his head. I'm sorry, did I scare you? If so, I can apologize to you. Apologize? Disturbing my cultivation. You'd better apologize with your death. The man was fuming. A cold aura flashed as the lance in his hand violently slammed into Jiang Yan. Madaka! There was only a crunch, and the hard-haired man was dumbfounded. He stabbed at Jiang Yan with his full strength, but surprisingly, he didn't hurt a single hair on Jiang Yan's head. Then, can we reconcile? The hairy man instantly sobered up and smiled sarcastically. Chapter 74 Humanoid Brush Cage. Reconciliation? At this moment, You're afraid you're not joking. The corners of Jiang Yan's mouth rose slightly. The bottom of his eyes were filled with laughter. I'm not some kind of demon, so naturally I won't kill you. Recognizing the gap between himself and Jiang Yan, the hairy man nodded his head as if pounding garlic. Thank you, senior, for not killing me. He was a third-ranked martial zone. He could be said to walk sideways in the outskirts of the Fey Beast Ranch. Even the Beast King was no match for him. The man in front of him, who couldn't even break his defense with his full strength, must be an existence above a martial king. He had to compromise and protect his little life above all else. Don't worry about it. I'm a good person. The smile on Jiang Yan's face deepened. Looking at the smile on Jiang Yan's face, the hairy and ruthless man was inexplicably terrified. Elder, what are you? What are you going to do? Not long after, a crooked neck was hanging upside down from a man who kept screaming for help. His constant screams attracted countless foreign beasts. Elder, spare my life. Spare me. No, don't. Seeing the Beast King getting closer and closer to him, the ruthless man let out a miserable scream. Just as the Beast King was about to approach him, he was cut down by a ghost martial sword. Jiang Yan sat on a rock not far away, waiting for the foreign beasts to smell the blood of the man who had become ruthless to come closer. Then he harnessed the ghost martial sword to decapitate the foreign beasts and collect the remnants of his soul. The louder you scream, the better. Attract all the foreign beasts in a 100-mile radius, and it will be counted as a great merit for you. Jiang Yan smiled brightly. He was true to his word, and he really didn't kill the hairy man. But a mortal sin can be avoided, but a living sin can't be escaped. Jiang Yan decided to utilize the waste and scratched the blood out of the hairy man's calf and hung him upside down so that he would keep struggling to attract the foreign beasts. In this way, Jiang Yan didn't even need to run the map back and forth to decimate the foreign beasts in a 100-mile radius. Jiang Yan even took out a cup of wine from the 10 Directions Ghost Order, paired it with a roast chicken, and sipped it beautifully. In this situation, I can't help but compose a poem. Jiang Yan couldn't help but sigh. Just as he continued to prepare his dry meal, a voice rang out from behind. Stop! Jiang Yan sniffed and looked, only to see a man wearing the same attire as the man with the vicious hair glaring angrily at him. Jiang Yan put down his wineglass and raised an eyebrow at the hairy man hanging in the air. Your friend, ha? Seeing the visitor, the vicious man immediately regained his vigor and glared at Jiang Yan. You brat is dead. Do you know who the visitor is? He is the #1 heavenly pride of my Jiang City Martial Arts Academy, Dongfang Yun. Sorry, I haven't really heard of it. Zhangcheng Martial Arts Academy? What second-rate martial arts college? He had never even heard of it. Realizing that he was being ignored, Dongfang Yun's handsome face revealed a hint of killing intent. Kid, you dare to ignore me. He was the #1 heavenly pride of the Zhangcheng Martial Arts Academy. No one had ever dared to ignore him like that. Dongfang Yun held the B-grade heavenly artifact Star Sword, a Star Sword chi that chopped towards Jiang Yan at extreme speed. You're dead. Dongfang Yun's Star Sword has decimated countless enemies, and no one has ever survived his sword. The ruthless man laughed out loud. In response, Jiang Yan was still sitting on the rock, crossing his legs and tearing off a chicken leg without any panic. The Star Sword chi had already slashed at Jiang Yan's body. Clank! The sword energy reverberated, and the trees around them were shattered. This time, it was the turn of the self-proclaimed heavenly pride Dongfang Yun to be dumbfounded. WH. What? How is this possible? He just that sword, but under 10% of the power. The other side is not even a thing. The hairy and ruthless man froze for a moment, and then was on the verge of crying out. It's open. This man is open. He was a third order first order. So even if he couldn't injure Jiang Yan with his gun, Dongfang Yun is a third order, 8th ranked, late stage Wuzong. A sword cannot cut Jiang Yan. This is still how to play? Dongfang Yun pulled the corner of his mouth. Today's sun is really white. Where am I here? Accidentally lost. You guys continue. I won't bother. He snorted and wanted to leave. Jiang Yan naturally wouldn't let him run away. With a warm smile on his face, come all the way here. Just come and sit with me. It wasn't long before another man hung upside down from the crooked neck tree. The two people kept swaying, letting out miserable screams. Senior, we were wrong. Spare us. We will never dare again. Jiang Yan looked at the foreign beasts attracted by the two of them with satisfaction, sipping a small drink and maneuvering his ghost martial sword to cut down the foreign beasts. One day passed quickly. Jiang Yan killed the outer alien beasts in a big difference, and always operated the original breathing technique, and managed to reach the 25th gravity of the second stage. The Dongfang Yun and the vicious man who had been hung for half a day, on the other hand, were paralyzed on the ground as if they had been played out. Their eyes had lost hope, and their faces were filled with lifelessness. You two have worked hard. I still have 2 pieces of chicken left here, so you can make do with it to pad your stomachs. Jiang Yan threw the cleanly eaten chicken bone rack and chicken but to the two of them. Thank you senior for the reward. The two of them didn't forget to give Jiang Yan their thanks. Jiang Yan smiled and left, his back not to mention how dashing he was. Into the night, he jumped onto the ancient tree and ran the original breathing method. The following morning, dawn broke and the first light shone into the Fey Ranch. Jiang Yan slowly opened his eyes, and a flash of scarlet flashed under his eyes. 26th level of the second rank. In a single night's work, the original breathing method had given him a minor realm boost. He stood on the ancient tree and looked into the depths of the Fey Ranch. The foreign beasts in the periphery have already been killed to extinction by me, so it's time to go deeper into it and hunt the fourth-ranked Beast King. He leapt up with a single step. His speed was as fast as lightning, instantly killing his way into the Fey Beast Ranch. Jiang Yan had just gone deeper into it when he was called by a group of people. That long-haired guy, get your ass over here. A disdainful command sounded. Jiang Yan slowly looked at the person who spoke, his voice cold. You are shouting at me. Crap, little master is calling you. We don't just have you here to be a pussy and have long hair. This statement caused the others to laugh. Hurry up and get over here. We've discovered the secret treasure and we need you inferiors to be responsible for filling the Beast King's stomach. The yellow-haired man with earrings laughed. What are you still staring at? Can't you see that our young master has spoken? The dainty woman who was attached to Huang Mao's side said in a delicate voice. Jiang Yan looked at the group of people. The few young men at the head of the group were of the second rank in realm, while the black-clothed men behind them were all of the third rank. Turns out it's a bunch of males. Seeing Jiang Yan standing still, yellow hair staggered. Is this kid deaf? Someone come and treat his ears. As soon as yellow hair's words left his mouth, a black-clothed man approached Jiang Yan with his fists clenched. Just as his fist was about to smash into Jiang Yan's face, puff dash. The sound of blood and flesh being churned out rang out. A giant snake several buckets thick appeared at an unknown time, biting off the upper half of the black-clothed man's body with a single bite. A group of rich kids were in chaos. Beast, the Beast King has appeared. Quickly, you guys go kill it. Chapter 75, The Human Judge. Several black-clothed men received the order and were instantly as fast as lightning, surrounding the giant snake from different directions. But they had underestimated the giant snake, which was a fourth-ranked Beast King. Humans, how dare you covet my secret treasure? None of you will be able to leave alive. The giant snake spat out its snake letters, and poison permeated around its body, corrupting everything. Ah! Wang Shang save me! The delicate woman was so frightened that she screamed in shock. Wang Shang was the yellow hair. He was also scared pale at this time. You bunch of losers. What did I raise you for? Quickly kill this snake for me. Thunder Fist. A black-robed man's right arm was bubbling with thunder as he blasted at the giant snake with a thunderous force. Boom dash! In a flash of electricity, the giant snake just let out a miserable scream, and a fling of its tail directly smashed the black-clothed man to smithereens. Killed on the spot. When the rest of the black-clothed men saw this, they couldn't help but take a few steps back, their faces a bit ugly. A fourth-ranked Beast King was far beyond the ability of a few of their third-ranked martial sect members to deal with. Form a formation. The leader of the men in black said sharply. With him as the leader, several black-clothed men stepped on the 7 stars, simultaneously biting the blood from the tip of their tongues and spraying it under their feet. Space fluctuated, and bizarre patterns appeared. Layers of formations operated, and an ancient sword with monstrous spiritual pressure flew out from it. This is the SS grade Heaven Execution Sword, a male gentleman exclaimed in shock. 7 black-clothed men made blood sacrifices at the same time before barely sacrificing a SS grade heavenly object, which showed the terror of this Heaven Execution Sword. Facing the SS grade heavenly artifact Heaven Punishing Sword, the 4th-ranked giant snake clearly felt fear as it was covered in black scale armor, and the top of its head blossomed with blood and flesh, from which a unicorn horn was drilled out. Poison Horn Jiao. It's not a snake, someone exclaimed in shock. The poisonous Horn Jiao was the most adept at concealment, and it put on the appearance of a snake just to show the enemy that it was weak, and instantly obliterate its prey while the enemy was careless. The black scale armor of the poison Horn Jiao appeared, and the scales quickly vibrated, emitting a whistling sound of air tearing. Chop! The 7 men in black hissed at the same time. The Heaven Execution Sword condensed all the spiritual energy of the 7 martial sectors, like a long rainbow, tearing through the sky and instantly killing the poison Horn Jiao. Hiss! The poison Horn Jiao spat out poisonous gas, which condensed into substance and turned into a poisonous barrier. Buzz! The Heaven Execution Sword was like a crack, instantly shattering the poison barrier and stabbing into the abdomen of the poison Horn Jiao. Clank! The Heaven Execution Sword shattered the black scale armor of the poison Horn Jiao and embedded it raw into its flesh and blood. The poisonous Horn Jiao let out a miserable scream as it rose up into the air, its huge body covering the sky and its black scale armor opening wide, shattering the Heaven Execution Sword alive. This SS-grade Heaven Execution Sword was only a shadow, and it could only cut out one sword when facing a 4th-rank Beast King. Seeing that even the Heaven Executing Sword was unable to kill the Poison Horn Jiao, the 7 black-clothed men felt a sense of despair. A group of rich kids were also pale and scared to death. Spirit Avalanche. Right at this moment, only the teenager who had just been threatened by the crowd could be seen with one hand pointed at the abdomen of the Poison Horn Jiao, faintly spitting out 2 words. Next. Boom dash. With a shocking sound, a terrifying energy fluctuation instantly exploded. That Dr. Horn Jiao, which had been soaring in the air just moments ago, was blasted into pieces in an instant. It was scattered everywhere. Jiang Yan stood in the air. The blood and flesh scattered by the Poison Horn Jiao were avoiding him. Not a single drop splashed down on his body. He was like a demon god, coldly looking down at the earth. The 7 men in black were shocked speechless by the scene before them. All 7 of their martial sectors, who had sacrificed SS-grade Heaven Execution Swords with their secret techniques, had failed to decimate the giant horn. This long-haired teenager had actually used just one punch to blast the Poison Horn Jiao that they felt so desperate about into pieces. The group of rich kids were even more shocked that they didn't dare to breathe. The scene just now was too unbelievable, making their brains stop thinking. Only after a long time did the yellow-haired man shiver and speak. What kind of monsters did we mess with? The dainty woman shook like a sieve. How do I look at him? Looks like a ghost immortal. Ghost fairy? As soon as these 2 words came out, the faces of these rich kids were more ugly than one another. The word ghost immortal had become a synonym for fearfulness in Jiangcheng. It's not true. It's definitely not true. How can he be a ghost immortal? It's impossible. Absolutely impossible. A rich kid screamed in terror. Under the horrified gazes of the crowd, Jiang Yan slowly landed on the ground, holding a bizarre token in his right hand. Seeing that token, even if a few people are stupid, they know that this person is a ghost immortal. Ghost immortal. Misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. The yellow-haired man had a stiff smile on his face. Right. It's all a misunderstanding. If we knew it was your old man, how could we possibly trouble you? The delicate woman had a pleasing smile on her face. Jiang Yan's face was expressionless. You guys are saying that if I'm not a ghost immortal, you can make me a sacrifice for the Beast King? The crowd's faces changed drastically. No such thing. Jiang Yan had a cold smile on his lips as a black gas flew out from the 10 ghost orders and transformed into a judge. List out all the evidence of their life's crimes. Kill those who should be killed, and cut those who should be cut. His voice was bland, but it made the children of the rich families turn pale and fearful to the extreme. The judge nodded and lowered his eyebrows at Jiang Yan, directly pronouncing the sins and goodness of the people's lives. Zhao Ming, forcibly robbing 3 women from the people should be subjected to 1,000 years of infernal hell. Li Yan, who bullied many of his classmates, falsely accused others, and caused one person to commit suicide, should be subjected to the hell of tongue-plucking and the hell of the Mountain of Swords. As the crowd's misdeeds were pronounced one by one by the judge, several brats rushed forward with various instruments of torture. No, don't. Dash. A rich kid's eyes were plucked out by the kid. No. The delicate woman's tongue was pulled out raw, and she let out a mournful scream. For a time, the Fey Ranch was like a hell on earth, and all of these rich kids who had done all the bad things were dragged into hell and suffered the punishment they deserved. Jiang Yan remained expressionless, coldly witnessing all this. He absorbed the remnant soul of the 4th-rank Poisonous Horn Jiao and managed to reach the 30th grading of the 2nd rank. Too slow. Still too slow. At this rate, in the end, it would take a monkey's age to reach the 3rd rank. By the way, just now this group of rich kids said that this Poisonous Horn Jiao was hiding a secret treasure. Now that the Poison Horn Jiao was dead, Jiang Yan directly entered the Poison Horn Jiao's cave, which was stacked with all sorts of heavenly treasures. One didn't need to think about it to know that all of these heavenly treasures were all treasures left behind by the humans who had died in the mouth of the Poison Horn Jiao. On the green stone board, a white jade pot lingered and filled with aura. Catching Jiang Yan's attention, he picked up the white jade wine pot and immediately smelled a fragrance of wine, which was strangely fragrant and incomparable. Just by smelling a mouthful of it could stabilize the mind and nourish the 5 viscera and 6 bowels. This is a spiritual treasure. Jiang Yan came to be interested and raised the white jade wine pot high. Clear wine flowed out along the pot's spout, and Jiang Yan directly drank it. As the wine entered his abdomen, Jiang Yan felt warm and comfortable with his body filled with aura. Chapter 76 White Jade Wine Pot. Western Hunt. Gudong. Jiang Yan finished the wine in the white jade wine pot in one gulp. His body was warm. Pure spiritual chi flowed through his limbs and bones. Jiang Yan's spiritual chi was moisturized by the spiritual wine, which turned into spiritual chi, allowing Jiang Yan to directly ascend into the 32nd level of the 2nd rank. Good wine. Worthy of being a spiritual treasure? Drinking it directly raised him 2 minor realms. I just don't know how this white jade wine pot can replenish the spirit wine. Could it be adding wine to it and turning it into spirit wine over time? Jiang Yan opened the wine pot and glanced inside, and was pleasantly surprised to find that the bottom of the pot was rippling and continuously gushing out wine. This white jade wine pot is actually an automatic refill. It doesn't need to add anything. Jiang Yan was overjoyed. This white jade wine pot was at least a top-grade spiritual treasure. He put the white jade wine pot into the 10 Directions Ghost Order, and rummaged through the poison horn Jiao's cave for a few moments, not finding any other valuable treasures, and left in disappointment. Not long after he left, in front of him, several tall, blonde-haired, blue-eyed foreigners appeared in the poison horn Jiao cave, staring in the direction Jiang Yan had left. Young master, the spiritual treasure held by that Chinese teenager is not simple. Should we? The white-haired old man used his hand as a knife and wiped his neck. The blonde-haired youth known as the young master. The corners of his mouth rose slightly. The poison horn Jiao likes to collect spiritual treasures, and all the spiritual treasures it collects are of top quality. With so many top-grade spiritual treasures laying there, this Chinese teenager only took away the white jade wine pot, so it is evident that the white jade wine pot is superb. Harun elegantly laughed. I want to take a look at that white jade wine pot. Once the blonde man said this, the remaining few Western martial artists instantly understood what it meant. Young Master Harun, please wait for a moment. The white-haired old man's eyes were filled with compassion. As long as it is what you want, my subordinates will fetch it for you. As soon as the words fell, the white-haired old man disappeared. Jiang Yan, who was strolling in the forest, sensed the cold killing intent, and stopped at once, lazily scanning the surrounding area. I've killed countless foreign beasts at the foreign beast ranch, and it's the first time I've been treated as prey. He had eyes to see and ears to hear, and no breeze could escape his eyes. A breeze blew through and blew a leaf off the ancient tree. The moment before that leaf drifted down to the ground, a sword light flashed, a terrifying wind whistle surged wildly, and that leaf was quickly blown into the air. Clank dash. Jiang Yan held the ghost martial sword and collided with the western sword that was killing at extreme speed. Grandpa, out for a walk? Jiang Yan laughed. The white-haired old man's eyes were deep. Kid, my young master has his eye on a treasure. I wonder if you can bear to part with it. What baby? It can't be that you're looking at this little baby of mine. I know you guys are open-minded in the West, but I don't like the same sex, so please tell your young master not to be hitting on me. Jiang Yan is well-traveled and tart. You dare to insult young master Harun. A cold aura flashed across the white-haired old man's eyes as terrifying killing intent turned into substance and instantly erupted towards Jiang Yan's heart. Boom dash. Jiang Yan kicked the white-haired old man in the air and sent him flying sideways, lifting his hand and pulling a sword flower, dissolving all of the old man's killing intent. Jiang Yan raised his eyebrows as the ghost martial sword in his hand cracked open and disintegrated and dissipated in the next instant. The white-haired old man laughed coldly. Little kid, your heavenly object has been shattered. Obediently offer the white jade wine pot and I can still let you die a quick death. So you want the white jade wine pot? Jiang Yan took out the white jade wine pot from the 10 Directions Ghost Order and shook it by his ear, listening to the sound of the wine swaying inside. Jiang Yan smiled and looked at the white-haired old man. If I give you the white jade wine pot, can you spare my life? If you were a Western martial artist, I should still leave you alive, but you are a lowly Chinese martial artist, so you must die today. The white-haired old man's voice was cold. Jiang Yan played with the white jade wine pot inside helplessly. In that case, since it's all about death, I'd better let the white jade wine pot accompany me on the road. With that, he violently smashed the white jade wine pot into the distance. How dare you? The white-haired old man didn't expect Jiang Yan to play this trick. His eyes were wide with rage. His speed was as fast as lightning. He was about to receive the white jade wine pot in an instant. Just at the moment he was about to receive the white jade wine pot, a dozen ghost martial guns, which had long been dormant underground, violently stabbed into the air, running the old man through a dozen bloody holes. Well, poo dash. The white-haired old man's eyes were wide open, looking at Jiang Yan with a face full of unbelief. Junior, how dare you? Jiang Yan casually took the white jade wine pot, with a warm smile on his face. Asterisk. You don't really think you can get the white jade wine pot, right? Junior, I will make your life worse than death. The white-clothed old man exploded his aura, and the dozen or so ghost martial guns stuck in his body were shattered, and the bloody holes in his body stopped bleeding instantly. The fourth-ranked martial king's chi and blood erupted, and he had a head full of white hair that flowed out like a monster that had gone berserk. Oh, so scary. Jiang Yan cooperated by opening his mouth wide with a shocked look. The white-haired old man blasted his fist at Jiang Yan, breaking the speed of sound and creating a burst of sonic booms. Jiang Yan raises his right fist in return. Bang! The fists of the two men collided together, and the white-haired old man's right arm twisted with the naked eye, his veins instantly exploding. Ah! The old man let out a miserable scream. Jiang Yan smiled with the corners of his mouth as he stretched out his scissor hand with his left hand and poked it directly into the old man's eyes. Ah, dash! With his eyes poked out and blinded, the old man fell to the ground in agony, wailing continuously. Jiang Yan's face was filled with smiles. Didn't you say you wanted me to be worse than death? Why are you in such a sorry state now? Junior, if you spare me, I will forget about it and spare you from death, the old man said in a ruthless voice. Are you threatening me? The smile on Jiang Yan's face deepened, but his voice was chilling. I love it when people threaten me, because those who threaten me, their souls will also never have peace. Black chi emerged beside Jiang Yan's body, transforming into the 10 square ghost order, and a chain flew out from the 10 square ghost order, penetrating the old man's body. What is this? You can't kill me. My young master won't let you go. You can't kill me. The old man felt the fear that surpassed death as he hissed and roared continuously. I'll kill you first before I talk about your young master. Jiang Yan laughed, puffing and giggling. Several chains ran the white-haired old man all through his body, about to pull him into hell. Don't stop yet. A shadowy voice rang out. Jiang Yan slowly twisted his head to look, only to see a blonde-haired, blue-eyed youth with a cold face, and he was followed by several fourth-ranked martial kings. When the old man heard the voice, he hurriedly shouted, Young master, save me. Harun looked at Jiang Yan with gloomy eyes. I've heard that China is a state of etiquette and is very friendly to Western friends. It's really better to hear than to see. Is this how you Chinese treat your foreign friends? Jiang Yan nonetheless was not morally kidnapped, but smiled and said, the premise that you have to be a Western friend, this comes up to kill me. I have no way. If he wants to kill me, I can only kill him. Jiang Yan spread his hands, helpless. Such a simple truth. Do you need me to teach you personally? Chapter 77 Playing with the palm of your hand and wiping them all out. Eloquent. Since I can't make sense to you, there's no point in talking nonsense. Harun ordered in a cold voice. Kill him. Behind him, several tall and large fourth-ranked martial kings killed Jiang Yan at the same time. Two of them were strength system psychics, their muscles rippling like a mountain of flesh. Boom dash. One person blasted at Jiang Yan with all his might. Jiang Yan similarly blasted out his right fist, and under that martial king's shocked gaze, the corner of Jiang Yan's mouth curved up. Aura bursts out. Bang! That martial king instantly flew horizontally, like a kite with a broken string, his limbs twisted, his life and death unknown. The rest of the martial kings were all stunned when they saw this scene. This is a second-stage martial master? How can it explode with such terrifying power? A martial king swallowed his saliva, his eyes filled with shock. I've long heard that China has hidden tigers and dragons, and that there are hermits and masters. And it's true. Several martial kings were instantly on guard, not daring to easily kill Jiang Yan. Harlan grimaced. Bunch of losers. A ghostly light flickered in his hand, and a bizarre paper boat emerged. Chinese pariah. I'll send you on your way. Harun's face was filled with a scowl. The weird paper boat flew out of his hand and slowly sailed towards Jiang Yan. In the next moment, Jiang Yan was like being in the boundless Black Sea, with no boundaries to be seen around him, and only a weird ghost ship sailing towards him. Domain. Jiang Yan raised his eyebrows slightly. This was the first time he had ever encountered the field. Some trouble. Jiang Yan craned his neck. The boundless black ocean echoed with Harun's voice. Chinese pariah. I will let you know what will happen if you disobey me. You will live a life worse than death. You're really noble. And disobey you. You really take yourself seriously. Jiang Yan laughed and cursed at the sky. It's not just a field. And it's made to look like it's so great. Jiang Yan stretched his back. Let you ghostly old man see the realm of the old me. The 10 directions ghost order surfaced in front of Jiang Yan, who reached out and clutched it. Scarlet flashing under his eyes. The Underworld Emperor is here. Yama listened to the order. Buzz dash. Two ancient silhouettes appeared behind Jiang Yan. King Qin Guan, King Chu Jiang. As Jiang Yan's voice fell, the two ghost gods officially descended. As the ghost god descended, Harun's domain instantly became extremely unstable. The black ocean kicked up a tsunami, and the bizarre ghost ship crumbled a little. How is this possible? What kind of divine gift is this that you can interfere with my domain? Harun's voice was filled with panic. Jiang Yan laughed. Let you see what it means to be a true domain. With a smile on his lips, he said faintly, the ghost domain unfolds. In an instant, with the two ghost gods as the starting point, it quickly spread in all directions. Harun's black ocean was instantly swallowed. It was Harun's turn to appear in the middle of two hellish spaces. The Harlan was dumbfounded. He looked around in confusion. The place was so gloomy. It was almost like a place where people stayed after death. Where is this? Harlan swallowed, his voice stuttering. He raised his head with great difficulty. only to see two hideous-looking ghosts and gods looking at him with contempt, and was so frightened that his legs went limp and he fell to his knees. He hung his head low, afraid to look around, and was trembling all over. Jiang Yan stood at the head of King Qinguang's phallic form, coldly looking down at Harun. "Little ghost old man, can you still talk now?" Jiang Yan's voice was bland, but it sent shivers down Harun's spine. Harun's body spasmed. He knew that he had incurred a terrifying existence, and he hurriedly begged for mercy. Spare me. I won't dare to do it again. Spare me." The smile on Jiang Yan's face was no longer there. "Spare you? Have you ever thought of sparing others when you arbitrarily dispose of their lives?" Harun was shaken. I was wrong. I will never dare again. Please spare me." "Late," Jiang Yan said indifferently. Late. No, not late. I have repented and I will atone for my sins." Harun only wanted to live and kept kowtowing and begging for forgiveness. Jiang Yan remained cold-eyed as he stopped paying attention to Harun. There were only uncountable dead souls, approaching Harlan step by step. "Give me back my life. Give me back my life. Why do you want to kill me? I've obviously handed over the spiritual treasure to you. Why don't you let me go? Why?" The dead souls of those once slain by Harun all approached Harun with grim faces. Seeing these undead souls, Harun was scared to death. Don't come over. Get away from me. All of you. Get away." Uncountable undead closed in on Harlan, tearing his soul apart in one gulp. "Aha!" Harun let out a mournful and desperate scream. The ghostly realm dissipated, and Harlan, with both eyes rolled upward and blood dripping from the corners of his mouth as if his soul had been drained, collapsed helplessly to the ground. "Young Master Harun." Several martial kings rushed over to assist him. A martial king checked Harun's heart vein and immediately changed his face. "The heart vein has stopped. Young Master Harun, dead." The faces of several martial kings changed drastically. They wouldn't be able to survive if Harun died. "Chinese pariah, do you know what you've done?" Jiang Yan nodded and pointed at Harun. "I know. I just killed him. Do you know who he is?" Seeing Jiang Yan's disinterested look, the Western martial king's teeth were clenched in anger. Jiang Yan nodded. "I know. He's Harlan. That's what you all call him. Chinese pariah. He is the Prince of Great Britain." The Western martial king's voice was trembling. "Really? Wow. The explosive rate is so high. The fly that you casually crushed to death is actually a prince." Jiang Yan was overjoyed and took out his cell phone and asked, "Can I take a picture with this dead prince? He's trying to post a friend. Happy the fly I crushed today was the Prince of Great Britain." The faces of the numerous Western martial kings were hard to see. "Chinese pariah, I will make you, and your 9 clans, all worse than death." Boom dash. That martial king's pupils contracted as he looked incredulously at his chest, where there was a huge bloody hole. Jiang Yan's face was expressionless. "Look at you, chatting and chatting. Why do you have to bring your family? Now it's good. There's nothing to chat about. You, put." The Western martial king spat out black blood and was lifeless. The few remaining Western martial kings were shocked beyond words by Jiang Yan's thunderous tactics and looked at Jiang Yan in horror. You're dead. You can't afford Great Britain's wrath, and Huaxia can't protect you either. I'm not sure how De Ying's anger is, but my anger needs to be quelled with your lives." Jiang Yan's eyes showed killing intent. "The chattering is noisy. I've lost the mood to chat with you guys." Jiang Yan slowly raised his head. "Now you guys can try to escape." Jiang Yan wore a smile on his face. "I will count down 5 seconds and then start hunting you down. V4. Without any hesitation, the crowd of Western martial kings immediately rushed in different directions at extremely fast speeds. Jiang Yan smiled with the corners of his mouth. "I lied to you all. I didn't intend to count down at all, and have no intention of letting any of you live." He snapped his fingers. Black flame. In an instant, the Western martial kings who were quickly fleeing in all directions were simultaneously set ablaze by the black flames. Harrowing screams echoed through the Fey Ranch until their voices were joined by their flesh, turned to ashes. Chapter 78, Beast Tide. Time flew by, and soon half a month had passed. Jiang Yan managed to kill his way into the depths of the Fey Beast Ranch and broke through to the 70th level of the 2nd rank. 30 weights to go, and I'll be able to break through to the 3rd rank. One didn't dare to imagine how terrifying it would be to break through to the 3rd rank with 100 weights of the 2nd rank. The depths of the Fey Ranch were already sparsely populated, and very few humans came here. It was only because there was a living 6th order beast emperor here. Without a martial saint to lead them, no one dared to go deeper into the Fey Ranch, except for those who are not afraid of death like Jiang Yan. It's also time to leave. Slaying the foreign beasts had become muscle memory, and it was clear that the enhancement to him was starting to slow down. It's a waste of time to stay any longer. Jiang Yan stood up from the ancient tree, stretched, and then planned to leave the Fey Beast Ranch. Just then, a sudden riot came from the distance. The earth trembled. It was loud, noisy and disorganized. Beast tide. Jiang Yan looked over and saw numerous ferocious beasts gathering in groups, wave after wave, forming a terrifying beast tide. Bad. Could it be that I've killed too many foreign beasts, causing this group of respective beast kings to unite? This was not a good sign. Jiang Yan took a sip of the spirit wine in the white jade wine pot and quickly fled towards the exit. His speed was strangely fast, and he met numerous human martial artists with panicked faces along the way. Run! The beast tide is coming, Jiang Yan kindly reminded. Hearing the words beast tide, everyone was pale and fearful to the extreme. They would have to fight for their lives to deal with a single beast king if a wave of beasts came. They would only be drowned by the many beast kings. What to do? What to do? The beast tide is encroaching fast. We can't run away. A goddess giver looked at Jiang Yan. Senior, can you lend us a helping hand and give us a ride? Jiang Yan was speechless. He was rushing all by his two legs, and he didn't have any spiritual treasures to carry people. How could he take them for a ride? I can't help. Jiang Yan waved his hand with them. I'll see you at the exit. As soon as the words fell, Jiang Yan sped along, instantly distancing himself from several people. Roar dash. The beasts roared with a sound that shook the heavens. Even the fourth-ranked martial king's face changed drastically. Beast tide? How many years has it been since we've seen it? The practical trial is over. Retreat. He was a tutor at the Martial Arts Academy, leading his students to the Fey Beast Ranch for trials. Now that he had encountered a wave of beasts, he had to cover the students' retreat. Heavenly Yuan beads. The fourth-ranked martial king offered a string of blue and translucent beads that instantly grew larger, holding a few students far away at great speed. Mr. Lin, aren't you coming with us? A female student shouted. Lin Feng said in a deep voice, as the martial king of Huaxia and as your mentor, I have the responsibility to stop the beast tide. Teacher Lin. The crowd of trainees shouted urgently. That's a beast tide. You can't subdue it alone. Who says he's the only one? A bright voice rang out. Aren't we people? One could only see a silhouette flash, their auras instantly erupting. All of them were fourth-ranked martial kings. The more perilous the moment, the more united we must be to meet the battle. Not bad. What's a small beast tide? As long as we have a unified front, the beast emperor will give it the chop. Several teachers from the academy who were originally at odds with each other had united as a front against the beast tide. Old Lu, I didn't expect even you to come forward. I thought you'd take the lead and run away. Lin Feng laughed. Lu Chuan snorted coldly. In front of the students, I can't do something that humiliating, even if I'm afraid of death again. I'm their teacher, and I'm going to die in front of them. The dozen or so martial kings were talking and laughing, and they were all under the realization that they would surely die. We have to stop the beast tide no matter what we say, or else when the herd of beasts kills their way out of the Fey Ranch, there will be countless citizens who will be massacred. Roar dash. The hissing sound of the group of beasts became clearer and clearer. It was getting closer. They could already see the herd of beasts. Some of the martial kings were already shaking because of their nervousness. Even so, he hissed, kill. He was the first to kill, holding an ancient machete that cut out a black blade light. Heavenly Lotus Earth Flame. Thunder Blast Break. All the martial kings killed the beast tide at the same time. Boom dash. A golden bull with golden horns on its head roared as the golden horns on its head absorbed the divine gifts of the crowd of martial kings, releasing even more terrifying sound waves. Buzz. The transparent sound wave directly blasted a martial king into a bloody mist. Crunch. The three-headed silver wolf was as fast as lightning, instantly biting into the neck of a female martial king and crushing it alive. In a short moment, several martial kings were devoured by the wave of beasts. Tian Yuan beads. Lin Feng's eyes were glazed over and he was drenched in blood. He was still making his last stand. As long as I can hold you guys off for one more second, those kids will have one more hope of surviving. Bang! Bang! A tens of meters tall earth dragon slowly approached, and with every step it took, the earth trembled with it. The earth dragon looked scornfully at Lin Feng, who was still resisting, and opened its bloody mouth, tearing the upper half of Lin Feng's body apart. At this moment, Jiang Yan had already arrived at the periphery of the beast ranch. He didn't even take a breath. Looking back, he could no longer see the shadow of the beast tide. Whoosh! Several rounded green beads fell here, and the green beads shattered in a flash. The few people carried on the beads were crying uncontrollably. Mr. Lin! Mr. Lin! You've already run out. Why are you still crying? Jiang Yan was puzzled. A girl choked. Ooh, our mentor chose to stay behind to stop the beast tide in order for us to escape. He might have. Jiang Yan instantly understood what was going on. This group of students should have been led by their university instructors to try out at the Fey Ranch. Heaven forbid they encounter a beast wave. Their mentor chooses to stay behind and delay in order to give them time to escape. But the beast tide, hundreds or thousands of beast kings, how could a few people be able to stop it? Jiang Yan sighed, and when he turned his head, He saw a crippled silhouette that was looking at the several students who had escaped death from afar with a face full of reluctance. The silhouette, with its limbs mutilated and white bones showing all over its body, noticed Jiang Yan and realized that Jiang Yan could see him, so he opened his mouth to plead. "Little friend, the beast tide is coming soon. Can I trouble you to take these children out of here?" The broken silhouette pleaded. Jiang Yan was silent, only nodding his head faintly. "Thank you, little friend. As long as they can survive, I am relieved." As soon as the words fell, his last silhouette dissipated, turning into bits of starlight. Jiang Yan looked at the several students who were crying uncontrollably. "Don't cry. Crying counts for time. The beast tide is almost arriving here. I'm not leaving. Teacher Lin is dead. I want to avenge him. Fight this group of foreign beasts." A boy summoned the heavenly creature, his eyes red. "Fight the Fae." The girl with red crying eyes also summoned her staff with determination in her eyes. Jiang Yan saw that several people had already made up their minds, and he faintly said, "As you wish." Turning away, he said no more. Chapter 79, One Man to Defend a City. Rumble dash. A large group of beast kings rushed across like a tsunami of rocks and mountains. Ancient trees broke and the earth trembled. On the outskirts of the beast ranch, several students sacrificed heavenly objects and released their supernormal abilities, their eyes filled with determination, ready to fight the beast tide to the death. The wave of beasts was getting closer and closer, and they were trembling with fear. Even so, none of them took a step back. Avenge Teacher Lin. Kill. A boy's eyes were wide with rage as he held a golden rhythm longsword, hissing with extreme speed as he killed the wave of beasts. Strong. The golden rhythm longsword in his hand shattered the instant it slashed into the iron wall ape. The terrifying air wave even carried him vibrating and flying over 10 meters away. Tide of water. The woman holding the staff floated in the air, dots of water flowing and turning into a water tornado that rolled towards the tide of beasts. The moment the water tornado approached the beast tide, a path was hardened by a boulder. Several students despair. Their full force strikes are simply toys in the eyes of the raging and frenzied beast tide. Roar dash. The group of beasts hissed, just as several students had despaired and were ready to meet their deaths. Earthquaker, Skyquaker, Judge, 100 ghosts walk at night. Undertaker at your service. A voice rang out from afar. One of the boys was about to be crushed by the barbarian Elephant King's foot when a huge monster charged across the room and directly knocked the barbarian Elephant King over. Eh? The boy was filled with confusion and shock in his eyes. The girl holding the staff was about to be blasted to pieces by the Beast King's roar when a chain instantly drilled out from all sides, disintegrating the Beast King's roar. This is. The young girl holding the staff froze, looking back in disbelief, her pupils fluttering, only to see that the teenager who had just turned away was now standing behind them. A bizarre token lingered around the teenager. Behind the teenager stands an endless number of figures. What a trouble. Jiang Yan rubbed his temples, but having promised the dead soul to keep you guys safe. It's not like I'm a person who likes to break appointments. Looking at the several people who froze, Jiang Yan impatiently said, "What are you still doing there? Stand up and run." You. Several students filled their eyes with trembling. I said, "Run. Now. Use the fastest speed in your lives and run." Jiang Yan said in a cold voice, "If you don't want your mentor to die in vain, get up off the ground now and run." Jiang Yan's words echoed deeply in the minds of several people, who struggled to get up from the ground, limping step by step toward the exit, running with all their might. Can I ask your name?" the female student asked, stopping as she ran past Jiang Yan. "Live and tell." Jiang Yan said indifferently. The girl froze, then broke into a smile and nodded heavily. "I will survive and I will know your name." Wait until a few of Lin Feng's students all ran away. The earth Kuei, heaven Kuei, and judges that Jiang Yan had sacrificed had all dissipated. What kind of foolishness am I doing? Jiang Yan covered his eyes and sighed helplessly. That's just it. The beast tide started because of me and should end because of me. Yian's soldiers listened to the order to suppress the beast tide. He faintly gave the order. Tens of thousands of Yian's soldiers raised their heads at the same time, red light flashing under their eyes, holding their weapons and killing the beast tide. When had the beast kings ever seen such a scene? They were startled into taking a few steps back before letting out a roar and swarming up. The Yian soldiers are responsible for fighting the beast king. The 100 ghosts, on the other hand, transformed into roiling ghost martial swords, frantically killing the foreign beasts. Jiang Yan hit the red paper umbrella and slowly drew out the sword in the umbrella. River City Town Guard Legion. Lord Town Guardian. Things are urgent. A large-scale beast tide has occurred in the Fey Beast Ranch. A town guardian in battle uniform reported in a hurry. Beast tide? Such a big deal. Why are you only coming to report it now? Sure, Haoyan said in a shocked voice. Wen Huiyuan, the original Jiangcheng Town Guardian, fell. The Marshal Saint Shi Haoyan assumed the role of the new Jiangcheng Town Guardian. The Town Guard envoys are only divided into two levels. The lower level is the provincial town guard envoy, sitting in the provincial town guard corps, guarding the peace and quiet of a province. The superior is the Chinese Xinhua envoy, who sits in the imperial capital and guards the whole of China. The only 8th order martial emperor in Huaxia was the Huaxia town guardian. The entire army will march with me to suppress the beast tide riot in the Fei Beast Ranch. Shi Haotian roared as he wore 10,000 Jin battle armor and held a heavy battle halberd as he killed the Fei Beast Ranch. The Linjiang province's town guard legion was situated in the capital of the province, Jiangchang, and it just so happened that the Fei Ranch was also in Jiangchang, and they marched as fast as they could. In less than 10 minutes it was like a large army arriving at the Fei Ranch. Shi Haotian said in a deep voice, "I've heard that there are 6th order beast emperors in the Fiend Ranch, so if you run into one later, you guys just run, and leave the beast emperor to me." "Yes, Lord Town Guardian." The crowd of town guardians answered at the same time. Shi Haotian's voice shook the heavens, "Follow me to kill in." Rumble. Hundreds of town guards were disciplined and orderly killing the beast ranch, preparing to suppress the beast tide. Shi Haotian had a gloomy face, and when he led the Xinhua Legion to the so-called beast tide starting point, his entire body was dumbfounded. Where are the beasts? Why are they all gone? Why are they all lying on the ground? As far as the eye can see, the only one still standing in place is the teenager who was covered in bruises and blood, with a head of inked hair flowing in one hand supporting the sword without falling. "Lord Town Councillor, this." Shi Haotian waved his hand, stopping his men from speaking. He walked at a steady pace towards the teenager who held up his sword without falling. The young man sensed that someone was coming, and the red umbrella sword in his hand instantly slashed at the visitor. Buzz! The powerful sword chi was terrifying to the extreme, and if it wasn't for Shi Haotian's profound realm and battlefield experience, he was afraid that he would have been directly cut down by this extremely fast sword. Only then did Shi Haotian see that the teenager in front of him had lost his consciousness, standing there with only his muscle memory, not letting a 4th-ranked beast king cross in front of him. He was surrounded by corpses, none of which had been killed by a single sword. Dang it, since ancient times, heroes are youngsters. Shi Haotian sighed. He looked at the corpses all over the place, and even he couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. The corpses all over the place were all 4th-order beast kings, and the worst was a 3rd-order beast king. Among them, there was actually a peak 4th-order, half-step 5th-order beast king. It was inconceivable that a teenager could do this. It's one man to defend a city. Lord Town Guard Envoy. Does it mean that? It's not. It can't be. The Town Guard Lieutenant Colonel said in a trembling voice. What's impossible? My Huaxia is full of talents. There are countless heroic teenagers. To produce such a teenage supreme being is my Huaxia's great prosperity. Shi Haotian couldn't suppress the excitement in his voice, but looking at the teenager covered in bruises and blood, there was more heartache in his eyes. Bring him back to the Town Guard Legion Auxiliary Hospital and let the best healers treat him. Yes, Lord Town Guardian. Several officers immediately left with Jiang Yan. Shi Haotian's eyes instantly blazed as he looked deeper into the Fei Beast Ranch. Beast Emperor, it's time to come to an end today. Chapter 80, Breaking Through the Third Order. A new SSS-ranked alien ability. Hospital attached to the River City Town Guard Corps. On the white hospital bed, the teenager with inked hair like a waterfall slowly opened his eyes. His scarlet eyes scanned the area in confusion, only to hear a flutter of freckles. Wake up! Wake up! It's really awake. Go over there and check it out. Jiang Yan was still in a daze when he saw several innocent-looking nurses surrounding him, looking at him with a strange look. What's that look? It's not like you're going to suddenly tell him, you're awake. You've become a girl. If that's true, then he's better off dead. You're awake. Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere? The pure and lovely-looking little nurse asked in a sweet voice. Jiang Yan's brain had rebooted, and he realized that he had been taken to the hospital. It's no longer a big problem. Jiang Yan wanted to sit up, and several nurses rushed forward to assist him. The nurses looked at Jiang Yan with eyes of adoration and admiration. Your deeds are spreading here in our hospital, diffusing the beast tide alone. It's incredible. Handsome boy. Can you give my sister an autograph? Facing the many nurses, Jiang Yan smiled helplessly and bitterly. I think I still need to rest. Can you leave me alone for a while? Okay, then you have a good rest. A group of nurses with embarrassed faces left, and the room returned to calm. Jiang Yan sat on the hospital bed, his eyes gradually clearing. It's already possible to break the rank. He could feel the surging and raging tidal wave of aura in his body, completely unsuppressible and on the verge of bursting his physical body. 2nd order 100 weight. He wiped out the beast tide alone, killing thousands of beast kings, completely burning himself out, breaking through his own limits, and successfully reaching the 2nd stage of the 100th weight. The 3rd level of the Immortal Dao Collection has also shown signs of loosening. Jiang Yan was overjoyed. With 100 broken steps and the 3rd level of the Immortal Dao Collection, his strength would be greatly increased. Invincible in the same realm not to mention. Even the 4th rank was no match for him. Jiang Yan took a deep breath and slowly operated the original breathing method. In an instant, the spirit sea within his body turned into substance. Jiang Yan's body was haunted by tides of spirit chi, and hundreds of streams of light flowed outside Jiang Yan's body. At the center of the spirit sea, a pillar of heavenly light emerged. The golden vortex in Jiang Yan's body didn't burn black flames, but rather, it cracked and contained black electric flowers. Slowly, crackling black electric flowers connected in clusters, transforming into black currents. Black electric currents flowed through Jiang Yan's limbs and bones. Rumble dash. At this time in Jiangcheng, the sky was shrouded in dark clouds, with fierce winds, thunder and lightning. Rumble. There was a terrifying roar, accompanied by pouring rain, and the thunder that struck down was shocking. It was black. Haotian, who had already returned to the Jinguo Legion, looked up and watched, his eyes filled with shock. This is a heaven and earth vision only caused by SSS-class supernormal abilities. Zhang Chang has given birth to another SSS-class divine giver, Lord Town Guard Envoy. The starting point of this heaven and earth vision seems to be at the hospital attached to our Town Guard Legion. An adjutant was surprised. Go and take a look. Haotian loves talent and was ecstatic in his heart. First, he had discovered a teenage supreme like Jiang Yan, and now an SSS-ranked divine giver had been born. This is the great renaissance of Jiangcheng, and the great renaissance of Huaxia. It's even the great rise of the human race. Haotian couldn't help but laugh up to the sky. He was strangely fast, as he took one step, and his entire body flew like a missile towards the Jinguo Legion-affiliated hospital. The front desk of the hospital saw the visitor and called out respectfully, "Lord Town Councillor, quickly, which room is this vision coming from?" Haotian inquired sharply. The nurse at the front desk blinked in confusion and said in a puzzled manner, "You should know, Lord Town Envoy, that the person who triggered the heaven and earth anomaly is the severely injured teenager you ordered to be sent here." "What did you say?" Haotian was shocked. This earth-shattering vision was actually triggered by Jiang Yan, but this was clearly a vision that would only appear after awakening an SSS-class divine providence. How could it appear on Jiang Yan's body? There was only one possibility. Jiang Yan had awakened a new SSS-grade divine gift. Just thinking about this made Haotian tremble. What the hell am I thinking? How is this possible? He had already read Jiang Yan's information and learned that Jiang Yan was a dual-born god-giver. The divine gifts of awakening are the SSS-ranked 10 square ghost order, and the E-ranked red paper umbrella. When he looked at Jiang Yan's information, he learned that Jiang Yan was an SSS-class divine giver, and then when he saw the remarked twin-born divine giver, his whole body was excited. The first divine gift is SSS. The second one is SS at worst. I think. He couldn't wait to check it out, but he actually found that Jiang Yan's second divine gift was a bit poor, just E-level. Throughout the ages, dual-life divine gift givers have been like phoenix hares, and triple-life divine gift givers have never been unheard of. Haotian's face was solemn. He arrived in front of Jiang Yan's recovery room and felt the majestic aura fluctuations within. He's breaking the rank and awakening a new divine gift at the same time? This is too unbelievable. Haotian's face was shocked. Haotian made a decision to take Jiang Yan as his disciple, saying whatever he could to keep this absolute demon in the Jinguo Legion. At this moment, inside the rehabilitation room, Jiang Yan did not realize what a terrifying heaven and earth anomaly he had triggered. When he broke through the third order, he awakened a new psychic ability just like when he broke through the second order. These powers are imprinted in his bloodline and naturally awaken under certain opportunities. The second stage awakened ability was Eternal Black Flame, and if it was possible to detect equal grades, it would definitely show SSS grade. Now that he had risen to the third rank, he had awakened a new supernormal ability, 9 Spectraline Thunder. Again, it was an SSS-ranked supernormal ability. Jiang Yan slowly opened his eyes, and his scarlet eyes flashed with a black thunder, which came from the 9 underworlds and specialized in hitting soul bodies. A shot of shadowy thunder struck, and immediately the soul was scattered. Crunch! Crunch! Jiang Yan's face twisted, enduring great pain as his tendons began to break in strips and finally recondensed. Extremely sublimated. This was the third level of the Immortal Dao collection, practicing the tendons. Jiang Yan gritted his teeth to endure the intense pain of his tendons and veins breaking and being reborn while feeling the exhilarating sensation of the extreme sublimation of the second order 100 heavy minor realm. It hurts and it feels good. It's like ice and fire. Boom dash! A heavenly beam of light erupted from Jiang Yan's circumference and went straight to the clouds. It instantly dispersed the dark clouds and returned a clear sky to Jiang City. This monstrous beam of light split the sky raw, as if running through to another world. Jiang Yan's flesh and blood were worn down little by this beam of light, and his spirit sea withered away in an instant. This instant, Jiang Yan experienced a death. Slowly, He reopened his eyes as the black thunder completely condensed. Jiang Yan resisted the monstrous beam of light with black thunder in his hand. Boom boom boom. Jiang Yan hissed and broke through the sky, forcing this monstrous beam of light to shatter. He was naked. Black thunder and black flames surrounded him, coalescing into a black and gold battle robe. Jiang Yan's ink hair was scattered. His robe was windless, standing above the dome of the sky, his eyes downcast looking down on the living beings. Chapter 81 Aura Overflow. Crazy Slaughter. Boom! Jiang Yan violently landed on the ground. The ground trembled and smashed out a huge crater, and the channeled black thunder spread. He tried clenching his palms, endless power boiling in his palms. Third Order. In Thunder. Tendon Training. Jiang Yan had a cold smile on his lips. He can do anything now. It was as if there was a black hole within him with endless power. Jiang Yan's speed was so fast that he transformed into a black lightning bolt, only leaving a residual shadow on the spot, instantly arriving 100 miles away. This is not part of River City. It is an empty city infested with foreign beasts. Zippy zippy dash. Jiang Yan had just made a breakthrough. His aura was so majestic that it was overflowing, and his body carried its own black thunder, which he could not control on his own. Try the current battle power. The corner of Jiang Yan's mouth rose slightly. His eyes scanned the surroundings and instantly captured a fourth-ranked Beast King. Jiang Yan moved as he transformed into a black lightning bolt, instantly flashing past the fourth-ranked Beast King. Boom dash. The fourth-ranked Beast King didn't even react, and in an instant, he was blasted by the black thunder and exploded into a bloody mist. Roar dash. Jiang Yan's behavior caused a fifth-ranked Beast King to become furious. Human, you've crossed the line. Jiang Yan turned his back to the fifth-ranked Beast King and smiled at the corner of his mouth. I crossed the border? If I remember correctly, this place used to be called Nanjiang, the boundary of Jiang City. The city that used to be prosperous is now in ruins. How dare you say that I have crossed the line? Jiang Yan's eyes showed killing intent as a black thunderbolt flowed. I think you want to die. As Jiang Yan's voice fell, a black lightning bolt erupted, instantly killing in front of the Fifth Order Beast King. Boom dash. A thunderstorm exploded, instantly forcing the Fifth Order Beast King to launch a defense. Without waiting for the fifth-ranked Beast King to react, Jiang Yan had already flashed above the Beast King, and a fist mixed with thunderstorms fell like rain, with each punch having the power of 10,000 tons. Boom boom boom. Where had the fifth-ranked Beast King ever encountered this kind of madman who loosened his hands at the drop of a hat? He was being blasted back by Jiang Yan. His face was ugly to the extreme. Human, you seek death. Who dash? A beam of light strong enough to destroy a small city blasted out from the Beast King's mouth. Jiang Yan's eyes were filled with killing intent. He didn't take half a step back. A fist directly smashed into the mouth of the Fifth Order Beast King, rawly interrupting the Beast King's spellcasting pre-shake. The fifth-ranked Beast King flew thousands of meters like a kite with broken strings. Pooga dash. The fifth-ranked Beast King let out a miserable scream. Without waiting for it to land, Jiang Yan had already flashed above him and threw out a whip leg from top to bottom. Bang! The sound barrier was torn apart. A shocking sound came from the earth. The fifth-ranked Beast King was kicked directly into the ground 100 meters by this kick. The dust and smoke dispersed, and only a figure stood indifferently in front of the 100-meter deep pit. Jiang Yan's eyes were cold and pursed his lips, not knowing what he was thinking. As the smoke dissipated, slowly, Jiang Yan smiled. First, there was a laugh that couldn't be strained to flow out, followed by an undisguised laugh, and finally a wild laugh that was thrown back to the sky. The waist is almost backward to the ground. After laughing maniacally, Jiang Yan clenched his left fist. Lightning speed, clenching his right fist violently again. 100,000 tons of punching power. Jiang Yan's expression was suddenly serious, and the 9 Underworld thunder. Ah-ha-ha-ha-ha. Jiang Yan let out a suppressed laugh. Ah-ha-ha-ha-ha. I'm invincible in the same realm, and I kill as usual across orders. The fifth rank kills the same. Black thunder erupted around Jiang Yan, catching him in the air. I can do whatever I want. If the martial saint doesn't come out, no one in the world can kill me. He raised his right hand high and pointed to the sky while his left hand pointed to the ground. Heaven and earth. I am the only one. The fingertips of his right hand coalesced black lightning, and an intense sense of light shrouded half of his face, making it impossible to see his demeanor. Die. Jiang Yan's right index finger fell downward. A black thunderstorm violently fell from the firmament, splitting in the 100-meter deep pit where the fifth-rank Beast King was deeply embedded. Boom boom boom. The black thunder lasted for a full 10 minutes, ensuring that there was no chance of the fifth-ranked Beast King surviving. Before the shadowy thunder dissipated, Jiang Yan landed on the ground. He lazily swept his eyes around the shivering Third-Order Beast Kings and Fourth-Order Beast Kings and said coldly, "Now, you guys can start escaping. Once how you wantonly abused humans, now I will abuse you." There was no mercy in Jiang Yan's eyes. there were pitifully few 6th-ranked Beast Emperors. As long as the Beast Emperor and Martial Saint didn't come out, Jiang Yan could walk sideways. Even if the Beast Emperor and Martial Saint came out, Jiang Yan would still be able to vanish, drive the Fey to extinction. This was the first thing Jiang Yan had to do after becoming stronger. He and Jiang Shaoke's mom and dad died in the mouths of the beasts. Just this abandoned empty city, being eaten up little by the beasts, eaten alive. Jiang Yan, who was only 10 years old, witnessed his mom and dad being eaten alive, and he could only carry Jiang Shaoke, who was crying and fainting, on his back as he ran from Nanjiang City to Jiangqing City. Now that he had absolute strength, he was going to take back the city, which had long since been reduced to an empty city. From the Fey, the only 6th-order Beast Emperor in Lingjiang Province was at the Fey Beast Ranch, and now he had been heavily injured by Shi Haotian. This ruined empty city did not have any 6th-order Beast Emperors, and at the highest, there were only a dozen or so 5th-order Beast Kings. Jiang Yan wanted to personally drive all the foreign beasts in this empty city to extinction. Thunder Cage. With Jiang Yan as the center of the circle, the Yin Thunder enveloped the entire Nanjiang city that had fallen into ruins. The Black Thunder transformed into a huge birdcage, and a Black Thunder went so deep into the ground that not a single bird could fly out. It's time to clear the air. Jiang Yan's eyes were filled with madness. Taking advantage of the fact that he had just broken the rank and his body was overflowing with aura, he was going to go on a killing spree. Buzz! Jiang Yan transformed into a black lightning bolt, slaughtering foreign beasts without discrimination. Everywhere he passed was a bloody mist. Those 1st and 2nd order ferocious beasts were crushed to death by the electric flower on Jiang Yan's body before they even touched him. Humans! It ends here. A monstrous roar, only to see a scaly dragon hovering over a large mountain open its eyes and gaze coldly at Jiang Yan. It was a 5th-rank scaly dragon. Roar! The earth shook and the mountains collapsed. The earth under Jiang Yan's feet instantly collapsed, and a 100-meter-large dragon turtle revived, its every move causing the mountains and rivers to tremble. It's really been too long since I've killed anyone, giving these lowly creatures the mind to rebel against us. The sky was obscured by giant wings, and a blazing vermilion bird descendant hovered in the air. The Nanjiang city, which had been reduced to ruins, had 3 5th-ranked beast kings appear in a row. Jiang Yan wasn't afraid in the slightest. He wanted to take advantage of the aura overflow to wipe out all these beast kings. What a great time to come. Saves me from having to look for you guys one by one. Having just broken through the 3rd rank, he was now at his full strength. In a few more hours, his aura overflow state would dissipate, and by then he would struggle to fight 2 5th-ranked beast kings. So it was just a matter of killing a few more 5th-ranked beast kings while the aura overflow state was still there. Today is the day that you will die. Jiang Yan's eyes were filled with madness. P.S. Taking a day off on January 1st. Love you guys. Chapter 82 Appreciation of the Town Councilor. Insolent little child. Big words. The massive dragon turtle let out a dull, loud sound that echoed through the crumbling empty city. Every move it makes causes the earth to tremble. Jiang Yan laughed coldly as he raised his hand to devour the remnants of the decapitated ferocious beast's souls, and with his backhand, he pulled out a white jade wine pot and drank it in a big gulp in front of the 3 5th-ranked beast kings. Tons and tons and tons. Jiang Yan drank that called a smooth. The body was already bursting with overflowing aura. Instantly became even more surging. Buzzing dash. Jiang Yan directly raised 2 minor realms, reaching the 3rd level of the 3rd rank. Jiang Yan retrieved the white jade wine pot with a cozy face, stretching his waist comfortably. Su, hunting time. His right hand explored, and the Rakshasa ghost scythe manifested. Jiang Yan transformed into a black lightning bolt and instantly killed the 100-meter body of the dragon turtle. Clank! As he went down with this sigh, a muffled grunt came from the massive dragon turtle. Its massive mountain-like shell was smashed and dented. Seek death. The dragon turtle shell erupted into a ground spike, flashing with bizarre runes. The bizarre talisman culture turned into a ray of light, killing Jiang Yan from different directions. The dragon turtle was a 5th-ranked beast king, mastering innate magical powers, and these weird runes were its innate magical powers, and once touched, they would be turned into blood and water. Black flame. Jiang Yan spoke faintly. When the uncountable rune rays were about to touch Jiang Yan, they were all ignited by the black flame and instantly dissipated. In thunder. A black thunder appeared in Jiang Yan's hand, which transformed into a divine spear capable of penetrating through all things, and was instantly hurled out. Giggle. The dragon soared into the sky, shooting out a human-headed sword from its mouth, colliding with the divine spear condensed by Jiang Yan inlay, the two resisting each other and erupting with terrifying energy fluctuations. Xian bird. This 3rd-ranked human is a bit strange. Let's strike at the same time and surround him to death. Surround me? You're not worthy. Jiang Yan's body erupted with black thunder. His speed was so fast that he only left residual shadows on the spot, instantly breaking out. he transformed into black thunder and instantly penetrated the Xian bird. Ow! The Xian bird let out a mournful chirp as its wings were pierced through alive and rose up in black flames. Bang! Without waiting for the dragon turtle to react, the Rakshasa ghost scythe descended from the sky, instantly smashing it back into the ground. Humans! The dragon turtle let out a growl. Shut your doggy mouth. Jiang Yan appeared in front of the dragon turtle and tilted its head with a whip kick. Jiang Yan had a cruel smile on his lips. Spirit avalanche. His fist against the skull of the dragon turtle, only to hear a shocking bang. The shell of the dragon turtle did not have any injuries, but inside the shell, it was already in tatters. Without a turtle shell defense, the dragon turtle was directly shattered by Jiang Yan's spirit avalanche. In such a short period of time, Jiang Yan instantly killed 2 fifth-order beast kings. Fear flowed from the dragon's eyes. You, what kind of person are you in the end? We have not violated the human race's territory in recent times. Why are you so cruel? Faced with Zhao Long's questioning, Jiang Yan didn't even bother to raise his eyelids. You mean that you ferocious beasts are only allowed to encroach on the boundaries of the human race, and you don't allow the human race to encroach on your boundaries in turn? The dragon was shocked by Jiang Yan's cold voice. Yes, the Fae could encroach on the human race's territory, and the human race could naturally encroach on the Fae's territory as well. But the problem was that Fae were born 100 times tougher than humans. Throughout history, only the beasts have slaughtered the human tribal cities, and there has never been a case of humans taking the initiative to violate the territory of the beasts. The ogre dragon face showed panic. Human, you are only one person. This empty city is a dozen of 5th-rank beast kings. If you don't want to. Before it could finish its words, a black thunderbolt instantly penetrated its heart, causing it to lose its vitality and never be able to speak again. Why are you threatening me? I'm a person who hates being threatened. Jiang Yan shook his head helplessly. After resolving the 3 fifth-order beast kings, Jiang Yan's aura overflow state of breaking through the 3rd order gradually dissipated. Jiang Yan sighed. He shouldn't have bull ******* Ted with these animals, wasting the time of his spirit overflow state. The state of spiritual overflow, or the state of overflowing aura. This state only arises briefly when breaking rank, allowing the rank breaker to turn on peerless for a short period of time, which is several times the battle power of the normal state. Now that the spirit overflow state was over, it might take some effort for Jiang Yan to be able to kill a 5th-order beast king again. Devouring the remnant souls of the 3 5th-order beast kings, Jiang Yan's realm directly rose to the 5th level of the 3rd order. His minor realm advancement was soaring nowadays, but it was different from ordinary god gifters. While other divine gifters only needed 10 weights to break through the ranks, Jiang Yan needed 100 weights to break through. After lifting the spirit overflow state, Jiang Yan also changed from arrogant to normal, leaving the Nanzhong territory at great speed and returning to Jiangqing City. Just after arriving at the boundary of Jiangchang, Jiang Yan realized that the place was surrounded by people. Among them was Shi Haotian, the town guard envoy of the town guard legion. Shi Haotian's face was filled with anxiety. This child, how could he come to such a dangerous place just after breaking through? Lord Town Guardian, the men have been assembled and are ready to enter the ruined city of Nanzhong. Shi Haotian nodded. No matter what, make sure to bring that kid out in one piece. Follow me into. Before he could finish his words, he saw Jiang Yan appear like a bolt of lightning. Jiang Yan looked at the crowd with strange eyes. Are you guys preparing for a big attack to retake Nanzhong City? Shi Haotian opened his mouth. Little friend Jiang, you're fine? What can I do? Jiang Yan asked strangely. So you just entered the Fey realm? Oh, I was just a little excited about my breakthrough and casually went to kill a few 5th-rank beast kings. Jiang Yan said indifferently. When these words came out, the faces of the crowd were all stunned and shocked. What do you mean you're a little excited about the breakthrough and casually killed a few 5th-order beast kings? 5th-ranked beast king, that has the ability to move mountains and fill in the oceans. A random 5th-order beast king could cause a city to fall into chaos or even be destroyed. Even if he knew Jiang Yan's terrifying strength, Shi Haotian was still a bit shocked. He swallowed his saliva. I don't remember wrongly. You should have broken through to the 3rd order from the 2nd order. Right. Yes. What's wrong? Jiang Yan said frankly. He just broke through from the 2nd rank to the 3rd rank. What's wrong with that? The townspeople were all dumbfounded. 3rd rank? Or had just broken through from the 2nd to the 3rd rank and then killed a few 5th-rank beast kings. This is a human being? Shi Haotian stiffened for a while before he leaned back and laughed. An absolute demon. A true peerless demon. He quickly stepped forward and patted Jiang Yan's shoulder with his big hand. Kid, do you want to join my Jinghua Legion? I'll directly appoint you as the next Linjiang Town Guard envoy. Hiss dash. The moment Shi Haotian's words came out, the surrounding townspeople all sucked in a breath of cool air. Directly appointing Jiang Yan as the next Linjiang Town Guardian. This was a pursuit that countless town guards had dreamed of. The town guards a large province and protects the lights of 10,000 families. Facing Shi Haotian's scorching gaze, Jiang Yan was completely unmoved. Not interested. If it's a Chinese town envoy, I can consider it. Chapter 83, The Army's Greatest Treasure. Black Gold Battle Armor. The Chinese Town Guards, guardian of the whole of China. Hearing Jiang Yan's words, the crowd all sucked in a breath of cool air. You can't even look at a provincial town crier and want to be a Chinese town crier. This kid's got a big mouth. In response, instead of being displeased, Shi Haotian laughed even more cheerfully. Good. Chinatown Guardian. I'm sure you kid can do it. Shi Haotian heavily patted Jiang Yan's shoulder. Kid, the more I look at you, the better I see you. Follow me back to the Jingguo Legion. I have a supreme treasure to bestow upon you. Supreme treasure? Hearing these two words, Jiang Yan's eyes lit up. Since that's the case, then I'll accept the honor. Jiang Yan smiled with his eyebrows. Ha 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 ha, let's go. Just like that, Jiang Yan returned to the Jintian Legion along with Shi Haotian. On the martial arts field of the Jingguo Legion, a handsome young man held a dragon spear and swept through the field with 1 against 100. Dragon battle in the wild. The dragon spear in Long Yuan's hand blossomed with a reddish haze, and the terrifying sweep wrapped with the force of 1,000 pounds, instantly knocking back dozens of battle-armored town guardsmen. Not worthy of being Long Yuan, stepping into the 4th rank triple at only 22 years old. I believe that it won't be long before I will be honored by the Lord Town Guardian and go all the way, and will be able to take over the position of Town Guardian in the near future. Long Yuan is a demon who graduated from the Martial Emperor Academy, and I'm afraid that no one in the younger generation of our Jiangqing Town Guard Legion can compete with him. The crowd of town guards sighed at Long Yuan's high talent, which no one could surpass. Just then, a panicked voice rang out. Brother Long, Brother Dragon, something big is wrong. Long Yuan frowned and looked away. What's the panic? The young man who looked up to Long Yuan hurriedly said. Lord Town Guardian has returned. He also brought a young man with him to gift him the greatest treasure in the army. The black gold battle armor. What did you say? At those words, Long Yuan's eyes instantly widened, filled with incredulity, and the bottom of his eyes filled with blood. Black gold battle armor. That was one of the River City Town Guard Legion's greatest treasures, and the town guardians who wanted to obtain the greatest treasure were all people who had made great achievements in battle. Right now, the Lord Town Guardian personally gifted the general's greatest treasure to another person, which could only be one possibility. That is, the town guardian has already trained that teenager as the next town guardian. At the thought of this, Long Yuan trembled. His right hand clutched the dragon spear in his hand, the bottom of his eyes covered with blood. I'm not convinced. I won't submit, he growled, jealousy having crushed his sanity. I, Long Yuan, am the next Linjiang Town Guardian. He ignored his companion's retention and directly raised his spear to the Legion Hall. Shi Haotian, who was full of smiles and was in the process of gifting Jiang Yan with the black gold battle armor, found the imposing Long Yuan, and his face was a bit displeased. Long Yuan, what are you trying to do? Lord Town Guardian, I'm not convinced. Long Yuan's voice was cold, his eyes full of killing intent, glaring dead at Jiang Yan, his back teeth almost gritted. On what grounds? On what grounds in the end? This little is clearly not a person from my Town Guard Legion. On what grounds can he get the army's most precious treasure? He, Long Yuan, had made great achievements and resolved countless incidents, and the contribution value he possessed could only be exchanged for spiritual treasures. This teenager in front of him, who was clearly not even a member of the Town Guard Legion, was able to be gifted the supreme treasure black gold battle armor by Shi Haotian. Treasure weapons are categorized into 4 main qualities, from low to high: fabulous treasure, spiritual treasure, supreme treasure, and heavenly treasure. The white jade wine pot that Jiang Yan had previously obtained was a top-grade spiritual treasure. The black gold battle armor that Shi Haotian had now gifted to Jiang Yan was a lower-grade supreme treasure, even higher grade than the white jade wine pot. It was no wonder that this Long Yuan was so red-eyed, and more than that, he was jealous. Long Yuan, even though Xiao Jiang, he is not a member of my Jin Guarding Legion. The battle achievements he has made are not something that you can compare to killing a few 4th-ranked ferocious beasts. Shi Haotian said helplessly. Hey, don't compare and don't know. His army's most talented Long Yuan, nowadays also at most able to kill the 4th-rank 1 beast king. Then look at Jiang Yan. He is still only at the 3rd rank. Killing a 4th-rank beast king is as simple as pinching an ant. It's a real people-pleaser. Long Yuan's eyes stared dead at Jiang Yan. Kid, you are also worthy of this black gold battle armor? If you have the guts to fight me, watch me break all your arms and legs. In the face of this inexplicable provocation, Jiang Yan shrugged his shoulders and directly ignored it. He didn't even look at Long Yuan and smiled at Shi Haotian. Thank you, Lord Town Guardian. For the reward, Xiao Jiang will accept the honor. This was a lower-grade supreme treasure. The rarity was even higher than the white jade wine pot. Jiang Yan was already impatient to put it on and feel it. Seeing that he was ignored, Long Yuan was completely furious. Kid, you seek death. He raised his gun with his right hand. His speed was so fast that a blazing fire lingered at the tip of the gun, transforming into a furious fire dragon that instantly killed Jiang Yan. In response, Jiang Yan only slightly sidestepped, his eyes lightly landing on Long Yuan. The corner of his mouth curved up in an arc that was deeply disdainful. Under Long Yuan's shocked gaze, Jiang Yan raised his leg and kicked. Bang! With a dull thud, Long Yuan bowed his body like a shrimp flying sideways at great speed, crashing into a high wall and directly being kicked into a folding screen by Jiang Yan. Hey! Sure, Haotian was also helpless. Long Yuan, this person usually boasts of being a demon, arrogant and boundless. Now being taught a lesson by Jiang Yan is also good, so that he knows the height of the sky. Jiang Yan retracted his leg and smiled as he put the black gold battle armor into the 10 Directions Ghost Order. Lord Jinghua Envoy, if there's nothing else, Xiao Jiang will go back first. Let's go. In the future, if you have any needs in terms of cultivation resources, feel free to come to the Town Guard Legion to ask me for them, and I'll grant them to you. Sure, Hao Yan laughed. Jiang Yan was also wearing a smile on his face. Then Xiao Jiang would like to thank Lord Town Guardian here in advance. Kicking Long Yuan was as simple as crushing an ant. It didn't even make Jiang Yan put it on his mind. Leaving the Town Guard Legion and returning home, Jiang Yan directly offered the black gold battle armor. And with a thought, the black gold battle armor exuded golden lines, as if it was alive. Clanking, the black gold battle armor instantly disintegrated and turned into a piece of parts that surrounded Jiang Yan's body while attaching to him. Boom dash! Wearing a black and gold battle armor, Jiang Yan's aura erupted all over his body, and his realm instantly rose from the 5th level of the 3rd order to the 10th level of the 3rd order. This black gold battle armor had given Jiang Yan a raw boost of 5 levels of battle power. Good baby! Jiang Yan loved it. The red paper umbrella coupled with the black gold battle armor was directly capable of allowing his battle power to soar to a whole new level. Buzz! The black and gold battle armor disintegrated and flew back into the 10 Directions Ghost Order. Jiang Yan stretched his back and directly lay down on the bed, huffing and puffing. This period of time can be regarded as exhausting for him, and he didn't know how long he had slept in one sleep. Opening his eyes again and glancing at the calendar, it was already the day of the National Martial Arts Examination. Ha! Jiang Yan yawned. Martial exams? Ah, they don't seem to have anything to do with me. Why doesn't it matter to him? Hey, because he bailed. Chapter 84, Martial Examination begins. Heaven's Pride Battle. Took a nap and slept through the afternoon. Jiang Yan rolled over, only to hear a wind sound. Directly rolled to the ground. Yo! Jiang Yan held the bed and grimaced as he climbed up. If it weren't for his hungry rumbling, he would have loved to sleep through the night. Let's eat some spirit plants first to cushion our stomachs. Jiang Yan offered a few 100-year-old spirit plants from the 10 Square Ghost Order and clunked them into his mouth. Well, the flavor is good. It's true that mixing it up gives you a sense of hierarchy. Jiang Yan ate the spirit plant while ordering a takeaway, then lazily paralyzed on the sofa to watch TV. As soon as I turned on the TV, a flood of information about the martial arts exam came up. It's just a martial arts exam. Is it necessary to make it so grand? Every channel was broadcasting the live broadcast of the martial arts exam, seriously affecting Jiang Yan's viewing experience. Killing a few first-order foreign beasts and you're being focused on? This freshman class can't do it. Jiang Yan smacked his lips, already treating himself as a senior. The martial arts exams were broadcast live, and students with high-quality divine gifts or those who killed a lot of foreign beasts in the exam room would be followed by drones. Just for a moment, there were at least 5 dark horses. Jiang Yan was completely uninterested, treating it as if he was watching a variety show playing house. Why, you ask? The most powerful of the foreign beasts on the martial examination is only a 3rd-rank beast king. Most of them were 1st-rank and unranked foreign beasts, and even 2nd-rank foreign beasts were pitifully few. Just this martial arts examination, if you let Jiang Yan on the field, a big black hole rubbing up, directly to the entire martial arts examination ground to raise. None of the alien beasts could run away, and of course the students had to be dead or injured. The martial arts exam is a child's playground in Jiang Yan's opinion. Boring, and it can only serve me for dinner. Jiang Yan chewed on the spirit plant while giving his evaluation. Just as Jiang Yan kept commenting on the key candidates for the martial arts exam, his cell phone suddenly rang. Once he saw that it was Zhang Xiaosheng, Jiang Yan casually picked up the phone. Old Zhang. What is it? Zhang Xiaosheng's excited voice came out from the phone. Old Jiang, you're very happy about bailing out. It's just like that. Quite boring. Even if I'm allowed to take the martial arts exam, the 3 major academies are still at my disposal. Jiang Yan said with disinterest. Zhang Xiaosheng laughed. You brat. Don't let those candidates hear these words, or they'll have to tear you alive. Jiang Yan was happy. Hey, let's get all the candidates together this year and see if they can tear me apart with their hands. Asterisk 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 off. No more bull asterisk 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 with you, kid. I came to tell you something big. Zhang Xiaoshang smiled mysteriously. Tell me. Jiang Yan was also a bit interested. He was bored to death right now. Seeing Jiang Yan's interest, Zhang Xiaoshang asked, have you heard of the Huaxia Heaven's Pride Battle? The Battle of the Chinese Celestial Pride? This was one of the most famous martial arts events in China, and Jiang Yan had naturally heard of it. What? The Heaven's Pride Battle is going to be held? Jiang Yan asked indifferently. He thought it was something. So that's what it was. All the heavenly prides of the provinces gathered in the imperial capital, showing off their abilities and showing off their talents. It's for sophomores and up and has nothing to do with him. He. That's why I'm calling you specifically to talk about it. Zhang Xiaoshang laughed thievishly. If you want to participate in the Heaven's Pride Battle, I can make it easy for you. He was now the vice principal of Linjiang No. 2 Middle School, and his connections and relationships were horribly strong. Not interested. I hate fighting and killing. Jiang Yan only wanted to quietly be a beautiful man. Oh, old Jiang. Aren't you curious about the rewards of the Heaven's Pride Battle? Zhang Xiaoshang followed the advice. The corners of his mouth rose slightly. Winning the top spot in the Heaven's Pride Battle will enable you to obtain a divine pill. Divine medicine. Hearing those two words, Jiang Yan instantly sat down. The only reason he was able to break the realm extreme was because Qi Wuzhen gave him a divine pill. The divine medicines fused with the guilt aura in his body, helping him to directly break the physical body extreme and realm extreme. Most of all, the most important thing was that the divine medicine was like golden sugar beans, delicious beyond words. Jiang Yan he craved. Old Zhang, count me as owing you a favor. Jiang Yan licked his lips. He wanted to eat the divine medicine again. That flavor, it should only be found in heaven. Zhang Xiaoshang smiled with an open brow. He. Just waiting for you to say this. I've already enrolled you. The Heaven's Pride Battle will be held in a month's time. That's right, old Jiang. Those who are able to participate in the Heaven's Pride Battle are not simple characters. They were all the top students of the martial arts exams and the top winners of the martial arts competition a few years ago. And they're all sophomores or older. They're going to be practicing for years longer than you, so you might be pressured to make the top 10. Jiang Yan smashed his mouth. How many places can you get the divine pill? According to the usual practice in previous years, the top 5 can receive a divine pill. Zhang Xiaoshang recalled. Old Zhang, you have not trusted me too much. I'm participating in the Heaven's Pride Battle this time around, and I'm going for the top spot. Jiang Yan had a smile on his lips. Old Jiang, in past years, the top 5 of the Heaven's Remarks Battle could all be 4th order martial kings, 4th ranked martial kings in their junior and senior years. Do you dare to imagine how terrifying their talent is? Jiang Yan laughed. He, a junior and senior martial king? Old Zhang, can you imagine how terrifying my talent is? He hadn't even entered the university yet now, and he had already reached the 5th level of the 3rd rank. Those so-called heavenly pride demons who had cultivated for 3 or 4 years more than him were all only worthy of lifting his shoes. Zhang Xiaoshang was energized. Old Jiang, does it mean that you have? I'm already a 3rd order martial zone. Jiang Yan smiled faintly. Zhang Xiaoshang was completely silent. This martial arts examination had only just begun, and Jiang Yan was already a 3rd ranked martial zone. Lin Yu, the student he was once most proud of, only managed to step into the martial sect in his junior year. This gap is simply a difference between clouds and mud, and there is an unbridgeable gap in the middle. Zhang Xiaoshang was convinced. Old Jiang, it's still you who's great. The call had just ended when Jiang Yan's takeout arrived. He opened the door to get takeout. Coincidentally, the big mom across the street went out to throw garbage. She saw Jiang Yan at home at this hour. Surprised, Xiao Jiang, why are you at home? Jiang Yan said, this is not just waking up. Big Mom scanned Jiang Yan up and down and came to a conclusion that Jiang Yan was not qualified to take the martial arts exam. If you wanted to take the martial arts exam, you had to reach the 5th level of the 1st rank, which was a mandatory condition. Big Mom remembered her youngest son who was at the 7th level of the 1st rank, and instantly became superior. Little Jiang, are you unable to take the martial arts exam? It doesn't matter. Even if you don't get into the martial arts university, you will still have a future. Jiang Yan yawned and interrupted the verbose Amma. Auntie, it's true that I can't take the martial arts exam. Jiang Yan smiled. I bailed. After saying this, he didn't even bother to look at the stiff smile on the older woman's face, and directly closed the door and beautifully unwrapped the takeout. Outside the door, the older woman's smile froze for a few moments before she slowed down to what bailing out meant. She immediately became furious. It's just a guaranteed admission. What's the big deal? It's only a guaranteed transfer to a second or third level martial arts university. Still a guaranteed transfer? Shucks. Big Mother believed that her youngest son, who was at the 7th level of the first rank, would definitely be able to get into the 3 major academies and directly honor his ancestors. Chapter 85, Lin Wanyu's Invitation. Being a gigolo again. After eating takeout, Jiang Yan went up the street in boredom. The streets were noticeably less crowded, and they were all watching the live stream of the martial arts exams from their homes. Arriving at the city center, Jiang Yan found that the Zhangchang Martial Arts Dojo was actually holding an auction. Auctions are all places where rich people go, so I won't join in the fun. Just as he was about to turn around and leave, a surprised voice rang out. You're Jiang Yan. Looking at the voice, he saw that Lin Wanyu was standing not far away. Miss Lin, barely an acquaintance. After all, he had sort of saved her life and received a gift of 10,000 years moonflower grass from someone else. Are you planning to participate in this auction as well? Lin Wanyu wore a smile on her face as she took a step forward, so close to Jiang Yan that Jiang Yan was able to smell the fresh fragrance on her body. Didn't have that intention, just happened to be passing by. Jiang Yan naturally wouldn't tell her that he was shy. He had sold 110-year spirit plants back then and gotten a small 90 million huaxia coins. To the average person, the 19 million Chinese dollars is a huge amount. But for the auction house, 1 million Chinese coins could only auction a trinket, and 10 million Chinese coins could only buy a decent 1,000-year-old spiritual plant. Multi-millionaires, who have no business being in an auction house. Lin Wanyu laughed softly. I happen to be planning to go into the auction house to auction a spiritual treasure. If Brother Jiang has nothing to do, can he accompany me in? Sorry, because you're the same age as my brother, so I habitually called you Brother Jiang. Will you mind? Lin Wanyu asked with some concern. Afraid of annoying Jiang Yan. Lin Wanyu had already graduated from the martial arts university and was 4 or 5 years older than Jiang Yan. It's just a name, call it whatever you like. As for asking yourself to accompany her into the auction house, well, it's not impossible to find out what grades of treasures are in the auction house. Seeing Jiang Yan nod his head, Lin Wanyu's eyes were filled with smiles. Brother Jiang, follow me. Jiang Yan walked beside Lin Wanyu, and the two of them arrived at the entrance of the martial arts dojo, only to see Lin Wanyu handing out a black gold card to the attendant, who then smiled and made a gesture of invitation to enter. This is a capital verification. The black gold card represents $1 billion of liquidity. Lin Wanyu explained. Jiang Yan was slightly stunned. $1 billion was the threshold to enter the auction house? Noticing Jiang Yan's shocked expression, Lin Wanyu gently laughed. A normal auction house can be entered with 1 million assets, but this one is the fill-in auction house. Fill-in auction house, the world's top auction house. The treasures auctioned inside start at 10 million Chinese coins each. Miss Lin, this side is your exclusive room. A waiter in flashy attire led the way in front. Under the guidance of the waiter, Jiang Yan and Lin Wanyu came to a one-way VIP room, where the outside could not see the inside and the inside could see the outside. Lin Wanyu smiled and looked at Jiang Yan. If Brother Jiang has any favorites, I can help you shoot them. Good. Jiang Yan agreed with a smile. Not long after, the auction officially began. The blonde woman in a wraparound dress stomped on red heels, holding an emerald box in her hand as she walked up to the display under the light. Distinguished guests, this is none other than the first treasure of this auction. The blonde woman's voice was seductive and her red lips flicked out in a gorgeous smile. As the emerald box slowly pushed open, a golden token was lying in it. The golden token blossomed with a bright luster, immediately causing a group of people to let out a gasp of surprise. Seeing the crowd's shocked reaction, the blonde woman's smile intensified. As you can see, this is an S-rank heavenly artifact called the Order of Pointing Generals, capable of summoning the holder's famous ancient generals. At these words, the auction house let out a clamor. The blonde woman smiled even more. The S-class heavenly object point general order. The starting bidding price is 300 million. Hearing this terrifying amount, Jiang Yan sucked in a breath of cool air. 300 million starting bid. Auction is really a rich man's game. He really can't afford to play it. An S-ranked summoning lineage heavenly artifact seems to be far less powerful than Brother Zhang's intrinsic heavenly artifact. Lin Wanyu looked at Jiang Yan with a smile. Jiang Yan waved his hand. It's not as strong as my 10 square ghost order, but it's more expensive than my 10 square ghost order. $300 million. Brother Zhang really knows how to joke. What's $300 million? If your 10 square ghost order was auctioned, that would be a truly heavenly price. And I'm afraid that some countries would use their entire nation's power to buy it. Lin Wanyu smiled royally. After all, an SSS-ranked God-giver has the ability to build a flourishing great nation on his own. Jiang Yan raised an eyebrow and asked, a grand country in full bloom? How big is it? Lin Wanyu smiled mysteriously. Huaxia is so big. The two emperors, Yan Huang, are both SSS-ranked God-givers. Lin Wanyu said. In a short while, the first auction item, the S-ranked point general order, was sold at a price of $1.53 billion. Soon the second auction item was brought up, a top-grade spirit treasure with a starting price of $200 million. The third piece is a bronze fragment with a starting bid of $50 million. Next is the 15th auction item, a piece of jade from the western Tal River ruins. The starting price is $150 million. The blonde woman shouted, "Jade from a relic." Jiang Yan's first thought was of the remnants of the primordial breathing technique that he had obtained from the Wangshan relics. He jerked up, trying to get a better look at the piece of jade that was sitting on the display table. Not bad. It was from the same source as the piece of jade he had gotten at the King's Mountain ruins. "Brother Jiang, do you want this auction item?" Lin Wanyu asked. Lin, I don't have that much money with me for now. Can you help me shoot it first? He only had more than $90 million in his hand, which was far from enough. But he could sell a few of the 100-year-old spirit plants stored in the 10-square ghost order that he chewed as a small snack for money. The ones he sold before were 10-year spirit plants that were useless to him. And he still had many 100-year spirit plants and a few thousand-year spirit plants. Seeing that Jiang Yan really wanted this auction item, Lin Wanyu's eyes flickered as she smiled brightly. "If Brother Jiang wants it, I can just gift it to you, just as making a friend." Lin Wanyu smiled and pressed the auction button. "I'll bid $1 billion. Lin Wanyu's voice echoed in the auction house below, and instantly no one dared to call for a bid. The blonde woman's body also trembled, and the moment she opened her mouth, it was $1 billion. Although this piece of jade came from a relic, it had no other function other than allowing the holder to meditate and nourish his mind, regardless of how it was studied. It was a piece of ordinary jade that contained aura and had a good texture, with a starting bid of $150 million, all depending on whether it came from a relic or a secret stash. It will end up fetching $200 million all tops. Is the big shot in the VIP room crazy? Just for the sake of auctioning this piece of broken jade, the opening was $1 billion. At the same time, Zhang Yanyi was also dumbfounded. Lin, the starting price of this piece of jade is $150 million, right? You opened this opening on $10 billion. Is not too much? Lin Wanyu laughed softly. Since it's you who want it, Brother Jiang, I'm naturally going to throw myself at it, just in case any ungrateful one dares to grab it. Jiang Yan speechless. Okay, this opening is $1 billion. Indeed, no one dares to rob. Unsurprisingly, the jade was successfully auctioned by Lin Wanyu. The waiter was full of smiles as he handed the box containing the jade to Lin Wanyu, and when the waiter left, Lin Wanyu pushed the box to Jiang Yan. Brother Jiang, you didn't save my life this time, so this isn't compensation, it's a meeting gift. Lin Wanyu bowed elegantly. To reacquaint myself, my name is Lin Wanyu, the heir to the Magic City 100 Herb Group. Jiang Yan smashed his mouth, always feeling. Seems like he's been a gigolo again himself. Chapter 86, The Secret of the Jade. The auction ended, and Lin Wanyu had auctioned off a total of 3 treasures, each of which was worth a lot of money, making people's jaws drop. The two exchanged contact information and parted ways at the entrance of the auction to say goodbye. Brother Jiang, we'll see you next time. Lin Wanyu's smile was gentle and elegant. Jiang Yan smiled. See you later. Having obtained the jade that he had been longing for, Jiang Yan had no more thoughts of shopping and rushed back home without stopping. Jiang Shaoke had already finished school and looked at the fiery Jiang Yan in disbelief. Brother, are you being chased? Jiang Yan took a step and jumped to his room, closing the door with a smooth hand. What pursuit? Your brother, I'm going to be closed for cultivation. Don't let anyone disturb me in these few days. Fine. Jiang Shaoke skimmed her lips and cooked dinner alone. Inside the room, Jiang Yan stared at the mutilated jade in his hands with both eyes glowing. He cupped the jade with both hands and placed it on his face and inhaled deeply, revealing an intoxicated look. This is the flavor. It's exactly the same as the piece of jade I had before. Jiang Yan's mouth watered with gluttony. Come on, little baby. Let me see what kind of surprise you can bring me. The original breath he had obtained in the Wang Mountain Ruins secret stash was only a remnant, and it already had astounding efficacy. This piece of jade in his hand was also from the relics, and if it happened to be a remnant of the original breath as well, he would have made a huge profit. Jiang Yan took a deep breath and began to operate the original breathing technique, injecting the majestic aura into the jade in his hand. Buzz! As the majestic aura like a mountain and sea madly poured in, the jade cracks emitted a faint blue light and slowly floated in the air, continuously emitting a buzzing sound. How come the runes hidden inside aren't surfacing yet? Jiang Yan frowned. Could it be that he hadn't influxed enough aura? Jiang Yan took a deep breath and operated the primordial breathing method to the extreme, and in a flash, the majestic aura that was like a mountain and sea instantly enveloped the old neighborhood. As Jiang Yan's mind moved, monstrous spiritual chi surged towards the jade in an instant. Buzz dash! The jade's radiant blue light grew even brighter and trembled even more, triggering a buzzing frequency that grew surprisingly fast, making people's ears uncomfortable. Xiaoku is still outside. We can't let this shock frequency hurt Xiaoku. Jiang Yan's right hand chopped and black thunder appeared. Thunder cage. With his command, black lightning instantly transformed into a small cage, enveloping Jiang Yan's room and blocking the buzzing produced by the jade. Jiang Yan didn't believe in this evil. I still can't take you? If the monstrous aura doesn't work, then use the guilt aura. A golden rime flashed under Jiang Yan's eyes, and a golden stream of light emerged from his fingertips. This was the guilt aura, the aura from the draconic martial emperor's body. Go! Break it! With Jiang Yan's finger, the guilt aura swished into the jade. Buzz off! The jade's blue light was so bright that it was surrounded by golden light rhythms, but even so, there were still no runes showing up on it. Jiang Yan numb, he will not really look away. Let Lin Wanyu spend 10 billion. Bought a piece of useless ground broken stone. No, have to try again. He wouldn't believe it. Jiang Yan's divine sense entered the 10 directions ghost order and held the jade in his hand, wanting to try and see if that ancient book would have any records about this piece of jade. As he advanced in his realm, the veil of the ancient books was gradually unveiled to him. The ancient book sealed in the 10 ghost orders was the Book of the Underworld, which recorded the life of the 9 Underworld Emperors, a biography of the 9 Underworld Emperors. It contained the techniques and martial arts he had mastered. Everything, even what he had seen and heard, was recorded by the Book of the Underworld. As Jiang Yan's realm rose little by little, the various things in the Book of the Underworld would be revealed to him. When the entirety of the Book of Underworld was revealed, Jiang Yan would have experienced the life of the 9 Underworld Emperor in disguise, mastering the 9 Underworld Emperor's life's work. Jiang Yan had a conjecture that he might have some special relationship with the 9 Underworld Emperors recorded in the Book of Underworld. Could I be the bastard son of the 9 Underworld Emperor? It wasn't right. The Book of the Underworld recorded that the 9 Underworld Emperors weren't even beings of this epical land. Jiang Yan suddenly realized, I should be the reincarnation of the 9 Underworld Emperor. That's the only thing that makes sense. Just, don't want to think of these have no. At the moment where the first jade crack is the most important, arriving in front of the Book of the Underworld, which was sealed by layers of chains, Jiang Yan spread out his palm, and the jade in his palm slowly floated in front of the Book of the Underworld. The Book of the Underworld seemed to respond, slowly opening and turning pages. It really is useful. This also meant that the 9 Underworld Emperors had come into contact with this piece of jade, and that a record of this piece of jade existed in the Book of the Underworld. After about an incense stick of time, the Book of the Underworld finally stopped flipping. Jiang Yan patiently read through it, and there was only a small area in the Book of the Underworld where this piece of jade was recorded. The Heavenly Curtain Fragment. For Domain's War, the 10,000 laws were silent. The Heavenly Curtain was broken, and the ancient Dharma scriptures fell into the lower realm along with the Heavenly Curtain Fragment, and were branded in the Heavenly Curtain Fragment. After reading the records in the Book of the Underworld, Jiang Yan was a bit bewildered for a moment. What are the 4 domains? However, it was not difficult to defeat him. According to Jiang Yan's much experience in reading netizens, the 4 domains were most likely the world above the blue star. As for why a transcendent breathing method such as the breath of the origin was recorded on the jade, it made sense now. The original breathing method was originally the breathing method of the 4 domains of the upper realm, and because of a great war, all of these ancient scriptures were lost. Along with the shards of the canopy, they fell into the lower realm of Blue Star, landing in ruins all over the world. Having learned from the Book of the Underworld that there was an upper realm in this world, Jiang Yan's heart was a bit stirred. The 4 domains of the upper realm. One day I'll go up there and take a look. Let's see how the so-called upper realm is different from the Blue Star. Jiang Yan quickly sighed again. After half a day, the Book of the Underworld only recorded the origin and information of this piece of jade. There is no method of cracking it at all. Just as Jiang Yan was about to leave the ghost order space, the Book of the Underworld suddenly flashed with a strange color and a black gas flew into the jade, which made a click-cracking sound. Within moments, the jade was engulfed by the black gas, and the runes inside emerged before Jiang Yan's eyes. I'll go. Is this Book of Underworld so powerful? Jiang Yan's jaw dropped as he watched. Jiang Yan shook his head. Now was not the time to be surprised. Let's first see what the runes all mean. As before, Jiang Yan couldn't read these runes, but inexplicably was able to understand their meaning. These runes were not breathing techniques, nor were they any feats of martial arts, but a medicinal prescription. All of these runes surged into Jiang Yan's mind, and the prescription was also deeply imprinted in Jiang Yan's brain. Step breaking Dan, below the 6th rank, can be served to directly break the rank. The 6th rank martial sage can be served to increase the success rate of breaking the rank by 50%. After reading the description of this prescription, Jiang Yan breathed heavily. Holy, This prescription is so heaven-defying. As long as one followed the prescription, one would be able to refine a rank-breaking pill. A divine giver below the 6th rank of martial saint could break one rank by eating one. A 6th-ranked martial saint taking it would also be able to increase the success rate of breaking the rank by 50%. This is an absolute divine medicine. One must realize that most of the divine gifted are limited by their own qualifications, and what realm they can reach in this life has been decided by the day of the divine gift ceremony. ENF divine gift holders have no hope of breaking through the second order in this life. Those with C and D divine gifts have no hope of breaking through the triple in this life. The B level would then hover between the 3rd and 4th orders. A levels are promising for the 6th order. S classes were destined to be able to achieve the 6th order, but the 7th order was the threshold, and most S-class divine givers could not break through to the 7th order in their entire lives. But with this rank-breaking pill, it was different. Even if you were an F-ranked divine giver, you could become a 6th-rank martial saint after consuming several rank-breaking pills in a row. The step-breaking pill, a truly exceptional divine medicine. Chapter 87, the end of the martial arts examination. Jiang Yan was so excited that he didn't know where to put his hands. With the sub-prescription, he was afraid that he would become the object of contention for the entire Blue Star. No, not only the Blue Star, even the upper world will not be able to sit still. However, Jiang Yan didn't intend to casually publicize the fact that he was in possession of the divine pill prescription. After all, he was well aware of the truth that a piker is not a piker, but a piker is a piker. I won't let the matter of the rank-breaking pill leak out. Jiang Yan had a smile on his lips. He began to study the prescription in detail, wanting to learn what the herbs used to make the step-breaking pill were. It didn't matter if he didn't look at it. One look directly made Jiang Yan choke. Me. Holy, 5 10,000-year-old spirit plants with different attributes, and the heart blood of 3 golden species beast emperors. Jiang Yan was dumbfounded. I'm afraid this wasn't asking for his life. Not to mention whether or not the entire Blue Star could come up with 5 10,000-year-old spirit plants with different attributes. He couldn't do it nowadays with just the heart blood of the 3 golden species beast emperors. Ordinary 6th-ranked beast emperors were just fine, but they still had to have the blood of a gold breed beast emperor. It wasn't forced. It wasn't even intended to be refined. However, it was understandable when one thought about it. After all, this rank-breaking pill was able to unconditionally create a 6th-order martial saint or even a 7th-order martial emperor. It's just that he doesn't have the ability to get these medicinal herbs, and the matter of the step-breaking pills should be put aside for later. Jiang Yan woke up from the ghost order space. He used his mind to study the runes in the book of the Underworld and the Jade, making him so tired of strength that he could barely keep his eyes open. He lay on the bed, murmuring under his breath. I had thought it was the remnants of the original breathing method, causing me to get excited for nothing. However, the prescription for this step-breaking pill was not bad, and could be called priceless in Blue Star. Jiang Yan was physically and mentally exhausted, and not long after he got into bed, he drifted off to sleep. By the time he opened it again, a week had passed and the martial arts exams were over. The original breathing method was already Jiang Yan's passive. Even if Jiang Yan slept for a week, he would not feel hungry. I can't believe I slept for a week. Jiang Yan rubbed his eyes and realized that his power had become stronger again. This week, the primordial breathing method had been running day and night, directly allowing Jiang Yan to rise 3 times in a row to the 8th level of the 3rd rank. Jiang Yan smoothly took out the white jade wine pot and ton drank. After brewing for a week, the white jade wine pot was filled with spirit wine, and Jiang Yan drank for a full 5 minutes. Jiang Yan burped as he drank with great satisfaction. The majestic spirit wine was refining the aura in the golden rhyme vortex within Jiang Yan's body, and the aura surged, directly breaking another 2 minor realms, 3 steps and 10 weights. If it was an ordinary god-giver, the 10th weight of the 3rd rank would be able to impact the 4th rank and try to break the rank. Jiang Yan could also choose to break the rank now, but he naturally wouldn't do something so stupid. He had already broken the realm extreme, so naturally he had to cultivate the 3rd order to the 100 heavens perfection, and it wouldn't be too late to break the order at that time. Jiang Yan stretched his back, intending to go for a walk outside. Just after opening the front door, I saw the big mom across the street, full of anger, holding a clothes prop in her hand, was jerking and cursing at a teenager. I really raised you for nothing, lol. I asked you to give me a martial arts college exam. I have to beat you to death today, me. The more Big Mom thought about it, the angrier she became. Her youngest son, who she had high hopes for, instead of getting into the 3 major academies, didn't even get into the martial arts academy, and only got into the martial arts specialization. Where can she put this old face of hers? Little brat, I'll see where you're going to run. Big Mom lifted her clothes brace and summoned up all her strength to whip at the teenager's body. Jiang Yan smacked his lips. It is really his own mother. The hand is really hard. He can hardly look at it. The teenager who was being pumped up and down spotted Jiang Yan, who was watching the show from the side. As if he had seen his savior, tears barred down his face. "Brother Jiang, help me," he cried out and ran towards Jiang Yan's side, hiding behind him in terror. "Brat, I'll whip you to death wherever you run today." The big mom wasn't yet relieved, and swung her clothes prop and rushed over. The child is still young, just hit him twice, don't break the child." Jiang Yan hastily propped up his arms to protect the teenager behind him. "Xiao Jiang, get out of the way. I have to kill this little brat today. Disgraceful thing, he didn't even make it to a martial arts academy." Big Mom was furious. Oh. The teenager was too smacked to speak, hiding behind Jiang Yan and shivering. Jiang Yan smiled and rubbed the teenager's head. "Don't cry, a good boy. Losing the college entrance exam is no big deal." He looked towards the angry, purple-faced aunt with a smile on his brow. "It's just that she didn't get into the martial arts university. It's fine. There will be a way out in the future." The more Auntie heard this, the more wrong it was. This is not what she said a week ago when she mocked Jiang Yan. Now it is being said by Jiang Yan this and used to comfort her? Big Mom was so angry that she almost didn't swallow her breath. Her hands were shaking. I have to kill him today. Old mother will pretend that she didn't give birth to this son." Jiang Yan always had a smile on his face, just as if he was playing eagle catching chickens, and kept preventing the Big Mom from smacking the teenager behind her with her clothes prop. I don't know how long it took, but Big Mama could never draw a teenager, and she gasped in exhaustion as the clothes propped up in her hands fell to the ground. The teenager cautiously poked his head out, revealing only a pair of eyes to peek at Big Mother. "Brother Jiang, is everything alright?" "It's okay." Jiang Yan laughed and patted the teenager's head. Jiang Yan's body moved to the side, and the teenager had just revealed half of his head when a slipper flew over. The teenager only felt a burst of buckets and he was lying on the ground. Big Mom still has power left. A slipper took down the rebellious son. Jiang Yan raised his eyebrows. F-class heavenly object. Power slippers. His Big Mom across the street really is a deep hiding awe. This hand outside the sky flying shoes play is simply out of this world. Brother Jiang. Save dash. This time, the teenager didn't succeed in begging for help again, and was directly dragged into the room by the Big Mom, and as the door closed, the teenager's desperate cries were blocked. Jiang Yan smiled and shook his head. "If I had known it would be today, why would I have bothered? The farce over and he'd had enough fun." He headed downstairs to his favorite beef ramen restaurant. The beef ramen store was overcrowded. Jiang Yan waited for a few moments before he saw a diner get up and leave after eating. His figure was like a ghost, flashing to the vacated empty seat. "Boss, a ramen set meal." Jiang Yan opened his mouth and shouted. "Right away." Lin Xiaoxia's voice came. After a few minutes, Lin Xiaoxiao walked over with her ramen set, and when she saw that the visitor was Jiang Yan, her little face suddenly blushed. "Jiang Yan, it's really you." Jiang Yan picked up his chopsticks. "Can it still be fake?" Lin Xiaoxiao placed the noodles and soda in front of Jiang Yan and sat down opposite to him, her beautiful eyes full of admiration. "Jiang Yan, I heard Yiran say that you bailed out, so you didn't participate in this session of the martial arts exam. Which school did you bail out to?" "Can't remember. Anyway, it's one of the 3 major academies," Jiang Yan said indifferently. It wasn't even on his radar, so it's really kind of hard to remember. The 3 major academies that everyone dreamed of getting into. Jiang Yan didn't put it in his heart at all, which if the candidates knew about it, they were afraid that they would want to tear Jiang Yan alive. Chapter 88 Eve of the Heavens Pride Battle. At the beef noodle store, Jiang Yan was shivering noodles while chattering with Lin Xiaoxiao, who was disguised as 100,000 reasons. Suddenly, Jiang Yan raised his eyebrows as he felt a piercing chill. Jiang Yan's eyes were bland as he looked towards the entrance of the ramen store, only to see a man dressed in a gold-hyped battle robe walk into the store and sit in a corner of the room. The golden-robed man's aura was introverted, but the majestic aura always surrounded him. Xiao Yun was all smiles. "Boss, have one of your store's signature." "Just a moment. It'll be ready soon." Seeing that there were guests, Lin Xiaoxiao got up from opposite Jiang Yan and walked towards the back kitchen. Lin Xiaoxiao had just left in front of him, and in just a breath, Xiao Yun, who was wearing a gold robe, sat down opposite Jiang Yan. The bottom of his eyes were filled with laughter. "You're the ghost immortal that's been causing a storm lately, aren't you?" "I'm not." Jiang Yan shivered his face and said faintly. "Ha!" A flash of contempt flashed across the bottom of Xiao Yun's golden eyes. "In the Heavens Pride battle not long from now, I will personally waste you to prove to those foolish world that I, Xiao Yun, am the number 1 of the new generation in China." Jiang Yan was helpless. Okay, you say you are then you are." The smile on Xiao Yun's face ceased and he grimaced. "Ghost immortal, I came here to tell you that you do not deserve to participate in the Heavens Pride battle. I can sense that you are only a 3rd-ranked martial zone, and without stepping into the 4th rank, you are not qualified to participate in the Heaven's Pride battle. Xiao Yun towered over Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan directly ignored Xiao Yun and ate a mouthful of garlic and a mouthful of noodles. Seeing that Jiang Yan did not respond at all and realizing that he was being ignored, Xiao Yun's face was gloomy to the extreme. Are you ignoring me? His aura skyrocketed and he was instantly about to shatter the ramen bowl in front of Jiang Yan. Buzz. What? How is this possible? Xiao Yun's face changed slightly. He had used his spirit pressure, but he was unable to shatter Jiang Yan's ramen bowl, and it didn't even tremble at all. There was only one possibility. Jiang Yan was also releasing his spiritual pressure, and his spiritual pressure was not on par with his own. How could this be possible? Jiang Yan, he was only a 3rd-ranked martial zong and he himself was already a 4th-ranked martial king. A drop of cold sweat slid down Xiao Yun's cheek as he clenched his back teeth and exploded his spiritual pressure to the extreme. Jiang Yan put down his chopsticks. Almost enough. Exploding spirit pressure in this little noodle shop. Are you trying to wipe out all these innocent people? Hearing Jiang Yan's words, Xiao Yun snapped back to his senses as he looked around and realized that all the customers in the beef noodle house had fainted. Only a few remained barely conscious. Ghost immortal. Xiao Yun's face twisted. He didn't understand why Jiang Yan had been so breezy since the beginning. This gave Xiao Yun a sense of frustration. Jiang Yan did not even look at him in the eyes. He was like a jumping clown. A clown? He, Xiao Yun, is a jumper? Xiao Yun clenched his fists, his eyes shady to the extreme. Jiang Yan, you and I will fight again at the Heavens Remarks battle. Jiang Yan stood up, directly ignoring the barking Xiao Yun, helped the paralyzed and pale Lin Xiaoxiao up, and turned around to leave the beef noodle house. On the way home, Jiang Yan was again blocked by a few people. Jiang Yan took his hands out of his pockets and sighed helplessly. It's not over, is it? Without waiting for a response, a swirl of flames was already blasting towards him. Boom dash! A swirl of flames exploded into a deadly silence. This is all the Ghost Immortal has to offer? Looks like we came here for nothing. The mysterious man wearing a spirit fox mask shook his head. After being hit by my flame vortex, even a 4th-ranked martial king would have to suffer. The masked man with flamboyant red hair sneered. No, how do I feel? That there is a silhouette in that flame vortex. A masked man swallowed his saliva. What are you babbling about? My vermilion bird sacred flame can burn heaven and earth. The ghost immortal is no more than a mortal body. He can't possibly live. The red-haired man said. A silhouette then stepped out of the flame vortex. Jiang Yan swept over a few people with an expressionless face. You guys seem to be surprised. The red-haired man's voice trembled. Are you a human or a ghost? Of course I'm human. Jiang Yan laughed. You don't really think your flames are powerful, do you? Ever since he had taken the 1,000-year burning amazing flower, he had a certain degree of flame immunity and was able to ignore flames for a short period of time. Black flame. Under the red-haired man's terrified gaze, a black flame flew towards him at great speed. Vermilion bird sacred flame. The red-haired man's hands turned into sacred golden flames that collided with the black flames. In less than a breath, the black flames engulfed the sacred golden flames, forcing the red-haired man to run in circles. The remaining few people were scared out of their wits by this scene. This isn't real, right? That's SS grade vermilion bird sacred flame. It was actually swallowed by the ghost immortal's black flame. Impossible. I'll meet him. The mysterious man wearing a fox mask was as fast as lightning. His surroundings chopped and snapped as purple thunder condensed into substance. Purple heavenly divine thunder. Thunder. Jiang Yan spoke faintly. The black earth thunder instantly went berserk, shattering the fox-masked man's purple thunder, blasting it into heavy damage along the way. Look at the sword. Another masked man struck out as he launched a surprise attack, the ancient sword in his hand floating with runes. Madaka. Jiang Yan backhandedly pulled out his ghost martial sword and engaged the dragon-masked mystic. The dragon-masked mystic's arms began to tremble, and the ancient sword in his hand was emitting a mournful, crisp cracking sound. Jiang Yan yawned. Boring. He kicked the dragon mask 100 meters away and hooked his hand at the few remaining masked men. Get it together. I'm still in a hurry. Several masked men with tigers, lions, and falcons on their heads nodded their heads together and instantly disappeared in place, killing Jiang Yan from different directions. Jiang Yan stomped his foot on the ground, and the large earthquake cracked, and the several boulders that flew away blocked the attack of several people. He moved as fast as lightning and kicked out at a couple of boulders. The boulders smashed into several masked men with a bang, sending them flying 100 meters away. In less than a breath, Jiang Yan took care of all these masked men. Jiang Yan put his hands in his pockets and stopped in front of a masked man, reaching out to unmask the other party, a woman with a lovely appearance. The woman smiled sarcastically and pulled up the corners of her mouth. Ghost Immortal really lives up to its name. We are convinced. The rest of the group of masked men all bowed and dragging their twisted legs. crawled over and arched their hands at Jiang Yan. Ghost immortal. We serve you. Jiang Yan said indifferently. All of you are of the third rank. The woman nodded her head with a bitter smile. Well, we're all third-ranked martial sect members, and there's a high probability that we'll be cannon fodder for the Heaven's Pride battle. Reality is so cruel. This group of people did not graduate from college as the third order of martial arts zone is already a veritable pride of the sky. However, once they participated in the Huaxia Heaven's Pride battle, their aura was no longer there, and they were just mere mortals in front of the true Heaven's Pride demons. Jiang Yan was a true heavenly pride demon to them. Chapter 89. The name of the ghost immortal is heard and feared. After resolving the legion of masks that were looking for trouble, Jiang Yan finally returned home. As the time for the Heaven's Pride battle drew closer, Jiang Yan had to hurry up and cultivate if he wanted to win the championship. He stopped hemming and hawing, and after taking a few sips of the spirit wine in the white jade wine pot, he ran the original breathing technique. Time flies like a shuttle. A month passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, it was the day of the Heaven's Pride battle. Jiang Yan opened his eyes. A streak of light flashed under his eyes. The aura of his body surged. This month's cultivation. He broke through the 5th level and came to the 15th level of the 3rd rank. I want to blossom, I want to sprout, I want a springtime clatter with rain. The cell phone rang, and Jiang Yan didn't need to look to know who was calling. Hello. Jiang Yan answered the phone. Old Jiang, the Heaven's Pride battle will begin tomorrow. When are you going to head to the imperial capital? Do you need me to pick you up? Zhang Xiaoshang said with concern. Old Zhang, I see that you want to come and travel to the imperial capital and give me a ride along the way. Jiang Yan smiled. Brat, seeing through can't be said to be afraid. Can you have some emotional intelligence? Zhang Xiaoshang pretended to be stern, then also smiled. Not bad. I promised to take my daughter to the imperial capital for a few days, so I can pull you along. Alright, then I'll do the honors. Jiang Yan laughed. You're still butting in. When have you ever asked for a face? Zhang Xiaoshang laughed and scolded. Hanging up the phone, Jiang Yan casually patted his stomach, went to the supermarket to buy a few boxes of gifts, and bought a Huaxia cigarette on the way. Before heading to Zhang Xiaoshang's house, he rang the doorbell, a dozen times in a row. Inside the house soon came Zhang Xiaoshang's disgruntled voice. Here it comes. Press it on the line. You're spacing out the urging. The door to the room opened, and seeing Jiang Yan with several large boxes of gifts, and carrying a Huaxia cigarette in his hand, Zhang Xiaoshang instantly looked kindly. Come as you are. What other gifts do you bring? Oh, then I'll take it home. With that, Jiang Yan put away a cigarette into the 10-square ghost order. Zhang Xiaoshang was instantly anxious. Jiang Yan smiled and carried several large boxes of gifts into the house. It had to be said that since becoming the vice principal, this Zhang Xiaoshang guy's life had improved tremendously. The hall had a sandalwood cabinet at some point, with treasured curiosities on it. The walls are also lined with many masterpieces. Old Zhang, you are also on vanity. Jiang Yan laughed. Old Jiang, when you reach my age, you will also like these things. Zhang Xiaoshang said in an old-fashioned manner. He smiled and shouted loudly into the house. Linger, there's a guest. Don't stay inside. Oh, not long after, the second bedroom opened and a girl in dinosaur pajamas walked out with an unhappy face. Zhang Xiaoshang laughed. Linger, this is Jiang Yan, the absolute demon your father and I taught. Zhang Linger naturally didn't believe Zhang Xiaoshang's words and bristled. A supreme demon? Are there any Gu Gongzi demons? Mr. Ku, having never heard of it. Jiang Yan looked towards Zhang Xiaoshang in confusion. Zhang Xiaoshang explained with a bitter smile. The absolute demon of the Mordor martial arts family, an SSS-ranked divine giver, who has already broken through to the 4th rank a month ago, and is known as the number 1 person of the new generation in Mordor. Oh, Jiang Yan nodded. Zhang Xiaoshang sighed. My Linger has recently become infatuated with this Gu family demon, and when I heard that this demon from the Gu family was going to participate in the Heaven's Pride battle, she insisted that I take her there. Jiang Yan smiled. So powerful. I'll have to meet him properly when the time comes. You still want to fight with Mr. Gu? Do you have the qualifications? Mr. Gu is an absolute demon. Not only does he have an outstanding family background, but his appearance is even more plump like jade. No one is a match for Mr. Gu. Zhang Linger had blown up. Jiang Yan couldn't stand it anymore. Why is this young master of the Gu family still playing the rice circle? It's really hard for people to hold on to. Zhang Xiaoshang helplessly said to Zhang Linger, Linger, pay attention to manners. How did father teach you? Also, do you know what this Jiang Yan brother title of yours is? The corners of Zhang Xiaoshang's mouth couldn't even be strained at the thought of what he was going to say later. Zhang Linger asked disdainfully, what's the title called? Jiang Yan Wan? Zhang Xiaoshang only uttered 2 words, Ghost Immortal. As soon as these 2 words came out, Zhang Linger's delicate body immediately trembled. Jiang Yan is a name that many people may not have heard of. But the word ghost immortal, no one in the entire Jiangchang knew about it. Zhang Linger's eyes widened in shock, looking at Jiang Yan with a face full of unbelief. Ghost immortal? You're a ghost immortal? I guess so. Jiang Yan shrugged his shoulders. Zhang Linger trembled, clenched her teeth, and finally roared at Jiang Yan. You're Dooku's most tricky enemy in this Heaven's Pride battle. I hate you. Jiang Yan was happy. This girl gave him a feeling that she had not yet opened her mind. Zhang Linger glared at Jiang Yan indignantly. Ghost immortal. You can't make a move against Dooku at the Heaven's Pride battle. Zhang Xiaoshan was speechless. Linger, don't be unreasonable here. No way. He's a ghost immortal. Ghost immortals are too brutal. I'm afraid that Mr. Gu will be beaten to death by him. Zhang Linger's voice was getting smaller and smaller, and she was on the verge of crying with worry. Of course, the reason why she was crying was because she was afraid that her favorite Gu Gongzi would be killed by Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan couldn't stand it any longer. What was this? Recognition of his strength? Then again, when was he so brutal? What does the world say about him? Knowing that Jiang Yan was a ghost immortal, Zhang Linger hugged Zhang Xiaoshang and pouted. Father, let's not drive him to the imperial capital. Okay? I don't want him to participate in the Heaven's Pride battle. Linger, there should be a limit to fooling around. Zhang Xiaoshan was helpless. That ancient duke you like is a 4th order martial king, and old Jiang is only 3rd order, so you don't have to worry. Jiang Yan cooperated and said, yeah, when we run into each other at the Heaven's Pride battle, it's still possible for me to avoid him. Zhang Linger beamed and glared at Jiang Yan. You didn't lie to me? Didn't lie to you. Jiang Yan smiled. Getting Jiang Yan's assurance, Zhang Linger then breathed a sigh of relief and giggled. Humph. I told you that Mr. Gu is the #1 person in China. The ghost immortal isn't even a match for Mr. Gu. Jiang Yan and Zhang Xiaoshang looked at each other and smiled. Neither of them said anything. After a brief chat, the three of them got into the car, with Zhang Xiaoshang in charge of driving and Jiang Yan resting his eyes on the passenger side. This was Jiang Yan's first time traveling to the imperial capital, the capital of China, the birthplace of the 3 great academies, the place where heavenly pride and demons gathered. Imperial capital. I'm here. Jiang Yan had a smile on his lips. There were still 2 months to go before he would be furthering his studies at the Sacred Academy in the imperial capital. When the Heaven's Pride battle was over, he didn't plan to return to Zhang City and landed in the imperial capital. He had heard that there was a desolate ancient inheritance left behind in the imperial capital, and he was going to try to find it. Most of all, the book of the Underworld states that the ancient imperial capital had a path to the heavens. He wanted to find this heavenly path and kill his way to the 4 domains of the upper realm. Chapter 90, A Fist to Subdue Xiao Yun. Imperial capital. The foot of Fengming Mountain. The place is packed and noisy. Quickly look. That person is Gu Yu, the #1 demon of the magic capital. Xiao Yun of the Xiao family. He's one of the most likely players to win the championship this year. Oh my god. The #1 demon of the eastern province, Zhou Zun, is here too. Dongfang Shua of the Martial Emperor Academy. Hua Yuan of the Celestial God Academy. The crowd of onlookers were all shocked and excited when they saw the Chinese pride show up. To be able to meet these teenage demons, they would all be with honor and incomparably proud. After all, these heroic youngsters will all be the pillars of China in the future. Mighty men who will dominate the land. Someone was confused. I heard that the ghost immortal from Linjiang province seems to be participating in the Heaven's Pride battle as well. So why haven't we seen him come? Ghost immortal, that overwhelming demon that is being fought over by the 3 major academies. He can't be afraid. After all, the Heaven's Pride battle isn't something that can be compared to the streams of Qi Tian, Qin battle in Chu Hills. It's nothing for a ghost immortal to be able to defeat these 3 with 1 against 3. In their place, Gu Yu and Zhou Zun would be equally handy. Just then, I don't know who shouted, "The ghost fairy is here." When these words came out, everyone sniffed and looked, only to see a lazy-faced teenager walking slowly, leaning on a stone pillar as if he was boneless. This auraless appearance couldn't help but cause the crowd to be skeptical. The message is correct? This is the ghost fairy? Why does it look like it hasn't woken up? Probably just didn't wake up. But he is indeed the ghost fairy, alright. Unknown to the crowd watching the battle, the appearance of the ghost immortal immediately drew the gaze of Gu Yu and Xiao Yun. Gu Yu's stance was upright, like a straight lance, and he looked at Jiang Yan with a gloomy gaze. Ghost immortal? If you dare to spread rumors with Wan Yu, I will make you lose face. He had been chasing Lin Wan Yu for several years, but Lin Wan Yu had never given him a good look. Ever since the last time Lin Wan Yu had traveled to the ruins of Wang Mountain in Linjiang province, rumors had begun to circulate that Lin Wan Yu was chasing after the ghost immortal in reverse, and that she had an unspoken relationship with the ghost immortal. The most infuriating thing was that Lin Wan Yu's own brother, Lin Tian, seemed to be intentionally setting up Ghost Fairy and Lin Wanyu. Whenever he thought of this matter, Gu Yu's face was so gloomy that he wanted to drip water. Lin Tian, I treat you as my own brother, and you went behind my back to set Wanyu up with another man. He gazed coldly at Jiang Yan. Ghost Immortal. The entire live broadcast of the Heaven's Pride battle will definitely be watched by Wanyu as well, and I will defeat you with my own hands and abolish your cultivation. Jiang Yan, who was leaning on the stone pillar, felt like a man's back, and he lazily looked at the knife-like sight in confusion. Oh, he's only just arrived. Why are so many people hostile to him? He had been running the original breathing method in Zhang Shaoxing's car to cultivate for the whole night, and now that he had violently gotten out of the car he was still a bit uncomfortable and a bit sleepy. Take advantage of the fact that the Heaven's Pride battle hasn't started yet. I can't even think of leaning on a stone pillar to catch up on my sleep. Jiang Yan yawned, and he didn't intend to catch up on his sleep either. Run the original breathing method directly to restore your energy. Jiang Yan exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. The lethargy on his face was no longer there, and his aura was fully open, instantly causing the crowd to bow their heads. Previously felt that Jiang Yan did not wake up from sleep. No aura of people, at this time shocked pale, Lean. How with a change of person? This is to enter the fighting state. I told you, this man is definitely a ghost immortal. He really just didn't sleep earlier, and now that he's awake, the spiritual pressure alone makes me a little breathless. Xiao Yun, who was dressed in a golden robe, saw that all the limelight had been stolen by Jiang Yan. His face was filled with impatience as he growled in a cold voice. Ghost immortal, this is not a place for you to be wild. Withdraw your spirit pressure. He took a step from the top of the mountain, like a torpedo missile, and instantly swooped down in front of Jiang Yan, his right hand condensing golden rhyming streams of light as he blasted out with a fist. Boom dash! A shocking and terrifying explosion caused the crowd to suck in a breath of cold air. That was Xiao Yun just now. He took a shot at the Ghost Immortal. The Ghost Immortal won't die, right? I think it's hanging by a thread. The Ghost Immortal is no longer strong enough to be of the third rank. Xiao Yun, as the first son of the Xiao family, is now a fourth-ranked martial king, and is far from being comparable to a Ghost Immortal. The crowd was more favorable to Xiao Yun, believing that Jiang Yan had already been killed by Xiao Yun with a single blow. Just then, a lazy voice rang out. Why the serious impulse? Terrifying spiritual pressure erupted and the smoke dispersed. Jiang Yan steadily caught Xiao Yun's punch with one hand, his face filled with a light breeze. On the contrary, Xiao Yun's face was so ugly that it was already somewhat twisted. Your fleshly body. Xiao Yun is an SS-grade heavenly creature. His fleshly body is not much worse than that of a strength-based alien, but at this moment, facing Jiang Yan, his physical body was completely inadequate. That right hand that was caught by Jiang Yan clicked. It was the sound of bones breaking. Let go. Xiao Yun's face was so ugly that it had twisted a bit. He wanted to draw his right hand away, but he couldn't move a bit. Firmly clutched by Jiang Yan. Good. Jiang Yan had a smile on his lips. He loosened his right hand that was shackling Xiao Yun, and Xiao Yun was overjoyed and just felt grateful for the right hand that was broken free. In the next instant, Jiang Yan's right leg had black lightning wrapped around it, and he fiercely struck a whip leg with a momentum like thunder. As fast as lightning. Whoosh dash. Xiao Yun was like a heavy blow, like a bowed shrimp, and instantly flew 100 meters sideways. Boom! The horizontal flying Xiao Yun crashed a mountain with a loud bang. Jiang Yan withdrew his right leg as if nothing had happened. It was a battle that came and went in a flash and drew to a close in an instant. So fast that it was over before the crowd could react. Did you guys just see what happened? I just saw Ghost Immortal's right leg flash like black lightning. Then Xiao Yun flew, and crashed a mountain. The crowd watching the battle didn't know what was happening. Only those true demonic pride saw everything clearly. Gu Yu, the first person of the devil capital, frowned slightly. What a fast speed. Externally strengthened and transfers flesh body. Really tricky guy. Zhou Zun, the number one person in the eastern province, watched this with cold eyes. The flesh is good, comparable to that of a Taiku draconic beast, but compared to me, it's still a bit short. Dongfang Shua of the Martial Emperor Academy snorted coldly. It's really as rumored. His fleshly body is strong and invincible. He can be called the number one person of the new generation. Hua Yuan of the Heavenly God Academy wore a smile on his face. Worthy of being the junior supreme that Sister Lingxi adores. He truly lives up to his name. The several great supreme demons of the heavens' remarkable battle all paid attention to Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan was blissfully unconcerned. His mind had long since left the blue star for the heavens. If he couldn't even crush the blue star's demonic heavenly pride, he could just as well break off the idea of traveling to the heavens before it was too late. According to the book of the Underworld, the cultivators of the four domains in the heavens were the true cultivators. Every one of them were like dragons, and at the same realm, They were able to kill 100 lower realm god gifters by themselves. Jiang Yan was confident that he was not weaker than heavenly cultivators. He can not only behead 100 people at the same realm, he can behead 1,000, even 10,000 people. Chapter 91 Heaven's Pride Battle. Secret Realm opens. At the foot of Fenghuang Mountain, Jiang Yan turned his neck and leaned back on the stone pillar, waiting for the heaven's remarkable battle to begin. He wanted to be quiet, but he had a quiet lord beside him who couldn't be quiet. Aha! Ancient Duke! Aha! Mr. Gu is so handsome! As soon as she arrived at Fenghuang Mountain, Zhang Linger was like having a seizure. After seeing Guyu at the top of the mountain from afar, her entire being was out of sorts. Zhang Xiaoshan was helpless at this. Linger, pay attention to the etiquette. A lot of people are watching us. Be quiet and pay attention to the etiquette. Zhang Linger yelled at the top of her lungs as if she didn't hear. Old Jiang, it didn't bother you. Zhang Xiaoshang looked helplessly at Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan smiled and waved his hand. It's fine. Let her shout for a while longer while she's here. When she enters the secret realm and sees the ancient duke that she adores get a row of teeth broken by me, she won't be shouting at that time. He originally did not intend to target Guyu, but Zhang Linger had been wailing and shouting Guyu's name next to him, and under subtle influence, he had already developed an aversion to the word Guyu. So when he entered the secret realm and let him meet Guyu, he would give the opposite side door a punch without saying a word, in order to relieve the hatred in his heart. Rumble dash. The sky suddenly flashed with electricity and thunder, and several figures with monstrous auras appeared and slowly descended. It's the deans of the 3 great academies. They're going to open the secret realm, and the Heaven's Pride battle is going to begin. The deans of the 3 major academies stood in the air, and Sacred Academy Dean Zhou Wenshan's voice was like an ancient bell, echoing in the Fengming Valley. Those who participate in the Heaven's Pride battle will enter the Tianyuan mysterious realm after an incense burns, and you will be scattered all over the Tianyuan mysterious realm. When Zhou Wenshan raised his hand, light flourished and hundreds of jade pendants flew towards the waists of the people participating in the Heaven's Pride battle. He continued, entering the Tianyuan secret realm, the jade pendant will guide you to your final destination, and along the way you will meet and fight, and when you fall, the jade pendant will shatter and send you out of the secret realm without harming your lives. As time passes, those who survive will meet at the final destination, and the one who ultimately survives will become the leader of the Heaven's Pride battle. After listening to the rules of the Heaven's Pride battle, Jiang Yan pulled the corner of his mouth. Isn't this the chicken battle royale rules of his previous life? The final destination is the final round. As time passes, the Tianyuan secret world will continue to shrink, and the final round will separate the winners from the losers. I'm the best at eating chicken. Just find a place to stay in the early stage, and wait until the final round. Jiang Yan already had a thought in his mind. After Zhou Wenshan explained the rules, he nodded with the dry old man and Yin Jinghua. The 3 of them simultaneously operated their auras and injected them into the ancient grand formation at the foot of Fengming Mountain. Rumble dash. A monstrous beam of light went straight from the ancient great formation to the heavens. Zhou Wenshan's voice was like a torrential bell. The Tianyuan secret realm has been opened, and celestial pride from all over the world can enter the secret realm. Guyu was one step faster, his body floating, the first to enter the beam of light at the center of the ancient great formation. Zhou Zun didn't move like a mountain as he instantly disappeared into thin air, and in the next instant, he had appeared in front of the beam of light of the ancient great formation and took a step inside. Brother Dongfeng, I will leave first. Huayuan of the Celestial God Academy arched his hand at Dongfeng Shua, opening the ancient fan in his hand, and between gentle swings, he had already disappeared. Dongfeng Shua snorted coldly as he took a step and the ground shook. The earth rolled like waves, sending him into the beam of light. The heavenly prides of all parties displayed their abilities, and one by one, they surged into the beams of light of the ancient great formation. Jiang Yan saw that the people had almost gone in, so he planned to enter the secret realm as well. He smiled at Zhang Xiaoshang and said, Old Zhang, I'll go in then. Go on, be safe in everything. Zhang Xiaoshang's gaze softened. Zhang Linger made a face at Jiang Yan from the side. Slightly surrender when you meet Guyu. Don't make a nuisance of yourself. Jiang Yan heatedly smiled. Sister Linger, you'd better pray that Guyu doesn't run into me, or else I'll knock out both rows of his teeth. What? Hearing Jiang Yan's words, Zhang Linger's face changed drastically. Didn't you say that you weren't a match for Mr. Gu? How could you? How could you lie to me? Jiang Yan just smiled crookedly, revealing the evilness of a dragon king. He's not pretending anymore. He can beat up Guyu. Jiang Yan ignored Zhang Linger's cries as he transformed into black thunder and instantly rushed into the monstrous beam of light and disappeared. I don't know how long it took, but Xiao Yun, who had been knocked 100 meters away by Jiang Yan, climbed out of the rocks. He was covered in injuries and stumbled to the foot of the mountain. limping step by step as he entered the beam of light. The surrounding crowd was admiring. This Shao family's first son is really not an ordinary person. He has let the ghost immortal beat him up like this, and still has the perseverance to enter the secret realm. He is truly a god. If we were to be kicked by a ghost immortal, we would have directly exploded and died. Xiaoyun's physical body is really strong and deserves to be called a demon. If Xiaoyun knew that he was admired by the crowd for resisting the ghost immortal's kick and not dying, he would surely hate to go crazy. As the last heaven's remarkable battle contestant entered the beam of light of the ancient great formation, the three great deans stopped injecting spiritual energy. Each of the three took out several ancient bronze mirrors and threw them into the air, and within a few breaths they were as big as the canopy. The scene in the Tianyuan secret realm was revealed on the bronze mirror. Ah! It's Mr. Gu. I see Eunuch Gu. Zhang Linger let out a sharp burst. It's Wang Wu from the East Mountain Academy. He met up with Guyu so quickly. This is bad. He's no match for Guyu at all. Unsurprisingly, Wang Wu, who had faced Guyu, was shattered by Guyu's punch in just one breath. The jade pendant on his waist shattered, sending Wang Wu safely out of the secret realm. As a player who entered the secret realm and retired in less than 5 minutes, Wang Wu's face was red and he opened his mouth to sophistry. I didn't even pay attention. Guyu, this villain, he sneak attacked me. However, no one believed his words, because from the image revealed in the bronze mirror, it was Wang Wu who sneak attacked Guyu, and as a result, his sneak attack failed and he was instead blown away by Guyu with a single move. Quick look, Zhou Zun also ran into someone. Ah, that person is our Flower Province's heavenly pride, Bailey Sujin. Holy, Zhou Zun is too fierce, killing Bailey Sujin in seconds with a single snap of his fingers. In the next moment, the secret realm was filled with white light again, and a handsome-looking youth was filled with embarrassment. Ah ha ha ha. I didn't expect Zhou Zun to be so powerful. I missed the mark. Bailey Sujin snorted. Xiao Yun did it too. He recovered from his injuries and instantly killed 3 people with a thunderous force. Hua Yuan cut the 5 off with a single fan. Dongfang Shua transformed into an earth sect and sealed several people with a roiling boulder. After a few incense sticks, more than a dozen people retired. They were also the same heavenly prides from all sides, but they could only be abused in the face of supreme demons such as Gu Yu, Xiao Yun and Zhou Zun. At this moment, those contestants that the crowd had high hopes for and recognized as qualified to win the championship had already chopped down several people. Someone wondered, where's Ghost Fairy? How come we haven't seen Ghost Fairy eliminating players? That's right, so much time has passed. Xiao Yun has instantly killed 3 people. How come Ghost Immortal hasn't eliminated a single person yet? The crowd asked the 3 deans to switch the brass mirror to the Ghost Fairy view. It just so happened that Zhou Wenshan also wanted to see Jiang Yan's situation. He controlled the bronze mirror to illuminate Jiang Yan, and when Jiang Yan's image appeared, everyone was dumbfounded. At the foot of Fenghuang Mountain, there was a deathly silence. Everyone's mouths opened wide in surprise and their jaws dropped to the floor. Only on the image of the bronze mirror, Jiang Yan was hiding in a dark cave, and was lying on a stone slab and huffing and puffing. Chapter 92, Terrifying Physical Body Extreme. Seeing this scene, everyone was dumbfounded. What's going on here? The Ghost Immortal surprisingly didn't participate in the fight and hid in a dark corner huffing and puffing. Does that make sense? It doesn't make sense. Zhou Wenshan also rubbed his eyes incredulously, then laughed and cursed. This bastard boy. He must have wanted to wait until it was almost over before engaging in a fight. Ha ha ha. Worthy of being the brat my Lingxi looks up to. So many bad intentions. Yin Jingwo laughed brightly. The old man with withered bones also let out a hoarse laugh. This son's state of mind far exceeds that of his peers. A moldable talent. The 2 old deans were the more they looked at Jiang Yan you like. They could not wait to kick Zhou Wenshan and snatch Jiang Yan to their own academy. Looking at Jiang Yan in the bronze mirror, Zhang Linger smiled gleefully. The Ghost Immortal is still self-aware, knowing that it's not my family's Gu Gongzi's rival, so he looked for a place to hide. Zhang Xiaoshang knocked Zhang Linger's head. Zhang Linger suffered pain and looked at her old man aggressively. Stinky old man, what are you knocking my head for? Humph, your brother Jiang isn't that kind of rat. This ghostly kid is so shrewd that he must be thinking of some crooked ideas. Even if it was his own daughter denigrating Jiang Yan, Zhang Xiaoshang would speak out in defense. Zhang Linger grunted twice. He's just bragging. He's a 3rd order martial zone. The Heaven's Pride battle is littered with 4th order martial kings. How could he possibly win the championship? Just watch honestly. Zhang Xiaoshang was full of confidence and pride in Jiang Yan. Humph. Just watch. I don't believe that the Ghost Immortal can defeat Duke Gu and take the top spot. Zhang Linger hummed, her soulful eyes glaring at the bronze mirror. At this moment in the Tianyuan mysterious realm, Jiang Yan was lying on a stone slab and huffing and puffing, but his body was running the original breathing method. By the time he woke up from a nap, the other contestants would be physically and mentally exhausted. And by then he would show up at full strength, slaying all sides and looking down on the crowd. Unfortunately, heaven forbid, Jiang Yan had just slept for less than 2 hours when a figure sneaked in outside the cave, his hand holding a dagger that glowed with green light. Ghost immortal, I'll take your little life, Bao Mingyuan sneered. The ethereal green dagger in his hand was raised high and stabbed violently at the huffing and puffing Jiang Yan. There was only a clang. Bao Mingyuan was dumbfounded. Jiang Yan, who he stabbed, didn't do anything at all, and the ghostly green dagger in his hand broke instead. He instantly sweated and turned pale. What kind of monster is this? My S-rank poison quenching has even broken. He is a double S-ranked divine giver. Possesses S-rank celestial object poison quenching and S-rank alien spiritual eyes. Spiritual eyes possess the ability to see everything, able to see through layers of objects and directly see the aura within a person's body. It was through his spiritual eyes that he discovered the sleeping Jiang Yan, intending to obliterate him with an S-class poison quenching. It could be said that he was a born assassin, good at assassinations and assassinations. Unfortunately, the target of the assassination he faced today was the invincible Jiang Yan of the physical body, and his S-class poison quenching was like a plastic toy in front of Jiang Yan's physical body, which could not break Jiang Yan's skin at all. For times remodeling his fleshly body and the third level of the Immortal Dao collection, this had already allowed Jiang Yan to reach the ultimate in fleshly body. In the same realm, SS-grade heavenly objects couldn't even hurt Jiang Yan's skin, let alone poison quenching as long as it was S-grade. Only a SS-grade heavenly object that was one large realm higher than Jiang Yan, a 4th-ranked martial king, could cause Jiang Yan to be harmed. Bao Mingyuan was desperate. He failed to assassinate Jiang Yan, and his S-class heavenly object was also shattered. And the heavenly object had an intersoul connection with its owner. If the heavenly object is damaged, the owner will suffer a severe injury and will need to spend a year using his soul to remake the heavenly object. Bao Mingyuan spat black blood from his mouth, held onto the wall, and ran away in ashes. Outside the bronze mirror, the people who witnessed the whole process of Bao Mingyuan's assassination of Jiang Yan were all stupefied, and their jaws were about to fall to the ground. I rely on. This ghost immortal wouldn't be a humanoid ferocious beast. I've seen celestial objects hacking ferocious beasts to pieces, but this is the first time I've seen them hacking people to pieces. I told you this ghost immortal was suspicious. He must be a beast king in disguise, a spy who has infiltrated my human race. This flesh body of the ghost immortal is too appalling. I remember the dagger of Bao Mingyuan's was an S-ranked heavenly object. Even an S-ranked heavenly object couldn't hurt the ghost immortal's skin. This ghost immortal is by no means human. At this point, there is already a vast majority of people who take Jiang Yan as a beast king incarnate, thinking that Jiang Yan is not human. The deans of the 3 major academies unanimously guffawed. Just how demonic has this brat become? He's already being suspected of not being human. If it weren't for the fact that I can gain insight into a person's bloodline, I would also suspect that this brat isn't human. Yin Jinghua laughed. Flesh body extremity. How many years has it been since my Huaxia has produced such a supreme demon? The withered bone old man's eyes were cloudy. It wasn't long before Bao Mingyuan died from a broken heavenly object. With a flash of white light outside the secret boundary, Bao Mingyuan appeared on top of the ancient great formation. His face was a shade of green and white, and he was so ashamed that he wanted to find a crack in the ground. Seeing everyone looking at him with derisive gazes, Bao Mingyuan whispered, I just had a momentary oversight and forgot to break the ghost immortal's Dharma body protection. An old man stepped forward to comfort. All right, child. There is no need to blame yourself too much or feel ashamed. It's not your problem to fall at the hands of the ghost immortal. All of us understand. A few young men couldn't help but laugh out loud. We can understand not being an opponent of the ghost immortal, but he didn't even make a move with the ghost immortal, assassinated the ghost immortal himself, and instead crumbled his own heavenly object, which is really a bit. Before the words were out of their mouths, they burst into laughter. Bao Mingyuan's face turned red as he lowered his head, covered his face, and fled the place in ashes. Even if he ran away, Bao Mingyuan's name would still resound through China. Of course, it was as a harmonizer that resounded through China. Looking at the Tian Yuan mysterious realm again, the wind and clouds here changed, and Gu Yu, who was highly expected by the crowd, unexpectedly crashed into Xiao Yun. Surprisingly, the two did not go to war directly and seemed to have formed an alliance. Gu Yu, if I remember the words correctly, you and the ghost immortal seem to be love rivals. The corner of Xiao Yun's mouth rose slightly with a sneer. Gu Yu's face was gloomy. Xiao Yun, if you want to fight, you don't need to say such nonsense to provoke me. I, Gu Yu, will accompany you. That's not true. What I'm trying to say is that I'm also the ghost immortal's love rival. Xiao Yun gritted his teeth. I've been in love with Yin Lingxi for many years, and she has never looked at me squarely. The more he spoke, the more agitated he became. But ever since she went to the King Mountain ruins, the Celestial Gods Academy has circulated rumors about all the things she did with the Ghost Immortal. How can I accept this? Xiao Yun's face twisted. I took the initiative to provoke the Ghost Immortal in an attempt to discredit him, and you saw the scene outside the secret boundaries at that time. I was no match for him. Gu Yu, why don't you and I make an alliance and wipe out the Ghost Immortal? Xiao Yun laughed coldly. At that time, Yin Lingxi will be mine, and Lin Wanyu will be yours, so you and I will both be able to hold on to a beautiful woman. This opinion was really tempting. Gu Yu clenched his fists and said in a deep voice, okay, I promise to ally with you to kill the Ghost Immortals together. Chapter 93, The Strongest Physical Body Killing. In the Tian Yuan mysterious realm, for a time, news of Xiao Yun's alliance with Gu Yu with the intention of killing the Ghost Immortal spread rapidly. These two supreme demons who had the best hope of winning the title were allied together to kill the Ghost Immortal. This was definitely a big blowout. What in the world is wrong with these two demons, this Ghost Immortal? Surprisingly, he was chased by both Gu Yu and Xiao Yun at the same time. There was Tianjiao who was very puzzled. The heavenly pride from the imperial capital explained. This is something you native hats from out of town don't know, right? There were rumors that Yin Lingxi from the Heavenly God Academy and Lin Wanyu from the 100 Herb Group were both chasing after the Ghost Immortal backwards. Gu Yu from the Devil's Capital is pursuing Lin Wanyu, and Xiao Yun from the Imperial Capital is pursuing Yin Lingxi. Do you understand what's going on this time? That outer Heavenly Pride nodded. So that's how it is. This Ghost Immortal is so popular with the girls? Emperor and Heavenly Pride laughed coldly. Ghost Immortal is just a bit more handsome and stronger than me. Where else is he better than me? The outer province's Heavenly Pride flattered. The Imperial Master is right. You are the master of the Imperial Capital. The Ghost Immortal, he is inferior to you in every way. You should just find a tunnel to rest in and enjoy your old age in peace. The day and night passed quickly. In the middle of the hidden cave, Jiang Yan's two legs stretched violently. Yo! Scared me to death. He slept so well that he had a dream in which he was walking up the stairs, stepped right out of the way, and then woke up with a start. Sleeping really can't go on for too long. Jiang Yan smashed his mouth and rubbed his stomach. He was a little hungry. Get out of the cave and find something to fill your stomach. Leaving the dimly lit cave, Jiang Yan began to search for spirit plants. Although it wasn't like the relics where spiritual plants were everywhere, there were a few spiritual plants in the secret realm, and the vintage wasn't high, at most 100 years. Jiang Yan transformed into a little girl picking mushrooms, walking a few hundred meters to pick a spiritual plant, twisting off the roots and directly stuffing them into his mouth to chew. Well, it tastes good. Jiang Yan's eyes lit up and he began to frantically look for the same spirit plant. He bent down to look for it and hit his head on a hard steel plate. Jiang Yan looked up and saw that he had bumped into someone. The youth who was bumped into by Jiang Yan turned around. He was wearing alloy battle armor and holding a 1,000-ton battle axe in his hand. Wang Ba coldly swept his eyes at Jiang Yan. Kid, you just bumped into me. Sorry. Jiang Yan decisively apologized. He wasn't in the mood to fight right now. He just wanted to pick spirit plants to fill his stomach, so it was better to do more than less. However, his apologies didn't satisfy Wang Ba at all. He was 2 meters and 3 meters tall, and one of his big hands directly grabbed at Jiang Yan's head. A word of apology is like an end to the matter? The corner of his mouth hooked into a cold smile. If you kowtow to me 100 times, I can forgive you. Really? Jiang Yan asked. Wang Ba froze. He didn't expect Jiang Yan to not be enraged by his humiliation. Instead he asked him if it was true. He scoffed loudly. Idiot. Of course it's fake. Even if you finish kowtowing 100 times, I will still crush your head with 1 foot. Hey, why can't people be a little kind to each other? Jiang Yan sighed softly. Goodwill? For a softy like you, stomping you to death with 1 foot is my greatest goodwill. Wang Ba laughed as he wore heavy armor and stomped his foot heavily on Jiang Yan. A strand of black hair fell and covered Jiang Yan's face, making it impossible to see his expression. I mean, I'm not being kind to you. Jiang Yan stuffed the spirit plant into his mouth with his left hand and blasted a straight punch with his right hand. Boom dash! With a shocking sound, Jiang Yan's punch contained spiritual power bursting out, directly vaporizing and evaporating the 2-meter-tall Wang Ba, half of his body. Wang Ba's intestines flowed all over the place and he fell on his back. Jiang Yan expressionlessly looked at Wang Ba, whose front half of his body vaporized and evaporated, and blandly said, pretending to be a bully like this at the 3rd level, you are really not afraid of being struck by lightning. Kicking away Wang Ba's corpse, Jiang Yan continued to search for spirit plants. He found hundreds of 100-year-old spirit plants along the way, barely filling some of his stomach. Tilting his head, he drank a few large gulps of spirit wine from the white jade wine pot, and his realm came to the 20th level of the 3rd rank. Jiang Yan only felt a wave of relief. The whole person was permeable and natural, and his aura was surging. Giggle. A long spear mixed with cold killing intent shot violently. Jiang Yan raised his right hand and steadily caught the shot. The shot came with ferocity, shocking Jiang Yan's right hand into a bloody mess. Being able to churn Jiang Yan's flesh and blood to pieces, the owner of this gun was by no means a simple character. How marvelous. To be able to steadily catch this shot of mine. You are qualified to die under me. A low voice echoed in the valley. Jiang Yan lazily looked around, only to see an upright figure standing on a mountain peak. Zun Zhou, please enlighten me. He arched his hand at Jiang Yan, and in the next instant, he disappeared from the mountain peak and appeared above Jiang Yan's head, kicking down violently. Rumble. With a dull thud, the earth quaked and cracked. Jiang Yan raised his arm to block, and there was a slight bone crack in his lower arm. Fourth order triple. Jiang Yan faintly raised his eyebrows. Zhou Zun's face was calm. Good eyesight. With a stretch of his big hand, the lance in Jiang Yan's right hand broke free and flew into Zhou Zun's hand. A word to the wise. I'm an SS-ranked power department. Don't get hammered into a pulp by me later. As Zhou Zun's words fell, he slashed at Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan casually offered the Rakshasa Ghost Scythe, and the two collided with each other, and Zhou Zun was sent flying more than 10 meters away. He frowned lightly and killed Jiang Yan once again. In this collision, Jiang Yan clearly felt the pressure. Zhou Zun's power had obviously increased by 1,000 tons. Bang! With another collision, Zhou Zun's power increased by another 1,000 tons. Bang bang! With every collision, Zhou Zun's strength increased by 1,000 tons. After exchanging hands several times in a row, Jiang Yan clearly felt the pressure. Jiang Yan operated the original breathing method and used his full strength to swing out a chop. Only a click was heard as the lance in Zhou Zun's hand was split in two. Zhou Zun's face was unsightly as he retreated several steps in a row before he was not split in two by the Rakshasa Ghost Scythe. What a bizarre weapon. Zhou Zun's brows furrowed. Jiang Yan laughed lightly and raised his hand to retrieve the Rakshasa Ghost Scythe. Zhou Zun was puzzled. What are you doing? Your weapon is destroyed. Wouldn't it be unfair for me to fight you with a weapon? Jiang Yan faintly laughed. He went for the physical body extreme, and Zhou Zun's SS-ranked powers were indeed very strong, but they only made him feel a little bit of pressure. He was going to defeat Zhou Zun with just this physical body. Zhou Zun's pupils trembled as he was shocked by Jiang Yan's aura. Ghost immortal. I, Zhou Zun, recognize you. The corners of his mouth curled into a smile as he slowly rolled up his sleeves and unraveled the two rings. As the circle landed, the entire valley shook with it. These two circles are a full 10,000 tons. I, Zhou Zun, recognize you, and now I will be at the peak of my battle power to fight you. Madness flashed under Zhou Zun's eyes. He was as fast as lightning, instantly killing Jiang Yan and slamming his fist into his face. Boom! Jiang Yan moved even faster as he blasted out his right hand together, their fists colliding together as the mountains behind each of them exploded at the same time. Terrifying waves of chi reverberated and the earth quaked, uprooting the ancient trees. Zhou Zun's right fist cracked, revealing white bones. Jiang Yan's fist crumbled and bled. Again, Zhou Zun's eyes were filled with exuberance. Please. Jiang Yan was equally exuberant. Chapter 94, Unity of Purpose. Kill the Ghost Immortal. Boom! There was a shocking roar and the ground shook. Zhou Zun Jiang Yan punched his fists to the flesh, and each punch caused the earth to tear apart and the heavens and earth to tremble. Ghost Immortal. I, Zun Zhou, would like to call you the strongest. Zhou Zun was likewise the ultimate in flesh. However, unlike Jiang Yan, he was a fourth stage physical body extreme, yet he was indistinguishable from the third stage Jiang Yan. It was hard to imagine just how powerful Jiang Yan's fleshly body was. You heard that ancient saints had the ability to break the extremes of the physical body. If Zun Zhou's words were to be heard, he would be shocked. He went so far as to compare Jiang Yan to an ancient sage. Zhou Zun profoundly believed that Jiang Yan had broken the fleshly body extreme. Even he had only barely reached the physical body extreme. And if he wanted to break the physical body extreme, I was afraid that there was no hope in this life. Ghost Immortal. I am fortunate enough to be able to lose at your hands. I, Zhou Zun, am convinced. Zhou Zun laughed maniacally. He was as fast as thunder, and his punch contained tens of thousands of tons of fist power. Boom! Jiang Yan's legs sunk deep into the earth, and the mountainous terrain with him as a square began to explode inch by inch. One could imagine how terrifyingly powerful Zhou Zun's punch contained. Jiang Yan took a deep breath, running the original breathing technique to recover from his injuries, and a flash of scarlet flashed under his eyes. I will pay you the highest respect. Jiang Yan gently spat out two words. Spirit Avalanche. A guilt aura lingered on Jiang Yan's right arm, mixed with surging aura bursting out. Jiang Yan returned with the strongest punch, feeling this fist power that was enough to destroy the heavens and the earth. Zhou Zun clenched his teeth and erupted to the extreme, his veins bursting with blood as he wielded 100,000 tons of fist power. Rumble. The fists of the two men collided. and time seemed to stop. And in an instant, terrifying energy fluctuations erupted. A 10-mile radius was flattened by the fist wind. This punch directly caused dozens of celestial pride to suffer from the ripple effects, and were shattered on the spot by the aftermath of the punch wind. By the time the two men's all-out strike ended, Zhou Zun's right arm dissipated and he fell to the ground on his back. Jiang Yan's right fist was bloody and had lost consciousness. He used the spirit avalanche that could only be used once a day, which was his highest respect for Zhou Zun. What is this move called? Zhou Zun looked up at the sky, his eyes a little lax. Spirit avalanche. Blood dipped out of the corners of Jiang Yan's mouth, but he always stood upright, letting the gusts of wind blow and standing. A good spirit avalanche. To be able to lose under this move. I didn't lose unjustly. Leaving his last words, Zhou Zun was lifeless, and the jade pendant on his waist shattered, sending him out of the secret realm. Jiang Yan took a deep breath and operated the primordial breathing method to the extreme. The injury on his right arm and the dark wounds in his body recovered quickly. He took out the white jade wine pot and tilted his head and drank. His aura filled up and his injuries recovered faster. At this moment, in the outside world, white light flashed and Zhou Zun's figure was revealed. The whole room was dead silent at his appearance. Zhou Zun, the number one person in the eastern province. How did he come out so quickly? Everyone was dumbfounded. In their opinion, Zhou Zun was one of the most likely demons to win the title. He's supposed to show up at the final destination, not get defeated midway through the battle. Someone swallowed their saliva and tremblingly went forward to inquire. Mr. Zhou, did you run into Guyu and Xiaoyun? To be able to defeat a demon of Zhou Zun's level, it would take two demons of the same level to do so at a high or low level. Guyu one person, the two should make a tie. Afraid that it is not possible to make Zhou Zun defeat, so it must be Xiaoyun also made a move. It was not impossible for the two of them, Gu Xiao, to join forces and suppress Zhou Zun. Everyone was waiting for Zhou Zun's reply. The corner of Zhou Zun's mouth hooked up into a smile. It's not these two. He looked to the bronze mirror on the dome of the sky. There was no Jiang Yan's figure on it. They had not witnessed the battle between the Ghost Immortal and him at that time. Ghost Immortal, you're really being underestimated. These foolish people are even comparing Guyu and Xiaoyun to you. After sneering and saying these words, Zhou Zun took a step into the air and disappeared. Zhou Zun was gone, but the words he had just left behind shocked everyone. Did he just mention the Ghost Fairy? Did he say, no, it can't be. Ghost Immortal is only a third-ranked martial zone. Zhou Zun is a fourth-ranked martial king and one of the strongest. If Ghost Immortal was able to defeat him in battle, that's too much. At the thought of this, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. If the leader of this year's Heaven's Remarks battle is a Ghost Immortal, it couldn't be more exciting. Then look at Zhang Xiaosheng and Zhang Linger's side. Learning that Jiang Yan had defeated Zhou Zun, Zhang Xiaosheng couldn't suppress the smile on his face. Old Jiang, this is too brutal for you. Even Zhou Zun was done in by you. Zhou Zun was the leader of the last Heaven's Pride battle, one of the most promising people to win the title this year. Zhang Linger was so frightened that she lost her face. It's not true. It's not true. Ghost Immortal, how could he be a match for Zhou Zun? No, it's impossible. She was terrified. Zhou Zun's strength was above Guyu. If even Zhou Zun was not a Ghost Immortal's opponent, then if Guyu touched a Ghost Immortal, he would only be abused. It's fine, it's fine. Zhang Linger comforted herself. Mr. Gu has joined forces with Xiaoyun. Even if the Ghost Immortal can crush Mr. Gu unilaterally, he won't be able to do any good with Xiaoyun helping him. At this moment in the Tianyuan mysterious realm, the news of the Ghost Immortal suppressing Zhou Zun spread quickly. The crowd of celestial pride were all staring at each other with jaws agape and faces full of shock. Zhou Zun has lost the battle. He was the leader of the last session, but he has lost the battle so quickly. Who says it isn't? If he hadn't encountered the Ghost Fairy, arriving at his final destination wouldn't have been a nail-biter. This Ghost Immortal is too powerful. Even Zun Zhou is no match for him, and we can only be his fish. Why don't we join forces beforehand and get rid of the Ghost Immortal first? Then we'll divide the winners and losers? With these words, a group of heavenly prides reached a consensus to first kill the strongest contender, the Ghost Immortal. In the end, they would enter the top 5 together to increase the possibility of obtaining the divine pill. In a place of abyss, Huayuan held a fan, shaped like a ghost, and approached Dongfang Shua. Brother Dongfang, I think you should already know about the murder of Zhou Zun. Huayuan narrowed his fox eyes, the corners of his mouth rising slightly. This Ghost Immortal's capabilities seem to be far beyond what we can imagine. Swish dash, the jade fan opened and bloomed, covering half of Huayuan's face. Why don't you and I join forces and wipe out this Ghost Immortal first? What do you think? Dongfang Shua snorted coldly. The leader is not important to me, but I have to get into the top 5. get the divine pill. Even if I have to join forces with you, I'll do whatever I want. The smile at the corner of Huayuan's mouth grew even wider, and he knew that the alliance had succeeded. This alliance is not just on behalf of the two of them. Instead, it was all the contestants from the Heavenly Gods Academy and the Martial Emperor's Academy who were participating in the Heaven's Pride battle. Huayuan snapped his fingers. Go gather information on the Ghost Immortal and prepare for an ambush. Dongfang Shuo looked at the few people from the Martial Emperor Academy behind him. For this Heaven's Pride battle, as long as one of us can make it to the top 5 and obtain the divine pill, Senior Sister Tan will be saved. His eyes were resolute. For this reason, no matter how dirty and underhanded the means are, I will not hesitate. The Heaven's Pride battle should have been conducted individually, but he had gathered all the students of the Martial Emperor Academy, which would only exclude dissenters and allow the students of the Martial Emperor Academy to have a chance to enter the top 5. All this to get the divine medicine, to save a man. Chapter 95. Earthly Demon Execution Formation. Holy, it's actually starting to shrink. Jiang Yan, who was still planning to meddle in the Tian Yuan mysterious realm, sensed that the earth in the distance was beginning to disintegrate. This also means that those who do not arrive at their final destination within a certain period of time will be eliminated directly. Jiang Yan couldn't even meddle if he wanted to now. He sped forward, following the Jade Pendant's guidance. He was blessed with the original breathing method, so he didn't have to worry about expending his energy in rushing, and he operated the Yin Thunder to the extreme all the way, winding black lightning all over his body. His speed was the same as that of lightning. Giggle. When he came to a basin, he came to a violent stop, and with his eyes and ears, he sensed that something was wrong with the place. It's so silent here. The silence is a little eerie. Most of all, he detected a few strands of thick killing intent. There were no less than 10 people who ambushed him at this place. Jiang Yan slipped one hand into his pocket and offered the 10-square ghost order in his pocket, preparing for a vicious battle. Hiding? Are you playing hide and seek? Jiang Yan lazily opened his mouth. Applause came from behind him. Worthy of being a ghost immortal, with such sharp divine sense. We have been hibernating here for a long time, executing dozens of people, and have never been seen through. Now that Jiang Yan had seen through it, he naturally had no intention of hiding it. Show yourself all, and give the ghost immortal a good send-off. As the man's voice fell, a mysterious rune appeared under Jiang Yan's feet, which instantly condensed into substance and turned into a chain, killing Jiang Yan from all directions. This is the Earthly Demise Execution Formation. There should have been 72 people working together to set up the formation, but we only gathered 36 people. This formation can't unleash its full power, but it's still more than enough to refine you. Lu Sheng had a smile on his lips. Ghost Immortal, not to mention you. Even if Gu Yu is in this formation, he will only be obediently refined. It's better if you try to wait for death honestly. In the Earth Demon Execution Formation, Jiang Yan retrieved the 10-square ghost order and coldly swept over the 36 people who had shown up. This formation is maintained by these 36 third-order martial sectors, and although they are not at full strength, the average fourth-order martial king will find it difficult to escape and can only be refined into flesh and blood. Before participating in the Heaven's Pride battle, I had heard that there were some people who were devoid of temperament and would choose to join forces with others. Jiang Yan had a smile at the corner of his mouth. But how could I have not expected that there would be more than 30 people joining forces? Instead of being ridiculed by Jiang Yan's words, LV Shang's smile was full of disdain. Ridiculous. If we didn't join forces, wouldn't the top 10 places have been taken by all of you demons? We are the same heavenly pride. Are we willing to become the green leaves that set you off? Lu Shang laughed coldly, his eyes filled with sarcasm. You guys are high-minded and arrogant, and you're dying alone. A supreme demon? It's still not a life to be suppressed by us. Lu Shang hooked his hand at Jiang Yan. Now kneel down and kowtow to me a few times, and I can make your death a little easier. Oh, what if I don't kowtow? In the middle of the formation, Jiang Yan was emboldened and asked back with a smile. Seeing that Jiang Yan was still breezy, Lu Sheng's face was a bit ugly. What are you still pretending? You've already fallen into the earthly fate execution formation. Your life is now up to me. I can make them refine you little by little, make you conscious and watch your flesh and blood turn into blood and water little by little. Or I can instantly put you to death. How I want to kill you is all up to my mood. So if you don't want to die so painfully, kneel in front of me now and use your pride for a painful death. Lu Sheng sneered. The 36 people who maintained the formation were also smiling indulgently. They were the same heavenly pride, but in front of Jiang Yan, Gu Yu and Huayuan, they were like ants. Once they meet, they will only be easily wiped out, and will not even be able to escape. But they met Lu Sheng, who was an SS-class heavenly creature, who had awakened the 36 killing formations, mastering the 36 terrifying killing formations of ancient times. As long as there were enough people, Jiang Yan, Gu Yu, and the others could also be easily executed. Lu Shang promised them that as long as they killed all of the supreme demons in this Heaven's Pride battle, they would be able to continue to fight each other and grab the top 10 spots. But if they didn't join forces to kill Jiang Yan, Gu Yu and the others, they wouldn't even be qualified to enter the top 10. So under Lu Shang's compulsion, they agreed to become the deployment of the killing formation and work together to kill the absolute demon. Nowadays, they enjoyed this feeling of stepping on a supreme demon under their feet. They had managed to kill dozens of people through the earthly fate execution formation, and 5 of them were 4th-ranked martial kings. Ghost Immortal. It's too late even if you kowtow now. Prepare to be refined into blood by us. A 3rd-ranked martial sect sneered. Ghost Immortal, Ghost Immortal. You are indeed a supreme demon. We really admire you. But now you are nothing but fish meat on the board. Kneel down and beg for forgiveness to us earlier. Perhaps we can still take pity on you and let you die a quick death. LV Shang had a smile on his lips, pleasurably watching the crowd sneer at Jiang Yan. This was the scene he wanted to see. Even if he was a supreme demon, when he encountered the formation that he, Lu Shang, had laid down, he could only wait for death and beg for mercy. This was his SS-grade divine gift, the 36 Paths killing formation. Well, since the Ghost Immortal is so dignified and unwilling to kneel down and beg for forgiveness from you and others, then there is no need for you and others to say anything more. Just let the Ghost Immortal slowly refine into blood and water. Lu Shang smiled hypocritically. Yes, Formation Master. The 36 Celestial Pride had already recognized Lu Shang as their honor, becoming the pawns under Lu Shang. Receiving Lu Shang's order, they simultaneously operated their auras, and the earthly execution formation began to speed up, the mysterious runes possessing the ability to eat away at the aura, leaving people mesmerized. Whoosh! A runic chain was violently about to penetrate Jiang Yan's shoulder, and was sidestepped by Jiang Yan, grabbed it, and crushed it alive. Immediately afterward, it exploded by inches. Jiang Yan loosened his right hand and laughed coldly. Griffin, you should set your position clearly. As the crowd watched in shock, Jiang Yan took a step forward. Cold sweat slid down Lu Shang's face. Impossible. This is impossible. How is this possible? In the center of the Earth's demise execution formation, it's impossible for him to have the strength left to walk around. In a cold voice, he shouted to the 36 formers, increase the spiritual power injection. Let him be nailed to the ground. The 36 people were pale. They had previously killed dozens of people through this formation, and there had never been such a thing as a person in the formation being able to walk around. They simultaneously strengthened their spiritual power injection with the intention that Jiang Yan would be immobilized by the killing formation and could only wait for refinement. But beyond their imagination, no matter how much spiritual energy they injected and against the gravity of hundreds of thousands of tons, Jiang Yan still took one step forward and another step back in the killing formation, one step closer to them. The face of the closest formation builder to Jiang Yan was as pale as paper. In his eyes, Jiang Yan was no longer like a human being, but a devil god. A demonic god that had crawled out of purgatory was approaching him step by step, signaling his imminent death. Jiang Yan's mouth hooked in a cold smile. Wait for me. When I catch you, I will cut you up, slice you up, one after the other, and bruise your bones. Chapter 96, Breaking the Killing Formation, Executing Lu Shang. Monster. Monster. One of the array builders directly walked out of the earthly execution formation due to too much fear. Buzz. As that array setter left, the earthly execution formation instantly dimmed a corner. Immediately afterward, the entire formation began to wither. Just one less person triggered such a big flaw. Waste. Lu Shang clenched his teeth, his eyes filled with killing intent. He dared to run away from the battlefield. When he killed the Ghost Immortal, he would definitely break that bastard who ran away from the battlefield into pieces. Lu Shang raised his hand, and a spirit talisman transformed into a shadow, filling the position of the proleptic formator who had escaped from the battle. Ghost Immortal, you can struggle as much as you want. In the end, you won't be able to escape the fate of being turned into blood and water anyway. The corner of Lu Shang's mouth hooked into a cold smile. Jiang Yan's voice was grim. Is that so? I'd like to see how you guys alone can refine me into blood. Still emboldened, he took one step towards the array builder, gravity weighing tons with each step. It was as if he was carrying an invisible mountain on his back, and every step made the tendons and bones tremble, and the flesh and blood were twisting and disintegrating. At this moment in the outside world, the copper mirror image flashed, revealing Jiang Yan's image. Look, the screen switches to the Ghost Fairy. Wait, what's going on with the Ghost Fairy? Earthly Fate Execution Formation. In this Heaven's Pride battle, someone has actually mastered such a killing formation. This is an ancient killing formation. The Ghost Immortal is afraid that this time, he will be in dire straits. There's an unspoken rule that everyone knows about copper mirror switching perspectives, that someone is about to be eliminated. Copper mirror didn't switch earlier or later, and now it's switching to the ghost immortal's perspective. Does this mean that, in Copper mirror's view, Jiang Yan is afraid that he's about to fall? It's no wonder the ghost immortal is to blame for this. The earth-severing execution formation is a killing formation that can only be utilized by 72 people at its full power, and even if there are only 36 of them nowadays, it's still not something a third-stage martial sect would be able to withstand. Everyone felt sorry for Jiang Yan's fall. What a powerful junior supreme. Now he was going to be wiped out by the ancient killing formation. How unwilling it would be. This old man has a chance to break into the top 5 and even compete for the top spot, but by the people of unknown origin ancient killing array to put to death. Think about it, are doubly desperate. Just when everyone thought that Jiang Yan was bound to fall. I don't know who exclaimed. Look, did the ghost immortal move? Did he take a big step just now? The crowd was awakened by the sound. They looked at the bronze mirror at the same time. Just as the man had said, the ghost fairy had really moved. What kind of perseverance was it for him to push against the refining of the ancient killing formation and keep approaching the one who set up the formation? Everyone was shocked by Jiang Yan's actions. The man who had previously felt that Jiang Yan would surely fall also honestly closed his mouth at this time, his eyes filled with confusion and dismay. Really? Is he crazy? Or is the world crazy? Since he was a child, he read the ancient books that recorded the ancient killing array. The ancient books recorded the right into the array of people trapped in the earth's death-killing array. Limbs, unable to move. Soul and flesh will be refined. Looking at Jiang Yan again, where did he look like his limbs were weak and unable to move? He was clearly alive and kicking. This is just too unbelievable. At this moment, the people who once denigrated Jiang Yan, all unconsciously swallowed their saliva. They recognizing Jiang Yan's demonic battle power. At this moment in the Tian Yuan mysterious realm, Jiang Yan approached step by step, his right hand entwined with black thunder. Lead the thunder. As his voice fell, a black thunderbolt instantly descended from the firmament, splitting one of the array setters into flying dust alive. This terrifying tactic caused the many array setters to go haywire. How is this possible? He's already trapped by the earthly execution formation. Being able to move should already be the limit. So why is he still able to unleash his powers? Monster! Monster! The several array builders turned pale and could no longer care about anything else, abandoning the operation of the earthly execution formation and getting up to run. One person runs, followed by a group of people. The dragons are scattered without a leader. Lu Sheng's face was ugly as hell. This bunch of trash. A dozen or so spirit talismans surfaced in his hand, and he raised his hand to fly towards the earthly execution formation, replacing those who had set up the formation and continuing to maintain the ancient killing formation. Then just as the spirit talisman was about to be affixed to the grand formation, a black flame rose up, instantly igniting the end of the spirit talisman. From sporadic black flames, it turned into a blazing fire in an instant. What's going on here? Weird events came one after another, and Lu Sheng was completely flustered. He swallowed his saliva and looked towards Jiang Yan, who was in the formation in a cloudy state with a faint smile on his face. It's you who did this. How could you possibly control fire and thunder? Lu Sheng said hysterically. You cheated. You must have cheated. I've investigated you. Your divine bestowal is the heavenly object 10 square ghost order, a summoning system heavenly object. How can you control fire and thunder? The investigation is quite clear. Should I not praise you? Jiang Yan's body erupted with aura, violently shattering the surrounding runic chains. The aura bursts forth. He took a step directly out of the earthly execution formation, his eyes sweeping over Lu Sheng without a ripple. Any last words? The last words. Last words are, you can't kill me. Lu Sheng laughed maniacally as a painted scroll appeared out of thin air in his hand. 36-way killing formation. Unseal. LV Shang laughed out loud, and as the painted scrolls flew into the air, a bizarre formation core landed on the earth, besieging Jiang Yan. Griffin. In response, Jiang Yan just disdained it. A flash of scarlet flashed under his eyes. The ghost domain unfolds. As his voice fell, Lu Sheng, who was still laughing maniacally, was suddenly dumbfounded. The array cores scattered across the earth all disappeared into thin air, and he turned to appear in an unfamiliar patch of earth. The wind was so cold here that every inch of flesh, blood and sinew seemed to hurt like pins and needles. Where is this? How did I get here? Lu Sheng looked around like a madman, frantically running away, trying to find an exit, but no matter how much he begged and struggled, he was never able to escape this extremely cold field. In this purgatory where snow accumulated all year round and every cold breeze could make a person's soul worse than death, Lu Sheng had stayed for hundreds of millions of years, but in the outside world, only a second had passed. In just a second's time, Lu Sheng's eyes turned white, black blood continuously flowed out of his mouth, and all of his strange meridians exploded. and he fell straight to the ground without any life. When the only remaining buccaneers who hadn't run away saw that Lu Shan was dead, their faces were ashen and filled with despair. Jiang Yan revealed a kind smile. "Remember what I said?" He tilted his head slightly, and the killing intent under his eyes was no longer hidden and flowed out. "I will cut you down, slice you up, and bruise your bones." Under the horrified gazes of the many arrayers, Jiang Yan manifested the 10 directions ghost order around him. "The ghost order is here." The Yin soldiers listened to the order. Thousands of Yin soldiers appeared behind him, as if they were a disciplined army, and even though they were dead, they were still imposing. "Capture all of these array setters, extract their tendons and bones, and finally use a hammer to crack them a little bit." Jiang Yan faintly gave the order. Ignoring the miserable screams of the crowd of formers, Jiang Yan continued to rush towards his final destination. Chapter 97, God Stops God. Buddha Stops Buddha. Outside the secret realm, the crowd witnessed Jiang Yan's terrifying methods and fell into a death-like silence. I don't know how long it took before one person said in a trembling voice, "Were those Yin soldiers just now? Why do I feel so creepy?" According to rumors, the SSS ranked divine gift possessed by the Ghost Immortal is the Ghost Order, and since it's a Ghost Order, it's normal to possess the ability to call on 100 ghosts. It's just that he's only at the 3rd rank now, yet he can summon so many Yin objects. It's just too terrifying. For a while, everyone was 3 times jealous of Jiang Yan, and the evaluation of Jiang Yan in their hearts vaguely surpassed Gu Yu's stream, becoming a true dark horse. Within the Tian Yuan secret territory, following the Jade Pendant's guidance, Jiang Yan soon arrived at a huge nest. Before he could stand on his front foot, the earth suddenly cracked open into an abyss. Jiang Yan looked as normal as he leapt into the air and landed on top of the nest. His divine sense told him that there were not a few people ambushed here. "Ghost Immortal, even if you are heavenly and divine, an unearthly and absolute demon, today, you will still be buried here." A pleasant voice rang out. Holding a feather fan and with a face like a crown of jade, Huayuan stood on the branch of an ancient tree with coiled roots, smiling as he stared at Jiang Yan. "Sissy," Jiang Yan said coldly, "what did you say?" These words seemed to sting Huayuan. The false smile on his face was no longer there. Those delicate fox eyes were full of calculation. "It's just that, I have no intention of mixing with the dead." As soon as his words fell, a boulder the size of a small mountain transformed into a giant spear and instantly threw itself at Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan blasted out with a punch that was impartial and directly shattered the boulder from the center. He crossed over the heavy boulders to get a good look at the young man who was navigating them. "Found you." Buzz. The Rakshasa ghost scythe emerged in his hand and slashed heavily against his face. Clank. Dongfang Shuahand folded his arms, a layer of dark earth-colored stone wall, blocking Jiang Yan's heavy blows. Without waiting for Jiang Yan to move, several martial zoners appeared in all directions, killing Jiang Yan at the same time. Clanking. All kinds of swords and spears all stabbed at Jiang Yan's body. The corner of Huayuan's mouth hooked into a cold smile. It's over. The Ghost Immortal is nothing more than that. However, the next moment, only a neat click sound was heard, and all those weapons were broken at the same time. This scene left everyone dumbfounded. What is this? This is too much. Together, they, the proud sons of heaven, slashed at Jiang Yan with heavenly objects. Received Jiang Yan fart nothing, not even a layer of skin to scratch. And then look at their heavenly things, crumbling and shattering. Is this still human? This is no longer human. Is it? Dongfang Shua's face was grim. Ghost Immortal, I'll be your opponent. He took a step out. His hands were attached by dark earth, transforming into an impenetrable stone wall that weighed 10,000 tons and instantly smashed down from the air. Jiang Yan snapped his fingers and rubbed a sonic boom, directly churning the stone wall. Small black hole. Jiang Yan once again rubbed sonic booms with his bare hands, adding a burst of aura in the process, forming a small black hole that obliterated all matter. Undeterred, he rubbed out several more small black holes in a row, fusing them together. Jiang Yan named this move Super Big Black Hole. Faced with the huge super large black hole, Dongfang Shua's face changed dramatically as he rose up into the air and a brilliant mural appeared behind him. As he pinched his fingers, the gods on the murals seemed to come to life, each one majestic and incomparable, holding divine weapons in their hands, working together to defend against the super large black hole. Brother Dongfang, little brother has come to help you. Huayuan waved the jade fan in his hand, and a light aura wind chop was as fast as lightning, instantly landing at Jiang Yan's neck. Jiang Yan's pupils narrowed slightly as he felt pain. His neck, a thin line of red blood appeared. The jade fan in this Huayuan's hand was not simple. A fan that actually broke his defense was at the very least an SS grade divine gift. Jiang Yan operated the original breathing method to recover the injury on his neck. 100 ghosts walk at night. As Jiang Yan's words fell, the Tian Yuan mysterious realm was suddenly filled with gloomy winds, and the ghosts cried and howled continuously. Ghost Martial Solution. The severe ghosts all transformed into ghost martial swords and killed Huayuan. Huayuan looked at the flying swords in the sky, and his eyes narrowed slightly. 10,000 swords returned to this ability to defend objects. It shouldn't be able to be done by the third rank. The jade fan in his hand made a crisp sound, changing in thousands of ways as they waved together. Gusts of gale converging into a dragon scroll that swallowed most of the ghost martial sword. Jiang Yan had a cold smile on his lips. Now, your gale is driven by me. Black flame. Boom. The ghost martial swords that were gusted by the gale tornado all turned into black flames all of a sudden. And what was originally a pure aura tornado instantly became a black flames tornado. Jiang Yan turned the tables and controlled the black flame gale to kill Huayuan. Huayuan's face changed drastically as he waved his jade fan in his hand in succession, only barely stopping the black inflammation dragon scroll. However, in the next moment, Jiang Yan had already appeared in front of him, his long leg slashing down from top to bottom. Bang! This leg was as heavy as a mountain. Huayuan's defense was not careful, like a missile shot to the ground, deeply embedded in the ground. Jiang Yan, alone, was able to suppress two demons. Rumble dash. White light flourished as Huayuan burst out from the ground. He was no longer as calm as he was earlier. His eyes were filled with tyrannical killing intent. Ghost immortal. You've completely angered me. The jade fan in his hand blossomed, and heaven and earth transformed into an ink painting. This is the field. It wasn't the first time Jiang Yan had faced the domain, and he didn't panic as he offered the 10-square ghost order in his palm, a smile on his lips. Since you like to play with the field, I'll play with you for a while. King Qin Guan, King Chu Jiang. Two ghost god silhouettes descended behind Jiang Yan. The ghost domain unfolds. In an instant, the ink painting in the sky and earth disappeared into thin air, leaving Huayuan standing woodenly in place. Domain. You even know how to domain. Jiang Yan did not say anything. The two ghost gods put their hands together. Huayuan was trapped in his palm, and when he opened his eyes again, he was already in the infernal purgatory. The next thing you know, Huayuan is a mindless, empty shell, dead in the ghostly realm. After resolving Huayuan, Jiang Yan released the ghost god Yanluo, and the Rakshasa ghost side reappeared. It's your turn. His body was wrapped around Black Thunder, as fast as he could be, instantly killing Dongfang Shuo. The moment the scythe swung, black flames rose with it, about to set Dongfang Shuo ablaze. Dongfang Shuo's brows furrowed as he quickly retreated, but he was still a step too late. Jiang Yan had already appeared behind him at an unknown time, one fist against his heart, and faintly said, "Aura bursts out." Boom dash. The terrifying aura surged out furiously, instantly shattering Dongfang Shuo's 5 viscera and 6 bowels. Poo dash. Dongfang Shuo's eyes were filled with shock as he looked at Jiang Yan incredulously. How can your speed? Jiang Yan retracted his hand and looked coldly at Dongfang Shuo, who was crashing to the ground, and sighed helplessly. I've always been a person who doesn't offend me and I don't offend anyone, so why do you guys have to mess with me? He was helpless. He didn't want to go on a killing spree, but someone was rushing to find death. Chapter 98, Final Destination. In the outside world, the copper mirror reflected the clip of Jiang Yan defeating 2 demons with 1 and suppressing 2 of them. Everyone lapsed into silence for a long time. The deans of the 2 major academies, Heavenly God and Martial Emperor, both sighed helplessly. Yin Jingguo sighed. Huayuan is the top junior in my Heavenly God Academy, and if nothing goes wrong, will graduate with an excellent grade of 5th Order Martial Zun. It can be said that Huayuan is one of the few best people in my Heavenly God Academy, and even he is no match for this kid Jiang Yan. Yin Jingguo's face was filled with lamentation. Zhou Wenshan, who was very close to him, however, could see that something was wrong. Something's wrong. Something's absolutely wrong. This old thing doesn't look like he's going to be frustrated. He must be faking it. Zhou Wenshan bent down slightly and twisted his head to look over, and it was not what he expected. This old thing Yin Jingguo is snickering. The corners of his mouth are grinning up to his ears. Old piker, what are you snickering about? Zhou Wenshan asked in disbelief. Obviously, all the students under the door were killed by Jiang Yan as chickens, and they are still snickering here. Is it crazy? Since he was discovered, Yin Jingguo stopped pretending and threw back his head and laughed. Good. Good for you. Zhou Wenshan and Old Man Withered Bone glanced at each other, both thinking that this old piker Yin Jingguo was crazy. Yin Jingguo, however, raised his eyebrows at the two. My Yin family's granddaughter-in-law has shown great power. As a grandfather, shouldn't I be happy? Son, granddaughter-in-law? It wasn't just Zhou Wenshan and Elder Withered Bone. The crowd watching the battle was also shocked by these words. Grandson-in-law. Who's that in reference to? Who else could it be? Jiang Yan. One must know that the Yin family was sitting on a super large consortium, the Divine Awakening Group, not to mention the fact that there was also Yin Jingguo. a peak martial saint of the 6th Order 9, half a foot into the 7th Order martial emperor. There was still only one only daughter in the Yin family's generation, and she was the school beauty of the Heavenly God Academy, Yin Lingxi. This Yin family can be considered to have their hands full in China. If Jiang Yan and Yin Lingxi were a couple, then Jiang Yan could be considered a step up. The long silent crowd was instantly triggered by the explosive news. Asterisk. The rumors are true. Miss Yin is really a couple with the ghost fairy. I told you, a supreme demon like Ghost Immortal is only worthy of the Yin family's daughter and the Lin family's daughter from the 100 Herb group. You guys, is it possible for the ghost fairy to be involved with the one from the White family? The Bai family? Are you referring to the Chuan City White family? Or the Imperial Capital White family? The Chuan City White family is not worthy of the Ghost Immortal, and the Imperial Capital White family Ghost Immortal can't afford to climb. It's absolutely impossible. The Bai family of the Imperial Capital is beyond the world, and that legendary holy daughter of the Bai family is destined to walk with the holy sons of the gods in the heavens, and the Ghost Immortal doesn't stand a chance. I'm afraid. The Ghost Immortal is vaguely showing signs of becoming the #1 person in the new generation of China, but even so, he can't compete with those immortals in the sky. This is the reality. The blue star and the upper world, separated by an insurmountable chasm. In the world's conception, they are only martial artists, while those in the sky are immortals. The truth was also true, and there were many accounts of this in Blue Star. An immortal descended from the heavens and swept away a 4th-ranked martial king with the power of a 3rd-ranked person. Immortals descended on the Blue Star, raising their hands to suppress several 6th Order martial saints. The Nordic powers angered the immortals of the upper realm, and overnight, the centuries-old country was destroyed at the snap of a finger. Cases such as these abound. The world is in awe of the upper realm to show its respect, but also to avoid touching taboos and to honor the upper realm as heaven. The Bai family of the imperial capital, on the other hand, was an immortal species that descended from the heavens to the blue star 10,000 years ago. The White family, the blood of the immortals of heaven flows in their bones. The Yin family and the 100 Herb Forest family had a superb position in China, yet they were still unable to shake the Bai family's position, whether it was China or the Western countries. When talking about the imperial capital White family, they all had to be afraid of 3 times. It's a sign of respect for the immortals. Because of the conversation about the imperial capital's White family, the crowd didn't dare to talk about this topic any further, and things ended there. In the secret realm, Jiang Yan operated the original breathing method to restore his state and followed the Jade Pendant's guidance, transforming into a black thunderbolt as he traveled to his final destination. It was a smooth journey, not meeting any other heavenly pride. The final destination was a crumbling altar. There were numerous bronze jars here, each of which had a white bone sitting on its end, as if they were performing some kind of sacrificial ritual. These white bones are so old, so long that I can't even search for the remnants of my soul and broken spirit. It could be imagined that after 10,000 years of washing, these white bones, even their souls were worn out. Sasha. Jiang Yan was keenly aware of the subtle movement coming from behind him, and he pretended not to notice it as he continued to reach out and touch the ancient totem on the bronze jar. Clank! Just then, the sound of breaking air came from behind him. Jiang Yan turned around, and with a backhanded kick, he sent the person who had backstabbed him flying 100 meters away, collapsing a stone wall and falling unconscious on the ground. What realm are you in and you dare to assassinate me? Jiang Yan was disdainful. Worthy of being a ghost immortal? You really talk big. I wonder if I am qualified to compete with you at my realm. A frivolous voice rang out. Jiang Yan lazily raised his head, only to see Xiao Yun, dressed in a gold-patterned battle robe, walking towards him with a sinister smile on his face. Yo, isn't this the Xiao family's great young man who was sent flying by my punch? Have you recovered from your injuries? It's all my fault. Had I known that Xiao was so soft and golden, I shouldn't have exerted so much force at that time. Jiang Yan opened his mouth and mocked. Xiao Yun remembered the humiliating scene before entering the secret realm and was furious. Ghost Immortal, I was just casually trying your depths at that time. Don't get too carried away. I didn't expect Xiao Dashua's mouth to be quite hard. How did you practice it? Usually didn't get a lot of mouth from your father, right? Jiang Yan asked with a smile. You seek death. Xiao Yun was furious, his eyes covered in blood. What's the point of talking nonsense with him? A brat who can only show off his tongue. Beheading is all. Chaotic mist filled the air, and an upright and slender figure appeared. Guyu's eyes landed on Jiang Yan blandly. Ghost Immortal, you don't want to say that the two of us are bullying you. The battlefield is supposed to be like this. A lone wolf only has a way to die. I get it. No need to make excuses to save your honor. You two golden young masters go together. I'll control the force and leave you both lying in a hospital for 10 days and half a month. When was Guyu ever humiliated like this? His expression was grim, eloquent, not knowing the heights of heaven. He stretched out his big hand, his body surrounded by chaotic mist and confusion. Today, I will let you die with a clear understanding, so that you can recognize your own ignorance. Chaos Divine Halberd. Buzz. Space trembled as the chaotic mist tore an opening from space, and a dark divine halberd slowly emerged. Jiang Yan raised his eyebrows. SSS grade heavenly object. No wonder you're so good at pretending. So you're really good. He couldn't even help but give Guyu a thumbs up. He finally knew why that silly girl Zhanlinger was obsessed with Guyu. Handsome, good birth, and awakened SSS grade heavenly objects. Isn't this a proper novel hero? Jiang Yan secretly ground his teeth. Damn. Another guy who robbed the old man of his protagonist's halo. I have to you to death today. Chapter 99, Xiaogu Alliance. Routed. Rakshasa Ghost Scythe. Jiang Yan didn't dilly-dally, directly sacrificing his ghost god True Marshal, and hooked his hand at the upright Guyu. Come on, I'll let you have 3 moves. Let me have 3 moves? Guyu sneered. Don't know how to die. He held the Chaos Divine Halberd and surged all of his spiritual energy into the divine weapon, intending to kill Jiang Yan with a single stroke of the halberd. 1 move to destroy you. Buzz. The chaotic divine halberd tore through space, instantly killing Jiang Yan in front of his face. Jiang Yan had a cold smile on the corner of his mouth. His body was wrapped in black thunder, instantly flashed above Guyu, and a scythe fiercely chopped down. Guyu's face was horrified as he hurriedly turned his Chaos Divine Halberd to block. Clank dash. With a horrifying collision, Guyu was violently smashed into the ground, spitting out bruised blood from his mouth as he glared at Jiang Yan with indignation. You villain! You promised to take 3 moves from me first. He was ed by this pussy Jiang Yan. He said that he would receive 3 moves from him first, but as a result, before he could hit this first move, Jiang Yan did not keep his promise and came as a surprise. Jiang Yan laughed coldly. This is called a soldier who is not afraid of deception. Take him while he's sick. Jiang Yan directly attacked fiercely at Guyu, who had suffered a heavy blow. Damn. These 2 pussies are capable of joining forces to besiege him, but he's still not ready to play dirty? He was the reincarnation of the Underworld Emperor, not the reincarnation of the Great Emperor of Light, and he was damn well playing dirty. Jiang Yan operated the original breathing method to the extreme, instantly erupting 100,000 tons of extreme battle power, and the Rakshasa Ghost Scythe in his hand cut through everything, and space trembled. Brother Gu, let me help you. Xiao Yun saw that the momentum was not right and rushed out. He also fell for it, hearing Jiang Yan offer to take Guyu's 3 moves. He was all set to watch a good show and see Guyu suppress Jiang Yan within 3 moves. Heavenly things are recovered. I did not expect Jiang Yan, this guy, his grandmother, to play in. Heavenly Execution Divine Flame. Xiao Yun instantly unfurled the Heavenly Execution fire wings behind him, and all of the sky turned fiery red in an instant, and the Heavenly Execution Divine Flame sword emerged in his hand, his divine might swirling as if he were a fire god descending into the world. Giggle. The Heaven Execution Divine Flame sword flew across the fiery blade, enough to incinerate all living beings. Little Black Dragon. Jiang Yan released Black Flame 2.0, and a huge black dragon appeared. His body was like ink. His feathers were so big that they were able to cover the sky, and his mouth spewed out black and blue flames. Roar dash. Long Yan spat. Xiao Yun's face changed drastically, and his divine flame was actually on par with the spitting breath of this black dragon. The divine fire wings behind him stretched backward, allowing his speed to surpass the speed of sound, bypassing the little black dragon, and the divine fire sword wrapped around the divine fire, sanctioning the 8 directions. Bang! Unexpectedly, the black dragon moved even faster as he directly swung his tail violently. The huge dragon tail struck Xiao Yun's back and the tremendous force blasted him 100 meters. Oh yo! What a tragedy. Even Jiang Yan felt pain after being swept by the black dragon's huge tail like this. He didn't pay too much attention to the battle between the little black dragon and Xiao Yun. He suppressed Guyu and didn't let him get up from the ground and kept slashing him with his ghost sickle. Guyu was knocked to the ground by Jiang Yan's move, and up to now he had no chance to roll over, and could only flop around on the ground to resist. Ghost Immortal, you are a villain. When had Guyu been in such a sorry state? His eyes were red and covered in blood. Thank you for the compliment and reward you for eating my Rakshasa Ghost Scythe. Jiang Yan heatedly smiled, and the speed at which he slashed downward with his Rakshasa Ghost Sickle became even faster. Lying on the ground is not good for power. It was already not good for stance. Jiang Yan, the swinging Ghost Sickle speed becomes faster. He will instantly strain up, not dare to be distracted for a moment. Just like that, Black Flame 2.0's little black dragon chased Xiao Yun and burned him, while Jiang Yan pressed down on Guyu and slashed downwards with his Ghost Sickle. The situation was lopsided, and the originally aggressive Xiaogu alliance was routed by Jiang Yan. Guyu's back teeth were on the verge of breaking. His eyes were glooming and his voice was as cold as frost. Chaos Divine Armor. Boom! Chaotic mist filled the air. and Jiang Yan instantly retreated from Guyu, pulling away from his opponent. The chaos mist filled Guyu, and when the mist receded, Guyu was wearing the chaos god armor, and his spiritual pressure suddenly pushed straight to the peak of the 4th rank. Even Jiang Yan couldn't help but frown tightly. It's a bit troublesome to have your battle power soar so much. Ghosts, immortal. Guyu finally regained his footing, and he glared at Jiang Yan in death with his eyes wide open. I'm in. Jiang Yan responded with a smile. Seeing that Jiang Yan was still playfully smiling, Guyu was about to explode with anger, and he now desperately needed to vent his anger. He wanted to let Jiang Yan know how terrifying his Guyu's anger was. Kill. Guyu moved. The chaos mist tore through space as he appeared behind Jiang Yan, wearing the chaos god armor. His strength was extraordinary. Madaka. Jiang Yan went up with a scythe and didn't get half the benefit. His wrist was numb from the shock. Die. Guyu hissed. The chaos divine halberd in his hand was mixed with the power of 10,000 pounds, penetrating through layers of space and slamming straight through Jiang Yan's heart. Once penetrated by this halberd, there was no way to save it even if Hades came. Jiang Yan laughed lightly. King Yan saved me. In an instant, a ghostly shadow emerged in front of him. The king of Chukong manifested himself, and the king of Yanluo substituted for him. As soon as the ghost god shadow ghostly hand probed, Guyu felt that his soul was being torn apart. Even the chaos divine armor didn't do anything. What's going on? What the hell is this? Guyu's 7 orifices began to bleed. The ghost god shadow only maintained this one movement, and Guyu was somewhat unable to endure it. Jiang Yan stood stretching and sneered. You can call someone, but I can't? That Xiaoyan you called is at best a small generation. This guy I called is a Tong Tian generation. Chaos mist. Guyu hissed as the chaos mist manifested, filling his entire being. The Chujiang king lost his target of attack, and an ancient tripod emerged in his palm, which made up for the bizarre runes, which flashed with an ethereal light and instantly absorbed the chaotic mist. Guyu looked like he was being stripped naked, out of his mind and dumbfounded in place. How could this be? My chaotic mist was absorbed. Guyu's face was horrified as he looked at the ancient cauldron held in Chu Jiangwang's palm, filled with panic and despair. Jiang Yan was also curious and put a hand on Chu Jiangwang's shoulder. Xiao Chua, this tripod of yours looks a bit interesting. Give me a look. Without any hesitation, King Chu Jiang offered the palm ancient tripod to Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan looked at the ancient tripod offered by Chu Jiangwang, reached out to take it, but took a lonely. He pursed his lips, almost forgetting that the king of Chu Jiang is only a shadow. Forget it, you take this surname Gu. Jiang Yan was disillusioned. King Chu Jiang once again lifted up the ancient tripod and was about to collect Guyu along with his soul. Guyu's face was filled with horror, enduring the pain of having most of his soul ripped out alive. Life was worse than death. Just then, Jiang Yan spoke again. Wait. King Chu Jiang took back the ancient tripod and did not continue to extract Guyu's soul. Guyu breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that Jiang Yan had spared him. Just as he was about to open his mouth to thank him, he saw Jiang Yan's face full of cold smiles. First, let me slap out 2 rows of this brat's teeth, and then you can extract his soul. With that, he threw up a slap, and with a loud, crisp sound, Guyu's upper row of teeth flew neatly across the room. The left half of his face instantly swelled up. Guyu was confused, and without waiting for him to open his mouth, the other side of his face received another slap, and the lower row of teeth flew off neatly along with it. The right half of his face was also swollen. He's gone from humble to pig-headed in an unforgiving way. Jiang Yan clapped his hands in disgust and waved at King Chu Jiang, casually ordering, "All right, you can kill it." Chapter 101 Man's Response. Outside the secret realm, the crowd stared dumbfounded at Guyu, who had been beaten into a pig's head, all of them with their jaws dropped and their eyes glazed over in shock. That's Guyu, the first of the new generation in Mordor. Such a rich and prestigious supreme demon was unexpectedly beaten up by Jiang Yan, his nose and face swollen, and both rows of his teeth were dried and flew away. Many of the people who came to watch the battle were fans of Guyu. In this high martial arts world where star idols are like wild dogs on the side of the road, and teenage prides are red across half the sky, Guyu is considered top stream. He was adored by the girls of the Guan family and hated them. These little fan girls of Guyu also have the fan title Aigu. Ah, damn ghost immortal. How dare he beat up our Duke Gu's stunningly handsome face like this? He must be jealous that Duke Gu is more handsome than him. A girl said indignantly. I'm a pure passerby. I think Ghost Fairy is more handsome than Guyu. Humph. Even if Ghost Immortal is more handsome than Duke Gu, his character isn't half as good as Duke Gu's. Doesn't everyone see that Duke Gu isn't even putting out his full strength? He's giving in to Ghost Fairy. Is it? Is there such a thing? Guyu has been beaten to a dead pig, and he's still letting off steam here? You're afraid you're not joking. Every time Guyu's female fans weaseled their way out of the situation, they were mercilessly disliked and rendered speechless. And then we look over to the side of our Guyu's #1 fan, Zhang Linger, witnessing her male god being beaten to a pig's head, with both rows of teeth nowhere to be found. Her face could be described as pale. How could it be like this? Isn't Duke Gu omnipotent? Why would he not be a match for the ghost immortal? Zhang Linger was filled with disbelief. His worldview collapsed, and the internet was filled with propaganda saying that Guyu was the first person of the new generation in Magic City, or even the first person of the new generation in China. This year's most promising player to take the top spot in the Heaven's Pride battle. How can such a persona that combines handsomeness and strength not be loved by them, the girls of Muqiang? But right now, this has the same generation of invincible Guyu, was several years younger ghost immortal as a dead dog held down and beat. Dad, this isn't true, is it? Gu Gongzi he. 1T lose, right? Zhang Linger was filled with confusion. On the contrary, her own father, Zhang Xiaoshang, couldn't even suppress the smile on his face at this moment. Seeing Jiang Yan so valiant and invincible, he also felt honored. He couldn't wait to take a loudspeaker and announce to everyone present, the ghost immortal is my student. It's the absolute demon that I, Zhang Xiaoshang, taught. Facing his own daughter's inquiry, Zhang Xiaoshang laughed. Linger that Guyu was packaged at first glance and is simply a watered-down product. Take a look at Jiang Yan. He's the real world's greatest demon. Hey, you see that father and Jiang Yan are so close. Why don't we add to our relationship? I'll set him up with you. Before Zhang Xiaoshang could finish his sentence, he was glared at by Zhang Linger. Stinky dad, even if Mr. Gu loses, I only have Mr. Gu in my heart. You girl. Zhang Xiaoshang didn't force himself and shook his head with a bitter smile, just when everyone thought that this Heaven's Pride battle was about to end. I don't know who exclaimed in horror. Look at the sky. The sky. At those words, everyone looked at Gao Tian in the bronze mirror. The heavens seemed to be torn apart and bloomed with thousands of haze. Under that haze of light, 3 figures vaguely emerged. Everyone in the outside world breathed in a stagnant manner, their lips trembling, unable to utter a single word. Even Zhou Wenshan stared with wide eyes, his eyes full of unbelief. This is a visitor from heaven. The dry old man and Yin Jinghua were equally ugly. Yin Jinghua's face was grim. The altar at the final destination turned out to be a passageway for those guys in the sky to descend to earth. The dry old man's gaze was deep. The Heaven's Pride battle can end. These guys in the sky are not friendly people. The 3 major bookstores contain many ancient books about heavenly immortals. The records of heavenly immortals in the ancient books are by no means good. The deans of the 3 major academies, naturally, had faces that were hard to see. They can only hope that the pride of the heavens who are still in the secret realm will return safely. In the Tianyuan mysterious realm, Jiang Yan, who was planning to execute Guyu and Xiaoyun, was suddenly attracted by the 10,000-foot haze that tore through the sky. He looked up and saw 3 silhouettes slowly emerging from the 10,000 feet of haze. Looking at the body types, he was able to conclude that it was 2 men and 1 woman, and the figure in the middle had a more honorable status, above the 2 in front. Save me, Taoist friends, save me. Seeing the 3 figures in the sky, Guyu looked like he saw the hope of living and prayed for the 3 to save him. In response, a golden beam of light instantly penetrated his brow. Guyu's expression didn't change as he fell straight to the ground and his body began to dissipate. The jade pendant on his waist began to shatter, about to take Guyu away from the Tianyuan mysterious realm. Right at this moment, one of the tall and slender figures raised her jade hand, and the jade pendant that contained Guyu's soul dissipated in an instant. Guyu, completely fallen. It wasn't just a fall in the Tianyuan mysterious realm, but a fall on the soul level, unable to return to the outside world. Outside of the secret boundary, the people who witnessed this scene were all pupils trembling, their hearts horrified. A few of them even assisted the old man of the ancient family with godless eyes. Guyu my son is dead. No way the jade pendant can save his life. He was Guyu's real father, the head of the Magic City Gu family, who had personally come to the scene to catch a glimpse of Guyu, only to witness the demise of his own son. If he was killed by a ghost immortal, he would still be able to leave the Tianyuan mysterious realm alive. But he is at the moment being killed by an immortal in the sky, and even more brutally wiping out his soul. Such tragedies are heartbreaking. Nay, the entrance to the heavenly Yuan secret realm had been closed, and he was unable to personally enter the secret realm and avenge his son's death. Buzz! Just as the crowd froze, the silhouette in the sky raised her hand again, and in an instant another person was killed. Like Guyu, the jade pendant that contained the soul was overwritten by that sinister shadow's lifted hand, and the divine soul was silenced. This time, everyone outside of the secret territory was unsettled, triggering a panic. My son is still inside the secret realm. What to do? What to do? Who can save my son? Immortals in the sky. Why are they doing this? Why? Quickly open the entrance to the secret realm and let all these heavenly prides come out. Quickly. Hurry. Hurry. The three great deans showed a difficult expression. The Tian Yuan secret realm opened once a century, and each heaven's pride battle was held in a rotating secret realm. They were also unable to open the Tian Yuan secret realm again. Everyone was in despair, and most of the people who had come here to watch the battle were relatives and mentors of the contestants. Now, they could only watch as the children still remaining in the secret realm were mercilessly abused by the heavenly immortals. There were quite a few people who directly paralyzed on the ground, cried their eyes red and fainted from crying. It's anyone. Save these children. It's anyone. Kill these three immortals. Kill them. Leave them in pieces. The offshore crowd cried out in hysteria. In the middle of the secret realm, Jiang Yan, who had been silent all this time, hung his head low, his overly long black hair covering his eyes, making it impossible to see his expression. I hear your cries. The one who responds to all beings is he alone. Chapter 101, Judas kills livestock, beheads immortals. That's really fun. The lower realm is just too interesting. Young master, look, these lower realm beings of lowly bloodline are full of fear. This fear of death looks like livestock. The spirited young girl with a captivating face smiled at the honorable young man in the back. Jasper, the young master brought you and I down to the realm on this trip for the purpose of selecting a mount. These lower realm humans are ugly and lowly. Don't dirty the young master's eyes. You and I will quickly wipe them away. Another handsome-looking youth said. Jasper playfully poked her tongue out at the teenager. Slightly don't want to listen to Luo Yin brother's speech. Don't listen. Don't listen. Luo Yin was helpless and smiled dotingly. You girl. Jasper suddenly thought of something and laughed at the honorable young man behind her. Young master. I want to compete with Luo Yin. Compete to see who kills more livestock in the lower realms. And the loser is invited to eat immortal fruits. How about the dignified teenager with a warm voice? Yes. It's too good. Young master favors Jade the most. Jasper smiled sweetly. I'll ask the young master to be a witness. Jade will definitely kill more than Luo Yin. Luo Yin snorted coldly, also unwilling to fall behind. Young master, we will remove these low-blooded humans and not let them dirty your eyes. Are the words finished? Right at this moment, a cold voice ghostly rang out. The voice was emotionless, yet it caused Luo Yin and Jasper to inexplicably tremble. Make them inexplicably afraid? Jasper was the first to turn her head and look at the long-haired teenager in the air, beaming. You lower realm livestock. Who allowed you to be at the same height as us? Luo Yin also had an ugly face. Lowly human. Get back to your ground. Jasper's two eyes dripped and turned. The bottom of his eyes filled with cunning. Her right hand was hidden behind her back, and her golden aura surged, transforming into a beam of golden rhythmic light. Just when she was about to take Jiang Yan by surprise and obliterate him, buzz! Jiang Yan had transformed into black lightning, holding a red paper umbrella in his hand, the tip of the umbrella against Jasper's shoulder, violently slamming her into the ground. Boom! With a shocking bang, the intense pain caused Jasper's face to distort, and his left shoulder was nailed with a bloody hole by the tip of the umbrella. This scene that was so fast that none of the three people could react. Luo Yin exclaimed. Jasper! He clenched his back teeth, his eyes full of resentment. Dare to harm Jasper's sister. Lowly human. I'll make you what God's soul. On the ground, Jiang Yan's right-hand red umbrella ran through Jasper's shoulder. One foot stepped on her head, his eyes scarlet, cold and regicide. He ignored Jasper's screams and didn't respond to Luo Yin's hissing in the air. He only looked faintly at Xiao Yun, who was filled with shock not far away, and said indifferently, take the rest of you and reach a safe place where the black dragon will wipe you out and send you back to the outside world. Xiao Yun opened his mouth. What about you? What about you? There's no need to care about me. You guys just go first. Jiang Yan said blandly. Xiao Yun clenched his back teeth. Ghost immortal. You must not underestimate me. I will accompany you here today and behead these heavenly immortals. The corner of Jiang Yan's mouth rose slightly. Let's go. With you here, I can't do well with my fists. You. Xiao Yun froze, and then he was shocked to see. Jiang Yan slowly pulled out the umbrella's handle, and a scarlet blood sword emerged. The blood-red umbrella, on the other hand, transformed into a red dress that was draped over Jiang Yan's body. A terrifying spiritual pressure instantly enveloped the entire Tian Yuan mysterious realm at this moment. It was only then that Xiao Yun realized what Jiang Yan meant by not being able to exert his fists and feet. He swallowed his saliva and smiled at Jiang Yan. I understand, Ghost Immortal. If you can get out alive, I, Xiao Yun, am willing to follow you in this life. After saying that, he stopped being pretentious and turned around to lead a group of celestials to evacuate their final destination. Lowly humans, can you run away? Luo Yin's eyes were filled with disdain as he raised his hand to a divine spear. Boom dash! Just as the divine spear was about to obliterate the crowd, the black dragon blocked the shot with its huge wings, which appeared with a hole burning with black flames. Its huge body shields the fleeing crowds and escorts them to safety. Luo Yin stopped executing the fleeing crowd and instead looked at Jiang Yan with a cold gaze. Filthy human. If you don't want to die from torture, let go of Sister Jasper. Let go? Jiang Yan cocked his head. Yes. Humph. Count on you to know. Before Luo Yin's words fell, he heard Jasper let out a miserable scream, only to see Jiang Yan casually slice off one of Jasper's arms with his sword. Before one sword was finished, he chopped out 3 more swords in a row, rawly chopping off Jasper's slender limbs, beheading Jasper into a human swine. After doing so, Jiang Yan looked expressionlessly at Luo Yin, whose pupils were trembling in the air. Is it okay, brother Luo Yin? Save me. Jasper let out a hysterical scream. Where was her previous agile and lovely appearance? The intense pain made her face distorted. She was like an evil ghost suffering in hell, praying to be liberated. You, I want you to live a life worse than death. Luo Yin's spiritual energy erupted. 2 silver horns sprouted from the top of his head, and his terrifying aura was like a huge mountain, blasting and pressing towards Jiang Yan. Buzz! A scarlet swordlight flashed by, and the great mountain of spiritual energy maneuvered by Luo Yin was split in 2. It exploded in an instant. Scarlet flashed under Jiang Yan's eyes. Noble Celestials, it's your turn to run for your lives now. He sprawled and waved a blood-colored sword chi, which surpassed lightning and instantly passed Luo Yin's body through. Dash! Luo Yin's flesh split vertically in 2, and he died violently on the spot. Jasper's pupils quake as he shouts hysterically, Brother Luo Yin. How could she not expect that a trip to the lower realm should have been a celestial looking down on the ants of the lower realm, able to abuse and kill them at will for fun? Now, they were lambs to the slaughter, being held by a human from the lower realms with a knife at their necks, with no room to fight back. You will pay the price. My young master will not let you go. Jasper's eyes were filled with resentment. Without saying a word, Jiang Yan stabbed his sword at Jasper's abdomen, but not to the fatal place. How dare you look at me with spiteful eyes? In your eyes, do I deserve to die? Jiang Yan's eyes did not fluctuate as he tilted his head and asked, Of course you deserve to die. You killed my brother Luo Yin. You deserve to die. Jasper was like a madman. Hissing, Jiang Yan drew his umbrella sword and stabbed down once again. Ah! The intense pain caused Jasper to faint and wake up in pain, and so on, with no relief. Why didn't you feel you deserved to die when you abused those innocent people? Jiang Yan asked blandly. Ha! A bunch of lowly livestock. So kill them. Why should I die? Jasper's eyes were filled with disdain, not treating the humans of the lower realms as life at all. Jiang Yan nodded somberly. So that's how it is. Livestock, well. He indifferently looked into Jasper's eyes and faintly laughed. It's not like I've told you that you are no different from livestock in my eyes. Jasper pupils trembling. This moment she felt the fear. She suddenly realized that the man in front of her, to kill himself. She cried out in fear. You can't kill me. I am a celestial being. No. I'm an immortal in the sky. You guys worship me as an immortal. You can't kill an immortal. Jiang Yan stopped speaking and slowly raised the umbrella sword in his hand under Jasper's desperate gaze. Chapter 102, Sage Talisman. With a poof, the scarlet blade flashed. Jasper's pupils contracted to the size of a needle's eye, and his head flew off. Blood splattered on the spot, and his vitality dissipated. After killing Jasper and Luo Yin, Jiang Yan's face was stained with blood as he lazily raised his head and looked towards the honorable figure in the firmament that was always impassive. The 2 loyal dogs you raised are dead, and you don't step in to save them. You just watch from there? Jiang Yan faintly snapped. In the sky above the dome, the young man wearing a golden wisp of jade clothing, his hair combed by a jade crown, wore a smile. They have already made a great achievement by being able to delay you for so long. The honorable youth looked down at Jiang Yan, a haze flowing under his eyes. Your red clothes, it's time to dissipate. He watched with cold eyes, witnessing the fall of his 2 servants, with no fluctuation in his heart. 2 loyal dogs are just that. Dead is dead. It was only crucial that these 2 dogs could delay Jiang Yan's undercard duration away. Jiang Yan laughed coldly. Still really high and mighty celestials, disregarding life and boasting of their nobility. Just as the honorable youth had said, after killing Jasper and Luo Yin, Jiang Yan's body had already been loaded to its limit and could no longer wield the umbrella sword. The red coat could not be maintained either, and slowly dissipated and re-emerged as an umbrella. The dignified youth laughed. The beings of the lower realms honor us as immortals, and yet you dare to call us by our clan name. You really don't know the rules. Not bad. The so-called immortals of the upper realm was just the wishful thinking of those foolish people of Blue Star, who treated the human race of the upper realm as if they were immortals from on high. In truth, The upper realm human race was indeed different from the blue star human race, but they were not immortals, but celestials whose innate aura was abundant and far beyond that of the blue star human race. Jiang Yan laughed coldly. What? You really consider yourself an immortal? With all the races, you're just a human with an abundance of innate aura. Filthy lower realm human race? How dare you compare yourself to my celestial race? I am a far cry from you humans. Not an immortal but better than an immortal. Killing intent dripped from the bottom of the honorable youth's eyes. He would never allow the lower realm beings to disobey him. His eyes flashed with streams of light, and two divine spears emerged behind him, instantly killing Jiang Yan as space trembled. After the confrontation between the two, Jiang Yan had already repaired his overloaded flesh through the original breathing method. He sidestepped, and the two divine spears brushed against him, the majestic spiritual power crushing his clothes and making his flesh and blood raw. As the divine spear exploded in the back, Jiang Yan raised his hand and took out the white jade wine pot, tilting his head back and drinking freely. Making small talk with me. I'm waiting for recovery. What are you waiting for? Jiang Yan sneered. Waiting to die? The honorable youth wasn't flustered at all. Even if I give you time to recover? So what? You've already used your bottom card. You've lost your great power. And you're in no way a match for me. He raised his hand and the shattered gold aura flourished, producing a solar turbine in his hand. It contained endless vitality and was capable of crushing everything. Lower realm mole cricket. To be able to die under this move, it would be considered that your trip was not in vain. The sun turbine came out of his hand as if it was a small round of sun, containing a heaven-destroying energy. Jiang Yan exhaled deeply. Little black hole. He rubbed out several small black holes in a row, fusing them into a supersized black hole. That wasn't all. He rubbed out several more small black holes, which in turn fused into supersized black holes. Supermassive black hole plus supermassive black hole. Jiang Yan fused the two massive black holes and in a flash, the two clusters of super large black holes looked like they had instantly collapsed, as if they had returned to their origin. It turned into a chaotic, twisted singularity. I'll name this move Returning Ruin. Jiang Yan levitated the twisted singularity in his hand. Go on, devour everything. The return singularity flew out from Jiang Yan's hand and collided with the honorable youth's solar turbine. Just for a moment, the heavens and earth turned white, making it impossible to open one's eyes. The honorable youth opened his eyes again and his face changed drastically. Impossible. How could my solar turbine have been devoured? In the face of the return singularity that did not choose to approach him, the honorable youth did not hesitate and instantly disappeared in place. He flashed behind Jiang Yan and snapped his fingers. A long golden rhyme whip lashed at Jiang Yan. Snap! With a loud bang, Jiang Yan quickly dodged, but the space he had just been in was distorted by the whip. You can't escape. The honorable youth lightly twisted the black ring on his right index finger and a talisman flew out. Chopping character. He flicked out a drop of fingertip blood, and the runes on the talisman flickered, transforming into a spirit sword that surpassed the speed of sound and instantly killed Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan resisted within thunder, but was directly penetrated by the spirit sword, violently stabbing his left shoulder. His immortal Dao collection had already been cultivated to the third level, yet he was still pierced through his flesh and blood and pierced through his shoulder bones by this overbearing spirit sword. This is the power of the sixth order. Jiang Yan clenched his back teeth. The honorable youth descended in front of Jiang Yan like a heavenly god. Not bad, quite a bit of insight. This chopping character seals a chopping strike from a sixth order sword saint. With just you can't escape at all. The honorable youth smiled coldly and arrogantly. If you kowtow to me now and beg for forgiveness, I can let you die a painful death. Kowtow to you and beg for forgiveness? Do you know that the people who once said this to me are all dead? Jiang Yan laughed lightly. If you don't believe me, you can try. The honorable youth looked at the pale Jiang Yan with scorn. Then I would like to see. Can you kill me? This father will make you kneel down. He released his spiritual pressure, trying to force Jiang Yan to kneel. Jiang Yan's face was pale. His left shoulder was penetrated by the spirit sword raw. It was like being crippled. The original breathing method was difficult to heal the injury in a short period of time. Facing the spirit pressure of the honorable youth, Jiang Yan's eyes were cold, black gold battle armor. In an instant, a black and gold armor flew out from the 10 directions ghost order, and all of them landed on Jiang Yan's body surface, which was tightly sewn together as if it was one. Boom dash! With the black gold battle armor, Jiang Yan's battle power quickly soared as his right leg was like a whip, violently sweeping towards the honorable youth. The honorable youth's face was overjoyed. Inferior grade supreme treasure. He dodged Jiang Yan's whip leg, his eyes full of greed. Such a supreme treasure is a waste in your hands. Why don't you gift it to my father? He lightly twisted his index finger ring once more, and a talisman flashed. Chopping characters. Destroy the character. Execution character. 3 talismans flew out in a row. each of them containing a 6th stage sage strike. Jiang Yan's figure was like a ghost, trying to pull off these 3 talismans. He transformed into black lightning and instantly appeared above the honorable youth, holding a Rakshasa ghost scythe in his right hand and swinging violently. Clank! A stream of light surfaced on his body surface to protect his body, allowing him to resist Jiang Yan's full force strike alive. Lowly human, with you also want to injure this honored one? The honorable youth laughed coldly as he waved his big hand and hundreds of talismans flashed in the air. These hundreds of talismans, each one of them contains the power of a 6th stage saint. What are you going to kill me with? The honorable youth wore a cold smile on his face. This is the gap between you and this ancestor. He snapped his fingers, and the 2 main killing talismans instantly killed Jiang Yan. Just when he thought that Jiang Yan would surely die, Jiang Yan unexpectedly appeared unharmed, and before the honorable youth could react, he was penetrated by Jiang Yan's sword. You, how can you still be alive? The honorable youth's face twisted. Jiang Yan sneered. You don't think that you're the only one who has talismans, do you? When he was first determined to join the Sacred Academy, Guo Chun had given him a sacred talisman that was capable of blocking 3 full-strength strikes from a 6th order martial saint. Now it finally came in handy, giving him a chance to decimate the Celestials. Chapter 103, Red Umbrella. Ghost Order. Kill the Celestials. In the outside world, a light flashed as all of the celestial pride in the heavenly Yuan mysterious realm came out alive and were not killed by the Celestials to kill their divine souls. The crowd was all overjoyed. It's good to be back. It's good to be back safely. It's just, the ghost fairy he. It's good that many heavenly prides came back alive. The Heavens Pride Battle was a gathering of the most outstanding teenage prides of China in recent years. If they all died in the secret realm, it would be a heavy blow to Huaxia. Jiang Yan also recognized this, which was why he chose to drag the 3 Celestials alone, allowing these Celestials the possibility of surviving. Now, without exception, all of the Heavens Pride had escaped the heavenly Yuan mysterious realm alive, but Jiang Yan has not yet appeared. Ever since the red umbrella surfaced in Jiang Yan's hand, the copper mirror suddenly failed to reflect the images in the secret realm, as if it was curbed by the law. They didn't know how Jiang Yan was doing, whether he was alive or dead. Xiao Yun was the last to appear. His head hung low and he clenched his fists in death. When the Xiao family patriarch saw Xiao Yun, his face flashed with celebration. Yuner, God bless you. It's good that you're alright. Xiao Yun, however, shook his head. I shouldn't have come out. Ghost immortal. He is still fighting to the death. How can I? Hearing Xiao Yun's statement, the Xiao family head's heart was shaken. He was more than aware of how arrogant Xiao Yun was. Xiao Yun had been regarded as a heavenly pride since he was a child and did not put anyone in his eyes. But now, after the battle in the Tian Yuan secret realm, he had actually learned to care about others. Just, ghost fairy? Isn't he a guy? The Xiao family head was perplexed. He thought that Xiao Yun had experienced a bittersweet love in the secret realm and was touched by the life and death of his beloved. But the ghost fairy is not a ing woman. Where is the engraved love? Only left to live and die. The Xiao family head surveyed Xiao Yun with a strange look. Xiao Yun clenched his fists and his eyes were resolute. Ghost immortal. I, Xiao Yun, recognize you. If you can come out alive, I am willing to follow you forever. Looking at Zhang Xiaoxing's side, the last scene he saw from the bronze mirror was Jiang Yan having the Black Dragon escort a group of Celestials to a lone deadly battle with 3 Celestials. Old Jiang. You, why are you so stupid? Zhang Xiaoxing's voice was a little choked. Jiang Yan was alone and had only one sister left, and for 3 years in high school, he had treated Jiang Yan as his own son. Now that Jiang Yan's life and death were unknown, he was panicked to the extreme. Zhang Linger was also pale and her pupils trembled. When she saw Jiang Yan escorting the crowd to escape the secret realm without regard for his own safety, she had a deeper understanding of Jiang Yan. Dad, brother Jiang Yan, will he be alright? Zhang Linger's voice trembled. It will be fine. It will be fine. Lao Jiang, this kid is not a good person. As the saying goes, the scourge will leave 1,000 years. He will not be in trouble. Rather than comforting Zhang Linger, these words were more like Zhang Xiaosheng comforting himself. The deans of the 3 major academies were also indignant at this time. Zhou Wenshan was shivering with anger. Celestials, my human race has already honored you like immortals, so why are you still abusing my human race's Celestials? Yin Jingguai's face was deeply cold. Is there a way to open the Tianyuan secret realm? I want to kill those 3 people. The dry old man's cloudy eyes were filled with killing intent. Ghost immortal can't die. He's the future spark of my Huaxia. In the middle of the secret realm, Jiang Yan held the ghost martial sword and ran it through the honorable youth's chest. Just when he thought the dust had settled, a talisman flew towards the honorable youth, and in an instant, his injuries were restored as before. Ahahaha, with these 100 talismans added to my body, I'll be like a 6th order saint in person, and under the 7th order, Who can kill me? The honorable youth laughed openly. He was a 4th stage triple. Yet he had 106th stage talismans to protect him. Even in the sky, he was an existence that walked sideways. Now that he has come to the lower realm, he is even more arrogant, thinking that no one can kill him. Griffin, do you recognize reality now? All your efforts are in vain. Blame yourself for being born as a lowly human. The honorable youth laughed. Jiang Yan looked at the disintegrating ghost martial sword in his hand. The corners of his mouth rose slightly. If I can kill you once, I can kill you 10 times. I'd like to see how many times you can still live. Ignorant. It was just a momentary oversight on my part. You don't really think that you can hurt my father a second time. The honorable youth's face was filled with mockery as he casually lit up a talisman that surrounded him. Jiang Yan didn't say anything, but only offered up 2 ghost god shadows. What is this? The honorable youth wondered. In response to him, there were 2 terrifying attacks. King Qin Guang held a ghost sickle and killed the honorable youth in an instant, hacking his protective talisman to chafe. King Chu Jiang held the ancient tripod and continuously siphoned off the vitality of the honorable youth. Jiang Yan took the opportunity to run the original breathing method to recover from his injuries, and his left shoulder had begun to revive and become sentient. He needs to buy more time. Earthquaker Skyquaker. For square judges, thousands of knights, millions of soldiers. Scarlet red flashed under Jiang Yan's eyes, black chi gathered in his hands, and the 10 square ghost order appeared. Listen to my command. In an instant, the sky and earth were scarlet. A blood moon floated in the sky, the surrounding gloomy winds rose, the distant earth trembled, and vaguely, it seemed that there were countless dead souls marching. The honorable youth was scared out of his wits by the sight before him. When had he ever seen such a scene? It's like 2 armies fighting, but he's just one. Jiang Yan stood in the air as if he was an emperor commanding thousands of troops. Beneath the blood moon, thousands of shadowy soldiers and severe ghosts reveled. Jiang Yan opened his arms. Millions of soldiers listened to my command. His scarlet eyes fell on the honorable youth. To your emperor, offer his head. Rumble dash. Millions of soldiers and severe ghosts were led by the earth Kuei and heaven Kuei, roaring and devouring honorable youths as if they were an army. The honorable youth's face was horrified as he tried to escape, trying to fly into the air, only to crash into layers of chains and fall back into the underworld army. The 4 directions judges blocked the sky, and the honorable youth could not escape. In the end, the 2 Yamas simultaneously sacrificed the ancient cauldron and the Rakshasa ghost scythe to suppress the honorable youth. During this period of time, the honorable youth did not know how many times he had suffered heavy blows that were bound to kill him, all of which were saved by the vitality talisman. I don't know how long it's been. Jiang Yan, who had been silent for a long time, slowly opened his eyes as he once again offered up his red paper umbrella, dressed in a red suit, standing high in the sky, holding a red umbrella sword. Buzz dash. The scarlet blade light flashed, and the honorable youth hissed, "No, you can't kill me. I'm the young patriarch of the Great Diffusion sect. No dash." His hiss was swallowed by the scarlet sword light. At the end of the day, he had used up all of his 100 talismans, but he hadn't been able to kill all of the 10,000 stern ghosts and millions of soldiers. A dozen or so vitality talismans were exhausted alive, without the means to live, and were killed by Jiang Yan, who sacrificed his red paper umbrella and killed his soul with a single sword. Chapter 104, Heavenly Domain. Great Diffusion Sect. Heavenly Domain. Eastern State. Great Diffusion Sect. In the misty fairyland of clouds, an old man with white hair and immortal style, holding a huge spirit pen, strokes a dragon and snake, each stroke containing a majestic spiritual chi. The old man was a highly respected talisman master who was crafting a 6th-rank talisman. After he finished sketching the last stroke, the 6th-stage talisman was officially drawn, containing the power of a 6th-stage saint. The old man seemed to have expended a great deal of energy as he waved his hand at the respectful Taoist boy at the side. "Give these talismans to the patriarch." Seeing the old man working so hard and tired, the Taoist child frowned his good-looking eyebrows. "Master, the patriarch asked you to make so many talismans, all for his untalented son." The old man glared at the Taoist boy, who immediately closed his mouth, not daring to say a word. The old man shook his head. Although the young patriarch is uneducated, he is extremely gifted and has already reached the 4th Order Spirit King realm at only 20 years old. Looking at the entire Eastern Prefecture, the young patriarch's natural talent is also superior. It's not something we can discuss. The old man waved his hand. "Send the talisman." "Yes, master." The Taoist boy skimmed his little mouth and reluctantly picked up a bunch of talismans and headed to the sovereign's pavilion. In his heart, he secretly thought that the young patriarch was the scourge of the clan. And what kind of high natural talent! It was a realm that was completely piled up by divine medicines and divine liquids. Don't look at his realm as a 4th Order Spirit King. It's all vanity. Even the third-ranked spirit zones in the sect couldn't beat them. Humph. Such a waste. And still bothering Master to specially draw 10 talismans for him every day. Shucks. I really hope that if he goes down to the realm this time, he'd better die down there. Don't come back alive to plague the sect. With this thought in his mind, the tiny Taoist boy passed through the heavy mountains and arrived at the sovereign's pavilion deep in the clouds, and was about to enter when he suddenly heard a roar. That was the voice of the patriarch. My Howar Dash. Who is it? Who did this? Who dares to kill you? Inside the sovereign's pavilion, the middle-aged man's eyes were red as his aura raged horribly around him, illuminating the heavens and earth, twisting space. This was a 7th-order spirit emperor. The Taoist boy was bleeding from his mouth and nose, and his internal organs were being crushed by this aura that was as terrifying as a mountain and sea. I will step on the lower realms and find out the sinful animal that killed my son. Qin Shunyan's face was so gloomy that it was capable of dripping water, his eyes covered in blood. Terrifyingly terrifying. Lord Patriarch, you are the patriarch of the Great Diffusion sect. You must not go down to the realm yourself. This matter, leave it to us, the sect elders. We will surely be able to find out the murderer of the young patriarch. The sect elder said, my father's son is dead. How did you old things watch over him? He was so young and so kind-hearted. I can't imagine how much he suffered by sneaking off to the lower realms. Qin Shunyan's eyes were red. My Howar, my poor Howar, who was so cruel to do this to the young and kind-hearted you. Truly worse than a beast. The sect elder could hardly stand to watch, and hurriedly interrupted. Patriarch Qin, the young patriarch brought 2 spirit servants with him on this trip. It's just that there's no spirit flame set up for spirit servants within the sect, so I don't know if these 2 spirit servants are alive or dead. My Howar is dead. His spirit fire has gone out. It's all because these 2 lowly spirit servants were unfavorable in protecting their master. Qin Shunyan said in a cold voice. Go to the clans where these 2 spirit servants are from right now. Arrest the entire population of these 2 clans, and use their souls to light up the heavenly lanterns. Let them burn day and night. Use it to honor my son's spirit in heaven. Yes, Lord Sovereign. The several sect elders didn't dare to disobey and could only respond and do as they were told. Qin Shunyan held Qin Hao's portrait. His eyes reddened. Howar, father won't let you die in vain. Father will find the traitor who killed you. Let him experience thousands of tortures in the world. Make his life worse than death. He swept his cold eyes toward several clan elders. What are you still standing there for? Think of a way to get down to the realm. Yes. Several patriarchal elders trembled as they respectfully answered. When they left the sovereign's pavilion, a few sect elders began to discuss how to go down to the realm. Do you know that there are several rifts between the heavenly realm and the lower realm? And we only need to follow the ancient method to find these rifts, and then we can go down to the lower realm. An old man in a purple robe shook his head. The higher the realm, the more difficult it is to descend into the realm. Being confined by the laws, even if one descends into the realm, one will not be able to exert one's full strength. They were all 6th-order spirit saints, and if they were to force their way down to the realm, their battle prowess would only be 100 to 1. However, if he found the rift between the upper world and the lower world, he would be able to maintain 1/10 of his battle power down in the lower world, and still have the remaining power to obliterate the 6th-order martial saints in the lower world. A few sect elders moved to the book depository and began to search for the law of the lower realm. At this time in the Tian Yuan mysterious realm, a sword killed Qin Hao. Jiang Yan put away his umbrella sword. No joy or sorrow on his face. He just tilted his head and looked up to the sky above the altar. He had killed a celestial of considerable origin, and was afraid that he had already attracted the attention of the upper realm. His time for peaceful cultivation was running out. Jiang Yan looked internally at his own cultivation. After this period of killing, his realm had already reached the 30th level of the 3rd rank. There's still some distance to go before the 100th weight. Having sacrificed the forbidden twice in one day, and also utilizing the 10 square ghost order to the extreme, his body was completely overloaded, and he no longer had any strength left. He leaned against the stone pillar and slowly slid down to the ground, casually taking out the white jade wine pot and tilting his head back to drink. Cough. Jiang Yan hurriedly patted his chest. Damn. Almost choked to death on wine. All the wine that I had drunk and spewed out. And now I didn't even have a drink to quench my thirst. Jiang Yan poured the white jade wine pot and not a single drop of wine remained. He leaned helplessly against the stone pillar and watched the setting sun of the Tian Yuan mysterious realm all by himself. He was actually the only one left in the large secret realm at this time. What a beautiful sunset. It would be even better if there was good wine and food. Jiang Yan thought like this. The good wine is gone. As for the good food, he took out a few thousand-year-old spiritual plants from the 10 square ghost order. Looks like this is the good dish. Jiang Yan suddenly had a flash of inspiration. If I put good food into good wine, what chemical reaction will there be? When he said he would do it, He directly sent a few thousand-year-old spirit plants into the white jade wine pot, plugged the mouth of the bottle, and began to frantically shake it up and down, left and right. Not a moment later, the refreshing aroma of wine and medicine wafted from the white jade wine pot. "This also smells too good." Jiang Yan's mouth watered as he opened the mouth of the bottle, and the thousand-year-old spirit plant refined the medicinal wine in the white jade wine pot. Jiang Yan tilted his head and took a sip, immediately feeling energized. A warm current surged into his limbs and every cell was screaming for a smooth flow. His overloaded body had a touch of vigor. 2. The Tianyuan mysterious realm had shrunk, and the area beyond the final destination all but dissipated into nothingness. Jiang Yan smiled as he sat on the edge of the cliff that returned to nothingness, enjoying the sunset in the distance alone and drinking the fine wine in his hand alone. In an instant, a few blurry images came to his mind. The image is also of a man drinking a fine wine alone, watching the world fall into nothingness alone. Chapter 105, Everyone's Waiting for You. What a poignant picture of a world on the verge of dissipation. A back figure clad in red robes, holding a red sword that had broken in his right hand and a wine jug in his left, sat on the edge of the world, drinking painfully and witnessing the destruction of the world. Jiang Yan snapped awake. Those images just now. It was never his. That figure, though it looked like him, was definitely not him. Jiang Yan rubbed his temples. It should be the memories of the 9 underworld emperors that somehow surfaced in my mind. With just those few blurry images, Jiang Yan couldn't guess anything. All that was known was that it seemed to be a great battle. One that was fierce. So fierce that the red umbrella sword had broken and the red clothes had withered. It has nothing to do with me. Jiang Yan no longer thought about these things as he smiled. Elder brother Zhou Yue, you're dead as dead can be, so please don't feel free to encroach on my life. You're just my past life after all. Can you maintain some sense of distance? Jiang Yan whispered. I prefer people with a sense of distance. After drinking the last of the medicinal wine, Jiang Yan felt refreshed and energized. He stood at the edge of the cliff, looking into the abyss that was so deep that he couldn't see the bottom. Only by dying can we leave the Tianyuan secret realm. Jiang Yan stretched his waist and leapt into the abyss. At this time in the outside world, the mood of the crowd was somber. Yuner, let's go. It's been so long. Ghosty mortal he may have already been there, the Shao family patriarch advised. Shao Yun still stood waiting on the ancient battle. The ghost immortal would never die so easily. He's a man who can blow me away 100 meters with one punch. The others also wanted to pull their own players away, but they were all like Shao Yun, surrounding the ancient great formation and unwilling to take half a step away. If it wasn't for Jiang Yan, they would have been brutally murdered by the immortals in the sky and their souls would have been destroyed. It was the ghost immortal who had risen to the occasion and stopped the 3 celestials all by himself. They didn't want to believe that the ghost immortal had fallen. Jiang Yan. Just then, an anxious voice rang out. Lingxi, why are you here? Seeing Yin Lingxi, Yin Jingguo was a bit surprised. Yin Lingxi rushed forward. Grandpa, where is Jiang Yan and the others? Hasn't he come out yet? Lingxi, Jiang Xiaoyu. He looks at his granddaughter's anxious expression. Yin Jingguo does not know how to persuade. In his mind, even though he didn't want to believe it for the millionth time, Jiang Yan was still bound to die. Celestials in the upper realm were able to kill 10 and 100 people in the same realm. What's more, that heavenly youth was even a great realm higher than Jiang Yan. Even if Jiang Yan was the pride of the heavens and a supreme demon, there was absolutely no chance of him surviving if he fought 3 celestials by himself. No, impossible. Grandpa, you lied to me. You're definitely lying to me. How can he die? Of the ghost immortal, the corners of Yin Lingxi's eyes reddened a little. Lingxi, Yin Jingguo sighed. Quick look, it's the Lin siblings from the 100 Herb group. Someone exclaimed. Lin Tian's face was pale. Brother-in-law, you can't die. If you die, my sister will become a widow before she gets married. Brother-in-law Lin Wanyu glared fiercely at Lin Tian and bowed respectfully to the dry old man. Senior, Jiang, ghost immortal he, hasn't come out yet? The dry old man shook his head. Heaven envies the talented. Heaven envies the talented. This way Lin Wanyu lowered her head, biting her red lips in silence. Another group of people came to Fengming Mountain. Ha ha ha, just kidding. How could the man I have my eye on die so easily? You guys just watch from here. The ghost fairy will come out alive in a while. Lu Qingmeng laughed up to the sky. Lin Feiyu was speechless. Can you pay attention to the atmosphere? They had learned about the tragedy that had occurred in the Heaven's Pride battle on the news and rushed over. Although he had lost to Jiang Yan at the Zheng City martial arts competition, he recognized Jiang Yan from the bottom of his heart, treating him as a formidable enemy who spurred him on, not wishing him to fall. Ghost immortal, you better survive, because in the near future, I will surpass you. Lin Feiyu whispered. Brother! Zhang Xiaoku also rushed to Fengming Mountain. When she learned that Jiang Yan had sacrificed his life for righteousness, escorting all the Celestials to escape the secret realm on his own, while he himself had to fight with 3 Celestials. Her heart twisted. Little Master, don't cry. Your Holiness will definitely be fine. Little Dream Lotus comforted from the side. Little Master, don't cry. His Holiness will be sad when he sees it. Little Pishy also helped to wipe his tears from his eyes. Unfortunately, the two of them were both spirit bodies, and Jiang Shaoke couldn't hear the two's comforting words. It's Shaoku, don't be too sad. Old Jiang, that asshole, will definitely be fine. Jiang Shaoshang consoled bitterly. It had been such a long time. Even Jiang Yan, who had great trust in him, was already a little shaken at this moment. That's a celestial being, an existence that was enshrined as an immortal by the beings of the Blue Star. Even if Jiang Yan was even more demonic, he was afraid that he would be in dire straits when facing 3 fourth-order Celestials. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have let him participate in the bull heaven's pride battle. It's all my fault. It's me who deserves to die. If I can, I am willing to use my own life to exchange Jiang Yan, this little man, to come back alive. Zhang Shaoshang pounded his legs fiercely, his voice trembling a little. Right at this moment, the ancient great formation flashed with white light, and a lazy voice rang out. Why are all of them sad and miserable? Are they collectively crying in mourning? The white light dissipated, and Jiang Yan lazily looked around. However, he found that the ancient great formation was surrounded by people at this time, and this formation startled him. Holy, is this some kind of strange ceremony going on? Ghost Immortal, you came back alive. You did come back. I knew you would live. Xiao Yun was the first to react, and he directly rushed up. Holy, what are you doing hugging me as a guy? Jiang Yan had goosebumps all over his body. Jiang Yan. Lingxi rushed through the crowd and peeled Xiao Yun away, taking his hand in hers. It's good that you're alright. It's good that you're alright. Jiang Yan blinked in confusion. Should I be something? He frowned slightly and scanned everyone present. You can't all be expecting something to happen to me. Lingxi broke into a smile. What are you thinking about? Everyone is waiting for you to come back. Your feet has spread all over China. You are the hero of China. Lin Wanyu was very dignified as she gracefully made her way through the crowd. Brother Jiang, the Lord Jinshou envoy has heard about your deeds and is eager to meet you. Which town envoy? Jiang Yan asked. Lin Wanyu smiled. Huaxia Town Guardian. Lao Jiang. Zhang Shaoshang stumbled through the crowd, going up and down. This isn't hurt, is it? Is it alright? What about here? Old Zhang, look at how scared you are. What can I do? Jiang Yan laughed. Then he was slapped on the head by Zhang Shaoshang. You brat! You don't know how worried I am about you. Jiang Yan was silent for a long time and finally whispered. I'm sorry for making you worry. Brat! Zhang Shaoshang laughed bitterly. Brother! Zhang Shaoke had tears in her eyes as she hugged Jiang Yan. You scared me to death. You can't be this stupid in the future. You're my only family. You can't leave me behind. Jiang Yan's hand trembled slightly, then rubbed Zhang Shaoke's head. Brother won't in the future. Brother will live well. P.S. The heavenly realm is changing martial arts to spirit. First order spiritualist, second order spiritualist, third order spiritualist, fourth order spiritualist king, fifth order spiritualist, sixth order spiritualist saint, seventh order spiritualist emperor, eighth order spiritualist emperor, and ninth order spiritualist god. Chapter 106, Chinese Town Guardian. After Jiang Yan left from the Tianyuan secret realm, there were no other living beings in the secret realm and it automatically closed, waiting for the next 100 years to open. The leader of this Heaven's Pride battle, on the other hand, had no suspense. The deans of the 3 major academies assembled all the Heaven's Pride contestants and announced the results of the Heaven's Pride battle. No one had any objections to Jiang Yan winning the title. The Ghost Immortal has won this year's Heaven's Remarks battle, and whoever dares to gossip behind my back is having a hard time with my Xiao family. Weigh it up yourself. Xiao Yun swept his cold eyes over the crowd. The people who originally wanted to gossip behind their backs were suddenly stuck in their throats, not daring to say a word. Xiao Yun had given his word, so they didn't dare rush up to seek death. Since none of you have any objections, then the leader of this year's Heaven's Pride battle will be determined to be Jiang Yan. Zhou Wenshan could barely suppress the smile on his face. Who is Jiang Yan? It's a freshman in his sacred academy. The Heaven's Pride battle was the top tournament in the whole of China, and Jiang Yan winning the top spot in the Heaven's Pride battle was equivalent to winning the top spot on behalf of the Sacred Academy. The 3 major academies check and balance each other, and it is difficult to distinguish between them. Now that the leader of the Heaven's Remarks battle is from the Sacred Academy, the Sacred Academy is naturally above the other 2 academies. Whenever he thought of this, Zhou Wenshan was happy. Jinguo was also not flustered, just poking Lingxi's arm from the side and whispering, Good granddaughter, remember to get in touch with the Ghost Immortal more often, and try to get him to be my granddaughter-in-law. Grandpa. Lingxi was bashful at Jinguo's words. Her small face flushed red. She stomped her foot with an angry grunt and turned around to run out of sight. Jinguo was puzzled. What's wrong with this girl? Where did I say the wrong person? How to look at the girl or interested in the ghost fairy? I'm not in the matchmaking. The dry old man laughed hoarsely from the sidelines. Old Ian. You're old and don't understand the minds of these little girls. You old skeleton. I don't understand my granddaughter's mind. Do you? A 10,000-year-old bachelor. Understand? Jinguo blew his beard and glared. The dry old man was choked. He had indeed lived for 100 years. Yet he had never even had a Taoist. Zhou Wenshan smilingly beckoned to Jiang Yan. Little Jiang, come to the old man. When Jiang Yan walked over, Zhou Wenshan's palm flashed with a dazzling haze, and a golden divine medicine and 5 10,000-year-old spiritual plants emerged. When the surrounding celestial pride saw these resources, they were all wide-eyed and drooling. Little Jiang, this divine pill and 3 10,000-year spirit plants are the prizes for the leader of the heavens' remarkable battle, while the 2 extra 10,000-year spirit plants are the rewards that the old man has given to you alone. Zhou Wenshan smiled kindly. Thank you for the dean's reward. Xiao Jiang will accept the honor. I didn't realize there was an unexpected blessing. This time I've made a fortune. Originally, he only wanted 1 divine pill, but now that he had won the top spot, he had 5 more 10,000-year-old spirit plants, the value of which was incalculable. A single 10,000-year-old spiritual plant or divine medicine could trigger 2 small countries to start a war of extermination. After getting the 5 10,000-year-old spirit plants, Jiang Yan was surprised to realize that each of these 10,000-year-old spirit plants represented a different elemental attribute. They correspond to gold, wood, water, fire and earth. I've gathered half of the ingredients for the rank-breaking pill straight away here. There are still 3 golden species Beast Emperor's heart blood left. Jiang Yan immediately shriveled up. The heart blood of the 3 golden species Beast Emperors. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to obtain it in a short period of time. But there was no harm in it. After all, he wasn't in a hurry to refine the rank-breaking pill. After putting the divine pill and the 5 10,000-year-old spiritual plants into the 10 directions ghost order, he walked towards Lin Wanyu. Ms. Lin, you said just now that the Chinese Xinhua envoy wanted to see me? Lin Wanyu spread her face and smiled. Not bad. Lord Xinhua has heard about your deeds and is very interested in Brother Jiang. Brother-in-law. This is a heavenly good thing. Lord Town Guardian has never received anyone before. And you're the first. This means that you might become the next Chinese Town Guardian in the future. Lin Tian exuberantly said. Jiang Yan raised his eyebrows. Is there any benefit? Huaxia Town envoys are given priority access to national resources. And most importantly, unlimited use. Lin Wanyu laughed. Unlimited use of national resources. This meant using the power of the entire country to help the Chinese town guards cultivate. Jiang Yan was somewhat moved. This Huaxia Town Guardian ambassador. It is not impossible to be. Lin Wanyu waved her hand in front of Jiang Yan's eyes. Brother Jiang, how's the thinking going? Go with me to meet with Lord Jinsho. Don't keep the old man Jinsho waiting for long. Then take a walk. Jiang Yan laughed. After he explained the situation to Zhang Xiaoshang and Zhang Xiaoku, he received their strong support. Brother, that's China's defense minister. China has not had a war for thousands of years because of his old man. I also want to see the town guardian with my own eyes. Zhang Xiaoku's eyes were full of admiration. There will be opportunities. Jiang Yan smiled and rubbed Zhang Xiaoku's head. Zhang Xiaoshang was equally thrilled beyond words. Old Jiang. You. When you see Lord Jinsho, can you get him to write a signature? Jiang Yan was speechless. I'll try my best. Separating from a few people, Jiang Yan followed Lin Wanyu and headed to the place where the Huaxia Town Guardian was located. The Chinese subduing envoy was not in the subduing legion, but rather in ancient Holy Land. Stepping into a layer of invisible boundaries, the world around him changed instantly, transforming into a cave. I've long heard that there are still a few ancient holy places left in Huaxia. I didn't expect it to be true. Looking around at the stone pillars branded with runes, Jiang Yan sighed. There are 3 remaining sacred sites in Huaxia, 1 occupied by the Bai family, 1 inhabited by the Lord Jinsho envoy, and 1 that has withered away and is unusable. Lin Wanyu said. The Holy Land was worthy of being a holy land, and the aura was tens of thousands of times more abundant than that of the outside world's enlightenment chamber. Moreover, this was a separate heaven and earth, capable of immersive cultivation. Lin Wanyu stopped and smiled. Brother Jiang, the Lord Jinsho envoy is right behind the waterfall, so I'll send you here. Alright, thank you Ms. Lin for leading the way. Jiang Yan leapt out in 1 step and rushed into the waterfall. There were other places in the waterfall, and the place was covered with runic great formations, and in the very center of the 10,000 great formation, there sat an old man with white hair. who looked like a sword that had withstood the years, still standing there despite the winds and waves. The old man sensed Jiang Yan's arrival and slowly opened his eyes. 2 white blankets flashed from the bottom of his eyes, and a terrifying aura instantly came over him like the sky collapsing. Jiang Yan used his entire body's spiritual energy to resist, but his legs were as if they were being crushed, and all of his bones were screaming with severe pain, making him want to fall to his knees. This was the pressure of an 8th-ranked martial emperor. Jiang Yan clenched his teeth to support himself, and when the pressure dissipated, Jiang Yan was still standing there. Not bad. In the cavernous blessed land, the old man's Hongmeng voice echoed. With such perseverance, he is indeed a rare and good seedling. If I remember correctly, your name is Jiang Yan, yes or no? The aged town envoy laughed. Jiang Yan bowed slightly. Senior Jinshou envoy, I am none other than Jiang Yan. Chapter 107, 2 Upper Grade Supreme Treasures. The town guardian ambassador laughed. Good, good. I'm already in my twilight years, and in the time I have left, I have no regrets in dying if I can witness a teenage supreme being. Hearing these words from the town guardian ambassador, Jiang Yan's heart was shaken. Town guardian ambassador senior, are you? My time limit is coming to an end, and I don't have much time left. The town guardian envoy's voice was like a flood bell, containing the vicissitudes of the ages. Jiang Yan was somewhat in disbelief that the life of the Lord Town Envoy, who had lived for 1,000 years, had already come to an end. What does that mean? If Huaxia is left without a town envoy, those foreign beasts and foreign races outside the country will no longer have any scruples, and they will invade Huaxia in a big way. There will be no peace in China. My life is about to come to an end, but in the last moments of my life, it allowed me to meet you, which makes me willing to believe that even without me, China will prosper forever. As the town guardian envoy raised his hand, a brilliant light source surfaced in front of Jiang Yan. Little friend Jiang, old man and you are like old friends at first sight. These are old man's lifelong techniques and supreme treasures. If there is anything you see eye to eye with, you can take it away. The dazzling light source gradually dissipated, and a top-grade supreme treasure was revealed. Each piece was enough to spark a scramble among the 10,000 clans. There were less than 10 top-grade supreme treasures in the entire Blue Star in plain sight. Nowadays, there were a full 2 upper-grade supreme treasures right here in the Huaxia Town Guard Envoy. Seeing Jiang Yan's eyes widen, the Huaxia Town Guard Envoy laughed. Take it if you like it. This dark gold divine armor, which accompanied the old man in his battle for 100 years, has now reached the time to change ownership. The Town Guardian Envoy's eyes were filled with reminiscence, as if he was remembering the past years. He slowly raised his hand, and the dark gold divine armor flew towards Jiang Yan, disintegrating piece by piece, and finally attaching to Jiang Yan's body at the same time. The divine armor flowed with dark gold patterns and blossomed with a bright haze. In an instant, Jiang Yan's battle power directly increased by 10 weights. If this were to be worn by someone else, it would be a direct elevation of a great realm. This was definitely a qualitative leap. Jiang Yan was in awe. This dark gold divine armor was much more force than his black gold battle armor. The town guardian ambassador laughed. Junior friend Jiang, try urging your spiritual power and see if it will have a strange effect. This was the town guardian envoy teaching him how to use the dark gold divine armor. Jiang Yan was overjoyed and hurriedly urged his spiritual power. In an instant, the gilt lines on the dark gold divine armor erupted with light, from which a gilt rune emerged. These golden runes coalesced into substance and transformed into a dark golden divine spear. This dark gold divine spear was no worse than the Rakshasa ghost scythe. Jiang Yan obtained this supreme treasure and couldn't wait to wield it. The dark gold divine spear rotated in his hand and the air was torn apart. Space was trembling slightly. Seeing that Jiang Yan was in love with it, the town guard envoy continued to speak. This dark gold divine armor, there is also a most special attribute. He didn't sell himself short and said bluntly, evolution, evolution. Jiang Yan's heart trembled. So awesome that this thing can evolve. Senior Jinhua envoy, dare I ask how to evolve? Jiang Yan asked. The town guardian ambassador smiled. It's very simple. It's to let him devour a supreme treasure of the same type. Devouring a supreme treasure of the same type. Jiang Yan's eyes surfaced with a smile. It was simply a pillow sent to him when he was sleepy, and he now happened to have an extra lower grade supreme treasure. The black gold battle armor. This upper grade supreme treasure dark gold divine armor was exactly the Pro-Max version of the black gold battle armor. Jiang Yan didn't shy away from it, and directly offered his black gold battle armor and set it in front of the dark gold god armor. Eat it. The town guardian ambassador cried and laughed. You need to find the cauldron and fuse the 2 supreme treasures together at the same time, and you'll end up with the evolved dark gold divine armor. Stove? Jiang Yan thought of King Chu Zhang, whose divine weapon was an ancient tripod. It was just that his current realm wasn't enough for him to use the Chu River King's ancient cauldron. This is going to be a pain in the ass. If you're in a hurry to see the evolutionary attributes of the dark gold divine armor, You can use this furnace cauldron of Lao Fu's first. With a wave of the town envoy's hand, a bronze furnace cauldron descended out of thin air. This bronze censer exuded the aura of age, as if it had gone through the ages without decaying, making the heart and soul tremble. Jiang Yan didn't make any pretense, and directly used the bronze furnace cauldron of the town envoy to start refining the dark gold divine armor. He sent both the dark gold divine armor and the black gold battle armor into the bronze furnace cauldron at the same time, and sacrificed the black flame to burn them. Seeing this mass of black flames, the town guardian ambassador suddenly stared with wide eyes. This is an SSS rank alien ability? Little friend Jiang, just how many SSS ranked powers do you have? Jiang Yan was a bit embarrassed. It seems like these are the only two. That's just it. It's your secret, so I won't pursue it too much, the town guardian ambassador said. After a few moments, the bronze furnace tripod let out a shocking bang, and as it opened, the dark gold divine armor flew out from it, only to see that the gilt on it was even more delicate. This is the success of evolution, so try again to see how effective it is. The town guardian ambassador laughed. Jiang Yan put on the dark gold divine armor that had swallowed the black gold battle armor, and as the divine armor attached and the gilt patterns flickered, his realm was instantly elevated by 12 levels. Senior Jinhua Envoy, this dark golden divine armor, it can evolve up to a few times. Jiang Yan asked in surprise. When I first obtained it, it could only raise 5 minor realms, and now that it has evolved several times, it still hasn't reached its limit. Hearing the town guardian ambassador's words, Jiang Yan sucked in a breath of cool air. This meant that the dark gold god armor was capable of infinite evolution. The town guardian envoy had actually gifted him this kind of treasure. Jiang Yan bowed respectfully to the town guardian envoy. Thank you senior for the reward. As soon as the Jinshou envoy waved his hand, Jiang Yan was helped up by a wave of warmth. I'm already the one who will die, so there's no need to go through all this red tape. He once again illuminated a source of light, and this time the supreme treasure that was revealed was a turtle shell? Jiang Yan rubbed his eyes incredulously. Senior, this turtle shell is also a top-grade supreme treasure? Little friend Jiang, don't underestimate this treasure. The town guardian envoy laughed. In the battle of the 10,000 races 100 years ago, it was with this supreme treasure that I was able to come back alive. I don't know the name of this supreme treasure, and now that it's gifted to you, it's up to you to give it a name. The town guardian envoy's eyes were filled with smiles. Naming? I'm the best at it. Jiang Yan was very confident. He played with the turtle shell in his hand and softly chanted, since you are shaped like a turtle shell, and hard, let's call you Little Turtle. Jiang Yan laughed. Cough. The town crier coughed suddenly, nearly falling to the ground. Senior, what's wrong with you? Jiang Yan said worriedly. It's fine. Old man is fine. The town envoy's smile stiffened a bit. Junior friend Jiang, this is a top-grade supreme treasure, and the name should ideally fit the image of the land itself. Jiang Yan laughed. The little turtle fits right in. The town guardian ambassador smiled and said no more. Since young friend Jiang likes it, then I'll let you have it. Just like this top-grade supreme treasure will have a name like the little turtle, and the person who named it is still gloating about giving it that name. I am truly a genius at naming. Jiang Yan was smug. Chapter 108, Heaven-Defying Divine Medicine. This Xuanwu heart. Hey, see I am old and confused. Now I should be called the little turtle. It can resist everything, and even absorb the stored energy. Backhand tilt out. The town guardian ambassador preached. Jiang Yan played with the ancient turtle shell in his hand and tried to inject spiritual qi. And in a flash, the little turtle blossomed with a haze of light and hung in the air, crazily absorbing spiritual qi. Not bad. When this supreme treasure absorbs enough spiritual energy, it will be able to unleash a power comparable to the full force of a 6th-ranked martial saint in one go. After listening to the words of the town guard envoy, Jiang Yan became more and more fond of this little turtle, both offensive and defensive. Worthy of being a top-grade supreme treasure, Jiang Yan once again said respectfully to the town guardian envoy. Senior here, thanks senior. The town guardian envoy laughed. Old me doesn't have much time left, and I'm able to leave with peace of mind after being able to see that there are still you teenage supreme beings in Huaxia. I have been practicing for 1,000 years so far. Now that I have come to the end of the 8th order, I can no longer move forward. After all, is it the limitations of the lower realm, or is it the lack of qualifications of the old man? The town envoy looked at the sky from afar. The realm is stuck at the end of the 8th order, which is not the 10th weight of the 8th order. In other words, the town guard envoy was a failure to break the rank, resulting in a lack of longevity. Jiang Yan's eyes were full of thoughts. He had the prescription for the divine medicine step-breaking pill, which could be taken under the 6th rank to directly break the rank. Taken above the 6th level, it can also greatly enhance the possibility of breaking the level. Senior Jinshou envoy, Huaxia cannot live without you for a day. Jiang Yan said. The town guardian envoy laughed softly, his voice full of vicissitudes of life echoing in the cavernous blessed land. How could I not know that one day in Huaxia, there cannot be no martial emperor to sit on the town? And now that the beasts are ravaging the country, the foreign races are stupidly moving. With the exception of a few superpowers, many of the great nations had fallen, becoming rations for the beasts and slaves for the foreigners. If it wasn't for the fact that Huaxia had an 8th-ranked martial emperor sitting on its side, Huaxia would have ended up no differently than those great powers. Now that the 8th-ranked martial emperor was late, when the news of the fall of the Huaxia town guardian envoy spread out, those alien races and beasts that were foolish enough to move would face a huge army on that day. Right now, there are only 2 people that old me is most optimistic about. The town guardian envoy's vicissitudes of the eyes fell on Jiang Yan. One of them is you. As for the second, the town guard ambassador shook his head with a bitter smile. It's Qi Wuxian who has the name of Sword Immortal. It's just a pity that this son is so carefree and has no great ambition. If the position of the town guard ambassador of Huaxia is given to him, I'm really afraid that he would be too much of a pain in the ass to open the gates of the city and let foreigners into the country on the next day. Qi Wuxian the white-haired sword immortal who had killed Hou Yuan and the Heaven's Fury Pavilion Elder with a single stroke of his sword when he was about to perish earlier. That frivolous and idle fellow was even a candidate for the Chinese town envoy. However, if you think about it carefully, at only 20 years of age, he had stepped into the realm of the Sixth Order, and could indeed be called an absolute demon, a one-in-a-million cultivation wizard, just by giving him 100 years of time. Stepping into the 8th-ranked martial emperor was not impossible. It's just, now that the beasts are eyeing the beasts and the foreign races are stupid, where else can they give Qi Wuxian 100 years of time? Once the town guardian falls, there will be no peace in China. Looking towards the remaining clusters of light sources, Jiang Yan harbored some hope. Senior town guard envoy, do you have the heart blood of the golden breed beast emperor? He wanted to refine the step-breaking pill. As long as the town guardian was allowed to take the rank-breaking pill to increase the feasibility of a breakthrough. Once he broke through to the 9th order martial god, the town guardian would have 10,000 more years. The heart blood of the golden species beast emperor. That's a medicinal herb that's comparable to a 10,000-year-old spiritual plant. You're only at the 3rd rank now. What do you need these for? There is no direct statement that there is not. Then there is. Jiang Yan said. The late generation knows a method of refining rank-breaking divine pills, and wants to try it out for senior. It was just that refining a rank-breaking divine pill required 5 10,000-year-old spiritual plants with different attributes, as well as the heart blood of 3 golden species of beast emperors. The late generation only has 5 10,000-year-old spirit plants in their hands now, and they are still short of 3 golden species of beast emperor's heart blood. Hearing that Jiang Yan was able to refine a rank-breaking divine pill, the town guardian envoy didn't have too many ripples. He had attempted to break the rank more than 100 times, which time he hadn't prepared 100 divine pills and 10,000-year-old spirit plants, only that no matter how much he tried, he couldn't succeed in cracking it. For the matter of breaking the rank, he had long since lost much hope. It was just that seeing Jiang Yan's words and serious expression, he really wanted to help him break through, so he couldn't afford to pour cold water on him and hurt this junior's heart. The town guardian envoy laughed. The blood of the 3 golden species of beast emperors. The old man really does keep some of it. As for this rank-breaking divine medicine, since it's young friend Zhang's intention, then the old man will accept it with a thick skin. His fingertips flashed with hazy light, and 3 clusters of golden blood floated in front of Jiang Yan. These 3 clusters of blood were all the heart blood of a 6th-rank golden species beast emperor, containing majestic vitality and chi and blood. Facing these 3 clusters of golden blood was like facing 3 lifelike 6th-order beast emperors, which pressed Jiang Yan somewhat breathless. Can I borrow senior's bronze furnace tripod for a while? Jiang Yan asked. The town guardian envoy slowly said, if you don't have a furnace cauldron, this bronze furnace cauldron will be gifted to you after you finish refining the divine medicines for the old man. Thank you, senior. There was also unexpected joy. Jiang Yan was so happy that he couldn't even close his mouth. This bronze furnace tripod is also not an extraordinary item. High or low is also a top-grade supreme treasure. The town envoy this is already dividing up the relics and looking for someone to pass on the mantle. Jiang Yan also stopped grinding. At the moment, it was still crucial to refine the rank-breaking pill so that the town guard envoy could have more days. He didn't want Huaxia to fall into the same situation as those big countries, where foreign beasts walked everywhere and fed on people at will, where the foreigners became the Tianlong people and used the human race as blacks. Jiang Yan sat down in front of the bronze furnace cauldron and sacrificed 5 10,000-year-old spiritual plants with different attributes from the 10-square ghost order. The 5 spiritual plants flew into the bronze furnace cauldron in the order of the 5 elements. Gold begets water, water begets wood, wood begets fire, fire begets earth, and fire finally begets gold. The 5 10,000-year-old spiritual plants were transformed into 5 elements in the furnace cauldron. which were born from each other and went through rounds of rebirth and destruction. Just like a cycle of reincarnation. Jiang Yan's mind was focused on controlling the black flames to the most suitable temperature according to the refining method in his mind about the rank-breaking pill. He once again sacrificed 3 types of beast emperor blood and flew them into the bronze furnace cauldron in turn. In a flash, a blazing flame erupted inside the bronze furnace cauldron, evolving into a fiery vortex. It continuously refined the 8 heavenly treasures within it. The town guardian envoy sat and watched everything. A flash of amazement flashed through his vicissitudes and cloudy eyes. He had endured thousands of years and witnessed countless miraculous pills. Compared to the divine medicines refined by this teenager right now, they were all inferior. In an instant, his heart, which had long been dead, unexpectedly rekindled the hope of breaking the rank. He got the idea to try again. With this rank-breaking divine pill that Jiang Yan had refined, would he really be able to break through to the 9th rank? A hot glint flashed under the town's ambassador's eyes. Rumble dash. On the outskirts of the cave of heavenly bliss, 10,000 miles of dark clouds were pressing down, and terrifying heavenly Tao robberies were circling high in the sky, each thunder ripping through the sky, and space was trembling. A heaven-defying divine medicine descended into the world, attracting a heavenly thunderbolt. Chapter 109 Martial God Descends, Rise of the Human Race. Inside the cave of heavenly bliss, the town envoy sensed the heaven and earth anomalies in the outside world, and he couldn't sit still. Such heaven and earth anomalies, could this really be a supreme divine medicine? A flash of amazement flashed across the eyes of the town envoy. He looked at Jiang Yan's eyes. More love from the elders, the world's heroes out of my generation. I Huaxia have this son, will be forever prosperous for all ages. Rumble. The heavenly Tao's robberies thundered down. The boundary of the cave of heavenly bliss couldn't support it and shattered in an instant. As the town guardian envoy raised his hand, a sword light slashed through, directly splitting the robbing thunder. Buzz off. That sword light was as if it had a consciousness, rushing towards the sky like a rainbow. It killed straight to the source of the thunder, sweeping away the miles of dark clouds, silencing that thunderous Dao-jacking thunder. And all of this came from the town guardian's casual fingersword. The town envoy did not draw his sword, nor did he summon it, but used his finger as a sword to open the sky. This kind of shocking great magical ability, in today's world, only one person can make it, the Chinese Jinshou envoy. Jiang Yan was not in the mood to marvel at such a wonderful scene, as he concentrated on refining the rank-breaking pill, unable to be distracted. Whenever that heavenly Tao robbing light fell, without the Chinese town envoy making a move, in an instant, his soul would be silenced. His physical body would also be reduced to nothingness. Just one last step. The consumption of spiritual energy was too great. Jiang Yan spat out black blood from his mouth, and his spiritual energy began to run riot, flowing through all the meridians in his body. If he hadn't cultivated the immortal Tao collection to the 3rd level, his fleshly body would have been burst by this powerful burst of spiritual energy. The town guard envoy noticed Jiang Yan's condition. He raised a finger and a touch of pure and soft spiritual power fell into Jiang Yan's brow, instantly suppressing the spiritual power outburst. Jiang Yan stabilized his mind as he ran the original breathing method smoothly, and as time passed, the step-breaking pill had reached its most critical moment. He didn't dare to be half distracted and was fully focused on refining the rank-breaking pill as Jiang Yan maintained his full concentration and entered the finishing stage. Time flew by, and soon the month of January had passed. Late one afternoon, there was just a loud bang. The bronze sensor blew up. Ha ha ha, I've finally made it. After a month of refining day and night, Jiang Yan finally refined the rank-breaking pill. Despite the blast furnace, he wasn't looking very pretty now. His face was blackened from the blast, but none of this mattered. After all, he had already successfully refined the rank-breaking pill. Jiang Yan looked towards the Jinghua envoy, who was still sitting in the center of the grand formation, and smiled. Senior, after my senior's unremitting efforts, the rank-breaking divine pill has already been refined, so please try the pill. Witnessing Jiang Yan's hardships this month, the Jinghua envoy was very fond of Jiang Yan in his heart, and he received the step-breaking pill with a kind brow. The moment the rank-breaking pill was in his hand, the town guard envoy looked serious. This refreshing coolness actually allowed him to directly enter the realm of permeability. It was like entering the realm of no one. The mind is free of distractions and is in a world of its own. Divine medicine. Absolute divine medicine. The step-breaking pill had just entered his hand, and it confirmed his previous thoughts that Jiang Yan had refined this divine pill. He hadn't blown it out of proportion. This was a true absolute divine pill. The town guardian ambassador greeted Jiang Yan excitedly. Good boy. You come and guard the law for me. I'll burn out everything and give it one last try. Okay, senior. Jiang Yan smiled. What do you call senior? Old man has been guarding Huaxia all his life and has no children or grandchildren on his knees. Why don't you just call old man Grandpa Dugu? The town guard ambassador leisurely laughed. Jiang Yan didn't make any pretense and said with a smile, Grandpa Dogu, Xiao Jiang will protect you and wish you a breakthrough to the 9th rank. He sank his mind and began to protect the town envoy. The town's guardian makes his eyes evolve into Moro. A star map surrounded his body, and he was as if he was in an infinite universe, with his strange meridians and veins transforming into the stars of the heavens, constantly connecting to form a whole. Rumble dash. This time, the heavenly Dao's robbing thunder came even more ferociously than when he refined the rank-breaking pill. Jiang Yan witnessed the movement in the sky, and he began to activate the 100 kinds of great formations in the cave of heavenly bliss according to what the town guardian envoy had told him earlier. This holy place had long since fallen into disrepair, and many of the formations in it had decayed and could not be activated. Jiang Yan could only keep trying to activate the ancient boundaries that could be opened. Buzz off! A boundary appeared, allowing the heavenly Dao's robberies to bombard it, and after it was broken there was the next one. These 100 boundaries were enough to last until the end of the town guard envoy's breakthrough. Boom dash! A terrifying ripple, this time coming from the town guard envoy. He had already sacrificed the step-breaking pill and came to the final stage of step-breaking. Click! The terrifying heavenly Dao's robbing light converged at one point, instantly shattering the only remaining boundary. It landed on the town guard envoy. Jiang Yan could only watch from the sidelines. This terrifying heavenly Dao's robbing light, far from the current him being able to resist, even if he just touched it, he would be turned into flying ash and his soul would be silenced. Boom! The heavenly Dao's robbing light was even more violent, like a terrifying energy that annihilated everything, wanting to completely erase the world from the world. Even so, the town envoy was still in the midst of the robbing light, like an old monk in meditation, constantly absorbing the spiritual energy around him for the final extreme sublimation. Just watching from the sidelines, Jiang Yan could feel how terrifying the collision of these two forces was. I actually witnessed the entire process of an 8th order martial emperor breaking through to a 9th order martial god. Jiang Yan had the hindsight to remember that he was witnessing a scene of epic proportions. It wasn't just Huaxia, the entire blue planet hadn't seen a martial god in 1,000 years. Today, the god of Wushu is really going to be born. The heavenly Dao's robbing light swarmed and fell continuously like rain, but it was still unable to wipe out the physical body and divine soul of the town guard envoy. In this way I don't know how long. The sun and the moon alternated in turns, and another half a month flew by. One day at dawn, the light of the sky breaks, a round of red sun rises, and the purple gas comes from the east and lingers. Click 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 dash. Right at this moment, the sound of the jade statue shattering rang out, and Jiang Yan snapped his eyes open, looking in surprise at the figure that hung high above heaven and earth. Boom dash! With a shocking roar, the town envoy who had maintained inaction for half a month instantly erupted in haze. Like a round of golden sun, the sun and the moon all dimmed and lost their colors at this moment. An endless majestic aura enveloped the entire Huaxia land. At this moment, more than 1 billion beings raised their heads at the same time and looked at the golden sun that was even hotter and more dazzling than the sun. That's the town guardian envoy. Lord Town Guard envoy has broken through. Lord Town Guardian has broken through to the 9th rank. Oh my god. I can't be dreaming. This scene that is enough to go down in the annals of human history has actually been witnessed by me. Long live the town councillor. Protect the eternal prosperity of my China. The heavens are not against me. Huaxia. Ha 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 ha. This is the end of the beasts and the foreign races. They will suffer a devastating blow. My human race is about to turn over. For a moment, all the races in China and even foreign lands were chanting. The human race is about to rise. Oppression and chaos will be suppressed. Chapter 110 Half-Step Divine. Blue Star. Western States. The monstrous beam of light from the east ran through the heavens and earth like a dazzling aurora borealis, causing all living beings to tremble and be attracted by this eye-catching aurora borealis. Just gazing at this aurora from afar, there was an inexplicable sense of oppression that made one's heart feel awe and could not help but want to kneel and hibernate. This terrifying spirit pressure. Could it be that old guy from Huaxia? It's really strange. Rumor has it that he failed to break the rank and has reached his twilight years. His lifespan is about to end. But this terrifying pillar of aura light at the moment. How can I see that only that old man can do it? So it seems that the one from Huaxia should have succeeded. What? Broken rank has succeeded? You're saying that a martial god has been born in Huaxia? What a joke. My great eagle empire only has 2 8th rank martial emperors so far. I haven't even seen the shadow of a martial god yet. The top echelons of the great eagle empire were in disarray. Yet there were many who felt exhilarated. Apart from the difference in countries, they were also excited that the human race had produced an honorable god. Who says there are no gods in the human race? Those foreign races and beasts dared to invade the human race's territory only because the human race did not have a god to sit on. Now that China has produced an honored deity, it's all the more important for the human race to put aside their country-to-country barriers and unite. Let the beasts and foreign races be terrified. The time has come for the human race to strike back. At this time in the savage land, a golden lion that was resting comfortably violently opened its red lantern-like beast pupil. It subconsciously hissed between its throats, trembling as it looked away from the monstrous pillar of light in the sky. This is the breath of the Ninth Order, and this direction is the east of China. The golden lion beast emperor's voice suppressed fear. How is this possible? That old man should have run out of gas. Roar! An ancient roar resounded through the valley, and a huge beast opened its eyes in a ghostly manner, and it loomed like Tarzan. The eyes were like the sun and the moon, causing all things to tremble. This was an Eighth Order beast emperor. Humans, to think that a god has been born. The giant beast let out a monstrous roar, its every move causing the earth to crack and the mountains to collapse. In anger, the behemoth violently grabbed a ruined city. It hurled itself violently towards the Eastern Kingdom. The 100-mile city broke the speed of sound and slammed through the air towards the Chinese region. Buzz! An invisible boundary appeared, and countless complicated runes appeared, engulfing the part of the 100-mile-sized city that was in contact with the boundary. Roar dash! The giant beast let out a terrifying roar. Huaxia! We'll be here for a long time. All the beings in the savage land shrank into a ball and trembled, fearing that they would be casually pinched to death by this titanic beast. Huaxia! In the middle of a cave, Duel let out a loud laugh. His body was haunted by misty white fog, as if he was in the realm of the immortals. This was the Ninth Order martial god, already half a foot into the realm of gods. Buzz dash! The monstrous pillar of light dissipated, and Duel stood in the air, his white hair flowing, his eyes no longer cloudy, covered with spiritual chi, glittering as if a river of stars was flowing. He slowly landed on the ground and couldn't stop the smile on his face. Little friend Jiang, I've made it. I've really made it. Duel laughed aloud as he excitedly came in front of Jiang Yan and heavily patted him on the shoulder. Thanks to that divine pill of yours, I managed to step into the realm of martial god. The martial god can also be called land immortal, half-step god. If there was only one martial god in the entire blue star, that would be a true god. The difference between a Ninth Order martial god and an Eighth Order martial emperor was like the difference between clouds and mud. A martial god was able to exterminate 100 or 1,000 martial emperors at the same time. If there was only one martial god in the world, then he would not be a demigod, but a true god. No living being would be able to contend with it. Congratulations to Grandpa Dugu for breaking through the 9th rank and stepping into the position of a god. Jiang Yan congratulated from the bottom of his heart. It was a blessing for the whole of China for the town guardian to become a martial god. Not just Huaxia, but one could even say, bless the human race. Good boy. Dugu exuberantly patted Jiang Yan a few times. These few shots from the martial god could have slapped Jiang Yan hard enough. If he hadn't cultivated the immortal Dao collection, he was afraid that his internal organs would have been slapped to pieces. Jiang Yan. Dakuro Huan suddenly became serious. Late generation is in. Jiang Yan respectfully answered. Old me has been guarding Huaxia all my life. I have no children and no grandchildren. Empty of these thousands of family properties. I don't know who will inherit them in the future. Dugu looked at Jiang Yan's eyes. I don't know if you are willing to be my god-grandson and take charge of my family's estate for me. Jiang Yan wore a smile on his face and respectfully called out to his grandfather. Hey, having a martial god as a backer. This background is simply heavenly. I'm afraid that those great powers from the upper realm will come down, and I'm afraid that they won't be able to do anything about him. Hearing this, Grandpa shouted by Jiang Yan. Dugu suddenly smiled even more cheerfully. Good grandson. Now that Grandpa's 9th rank has become a reality, there is absolutely no enemy in the blue star today, like no one else's territory. As he raised his hand, the bronze stove tripod shrunk and handed it to Jiang Yan. This bronze stove tripod is from the upper realm. If you like it, it will be gifted to you. Thank you, Grandpa Dugu. Jiang Yan laughed lightly and put the bronze furnace tripod into the 10 directions ghost order. Dugu thought of something else, right? The old man used 5 of your 10,000-year-old spirit plants. Is he going to compensate you for something? To be able to help Grandpa Dugu break through the 9th rank, 5 spirit plants are just that. Not worth mentioning. Jiang Yan laughed and spoke kindly. Dugu smiled brightly at his words. Good grandson, how could I let you break the bank? 5 10,000-year-old spiritual plants I do not have right now. But the Beast Emperor's heart blood, it's still a handful. The value of a 10,000-year-old spiritual plant was enough to be compared to the Beast Emperor's heart's blood. Good grandson, old me will pluck the heart blood of 10 Beast Emperors and gift it to you. Dugu rushed up to the sky, his voice reverberating and echoing in the cave heavenly bliss. Jiang Yan people all froze. He just recognized the cheap grandfather to do what? Picking the heart blood of 10 Beast Emperors alive for him? This is too exaggerated. Buzz. Solitary Huan tore through space and instantly appeared in the savage land. As he appeared, The crowd of foreign beasts all showed their teeth at him. Buzz dash. An invisible sword chi took Dugu Huan as a square circle, and like a fresh wind brushing against his face, the heads of thousands of foreign beasts slipped off at the same time, their corpses separating. This terrifying scene immediately caused several beast emperors to wake up. What's more, it caused that 8th-ranked beast emperor to open its huge pupils that looked like the sun and the moon, and its voice was as dull as the mountains and rivers. Old thing, what are you doing in my territory? Dekuro Huan casually laughed, taking the heartblood of 10 7th-ranked beast emperors. Do you have a suitable selection of beasts? Hearing Dugu Huan's words, the giant beast let out an angry roar. Dugu Huan. Ha! Dugu Huan laughed lightly. You don't have to yell at me. If you yell at me sharply, I'll even take off your head together. I'm in a good mood today. I've come to you to take 10 7th Order Beast Emperor's heartblood to make my grandson happy. If you dare to stop me, be prepared for certain death. Dugu Huan laughed. The giant beast's scales clashed in anger, but it didn't dare to say anything more. Today, the status of Fey in humans is reversed. Just because, the human race has produced a god. Chapter 111 Beast Emperor exhausted. The behemoth's voice trembled with rage. Dugu Huan. You can't kill 10 of my fierce generals today, then I have to try today. Dekuro Huan instantly appeared in the air, and a sword's shadow emerged behind him. This sword's shadow was loftier and stronger than Tarzan. It looked capable of splitting the blue star in two. Old friend, it looks like you're going to have to use your life to stop me today. Dekuro Huan maneuvered the shadow of the sword that dominated the sky and slashed at the giant beast. The giant beast shook the earth. Its hands were like two mountains, blooming with radiant runic resistance. Roar dash. In an instant, the giant beast's arms were chopped off by the shadow of the sword that covered the sky. The huge arms landed with a bang, triggering a violent earthquake. The giant beast let out a violent roar in a wretched manner as he was nearly killed by Dugu Huan's sword. As I said, if you dare to block me, you must be prepared for certain death. The bottom of Dugu Huan's eyes contained a moro, and a sword intent condensed into substance, transforming into thousands of flying swords. Today, behead the 8th Order Beast Emperor. Break the 1,000 years of bloodshed. Dekuro Huan's voice was so loud that it spread throughout the entire blue star. Today is the day when the 1,000-year war between mankind and the beasts ends. Dekuro Huan killed an 8th-ranked beast emperor as a 9th-ranked martial god. Buzz! Countless sword shadows hung high above the canopy, and the firmament was all torn apart by the countless sword shadows, revealing spatial cracks. Old friend, this 1,000-year bloody battle, it's my human race that has won. Dugu Huan laughed. 10,000 swords returned to the clan. Whoosh! Countless spirit swords scrambled to penetrate through the body of the 8th-ranked beast emperor. After the 10,000 swords pierced through the heart, the gigantic sword's shadow came down with a bang, only to hear a boom of a shocking sound. The 8th-ranked beast emperor who had ruled the foreign beasts for 1,000 years was killed with a single sword. Dugu Huan stood between heaven and earth, looking down on the multitude of beings. From today onwards, anyone who violates the boundaries of my human race will be punished by the punishment of 10,000 swords piercing through their hearts. His voice was like a flood bell, resounding through the heavens and earth, and as his every word fell, booming divine thunder descended from the heavens, corroborating his words. Dugu Huan didn't cut down all the beast emperors of the 8th and 7th ranks who claimed to encroach on the human race's territory, leaving behind only some 6th-ranked beast emperors who were sincerely afraid. He carried the heads of 10 7th-ranked beast emperors, as well as an 8th-ranked beast emperor, and instantly returned to the cave heavenly bliss. Good grandson, look what grandpa has brought you. Solitary Huan laughed as he extracted the heartblood of the 11 beast emperors, a mass of blood containing spirituality floating in the air. These are all beast emperors' blood. Jiang Yan swallowed his saliva. From the looks of it, these beast emperors weren't ordinary beast emperors. They seemed to be 7th order beast emperors. There was even an 8th order beast emperor. The value of these beast emperors' heart's blood could be tens of times higher than the 5-10,000-year-old spirit plants he had paid for. Grandpa Dugu, are these all for me? Jiang Yan swallowed his saliva, still somewhat incredulous. Dugu Huan laughed coolly. Of course, you're the only good grandson I have, so naturally it's all reserved for you. With a wave of his hand, 11 clusters of beast emperor's heartblood flew towards Jiang Yan's face. Jiang Yan also stopped being pretentious and directly put 10 clusters of 7th order beast emperor blood and 1 cluster of 8th order beast emperor blood into the 10 square ghost order. Good grandson. From today onwards, you are my Dugu Huan's grandson, not to mention the whole of China. Even the whole of the blue planet. I'll make sure that you can walk sideways. Dugu Huan snorted coldly. In the future, if any of the children of the world's families dare to press you with their family lineage, you'll just put your grandpammy out in the open. And your grandpa, I'll personally go to his house to drink tea right then and there. Jiang Yan cried and laughed. He realized that this old man is not a good person. even up to teach him to use his power to suppress people. Good grandson. Grandpa, I need to close the door to stabilize my realm after a while. Is there anything else you need or want to ask questions about? There is nothing that is needed, but there are a lot of questions that I want to ask. Grandpa Dogu, I want to know, is the 9th rank martial god the end of cultivation? This was a question that Jiang Yan had always been concerned about. Looking at the entire blue star, there was no record of anything above the 9th rank, and it seemed that the 9th rank was the end of the blue star's martial arts path. Not bad, that's a good question. Dekuro Huan nodded in satisfaction. The fact that you can ask that question means that your heart is no longer in this square inch of blue star. Is the square inch, blue star just a square inch? It seems that you already know about the existence of the upper realm, but not all of it. Dugu Huan slowly said, the planet we are on, named Blue Star, is under the jurisdiction of the heavenly domain. The heavenly domain? The name of the upper realm in people's mouths is the heavenly domain. Jiang Yan was dazed. That's right, the upper realm, the heavens, that the world refers to as the heavenly domain, which is ruled by the humanoid race, the celestial race. Dekuro Huan said, the heavenly domain is also not the entirety of the upper realm. The upper realm was divided into 4 major domains, namely the heavenly domain, the spiritual domain, the divine domain, and the sacred domain. The realm above the 9th order exists in these 4 great domains, and the 4 great domains call the realm above the 9th order the divine Tao. God. S-path? Jiang Yan listened mesmerized, inexplicably feeling shocked. 9th order martial gods, also known as demigods and land gods, are called demigods because they failed to transcend into true gods. If you want to transcend into a true god, you have to embark on a new path, the path called the divine path. Dekuro Huan laughed. You're still a long way from this path now, don't be overly ambitious. Understood, Grandpa Dogu. My grandson won't disturb your seclusion. Jiang Yan smiled. Cultivate well, and in the future, if you want to travel to the heavens, and don't be pushed down by those divine saints. Dugu Huan laughed. The corner of Jiang Yan's mouth rose slightly. Don't worry, Grandpa Dogu. If one day I go to heaven, I will definitely ask those godmen and saints to be my servants, and saintly goddesses and goddesses to be my wives. Good, good. This is what my grandson should be. Dugu Huan laughed cheerfully. After leaving the cave of heavenly bliss, Jiang Yan was happy. He had gotten so much out of this trip. Counting the bronze furnace cauldron, he had obtained a total of 3 superior grade supreme treasures, plus 10 clusters of 7th order beast emperor blood and 1 cluster of 8th order beast emperor blood. At the end of the day, he had recognized one of the most powerful figures in Blue Star as his grandfather, and that aspect of his background was unrivaled. It's already been a month and a half, and there's still half a month to go before I enter the Sacred Academy to further my studies, so I still need to work harder before I can do that. It was recorded in the book of the Underworld that the Beast Emperor's heart blood was able to refine the flesh and serve to reshape it. He now had so much extra Beast Emperor's heart's blood, so he could polish this flesh body properly. I wonder what kind of effect using these Beast Emperor's heart's blood together to mold the body will have. Just thinking about it makes me a little impatient. Jiang Yan stepped on the maple leaves and casually found a martial arts hall and began to prepare to refine his flesh with the Beast Emperor's heart blood. Chapter 112, Burying the Old Body, Welcoming the New Life. Tyrant Budokan, Room 7, Tomochi. Jiang Yan took a deep breath, sat with his legs crossed, and operated the primordial breathing method, helping Dugu Huan to protect the Dharma during this period of time. He had not wasted his cultivation, and the breathing method in his body was functioning every second of the day. Tun-tun-tun-dash. Jiang Yan tilted his head back and drank freely of the spirit wine. His body was filled with spiritual qi, and the minor realm was once again loosened. 3 orders of 36. 3rd order XXXVII. 3rd order, 40 heavens, breaking through 5 minor realms in a row. In order to prevent the realm from becoming flimsy, Jiang Yan operated the breathing method to the extreme for realm stabilization. During this period, the 4th level of his immortal Tao collection also loosened up a bit, vaguely showing signs of a breakthrough. The 4th level of the immortal Tao collection, bone training. Jiang Yan had used all of his spiritual energy during this period of time to impact the 4th level of the immortal Tao collection, but no matter how much he impacted, he was never able to make a complete breakthrough. It was as if that loosening of the realm was just an illusion on his part. How strange. Jiang Yan pursed his lips, no longer thinking about impacting the immortal Tao collection, and instead studied the 11 clusters of Beast Emperor's heart blood. The heart blood of a 6th order Beast Emperor could be comparable to a 10,000-year-old spiritual plant, while the Beast Emperor's blood in Jiang Yan's hand was of the 7th and 8th order, the value of which is unimaginable. As recorded in the book of the Underworld, the blood of the Beast Emperor is capable of reshaping the physical body and giving it a new lease of life. Jiang Yan's divine sense entered the 10 Directions Ghost Order and looked through the ancient book. The 9 Underworld Emperors had used the Beast Emperor's heart's blood as a guide to reshape their physical bodies 5 times. It was just that the 9 Underworld Emperors remodeled their flesh and only used the heart blood of one Beast Emperor at a time. Jiang Yan now had a full 10 extra troops of Beast Emperor's heart blood. It's useless to use it. I'd like to try remodeling my flesh with 11 troops of Beast Emperor's blood. What would be the effect? The Book of the Underworld only recorded that the 9 Underworld Emperors and those ancient saints had used a ball of Beast Emperor blood to reshape their fleshly bodies, and did not record a single case of reshaping a fleshly body with multiple Beast Emperor bloods. In other words, there was no precedent and no one knew what effect remodeling the physical body with multiple Beast Imperial blood would up. Since previous generations have not traveled this path, I will come to be the practitioner of this path, and seek a brand new path to the extreme for future generations. In accordance with the method of remodeling the physical body used by the 9 Underworld Emperors as recorded in the Book of the Underworld, Jiang Yan sacrificed the bronze furnace tripod and leapt into it with his entire body, setting 11 clusters of the Beast Emperor's blood ablaze. Boom 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 dash. In an instant, 11 clusters of Beast Emperor blood bloomed with a reddish haze that was so bright and dazzling that people could not open their eyes. The 11 clusters of Beast Emperor blood seemed to undergo a chemical reaction, boiling and churning, devouring Jiang Yan. Holy, playing off, Jiang Yan exclaimed. This Beast Emperor's blood was intertwined and fused into one, turning into a blood coat covering Jiang Yan's body surface, constantly devouring Jiang Yan's flesh and blood. Even if Jiang Yan cultivated the immortal Dao collection to the 3rd level, it wouldn't help. In the face of this fusion returning to unity Beast Emperor blood, Jiang Yan's body, which was the ultimate in flesh, was like a newborn baby. It wouldn't help. Jiang Yan gritted his teeth and resisted. He operated the original breathing method to the extreme, and the golden vortex in his body also operated crazily at this moment, constantly devouring Jiang Yan's spiritual energy. That's a bridge too far. Externally, the Beast Emperor's blood clothes devoured his flesh and blood, and internally, the golden vortex devoured his aura. Damn, really I owe you. Jiang Yan gritted his teeth and resisted. Time passed minute by minute. For Jiang Yan, every second was a torment, as long as a century. No matter how much he struggled to resist, he was unable to escape the blood-clothed shackles transformed by 11 clusters of Beast Emperor blood. That Beast Emperor's blood clothes then attached itself to his body surface in death, constantly devouring his flesh and blood. Inside his body, there was even a golden vortex sinking and devouring spiritual energy. And Jiang Yan's entire body was about to be drained by these two things. Should not make a death. This play off. Finished. Jiang Yan's voice is floating. The flesh has been swallowed up by the Beast Emperor's blood clothes, and the aura in the body is also swallowed up by the golden vortex as much as possible. He was now an empty shell with only his mind left, and his realm and power had all been drawn out of his body. Slowly, the golden vortex unexpectedly reacted with the Beast Emperor's blood clothes, and the two even coincidentally began to devour Jiang Yan's soul. The pain of the soul's silence was unspeakable, and in this long devouring, Jiang Yan completely dissipated. Just as Jiang Yan completely dissipated into the world, the golden vortex detached itself from Jiang Yan's body and floated in the air, blossoming into a golden divine haze. The Beast Emperor's blood clothes similarly blossomed with a reddish haze, slowly draping itself over the golden vortex. Buzz! Right at this moment, the Beast Emperor's blood clothes unexpectedly transformed into a nerve fiber. These nerve fibers are very smooth and have a golden light flowing through them. The golden vortex began to provide psychic energy, which traveled extremely quickly over each nerve fiber, making them active. Slowly, the Beast Emperor's blood cloth began to grow blood and flesh on the nerve fibers, which grew at a speed visible to the naked eye. The golden vortex rested right at the dantian of the nerve fibers, connecting all of them and transferring a steady stream of spiritual energy. First the flesh and blood, sinews and bones, meridians and veins, the 5 viscera and 6 bowels, and finally the skin. Jiang Yan's originally devoured flesh was reshaped. No, it is not remodeling. Rather, it is a new birth. This new physical body of Jiang Yan's was filled with aura in every cell. Each pore very naturally absorbs active substances from heaven and earth, constantly improving the physique. This physical body, even without a breathing technique, could freely absorb aura. On top of the aura, this newborn body is also capable of absorbing the active and vital substances scattered in the world. Before the new birth, even if Jiang Yan had cultivated to the extreme of his physical body, he was ultimately just a mortal body, a mortal flesh. Nowadays, the body after the new birth was completely transformed by the essence of heaven and earth, and was no longer a body of flesh and blood. The flesh and blood in the body are all transformed by the aura of heaven and earth. The golden vortex continued to rotate as all of Jiang Yan's soul and spiritual energy manifested on this newborn body. Buzz! Jiang Yan opened his eyes, and there was a marrow in his eyes, as if he was able to contain everything in the world. Jiang Yan slowly exhaled. Bury the old body. Welcome the new life. The Beast Emperor's blood clothes swallowed his flesh and blood, and the golden vortexes devoured his spiritual energy, and were burying the old body. Now that his physical body had been given a new lease of life, completely free from the boundaries of fleshly mortal flesh, he no longer even belonged to the realm of ordinary humans. Just like those celestials, they are categorized as human-like races, not true human races. Jiang Yan tried to clench his fists and feel this new physical body, and marveled in his heart. Holy, now I'm not even born by my parents. The old physical body from before had been mercilessly buried. Now it was a new body pinched exactly in his old mold, with the soul forced into it. What clan should I count as now that my race has changed? The celestial race? Holding these questions, Jiang Yan once again entered the 10 Directions Ghost Order and prepared to rummage through the Book of the Underworld to find out. The Book of the Underworld turned pages automatically and soon stopped at one page, the spirit race. Created from the essence of heaven and earth, the innate perception of aura is the first of all races. The human race's perception of aura simply didn't rank among the 10,000 races. Now that Jiang Yan had become a spirit race, his perception of aura directly soared to number 1. Chapter 113, Reporting to the Academy. The biggest difference between the human race and the celestial race of the upper realm was that the celestial race's innate perception of aura was hundreds of times greater than that of the human race. Why are other celestials powerful? It was the celestial children who could sense aura on the day they were born, and might step into the first stage at the age of 3. What about the human race? It was only at the age of 18 that they awakened their divine gift and entered the chamber of enlightenment before they could perceive the aura. This was the perception of aura, and the human race and the celestial race could be said to be worlds apart. Now, Jiang Yan, who had received a new birth, belonged to neither the human race nor the celestial race. Instead, they are the spirit race, which is made of the essence of heaven and earth. The spirit race's innate perception of aura is 100 times that of the celestial race in the upper realm, or even 1,000 times. In other words, if Jiang Yan had been a spirit race member since he was a child, he wouldn't need to cultivate at all, and with his perception of aura, he would naturally be able to reach the third stage at the age of 3. Jiang Yan took a deep breath and immediately felt, yeah, it's hard as, cough, cough, cough. Blue Star's aura purity is too poor, and there's pollution. Now that his perception of aura was stronger, Jiang Yan took a deep breath of the aura in the air of the Blue Star and almost choked himself to death. The atmosphere was too polluted, the aura was little and impure, and the Blue Star was truly unsuitable for cultivation. Jiang Yan exhaled a mouthful of turbid breath. I need to find a way to travel to the upper realm as soon as possible. The better the quality of the aura, for the current Jiang Yan, cannot be described as half the effort, completely is the matter of 10,000 times the effort. Jiang Yan even noticed that apart from aura, the air contained other beneficial substances. Separately, there is a turquoise haze of vital substances, and a white active substance. All of these substances are beneficial and harmless to those who practice them. Before the new birth, Jiang Yan could not perceive these beneficial substances at all, even with the original breathing method. After all, the original breathing technique was only a technique to help absorb the aura of heaven and earth. Jiang Yan began to try to absorb the living and active substances in the heavens and earth. Just by absorbing all the beneficial substances within the enlightenment chamber, Jiang Yan could clearly feel the changes in his spirit and physical body. The active substance made him better in spirit and sharper in divine sense. The biomass allowed his flesh to improve faster and his wounds would heal instantly. Walking out of the enlightenment room, Jiang Yan's surroundings all seemed to be haunted by the hazy moonlight. Everyone was attracted by Jiang Yan's unique temperament and couldn't take their eyes off of him after one look. Not only young girls, even boys were attracted by Jiang Yan's temperament. This is a transcendent temperament, not like the people of the red dust, with the posture of an exiled immortal. Jiang Yan also noticed these slightly offensive sights and frowned in displeasure. I know I'm very handsome, but how come the men are staring at me looking? His every move was immortal-like, and with a light leap, he instantly disappeared. Where's the immortal? I just saw the immortal. A girl's cheeks flushed and her eyes flickered. I saw the immortal too. Is that the immortal who came down from the sky? One look and you'll never forget it. Some boys were guilty of nymphomania. On Jiang Yan's side, he appeared at the edge of the lake, and when he saw his face, which was between handsome and beautiful, through the reflection in the lake, he also froze briefly. The face is indeed still this face. How come it looks so much better than before? Could it be that the previous self, in fact, was not so handsome as to be disastrous, and that there is still a lot of room for improvement? That's why seeing this face of the newborn now felt so shocking. It's just a matter of adding insult to injury by being even more handsome than before. Before it was the ability to handsome the living to death. Now it was the ability to handsome the dead to life. TSK. Jiang Yan smacked his lips a few times. If being handsome is also a sin, then I deserve to be killed by 1,000 cuts. After the narcissism, Jiang Yan murmured. What day is it today? He remembered that Zhou Wenshan had told him to report directly to the Sacred Academy in September in the first place. What month is it? Jiang Yan took out his cell phone and glanced at it, sighing helplessly. What the hell? I've actually spent half a month in the Tomo room. It was already the day to report to the sacred school. It's now mid-afternoon, so I don't know if checking in is considered late. Jiang Yan didn't know where the Sacred Academy was located in the imperial capital, and to get there, he still needed to open his cell phone navigation. More than 100 miles. This is almost out of the imperial capital. Following the guidance of the navigation, Jiang Yan's movements were light, but his speed was terrifyingly fast. In a few breaths, Jiang Yan appeared outside the main gate of the Sacred Academy from the unoccupied riverbank. This is the place. It really made me look for it. Jiang Yan raised his foot and just wanted to enter, when he was stopped by a person crossing in front of him, blocking the way. Are you here to report as well? The man watching the door asked in a deep voice. Sort of. Jiang Yan said blandly. The man guarding the door held out his hand very nonchalantly. Bring the acceptance letter. No. Jiang Yan faintly said. He's a guaranteed admission. What does he need an acceptance letter for? There's no such thing. Just like what Zhou Wenshan said. When the time comes, people will just report directly. You want to enter the gates of the Sacred Academy without an acceptance letter? The man guarding the gate sneered. Today is the day to report to the Sacred Academy. If you want to visit, wait until next month. Jiang Yan didn't bother to argue. He bypassed the man guarding the door and was about to enter. You can't hear me, the man guarding the door said in a cold voice. Jiang Yan said indifferently. You're a janitor. Why do you have such a bad attitude? The man guarding the door laughed coldly. To people like you, attitude is already considered good. I'm the gatekeeper of the Sacred Academy. Even the provincial leaders have to give me face. I'm talking to you about attitude. What kind of thing are you? The Sacred Academy lets people like you watch the door? Jiang Yan was somewhat disinterested. He had wanted to tease the goofball, but now he was bored out of his mind. Jiang Yan yawned. Alright, just say what background you have. I'm in a hurry. The man guarding the door was not going to be able to understand Jiang Yan's words. What was going on here? Scare you to death by saying it. Old me's father is the Sacred Book Academy's book depository administrator. That's an insider of the Sacred School of Books. The man guarding the door was very proud. Jiang Yan couldn't help himself. This stuff counts as background? He originally thought that this kid's elder was at least a tenured teacher or director or something like that, but it turned out to be a bookstore administrator. If it was a director or something like that, he would have to let Zhou Wenshan help him pull a few strings if he slapped him. Now it seems that he doesn't even need Zhou Wenshan to help him pull the skin. Just fan it directly. Jiang Yan laughed. Buddy, it's like this. This person of mine. I usually like to fan people. I now see that you are not happy. Can you let me fan it not? Faced with Jiang Yan's euphemistic request, the man guarding the door froze. Do you know what you're talking about? Even if I stick my face out for you to slap, you won't dash. Before he could finish his words, his entire body flew out at extreme speed like an intercontinental missile. Jiang Yan retracted his right hand. Expressionless, must I come hard? Obediently let me slap not on the line. Trouble. Chapter 114, Sister Don't Ah. The man guarding the door was directly slapped unconscious. The commotion on this side of the gate also drew sideways glances from the students inside the academy. What kind of person? How dare he even beat up the people of the Sacred Academy? Too long for life is it? The new student who was checking in said. It was just after enrollment and he had a sense of belonging. I've heard that the Sacred Academy is very protective of its own people. That guy outside the main gate dared to beat up the Academy's people. He's definitely going to suffer. A girl whispered. As expected, as the man guarding the door was slapped away, several teacher-like divine gifters appeared. Who dares to act recklessly in my Sacred Academy? The person in the lead had a green shirt. His right arm was covered with 5 black and gold rings, and his aura flowed out. This was a 4th-ranked martial king. A random ordinary teacher of the Sacred Academy was a 4th-ranked martial king. This group of students, who had just reported for duty, hurriedly arched their hands at the arriving teacher and explained the situation. Teacher, it's that guy outside the door. He's the one who injured the gatekeeper's elder brother. This Fong strikes fiercely. He must have a grudge against my Sacred Academy. I hope that the teacher can help the gatekeeper's big brother seek justice. A male student was eager to express himself, his face full of righteousness. The green-shirted teacher nodded his head slightly. Not bad, even if it's just a gatekeeper. It represents the face of my Sacred Academy. So let's see me make a move to resolve this matter today. With his left hand behind his back, 5 black and gold rings flew out of his right arm, slowly encircling his circumference and holding him up in the air as he looked down at Jiang Yan. Kid, the biggest mistake you've made is that you shouldn't have messed with the people of my Sacred Academy. Even the dogs of the Sacred Academy are not something you can mess with. The green-shirt teacher's voice was righteous. Today, I will educate you on behalf of your master teacher and abolish your cultivation. 5 black and gold rings flew out at extreme speed, each one breaking the speed of sound, tearing through the sound barrier, roaring and instantly killing Jiang Yan. When the crowd saw that Jiang Yan always stood still and didn't even hide, they all gloated. I'm afraid this person isn't scared silly. Ha ha, I guess so. After all, it's normal to be scared silly when facing a 4th-ranked martial king. A few reporting freshmen laughed recklessly. Only one person frowned slightly. How do I feel? This teenager outside the door is somewhat familiar. As if I have seen it somewhere. Is there any misunderstanding? Bang, 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 bang dash. With 5 crisp ringing sounds, only a golden light emerged in front of Jiang Yan, easily blocking these 5 black and gold circles that tore through the sound barrier. The green-shirt teacher's face changed slightly when he saw the visitor. Dean. Hearing the green-shirt teacher's murmur, all the students' eyes widened. They hadn't seen the dean for so long since they had reported to work, and now they were surprised to see him. Humph. Zhou Wenshan let out a cold snort and swung his sleeve, scattering the dust and smoke around him. Zhou Wenshan looked at the green-shirt teacher with unkind eyes. Little Li, what were you planning to do just now? The green-shirt teacher who was called Little Li trembled. Dean, I was seeing that the doorkeeper was maliciously and heavily injured by this person, and I wanted to help the doorkeeper regain his dignity. Zhou Wenshan's gaze fell on the unconscious gatekeeper, and when he raised his hand, a flash of light fell on his brow, revealing the scene outside the academy's gate just now as a flash of light. This person has a despicable character and is worthy of being the gatekeeper of my sacred academy? Zhou Wenshan said in a cold voice. Whoever pressed him into this position, let him roll out of the sacred academy along with this person. The doorman is just a very, very small position, and the candidate doesn't need the dean to worry about it at all. So it's natural that Zhou Wenshan doesn't know about the installation of such a small role. Zhou Wenshan's face was on the verge of dripping with ugliness as he saw the image from the memory of the man guarding the gate that he had extorted money from people before letting them pass. The reason why he stopped Jiang Yan was actually because he wanted to ask for favors. But he just didn't expect Jiang Yan to be so ferocious and go up to him and slap him, directly slapping him away. The green-shirt man's face darkened after reading the ins and outs. He had wanted to make a good impression in front of the freshman who had just reported to the school. Now it's good. He has instead become an enabler, who will still choose him as a mentor in the future. The green-shirt teacher's bowels were green with remorse. Zhou Wenshan no longer paid attention to the green-shirt teacher and turned around to look at Jiang Yan with a kind face. Little friend Jiang. Ah. The old man has been waiting for you all this time. It's almost afternoon and you still haven't shown up. The old man wants to go and look for you in person. Seeing Zhou Wenshan's sudden change of face, the crowd was confused. What's going on here? Dean, do you still need some face? How did you suddenly change from fierce and vicious to kind and friendly? Looking at Zhou Wenshan's child-haired and crane-faced face smiling like a chrysanthemum, Jiang Yan had some physical discomfort and said perfunctorily, I almost forgot that today is the day to report for duty, so I came a little late. So that's how it is. It's not too late to report here. Zhou Wenshan laughed. My old man has specially reserved the best villa for you as a dormitory, and has also arranged for you to have a few schoolmates to tutor you in your homework. With that, Zhou Wenshan beckoned to the distance. Come over here, all of you. Coming several women with beautiful figures, white skin and snowy skin, each with their own appearance appeared with smiling faces. There were sultry royalty, soft lolitas, janky schoolgirls, and all sorts of girls among them. Jiang Yan's jaw dropped to the ground. He had long known that Zhou Wenshan was an old immodest fellow, but he had not expected that immodesty to this extent. It wasn't just Jiang Yan. Even the students who had reported to work each had red eyes that were almost glaring out. A few of the bloodthirsty boys' nostrils were gasping for air, their voices all mixed with excitement. Dean, do we have a specialized schoolmate to tutor our homework too? Zhou Wenshan said perfunctorily. If you don't have it, I can tutor you. A few of the bloodthirsty boys immediately pursed their lips as if they had eaten a dead fly. Zhou Wenshan heatedly sneered in his heart. Invincible. This old piker. Didn't he like to use his precious granddaughter to seduce Zhang Xiaoyu? Fortunately, now that the 8 characters have not yet been set aside, and his sacred academy is full of beautiful women, he does not believe that Jiang Yan can endure loneliness and not find a Taoist couple in advance. At that time, if Jiang Yan were to couple with a student from the sacred academy, he, Zhou Wenshan, would be the first to go to Invincible and directly ride the face output. Thinking of this, Zhou Wenshan's old face could barely hide his smile as he smiled at Jiang Yan and said, Little friend Jiang. Do these school sisters still look good to you? I can also change a batch of them to tutor you. No. The dean's goodwill Xiao Jiang will appreciate it. The tutoring matter should be put aside for the time being. Jiang Yan sweated. This old thing is really without bounds. Upon hearing Jiang Yan's refusal, Zhou Wenshan was anxious. Xiao Jiang, how can this work? You are a new student. There are many places you don't know. As the saying goes, more schoolmates more roads. It can bring you a lot of benefits when the time comes. Zhou Wenshan eventually couldn't argue with him, putting aside the matter of his schoolmate and taking Jiang Yan to the villa dormitory. Entering the dormitory, Jiang Yan recalled that one bright and moving schoolmates and only felt a phantom pain in his waist. Even newborn flesh can't take it. Chapter 115, The Unexpected. Sacred Academy is one of the top 3 universities in China, and each student is allocated a separate fully equipped villa. As Zhou Wenshan said, Jiang Yan's villa had the best geographical location. Sitting in the north and facing the south, the sunlight shone in, also leaning against the side of the Bihai Lake. The scenery was pleasant and the aura was extremely abundant. Jiang Yan wandered around the villa, equipped with a dedicated cultivation room with all kinds of cultivation equipment, and a specialized study room with all kinds of ancient books. Jiang Yan casually took down an ancient book called The Clear Breathing Method, which was also worth over $1 billion in the outside world. However, in the Sacred Academy, this level of breathing method was only worthy of being placed in the study that every student was equipped with, thus showing the depth of the Sacred Academy's foundation, worthy of the 3 top martial arts academies in China. Casually flipping through a few ancient books, breathing techniques and gong methods did not interest him. There are only a few books that can arouse Jiang Yan's interest, which are the true classic of the Dan Emperor, The Logic of Formations, and Reading Talismans in one book. Zhou Wenshan slipped him a copy of the student handbook before he left, which clearly indicated that every student was required to take one of Dan, Fu, Formation, and Alchemy, which must be mastered before graduation. It was actually quite understandable that even in the top martial arts academies, a large portion of the students had to step into society and not engage in fighting. When you enter society, you naturally have to have a job, and the top-end jobs for God-givers are none of the above. Alchemists, talisman makers, array makers and refiners, to name a few. Jiang Yan looked at the relevant books placed on the shelves of the study room, and at the moment, he wasn't sure which one he wanted to take. It's so hard to choose. Why don't I just practice all of them? It doesn't seem too difficult anyway. Jiang Yan casually flipped through the book and didn't find it obscure. If these words were to be heard by his older siblings, they would surely hate to peel off a layer of his skin. It's not hard? If it wasn't hard, someone wouldn't graduate in 10 years? Is it not difficult that society would be so scarce of high-end professions such as alchemists, talisman masters, array masters, and artifact smiths? Jiang Yan put these books back on the bookshelf, and seeing that the night was getting late and he was slightly sleepy, he got up and went back to the master bedroom and had a beautiful sleep. The next morning, Jiang Yan slept until he woke up naturally. Classes should be sorted today and have to report to them. The academy has equipped each student with an exclusive cell phone with a variety of software. What is the Demon Chopper Record app? The Hall of Feats app? The Class Selection app? The Heaven's Pride Ranking app? Messing around with everything, Jiang Yan opened the class software, which showed that he was assigned to Class 1, and his mentor was the 5th-ranked martial exalt Meng Qingchuan. Jiang Yan lazily glanced at the time, and immediately wanted to let out a wail. This is going to go to the class assembly so want to lie down for a while more. He said so, but he got up, ate something briefly, and headed for his freshman class. The previously mentioned Dan, Talisman, Refining, and Formation were all just electives, and any student of the Martial Arts Academy would always have only one subject for their major. That's cultivation, feats, martial arts, breathing techniques, beast beheading techniques. These were the foundations of a divine giver, and were the most emphasized teachings of every martial arts academy. Jiang Yan's pace was smooth, not slow and not in a hurry. He found the classroom of the freshman class, pushed open the door of the classroom, and walked in slowly. He had just entered when he felt an extremely intense gaze and twisted his head to look, only to see an unexpected person. The person noticed Jiang Yan's gaze and hastily twisted her head, and when she twisted her head again, Jiang Yan had already sat beside her. MS. Bye. Long time no see. Jiang Yan sat beside Bai Lixue in a big way, one hand propped up on his head, the smile of meeting an acquaintance hanging on his face. Bai Lixue hastily blocked her face with holding a book, and her voice came out muffled. You've recognized the wrong person. I'm not Bai Lixue. Jiang Yan laughed. I didn't say you were Bai Lixue. He clearly shouted MS. By just now. Seeing that things were revealed, Bai Lixue only put her book down with an expressionless face and looked at Jiang Yan with a calm face. You're so powerful. You still managed to recognize me even though I was disguised so perfectly. Jiang Yan was speechless. What kind of camouflage perfection was this called? The Zhangchang Martial Arts Competition. You left the competition on the grounds that something happened at home. Jiang Yan asked with concern. How are things? Have they been resolved? Bai Li Shue blinked blankly. I forgot. After a few moments, she gave a look of realization. I remember. She moved her butt outward, turned her back and didn't look at Jiang Yan. Her voice muffled. My dad won't let me play with you. I don't know you, and you've mistaken me for the wrong person. I'm not Bai Luo Shue. Pretend you don't know. Combined with what Zhang Xiaosheng had told him about the Bai family, Jiang Yan was able to make a rough guess. It was nothing more than the Bai family knowing that Bai Luo Shue was getting too close to him, so they took her back to the Bai family and kept her away from themselves. Jiang Yan shrugged his shoulders. Since the Bai family didn't want him to get close to Bai Li Shue, then he wouldn't. He got up and was about to leave, but a small, jade white hand pinched the corner of his coat. Don't go. Jiang Yan looked at the squirming Bai Li Shue with amusement. Didn't your family not let you play with me? Bai Li Shue's long and slender eyelashes fluttered lightly. She was so lonely, because of the powerful divine gift. Even when she came to the sacred academy where the heavenly pride was abundant, no one could get close to her. So far, only Jiang Yan, who had been talking to her for a long time, did not have any traces of being frozen by the ice crystals. This is her kind, the preternatural forbidden one. Bai Luo Shue frowned her pretty eyebrows and tilted her head to look at Jiang Yan pitifully. Let's sneak around and play together, okay? Ah, ha, how does that feel so easy to misunderstand when you say it? Seeing that Jiang Yan did not react, thinking that Jiang Yan refused, Bai Li Shue shook Jiang Yan's arm and kept repeating, okay, 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 okay. Stop. Jiang Yan was almost lost by this niece, and could only agree helplessly. Alright, when the background is covered, I'll take you out for a walk. Yeah, Bai Li Shue cheered with an expressionless face. When she saw Jiang Yan agree, Bai Li Shue drew back her hand and twisted her head to not look at Jiang Yan, looking like she didn't recognize him. This niece. Jiang Yan felt a bit amused, yet felt a bit sorry for Bai Li Shue. It was just a matter of him having to pretend that he didn't recognize Bai Li Shue on the surface. If the Bai family behind her knew that she had gone to arch her family's cabbage again, she should cause trouble again for no reason. With the students all coming together, the young man who had been sitting in front of the podium, holding his cell phone there to read, yawned. People are all here, aren't they? Introduce yourself. I'm your guide, Meng Qing Chuan. He pushed down his black-rimmed glasses and swept his salty eyes over the students at the podium. There's only one thing I'm going to tell you. I'm just a bitter beatnik on a dead wage. You guys better not give me a hard time on weekdays. That's it. Next you guys go one by one and introduce yourselves. The class fell into a dead silence. Chapter 116, Add a Friend. My name is Wang Chong, an SS-class alien, and my realm is the first of the third order. Hello everyone. My name is Autumn Dream, SS-class alien. My realm is the third stage 3. My name is Chen Dong, an S-class alien, with a realm of the 8th level of the second order. White Falling Snow, SSS-class alien, realm of the third order and 8th level. With Bai Li Shue's brief self-introduction, everyone in the class showed a shocked expression. Oh my god, Bai Li Shue? She's the rumored holy daughter of the White family. Seriously, I'm actually lucky enough to be in the same class as the White family's holy maiden. The class was abuzz. Bai Li Shue was always expressionless, like a 1,000-year-old iceberg, with no waves in her eyes. It's true that it's as high and cold as the rumors say, and it looks hard to reach. Yeah. Although I'm very fortunate to be a fellow student with the White family's holy maiden, it always feels like I have to go to school with an ice sculpture for 4 years. It's such a strange feeling. Meng Qingchuan coughed. Whose turn is it? Next. Jiang Yan was yawning when he suddenly realized that the gazes of the crowd were falling on him, and he could only lazily open his mouth. Jiang Yan, SSS grade heavenly creature, realm of the third order and 4th level. It was actually a third stage, 40th weight, but no one would believe it if they said it. Jiang Yan's self-introduction ended, and another sensation was triggered around him. Jiang Yan? Why do I always find this name so familiar? It gives you goosebumps when you hear it. Ah, I remember. Ghost. A girl glared at the stuttering man in displeasure. What the hell? Are you stuttering? The stuttering man took a deep breath and blurted out. Ghost immortal. He's a ghost fairy. The name Jiang Yan may be unknown to many people, but as soon as the word ghost immortal came out, the temperature of the entire class instantly lowered, falling into a death-like silence, where a pin could be heard. I don't know how long it took before someone shivered and said, Ghost immortal. I just remembered when I said that. The ghost immortal seems to be surnamed Zhang in the rumors. The single word is Yan. All of them looked at Jiang Yan with horrified faces and pleasing smiles on their faces, coldly surveying the crowd's reactions. Jiang Yan was speechless in his heart. What exactly did the rumors demonize him into? How come everyone is so scared when they hear the word ghost immortal? Meng Qingchuan also raised his eyelids in a rare manner, surveyed Jiang Yan for a while, and skimmed his lips. There are two stormy characters in the class at once. It's not good for me to be the guide. He pulled out his ears and murmured. I wonder if it's too late to find that old thing for a shift. Jiang Yan was just about to lie down on the table to rest when someone behind him reached out and poked him. Turning his head to look, he only saw a naive Wang Chong smiling. Ghost Fairy. I'm also from Jiangchang. I'm glad to be in the same class as you. Jiang Yan raised his eyebrows. Which high school are you from? Linjiang 7th Middle School. That Lu Qingmeng from the Jiangchang martial arts competition is also from the 7th Middle School, Wang Chong said excitedly. Talking about that crazy woman Lu Qingmeng. Jiang Yan pursed his lips as if he had eaten a dead fly. He was also a bit curious. Which academy did Lu Qingmeng go to? She was supposed to be bailing then too. Wang Chong smiled nervously and said, Goddess Lu was snatched away by the Heavenly God Academy, while Lin Feiyu from the 1st Middle School was snatched away by the Martial Emperor Academy. The top 3 winners of the Jiangchang martial arts competition each went to one of the top Chinese academies. When the last freshman finished introducing himself, Meng Qingchuan stood up and stretched. I'll get off work first, so get to know yourselves. The instructor had left on the front foot, and the class was in disarray on the back foot. Jiang Yan was surrounded by the crowd and had clearly become the centerpiece of the class. Ghost Fairy. It's true that Mr. Kiritan couldn't get past 3 moves under you. A girl's eyes were glowing. Nope. Jiang Yan smiled and held out 2 fingers. 2 moves? He won't be able to pass 2 moves under me. These words were met with a clamor. Qi Tian was a celebrity of the Sacred Academy, but he couldn't even pass 2 moves under Jiang Yan. The rumors said that he couldn't pass 3 moves, and now the Ghost Immortal himself said that he couldn't pass 2 moves. This matter quickly spread throughout the Sacred Academy. That afternoon, Qi Tian carried the Kirin sword and wandered around the Sacred Academy like a madman. Jiang Yan, get the hell out of here if you're capable. I will fight you to the death. Within the class, another person asked excitedly, Ghost Immortal, are you with Yin Lingxi or are you with Lin Wanyu of the 100 Herb Group? As soon as this question was asked, the whole class's eyes glistened in anticipation of Jiang Yan's answer. Even Bai Li Xue, who ignored the world, looked at him with an expressionless face, waiting for his answer. In response, Jiang Yan smiled and said, I want them all. In an instant, the class was abuzz with a clamor that seemed to lift the roof off the room. Holy, Brother Jiang is awesome. Ghost Fairy, you are my idol. Jiang Yan, you're the only one I recognize in my life. You're the real man. All the boys in the class look up to Jiang Yan. As for the girls, some of them showed a look of adoration, while some of them skimmed their mouths in disdain. Men are really all the same. They're all the same. Jiang Yan, can I add you on WeChat? The cute girl with a younger sister's head asked. Jiang Yan smiled faintly. Of course. The girl with the younger sister's head was so excited that her mouth opened into an O shape. With a ding, Jiang Yan had an additional friend request on his cell phone, Kusini. Jiang Yan agreed to the friend request, and the other students also added Jiang Yan's friends, and then they started to add friends to each other. By the end of the day, Jiang Yan had added the WeChat of the entire class. As he was about to leave, a small, snow-white hand tugged at the corner of his coat. It was a familiar sight, and it didn't take much to figure out who it was. I also want to add. Bai Li Xue tilted her head and looked at Jiang Yan pitifully. Jiang Yan smiled helplessly and handed over his cell phone. How could I forget you? Bai Li Xue expressionlessly scanned Jiang Yan's QR code. With a ding, a new friend request came up on Jiang Yan's cell phone. You have a new friend request, Popsicle Bunny. Popsicle Bunny. Jiang Yan did not leave a trace and swept his eyes to Bai Li Xue. This ID is not too small and childish. Well, this makes us WeChat friends. Jiang Yan laughed. Bai Li Xue gave an expressionless and kept her head down to play with her cell phone. Jiang Yan's cell phone dinged and received a message. Popsicle Rabbit, hello, I'm Bai Li Xue. Are you Jiang Yan? #doubtful hashtag. Jiang Yan slanted his eyes at Bai Li Xue without any trace, and said that this niece was loaded with what was in her head. Who else could he be if not Jiang Yan? While laughing bitterly, his men did not think about it and typed a line. My name is Jiang Yan. What can I do for you? Ding. Popsicle Bunny, let's play together behind our backs. Shall we? Seeing this message, Jiang Yan smiled and typed the next word. Jiang Yan, good. Chapter 117, Ghost King? Land of Extreme Yin. Leave the class and don't need to assemble again for the whole day. Bai Luo Xue. This niece was like having no friends, and as soon as she added his friends, she kept sending messages to him. On the way back to the villa, Jiang Yan kept his head down to send him a message back. Jiang Yan also realized that Bai Li Xue was not very good at chatting, sending in every 5 minutes, and then, as if in code, followed by, are you Jiang Yan? While Jiang Yan found it funny, he also felt a little pity for Bai Li Xue. She really doesn't seem to have any friends. The class had just been split today. and there was no one in the class to talk to her, and by the time the class meeting was over, all the other students had friended each other. Only Bai Luoxue was isolated in general, with no one taking the initiative to find her to add friends. By the time the class meeting was over, Bai Luoxue had only added Jiang Yan as a friend. Back at the villa, Jiang Yan did not intend to leave his cultivation behind. He entered the villa's self-contained enlightenment room and began to absorb the heaven and earth aura. Because of the newly generated spirit race, Jiang Yan's perception of aura was very easy, and every pore was absorbing aura. His divine sense slowly entered the space of the 10 Directions Ghost Order and floated to the front of the ancient Book of the Underworld. The Book of the Underworld slowly turned the pages and stopped at the Ghost King page. Ghost King. Jiang Yan's eyes flickered slightly. His 10 Directions Ghost Order was able to manipulate ghosts, stern ghosts, ghost generals, and ghost gods, but only not ghost kings. Now that the Book of the Underworld had automatically turned to the page of the Ghost King, did it mean he was able to sacrifice the Ghost King? Jiang Yan was a bit excited as he couldn't wait to browse the contents of the Book of Underworld with his divine sense. It is written that the Ghost King is the most special existence. They are different from the night ghosts and ghost gods. They are living creatures in the Yang world. Jiang Yan sucked in a mouthful of cool air. What did this mean? The Ghost King was a living creature in the Yang world? He continued to study what was written in the Book of the Underworld. Ghost Kings are beings who practice the art of meditation, and when they have cultivated to a certain level, they will metamorphose into Ghost Kings, who are able to reverse yin and yang, and come and go as they please in the realms of yin and yang. Jiang Yan suddenly realized, that is to say, the Ghost Kings are all living evil cultivators chanting. Since Ghost Kings are living things, how should I harbor them? Jiang Yan inquired. The Book of the Underworld turned its pages, and blood-red bizarre runes emerged from it. These runes transformed into 2 words in Jiang Yan's eyes. Forbidden objects. The Ghost King had been sealed as much as he could, and he could only be sacrificed if he found the forbidden object that sealed the Ghost King. Where should I go to find the forbidden object that seals the Ghost King? Jiang Yan asked. A line in blood appears on the Book of the Underworld, the land of the extreme yin. The Book of the Underworld also records a line of small words. After the long years of baptism, the Ghost King was sealed and the forbidden object has been subjected to corruption. Jiang Yan's divine sense left the 10 Directions Ghost Order and slowly opened his eyes. Extreme yin land. Forbidden objects. He was pondering where was the place of extreme yin when his cell phone suddenly rang. And when he opened it, it was Wang Chong calling him. Pressing the answer, Wang Chang's voice came from the phone. Brother Jiang, are you free? We're organizing a dinner party at the Drunken Immortal residence. Jiang Yan just wanted to refuse, but suddenly thought of something and agreed with a smile. Drunken Immortal residence, right? I'll be right there. Okay, Wang Chong happily said. Hanging up the phone, Jiang Yan didn't have the heart to cultivate, striding out of the villa and heading straight to Drunken Immortal residence. On the way to the Drunken Immortal residence, Jiang Yan called Bai Luoxue as well, telling her to come to the Drunken Immortal residence as well. This was a class dinner, and Bai Luoxue had added him alone, so naturally no one would invite Bai Luoxue. If she didn't even attend the class party on the first day of school, then Bai Luoxue would be doomed to isolation. So Jiang Yan didn't even think about it and called to invite Bai Luoxue. Hearing Jiang Yan's invitation to dinner, Bai Luoxue agreed without even thinking about it, and the two of them met outside the school gates. Jiang Yan was very fast and appeared outside the school's door in less than a minute, while Bai Luoxue was a bit slower and appeared after a full 5 minutes. Let's go. Jiang Yan smiled. Aha. Bai Luoxue nodded with an expression, like a follower, honestly following Jiang Yan's ass. Drunken Immortal Residence was a famous restaurant in the imperial capital, where some of the children of the world's families and social celebrities would choose to gather here. Jiang Yan and Bai Luoxue had just arrived in front of the Drunken Immortal Residence when they heard Wang Chong shout, Brother Jiang, over here. Jiang Yan led Bai Luoxue over, and under Wang Chang's leadership, he soon went up to a large private room on the 4th floor. Drunken Immortal Residence was worthy of being a prestigious hotel in the imperial capital. Even the private rooms were richly decorated with antiques worth millions of dollars. Jiang Yan's arrival caused the crowd to cheer, and when they saw that Bai Luoxue had also appeared, they first froze for a moment before following suit and welcoming them. This gathering was initiated by Wang Chong, who mobilized the atmosphere and quickly got to the point. It's the first day we've all met, and this is a chance to get acquainted with each other. Jiang Yan pushed his arm against the silent Bai Luoxue and whispered, Go talk to everyone. Bai Luoxue lowered her head and didn't say a word. Jiang Yan looked at her in puzzlement. Don't like the lively scene? Bai Luoxue shook her head and whispered, I can't talk to them. It will hurt them. Jiang Yan didn't quite understand these words of Bai Luoxue. He took his mind back and began the purpose of the trip. Does everyone know about the land of extreme yin? As soon as these words came out, a boy raised his head and said, Extreme yin land? I know a place. Do you want to go to that kind of place to cultivate, brother Jiang? A girl obviously also knew about the land of extreme, and unnaturally shivered. The land of extreme. Why do you want to go to that kind of place to practice? That kind of place is often haunted. It's very scary. Haunted. Hearing the word haunted, Jiang Yan instantly became excited as he asked, tell me about it. I'll go to the extreme land to catch ghosts. The boy put down his chopsticks, wiped his mouth, and said, Fengmenshai is a place of extreme. Decades ago, hundreds of people in the village all died in one night. Very strange. Some girls found it oozing. Chendong, you should stop. It's too scary. Chendong smiled. Don't be afraid. Fengmenshai has been closed by the local government. The ghosts inside won't run out. That's scary too. Yao Tian looked at Jiang Yan in hindsight. Brother Jiang, why do you want to go to the land of extreme? That kind of place is very dangerous. Someone laughed. Dangerous? Have you guys forgotten what Jiang's title is? Ghost Immortal. No matter how dangerous those ghosts in the land of extreme are, can they be as dangerous as a ghost immortal? Many people laughed at this statement. Right. Jiang Yan is a ghost immortal. His SSS grade heavenly artifact is the 10 square ghost order. If he goes to the land of extreme, he must be going to collect evil ghosts. Ku Sini, who had a younger sister's head, had 2 glowing eyes. Ghost fairy, can I go with you? Other girls are scared to death when they hear about the land of extreme. How come this Kusini is not only not scared, but also has an excited look on her face? Aren't you afraid? Jiang Yan asked curiously. With you here, what am I afraid of? Kusini heatedly laughed. Wang Chong, who had buried his head in dry rice, also raised his head. Brother Jiang, I'm going with you too.